My head aches terribly. Where am I? Why is my hair so long? And why do I feel so robust? Liu Hao slowly extended his hand, brushing against what resembled a control panel, while surveying his surroundings. His initial glance fell upon a moderately sized structure resembling a glass dome. The environment around him was composed of an indeterminate material, perhaps metal, forming a complex structure. The space was circular and exceedingly confined, barely allowing for the movement of limbs, let alone standing upright. In his heart, Liu Hao realized he must be aboard a spacecraft. Within this cramped vessel, he gazed through a window, catching sight of radiant celestial bodies illuminating the void. The surrounding cosmos was eerily silent, the stars appearing motionless, as if time itself had paused. Only the spacecraft Liu Hao occupied was in rapid motion. Gazing out the window in confusion, Liu Hao murmured to himself, "Where am I? How did I awaken on this ship? And what is happening in this universe?" He could only recall that shortly after graduating from university, he had invited a few friends to play basketball. After tiring himself, he had sat on the bench, momentarily closing his eyes to rest, when suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he found himself in this strange place. Wasn't I on the basketball court? How did I end up here? Where exactly is this? Suddenly, a surge of foreign memories flooded Liu Hao's mind, visions of slaughter, cries, and battles involving Saiyan inflicting a splitting headache. After a brief respite, as the pain subsided, the alien memories melded with his own, and Liu Hao ultimately grasped his current predicament. He had become Raditz, a minor antagonist, the very one who fell to Piccolo's lethal strike. Although Liu Hao had watched Dragon Ball long ago, the details had faded over the years now. However, he had no choice but to navigate this situation step by step. At that moment, a mechanical female voice devoid of emotion emanated from the spacecraft's control panel. "In 1 hour, we will arrive on Earth, landing in the X-153 region. Please prepare accordingly." Now, fully assimilating Raditz's memories, Liu Hao understood the chain of events that had led him to this spacecraft. In those memories, he recalled an encounter with Vegeta and Nappa on a rather promising planet, where they had found themselves in a predicament. Vegeta had summoned Raditz to seek assistance from his brother. As Liu Hao pondered the reasons for his presence aboard the ship, a cascade of memories surged forth in his mind. One particular fragment captured the essence of Vegeta's derision towards him. Useless Raditz, don't you have a brother? Go fetch him for help if you fail, you know the consequences." Nappa, seated beside him, grinned as he replied to Vegeta, "I believe there's no need to wait for Raditz to find his inept brother. We can handle this ourselves." The memory fragment ended there, leaving Liu Hao with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Recalling the fragments of memory where Vegeta spoke and combining it with his previous lives' recollection of Dragon Ball, Liu Hao realized that even if he were to locate Kakarot, the outcome would likely be far from favorable. He understood that remaining by Vegeta's side was perilous, with death lurking at every turn. Conversely, upon arriving on Earth, he would encounter ample opportunities to grow stronger in such a case. He would be free as a bird, no longer beholden to Vegeta's whims. An hour swiftly passed, and as Liu Hao approached the solar system, he beheld the cerulean planet Earth. Soon, the spacecraft breached the atmosphere, descending rapidly with a thunderous roar as it cut through the air. Gazing out the window, Liu Hao observed that the Earth in this Dragon Ball realm appeared entirely different from the one he once knew. In this version of Earth, the continents and oceans were rearranged into unfamiliar landforms. At that moment, the inhabitants were enjoying a period of tranquility, having vanquished past tyrants and ambitious foes. The Z-Fighters, who had triumphed over formidable adversaries, were now immersed in the peaceful ambience, their dedication to training having waned long ago. On this particular day, in a sunlit corner of Earth, the weather was delightful. An unidentified object streaked across the sky, shimmering like a meteor. Boom! A mechanical female voice resonated coldly. "Warning, warning. The spacecraft is rapidly descending towards the designated area." As the spacecraft continued its swift descent, a sharp sound pierced the air. Liu Hao's circular vessel plummeted from the sky, generating a tremendous impact that created a vast crater. As it landed, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and the tremors could be felt by those within several miles. Nearby, a farmer donned in overalls and a straw hat, satisfied with the fruits of his labor, prepared to take a sip of water and rest before resuming work, was startled by the immense noise. Looking up, he saw a streak across the sky and a plume of smoke rising in the distance. In haste, he dashed home to retrieve his double-barreled shotgun. Upon arriving at the impact site, he discovered the circular spacecraft. Inside, Raditz was operating the controls, preparing to exit. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed once more. Earth has been reached. The spacecraft has landed safely and without damage at the designated location. Raditz, wishing to avoid unnecessary interactions with the ordinary inhabitants of Earth, configured the spacecraft settings to conceal it, preventing anyone from tracing its descent and causing potential complications. That he slowly rose, opened the hatch, and stepped outside, inhaling the fresh earth. Is this truly the Earth of Dragon Ball? After such a lengthy journey, my limbs feel stiff at last. I have arrived, and the air is delightful. Raditz mused, appreciating the beauty of this alien world. Before him stood a middle-aged man, resembling a farmer, who cautiously approached holding a double-barreled shotgun, his demeanor betraying a palpable tension. "Who are you? An alien? Raise your hands. Do not come any closer, or I shall fire." Leitais regarded the plump, straw-hat-wearing farmer before him and couldn't help but chuckle. Has the inevitable come to pass? Leitais mused, contemplating whether he could withstand a few bullets or even missiles directed at him. He vaguely recalled that the detector was monitoring the situation. Having just arrived on Earth, Leitais struggled to control the energy radiating from his body, making it difficult to locate his target. Without the aid of the detector, he felt akin to a blind man. He pressed a button on the combat power detector beside his eye, scrutinizing the farmer ahead. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power. 5. Recalling a classic line from his previous life, he confidently declared, a combat power of merely 5. Pathetic. Within the confines of the spaceship, he had been incapable of testing his offensive capabilities, but now that he had disembarked, he was eager to experiment with the energy waves. He remembered. Leitais concentrated, drawing upon the energy within him and gathering it into his palm. He felt a surge of yellow energy coalescing at the edge of his hand, gradually forming into a glowing energy sphere. With a gentle aim, he cast the energy wave outward, which swiftly shot from his hand. Boom! The sound echoed like a cannon, creating a nearly 2-meter-wide crater in the ground ahead. The farmer, witnessing the peculiar phenomenon as Leitais unleashed something strange from his palm, felt a surge of fear as the earth beneath him erupted into a gaping pit. Overcome with terror, he inadvertently pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets rained towards Leitais, but to him, they seemed to travel at a snail's pace. With casual ease, he reached out, catching several bullets, crushing them effortlessly as though they were mere tofu. How astonishing! The bullets are so slow, they crumble like tofu. With a power level of 1500, I could easily shatter even Superman. He then attempted to harness a larger energy sphere, launching it towards the distance. It exploded with a resounding crash, creating a massive crater that spanned several meters. Next, Liu Hao recalled the combat techniques from Leitais' memories. There were scarcely any advanced techniques within Leitais' recollections. They consisted primarily of energy waves or primitive hand-to-hand combat methods. The farmer, witnessing bullets being crushed with ease and energy waves erupting to create enormous craters, regarded Leitais as a monstrous being. The farmer trembled in fear, his pants dampening as he cradled his head, pleading for mercy. "Please do not kill me. I beg you. I have children." Observing the farmer in such a state of terror, Liu Hao, a reincarnated earthling, found no pleasure in slaughtering the weak. Though Leitais' memories had slightly influenced his temperament, he remained reluctant to inflict unnecessary harm. His soul embodies that of an earthling, with his earthling nature still prevailing. I am a warrior from a distant land. I harbor no ill intentions, so do not be alarmed. Let your curiosity not overwhelm you. Should you encounter someone like me descending again, remain indoors and do not venture out recklessly. The farmer hastily replied to Raditz. Yais, I shall certainly refrain from being curious in the future. With that, he swiftly scurried away in a flurry. Subsequently, Raditz directed his scouter toward the horizon. 139.169.177.190.206.322.344. These must be the power levels of the Z fighters. Raditz understood that they could manipulate their ki, and their combat strength would enhance with each battle, coupled with the Senzu beans from Corin Tower, which could restore them to fighting condition. Resolving within himself, he decided against an immediate encounter and would meet Son Goku at a later time. From his recollections, the combat strength of Corin's disciple was likely near 200 points. Raditz pinpointed a suitable target, rising to leap directly towards it. Meanwhile, within the sacred land, the Supreme Kai had already sensed a formidable and malevolent energy approaching Earth. On the other side, in the desolate wasteland, Piccolo too felt a chaotic and sinister aura. The strength of this energy was unlike anything Piccolo had ever encountered. Just sensing this presence left him drenched in sweat, rendering him momentarily immobile in shock. Is this energy from Son Goku? No, this does not resemble Goku's energy. Who could it be that possesses such overwhelming strength? At the same time, Son Goku, accompanied by Gohan and several other Z-fighters, was gathered at the Kame house on the island. Suddenly, Goku sensed something, his expression shifting to one of astonishment, quickly followed by a surge of excitement. This isn't Piccolo's energy, but the strength of this individual is astonishing. Chapter 1: Arrival on Earth. My head aches terribly. Where am I? Why is my hair so long and my physique so robust? Liu Hao slowly extended his hand, feeling the control panel before him while surveying his surroundings. At first glance, he noticed a glass-like structure of moderate size. The surrounding framework seemed to be composed of an unknown metallic substance. The space itself was circular and exceedingly cramped, barely allowing for the movement of limbs, let alone standing upright. Liu Hao's mind began to grasp the unsettling reality that he was aboard a spacecraft. Through the small window of this constricted vessel, he could observe celestial bodies radiating their luminous glow. The universe surrounding him was eerily silent, as if all stars and matter were frozen in time. Only the ship Liu Hao occupied was hurtling through the void. Gazing out, he murmured in confusion, "Where is this? How did I awaken in this spacecraft? What is happening in this universe?" Liu Hao could only recall that he had recently graduated from university and had spent a leisurely day with friends playing basketball. Exhausted, he had seated himself on a bench to rest his eyes momentarily, only to suddenly feel darkness envelop him, leading to his inexplicable arrival in this place. Wasn't I on the basketball court? How did I end up here? Where exactly is this? Suddenly, an overwhelming torrent of memories not belonging to Liu Hao flooded his mind. Images of slaughter, anguished cries, and battles involving Saiyans, all of which caused his head to throb mercilessly. After a brief respite, the pain subsided, and the alien memories seamlessly integrated into his consciousness, allowing Liu Hao to comprehend his current predicament. He was Raditz, a minor antagonist, one who met his demise at the hands of Piccolo. Though he had watched Dragon Ball years ago, the details had faded from memory, and now he found himself navigating this bizarre reality step by step. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice emanated from the control panel before him. "In 1 hour, we shall arrive at Earth, landing in Area 153. Please prepare accordingly." Having fully assimilated Raditz's memories, Liu Hao began to understand the circumstances surrounding his presence aboard the spacecraft. Within those recollections, he recalled an encounter with Vegeta and Nappa on a rather formidable planet, which had led to some complications. Vegeta had instructed Raditz to seek out his brother for assistance. As Liu Hao reflected on the reasons for his journey aboard the spacecraft, a cascade of memories surged into his mind. One particular fragment stood out, Vegeta berating him alongside Nappa. "Pathetic Raditz, do you not have a brother? Go fetch him for help. If you fail, you know the consequences." Nappa, sitting beside him, smirked at Vegeta, saying, "I believe we need not wait for Raditz to summon his useless brother. We can handle this ourselves." The memory abruptly concluded, leaving Liu Hao with more questions than answers. Recalling the fragments of memory where Vegeta spoke and combining it with his past life recollections of Dragon Ball, Liu Hao realized that even if he were to find Kakarot, the outcome would scarcely be favorable. He understood that remaining by Vegeta's side was perilous, with death lurking at every turn. However, upon arriving on Earth, he recognized that numerous opportunities awaited him to grow stronger, and soon he would soar to great heights. No longer bound to heed Vegeta's directives. As an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, Liu Hao caught sight of a cerulean orb, the planet Earth. Shortly thereafter, the spacecraft breached the atmosphere, commencing its descent with a thunderous rush. Gazing through the window, Liu Hao observed a version of Earth that bore little resemblance to his previous understanding. In this realm of Dragon Ball, the planet lacked the familiar 7 continents and 4 oceans. Instead, it presented landscapes entirely foreign to him. At that moment, Earth was basking in a period of tranquility, having vanquished past tyrants and ambitious foes. The warriors who had triumphed over formidable adversaries were now enveloped in a serene atmosphere, their dedication to training having waned. On this day, in a sun-drenched corner of the Earth, the weather was splendid. An unidentified object streaked across the sky, shining like a meteor. Boom. A mechanical female voice resonated, cold and devoid of emotion. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. The spacecraft is rapidly descending towards the designated area. As the vessel continued its swift descent, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Liu Hao's circular spacecraft plummeted from the heavens, creating a colossal crater upon impact. The descent stirred a massive cloud of dust, causing tremors felt by those within several miles. Nearby, a farmer donned in a straw hat and overalls, content with the fruits of his labor, was preparing to quench his thirst and rest before resuming work. The immense noise startled him. He looked skyward to see a meteor's trail and a plume of smoke rising in the distance. Hastily, he returned home to retrieve his double-barreled shotgun. Upon reaching the site of the meteor's fall, he discovered the circular spacecraft. Inside, Raditz was operating the controls, ready to emerge. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed once more, arrival at Earth confirmed. The spacecraft has landed safely and securely at the designated location. Raditz, wishing to avoid unnecessary interaction with Earth's ordinary inhabitants, set the ship to a fixed mode, preparing to conceal it to prevent any unwanted disturbances that might arise from curious onlookers. Gradually, Raditz rose and opened the hatch, inhaling the Earth's air deeply. So this is the Earth from Dragon Ball, he mused, his limbs stiff from the prolonged journey within the ship. Finally arrived, he reveled in the delightful atmosphere of this new world. Before him stood a middle-aged man, resembling a farmer, cautiously approaching with a double-barreled shotgun in hand, his demeanor exuding palpable tension. Who are you? An alien? Raise your hands. Don't come any closer, or I will shoot. Raditz gazed at the rotund, straw hat-clad farmer, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. So, the inevitable has come to pass, he mused, contemplating that absorbing a few bullets or even missiles from this farmer would pose no challenge. He vaguely recalled that the detector had monitoring capabilities. Upon his arrival on Earth, Raditz struggled to control the energy within him and locate his target. Without the detector, he felt akin to a blind man. He activated the combat power detector beside his eye, scrutinizing the farmer before him. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 5. Recalling a classic line from his past life, he mockingly proclaimed. A mere 5 in combat power, how pathetic. The confines of the spacecraft had left him unable to experiment with his offensive techniques, but now, having disembarked, he pondered whether he could unleash the energy wave he remembered. Gathering the energy within, he concentrated it into his palm, feeling a surge of yellow energy gradually coalesce at its edge, forming a luminous energy sphere. With a gentle aim, he released the energy wave, which immediately shot forth. Boom! The sound echoed like a cannonade, creating a small crater nearly 2 meters deep in the ground. The farmer, witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, felt a surge of fear as he involuntarily squeezed the trigger of his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets flew towards Raditz, but to him, they appeared to move with excruciating slowness. He effortlessly intercepted the projectiles, crushing them as if they were mere tofu. This power was astonishing. The bullets were so sluggish that he felt capable of defeating even Superman with his 1500 combat power. He decided to try launching a few more concentrated energy spheres, resulting in an explosive detonation that carved a crater several meters wide into the Earth. Meanwhile, Liu Hao reflected upon Raditz's scant memories of other combat techniques. The Saiyan's repertoire was limited, consisting predominantly of energy waves and primitive hand-to-hand combat. To the trembling farmer, who had just witnessed bullets being crushed with ease and massive energy blasts obliterating the ground, Raditz appeared monstrous. Paralyzed by fear, the farmer quaked. His trousers dampened as he pleaded for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I have children. Observing the farmer's terror, Liu Hao, a reincarnated earthling, felt averse to wanton slaughter of the weak. Despite the influence of Raditz's memories on his character, his own earthly soul and temperament remained predominant. I am a warrior from a distant land, devoid of malice. Do not be alarmed. Let not your curiosity weigh too heavily upon you. The next time you see a person like me descend, simply remain indoors and refrain from wandering about." The farmer promptly addressed Raditz, affirming, "Indeed, I shall quell my curiosity henceforth." With that, he hastily scurried away, rolling and crawling in his haste. Subsequently, Raditz directed his detector towards the distance, pondering the formidable power of the warriors. Surely, these readings signify their battle prowess. Raditz understood that they could manipulate their energy, and their strength would escalate with each confrontation. Moreover, the magical beams from Corin could restore their combat readiness. Resolutely, he decided it would be prudent to postpone their meeting, opting instead to encounter Goku at a later time. He recalled that the battle power of Master Corin was likely near 200 points. Raditz then identified a suitable target, rising and leaping directly towards it. Meanwhile, within the heavenly temple, the deity had already sensed a formidable and malevolent energy arriving on Earth. Elsewhere, in the arid expanse, Piccolo also perceived a chaotic and sinister aura. The intensity of this energy was unprecedented for Piccolo, causing him to break into a cold sweat, immobilized by its overwhelming presence. Is this the energy of Goku? No, it is not. Whose power could be so immense? At that moment, Goku, accompanied by Gohan and several other warriors, was gathered at the Kame house on a remote island. Suddenly, Goku sensed something, his expression shifting to one of shock, soon mingled with a hint of excitement. This energy was not Piccolo's, yet it was astonishingly powerful. Chapter 2. Corin Tower. Relying on his muscle memory, Raditz stumbled through the air, nearly plummeting several times. However, as he gradually honed his flying skills, he began to master the art of flight. Soaring through the skies, he gazed upon the vibrant world of Dragon Ball. Invigorated by the refreshing breeze, marveling at the thrill of flight, he pondered whether a Saiyan's physique could navigate the cosmos with such freedom. After flying for a while, he caught sight of the magnificent Corin Tower, adorned with exquisite totem carvings, rising majestically into the clouds. Eager to test his abilities, he contemplated ascending directly from beneath Corin Tower, treating it as a trial. As he prepared to descend, he noticed a throng of people below, seemingly embroiled in some commotion, prompting him to investigate. He observed a group of masked individuals wielding rifles and knives, dressed in Western cowboy attire, threatening two figures. Raditz scrutinized the pair. Feeling a sense of familiarity, they appeared to be characters from an anime. After a moment of reflection, he recognized the taller individual as Berta and the youth as UPA. Given that they were figures from Dragon Ball, Raditz felt compelled to intervene. He descended, positioning himself between the two factions. The sudden appearance of Raditz left the crowd astounded. Yet, the larger group of bandits, reluctant to let their prize escape, summoned their courage and addressed Raditz, saying, "Kid, no matter where you came from, don't cause trouble. Just leave." Upon witnessing the scene, Raditz quickly grasped that Bra and UPA had encountered robbers. Meanwhile, UPA was cautiously on guard behind Bra, bracing for the impending threat. "We have no money to give. All we possess is our lives," UPA declared, immediately adopting a combat stance. Bra, with a grave expression, wielded a spear directed at the bandits. Observing the two, Raditz resolved firmly within himself. Regardless of the world, thieves and marauders were deserving of death. Those who plunder and pillage must leave no survivors. This band of robbers, who had undoubtedly taken countless lives and shattered numerous families, were utterly unforgivable. In an instant, Raditz sprang into action, stirring up a cloud of dust beneath him. The bandits were left bewildered, unable to perceive anything as Raditz vanished from their sight. In a mere heartbeat, he positioned himself behind the leader of the bandits. Gathering a small energy sphere in his hand, he unleashed it towards the apparent ringleader. The energy sphere pierced through the bandit's body, causing blood to erupt forth. The bandit felt a warm liquid seeping from his chest, and with a sudden darkness enveloping him, he collapsed. Raditz wasted no time and unleashed several energy waves at the remaining bandits. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, the surviving thieves had no chance to flee and were obliterated. These feeble adversaries could hardly comprehend what had transpired before succumbing to their demise. Although it was Raditz's first act of killing in this world, he felt neither disgust nor discomfort. Perhaps the memories of his former self, Liu Hao, dulled his emotions, even invoking a tinge of exhilaration. Having dealt with the bandits, Raditz pondered the divergence from the narratives he had read. These robbers were not supposed to exist. Was it Liu Hao's rebirth that altered this world, Or was it the true essence of the Dragon Ball universe? Such questions remained shrouded in uncertainty. Witnessing Raditz's swift dispatching of the bandits, Bra instinctively shielded UPA behind her. The mysterious figure moved with an ethereal grace, and the bandits fell, each with a gaping wound in their chests. Uncertain of Raditz's intentions, Bra maintained her grip on her weapon, wary of him. Noticing their apprehension, Raditz approached Bra and UPA, reassuring them, "Do not be afraid. I am Raditz, a warrior from another realm. I have come to ascend to Corin Tower to meet Master Corin." Bra exhaled a sigh of relief, lowering her guard and stowing away her spear. "Thank you for assisting us, sir. Master Corin resides atop the tower, but it is perilously high, and the trials are arduous. I advise you to reconsider." Upon hearing Raditz's words, UPA, sensing no malice, eagerly approached him. "Is it the cat-faced sage? I've encountered him. He is quite lazy, perpetually napping atop the tower. He is difficult to rouse unless he chooses to descend." Seeing UPA's sincerity, Raditz offered a faint smile. For the former owner of this body, aside from slaughter and combat, nothing else had ever brought joy. Raditz turned to Bra, ready to speak once more. "It is but a trivial matter. Today, I shall certainly ascend this tower, regardless of its daunting height." Turning to UPA, I smiled and declared, "This tower is nothing. Those who cannot climb it are simply too weak." With that, Raditz lightly leapt, soaring several dozen meters into the air, and rapidly ascended, leaving both Bra and UPA unable to discern his figure. As Raditz ascended for quite some time, reaching his maximum flying speed, he felt the air growing increasingly thin. After a while, he finally spotted the circular summit of the tower. At that moment, atop the tower, Master Corin and Yardrat were indulging in a lavish feast, having already succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, Master Corin sensed a formidable energy approaching, rousing him from his dreams. Although he had previously received a telepathic warning from the Supreme Kai regarding an unknown individual of exceptional strength on Earth, he had not anticipated that this person would come directly to him. Rising to his feet, Master Corin gazed skyward, feeling an overwhelming aura laced with a hint of malevolence. Trouble was imminent. Just then, a sound of rapid movement echoed as Raditz reached the summit, standing before Master Corin. Startled by Raditz's sudden appearance, Master Corin felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. The pressure emanating from Raditz was palpable. Observing Raditz closely, Master Corin mused, "I did not expect him to arrive so swiftly. He appears to possess strength surpassing that of Goku and Piccolo." Yardrat, awakened and tumbling from his seat, noticed the sweat on Master Corin's forehead and instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation. Silently, he retreated to the side, prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. Raditz addressed Master Corin, stating, "Master Corin, I am Raditz. I mean no harm and wish to undertake the trial." Despite the hint of malevolence in Raditz's aura, Master Corin initially hesitated to allow him to participate in the trial. However, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Master Corin, I am the Supreme Kai. This individual's spirit feels distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Observe his actions. He is not malevolent. Permit him to train." Reassured by the Supreme Kai's words, Master Corin relaxed, while Yardrat, noticing the change in Master Corin's expression, also eased his tension and returned to resting. Recognizing Raditz's desire to undergo the trial, Master Corin produced a spherical object that floated in the air. To participate, one must first master their energy before proceeding. Raditz closed his eyes and reached for the suspended sphere, which would signify the completion of the trial upon his successful grasp. Subsequently, he blindfolded himself, and the sphere began to whirl rapidly around him. Despite his persistent efforts, Raditz found himself unable to seize it. After observing Raditz's unsuccessful attempts, Master Corin offered guidance. In this world, all beings and objects that possess power also exude energy. This sphere contains a small amount of energy. If you focus your heart and sense the power, you will be able to perceive the energy. After a brief moment, Raditz pondered the words of Master Corin, realizing that one should not rely on brute force, but rather slowly attune oneself to the essence of the universe. Suddenly, he felt an awakening, entering a wondrous state where he radiated a brilliant light, while a faint glimmer danced within his heart. Beside him, he sensed two stronger auras, presumably belonging to Master Corin and Yardrat. In the distance, there were several formidable presences, albeit somewhat indistinct. Could this be the essence? The powerful auras in the far-off realm must belong to Piccolo and Goku. However, Raditz was not yet prepared to encounter them. His combat power was merely 1500. Engaging them prematurely could lead to conflict, and he was uncertain how events might unfold, reminiscent of a comic book saga. At that moment, Raditz was resolute in not wanting to meet a grim fate at the hands of the spirit bomb. With that thought, he hastily concentrated his energy, attempting to draw it inward. Gradually, he observed the excess energy retracting into his being. Master Corin, noticing Raditz's successful control over his aura, nodded in approval, acknowledging his exceptional talent. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo sensed the sudden disappearance of this energy, leaving them both puzzled. Now adept at harnessing his energy, Raditz extended his hand towards the luminous sphere that floated within his heart and grasped it effortlessly. Witnessing Raditz's success, Master Corin remarked, "Your ability to master energy so swiftly and capture the sphere is remarkable. You are the fastest learner I have ever encountered. With continued practice, your sensory range will expand, enabling you to perceive all objects." Chapter 3. The Ultra Divine Water. After pacing thoughtfully for a while, Master Corin addressed Raditz, saying, "I have little left to teach you, save for one final item, the Ultra Divine Water. However, it can only be obtained through a challenge. Are you willing to attempt it?" The mere mention of the Ultra Divine Water startled Raditz, as he recalled its potential to unlock one's latent abilities. Yet, he was unaware of the side effects it carried. After much deliberation, Raditz ultimately resolved to consume the Ultra Divine Water, convinced that it could enhance his combat prowess, which was essential for his stability in this world. But how could he mitigate the side effects? The only solution that came to mind was the Dragon Balls. He believed that a wish could negate the adverse effects of the Ultra Divine Water. If possible, he could remain on Earth until the Dragon Balls restored him, allowing him to wish repeatedly for peace of mind. Thus, Raditz turned to Master Corin and inquired, "Master Corin, how can I obtain the Ultra Divine Water? I am willing to undergo the trial to acquire it." Upon hearing Raditz's readiness for the trial, Master Corin was slightly taken aback, noting that aside from Goku, no one else had succeeded in obtaining the Ultra Divine Water. "Prepare yourself," he warned, as he waved his staff. And a miraculous scene unfolded. A door appeared out of thin air, leading to the trial. Corin, the wise sage, gently opened the door, and a beam of light emanated from within, revealing an aura of mystery. He gazed at Raditz and spoke slowly. "Upon entering this trial gate and overcoming its challenges, you shall acquire the Super Divine Water. However, the trials within are fraught with peril, and the creatures you will encounter are formidable. While they may not claim your life, the dangers are significant, so contemplate your decision carefully." Raditz, having arrived in this world with the sole purpose of survival and the pursuit of strength through battles with characters from various Dragon Ball realms, understood the stakes. If he couldn't secure even a vial of the Super Divine Water, he might as well resign himself to being slain by Vegeta or Frieza. Without hesitation, he stepped through the trial gate, which then vanished from sight. As Raditz disappeared into the tower, Yajirobe approached with a mischievous grin, addressing Corin, "Hey, cat, I'm hungry. Could you spare me some more senza beans to taste?" Corin shook his head, watching the senza beans being devoured by Yajirobe, and sighed. He had initially thought Yajirobe would only be a temporary guest at the tower, yet here he was, showing no signs of leaving anytime soon. "Fat fool, who are you calling a cat? I am the esteemed Corin. These are the last 2 jars of senza beans. You ought to conserve them. If you eat them all, there will be none left." With that, he retrieved a few senza beans from the jar and handed them to Yajirobe. Once Yajirobe had consumed them, Corin turned his attention away and pulled out a mirror to observe the trial. In the mirror, Raditz had just stepped into the trial gate. As soon as he entered, Corin sensed a significant increase in the strength of the monsters within, murmuring to himself, "These creatures are indeed powerful. This individual's strength is truly terrifying. If the monsters are this strong, the trial is no trivial matter. Overcoming it will be quite the challenge." At that moment, Raditz found himself transported to a valley, illuminated by an otherworldly light, feeling as though he had entered an entirely different realm. The environment was peculiar, with daylight present yet devoid of the sun or moon, and the surroundings appeared constricted. As Raditz attempted to take flight, he discovered a mysterious force suppressing him, as if an immense weight bore down upon him. Despite several attempts, he could not ascend. However, he could still unleash energy blasts, retaining his combat power. The trial was indeed harsh, forbidding flight, but at least his strength remained intact. With no other option, he resolved to traverse on foot. After a brief walk, Raditz sensed no presence of any beings nearby, as if he were utterly alone. Reluctantly, he continued on foot until he arrived at a valley where, shortly thereafter, several monstrous entities materialized before him. A dozen serpentine creatures with human faces and crimson eyes blocked his path, hissing menacingly. Upon scanning them with his scouter, he noted their battle power was astonishingly several hundred points, an impressive feat for creatures on Earth. Recalling his combat techniques, Raditz unleashed a series of energy blasts, swiftly dispatching a few of the monsters before charging forward. Bang! With a swift motion, he seized the monstrous arm, and before the creature could react, it was violently torn asunder from limb to limb. The figure of Raditz continued to clash relentlessly, dismantling the monster's limbs, with blood and flesh scattering in every direction. He leapt into the air, his hands joined in a half-open position, as a yellow wave of energy began to coalesce within his palms. The energy sphere grew increasingly larger, and the combat power detected by the scanner surged from 10 to 500, then 900, 1200, and finally 1500. Boom! The remaining creature was blasted apart, creating a massive crater in the ground, leaving no trace of its corpse behind. All the monsters were annihilated, yet as he advanced further, Raditz sensed that the monsters ahead were becoming increasingly formidable, with combat powers reaching 200, 300, and even 500. As the number of monsters multiplied, Raditz gradually felt a strain. Suddenly, he thought to himself, something is amiss. I recall that during Goku's trials in the manga, he did not encounter such powerful monsters. Had he faced these, he would have perished long ago. Despite his lingering doubts, Raditz pressed on, descending deeper into the valley, where the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous and the air turned frigid. A chilling sensation rose slowly from within him, causing Raditz to shudder involuntarily. He continued forward, and soon, he spotted a glimmer of light ahead. This must be the destination. Raditz sprinted towards it, only to discover that the radiant light emanated from within a cave, appearing quite dazzling. Upon entering the cave, he found a stone pedestal upon which rested a circular vial filled with a blue liquid. The light was emanating from this mysterious substance. This must be the super divine water, he surmised, and as he approached, his hand barely brushed the vial. Suddenly, a dark mist erupted from his body, swiftly coalescing into a form that emitted a sinister laugh and proclaimed, I've been waiting for you. At last, you have arrived. Let us engage in battle. Surrender your body to me. Who are you? The scanner beeped, registering 1500 combat power. Raditz was taken aback to discover that this entity possessed the same formidable power as himself. He turned, but before he could get a clear view of the figure's face, a yellow energy wave struck him. Reacting swiftly, Raditz leaped to evade the attack, but the energy collided with the super divine water, shattering it completely. Cursed be it, the super divine water, which had taken so much effort to obtain. As Raditz finally discerned the figure's face, he was astonished to find it was an exact replica of himself, clad in a light blue outfit rather than battle armor, emanating a dark aura with an expression that was distinctly malevolent. Meanwhile, on the Corin Tower, the wise Corin observed the two Raditzes through the mirror and remarked, indeed, this being possesses immense strength. The trial absorbs malevolent thoughts and conjures a replica that matches the combat power. Only by defeating oneself can one attain the super divine water. The wise Master Corin had devised a plan. Should Raditz prove incapable of vanquishing his malevolent thoughts, Master Corin would seal this realm permanently, ensuring he could never escape. Raditz, gazing at the sinister doppelganger that mirrored his own visage, yearned for communication. Before Raditz could utter a word, the malevolent version of himself lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, Raditz faced the rapid barrage of his counterpart's fists, which seemed to grow larger before his very eyes. Bang! Overwhelmed by the ferocity of the attack, Raditz was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. Gasping in pain, Raditz exclaimed, as the dark version of himself taunted, I expected you to be formidable. Is this all you've got? Surrender your body to me, and I shall obliterate those outside. Such arrogance. Despite their equal battle power of 1500, the ambush inflicted significant damage upon Raditz. Upon hearing the wicked Raditz's words, something stirred within him. Perhaps the warrior blood of the Saiyans ignited. Raditz was consumed by a desire to tear apart this malevolent twin. Instead of fear, exhilaration coursed through him as he rose to face his opponent. Humph, how presumptuous. Do you truly believe yourself to be strong? With determination, Raditz charged at his dark counterpart, their fists colliding with fierce intensity. Boom! A shockwave erupted as their blows met, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The two exchanged rapid punches, each impact reverberating through the air, their roars growing louder as they traded blows for what felt like hundreds of exchanges. Suddenly, Raditz transformed his punch into a grasp, seizing the other Raditz's fist. With a decisive pull and a powerful kick, he struck the malevolent Raditz squarely in the abdomen. The dark counterpart was launched backward, and in that moment, he retaliated by unleashing an energy sphere aimed at Raditz. In an instant, both were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, each sustaining considerable injuries. They quickly scrambled to their feet, Raditz on the right, his counterpart on the left, both simultaneously shouting, "Aw!" Each gathered energy in their hands, channeling their entire strength into a radiant sphere, the glow intensifying. They unleashed their energy balls towards one another, the two forces colliding with a ferocious intensity. Neither able to gain the upper hand. Faced with an equally matched adversary, Raditz summoned all his might, his veins bulging with exertion, determined to settle the score with this dark version of himself. At that moment, the readings on Raditz's scouter began to fluctuate. 1510, 1520, 1530, 1600. In the heat of battle, Raditz transcended his limits, his power level soaring to an impressive 1600. Feeling a surge of newfound strength within, he unleashed his full potential. The sky erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, radiating blinding light, as the resulting force seemed as if the very heavens were tearing apart. The spatial oscillation persisted interminably, while another Raditz transformed into a plume of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, Raditz, having exhausted all his strength, succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. Encounter with the warrior. A flash of light pierced through, and the trial gate reappeared, ejecting a gravely injured and unconscious Raditz, along with a vial of divine water. At that moment, Yakalob, reclining on a sun chair, was startled by the sudden emergence of Raditz and exclaimed, "Lynx, this person can't be mortally wounded, can he? Why did you make this trial so arduous? He might very well be dead now. Fatty, kindly close your mouth." Failing the trial does not equate to death. His ejection from the gate signifies the successful completion of the challenge. Aside from Goku, I have yet to witness anyone else succeed, responded the sage, Corin, who approached Raditz and offered him a magical bean from a nearby jar. Before long, a miraculous scene unfolded. Raditz's injuries astonishingly healed. He gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, addressing Corin. "Wasn't I unconscious during the trial? Why is there someone who resembles me so closely inside?" With a smile, Corin replied, "Upon passing the trial, one is automatically returned to Corin Tower. The being that resembled you in the trial was your malevolent side. Only by conquering your inner darkness can you partake of the divine water." Malevolent side? Raditz immediately sensed the energy within himself, discovering that the once sinister aura had transformed into a state of tranquility. He then expressed his gratitude to Corin. "Thank you for the magical bean." Raditz activated his scouter, which beeped, revealing a battle power of 3,000. Raditz was taken aback, realizing that his power had surged from 1,500 to 3,000. Could this be a result of his Saiyan physiology? Just then, Corin interjected, "I almost forgot to mention. The divine water contains toxins that impose a significant burden on the body. Unless you can obtain the Dragon Balls to wish away the toxicity, you won't survive for long." Raditz internally lamented the predicament, overwhelmed by excitement at his newfound power, and momentarily forgot to deactivate the scouter. This would undoubtedly alert Vegeta and Frieza. The only course now was to grow stronger to confront these formidable foes. The next step was to acquire the Dragon Balls, which required a Dragon Ball detector. Thus, he needed to seek Bulma first. Consequently, Raditz removed the scouter and set it to the off position. He contemplated its potential usefulness in the future and decided it would be prudent to keep it for Bulma to modify later. Observing Yakalob happily consuming the magical beans, Raditz recognized their value and resolved not to let him squander them. He approached Corin to request additional magical beans, advising, "Please refrain from allowing Yakalob to consume these as mere snacks. They will serve a greater purpose in the future." Seeing that Raditz bore no ill intent and had successfully passed the trial, Corin nodded in agreement with Raditz's sentiments and bestowed upon him more magical beans. Subsequently, after expressing his gratitude to Master Corin, Raditz soared directly down from Corin Tower, descending into the city. A few days later, through inquiries and explorations, Raditz had successfully located Bulma's residence. To obtain the Dragon Balls, the radar in Bulma's possession was indispensable. Raditz arrived at an opulent mansion sprawling over 10,000 square meters, its lavishness surpassing any he had encountered prior to his reincarnation, a testament to the immense wealth of the Brief family. With a single leap, Raditz entered Bulma's abode, where he beheld a young lady of slender frame and striking features, leisurely sipping her afternoon tea. Raditz surmised that this must be Bulma, approaching her without her notice. He spoke, "Greetings, Mississippi. I am Raditz. Might you be Bulma?" Startled by his voice, Bulma swiftly turned around, her expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. "Sir, who are you, and how do you know my name? What brings you to my home?" Raditz promptly handed her the power level detector. "Miss Bulma, your name is well known throughout this city. I possess a unique piece of technology capable of detecting an individual's power level and location, and I seek your assistance." He then proceeded to explain how to operate the detector. Intrigued, Bulma took the device and activated it. Beeping sounds resonated as it displayed readings: Power Level 3, Power Level 5, Power Level 10. The detector revealed power levels and locations from all directions, captivating Bulma as she marveled at this novel contraption. Akin to a child at play. "Mr. Raditz, this device is truly remarkable. What assistance do you require?" "Miss Bulma, I need your expertise to modify this detector. It appears to have been tampered with, and I request your help to remove the surveillance. Additionally, may I borrow the Dragon Radar for a few days?" Upon hearing Raditz's proposition, Bulma's mind began to wander with alternative thoughts. The technology embedded within the detector held immense value, far beyond what Earth possessed, and she was reluctant to relinquish it easily. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma acquiesced to Raditz's request, indicating that the detector would require further study and that it must remain with her for a few days, while she would lend him the Dragon Radar. She then retreated to her room, returning shortly with the radar to hand over to Raditz, and they arranged a time for him to retrieve the modified power level detector. With the Dragon Radar in his possession, Raditz ascended into the sky, embarking on a quest to locate the Dragon Balls. Within merely half a day, he had gathered all the Dragon Balls except for the 4-star ball. The radar indicated that its location was at Master Roshi's place, which, in Raditz's memory, should be where Gohan resided. Although he was not keen on encountering Goku and his companions just yet, he had no choice but to proceed to the location of the 4-star ball. Before long, he hovered above Master Roshi's house, spotting a child at play. That must be Gohan, whose appearance remarkably resembled the illustrations in the manga. Clad in green attire and wearing a hat adorned with none other than the 4-star ball, Gohan was blissfully engaged in his activities. At this moment, Gohan was frolicking with a giant sea turtle. Raditz sensed the energy and discovered that, apart from Master Roshi, the warriors were all inside the house. Raditz concealed his energy, ensuring that no one noticed his arrival. Nearby, a bald figure clad in beach shorts and a tank top, presumably Master Roshi, was leering at a yellow book. Raditz landed before Gohan, who widened his eyes in curiosity at the sudden appearance of this stranger. "Who are you?" he inquired. Inside, Goku, Yamchu, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Master Roshi outside heard Gohan's voice and rushed out, thinking someone had arrived. Raditz felt a flicker of joy upon encountering Goku and the warriors in the real world for the first time. Their appearances and attire closely resembled those from the comics. Goku immediately approached Gohan with a serious expression, positioning himself protectively behind him. "Who are you, and what do you want here?" Raditz smiled faintly. "Kakarot, have you forgotten? I am your brother, Raditz. We are Saiyans." "Saiyan. Kakarot? My name is Son Goku. I was raised by my grandfather. How could I be a Saiyan?" Goku's face twisted in displeasure, disbelieving Raditz's claims. The warriors were astonished. They had long suspected Goku was not of Earth. Noticing Raditz's resemblance to Goku, along with the tail wrapped around his waist, they began to believe the connection. Seeing Goku's skepticism, Raditz continued, "Kakarot, Frieza is the emperor of the universe. We Saiyans serve him, exterminating the native inhabitants of planets and selling them at high prices to those in need. Frieza feared our immense potential, annihilated our planet, and murdered our parents. You need to wake up. You were sent to Earth as a child, and on nights of the full moon, you transform into a giant ape, your power increasing tenfold, with the mission to eradicate the Earthlings and sell the planet for a good price. Is he my uncle? Is what he says true?" Gohan asked Goku, looking for confirmation. At that moment, Master Roshi seemed to recall Goku's childhood. No wonder Goku transformed into an ape at night and was so violent as a child. Fortunately, he had suffered a head injury that caused amnesia. Master Roshi approached Goku, revealing that he had actually found him as a baby. Goku's face was one of confusion. Was it possible he was truly a Saiyan and not an Earthling? Was his task to annihilate the Earthlings? No, I am an Earthling. I love Earth, and I fight for its people. Goku's stance mirrored that of his comic counterpart. And Raditz, wishing only to fight alongside Goku rather than against him, clarified, Kakarot, you misunderstand. I have not come to awaken you for slaughter. I have come to revive our Saiyan race and seek vengeance against Frieza. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Goku clutched his head, as if something deep within him was awakening. Recalling a memory of flying aboard a spaceship as a child, a woman engaged in conversation with a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, and then the spacecraft took flight. Goku began to recollect fragmented memories, his gaze gradually transforming into one of determination as he inquired, is Frieza powerful? Indeed. He possesses a strength that reaches heights you cannot currently fathom. Allow me to showcase my prowess, Kakarot, Raditz declared. Observing that Goku had begun to believe, he ceased to conceal his energy and unleashed his full might. Raditz's fierce energy surged, and in an instant, his battle power soared to 3,000, sending a terrifying wave of energy that bent trees in its wake. This level of power far surpassed Goku's, leaving those present drenched in sweat, astonished by Goku's incredible potential. The strength of Raditz was such that even the combined energies of Piccolo and Goku paled in comparison. With my battle power, I couldn't withstand even a single finger from Frieza, Raditz remarked. Goku, taken aback by the revelation of Frieza's immense strength, felt a thrill of excitement. He realized there were still formidable opponents out there, and he was eager to grow stronger after a prolonged period of complacency. If what you say is true, I shall avenge our parents, Goku vowed. Kakarot, care to test your mettle? Seeing Goku's newfound resolve, Raditz was eager to engage in a sparring match, hoping to illustrate the vast chasm between their strengths. Goku, invigorated by Raditz's formidable presence, was eager to gauge the extent of their disparity. Raditz bellowed as he accelerated forward, appearing before Goku in the blink of an eye, his fists clenched, energy surging forth. Before Goku could react, he was struck by Raditz's colossal punch, which slammed into his abdomen with such ferocity that it nearly penetrated him entirely, sending him hurtling away in agony. The onlooking warriors fell into stunned silence, incredulous that their strongest, Goku, had been dispatched with a single blow. Raditz's speed was overwhelming, leaving Goku no room to respond. Slowly, Goku rose from the ground, clearly in pain from the impact. Raditz truly delivers a punishing blow. This has invigorated me, he thought. Meanwhile, Piccolo had reached the skies above Kame House, quietly observing the clash between Raditz and Goku. After a moment of silent contemplation, he was astonished by Raditz's declarations. Noticing Piccolo's arrival, Raditz called out, the Namekian has joined us. Come forth, both of you. Upon hearing Namekian, Piccolo recalled fragmented memories from his childhood, leading him to believe he too might be an extraterrestrial. Without hesitation, Goku and Piccolo launched themselves at Raditz, delivering rapid punches. Raditz effortlessly absorbed the blows, swiftly pivoting to seize both their hands. Despite their best efforts, they could not break free, and with a powerful flick, he hurled them to the ground, creating a massive crater. Chapter 5. The Confrontation. Raditz offered no respite, darting away with astonishing speed. Bik had scarcely a moment to rise before he was seized by Raditz and hurled into the sky. Following this, a barrage of energy waves struck him relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Bik was unable to evade the onslaught and plummeted directly into the sea. Meanwhile, Son Goku managed to rise, shedding all his burdens, and a formidable aura erupted from his body. Goku's speed and strength visibly intensified as he charged forward, re-engaging in fierce combat with Raditz. Though Goku could barely keep pace with Raditz's velocity, he was now able to discern the speed of Raditz's strikes, parrying and countering in a flurry of exchanges. Yet, Goku was acutely aware that Raditz was not exerting his full power. At that moment, Bik resurfaced from the ocean, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Raditz. Shedding his weights, he prepared to unleash his secret technique devised specifically for battling Goku. With one hand pressed against his forehead, Bik gathered energy. beads of sweat cascading down his brow. He concentrated all his strength into this singular blow. Raditz, engaged in combat with Goku, sensed the escalating power emanating from Bic behind him and realized the gravity of the situation. As Bic noted Raditz's focus on the fight, he finally completed his energy gathering, a sinister smile creeping across his face. With a mighty shout, Bic unleashed Demon Flash Cannon. A powerful spiral of energy surged forth, radiating blinding light, hurtling towards the two combatants. Goku was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Bic had cultivated such a formidable technique during their skirmish. It seemed he had grown complacent. Raditz, aware that warriors could enhance their fighting prowess through battle, recognized that Bic's attack approached a combat power of approximately 1500. In his memory, Raditz recalled falling to this very technique. Thus he was prepared for Bic's onslaught. With all his might, Raditz sent Goku flying with a single punch, while simultaneously gathering a potent energy wave in one hand, releasing it at lightning speed. The two energy forces collided midair. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the air. Raditz was astonished. How could this be possible? Exhausted from his attack, Bic gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, struggling to muster another assault. Raditz resolved to eliminate Bic first, swiftly closing in on him while he was weakened. Raditz unleashed a flurry of heavy blows upon Bic, leaving him utterly defenseless. Grasping Bic, Raditz flung him before Master Roshi's house. No need for further combat. Do you now comprehend the disparity in our strengths? Raditz descended slowly to the ground. Noticing Raditz's cessation of hostilities, Bic abandoned his battle stance. Raditz addressed Bic and Goku, declaring, "My battle power stands at 3000, while Frieza's is 530,000. Frieza will annihilate this universe, and no one will escape." Bic, Goku, and the others were left in stunned disbelief, grappling with the implications of a power level of 530,000. A single energy wave could very well obliterate them. Was there truly someone so immensely powerful in existence? Raditz, how could it be that you possess such strength, yet find yourself unable to defeat a being known as Frieza? The Saiyans are not limited to just you and Kakarot. There are two others, one named Vegeta and the other Nappa. Should they discover my absence, they would undoubtedly venture to Earth in search of me, and both possess combat prowess that far exceeds my own. Raditz then approached Piccolo and said, "Piccolo, as a Namekian, you are representative of your kind. It is my understanding that due to ecological issues, your home planet was rendered uninhabitable. Now, the Namekians have established themselves on other worlds. Yet Frieza has set his sights on Namek, alongside two malevolent Saiyans. Would it not be prudent for us to temporarily unite? Are there more Saiyans beyond us?" Piccolo pondered. "Considering the alliance, the enemy is formidable. Do you not find this exhilarating?" Goku remarked to Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, as even the deity in the heavens appeared astonished, realizing for the first time that he was an extraterrestrial. Piccolo's expression shifted, revealing a struggle between anger and contemplation. After a moment, he addressed the group, saying, "I am a descendant of the demon race. What connection do I have with the Namekians? However, I cannot tolerate Frieza's interference in my quest for domination. Raditz, after you and Goku eliminate Frieza, I shall continue my reign over this world. So, await my return." With that, he erupted with fury and took flight. Raditz understood that Piccolo, following the World Martial Arts Tournament, had ceased to be as malicious as before. A curiosity regarding his origins lingered within Piccolo, though he was reluctant to express it. Meanwhile, the deity in the heavenly realm silently observed all, his face betraying no emotion, leaving one to wonder whether he felt joy or sorrow. Simultaneously, Vegeta and Nappa were engaged in the eradication of alien life. After numerous fierce battles, they succeeded in vanquishing the formidable indigenous creatures of the planet. To their surprise, they discovered the exquisite taste of the alien flesh and decided to roast it over a fire. As they feasted on the alien delicacies, they listened to the recording left by Raditz before his device was deactivated. What on earth is this fool thinking, shutting off the device? The last reading indicated a combat power of 3000. Does he honestly believe such a level is sufficient? Is he contemplating betrayal? Nappa exclaimed, taking another hearty bite of the roasted alien meat to replenish his strength. "Calm down, Vegeta," Nappa said. "He is merely a weakling, perhaps slightly stronger than a common cultivator. There is no need to dwell on him. Once we report back to Frieza, we can deal with him." Vegeta's face twisted into a wicked smile. I am not angry. Rather, I am exhilarated. Did you not witness Raditz's recording? This scum can manipulate energy and elevate his combat power, not to mention the existence of the Dragon Balls, which grant wishes, such a useful concept. Nappa's expression shifted slightly as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, if that weakling Raditz can grow stronger, what is to stop us? As Vegeta gazed into the flames, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. The memory of his planet's destruction at Frieza's hands fueled a relentless fire of vengeance that had never waned. It became evident that both Vegeta and Nappa were fully aware that planet Vegeta had been obliterated by Frieza. Aside from themselves, Raditz, and Kakarot, all others had fallen victim to Frieza's wrath. Vegeta has long served under Frieza with the singular ambition of surpassing him in strength, vowing that one day he would take Frieza's life with his own hands. Let us not squander time. We shall depart for Earth at once. Nappa, scratching his head, inquired, what of this planet? It could fetch a handsome price. Vegeta, seething with anger at Nappa's foolishness, retorted, fool, would it not be better to wish for eternal life with the Dragon Balls? Do you wish to remain under Frieza's thumb for eternity? Have you forgotten the enmity between the Saiyans and Frieza? Nappa gazed at Vegeta, seemingly recalling the distant memory of the destruction of planet Vegeta and the deep-seated hatred it instilled within him, as well as the humiliations inflicted upon him by Frieza's minions, an affront to a warrior's honor. He fell silent, and the two swiftly boarded their spacecraft, setting course for Earth using the coordinates marked by Raditz. The journey would span a year, during which they could not afford to go without sustenance and would need to enter a state of suspended animation to conserve energy. With a roar, the circular spacecraft ignited, streaking through the sky like two shooting stars, hurtling towards Earth. Meanwhile, on that planet, the few surviving natives rejoiced, relieved that their enemies had finally departed, celebrating their victory. On Earth, Raditz had returned to Kame House alongside Goku and other warriors, elucidating the formidable power of Frieza's army. He explained the threat posed by two exceptionally powerful and malevolent Saiyans, one named Vegeta and the other Nappa, warning the assembled warriors that these individuals were far more formidable than themselves, and that Frieza was aware of the Dragon Balls through their reconnaissance. The warriors exchanged anxious glances, for what Raditz spoke of was beyond anything they had ever encountered. This looming crisis was far more terrifying than the threat posed by King Piccolo, and a sense of dread and helplessness began to spread among them. Observing the fear in his comrades' eyes, Goku, resolute in his convictions, addressed them. No matter how strong our foes may be, no matter the obstacles we face, we have always triumphed before. We must simply grow stronger. Upon hearing Goku's words, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha nodded in agreement. However, for Kairatsu, Oolong, Puar, and the elusive Launch, it was best not to involve them in the impending conflict. Although Kairatsu, Oolong, and Puar longed to fight alongside their friends, they were ultimately persuaded to return home and await the resolution of this ordeal. The remaining warriors, determined to protect their homeland, solidified their resolve. No longer paralyzed by fear, they were eager to train and prepare for the challenges ahead. Yet, the sudden arrival of Raditz, an extraterrestrial being, left many, apart from Goku, with lingering doubts. In a moment alone with Goku, Tien cautiously asked, Goku, do you truly believe everything Raditz has said? Goku replied, I can sense his energy. I trust his words. Tien responded, very well. But I hope this time you are not being overly naive and placing your trust in the wrong person. Some matters require time for digestion, and as Goku gradually elucidates, only then can everyone fully trust Raditz. Subsequently, Raditz lay alone in the deep pit left by the battle, gazing up at the boundless sky. His eyes slowly closed, and he could not help but relax. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, his existence had revolved around combat and travel. He had yet to take a moment to quietly rest and admire this distinct Earth. Having already engaged with the warriors and decided to fight alongside them, he merely hoped that his path would be smoother henceforth. As Raditz lay there, pleasantly dozing, he was suddenly overshadowed by a human figure. Opening his eyes, he found the newcomer to be Gohan. Uncle Raditz, would you like a treat? Gohan offered, holding out a lollipop. No, Gohan, warriors do not consume such things, Raditz replied. Gohan's eyes widened with curiosity as he asked, what is a warrior? Observing Gohan's inquisitive expression, Raditz reflected on Gohan's potential as a talented warrior and remarked, a warrior is one who protects that which they hold dear, much like how a lollipop represents all things beautiful, without a warrior's safeguard. Such treasures can easily be taken away. Upon hearing this, Gohan pondered thoughtfully, and Raditz believed this conversation might significantly influence Gohan's future. He considered that he might frequently guide Gohan, helping him to grow stronger. Just as the flutter of a butterfly's wings can stir a tempest in a distant corner of the world, the future remains uncertain for all. This world, too, had undergone subtle changes from the realm of comics known to Liu Hao. Chapter 6. Arise, Shenron. In the days that followed, Raditz resided at Kame House with the others. Being Goku's brother, everyone was curious about his experiences and the wonders of the universe, especially Gohan, who incessantly bombarded him with questions. Uncle, are there fish-faced aliens in the universe? Are there robotic aliens? No, Gohan, I have not encountered such beings. The most common entities in the universe are humanoid, Raditz replied. Despite this, Gohan remained tireless in his inquiries, displaying an insatiable thirst for knowledge, eager to absorb all that Raditz knew. Over these few days, Raditz also grew more familiar with Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. They recounted their past adventures with Son Goku, revealing many stories that were previously unknown to Raditz. This further solidified his understanding that this world diverged in numerous ways from the Dragon Ball universe depicted in comics. For instance, in the past, when Goku and his companions vanquished King Piccolo, the government retaliated with intentions of capturing them, a situation ultimately resolved only through the martial prowess of Goku and his allies. In this world, many nations do not exist in the unified state portrayed in the comics, and the global landscape is unstable, often erupting into warfare. Through their interactions over the past few days, the others gradually accepted Raditz. On this particular day, Raditz and the warriors were engaged in combat training. Kamehameha. Wukong unleashed a wave of azure energy towards Raditz. Raditz merely concentrated his ki in his hand, preparing to meet the incoming blue energy blast head-on. As the energy wave struck his arm, Raditz smiled faintly. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he deflected the energy wave into the sea. The explosion resonated with a deafening roar, boom. The ocean was violently agitated, steam rising from the impact, and the seabed became visible. The area around the Kame House was engulfed in a thick mist, obscuring everything in sight. Krillin raised one hand above his head, gathering ki, which intensified as he concentrated, multiplying his combat power several times over. Raditz sensed something extraordinary about this energy. It became increasingly refined in Krillin's hand, unlike ordinary ki, infused with compressed energy. This was indeed the Kienzan, a technique Raditz was somewhat familiar with, known for its ability to effortlessly sever Frieza's tail. Who possessed a combat power of 53, its might was unparalleled. With a swift motion, the Kienzan sliced through the air, appearing deceptively weak, even less direct than a standard energy blast. However, to underestimate the Kienzan would be a grave mistake. Raditz unleashed his power, accelerating to evade the approaching attack just in time, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Witnessing the formidable nature of the Kienzan ignited a desire within Raditz to learn this technique. Hold on, Krillin, are you aware of the power of your Kienzan? Its potential is boundless. Even Frieza would fear being cleaved by it. Krillin, taken aback, had not realized the true strength of his technique. Wukong, too, was slightly astonished, recognizing that Krillin's mastery of ki might even surpass his own, allowing him to execute such a technique as the Kienzan. Raditz then inquired about the secrets behind the Kienzan's execution. In no time, he grasped the fundamentals and ascended into the air, raising one hand above his head to gather ki as instructed by Krillin. The ki coalesced gradually in Raditz's palm, fluctuating in thickness and exhibiting a rather unstable form. After a period of concentration, he managed to condense a perfectly round sphere of ki, Kienzan. With this proclamation, the Kienzan was unleashed, cleaving the ocean in two. Towering waves cascaded downward, signifying Raditz's complete mastery of the technique. He realized that the Kienzan was not merely an ordinary attack. Its strength varied with the wielder's combat power. Following this, Raditz continued to engage in combat with Tien, Yamcha, Wukong, and Krillin until exhaustion set in. Throughout these days of training, when translated into combat power, Wukong's base strength was estimated to exceed 800. Though Piccolo was absent, it seemed his power should have reached around 700, while the other warriors hovered around 300 to 400. Continuing this training would yield only marginal gains in power. Recalling memories from a previous life, Raditz realized it was time to utilize the Kaioken and the hyperbolic time chamber for further enhancement. 4-star Dragon Ball. Kakarot, may I borrow it for a while? I have a use for it, though I cannot disclose it to you at this moment. Would you lend it to me? Raditz, what do you need the Dragon Ball for? Upon noticing the perplexity among the onlookers, Raditz felt compelled to elucidate that within the cosmos, there exist Dragon Balls, and the Namekians possess a remarkable proficiency in crafting these extraordinary orbs. At this moment, he found himself in dire need of the Dragon Balls. Although Goku harbored a hint of skepticism, he had come to trust Raditz completely over the past few days. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further into the matter shrouded in mystery and directly handed over the 4-star Dragon Ball from Gohan's cap to Raditz. To avert any significant upheaval in the world, Raditz felt it necessary to keep this transaction concealed from the masses. After acquiring the 4-star ball, he finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and retreated to a secluded corner where he consumed the super divine water. In a matter of moments, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his energy escalating with ferocity, as if it were poised to erupt. The energy swirled chaotically within him, and soon, this force surged into every muscle of his body. Goku, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the solitary Piccolo, who was training in a distant location, sensed the fluctuations in Raditz's energy. It was evident that Raditz was growing stronger. Had he experienced another breakthrough? Approaching Raditz, they beheld his complexion flush with vitality, his entire being radiating strength. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through Raditz's body, and he wobbled precariously, nearly toppling over. However, Goku and the others swiftly caught him. At that moment, Raditz felt an immense power within him, confident that he could face Vegeta without hesitation. Yet, he sensed a lingering black toxin within his system. He mused to himself that despite his newfound strength, the toll on his body was significant, and the next step involved summoning the Eternal Dragon to purge this toxin. Having never encountered the Eternal Dragon before, Raditz disregarded his current physical state, his heart racing with excitement as he placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Bringing them together, focusing intently, he took a deep breath and bellowed, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." Since he had ventured into the realm of Dragon Balls, it would be remiss not to witness the dragon at least once. Otherwise, his journey would be in vain. Though Raditz had summoned the dragon countless times in his dreams, wishing for various things, none had come to fruition. This was his first personal experience, and he was overwhelmed with emotion, his voice reverberating through the sky. At this moment, Raditz was consumed by exhilaration, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, not daring to blink for fear of missing a single moment. Soon, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and fierce winds began to howl. As the tempest raged, Gohan clung tightly to Goku's garment, lest he be swept away. The surrounding fauna, unaccustomed to such turmoil, fled in terror, vanishing from sight. Then, brilliant golden light surged from the depths of the ocean, ascending toward the heavens, as if piercing through the fabric of the cosmos. The golden radiance intertwined with the lightning, transforming into a dazzling cascade that shot skyward. Concurrently, torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by the resounding booms of thunder. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light emerged from an unknown source, coalescing into a magnificent green dragon. A resounding roar echoed in the ears of the onlookers, reverberating deep within their souls. This was the true form of the divine dragon, far grander than the one depicted in the memories of comics. Raditz, filled with excitement, took a few steps forward and gazed upward at the colossal creature before him. This was the mythical dragon of Huaxia he had envisioned in his mind, a sight so magnificent that it had previously existed only in dreams and fantasies. As for the warriors, having encountered the divine dragon on numerous occasions, their reactions were notably subdued and calm. The dragon ascended into the sky, its immense body spiraling gracefully in midair. The golden light soon faded, revealing the dragon's majestic form. It lowered its head slightly to approach the crowd, its golden eyes shimmering with radiance. "Who has summoned me? Speak your wish, mortal, for I can grant you but one." Raditz shouted towards the dragon, "O divine dragon, please cleanse my body of all toxins." "Mortal, as you wish." A cascade of golden light enveloped Raditz, who felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and soon, the toxins within him vanished. With the toxins eradicated, the dragon emitted another burst of golden light, while the dark clouds and the shimmering gold surrounding the dragon gradually dissipated. Once the dragon completely vanished, the sky cleared, and the incessant rain ceased. In an instant, the Dragon Balls turned to stone, resembling ordinary rocks, and swiftly scattered in all directions. Raditz and the warriors swiftly grasped the Dragon Balls, securing them for future use when needed. Raditz remained at Kame House for a few more days, but the training there had begun to yield diminishing returns. With a formidable enemy approaching in a year, Goku prepared to venture out with Gohan to train with Piccolo. Before departing, Raditz advised Goku to nurture Gohan's immense potential, lest his talents go to waste. He might prove invaluable in the coming year. The other warriors also set out to seek ways to enhance their combat abilities. Raditz resolved to journey to the place he had long envisioned, the Sacred Temple, the most suitable location for his training. If he could spend a day in the Room of Spirit and Time, it would equate to a year of training, significantly boosting his combat power. He then planned to find a way to reach King Kai's planet, where mastering the Kaioken technique would be ideal. Before heading to the Sacred Temple, Raditz visited Bulma's home to retrieve the modified scouter and shared his origins with her. Surprised to learn that Goku had a brother, Bulma responded, "Raditz, I've finished modifying your scouter. It was quite a task as it's an alien device, but I've dismantled the surveillance and recorded features and even replicated a few." She handed the scouter to Raditz. "Thank you, Bulma." After acquiring the scouter, Raditz promptly scanned his combat power and was astonished to discover that after consuming the super divine water, his combat power had surged from 3,000 to over 6,000. Chapter 7. The Divine Pavilion. Outside the tent, UPA was gathering firewood and turned to Bra, who was chopping wood with his axe. "Father, do you think the gentleman who came to rescue us has failed his challenge? He hasn't come down yet, and so many days have passed. It seems the trial is not as simple as it appears." UPA pondered for a moment. "No, that gentleman is incredibly strong. He easily defeated that group of people. He must have succeeded." With that, the two continued to gather wood. At that moment, Raditz, having acquired the battle power detector, swiftly made his way to the Corin Tower. Eager to check on UPA and Bra. "UPA, I'm back. The challenge was a breeze. I passed it effortlessly." "Father, you must be mistaken. I told you I could do it." Bra laughed heartily, quickly apologizing to UPA. "Sir, I want to become as strong as you and ascend the Corin Tower to pass the trials." Raditz patted UPA on the shoulder. "I believe you can do it. One day, you will surpass me." Encouraged by Raditz's words, UPA's gaze became resolute. Perhaps one day in the future, UPA would climb to the top of the tower on his own and become immensely powerful. After finishing his conversation with UPA and Bra, Raditz did not linger and leaped directly toward the tower's summit. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, Yajirobe and Master Corin were indulging in an extravagant feast. Master Corin exclaimed, "You glutton! You eat far too much, consuming all my supplies without any restraint." Yajirobe, seemingly oblivious to Corin's complaints, continued shoving food into his mouth at an ever-increasing pace. Raditz landed before Master Corin. "Master Corin, I wish to visit the Divine Pavilion, but am unsure how to get there." He requested guidance to reach the Divine Pavilion. Understanding his intentions, Master Corin responded, "The Divine Pavilion is atop the tower, even higher than this. Just continue flying upward, and you will arrive." Having received the directions, Raditz soared upward without hesitation. Back inside the Corin Tower, Master Corin turned to seek some delicacies, only to find that Yajirobe had nearly devoured all the food. "You gluttonous fool, can't you leave a little for me?" Master Corin sighed in exasperation. After departing from the Corin Tower, Raditz ascended for half a day before finally spotting a massive circular floating structure above him. He flew directly toward it, taking in the sight of the Divine Pavilion. Aside from a grand and imposing central building, only a few small houses remained, rendering the area eerily desolate, devoid of any inhabitants. As Raditz silently admired the scenery of the Divine Pavilion, a rotund figure, clad in black like charred coal, wearing a white hat and silk garments, floated over. Raditz couldn't help but internally scoff, thinking this man resembled a caricature. "Are you Mr. Popo?" "Indeed, Mr. Raditz. The Divine One has been waiting for you inside for quite some time." Mr. Popo, displaying great politeness, bowed before leading Raditz forward. Upon entering the temple, an elderly man clad in a plain robe emerged from a chamber, leaning on a staff and trembling slightly. His head bore antennae identical to those of Piccolo. Indeed, it appeared that he was the deity. The god had long been aware of all that Raditz had done since arriving on Earth, possessing the ability to sense everything that transpires on this planet. Raditz approached him and respectfully declared, "Greetings, esteemed deity. In a year's time, Earth shall face a formidable foe that threatens to annihilate our world. I humbly request your guidance in my training." The deity, recognizing Raditz's sincere demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement. "I have little to teach you. You are far stronger than I, and I owe you my gratitude for revealing that I am a Namekian. The hyperbolic time chamber may be of benefit to you." Mr. Popo then led Raditz to the location of the hyperbolic time chamber. Gently tapping the wall, a door suddenly materialized within it. As Mr. Popo opened the door, a radiant white light emanated, obscuring any view or perception of the chamber's interior. At that moment, a leaf, caught by the wind, drifted near the threshold of the door, and as it approached, its descent slowed dramatically, as if time itself were on the verge of standing still. The hyperbolic time chamber indeed possessed its own magic. Regrettably, one could only spend a year inside at a time and could enter only twice in a lifetime. If one could remain there long enough, would they not become invincible? Mr. Raditz, the hyperbolic time chamber is well stocked with ample food and water, and its gravity is many times that of Earth. Remember, once inside, to keep track of time, Mr. Popo advised. Raditz stepped inside, and Mr. Popo subsequently closed the door behind him. Upon entry, he beheld a vast expanse with several cabinets, which were laden with numerous capsules presumably containing various supplies. The moment Raditz lifted his foot to take his first step, he felt the weight of the chamber's gravitational force pressing down upon him, far greater than that of Earth. After a period of adjustment, Raditz began to train within the chamber, practicing his martial arts. He quickly realized that the exertion demanded was significantly greater than outside. Soon, the chamber was filled with sharp, cracking sounds. Those were the resonances of Raditz's fists and feet, the force of his strikes echoing throughout. Such progress indicated a remarkable advancement in his martial prowess. Raditz then attempted the double spirit bomb, which typically required both hands for concentration. He raised both hands above his head, striving to gather energy and generate 2 spirit bombs simultaneously, a feat requiring extraordinary focus akin to multitasking. Initially, he faltered several times, either producing attacks of insufficient power or malformed energy blasts. However, through relentless effort and refinement of his energy, Raditz ultimately mastered the technique of launching double spirit bombs. Thus, with each awakening, Raditz dedicated himself fervently to his training, consuming food when hunger struck, studying combat techniques in his spare time, and resting when fatigue set in. Repeating this cycle day after day. Throughout his training, he remained mindful of strengthening his weaknesses, particularly his tail. In the comic, once Raditz's tail is grasped, he becomes utterly powerless, losing his combat prowess. To eliminate this vulnerability, Raditz embarked on a rigorous training regimen for his tail. Initially, he could only collapse to the ground when it was seized, but gradually, he began to acclimate to the sensation of his tail being caught, ultimately becoming impervious to it. Additionally, he sought to master the formidable transformation into a great ape, a lethal technique reserved for moments of life and death. He retrieved a small artificial moon from the pouch at his waist, a standard accessory for Saiyans. The artificial moon ascended slowly until it reached the roof of the hyperbolic time chamber, where it halted. Subsequently, it emitted a silvery light, akin to magic. Enveloped in the moonlight, Raditz's eyes gradually dulled, his pupils morphing into a bloodshot hue. As he gazed at the artificial moon, his heartbeat quickened. Thump, thump, thump. His face began to contort and tear, while his blood surged through his veins, and his bones and organs expanded relentlessly. With each expansion, it felt as though his body was on the verge of being torn apart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Raditz's mouth. His immense energy surged skyward, causing the surroundings to crackle with intensity. At that moment, Raditz's body underwent a violent transformation. His flesh sprouted wild, beastly fur, and his form enlarged rapidly, causing the space within the chamber to expand along with him. Finally, Raditz morphed completely into a great ape, towering at 40 meters, and as his shape stabilized, the interior of the chamber ceased to grow. At this juncture, Raditz's once pitch-black pupils were reduced to mere slivers of darkness. His eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, consuming the last vestiges of his sanity. Just when he was on the brink of losing his reason, Raditz fought desperately against the feral, bloodthirsty impulses threatening to overwhelm him, teetering on the edge of madness. In a critical moment, he held firm. The savage crimson in his pupils gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a rational black. Raditz succeeded. In his great ape form, he retained his humanity and reason, a feat he could not accomplish during his earlier encounters with Vegeta and Nappa. It seemed that the Saiyan's ability to eradicate the weakness of his tail and enhance his combat capabilities allowed for perfect control over the great ape transformation. With renewed vigor, Raditz swung his fists. Each strike unleashed a gale, and each step reverberated like an earthquake of magnitude 7. 8. His defensive strength was formidable, and he felt confident that he could withstand a blow from Frieza. Raditz now believed that if he concentrated his power, a mere gentle punch could obliterate the earth. However, a few shortcomings lingered. The energy consumption was immense, and the transformation could not be sustained for long. This transformation could last at most 5 minutes, and the movement speed of the great ape was painfully slow, making it challenging to strike fast-moving adversaries. After mastering the ability to control his great ape form with reason, time flew by, and before long, over 6 months had passed. Aside from practicing his martial skills in the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz also transformed into a great ape several times, mastering this formidable form with a remarkable control that extended to 10 minutes. The fruits of Raditz's diligent training were evident, showcasing rapid progress. With only a few days remaining in the chamber, Raditz felt he had nearly exhausted the potential of his training. At his current level, he realized he could not advance the war further. It was time to elevate his training to new heights. He promptly opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, which vanished as he stepped through. Emerging from the chamber, Raditz felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He retrieved his battle power detector, which registered a staggering 15,000 points. His power had ascended from 6,000 to 15,000, although there remained a slight disparity when compared to Vegeta's strength. If he were to break through during battle, the outcome against Vegeta could be uncertain. However, he would easily handle Nappa. Chapter 8. Illusory Realm Training. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Bubbles leisurely sipped delicious afternoon tea beneath a sunshade, reflecting on the tranquility of Earth, where nothing remarkable occurred, and peace reigned once more. As the chamber door slowly opened, Raditz stepped out, surprising Bubbles, who had not anticipated Raditz's early emergence. Observing Raditz's aura, Bubbles sensed a significant enhancement in his strength since his entry. "Raditz, you have emerged earlier than expected. It appears you have made substantial progress," Bubbles remarked. "Indeed, Mr. Bubbles. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, I felt I had reached my limit. Further breakthroughs seem unattainable," Raditz replied. The Supreme Kai, present within the chamber, sensed Raditz's augmented power the moment he exited, realizing it was time for the next phase. Raditz entered the Supreme Kai's abode and addressed him. "Supreme Kai, while the training in the hyperbolic time chamber is beneficial, the absence of combat hinders further enhancement." The Supreme Kai, seemingly already aware of Raditz's state, responded directly. "It appears that your training in the hyperbolic time chamber has greatly advanced your abilities. I can sense your burgeoning strength. You are now ready to engage in combat training within the illusory realm. I believe your power can grow even further." "Combat training? But can we truly engage in battle here? If the opponent's power is too low, the training would be futile," Raditz questioned. "Rest assured, Raditz, your adversaries will be formidable. You shall have the freedom to fight without restraint," the Supreme Kai assured him. With that, he guided Raditz into a room that housed a massive bronze mirror. The Supreme Kai recited an incantation in a language Raditz could not comprehend, lightly tapping the mirror with his staff. Instantly, the mirror emanated a blinding light. The surface of the mirror rippled like water, manifesting an entire realm within. Gazing through the mirror, it became evident that the world within was not Earth, but rather a bizarre alien civilization, shrouded in darkness and devoid of sunlight, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. The celestial being discerned Raditz's confusion and addressed him, stating that the illusion would conjure formidable warriors who had once graced the universe. With each defeat, increasingly powerful foes would emerge. Upon hearing this, Raditz couldn't help but think of the illusions encountered by the warriors Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha in the celestial realm, as depicted in the comics. Realizing this, Raditz surmised that the enemies within would indeed be exceptionally strong, providing significant aid to his training. "Is there a method to select the adversaries I wish to confront?" Raditz inquired. The celestial being nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Raditz, but you may only choose foes with combat power comparable to your own or slightly superior. I want to face members of Frieza's army," Raditz declared. Upon hearing this, The celestial being recited an incantation, and a beam of light shot forth into the world within the door. It is done. Enter, Raditz. As Raditz stepped into the illusion, he was immediately struck by the chaos that enveloped him. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and the ground lay littered with debris. Numerous spacecraft, reminiscent of Frieza's fleet, were strewn about, leading Raditz to speculate they must be older models. Surveying his surroundings, Raditz sensed several power signatures nearby. Activating his scouter, he detected combat powers registering at 3,504,000. Is that all? He mused. However, upon concluding his scan, the enemies concealed among the ruins became aware of Raditz's presence. With a resounding crash, a portion of the debris collapsed, revealing two shadowy figures that did not resemble any known humanoid form. They leapt forth at an astonishing speed, wielding bones as if they had just feasted. Observing Raditz's arrival, they hastened towards him, bones still in hand. In an instant, the two figures materialized before Raditz, revealing their true forms. Raditz beheld serpentine humanoids with 4 arms, fierce visages, and blood-red eyes, clad in the garb of Frieza's army, exuding an intimidating aura. These must be the elite of Frieza's forces. Yet Raditz recalled no such minions from the comics. The monstrous beings flickered like points of light, creating tumultuous waves as they charged. Unlike any attacks Raditz had previously encountered, these creatures unleashed strange lasers from their eyes. Combat power readings soared to 7, 520 and 8, 959. It appeared these monsters could sense energy and augment their strength in battle. As the lasers erupted forth, the scouter registered their combat power escalating alarmingly high. In response, Raditz unleashed his rage, elevating his combat power to 15,000, and retaliated with 2 energy blasts to counter the extraterrestrial assault. The collision of the energy blasts and lasers resulted in a tremendous explosion in the air. As the attack proved futile, the 2 non-human entities engaged in communication, speaking in a language incomprehensible to Raditz. One of the formidable creatures burrowed into the ground, evading detection by both the combat power detector and the atmosphere, seemingly vanishing. The other creature charged towards Raditz, unleashing a flurry of punches with its 4 arms, a dizzying display of ferocity. However, despite the chaotic onslaught, Raditz maintained his composure, refusing to be thrown off by the creature's relentless assault. After exchanging blows for numerous rounds, it became evident that, while the creature's combat power could escalate, it still paled in comparison to Raditz's strength. Seizing an opportunity, Raditz executed a flying kick to the creature's abdomen, sending it hurtling several meters away, purple blood spewing forth. Instead of succumbing to fear, the creature's crimson eyes grew even more menacing as its combat power surged once more. The creature's reading on the detector soared to an astounding 10,532 points, yet it did not continue its assault on Raditz. Instead, its 4 arms bulged with visible veins, rapidly expanding. With its palms facing Raditz, the creature began to gather energy, evidently preparing for a powerful attack. Raditz, astute and not one to be caught off guard, commenced consolidating his own energy for a circular slash. At that moment, the combat power detector and the energy readings fell silent, as the creature that had burrowed underground erupted forth, ensnaring Raditz in a tight embrace. In this critical moment, the harder Raditz struggled to free himself, the tighter the creature's grip became, rendering him momentarily immobilized. As the energy wave amassed by the creature swelled ominously, danger loomed ever closer. With a thunderous roar, the very air was displaced by a strike of combat power that undoubtedly exceeded 12,000. The creature unleashed a spiraling energy wave, crackling with electricity, hurtling towards Raditz. In a desperate bid, Raditz unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, pouring forth all his might to push against the creature's constraining arms. The creature's limbs were battered by Raditz's energy, flesh tearing and blood spraying everywhere. Despite its waning strength, the creature clung on tenaciously. As the spiraling energy wave approached, Raditz summoned every ounce of his strength, exerting his utmost force. The creature's arms began to rend apart. With a loud crack, they were ultimately torn asunder, allowing Raditz to break free. The severed creature let out a furious roar as the spiraling energy struck it, sending it soaring through the air. In the sky, the creature's chest was pierced by the radiant energy, bones fracturing one after another, blood erupting uncontrollably. The dismembered monster soared momentarily before the spiraling energy obliterated its chest, causing a gruesome spray of blood and flesh as it collapsed, lifeless. Raditz, having deftly evaded the attack, swiftly launched 2 energy blasts to ensure the creature was truly vanquished. After firing the blasts, he executed a flying kick towards the remaining creature with precision and speed. The monsters burrowed directly into the ground, each possessing the ability to conceal their presence. No matter how Raditz employed his energy or utilized the combat power detector, he was unable to ascertain the monsters' locations. In this illusory realm, he could not afford to be lenient. Raditz ascended into the sky, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Though this method of seeking out the monsters consumed an immense amount of his energy, Raditz remained unperturbed, for he had the Senzu beans at his disposal. Under the saturation of his assaults, the entire surface of the earth was ravaged, leaving the monsters with no refuge as they emerged from their subterranean hiding places. In the instant the monsters surfaced, Raditz charged toward them, reaching their vicinity in mere breaths. The monsters, having expended their might in a previous attack, were gasping for breath and yearning to burrow back underground to recuperate. They would have easily evaded in a prior state, but now they found themselves utterly helpless. Thud, thud, thud. Raditz's kick struck the monster's chest, sending it crashing violently against numerous buildings, blood trailing behind it like a crimson path as it fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 9, Illusion, Part 2. Although the monster lay on the ground, it still clung to life, its body trembling as it attempted to rise. Raditz, however, would not grant it the opportunity. With one hand raised above his head, he concentrated energy into a gathering orb. Energy Sphere Slash. Raditz swiftly unleashed a fierce energy slash aimed directly at the monster. He anticipated that the creature, having exhausted all means of defense, would be unable to withstand this attack. Yet, as blood streamed from its body, the monster, in a desperate struggle for survival, managed to form a semicircular yellow energy shield at its fingertips just as the energy slash approached. The shield appeared flimsy, seemingly lacking in defensive strength. With a resounding clash, the energy slash collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered both. It was known that the energy slash possessed the strength to sever Frieza's tail, a feat even Frieza would not dare to confront head-on. Raditz was astonished that the monster could endure such an attack. Though he had encountered numerous powerful beings while accompanying Vegeta on various planets, and had witnessed many alien creatures' extraordinary abilities, this energy shield was unlike anything he had seen before. The ability to convert energy into a defensive shield capable of withstanding an energy slash was remarkable. It seemed these extraterrestrial creatures possessed unique techniques, perhaps warranting further exploration of their various combat methods. Raditz was genuinely intrigued by this energy shield, yet communication with the monsters in this illusion was impossible. Even if he could engage in conversation, their language would remain incomprehensible. The energy slash felt as if it struck solid iron, failing to penetrate despite Raditz's combat power of 15,000. He unleashed 2 consecutive energy slashes. The monster, already grievously wounded, had expended a significant amount of energy on the previous shield, leaving it with no means of defense. With a sound akin to a blade slicing through flesh, Raditz's attack cleaved through the monster, severing its body into 3 pieces. The monster's blood-red eyes seemed to reflect a glimmer of unwillingness before it ultimately succumbed to death, devoid of any remaining life. After this fierce battle, Raditz found himself considerably drained, and he realized that relying solely on the remaining Senzu beans would be futile against a relentless onslaught of such monstrous foes. Sitting amidst the ruins, he took a moment to rest when, suddenly, the remnants of the creature began to transform. The remains gradually vaporized, coalescing into tendrils of black smoke that swiftly merged together. Before long, the smoke formed a mass that expanded outward, gradually materializing limbs, a torso, and a head. In a short while, the black smoke crystallized into a plump, pink humanoid figure. From a distance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Majin Buu, prompting Raditz to exclaim in shock, "How could this be? It can't possibly be Majin Buu. If it were, what would be the point of training?" Upon closer inspection, however, Raditz recognized the figure. It was not Majin Buu, but rather a prominent member of Frieza's ranks whom he had encountered before. The figure, formed from the smoke, was entirely pink, with an enormous mouth and minuscule eyes. resembling a toad with its pockmarked visage. Initially expecting to face mere foot soldiers of Frieza's army, Raditz was taken aback to see that it was Dodoria, a formidable warrior known for his involvement in the destruction of planet Vegeta and for having slain Bardock's comrades, even besting Bardock himself. Dodoria regarded Raditz with an air of arrogance, a disdainful expression etched upon his face, seemingly awaiting Raditz to make the first move. Raditz, no longer at ease as he had been against the previous monsters, adopted a serious demeanor. Under Dodoria's scrutinizing gaze, Raditz decided to strike first, unleashing a concentrated blast of energy aimed directly at Dodoria. With a series of explosive sounds, Raditz's energy blast surged forth like a torrential downpour towards Dodoria. Yet, facing an opponent with superior power, Raditz felt a sense of futility, knowing that this barrage would have minimal effect. Nevertheless, he resolved to employ a strategy reminiscent of Prince Vegeta's, hoping to exploit any weaknesses Dodoria might reveal. As the relentless energy blasts rained down upon him, Dodoria merely smirked, showing no hesitation as he unleashed a formidable aura that propelled him upward to evade the onslaught. Raditz continued to fire energy blasts, following Dodoria's trajectory through the air. It appeared as if a curve had been drawn across the sky, the blasts detonating in a frenzy, gradually engulfing Dodoria. Yet, when the smoke cleared, Dodoria remained unscathed, his ample aura intact. In an instant, Dodoria reappeared before Raditz, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. Raditz, quick to react, raised his arms in defense. The impact forced him to stagger back several steps, and Dodoria, sensing the opportunity, unleashed a flurry of punches. The rapid succession of strikes landed heavily upon Raditz's arms, leaving him unable to mount a counterattack against the relentless onslaught. In a fit of agony, Raditz unleashed a powerful wave of energy, his arms throbbing with unbearable pain. The force of his energy momentarily hindered Dodoria's advance, prompting Raditz to retaliate with a swift kick. Caught off guard, Dodoria was propelled several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz contemplated executing a key sphere slash from a distance to create space between them and seek a tactical advantage. However, Dodoria, sensing Raditz's intentions, did not wait for the attack to culminate. In an astonishing display of speed, he lunged towards Raditz, closing the distance in an instant. Before Raditz could react, Dodoria appeared beneath him, delivering a rapid elbow strike to his chest. Following this, a flurry of punches rained down upon Raditz, culminating in a devastating body slam that rendered him powerless. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing into the ground and leaving a substantial crater in his wake. Blood spilling from his mouth. Though painful and injurious, this barrage did not incapacitate Raditz. Swiftly, he consumed a Senzu bean, rejuvenating his strength to its peak. In the blink of an eye, Raditz rose from the earth, exuding an even more ferocious aura than before. The ground beneath him trembled under the immense pressure of his energy, fissures appearing in its surface. Simultaneously, his ki surged forth like a tempest, radiating outward with increasing intensity. Initially, the energy wave was merely a fierce gust, but as Raditz's power continued to swell, the force grew more violent, causing nearby structures to collapse into ruins. Even at a distance, Dodoria was taken aback by the impact of Raditz's burgeoning energy. Raditz sensed his combat power rising and, to avoid triggering the scouter, disabled it in favor of his own instincts. Moments later, he estimated his power to be at least 17,500. With newfound determination, Raditz charged at Dodoria like a cannonball. Unfazed, Dodoria maintained his arrogant demeanor, confident that 17,500 points posed no threat, and crossed his arms defensively. In that instant, Raditz's fist collided with Dodoria's crossed arms, unleashing a cataclysmic clash of energies that reverberated through the ground. The terrain beneath them cracked and splintered under the strain of their opposing forces. Yet, Dodoria remained relaxed and unfazed, swiftly leaping away and pivoting to deliver another strike that sent Raditz crashing back into the earth. However, Raditz, undeterred, vanished from sight like a flash of lightning, evading the impact. In the next moment, he reappeared before Doria, concentrating his energy into a formidable fist and striking with great force. Raditz's previously stabilized power level began to surge unexpectedly, registering at 17,500, 16,500, 18,500, 20,000, and finally exceeding 22,000. It was only when the power detector surpassed 22,000 that it ceased its frantic oscillation. Doria, who had initially maintained a relaxed demeanor, found his expression deepening upon witnessing Raditz's escalating power levels. Without a moment's hesitation, and with little time to spare, Doria's corpulent form bent with agility, his fist narrowly grazing his body, merely brushing against his clothing. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Raditz and Doria engaged in a fierce aerial battle, the atmosphere reverberating with the relentless sounds of their clashing fists. With each brutal collision, their punches possessed immense force, causing the already dilapidated structures below to crumble with every strike. After a vigorous exchange, both combatants were drenched in sweat, their stamina significantly depleted. In unison, Raditz and Doria threw their fists, landing blows upon each other's chests. Almost simultaneously, blood trickled from their mouths as they continued their aerial skirmish, unable to determine a victor. Realizing the futility of their current tactics, Raditz swiftly distanced himself, aiming to conclude the battle with a decisive energy wave. Doria, recognizing Raditz's intent to unleash a final blow, also created space between them. Both warriors prepared from afar, ready to unleash their ultimate strikes, betting all their energy on this climactic confrontation. Chapter 10. The arrival of the warriors. Doria and Raditz almost simultaneously gathered their energies. They concentrated all their might into their hands, drawing in the chaotic energy of the illusory space, which seemed on the brink of collapse. The atmosphere was fraught with tension as black fissures began to materialize, spreading throughout the illusory realm. The very fabric of this divine illusion could scarcely withstand the magnitude of their combined power, threatening to crumble at any moment should they unleash their attack. As the tumultuous energy encircled them, the sky darkened ominously, and the air within the space roared to life, imbued with an almost sentient fury. With their energies fully amassed, Doria and Raditz prepared for their final strike. They erupted almost in unison, their energies intertwining, each unable to overcome the other. As their powers collided, the space around them continued to fracture, debris cascading from above. The stalemate persisted, both Raditz and Doria's faces flushed with exertion. The contest became a test of willpower, a struggle to see who could endure and maintain their energy the longest. The one who faltered would be consumed by the very force they wielded. Through rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz had honed his mental fortitude and willpower to a level significantly superior to that of Doria. Before long, a yellow wave of energy from Raditz gradually overpowered the purple energy wave of Dodoria. In a matter of moments, the yellow energy wave approached Dodoria, causing him to panic as his strength began to wane. As Dodoria's mental state shifted, the yellow energy wave completely engulfed him. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the once formidable Dodoria vanished from this realm. The very fabric of space twisted as if torn like paper. The force of this strike was so immense that it ripped apart the space itself. Subsequently, the entire area emitted a strange luminescence, and after a flash of white light, Raditz found himself unable to see anything before him. When he slowly opened his eyes, he realized he had arrived in the heavenly palace. Standing beside him were the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, and miraculously, all the injuries he had sustained in battle had completely vanished, as if he had never fought at all. "You have finally emerged." The Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo greeted Raditz with smiles after waiting for over 3 months. 3 months have passed, and you have returned. It seems you have made significant progress. You are now the most powerful warrior I have ever encountered. 3 months? It feels like I was only gone for less than a day, Raditz replied, perplexed. The Supreme Kai explained, this realm distorts time, much like the hyperbolic time chamber. But in contrast, time flows more rapidly here. Raditz focused his energy to sense his battle power. It had increased to over 2-fold. He was still less than half the strength of Vegeta, but this power was considerable. Just then, Raditz sensed several energies approaching. These were warriors. In an instant, figures appeared before him. Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Gohan, with Yamcha holding Bulma in his arms. Raditz sensed that the warriors had significantly enhanced their powers, with Goku and Piccolo exhibiting the most substantial increase. Goku and Piccolo had the highest battle powers, followed by Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. Upon careful inspection, Raditz noted that Gohan's battle power had reached approximately 500, proving himself to be the most promising Saiyan prodigy. If Gohan were to train diligently, he might even surpass Goku, but it would require Gohan's own determination to grow stronger. Upon further understanding, Raditz learned that the warriors had been engaged in sparring and training, honing their fundamental skills while experimenting with weighted clothing to enhance their speed and develop new techniques. They continued their training until they felt they had exhausted all possible avenues for improvement and decided to seek further strength in the Heavenly Palace. Bulma, as Yamcha's girlfriend, accompanied him. Upon seeing Raditz, the group slightly turned their gazes, sensing his current battle power. The gathered individuals realized that Raditz's power had reached an unattainable level. Sun Wukong remarked, "Raditz, how have you cultivated your strength? We believed we had made significant progress, yet in comparison to you, it pales in insignificance." Raditz noticed that Piccolo had also arrived at the Heavenly Temple, a feat that was no small accomplishment. Piccolo raised an eyebrow. Initially, he did not wish to accompany the warriors to meet the deity. As the Demon King, his ambition was to conquer the world. However, his growth in combat power had been rather sluggish, and one day, Wukong came seeking him to join the journey to the Heavenly Temple. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to pursue a greater and swifter path to breakthrough. "Old man, you must have provided Raditz with access to the hyperbolic time chamber and the illusory realm for his training, otherwise his progress would be unfathomable," Piccolo stated. Upon seeing Piccolo, the deity wore a stoic expression, for Piccolo was a manifestation of his dark thoughts, representing the duality of mankind. Each time the deity laid eyes on Piccolo, he was reminded of his past transgressions. Conversely, Piccolo often mocked the deity, viewing him as hypocritical and detestable. As Piccolo inquired, the deity's face darkened, and he chose to ignore him completely. Observing the deity's demeanor, Piccolo felt anger boiling within him, contemplating the idea of seizing the god of destruction and merging with him. Sensing the rising hostility from Piccolo, Raditz interjected on behalf of the deity. "Indeed, it is the hyperbolic time chamber. It offers immense benefits for training. Kakarot, you should enter and train, as it will greatly aid in preparing for the impending arrival of the malevolent Saiyans." Raditz has trained in the hyperbolic time chamber and the illusory realm? What are these? Sun Wukong inquired, his expression filled with confusion. At this moment, the deity took the time to elaborate on the intricacies of the hyperbolic time chamber to all the warriors. Piccolo, having emerged from the same essence as the deity, was already privy to this knowledge, yet the more he learned about the deity's affairs, the more repulsed he became. Upon hearing about the benefits of the hyperbolic time chamber and the illusory realm, the warriors eagerly expressed their desire to participate. Only 2 individuals could enter at a time, making it more advantageous for those of similar combat power to train together. The deity organized for them to enter in turns, and once their training in the hyperbolic time chamber was complete, they would proceed to the illusory realm for further cultivation. The first to enter were Wukong and Piccolo, followed by Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and finally Gohan and Krillin. As they awaited their turn, Raditz contemplated the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken technique from King Kai, which he had yet to acquire. These 2 abilities were essential for Raditz, as they rendered him nearly invincible in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world. Furthermore, with the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe altered and Wukong still alive, it implied that he had missed out on crucial training opportunities. Raditz could not guarantee that he could keep pace with Wukong when facing future adversaries. Having advanced beyond Wukong in his training, Raditz had essentially claimed what was once rightfully Wukong's. With this newfound strength, he bore the responsibility to protect this realm, a duty he could not forsake. One can only await Sun Wukong's emergence from the Spirit Time Room, thereafter devising a means to escort him to King Kai in the north, striving to meticulously restore the timeline within the Dragon Ball universe. It is imperative for Sun Wukong and Piccolo to enhance their strength, thereby providing support and avoiding the plight of solitary combat. In the manga, the Supreme Kai has established a connection with King Kai, indicating that he should possess knowledge regarding the path to the latter. Raditz, stationed outside, addressed the Supreme Kai directly. "Supreme Kai, I seek guidance on how to reach the realm of King Kai for further training." The Supreme Kai was taken aback, surprised that Raditz was even aware of King Kai's existence. The Spirit Bomb and King Kai's fist, which King Kai wields, possess cataclysmic energy. However, based on the Supreme Kai's perception of Earth from the temple, he was already aware that the formidable adversaries Raditz spoke of would soon arrive on Earth. After a brief contemplation, the Supreme Kai resolved to assist Raditz and replied, "I can indeed communicate telepathically with King Kai. Whether he is willing to assist you will depend on his disposition." With that, the Supreme Kai slowly ventured out, standing in the Grand Hall. silently attuning to King Kai's divine essence. The Supreme Kai's thoughts swiftly traversed through Earth, the solar system, and the Milky Way, akin to making a phone call. And in an instant, he reached King Kai on his planet. King Kai, are you available? May I intrude? A formidable enemy is approaching Earth and could jeopardize the entire galaxy and even the fabric of time itself. With that, the Supreme Kai conveyed the entirety of the situation, including the matters concerning Frieza's army, through telepathic transmission to King Kai. Meanwhile, King Kai, who was at home enjoying tea and appeared rather rotund, felt a fleeting thought cross his mind. He instantly comprehended the implications of what the Supreme Kai had conveyed. Chapter 11, King Kai. After a moment of contemplation, King Kai assessed that these two malevolent Saiyans posed little concern to him. After all, he is a King Kai, witnessing countless planets being annihilated by Frieza daily. The loss of Earth was trivial in the grand scheme. However, the galactic tyrant Frieza and his army were indeed troublesome. Frieza's penchant for obliterating planets was one matter, but the more pressing concern was his disdain for the divine. King Kai, along with the higher-ranking Supreme Kai, harbored no doubt that Frieza would eventually seek to augment his power, and one day, he would turn his wrath upon them. If Frieza were to uncover the secrets of the Dragon Balls and gain their power, the situation would become dire. With his hands clasped behind his back, King Kai paced thoughtfully, contemplating how to address this predicament. After some time, he came to a resolution, determined to curb Frieza's arrogance, and transmitted his thoughts to the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, I have grasped the entirety of your message. I am willing to instruct Raditz in his next phase of training. You may open the time portal to bring him here. The Supreme Kai was momentarily stunned, not anticipating King Kai's swift acquiescence. It is well known that training under King Kai is a rare opportunity. Raditz, King Kai has consented, but he is known for his peculiar temperament. So you must show him the utmost respect. Come, I shall escort you to the portal. The portal? Raditz inquired, perplexed. The North Kai spoke of the portal, a gateway that allows for intercommunication between different temples upon receiving divine permission. Raditz pondered, such a phenomenon was absent in the Dragon Ball manga, evidently. There existed many facets of this world that he remained oblivious to. After speaking, the Supreme Kai led Raditz into the Kai Palace, opening door after door as they ventured deeper into the palace's recesses. Within the depths of the palace, amidst a clutter of debris, lay a door enshrouded in dust. The Supreme Kai cleared away the clutter and stood before the door, reciting an ancient and enigmatic incantation. In an instant, the door shimmered with golden light, the dust gradually dissipating, rendering it akin to a newly forged passage. Without anyone to physically open it, the door creaked open slowly, revealing a swirling vortex of white light. This portal, while convenient for passage, often harbors unforeseen perils, cautioned the Supreme Kai. Raditz, you must exercise vigilance. The Supreme Kai's warning stemmed from the fact that this portal, forged by divine power, served as a rapid transit method. However, the divine power was not solely for transport. It also provided protection. Should any misfortune occur, or if one were to exit the conduit prematurely, the loss of divine safeguarding could lead to catastrophic consequences. Sudden exposure to such velocity without protection could result in one's body being torn asunder, a fate that had befallen many throughout history, including deities themselves. Yet, Raditz was unaware of these dangers, as they were never depicted in the manga. Hearing the Supreme Kai's caution, Raditz inquired, "Is there truly no alternative route to King Kai's planet?" "There is," replied the Supreme Kai, "but time is of the essence. If you delay and return after visiting King Kai, it will be too late." Accepting the urgency of the situation, Raditz understood he could not afford to waste time. He stepped into the portal, the white vortex enveloping him entirely, and he vanished in an instant. A beam of light shot forth from the Supreme Kai's palace, forming a path that traversed the cosmos at an astonishing speed. As Raditz approached the entrance of the portal, he felt an unseen force tugging at him. Dismissing his concerns, he knew entering the portal was the swiftest means to reach King Kai's planet. No matter the danger, he was determined to acquire the Kaioken technique and the spirit bomb. As he entered the portal, his entire being felt as if it were ensnared and propelled uncontrollably forward. A fleeting glance to either side revealed the Earth, the Milky Way, and a multitude of unknown celestial bodies racing past him. Raditz was soaring through the cosmos, and at that moment, in the void, a shadow seemed to sense his presence. What? This soul does not belong to any universe or time. The shadow, evidently intrigued by Raditz, decided to act swiftly to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Without hesitation, it launched an assault aimed directly at Raditz, breaking through the fabric of time and space, poised to strike him from the void. Within another resplendent palace, there resided an individual capable of exerting dominion over the heavens, effortlessly mastering the intricacies of time and space. This esteemed figure sat upon their throne, and with a fleeting thought, sensed an assailant emerging from the shadows. The target was merely an ordinary Saiyan, yet this particular soul appeared to possess extraordinary qualities. Observing the shadowy figure's aggressive intent, the Great One extended a hand in protection of Raditz, a gesture that could effortlessly shatter any celestial body upon mere contact. The two hands collided within the realms of time and space, their clash resonating with formidable power. However, it seemed neither party held the upper hand. As they exchanged several swift strikes, each firmly entangled with the other. In a mere breath, they could have exchanged hundreds of blows, yet neither could prevail over the other. The shadowy figure, recognizing the stalemate, resolved to seek another opportunity. The battle unfolded amidst the fabric of time and space, and as the strikes failed to connect, Raditz remained unperturbed. The events transpiring around him had no discernible impact on his being. Before long, Raditz caught sight of a diminutive celestial body, so small it could scarcely be larger than a meteor, gradually magnifying in his view. As he advanced, drawing ever closer to this minuscule planet, it became evident that this was the destination of his journey. The path illuminated by light ultimately guided him to the surface of this small celestial sphere, whereupon Raditz slowed his pace. Upon setting foot on the soil of the North Chaos planet, the overwhelming force that had propelled him dissipated into nothingness. This must indeed be the North Chaos planet, resembling the depiction in the manga, and indeed it was small enough that with Raditz's current explosive speed, he could traverse its circumference in mere seconds. The North Chaos planet lay tranquil and serene, adorned with a few wispy clouds in the sky, and a vast expanse of lush green grass. Amongst the verdant landscape rested a punk-styled vehicle, while at the center stood a solitary 3.5-story house. Simple in contrast to the grandeur of the heavenly temple. The moment Raditz stepped onto the North Chaos planet, he sensed a distinct gravitational force, 10 times that of Earth. Yet, having long acclimatized to such pressure in the hyperbolic time chamber, he felt no disquiet. On the grassy terrain, a gorilla and a grasshopper frolicked, their energy sensing revealing a combat power of 1,000 points. In the distance, within the house, a presence exuded a combat power of 3,000, presumably the North Ko himself. The North Ko had already sensed Raditz's arrival, and soon appeared before him, a round figure donning sunglasses. "I am the North Ko, overseer of the entire North Galaxy. And I am now communicating with you through thought," a voice resonated within Raditz's mind. "The Earth's deity has informed me of your purpose here. Given your strength, I have little to teach you, save for 2 techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb." Upon hearing the names of these techniques, Raditz eagerly expressed his desire to learn. "North Ko, I need not learn anything else. These 2 techniques will suffice, and I am willing to master them." The North Ko, pleased with Raditz's eagerness, began to elucidate the merits and drawbacks of these 2 formidable abilities. However, Raditz was already aware that the North Kai's 2 techniques, the Kaioken, could greatly enhance combat power by several times, even by dozens of times, yet they imposed a significant burden on the body. The Spirit Bomb, on the other hand, could only be wielded by one whose heart was devoid of evil, and it proved effective only against those with malevolent intentions. After the North Kai elucidated these 2 techniques to Raditz, a mysterious smile graced his lips. With a slight smile, the North Kai stated that Raditz would first have to undergo his trials before he could learn these techniques. Trials? Raditz wondered. Could it possibly involve the North Kai's penchant for corny jokes? He felt a jolt of surprise. "You need only to tell me a corny joke or make me laugh. Otherwise, you shall learn nothing. Prepare yourself, and let us begin," he declared. Raditz felt a sense of helplessness. Why must he resort to humor to learn the techniques? Yet, he could not abandon his pursuit of the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. "Lord Kai, I am ready," he proclaimed, immediately preparing himself. The North Kai's expression turned serious, as if no joke could elicit a chuckle from him. Facing such a stern figure, Raditz braced himself to give it a try. Chapter 12, Cultivating Chi. Mastering the Kaioken. Once upon a time, a bun was walking along a road, feeling hungry, so it ate itself and then vanished from existence. Upon hearing this, the North Kai stood there in a stupor. Raditz then continued, a wolf, a tiger, and a lion are playing a game. Who would undoubtedly be eliminated? The North Kai pondered seriously, eventually responding, the weakest must be the wolf. Raditz shook his head. Not the wolf, but the Peach Boy wolf. After this, the North Kai's expression became even more solemn than before, not the hearty laughter Raditz had anticipated. Seeing the North Kai's lack of reaction, Raditz persisted with various attempts to elicit a smile. However, the North Kai remained inscrutable, his demeanor growing colder, as if on the verge of losing his temper. Saiyan, are you here to amuse me? What sort of corny joke is this? If it cannot make me laugh, I assure you, I will not teach you any techniques, he declared. Raditz felt a sense of frustration. Was the North Kai truly lacking in intellect, with this peculiar quirk of his, impervious to his attempts at humor? Raditz, gazing at the North Kai, felt an urge to deliver a hefty punch to his plump visage, but for the sake of the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, he restrained himself. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, a crow takes a flight, while a black tiger reaches for its heart. The North Kai's expression softened, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he were about to laugh. Raditz furrowed his brow. He had not expected that the classic line from Black Tiger Afu would resonate with him. Continuing, Raditz recited, a whirlwind devastates a parking lot. A flying elephant tramples a mouse. Mount Tai bears down. A black tiger sweeps past, awakening the sleepy bear. A horse's tail swats at flies, while an angry crow takes to the sky. The electric-eyed hamster jumps on the wheel, and the rhino charges forth with turtle fist. The North Kai's mouth quivered uncontrollably, and he had to cover it with his hand to stifle his laughter. Seeing the North Kai like this, Raditz intensified his efforts, unleashing a barrage of classic lines from Black Tiger Afu. Ultimately, the North Kai could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the joy for a considerable time before finally regaining his composure. Ha ha ha, it is truly amusing. Raditz never anticipated that you could utter such humorous words, making you the most hilarious jester in the universe. However, Raditz wore a face of embarrassment, feeling helpless and hoping that King Kai would refrain from spreading such remarks, lest it tarnish Raditz's illustrious reputation. Since you have successfully elicited laughter from me, I shall teach you the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. To master the Spirit Bomb, you must first learn the Kaioken. Pay close attention and grasp the intricacies within, said King Kai, his expression turning serious as he channeled his energy into a furious state. His aura swelling dramatically, with blood coursing through him. A crimson wave of energy erupted from every part of King Kai's being, akin to a roaring flame. The grass and leaves around them were swept away in the opposite direction, and King Kai's garments billowed wildly, every hair standing on end. Beep, 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 battle power 30. 000. Raditz sensed the terrifying power of the Kaioken, feeling his combat spirit ignited by the crimson energy. He even contemplated engaging in a battle with King Kai, yet it appeared that the king could not sustain this state for long. Are you all right, King Kai? Why do I sense that you are trembling? Raditz inquired. King Kai, panting and shaking, sought to release the Kaioken state after demonstrating it. Upon hearing Raditz's words, King Kai deflated like a punctured balloon, the Kaioken state dissipating instantly. Raditz recognized that King Kai's Kaioken was extraordinarily fierce, with his blood seemingly boiling and merging with his energy, producing an astonishing battle power. However, upon returning to a normal state, his energy waned significantly, rendering him nearly unable to stand. Catching his breath, King Kai explained, by sensing your blood, you can meld your energy with it, and as your mastery of balance improves, your battle power will multiply. However, prolonged use of the Kaioken can have severe repercussions on your body. Raditz, you must maintain equilibrium. If your energy surges too high or your blood fails to flow adequately, a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Raditz queried, so, King Kai, does this mean that if I sustain injuries during battle and my energy diminishes, my life force will correspondingly decrease? Is there a risk to my life while training in the Kaioken? King Kai nodded slightly, affirming Raditz's understanding, and subsequently conveyed to him the vital principles of maintaining the balance between energy and blood through mental focus. In the tranquil solitude of King Kai's diminutive planet, Raditz sought a secluded spot to practice as advised. The first step was to visualize the blood and energy within his body, attempting to fuse them together. Raditz endeavored to enter a state of visualization akin to perceiving energy. He concentrated on his limbs and internal organs, layer by layer. However, as he commenced this practice, He slowly began to sense from his limbs, but found it impossible to locate the energy circulating through his internal organs with the same immediacy as he did with his energy. Thus, he sought out King Kai once more, yearning for answers. King Kai, I attempted to visualize my own being. Yet I find myself unable to perceive it as directly as I do with energy. What could be the reason for this? Seated within the vehicle, the North Supreme Kai nonchalantly glanced at Raditz while sipping fine wine. You must first cultivate your mental prowess. The training of one's spirit requires an introspective journey, a profound understanding of the world through one's chi. Chi is an immensely potent force. By refining it, one can grow stronger or engage in battle with just a subtle awareness of their mental energy. The essence of our physical being, including our senses and blood, is innate. A deficiency in mental strength renders one incapable of true perception. However, when mental power reaches its zenith, one can perceive the universe's myriad forms, even transmitting chi to another's hands through sheer will. Upon hearing the North Supreme Kai's words, Raditz recalled his earlier readings of the Dragon Ball manga, where mental energy seemed absent, replaced instead by peculiar techniques. It appeared that mental prowess was akin to the sorcerers depicted within that realm. Raditz returned to his training ground and sat in meditation for several days, endeavoring to follow the North Supreme Kai's advice, beginning from the heart. During these days, Raditz quieted his mind, casting aside all distractions, and began to attune himself to the surroundings, his environment, the entire planet. In an ephemeral moment, he entered a profound state, as though his soul had transcended his physical form. Every element, from the tiniest weed to the grandest stone, emanated a peculiar energy distinct from chi. With his spirit liberated from his corporeal confines, Raditz endeavored to absorb this extraordinary energy within himself. Before long, he witnessed the flora and the planet itself coalesce into a stream of green luminescence flowing toward him. The North Supreme Kai, reveling in his own indulgence, observed the sky as the energy gradually crystallized, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Raditz felt a remarkable transformation as the energy flowed into him, augmenting his innate chi with this newfound mental energy. His perceptive abilities expanded significantly, allowing him to sense the chi of nearby celestial beings, their locations becoming increasingly vivid. After a while, the flow of energy ceased, despite the planet's latent spiritual energy still palpable to him. Raditz surmised that all things possess a spirit, and perhaps the cosmos would not permit him to absorb it all. With some progress in his mental training, Raditz began to experiment with entering a meditative state, this time with remarkable ease. Chapter 13. The Return. Before long, he transitioned from this meditative state into a deeper awareness of his limbs than his bones. And as he delved further inward, he became cognizant of his blood. The next step was to attempt the fusion of chi with his blood. In this contemplative state, Raditz endeavored to mobilize the blood within him. Under the influence of his mental energy, it gradually began to flow outward. As the blood began to mingle with chi, Raditz strived to maintain a delicate balance between the two, urging forth the chi. Yet, this was no simple endeavor. An excess of chi with insufficient blood would render the Kaioken technique unusable, while an abundance of blood with scant chi could overwhelm his body with excessive power. Each attempt required mental energy, and Raditz's mastery over it was still budding. Time and again, he tried and faltered, suffering failures. On several occasions, his impatience led to exerting too much force, even causing him to spit blood. Once more, Raditz endeavored to merge the blood and energy within him, inching closer to a harmonious equilibrium. He exerted himself to maintain this delicate balance, feeling a faint surge of crimson energy poised to erupt. Ultimately, success eluded him. A minor disruption in the flow of his blood and energy caused chaotic currents that nearly led to his demise. Hastily, he stabilized his energy, consuming a few sins of beans to gradually recuperate. The King Kai, observing Raditz's turbulent aura, advised him not to rush, stating that he had never witnessed anyone achieve success on their first attempt. Thus, the days passed in a relentless pursuit, Raditz undeterred by repeated failures, growing increasingly adept. On this occasion, he unleashed a powerful burst of energy, nearly attaining perfection. A faint crimson aura emanated from him, far surpassing the typical explosive energy. Within him, the fusion of energy and blood accelerated, expanding until an abundance of red energy erupted from Raditz, who felt himself growing stronger, his aura intensifying. King Kai Fist. With this proclamation, The technique was fully realized. Raditz was enveloped by an unending stream of crimson energy. The resulting wave of energy nearly sent North Kai and his pet flying. Raditz reveled in his newfound strength, confident that even against 34 Vegetas, he would prevail. Although he acknowledged the considerable gap between himself and Frieza, along with his subordinate Ginyu. Immediately, Raditz employed his energy to gauge his battle power, which registered at a formidable 66,900. Despite this significant increase, he soon experienced dizziness and a tearing sensation after activating the threefold King Kai Fist, prompting him to cease this state. He realized that sustaining the King Kai Fist for more than 78 minutes was taxing on his body. Should he attempt an 8-fold or 10-fold increase, he risked disintegration. It would be prudent to conserve the King Kai Fist for future transformations into Super Saiyan. After a brief respite, North Kai approached. Raditz, it seems you have mastered the King Kai Fist. However, without a more robust physique, I advise against advancing to higher levels of the technique, lest you jeopardize your life. Grateful for the king's concern, Raditz replied, Thank you, King Kai. I will exercise caution. It is time to progress to the Spirit Bomb. North Kai assessed Raditz, acknowledging that while most Saiyans were inherently malevolent and warlike, Raditz had purged his evil essence during the Super God Water trial, and his aura no longer bore that taint. Consequently, he should be capable of utilizing the Spirit Bomb. Raditz, the Spirit Bomb requires the harnessing of energy from all living beings possessing ki or spiritual power, coalescing into an energy sphere. However, this sphere can only be used against those with evil hearts. The more malevolent the enemy, the greater the potency. Having learned the King Kai Fist and cultivated your mental prowess, you can now communicate with all existence to manifest it. Practice at your own pace. With that, North Kai retreated into his abode to resume his leisure activities. Subsequently, Raditz merged his spiritual energy with his ki, expanding it across the entire planet. Each breath communicates goodwill with all beings inhabiting this planet. By calming the mind and closing one's eyes, one can perceive the essence of every powerful entity, including stones and fallen leaves. I beseech you, all beings, lend me your strength. After conversing with the universe, Raditz raised his hands above his head. Beams of radiant white light began to coalesce into small orbs in his palms, infused with the will of all things, grasses, towering trees, leaves, and even stones. It became evident that all entities possess spirit and intent, though some are too feeble to manifest. As Raditz organized his thoughts, the energy sphere reached the limits of power that this planet could absorb. It formed a modest orb, yet according to King Kai, it could not harm any beings devoid of malice. Raditz reluctantly dispersed the energy, which returned to every blade of grass and tree under King Kai's domain. Indeed, Raditz, you have shed your malevolent aura. Both the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb can be executed successfully. Your training is nearing completion. Grateful for King Kai's teachings, Raditz vowed to wield this power to safeguard the world. Observing Raditz, King Kai pondered before finally speaking. Raditz, your mental prowess can merge with other energies. You must consistently focus on your training. If you persist, your potential will surely elevate you to great heights. Remember this. Yes, King Kai, I shall heed your advice and cultivate my skills diligently. If possible, may I bring a few companions for training? After saying this, Raditz utilized his mental energy to transmit information about Goku, Piccolo, and others into King Kai's consciousness. King Kai smiled, pleasantly surprised by Raditz's ability to perform thought transmission, a skill easily mastered with the proper utilization of mental energy. As he reviewed the information sent by Raditz, he noted Goku's pure spirit, making him well-suited for learning the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. However, upon examining the details regarding Piccolo and the others, King Kai contemplated further. This Goku fellow is quite intriguing. You may have the Supreme Kai use the time-space door to bring them here. However, he must amuse me to learn the Kaioken. As for the others, I shall consider it. Raditz could only sigh in exasperation, wishing for King Kai to amend his peculiarities, as it seemed the forthcoming warriors would endure considerable trials. After a few days of solidifying his training, King Kai often compelled Raditz to share jokes, which Raditz found tiresome, yet eventually grew accustomed to. As Raditz prepared to return to Earth, King Kai expressed reluctance, fearing the loss of his source of laughter. At the moment of parting, he coughed softly and said, Raditz, do remember to visit King Kai's planet whenever you have the opportunity. Do not forget. He then struck a pose reminiscent of a crow on an airplane, leaving Raditz both amused and bewildered. With a resigned smile, Raditz replied, "Very well, King Kai. I shall certainly return when time permits." Upon uttering these words, the North Kai summoned the time gate from within his dwelling. Upon witnessing the time gate, Raditz could not help but inquire of the North Kai whether each deity possessed such a portal. The North Kai elucidated that every time gate is bestowed by a high-ranking deity, and only through divine sanction and power may one utilize it. The time gate, imbued with the might of the supreme gods, allows for instantaneous traversal across planets. Raditz contemplated in his heart that it meant one could journey anywhere, including to planet Namek. The North Kai subtly raised his hand, channeling divine energy into the time gate, which began to radiate golden light as a pathway slowly materialized. Raditz waved farewell to the North Kai, expressing, "Until we meet again." He then stepped onto the path of the time gate, being swiftly drawn towards Earth. Although his training under the North Kai did not enhance his combat prowess, he had successfully mastered the Kaioken technique and the Spirit Bomb, thus feeling a sense of fulfillment. Having spent approximately 3 months on North Kai's planet, it was finally time to return, and he wondered how Goku and the others had fared in their training. Chapter 14. The Gravity Room within the Heavenly Palace on Earth. A brilliant light erupted as Raditz returned to the Divine Sanctuary. Noticing the presence of the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo approaching, Raditz decided to attempt a telepathic transmission. At that moment, the thoughts of the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo were suddenly filled with Raditz's mental communication. "Great Kai, North Kai has consented to allow Goku to train with him, and he is also willing to permit Tien, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha to join him for training." The Supreme Kai, while having no objections to Raditz's proposal for the others to train with North Kai, expressed concern upon hearing that Piccolo would also be involved. "Raditz, is it truly wise for Piccolo to train with the Kai? He was once a tyrant who sought to dominate the world. Trust me, Great Kai, Piccolo has reformed and deserves the opportunity to learn from the North Kai." Despite Raditz's reassurance, the Supreme Kai sensed a lingering unease regarding Piccolo's transformation. At that moment, Raditz noticed Bulma seated within the Heavenly Palace, engrossed in tinkering with machinery. Upon seeing Raditz's return, she approached him with enthusiasm. "Raditz, you're back. How was your training?" "Nothing too troubling, though the North Kai is rather challenging," Raditz replied. He then recounted to Bulma the peculiarities of the North Kai, who insisted on sharing corny jokes, which was quite unbearable. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. She had not expected the North Kai to be so approachable, in stark contrast to the Supreme Kai's imposing demeanor. Raditz recalled that in the manga, Bulma had constructed a gravity chamber for Vegeta, which significantly accelerated his training. Having already mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, he realized that further advancement could only be achieved through a gravity chamber. Raditz thus requested Bulma to create a gravity chamber for his training. Initially, she was uncertain about its design. Raditz clarified that he desired a chamber capable of generating gravity several times that of Earth, with adjustable settings. For Bulma, Raditz's request was manageable. It merely required some time to construct. "Raditz, the gravity chamber should be no issue. Give me a few days, and I will attempt to build it at home." Having spoken, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it, instantly conjuring a sleek, artificial flying vessel before her. Without hesitation, she mounted the craft and soared swiftly towards her abode on Earth. Days passed, yet the warriors remained shrouded in their training. Raditz found himself seated within the sacred world, diligently honing his mental fortitude. Suddenly, a ship approached with a swiftness, and upon closer inspection, Raditz recognized the playful Bulma at the helm. The vessel gently descended beside the sacred world, and Bulma leapt down from the cockpit. "Through my research," Raditz noted, "the gravity chamber had been completed, albeit with a modest gravitational multiplier." "Thank you, Bulma. It suffices for now," he remarked. With that, Bulma led Raditz to a more spacious area within the sacred world. She casually tossed another capsule, revealing a vast, circular mechanical structure, the gravity chamber. Bulma assured Raditz, "Within, you needn't worry about provisions. There is ample food and clothing to last a year." She continued, "My gravity chamber, utilizing Earth's technology, can achieve a maximum of 50 times Earth's gravity. However, to attain greater levels may require further breakthroughs. Be warned, reaching the maximum gravity within could jeopardize the very cells of your body. Under such intense pressure, your organs, blood vessels, bodily tissues, and even your brain could be at risk. Even with your Saiyan physiology, This gravity poses significant dangers. In his recollections, Raditz remembered Goku training under extreme gravitational conditions, often teetering on the brink of death. Exhausted to the point of incapacitation, he had relied solely on the mystical Senzu beans to continue his training. Yet, Raditz, now immensely powerful, believed he could withstand the pressure. The 50 times gravity chamber will suffice for the time being. As for the dangers, I am unconcerned, he asserted confidently. Seeing Raditz's unwavering assurance, Bulma refrained from further admonitions, merely offering a few crucial points to keep in mind. Once Bulma concluded her instructions, Raditz descended to seek a bag of Senzu beans from Master Corin, along with a tire that could adjust its weight at will. Master Corin was somewhat reluctant to part with his treasured possession. Raditz donned the weighted clothing, manipulating his energy to increase its weight to 300 kilograms. As he entered the gravity chamber, he activated the device to a 20-fold gravity setting. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming heaviness. The combination of the 300-kilogram weighted attire and the chamber's effects rendered even basic combat training arduous. At this moment, Raditz's speed dwindled, reminiscent of a tortoise's sluggish pace on Earth. Days passed, and through relentless determination, Raditz gradually acclimated to the gravity. Soon, he escalated to 25 times gravity, which still presented a formidable challenge. Under such pressure, Raditz found it nearly impossible to strike, as the immense weight significantly drained his body's stamina. Whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, a single Senzu bean would rejuvenate him instantaneously. Day after day, Raditz diligently practiced the combat techniques of the Saiyans, ultimately adapting to the gravity, resulting in a significant enhancement of his base combat power from 22,000 to 38,000. On this particular day, a surge of energy emerged, indicating that Goku and the others had presumably exited the illusion. Raditz promptly stepped outside to greet them and observed a newfound resoluteness etched upon their faces, exuding an aura of confidence. During their time in the illusion, they had engaged various formidable opponents, which gradually fortified their prowess, and their energy levels had notably increased since their entry. Through sensory perception, it was clear that Goku's combat power had reached at least 10,000, while Piccolo stood at 9,000, Tien at 6,000, Krillin at 5,000, and Launch at 4,500. Most surprisingly, Gohan appeared to have matured significantly, with his combat power reaching a remarkable 5,000. Kakarot, it seems you all have grown considerably stronger within the illusion, Raditz remarked. Goku, noticing that Raditz's energy remained stagnant at just over 1,000, was skeptical of his progress. The Supreme Kai had already informed them that Raditz had trained under King Kai, and Goku found it hard to believe that Raditz had not advanced further. Raditz, I refuse to believe that your training has yielded such meager results. Come, let me witness your true strength. Upon hearing Goku's challenge, Raditz's fury ignited, and his combat power surged to 38,000. Before Goku and the others could express their astonishment, Raditz unleashed the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal strength. A crimson energy wave erupting in place of the usual energy explosion. Beep, beep, beep. 11,000 combat power. The warriors observed the unleashed energy from Raditz, each displaying a unique reaction. Some were eager to engage, while others felt a sense of calm, and a few were defiant, yearning for a challenge. Raditz, you are surprisingly formidable. I truly wish to experience the thrill of battle against you, Piccolo exclaimed with frustration. Old Kai, you must allow us to train on King Kai's planet. Raditz replied, grinning mischievously. Piccolo, training under North Kai is no simple task. You will understand once you arrive. Noticing the determination among the group to continue their training and grow stronger, the Supreme Kai promptly opened a portal through time and space. Raditz and Goku agreed to spar upon their return, and together, the group journeyed to North Kai's realm. Meanwhile, Raditz returned to the gravity chamber, enduring the rigors of 25 times Earth's gravity in his training. As time passed, Vegeta and Nappa's arrival drew near. Suddenly, the portal reopened, and Goku and the others returned. After a brief exchange, it became evident that only Goku had grasped the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques, causing Piccolo's face to turn an ominous shade of green, while the expressions of the other warriors were equally peculiar. Clearly, they had been tormented by North Kai's eccentricities, even if they managed to elicit laughter from him. Mastering the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb proved exceedingly challenging, especially for Piccolo, whose anger bore a hint of malevolence. His training had only amounted to what could be achieved under 10 times gravity. As the group engaged in casual conversation, the Supreme Kai, capable of sensing all life on Earth, furrowed his brow slightly, as if he had detected something amiss. 2 circular spacecraft were rapidly descending through the atmosphere above Earth. The celestial deity perceived 2 circular spacecraft slicing through the sky above Earth, undoubtedly the 2 malevolent Saiyans that Raditz had mentioned. Upon hearing this, Raditz thought to himself, so, they have finally arrived, Vegeta and Nappa. The warrior then suppressed his energy to sense their whereabouts and proceeded towards the location of Vegeta and Nappa. At that moment, the circular spacecraft rapidly traversed the Earth's atmosphere, creating 2 massive craters in a desolate region. The hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, releasing gas as a man donned in battle attire sat quietly inside, none other than Vegeta. In the other circular spacecraft, a robust, towering bald man sat, who was indeed Nappa. Beep, beep, beep. The spacecraft has reached its destination. Hibernation mode deactivated, a mechanical voice announced, awakening the slumbering Vegeta and Nappa. Have we finally arrived? It's been ages since I had such a long sleep. My body feels stiff. I can hardly wait to slay a few foes, Vegeta remarked in anticipation. Chapter 15. The action of Lepin. As Vegeta activated his power level detector, he observed that the Earth was teeming with humanity, yet their power levels were merely 5, 10. With the highest barely reaching a few hundred. This planet's inhabitants are worthless. It appears Raditz is not even present here. I could easily annihilate them all right now, Nappa. Nappa scrutinized their surroundings. This planet possesses decent quality. Why not exterminate its populace and fetch a handsome price for it? Moreover, we might as well gather the Dragon Balls while we're at it. Afterward, we can track down that incompetent Raditz. Just as they were contemplating this course of action, several figures darted past them. These figures were none other than Raditz, Goku, and their companions. Nappa immediately employed his power level detector to scan the newcomers. Power levels, 596, 210, 911, 110. Upon realizing they were merely a collection of weaklings, Nappa scoffed, Raditz. You've spent so much time with these fools that your power level has dwindled to a mere 110. Pathetic. He then directed his gaze at Goku, who bore a slight resemblance to Raditz. This fellow beside you must be your worthless brother. Kakarot's power level is only 100, truly fitting for one born with a mere 2. With that, both Nappa and Raditz erupted into laughter, showing no intention of engaging the warriors, lest they dirty their hands. The group remained composed, unfazed by the taunts, while Raditz wore an impassive expression as he regarded Vegeta and Nappa. You are both far too weak. I have no desire to engage, he declared. This statement appeared to infuriate Vegeta and Nappa, with Nappa nearly succumbing to the urge to strike, only to be restrained by Vegeta. Nappa, he merely seeks to provoke us. The more worthless they are, the more brazen they become. They are not worthy of our efforts. Surrender the Dragon Balls, and I will grant you a swift death. With that, Raditz produced the petrified Dragon Balls and tossed them before them. Is this what you desire? The Dragon Balls have already been utilized. There will be no further opportunities for you, Raditz asserted. Vegeta picked up the stone-like Dragon Balls, which appeared indistinguishable from ordinary rocks, and cast them disdainfully to the ground. Vegeta was unaware that the Dragon Balls could still be utilized a year later. Upon hearing Raditz's proclamation, he was consumed by rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. You wretched fool, you actually used the Dragon Balls. Very well, I shall ensure your demise is most excruciating. He commanded Nappa to produce the necessary items. Nappa, understanding the unspoken instruction, smiled and retrieved a bag of seeds from his pocket. He knelt down, carelessly poking several holes in the earth, and poured 6 seeds from the bottle into the openings, covering them with soil and watering them. These seeds were a lethal tool commonly employed by the cultivators, capable of siphoning a minuscule essence from planets. The greater the mass and quality of the planet, the more beneficial it was for the cultivators, enhancing their combat prowess. The cultivators were inherently ruthless, their fighting capabilities devoid of mercy, making them instruments of slaughter. Furthermore, after 24 hours of use, the cultivators would devolve into mere piles of debris, making them convenient to transport and dispose of post-usage. A cultivator's combat strength could rival that of Raditz, effortlessly wiping out this pathetic group. Before long, the cultivators emerged from the soil. Observing the terrifying figures, Gohan could not help but exclaim, "How repulsive." The cultivators were diminutive. With cabbage-like heads and transparent craniums protruding outward, their elongated crimson eyes exuding an aura of malevolence. These are the ones, annihilate them, cultivators. Raditz chose not to engage immediately, opting to provide his warriors with an opportunity to hone their combat skills. Raditz had been keenly observing the warriors' training over the past several days and sensed that even a dozen cultivators posed little threat to them. Vegeta issued commands to the 6 cultivators. At that moment, Liu Ping stepped forward, arrogantly proclaiming that everyone should witness the fruits of his training. "Leave it to me. No matter how many come, I will dispatch them instantaneously. Behold the results of my training. Do not be absurd, you fool." Vegeta and Nappa did not share his confidence. Fully aware that the cultivators possessed a formidable battle power of 1,200 points, especially when facing someone with only a few dozen points as indicated by the power detector. Vegeta casually pointed to one of the cultivators, commanding him to eliminate this arrogant individual or face dire consequences. Liu Ping erupted with fury, a powerful aura emanating from him, creating waves around him. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 4,500 points. The revelation was astonishing. How could he, who had only moments ago exhibited a mere score in the tens, suddenly possess such formidable strength? Nappa was taken aback, surprised that this earthling, Liu Ping, harbored such combat prowess. Vegeta also felt a measure of astonishment. Could it be that these earthlings can manipulate their battle power? At that moment, the battle commenced. The cultivator lunged towards Liu Ping, who shouted fiercely and extended his hand, seizing the cultivator's wrist. The cultivator struggled to break free, but his strength was inadequate. He retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Liu Ping's forehead, only to have it thwarted by Liu Ping's other hand. With a gentle toss, Liu Ping sent the cultivator hurtling away, and then unleashed a series of energy blasts at the airborne cultivator. The cultivator was struck by the blasts, resulting in his body exploding into several fragments. After Liu Ping eliminated the cultivators, he tossed his hair nonchalantly before Vegeta and disdainfully remarked, "What utter trash. Is this the caliber of a superior race's subordinates?" Absolutely devoid of any sensation. Nappa, incensed by Liu Ping's provocation, glared at the remaining cultivators. "All of you attack. Dispose of him." The cultivators, witnessing their companion turn to ash, were now filled with fear, and at Nappa's command, they hesitantly advanced, trembling with trepidation. Liu Ping charged at the remaining cultivators at full speed. The others, upon seeing him approach, recoiled in fright, their legs quaking uncontrollably. Liu Ping barreled forward, his hands slicing through the air with the ferocity of a wolf, effortlessly cleaving several cultivators in half, a thick, white viscous liquid, blood, erupting from their bodies, splattering grotesquely on the ground. Weary of close combat, Liu Ping struck a dashing pose, gathering energy at his fingertips before exclaiming, "Ha! Energy blast, take flight." Instantly, a projectile of energy shot forth, striking multiple cultivators who had no chance to evade, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Just as Liu Ping reveled in his triumph, a solitary cultivator, hidden in the shadows, lunged forth in an attempt to grapple with him. None but Raditz reacted in time. Could it be that a classic Dragon Ball moment is upon us? Raditz mused. Although the cultivator was weak, a close-range self-detonation would surely leave Liu Ping in a precarious predicament. Raditz prepared to intervene to prevent Liu Ping's embarrassment, but to his astonishment, Liu Ping wore a confident smile. "I've known about you all along. You thought you could ambush me, old man." With that, an energy blast erupted from the ground, obliterating the last remaining cultivator. Having dispatched all the cultivators, Liu Ping stood before Nappa and Vegeta, taunting them fervently. Vegeta, incensed by Liu Ping's arrogance, seethed with rage. "A mere clown dares to prance about in front of us." Nappa. Upon hearing Vegeta call his name, Nappa realized it was his turn to strike. "Fear not, Vegeta, I shall relish in tormenting this fool." With a cruel grin, Nappa turned to Liu Ping. "You had best hurry, my patience is finite. Rest assured, Vegeta, I shall defeat him swiftly." Nappa's aura erupted with brutal power, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. Crackling sounds of electricity resonated in the air. Nappa concentrated his energy, compressing it against his body, the friction generating a crisp, explosive sound. As Nappa propelled himself forward, his formidable mass became surprisingly agile. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Liu Ping, delivering a ferocious punch aimed squarely at his head. Liu Ping had no time to evade, and could only shield his head with his arm. The impact sent him sprawling backwards several dozen meters, and the two engaged in a frenzied exchange of energy blasts, each detonation echoing in the air. Nappa then gathered a tremendous amount of energy, unleashing a powerful energy wave with a devastating force. Liu Ping stood resolutely, his hands resting upon his hips, and unleashed the turtle destruction wave. In an instant, the energies clashed, resulting in a tremendous explosion that hurled both combatants away. Despite sustaining injuries from the shockwave, they quickly regained their footing and engaged in close-quarters combat. Nappa delivered a powerful punch to Liu Ping's abdomen, while Liu Ping retaliated with a fierce kick to Nappa's chest, each striving to outlast the other. The ferocious exchange continued, neither yielding an inch for some time. However, after hundreds of exchanges, Liu Ping began to falter, realizing that Nappa, a seasoned warrior with exceptional combat skills, had the upper hand. Nappa executed a sweeping kick that sent Liu Ping sprawling to the ground, then unleashed a flurry of energy blasts aimed directly at him. Liu Ping was battered by the relentless onslaught of energy waves, his strength waning, his body pushed to its limits. Seeing victory within his grasp, Nappa gathered his energy for a final, decisive blow meant to extinguish Liu Ping's life. At that critical moment, a swift figure darted in, Son Goku, who delivered a powerful kick to Nappa's side, causing him to roll several times before coming to a halt. Upon recognizing Goku, Nappa's rage intensified. "If you seek death, then let us face it together. I shall make your demise swift," he bellowed. Hearing Nappa's taunt, the warriors no longer concealed their power, revealing their true strengths. 10,000, 9,000, 6,000, 5,000, and 4,500 points. As Vegeta observed the readings on the power scanner, he was taken aback, realizing the Earthlings possessed such formidable strengths. Yet, he remained unconcerned, confident in his ability to handle them. Meanwhile, beads of sweat trickled down Nappa's brow as he grappled with disbelief. The weakest among these Earthlings matched his own strength. Could it be that the power scanner was malfunctioning? How could these Earthlings possess such might? Regret flooded Nappa's mind. He wished he had refrained from boasting. With Raditz standing by, the other warriors focused their attention on Nappa. They charged simultaneously, delivering a barrage of fists that left Nappa disoriented and bloodied. Faced with overwhelming odds, Nappa found himself powerless to defend, casting a desperate glance towards Vegeta for aid. Vegeta, upon noticing Nappa's pitiful expression, scornfully retorted, "You are worthless if you cannot handle these opponents." Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed a series of powerful energy blasts towards the warriors, utilizing the moment of chaos to swiftly pull Nappa to his side. Struggling to lift his head, Nappa managed to murmur, "I apologize, Vegeta." "Thank you." Vegeta, wearing a disdainful expression, chose to ignore Nappa's gratitude. In accordance with the narrative of the anime, Vegeta would typically eliminate Nappa, but at this juncture, he refrained. Recognizing that the formidable enemy and numerical superiority necessitated Nappa's assistance for the final confrontation, Vegeta addressed the warriors, "Do not presume that your numbers can overpower me. To me, you are merely refused with slightly elevated power." With that, Vegeta unleashed an astonishing aura, which seemed to instill fear in the warriors, rendering them momentarily paralyzed by his overwhelming presence. As Gohan witnessed Vegeta's overwhelming power, he stood frozen in fear. The warriors had trained together for a period, during which Piccolo had shown considerable care for the exceptionally talented Gohan. Observing Gohan's cowardice, Piccolo's eyes burned with frustration. "Why are you still dawdling, Gohan? If you are afraid, retreat at once." Gohan stammered, No, I just can't move my legs." At that moment, the warriors were caught off guard as Vegeta surged toward them with blinding speed, his movements imperceptible to their eyes. He swiftly positioned himself behind Lepin and delivered a single punch that sent him flying. Upon witnessing Lepin fall unconscious, the warriors rushed in, eager to engage in combat. However, they found themselves utterly incapable of landing a blow on Vegeta, who unleashed his fury upon them unrestrained. Vegeta, akin to a god of war, single-handedly dominated the battlefield. Krillin, realizing that their collective assault on Vegeta was futile, concentrated his energy with a single hand. "Kienzan," he declared. As Krillin unleashed his energy disc from a distance, the warriors instinctively leaped back. Only Vegeta remained within the disc's trajectory. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the attack, he effortlessly bent down to evade it. The disc struck a distant mountain peak, cleaving it in twain. With the Kienzan failing to connect, Goku, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin launched a frenzied assault on Vegeta. Vegeta responded with full force, his punches and kicks executed with such speed that the warriors could barely follow. A sweeping strike sent them all sprawling. As Vegeta soared into the air, looking down at the defeated warriors with a haughty expression, he scoffed. Indigenous beings are indeed pathetic and weak. Realizing that the Kienzan was ineffective and their barrage had no impact, Piccolo communicated telepathically with Goku, Tien, and Krillin. You hold him off. Use the solar flare to blind him, and I shall deliver the finishing blow. With that, Piccolo withdrew from the fray, positioning himself at a distance. Concentrating his energy with a finger on his forehead, preparing to channel all his power into a single strike. The warriors understood their cue and fought valiantly to delay Vegeta. Despite their desperate efforts, the disparity in power rendered each of their attacks easily dodged by Vegeta, who not only evaded them but countered with relentless ferocity. As the warriors exerted every ounce of strength to hold Vegeta at bay, a blaring alarm from the power detector caught Vegeta's attention. It revealed that Piccolo, who had distanced himself from the battlefield, was not merely maintaining but increasing his power level. 9,000. 13,000. 16,000. 25,000. Vegeta was taken aback. What technique is this? His power continues to rise. He sought to extricate himself from Goku and Tien to confront Piccolo directly. However, Goku's power surged alongside the battle, making it difficult for Vegeta to break free from their grasp. Tien, recognizing Vegeta's intention, awaited the moment Piccolo was ready. Injured and exhausted, he summoned the last remnants of his energy. Solar Flare. Upon executing the technique, Tien collapsed, drained of energy. Suddenly, the battlefield was engulfed in blinding light, rendering Vegeta momentarily sightless. What is this technique? Vegeta thought, bewildered and disoriented. In that crucial instant, Piccolo unleashed his Mekanka Sappo. A piercing energy surged through the air, striking with formidable intensity. By the time Vegeta noticed, it was alarmingly close, leaving him no opportunity to evade. This blow, with a battle power of 25,000, would undoubtedly spell death for Vegeta if he attempted to absorb it. In a frenzy, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves, desperately trying to obstruct the attack. The magical piercing light cannon tore through Vegeta's onslaught, causing a series of explosive detonations. As the cannon approached, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly ferocious. From a distance, Raditz observed the unfolding scene, noting a change in Vegeta's battle power. In a moment of life and death, he had achieved a breakthrough. His power surged to an astonishing 20,000 points. With this increase, Vegeta, who previously could not evade, now had a glimmer of hope. Just as the attack was about to land, Vegeta swiftly sidestepped, causing the magical piercing light cannon to merely graze his clothing and scratch his skin without landing a direct hit. His ability to evade this attack stemmed from his newfound capacity to sense energy, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of the cannon. Raditz thought to himself, truly, a genius among Saiyans, achieving such rapid breakthroughs in battle. On the battlefield, Vegeta pivoted and launched several small energy waves towards Piccolo. Having exhausted his strength from the previous attack, Piccolo could only raise his hands in defense. Bang! The impact severed Piccolo's hands, sending them flying aside, inflicting considerable injury upon him. Even though Piccolo possessed regenerative abilities, he could not restore his severed hands in an instant. At that moment, another energy wave approached, threatening to strike Piccolo. Kamehameha. Who could it be? Not far behind Piccolo stood Gohan, his hands still emitting smoke from the recent Kamehameha. Piccolo gazed at Gohan in astonishment, surprised that the boy had mustered the courage at such a critical moment. Thank you, Gohan. Gohan had saved Piccolo, yet he was not equipped to engage in this battle. Further involvement would only be a burden. Piccolo could only rest on the sidelines, gathering strength and waiting for an opportunity. All of this was well within Raditz's awareness. Should a life-threatening situation arise, he could intervene in an instant. Despite numerous perilous moments where Raditz was nearly compelled to act, he managed to avert disaster each time. Now, if Raditz were to intervene, it would be a swift annihilation, nullifying the value of their training. Having evaded the magical piercing light cannon and experiencing a surge in his battle power, Vegeta felt a sense of triumph. With Piccolo injured and unable to unleash his recently potent attack, Vegeta concluded that this was merely the last resort of Earthlings, The time had come for his unilateral slaughter. As natives, you have done your best, but this is merely the beginning of my warm-up. Raditz, once I finish with these few natives, I shall turn my attention to you. After speaking, he spat contemptuously. Due to the overwhelming speed of Vegeta's energy waves, Goku, unable to react in time, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Gohan's rescue of Piccolo. Now, it was his turn to exert his utmost effort. Despite the immense strain on his body, it was time to unleash the ultimate technique he had learned on King Kai's planet. Kaioken. The battle power surged to an impressive 30,000. What an unfathomable situation. In the midst of battle, Raditz's brother Kakarot astonishingly manages to elevate his combat power. Vegeta, with disbelief etched upon his face, cannot comprehend this phenomenon. His own strength is merely 20,000. It is baffling enough that Earthlings possess such formidable combat abilities, but Kakarot, born with a power level of just 2, was considered a mere waste. Upon his birth, Kakarot's strength was even inferior to that of the indigenous aliens, so how could he possibly have attained such heights now? Despite witnessing Goku's extraordinary prowess, Vegeta clings to his pride as a Saiyan. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he refuses to yield in battle. Observing Goku's severed tail, Vegeta's confidence swells, especially since he still has one last trick up his sleeve. In an instant, Goku appears before Vegeta, his speed so swift that none present, save for Raditz, can perceive it. Even Vegeta can only catch a glimpse of Goku's afterimage before he is bombarded with a flurry of punches. Initially, Vegeta manages to fend off a few blows, but gradually, he can no longer discern Goku's movements. Goku unleashes a relentless barrage, striking Vegeta's body with merciless precision. A powerful blow to Vegeta's chest sends him reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. The once mighty Vegeta now contorts like a shrimp, propelled away with tremendous force. Chapter 17. The transformation into Great Ape. At this moment, disbelief overwhelms Vegeta's expression, his eyes bloodshot. I am the Prince of Saiyans. It is inconceivable that a low-class warrior could possess such strength. I am a cosmic genius warrior. Raditz, observing the distant plight of the Saiyan prince, who seems on the verge of mental collapse, remarks, Vegeta, do you not understand that there are always greater forces in the universe? Not everyone remains weak forever. With effort, one can rise again. Vegeta's fury intensifies at Raditz's philosophical musings. Raditz, cease your lectures. The battle is far from over. In a fit of rage, Vegeta channels all his power, his hands frantically gathering energy to form a massive purple sphere that radiates an extraordinary brilliance. With a thunderous roar, he declares, Gallic Gun. The colossal energy is hurled towards Goku, yet even in his Kaioken X3 state, Goku remains unscathed by Vegeta's full force. The might of the Gallic Gun seems insignificant in Goku's eyes as he positions his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha collides with the Gallic Gun in midair, overpowering it without a hint of resistance. As Vegeta realizes the futility of his attack, the Kamehameha approaches him with alarming speed. Is this truly the chasm that separates him from a low-class warrior? With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta's garments are shredded, and he is sent crashing to the ground, sustaining considerable injuries. Unable to defeat even a low-class warrior, what hope remains for his claims of Saiyan genius and pride? In that moment of despair, Vegeta slowly rises, his hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot, a fierce determination burning within him as he prepares to reveal his ultimate card. Given the circumstances, it seems you have compelled me to consider the utter destruction of yourselves and this planet. The crowd gasped at Vegeta's proclamation, fearing he was about to unleash a cataclysmic energy or some other dreadful act. Only Raditz regarded Vegeta with indifference, already aware that Vegeta's ultimate move was his transformation into a great ape. In Raditz's eyes, this was inconsequential. After all, he too could transform, and he didn't even need to do so to easily defeat Vegeta. Vegeta grinned menacingly, as if victory was already in his grasp, pulling a manufactured moon from his pocket, which began to rise slowly into the sky. Krillin, upon seeing the moon and Vegeta's tail, recalled Goku's own transformation into a great ape and instantly realized Vegeta's intentions. Urgently warning the others, he intends to transform. We must stop him from destroying that artificial moon. However, it was too late. The moon had ascended to the heavens, and Vegeta's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His power level detector exploded. Roaring, The skies echoed with a thunderous sound as the colossal great ape Vegeta towered over the ground, exuding an aura of terror that surpassed even the moment when warriors first beheld Goku's transformation. Now, as a giant, Vegeta's presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. Nearby, Nappa too, transformed under the moon's influence, albeit with a bald head and diminished stature, lacking the formidable presence of Vegeta, though his injuries appeared considerably healed. Raditz sensed that Nappa's power level was at least 45,000, while Vegeta's soared to an astounding 20,000. The bald giant roared incessantly, attacking everything within his line of sight with wild punches. It seemed he had lost all rationality, gradually turning his aggression towards the great ape Vegeta. Vegeta then addressed Nappa. "You worthless fool, after following me for so long, are you now so weak that you cannot even maintain your transformation against a formidable foe?" The voice of the great ape was thunderous. With each word Vegeta spoke, leaves fell from the trees around him. Normally, Nappa would have retained control over his transformation. But after his recent defeat, he was overwhelmed with frustration and had lost all sense of reason. The two monstrous beings clashed in battle, with great ape Vegeta seizing one of Nappa's hands and delivering a relentless barrage of punches to his chest. With a final, mighty blow, Nappa was sent reeling, howling in fury, yet Vegeta continued his onslaught with all his might. Nappa was propelled through the air, crashing through several mountains, sustaining numerous wounds, until his fur rapidly receded. The transformation subsided swiftly, and Nappa's eyes glazed over as he succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving behind an eerie silence. The onlookers could only watch in stunned silence at the titanic struggle between the two great apes, feeling utterly powerless against Vegeta's overwhelming transformation. In the sacred realm, Mr. Popo and the Supreme Kai observed with trepidation, astonished by the formidable strength of these malevolent Saiyans. Without his tail, Sun Wukong could not transform into a great ape. Meanwhile, Raditz, gazing at the moon, felt his body nearly succumb to the transformation, but with sheer mental strength, he managed to retain control and stabilized himself. Each step taken by the great ape Vegeta caused the ground to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. With resounding thuds, Vegeta pounded the earth with his fists in a frenzied outburst of dissatisfaction, creating massive craters in the ground. "You, a lowly warrior without a tail, are doomed. Feel my wrath." He leaped towards Sun Wukong, his colossal form crashing down with the force of a cataclysmic quake. Though Sun Wukong narrowly evaded the attack, he was still struck by numerous shards of rock, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, Vegeta resembled a monstrous entity, shattering mountain peaks with each punch as he relentlessly assaulted Sun Wukong. Unable to retaliate, Wukong found even defense to be a formidable challenge. The speed of the great ape Vegeta surpassed that of his normal state, and he seized Sun Wukong by a leg, slamming him down with tremendous force, creating a vast crater upon impact. Injured and struggling to rise, Sun Wukong was met with Vegeta's furious declaration, "Die, perish." Waves of destructive energy erupted from Vegeta's hands, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with ferocity. Each blast that struck the ground unleashed a deafening explosion, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust that obscured all vision. The power of these attacks was overwhelming. Without Raditz's intervention, Sun Wukong would have surely faced grave injury. As the dust settled, a massive crater remained. Yet Sun Wukong was mysteriously absent. It was Raditz who had intervened, acting just in time to save Wukong from certain death. "Kakarot, leave the rest to me. I shall handle this." He entrusted the injured Sun Wukong to Piccolo and Gohan, who stood nearby. Vegeta, now in a furious state, turned his wrath upon Raditz. "Raditz, you worthless fool, how dare you interfere instead of standing there and awaiting your demise?" Despite the raging great ape, Raditz maintained an expressionless demeanor, for even in his transformed state, Vegeta was no match for him. "You seem overly confident, Vegeta. Your strength cannot save our Saiyan race, nor avenge our fallen brethren. What chance do you think a mere waste like you has?" Stung by Raditz's words, Vegeta's voice boomed across the heavens. Raditz gathered his energy, forming two energy discs and launching them towards Vegeta's tail. Realizing the threat, Vegeta leaped to evade the attacks. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You stand no chance." Initially, Raditz sought to resolve the conflict effortlessly, wishing not to reveal his true strength to Frieza prematurely. "Now, let me demonstrate the gap between us," Raditz declared, activating his sixfold Kaioken state. In Vegeta's eyes, Raditz appeared increasingly terrifying. The energy emanating from Raditz had plateaued at 240,000 after reaching 461,820. As Vegeta gazed at Raditz, an unsettling sensation washed over him. A feeling he had only previously encountered in Frieza, that oppressive weight. With Raditz's battle power now at 24, he could effortlessly overpower him. Vegeta could hardly fathom that Raditz had transformed into such a formidable adversary in merely a year since his arrival on Earth. In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Raditz for 10 consecutive minutes, subsequently channeling all his might into a great ape power-up. Boom. Despite the formidable energy waves Vegeta unleashed, when the smoke cleared, Raditz merely brushed off the dust from his attire, completely unscathed. Did you enjoy the dust shower, Vegeta? Now it's my turn, Raditz declared as he swiftly appeared before Vegeta, delivering a series of powerful punches to the Saiyan Prince's colossal frame. Vegeta felt a piercing pain with each strike. The force was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of withstanding the assault. His massive form collapsed, and the diminutive Raditz began to pummel Vegeta's face relentlessly. Although Vegeta's transformation had significantly enhanced his defenses, the damage inflicted was not merely physical. It was a crushing despair that shattered his confidence. The once mighty Saiyan Prince, high and mighty, found himself utterly impotent, toyed with as if he were a mere plaything in Raditz's hands. Raditz seized Vegeta's foot with ease, swinging him back and forth, creating massive craters in the ground with each impact. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta struggled to move, desperate to escape Raditz's grasp, but his strength was insufficient to break free. As he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Raditz raised an energy-infused sphere and severed Vegeta's tail. With the tail eliminated, Vegeta's great ape transformation began to fade, his fur retracting as he slumped helplessly to the ground. Chapter 18, The End of the Battle. Vegeta recognized that he was no match for Raditz. Survival was paramount. Losing to another Saiyan was not disgraceful. No matter how fiercely he fought, victory eluded him, and the severely wounded Vegeta staggered, on the verge of collapse. His gaze was fixed solely on the ship, disregarding Nappa's fate as he stumbled toward the vessel, yearning to escape. Noticing Vegeta's attempt to flee, Raditz made no move to intercept him, but Piccolo stepped forward, intent on delivering a final blow to Vegeta. Observing Piccolo's intentions, Goku rushed to intervene and stop him. However, Piccolo would not grant Goku that opportunity. He unleashed a surge of energy, propelling Goku away. Piccolo approached Vegeta from behind, gathering energy for a decisive strike, aiming to eliminate both Vegeta and Nappa. At that moment, Raditz soared in, blocking Piccolo from advancing. Stand down. There is no need to kill Vegeta and Nappa. Our true adversary is not them, Raditz stated. Piccolo, mirroring Raditz's actions, wore an expression of profound disdain. Unexpectedly, you are the brother of Sun Wukong, exhibiting a similar benevolence, yet marked by indecision. Such traits may ultimately lead to our demise, Piccolo. There is no need for haste. In a certain sense, Vegeta will also become one of our allies against Frieza in the future. The formidable strength of Frieza surpasses your imagination. With that, Raditz utilized telepathic transmission to convey the information regarding Frieza's 3 transformation forms, revealing a base combat power of 53, with each subsequent transformation exhibiting even greater strength, to Piccolo. Upon receiving Raditz's telepathic message, Piccolo was taken aback, pondering, how can such a being exist in this world? Frieza is astonishingly powerful. It seems that the path of cultivation knows no bounds. I am still far too weak. Do not worry, Piccolo. I have heard that the Grand Elder of the Namekians possesses the ability to unlock one's combat potential. If we can locate the Elder and the Dragon Balls, we shall be able to confront Frieza, Raditz reassured. Hearing this, Piccolo reluctantly accepted, yet he harbored a deep-seated resentment about being unable to eliminate Vegeta and Nappa. Nearby, Vegeta stumbled, his eyes fixed on the spacecraft just ahead. If he could board it, he could escape to safety. I never imagined Raditz would become so powerful. It must be the influence of the Dragon Balls. I must obtain him. Vegeta resolved inwardly. Vegeta, wait. Are you in such a rush that you've forgotten something? Raditz swiftly appeared before him. Are you here to kill me, Raditz? Although I do not know what has transformed you into this formidable figure, if you intend to slay me, do so directly and spare me the humiliation, Vegeta retorted, his anger palpable. I merely meant to ask if you have forgotten Nappa, Raditz replied, observing the unconscious Nappa, which only fueled Vegeta's fury further. The Saiyan race does not require the likes of Nappa, whose combat power is inferior even to that of Earthlings. Ignoring Vegeta's ire, Raditz seized the unconscious Nappa and tossed him towards Vegeta. Take Nappa with you, Vegeta. Do not forget, despite his weakness, he is still a Saiyan. Never forget the enmity of our kind. With Nappa thrown into the cockpit, Vegeta returned to his own seat. Declaring grandly before their departure, Raditz, letting us go today will be your greatest mistake. I shall return one day to eliminate you. As the cabin door sealed completely, the spacecraft ascended rapidly towards Frieza's base. Within the ship, Vegeta gazed at the increasingly distant figures, his heart brimming with defiance. Raditz must have gained this strength from the Dragon Balls, and there are none left on Earth. Yet, according to Frieza's records, the Namekians are in the process of reconstructing their planet. The Namekian world possesses the capability to create Dragon Balls. Resolute in his thoughts, Vegeta decided that after recovering from his injuries, he would journey to Namek. With the Dragon Balls of Namek in his grasp, he would ensure that Raditz, Sun Wukong, and Frieza would all meet their end at his hands. As matters reached a conclusion, Raditz gathered the fallen warriors from the battle, administering a Senzu bean to each. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, and Goku consumed the beans and almost instantaneously recovered from their injuries. Raditz then proceeded to elucidate to the unaware group what had transpired during the battle. Klin and Lepin joyously celebrated the conclusion of their battle, believing that their lives would return to a state of tranquility, free from peril. Yet, the struggle was far from over. Although Vegeta and Nappa had been vanquished, their power scanners remained under Frieza's watchful gaze. Frieza was already aware that the Dragon Balls on Earth were unusable and would undoubtedly seek the Dragon Balls on Namek. Raditz elucidated the formidable threat posed by Frieza, suggesting that a preemptive strike was imperative. Given the rapidity of Frieza's forces, it was likely they would reach Namek within months. Should Frieza acquire the Dragon Balls on Namek, only death would await those left on Earth. Through this conflict, Raditz emerged as the group's pillar of strength. Despite feelings of fear and exhaustion, the others heeded his words. However, Piccolo wore a frown, burdened by the knowledge he possessed. His nature compelled him to become stronger without delay. Soon, the group convened to prepare at Kame House, with Bulma tasked to utilize the technology from Raditz's ship to construct a large spacecraft. I shall not accompany you just yet. I will join you when the time comes, remarked Gohan as he turned to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, want you train with us for a few days? Piccolo gazed at Gohan, his expression softening slightly as he replied, Thank you, Gohan, for saving me this time. Train diligently, and do not let fear overwhelm you in the next battle. Everyone sensed the change in Piccolo. He was no longer the ambitious being who sought to dominate the Earth. Now, he was willing to fight alongside them to protect their world, and his aura had lost its malevolence. In the heavens, the Supreme Kai observed the battle below, noting Piccolo's transformation with a heavy heart. He turned to Mr. Popo and said, It seems my days as the Supreme Kai are numbered. Mr. Popo wished to inquire further, but the Supreme Kai remained silent, hoping that perhaps he was jesting. With the conflict resolved, it was time to return. The warriors soared towards Kame House, where Bulma, Master Roshi, and the others awaited the outcome of the battle. Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi sensed the rapid approach of their energy, indicating victory, which brought him relief. He informed Bulma of the favorable result. As Raditz and the others arrived on the island, Bulma had already prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome them. Seeing the group return, she greeted them. You truly are formidable. No matter the adversary, you can overcome any challenge. Before she could finish, Lepin boasted, With my strength, I can dispatch any enemy in just a few moves. He struck several poses to showcase his might. Unable to contain himself, Klin interjected, Don't listen to Lepin's nonsense. This victory was all thanks to Goku and Raditz. Lepin fainted shortly after the battle began. This provoked a hearty laugh from everyone. As the commotion settled and the day waned, the weary warriors found themselves hungry, their eyes drawn to the lavish spread of delicious food laid out on the table outside. The crowd began to indulge heartily, with bowl after bowl of food being consumed, especially by Sun Wukong and Raditz, who, as brothers, seemed to possess insatiable appetites, devouring their meals with fervor. Bulma's pace in retrieving dishes from the capsule fell far behind the voracious consumption of the two. as the supply of food dwindled and their bellies swelled. The others, having already satisfied their hunger, could only watch as the two appeared to be in a competitive feast, continuing until every morsel from the capsule was gone. Only then did they feel satiated. Master Roshi, observing from the side, mused to himself about the terrifying eating habits of true brothers. After their meal, Raditz produced the remote for his spaceship and pressed several buttons, summoning the craft that had brought him to Earth to the Kame house. Bulma, intrigued by the circular vessel, eagerly climbed inside to explore the alien technology that was unfamiliar to her. Subsequently, Raditz shared with Bulma the decision for everyone to travel to Namek, hoping she could decipher the technology of his small ship to construct a larger vessel, enabling them to journey together to annihilate the Frieza army. He assured her that the materials and fuel needed for construction were already present within the ship. Bulma expressed confidence in her ability to comprehend the technology, stating that creating a larger ship would pose no significant challenge, though it would require several days. With the prospect of the ship's construction in sight, Raditz promptly expressed his gratitude to Bulma. Chapter 19. Homecoming. The following morning, after a night of revelry at Kame house, the warriors declared their intentions to return to their respective homes. They packed their belongings and made arrangements, agreeing to reconvene once the spaceship was near completion. As they bid farewell, only Raditz remained, having no place to go. Initially, he contemplated training at the Heavenly Temple for a few more days. At that moment, Gohan tugged at Sun Wukong's clothing, his eyes gleaming with longing as he looked up at his father. "Daddy, are we going home to see Mommy? I miss her." Hearing Gohan's words, Sun Wukong seemed to recall that it had indeed been a long time since he had returned home. "Gohan, let us head back and visit your mother," he replied. "All right, Daddy, we're finally going back." Sun Wukong then approached Raditz, saying, "Raditz, you have no place to go either. Why not come home with us? After all, you are my brother. Come and visit." "No, Kakarot, I wish to train for a few more days to prepare myself thoroughly," Raditz replied. However, Sun Wukong persistently urged his brother to join them, assuring him that there would be plenty of time for training later. Faced with Sun Wukong's unwavering invitation, Raditz, despite being from another world, recognized his bond with his brother and ultimately acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request. Gohan, witnessing Raditz's agreement, exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. Uncle Raditz is coming back with us." Raditz, seeing Gohan so delighted, affectionately patted his head and said, "I'll play with you for a few days." Upon hearing these words, Gohan's spirits lifted. He relished the company of someone to play with, while Goku remained absorbed in his rigorous training. Chi-Chi was preoccupied with ensuring Gohan's studies were prioritized, so having Raditz around brought Gohan genuine joy. Raditz borrowed a small sum of money from Bulma, who had not yet departed, and procured a few gifts nearby before setting off with Goku and Gohan towards Goku's home. As they soared over bustling cities, Raditz paused to buy Gohan some games and snacks, along with a few presents intended for Chi-Chi as a token of goodwill. They continued their journey, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate, with fewer people in sight, until they arrived at a vast plain, bordered by extensive woods. In the midst of this expansive landscape stood a modest house, surrounded by fields that had long been left to neglect. This was Goku's home. Upon reaching the door, Goku knocked gently. The door swung open to reveal Chi-Chi, her hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed simply yet radiantly. The moment she laid eyes on Goku and Gohan, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After nearly a year apart, Goku had only briefly mentioned the necessity for Gohan's assistance in confronting formidable foes. Throughout that year, Chi-Chi had been consumed with worry, and she rushed forward to embrace both Goku and Gohan. "Gohan, you have finally returned. Let me see you. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. This is all your father's doing. Did he not say he would only be training briefly and would return swiftly after defeating the enemies? It appears he intends to abandon me with you." Following this, she unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Goku, who could only chuckle and attempt to explain his prolonged absence. Her concern soon shifted to Gohan's academic progress. After all, he had not studied in a year. "You must take a look at your books and study. You are destined to become a doctor one day. Do not squander your time." Gohan cast a pleading glance towards Goku, yet Goku, occupied with his own challenges, could only shake his head in resignation, offering no defense for his son. Reluctantly, Gohan retrieved his long-neglected backpack and began to study. At this moment, Chi-Chi noticed Raditz's presence and inquired of Goku, "Who is this gentleman?" Goku promptly introduced, This is my brother, Raditz. Chi-Chi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her astonishment, Raditz stepped forward to patiently elucidate the circumstances surrounding their reunion. After Raditz's thorough explanation, Chi-Chi's apprehension subsided, and she warmly welcomed him. Their conversation revealed more about Goku's family background, and upon learning that Goku's parents had passed away at an early age, Chi-Chi expressed her sorrow. I had no idea your mother and father left this world so soon, never to be seen again. Raditz, from now on, you are family. Please consider making this your home. Gohan, overhearing his mother's invitation for Raditz to stay, beamed with delight. Uncle, please stay here. Having someone around is wonderful. Goku gestured to Raditz, indicating that they were indeed all family. Raditz, however, graciously declined Chi-Chi's offer, Goku's, and Gohan's, agreeing only to stay temporarily at Goku's home for a few days, as the moment to relish life had not yet arrived. Raditz understood that numerous formidable adversaries loomed in the future, leaving no room for complacency. When night fell, Raditz shared a delightful dinner with Goku and his family, a joyous occasion during which he experienced, for the first time in the Dragon Ball world, the warmth of familial bonds. Raditz resolved to protect Earth at all costs. The following morning, Goku prepared to venture out for hunting, hoping to procure some game, while Gohan clamored to accompany him. Intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the unique wildlife of Earth within the Dragon Ball realm, including even dinosaurs, Raditz expressed his desire to join them. Thus, Goku, Gohan, and Raditz ventured into a vast primordial forest, an expanse uninhabited for miles, a true domain of wild creatures. Upon entering the forest, Raditz immediately sensed an abundance of animal presences, estimating their combat power to be in the dozens. As he focused his awareness, he suddenly noticed a creature swiftly approaching them. In an instant, a colossal figure blocked their path, preventing their passage. This imposing silhouette resembled a tiger, yet it was vastly different from any he had known. Its size was threefold that of the tigers etched in his memory, with a massive head and an intimidating presence, adorned with long tufts of hair upon its neck, resembling a hybrid of lion and tiger. Using his senses, Raditz discerned that its combat power surpassed 20 points, significantly stronger than the average farmer armed with a firearm. The well-read Gohan informed them that this was the Bloodfang tiger, the sovereign of the forest, with few creatures capable of challenging it. The Bloodfang tiger, with its gaping maw and blood-red fangs, eyed Raditz hungrily, drool dripping from its jaws. With a roar, the Bloodfang tiger could no longer contain itself and lunged at Raditz. In a mere leap, Raditz soared several dozen meters into the air and mentally communicated with Goku. Kakarot, there's no need for you to intervene. This is a perfect opportunity to train Gohan. Upon hearing this, Goku also leaped high into the trees, with Raditz out of reach. The enormous Bloodfang tiger turned its attention to Gohan, aiming to devour him in one bite. Terrified, Gohan attempted to climb the trees, prompting Raditz to shout, I entrust Gohan to you. Do not evade. Your father Kakarot and I are watching from above. Despite Raditz's encouragement, Gohan found himself paralyzed with fear, desperately avoiding the tiger's ferocious attacks, leaving the beast bewildered in its pursuit. After a prolonged struggle, Gohan still did not engage, and the Bloodfang tiger, exhausted, collapsed. Raditz, feeling a sense of resignation, descended alongside Goku. Determined to finish the Bloodfang tiger, Raditz was halted by Gohan's pleas. Uncle, let us spare him, allow him to live. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Raditz ultimately decided against it. Continuing their exploration with Goku and Gohan, they encountered no formidable beasts along the way, only a few charming little rabbits. Gohan enjoyed playing with them, while the sky gradually darkened, marking an expedition that yielded no significant findings. Though resigned to his fate, it was time for Gohan to return and confess his feelings to the little rabbit. Accompanied by the group, he made his way back. Suddenly, a piercing howl from a rabbit echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Gohan disregarded the others and dashed back. He witnessed the Bloodfang tiger devouring several of the little rabbits he had played with earlier. A few rabbits lay lifeless, while the Bloodfang tiger savored its meal with delight. Furious at the sight, Gohan realized that the beast had slain his friends. Enraged, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the Bloodfang tiger, followed by an energy wave that struck the creature. The force of the energy wave obliterated the beast. By the time Raditz and Goku arrived, Gohan was in tears, having dug a grave for the fallen rabbits. Observing the scene, Raditz addressed Gohan, saying, "Did you see that? If you do not harm others, they may still harm you or your friends. If you cower in battle and fail to eliminate your enemies, your friends will suffer the consequences." Gohan pondered this wisdom and nodded in agreement. After tidying up, Goku carried the Bloodfang tiger's body home, where they cooked it. Everyone feasted heartily, with Gohan exclaiming how delicious it was, consuming an unknown quantity of the tiger's meat. After dinner, Raditz finally found a moment to himself, sitting quietly on the grass outside, diligently honing his mental strength. Entering a meditative state, he once again attuned himself to the energy of the earth, absorbing the vitality of each blade of grass and tree. The Earth's energy far surpassed that of planet North Kai, an unfathomable multitude. If the energy of North Kai was likened to a brook, then that of Earth resembled an ocean. However, the energy from Earth was not as easily absorbed due to its vastness. Raditz could not communicate with the Earthlings, so he focused on drawing energy from nearby flora and fauna. After a brief period, he felt his mental strength swell a bit more. Raditz contemplated whether he could manipulate objects using his ki. Concentrating his mental energy, he infused it into his ki, then separated it from his body, directing it towards a small distant stone. After several attempts, the stone surprisingly lifted into the air, buoyed by the ki's influence. Unfortunately, either due to insufficient mental strength or the limited amount of ki he had separated, the stone soon plummeted to the ground. Undeterred, Raditz attempted to separate a larger quantity of ki this time, which allowed him to control the stone for a significantly longer duration. Yet, he felt his own ki diminish with each separation, leading him to ponder internally. This technique may prove ineffective against foes of equal strength, yet it could possess great utility against weaker opponents. Raditz resumed his meditation, striving to accumulate more mental strength. Chapter 20. The Frieza Force. While Raditz was deeply engrossed in his training, far across the dark expanse of the universe, a massive interstellar mothership housed Frieza in its command room, savoring a fine glass of red wine. Having recently conquered yet another planet, which boasted commendable quality and nearly cleared of its indigenous inhabitants, he was in remarkably high spirits, anticipating a lucrative return. Gazing out at the starry sky, Frieza found himself surrounded by countless planets that belonged solely to him, lost in the intoxication of his own dominion. However, a sense of loneliness had crept into his heart, for it had been a long time since he personally conquered a world. The thrill of battle had eluded him, and he had nearly forgotten the sensation of combat. His elite Ginyu force executed their duties with such proficiency that he rarely had the opportunity to intervene. The Frieza force had nearly subjugated the majority of planets in the 7th universe. Any creature inhabiting these worlds faced death should they refuse to submit to Frieza. Frieza's vast fleet loomed magnificently in the cosmos, a spectacle of grandeur. The Ginyu force, the most formidable of his subordinates, had gathered exceptional warriors from across the 7th universe, rendering them the elite fighters of the cosmos. Apart from the detestable deities that roamed the universe, Frieza was the sovereign of this realm. Yet, the absence of worthy adversaries left him feeling isolated, a sentiment he expressed to his subordinates. "My Lord Frieza, soon we shall be invincible, able to challenge even the likes of the Kais and their deities," one of his minions declared, prompting a smile from Frieza, flattered by the praise. His true ambition lay in confronting those hypocritical gods who preached virtue while turning a blind eye to his merciless extermination of countless indigenous lives. As Frieza reveled in his grand aspirations, one of his subordinates hurriedly entered the command room, panic etched upon his face. "It's bad news, my lord. Through our surveillance, we have discovered that Vegeta and Nappa have been defeated, and Raditz has betrayed us." "Calm down. Our force is unmatched. What is the fuss? It is merely a betrayal by a lowly Saiyan. Show me the recordings," Frieza commanded. His subordinate quickly brought forth all recorded footage of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. The footage revealed Raditz wreaking havoc, easily overpowering Vegeta, even without exerting his full strength. Their dialogue hinted at the miraculous powers of the Dragon Balls, which could grant immortality, seemingly located on planet Namek. As Frieza watched the recordings, his expression darkened, and a murderous intent surged within him. He thought to himself, "I cannot allow those Saiyans to obtain the Dragon Balls. They belong to me. I shall achieve immortality and reign as the eternal emperor of the universe." With this resolve, Frieza's aura erupted, radiating the overwhelming presence of a cosmic sovereign. His subordinates trembled in fear, kneeling before him. terrified that a moment of displeasure might lead to their demise. My lord, it seems these Scions harbor ulterior motives and are aware of your destruction of planet Vegeta. One of his followers reported. Frieza's gaze turned icy as he observed the footage of Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku. So what if they know that I annihilated planet Vegeta? They are but a primitive race of monkeys. What havoc could they possibly wreak? He scoffed. Find out how long it will take us to reach planet Namek. Frieza commanded, and his subordinates promptly began to consult their advanced holographic displays for the information, quickly retrieving the results. My esteemed compatriots, within a mere span of 3 months, we shall reach Namek. Inform the Ginyu force and all our elite warriors to abandon their current endeavors and hasten towards Namek. Should anyone attempt to obstruct our path, eliminate them without hesitation. I am resolute in my quest to procure the Dragon Balls. Frieza, ever the cunning strategist, also cautioned his subordinates to keep this endeavor hidden from his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler. This time, Frieza intends to seize the Dragon Balls for himself, aspiring to become the mightiest entity in the cosmos. As he stood by the window, Frieza indulged in daydreams of eternal life and the exquisite pleasure of carnage that the Dragon Balls would bring. His mind wandered to the ancient warning imparted by his progenitor. King Cold, beware of the golden-haired Super Saiyan among the Scions, for he possesses the power to obliterate our lineage. Frieza dismissed this caution with disdain. What threat could a Super Saiyan possibly pose when he had already decimated the Saiyan race to mere remnants? Nonetheless, in a bid for prudence, Frieza commanded surveillance over Vegeta and Nappa, instructing his forces to delay them should any unusual activity arise. He regarded himself as a prodigious talent of the Frost Demon clan, unparalleled in strength compared to all his ancestors. From a young age, he had been heralded as the hope of his lineage, fostering a sense of pride that made him consider his ancestors' warnings as mere jest. The Scions were insignificant, though the Scions were known for their untamable nature. Their utility as subordinates was undeniable, and he felt confident in his ability to subjugate them, unperturbed by the prospect of a Super Saiyan. The thought of King Vegeta and the inhabitants of planet Vegeta bowing before him brought him immense satisfaction. Little did he know, the Scions had provoked Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, who had commanded Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta. Being bound by the decree of the god of destruction, Frieza had no choice but to comply, despite his personal reluctance to destroy the planet. If he were to acquire the Dragon Balls, he envisioned a future where he could eradicate all the gods within this universe. My lord, the Ginyu Force and our elite troops have been duly notified, he declared upon returning to his grand throne, surveying his vast fleet before issuing the command. Set forth to Namek. In an instant, a multitude of ships took to the skies, the Frieza force mobilizing with an overwhelming might that was insurmountable, capable of crushing all life in the 7th universe. Meanwhile, having departed from Earth, Vegeta and Nappa had made their way to a Frieza force outpost. The Scions held a relatively high combat power within the ranks of Frieza's army, granting them a certain stature. Upon witnessing the return of the gravely injured Vegeta and Nappa, the personnel at the outpost quickly transported them to healing chambers for treatment. Days passed within the healing chambers, and it was nearly simultaneous that both Vegeta and Nappa regained consciousness. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became evident that they were within the outpost. Nappa, we must avenge the disgrace of our return, that accursed Raditz, cockroach. Nappa nodded, recalling the antics of that fool, vowing that the next time they crossed paths, he would rend him asunder. Both warriors sensed that through this battle, they had learned what the Earthlings referred to as ki. A noticeable enhancement in combat prowess was distinctly felt. Removing the healing mask, I stepped out of the treatment chamber, equipped with the latest combat power detector. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power registered at 58,000, while my previous level stood at 27,500. Overjoyed by this surge in strength, Nappa exclaimed, Vegeta, let us return to Earth for vengeance, and demonstrate to that worthless trash with a power level of only 4,500 just how formidable I am. Upon hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta was filled with rage. Nappa, are you not aware of the situation? Our immediate priority is to journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. Once we become powerful, we shall dominate the universe. Enlightened by Vegeta's words, Nappa nodded vigorously, prompting Vegeta to advise him to suppress his energy back to its original state to avoid drawing Frieza's attention. After adjusting their energy levels, as the two were about to depart for Namek, They were confronted by the leader of Frieza's base with several subordinates. Lord Vegeta, Lord Nappa, we have received orders from the Legion stating that you are not permitted to leave the base and must remain on standby. Nappa, incensed by the audacity of the underlings, retorted, step aside, you worthless fools. We have business on Namek, and if you obstruct us further, we shall obliterate you. It would be wise for both of you to remain here and wait for Lord Frieza's return, as he has already proceeded to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. The subordinate warned, and at that moment, several more of Frieza's minions encircled them, attempting to prevent their escape. Realizing Frieza had gone to Namek, Vegeta suspected a malfunction in the combat power detector. Frieza must be monitoring us. He is aware of the Dragon Balls, or else he would not venture to Namek personally. With that, he and Nappa swiftly discarded the detector, smashing it beneath their feet. Outside, Frieza's minions were still bewildered, unsure of Vegeta and Nappa's intentions. With a subtle glance, Vegeta signaled to Nappa, who understood immediately and struck decisively, snapping the necks of several of Frieza's subordinates. The remaining individuals, recognizing they were no match for Vegeta and Nappa, hastily attempted to flee to summon reinforcements. However, they were swiftly dispatched by a barrage of energy blasts from Vegeta. In a matter of moments, Vegeta and Nappa eliminated all Frieza's minions in the base, leaving no one to comprehend the events that transpired, their demise occurring before any news of Vegeta and Nappa's betrayal could spread. With no survivors left, Vegeta and Nappa promptly detonated the base, destroying all remaining spacecraft, and swiftly boarded the two salvaged ships, setting a course for Namek. Vegeta learned that Frieza had arrived at Namek several days ahead of them. Although Frieza's location was distant from Namek, Vegeta, seated in the cockpit, was consumed by urgency. I must obtain the Dragon Balls before Frieza does. Raditz, Kakarot, you should await the moment I acquire the ultimate power. I shall return to annihilate you. I will reign supreme over this universe. With that, Vegeta let out an ominous laugh, as though the days of his dominion were imminent. He then used the spaceship's intercom to instruct Nappa to adjust the ship's speed to its maximum, racing towards Namek at breakneck speed. Chapter 21. Departure. Raditz resolved to rest at Goku's home for several days, preparing himself for the journey to Namek. He sought to savor the feeling of having a home and family in the world of Dragon Balls. During this time, Raditz did not remain idle. He diligently practiced his mental prowess, becoming increasingly adept over the days. On a bright morning, the sun shone brilliantly, marking the day everyone had agreed upon. Early on, Raditz had gathered his belongings alongside Goku and Gohan. Standing outside, he awaited their departure, while sounds of a dispute emerged from within the house. Goku, must Gohan really go? He is so young. Participating in your battles is far too perilous. Kiki, rest assured, I will protect Gohan. He has grown. This is an opportunity for him to train and become stronger. We also need him for this battle. Gohan, standing nearby, insisted on joining, eager to fight alongside everyone. Seeing that she could not dissuade them, Kiki reluctantly accepted their decision. Once Goku and Gohan finished packing, they stepped out the door, with Gohan occasionally glancing back at his mother. Kiki stood at the entrance, leaning against the doorpost, gazing at Gohan with reluctance. Tears glistened in her eyes as she spoke to Goku. Please take good care of Gohan. Do not let him come to harm. Ensure he returns safely. Goku, don't forget these study materials for him. Witnessing Kiki's sorrow, Goku felt a surge of emotion and quickly approached her to offer comfort. It won't take long. We should return swiftly. Rest assured, I will look after Gohan together with Raditz. You need not worry. With Goku's reassuring words, Kiki felt a sense of relief. She retrieved several bento boxes from inside, providing them for the journey should hunger strike. After securing the bento, they took to the skies, waving goodbye to Kiki. Raditz and the others wasted no time, unleashing their energy as they headed towards the agreed meeting point at Kame House. In no time, Raditz, Gohan, and Goku arrived at their destination, where the other fighters, including Piccolo, had already gathered. Krillin, observing Raditz, Goku, and Gohan, smiled and remarked, Raditz, Goku, you're quite slow. You've arrived a tad later than we had arranged. There's no helping it, Krillin. Kiki was overly anxious about Gohan and packed far too much, which delayed us. Noticing Bulma organizing her belongings, Raditz inquired, is the aircraft ready? Bulma, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, it can fly. That's not an issue. There are just a few minor problems, but nothing serious. As long as it doesn't explode mid-air, we'll be fine, Raditz remarked. That won't happen, Bulma assured him. She then produced a capsule, pressed a button, and tossed it to the ground, enveloping them in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a towering medium-sized spacecraft emerged before the onlookers. The vessel extended over 30 meters in length and soared to an impressive height of several meters. Its overall form was rectangular, supported by 4 pillars at each corner, with a colossal thruster situated at the rear. This magnificent ship nearly engulfed the entire Kame house, encroaching upon its very premises. Inside, Master Roshi was engrossed in a rather inappropriate book in the restroom, thoroughly absorbed in his reading. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the wooden wall of the restroom was crushed by the ship's corner, leaving Master Roshi in a state of acute embarrassment. Could you not land the ship elsewhere? You've already damaged the house. The crowd cast apologetic glances at Master Roshi, while Bulma made a playful face, promising to repair the damage upon their return. Nearby, Raditz surveyed the newly constructed vessel, which indeed bore the semblance of a spacecraft. It looks impressive, Bulma. You truly are a genius for crafting such a remarkable ship. Upon hearing Raditz's compliment, Bulma couldn't help but smile, her face radiating pride and confidence. Of course, no one on Earth could have built it but me. Let us take a look inside. There are many surprises awaiting us. Bulma produced the spacecraft's remote control and gently pressed a button. The mechanical door at the center of the ship slowly ascended, revealing an interior brimming with a technological aesthetic, resembling that of an extraterrestrial craft. The exterior already appeared formidable, and the group, intrigued by the promise of surprises within, eagerly filed inside to explore further. As Raditz and the others entered, they were greeted by a spacious interior that seemed even larger than the exterior suggested. Several rooms designed for habitation were present, each equipped with a comprehensive array of food supplies and an abundance of living essentials encapsulated in capsules. Toward the rear of the ship's center was the dining area, and beyond that lay a table designated for strategic discussions, adorned with modified uniforms from Frieza's army and combat power detectors. Most nostalgically, there was the Dragon Ball radar, with enough prepared for each individual. These items had been entrusted to Bulma by Raditz before their departure to Goku's home, as their primary objective was to acquire the Dragon Balls before Frieza could. Upon spotting the Dragon Ball radar, Goku eagerly picked it up, reminiscing about the adventures of his youth. His eyes gleamed with nostalgia, recalling the days spent exploring Earth with his friends. Ah, how nostalgic. This is the very Dragon Ball radar we used in our childhood, Goku exclaimed. Krillin and Launch, each holding their own radar, echoed, indeed, Goku. Those were our most cherished days. The group seemed to drift into reverie, reminiscing about the joyous days of their youth. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained stoic, as he had been on the opposing side during those times, often facing defeat. In those days, Piccolo had even vanquished numerous warriors, though they had ultimately been revived by the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls. Without waiting for everyone to reminisce, Raditz promptly seized the combat suit and power level detector from the table, addressing the group. This is the standard combat attire of the Frieza Force, crafted with Earth's technology, albeit only with Bulma's assistance. Wearing this suit significantly enhances one's defensive capabilities, and it can adapt to changes in body size and height, making it quite convenient. As for the power level detector, I trust you are all familiar with it. It functions similarly to sensing ki, accurately quantifying an individual's combat strength and capable of locating power sources within a certain range, serving as a useful reference. The warriors, captivated by Raditz's words, eagerly picked up the items, marveling at them like children encountering something extraordinary. They had never laid eyes on such objects. This alien technology was beyond their wildest imagination. In the very center of the spacecraft, a row of control panels displayed an array of instruments that Raditz could not comprehend. Most astonishingly, there was a gravity chamber on the left side of the console. The chamber was spacious enough to accommodate all the warriors without issue, and it was equipped with floating robots that could emit mild lasers to assist in their training. Bulma, observing the warriors with pride, declared, "Not bad, right? At last, I have surpassed the original 50 times gravity in my research. Now the gravity chamber can achieve up to 100 times gravity. However, you must be cautious. 100 times gravity is no trivial matter." The gravity chamber was indeed constructed at Raditz's request, as the journey to Namek would take some time. This period represented their final opportunity for training. They could not afford to become complacent. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan gazed at the control panel, overwhelmed by the incomprehensible array of programming, which only intensified their confusion. Does anyone here understand these systems? I can't make sense of how to operate this spaceship, he remarked, looking at the others, who merely shook their heads in response. The warriors, including Raditz, were preoccupied with training and cultivating their strength, with many having never received formal education or even learned to read, rendering them incapable of grasping the intricacies of spacecraft technology. I had anticipated that none of you would be able to operate the ship. I am one of you, Raditz exclaimed. I will accompany you to Namek. No, Bulma, he cautioned. Traveling to Namek is perilous. As an ordinary person, a moment's carelessness could cost you your life there. It is far safer on Earth. Yet Bulma resolutely insisted on her desire to go, remaining unyielding to any pleas from Yamcha or Goku. Her stance remained unchanged. If I do not go, who among you can pilot the ship there and back? Seeing Bulma's determination and recognizing that no one else could operate the spacecraft, they had no choice but to acquiesce to her request. After everyone selected their quarters and gathered their equipment, the ship was prepared for takeoff. Bulma seated herself at the control panel, inputting the coordinates to Namek acquired from Raditz's small, circular spacecraft, and gently pressed a few buttons. With a roar, the spacecraft roared to life, smoke billowing forth as the engines thundered. The vessel lifted off from the ground at Kame House, generating immense shock waves that sent the surrounding waves crashing tumultuously, as if they were about to be torn apart. Moments later, the spacecraft soared directly towards Namek. Only the dust-covered Master Roshi and the turtle remained. Master Roshi waved his hand towards the sky and shouted, "You must return safely. And remember, next time, don't land here." At that moment, the spaceship accelerated rapidly, soon breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. For everyone except Raditz, it was their first glimpse of the immense universe, filled with countless stars. As they drifted farther from Earth, it gradually transformed into a mere speck in the cosmos, followed by the 9 planets of the Milky Way. Eventually, even the galaxy appeared minuscule, with everything becoming nothing more than a glimmering of light. The group gazed in wonder at this breathtaking sight, never imagining they would one day journey into the universe. Particularly young Gohan, who held his camera tightly, capturing every moment to share with Chi-Chi upon their return. Perhaps before their ascent, everyone, including Piccolo, felt a sense of confusion and fear regarding the unknown challenges they would face against Frieza. Yet now, they were entranced by the unfamiliar starry sky and the stunning scenery. Enveloped in exhilaration, Raditz, reluctant to disturb their awe, chose to let them enjoy a few days of respite before the inevitable battles ahead. Chapter 22. Training on the spaceship. Days passed, and as the spaceship ventured further from Earth, the initial excitement waned. The crew immersed themselves in rigorous training, unwilling to allow even the slightest lapse in focus. Bulma, solely responsible for piloting the ship, set it to autopilot mode. Their daily lives became a serene existence, basking under the suns of various star systems, a stark contrast to their lives on Earth that evoked envy in many. Within the gravity chamber, set to 20 times Earth's gravity, the heavy breaths of several warriors echoed. "Keep pushing. Hold on with sheer willpower." The voices belonged to the fighters, who were engaged in combat training with Raditz under this extreme gravitational force. Although it was meant to be a defensive and offensive drill, Raditz handled it effortlessly, feeling no pressure and needing neither to attack nor defend. The warriors struggled under the weight of gravity. Only Goku and Piccolo fared slightly better, managing to stand and move, albeit slowly, rendering them unable to strike Raditz effectively. The others were nearly incapacitated, with Lepin even flattened against the ground, unable to lift himself. Every step felt like an insurmountable challenge, let alone facing Raditz in combat. "Can we take a break? I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I've been down for ages," Lepin exclaimed, sprawled out on the floor, his face contorted under the pressure of gravity. "If you can't endure this level of stress, how will you survive the upcoming battle?" Raditz retorted as he surveyed the others, who were also struggling to persevere. Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin were pinned down by the force, their clothes soaked with sweat, looking as though they might collapse at any moment, yet they pressed on. Even the youngest, Gohan, gritted his teeth, determined to withstand the challenge. "Uncle Leping, just hold on. As long as you persevere, everything will turn out well." Upon hearing Gohan's words and observing the expressions of those around him, Liu Ping fell into deep contemplation and soon came to a realization. "Rest assured, Gohan, for me, the 20 times gravity is but a trivial matter." He resolved not to speak of rest or surrender lightly, and continued training alongside the others. Raditz watched this scene with great satisfaction. In the comics of his past life on Earth, Liu Ping's potential was not insignificant. It was merely his laziness and lack of dedication and training that held him back. Yet, Raditz was not entirely ruthless. Should anyone truly struggle to persevere, he would offer them a Senza bean to sustain their training. In the Dragon Ball comics, Liu Ping frequently faced tragic outcomes in battle. Now, within the realm of Dragon Ball, perhaps a slight change in Liu Ping's fate could alter his tragic destiny. As another arduous day of training came to a close, night descended upon Earth, and everyone prepared to rest. As the others retired, Raditz intended to do the same, but noticed that only Gohan's room still had its light on. Curiosity piqued. He entered to see what Gohan was up to so late at night. Upon entering, Raditz found Gohan sitting alone in his room, poring over his study materials and diligently reviewing his textbooks. Raditz couldn't help but admire how obedient Gohan was to his mother, Chi-Chi, balancing his studies with his training. Seeing Gohan's dedication, Raditz contemplated whether he could shift Gohan's focus towards combat, ensuring that he would not squander his remarkable talents. He wished for Gohan to avoid becoming like the future Goten, who prioritized studies over training. Raditz approached him and said, "Gohan, such diligence. Is it not exhausting to train here and still commit to your studies every night?" Turning to see Raditz, Gohan replied, "My mother said that I must become a scholar, a doctor, which requires daily reading and study." "Do you enjoy studying and aspire to be a scholar?" Raditz inquired. "I do," Gohan affirmed. "But I am also interested in becoming stronger to protect my family. However, I prefer peace and reading." Raditz recalled the portrayal of Gohan in the comics. He was not particularly enthusiastic about combat, favoring his own pursuits. In the Dragon Ball universe, each individual has their own aspirations, and forcibly altering that path might not yield favorable results. With this thought, Raditz decided not to press Gohan further. "Then focus on your studies, Gohan. I am certain you will become a great scholar in the future." "Yes, Uncle Raditz. I will strive to become a great scholar," Gohan promised. Days passed, and after each grueling training session, the warriors were left drenched in sweat, too exhausted to utter a word. In stark contrast, Raditz maintained a stoic demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. "Liu Ping, Krillin, hold on a little longer. Perhaps emulating Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Tien Shin'en's control techniques will be more manageable," Raditz advised, embodying the role of a coach as he continuously guided the fighters. Under Raditz's meticulous instruction, the warriors experienced visible growth. For Raditz, the 20 times gravity was a mere sensation. The gravity chamber lacked individual compartments, and to strengthen the warriors, he remained with them throughout the day, training tirelessly. As night descended and the others rested, Raditz commenced his own rigorous training, increasing the gravity to 30 times its normal level while activating the hovering robots. In an instant, countless robots surrounded Raditz, unleashing a barrage of lasers. The 30-fold gravity still exerted a suppressive effect on him. Initially, as 5 lasers shot towards him, Raditz leaped effortlessly to evade them. However, when faced with 20 lasers, he had to maneuver skillfully to avoid them. The situation escalated dramatically as the number of lasers surged from 20 to 50, with some reflecting off the ground. Despite Raditz exerting all his strength, he could not evade all of them. Several lasers struck him. With the impact of the lasers, the gravity chamber's intensity and the hovering robot's presence faded away. "It appears I am still not fast enough. I must adapt to the gravity and become swifter." Beeping resonated as the alarm signaled the arrival of daytime on Earth. Outside the spacecraft, the cosmos remained dark, save for the glimmering stars. After a brief wash and meal, the warriors returned to the gravity chamber for training, with Raditz providing guidance. As night fell again, Raditz resumed his training with the 50 lasers. This time, he observed the patterns of the hovering robots as they prepared to fire. He reacted swiftly, calculating the trajectories of the lasers before they were even emitted. This time, the 50 lasers appeared far less daunting. Raditz adeptly dodged them with ease, and his speed had noticeably increased. While evading the laser beams, he approached the hovering robots and deactivated them one by one. To his surprise, numerous new robots emerged, converging to form a web of lasers that surged from all directions. Raditz exclaimed in frustration, "This is absurd. There's no way to evade such an onslaught." Overwhelmed, he was struck by the lasers once more. Reflecting on his failure, he concluded that to succeed, he needed to deactivate the robots the moment they activated. This required acute observational skills and lightning-fast reflexes. which was no small feat under 30-fold gravity. After several days of persistent effort, Raditz finally mastered the timing, managing to deactivate the robots instantaneously upon their activation. Throughout these days, he felt a significant enhancement in both his speed and observational acuity. The difference was like night and day. At his current level, 30-fold gravity was no longer a challenge. Meanwhile, the warriors had engaged in their own training, enduring 20-fold gravity. After several days, they had grown accustomed to the pressure, their bodies becoming increasingly robust. Not only had their physical strength improved, but their speed had also noticeably increased. Initially, they struggled to land a hit on Raditz, but now they moved with nearly the same agility as on solid ground, occasionally managing to land a few strikes against him. With the collective progress, the gravity in the training chamber was elevated to 25 times, where they continued their rigorous practice. Faced with a predicament akin to that of Raditz, under the relentless bombardment of floating robotic lasers, they were fortunate to be numerous enough to engage individually in deactivating the machines. However, the 25-fold gravity rendered their movements sluggish. Raditz himself had trained under a staggering 40-fold gravity. Initially, upon entering this realm of intense weight, Raditz felt as though he were being crushed into a mere pancake, with the very blood and organs within him seemingly on the verge of being expelled. Thankfully, the presence of senzu beans allowed him to endure this ordeal, consuming one periodically to sustain his strength. Thus, day after day, time elapsed, approximately 2 months, during which the collective progress of the group was remarkable. One day, Raditz instructed everyone to unleash their energy to assess their advancements. Utilizing a battle power detector, he observed their combat strengths: Goku at 6, Piccolo at 5, Tien at 15, Krillin at 1, and Liu Ping also reaching 9,000, while Gohan had ascended to a battle power of 15. Raditz himself boasted the highest power level among them, reaching 8. Observing his comrades, Raditz addressed them, stating, "It must be nearly time to arrive at Namek, given the duration we have spent. Each of you has made significant progress, yet we must continue to fight as a united front upon our arrival. Do not disperse. Remember, our objective is the Dragon Balls. On Namek, there resides a Grand Elder whom we must locate first." Goku inquired, "The Grand Elder? How shall we find him?" The Namekians possess formidable battle powers, each exceeding 1,000, making them relatively easy to identify. However, remember to conceal your energy, Raditz cautioned. He further elaborated on the Frieza Force members to be wary of, particularly noting Good, who could momentarily halt time but had the weakest power level, and Ginyu, who could swap bodies, an act to be approached with utmost caution. Upon hearing Raditz's revelations, the group became enlightened, attentively absorbing every detail regarding the Ginyu Force and their unique attributes. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed, announcing, "In 10 minutes, we shall arrive at Namek." At that moment, Bulma, who had been enjoying her coffee, promptly rose to adjust the machinery in preparation for their descent onto Namek. The group gazed out the window, noticing that they were still at a considerable distance from Namek, perceiving it as a mere indistinct green in the vastness of space. Chapter 23. Arrival at Namek. As time progressed, the spacecraft carrying Raditz and his companions drew ever closer to Namek. With each passing moment, Raditz's ability to sense the planet's robust life force and vibrant energy intensified, incomparable even to multiple Earths combined, and far exceeding that of any celestial body within the solar system. It was evident that Namek, prior to any calamities, must have flourished in unparalleled vitality. Before long, a magnificent planet radiating a green luminescence emerged within their line of sight. This celestial body appeared to be countless times larger than Earth, characterized by scarce rivers and predominantly land, encircled by several small moons. In the distance, 2 suns shone brightly, with Namek positioned at a considerable distance from them. Within this entire star system, Namek occupied the most favorable position for sustaining life. Is this planet truly Namek? The group gazed upon it, their hearts swelling with excitement. Raditz gazed upon the vast, boundless plains and towering mountains of planet Namek, pondering the imminent clash with Frieza. At last, the moment has arrived. How long has it been since I last fought? Frieza, await my challenge. After traversing numerous mountains and rivers, the spacecraft found a tranquil and concealed location to descend. As they landed, everyone minimized their energy signatures. With a swift motion, Raditz and his companions touched down on the soil of Namek. The ground was a soft, pale yellow, a hospitable environment for life. Raditz inhaled deeply, finding the oxygen of Namek far more pleasant than that of Earth, devoid of impurities and pollution. Piccolo walked on the gentle terrain of Namek, scooping up a handful of soil, gazing at the sky and the landscape. He couldn't help but marvel. Is this truly my homeland? Goku looked at Piccolo with fondness. Piccolo, your homeland sky is quite beautiful, isn't it? Though Piccolo heard Goku's words, he remained silent, inwardly agreeing with his friend. Meanwhile, Raditz observed his surroundings, slightly captivated by the ecological environment of Namek. In the comics, Namek had been devastated, with countless Namekians perishing, leaving the planet devoid of life. Yet now, it flourished with greenery, the sky tinged with a faint hue of green, the vegetation far surpassing that of Earth. Planet Namek was immense, approximately 1,000 times the size of Earth. Given its vast expanse, the combat power scanners could not fully assess the entire planetary region's energy levels. They could only detect power signatures at close proximity. Only Raditz, who had honed his spiritual energy, could sense the planet's energy broadly, while the others could only perceive a slightly greater range than the scanners. Raditz urged everyone to carefully regulate their energy to avoid detection by Frieza's forces. He then produced a pouch of senzu beans, distributing a few to each warrior for use during battle. Leading his companions into the sky, Raditz utilized his energy sensing to locate the life forces around them. Shortly thereafter, they detected a formidable power level exceeding 500,000, undoubtedly belonging to Frieza. Surrounding Frieza were numerous subordinates, each with power levels around 67,000. Raditz marveled at the prowess of Frieza's elite forces, acknowledging that even the foot soldiers could dominate entire planets. In the distance, he sensed a cluster of energy signatures, approximately 67 Namekians gathered, their power levels ranging from 10 to 15,000. Meanwhile, several energy signatures from Frieza's legion, each exceeding 10,000, were rapidly converging towards the group of Namekians. Upon witnessing the mobilization of Frieza's army, Raditz addressed the group, expressing his apprehension about the formidable energies dispatched by Frieza in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. However, with Frieza's proximity, their chances of overcoming him were uncertain. In light of this, Raditz convened with the others and resolved to notify the Grand Elder of the invasion, hoping to secure his assistance in unlocking their latent potential. Recognizing Bulma's vulnerability, Raditz entrusted her with a power detector and communicator, instructing her to conceal the spaceship in a safe location until they could regroup and depart together. Just as they were about to leave, Raditz suddenly recalled the potential dangers they might encounter along the way. He inquired whether Bulma could set the ship to return to Earth mode, ensuring they could activate its autopilot with a single button upon their return. Of course, Raditz. I'll await your return here, but do exercise caution, Bulma replied, deftly configuring the spaceship for immediate launch. Once set, she briefed Raditz and the others on the operation of the ship's controls. With their preparations complete, Raditz led the warriors toward the gathering point of the powerful energy signatures. As they traversed Namek, the landscape of rivers and lakes was strikingly beautiful, a stark contrast to the turmoil the planet was about to face. After flying for a while without reaching their destination, Raditz sensed several faint energies ahead. As they approached, they beheld a group of Namekians, green-skinned with antennae, strewn across the ground. They had arrived at a Namekian settlement, now reduced to rubble, with tents destroyed and stone structures in ruins. The ground was awash with blood, the lifeless bodies of Namekians and Frieza's soldiers lying in disarray, evidence of a brutal conflict. Among the corpses, some still emitted weak energies, yet their life forces were on the brink of extinction. Raditz hastened to examine a severely injured Namekian, lifting one who appeared slightly better off, though still young. In a trembling voice, the Namekian uttered a plea in an unintelligible dialect, addressing Piccolo. Brother, please save Dandy. He ran that way, being pursued. He pointed in a particular direction, indicating Dandy's location, mistaking Piccolo for a fellow Namekian. The youth's request was tragically cut short as blood gushed forth, and he succumbed to his injuries. The unknown Namekian had sought Piccolo's aid, but the language barrier left the others in confusion. Without explanation, Piccolo's expression darkened, and he surged toward the indicated path. Raditz, seeing Piccolo's determination, had no choice but to lead the others in pursuit. Nameless Star, once doomed to destruction due to its excessive technological advancement, has now abandoned its pursuit of science in a bid to rejuvenate the planet. Each day, the inhabitants of Namek toil to plant trees and restore their illusory paradise. However, Their efforts are interrupted when the Frieza force descends, demanding the Dragon Balls. Should they refuse, they unleash a torrent of violence upon the Namekians, subjecting countless souls to torment. In the midst of this chaos, Dandy clutches a Dragon Ball, desperately fleeing, pursued by a pink figure that mocks him in the air like a cat teasing a mouse. This figure is Dodoria, who, under Frieza's command, employs his battle power detector to hunt down the Namekians in search of the coveted Dragon Balls. In a nearby village, Dodoria has just perpetrated a brutal massacre, prompting Dandy to flee with the Dragon Ball. Viewing the weak Dandy as mere sport, Dodoria intends to toy with him before delivering the fatal blow. However, he soon grows weary of the chase and confronts Dandy directly. "Little brat, run faster. Don't let me get too far. I want to relish this," he cackles, extending his finger to unleash an energy wave that strikes Dandy's leg. The Dragon Ball slips from Dandy's grasp as he collapses to the ground, groaning in agony. "Keep screaming. The louder you are, the happier I become." Dodoria laughs maniacally. Suddenly, Dodoria is struck in the face by a powerful kick, sending him flying through the air, his expression shifting with shock and pain. This assailant is Raditz, who has just arrived and is furious to see Dodoria. During his training in the illusory realm of Earth, he had long wished to exact vengeance upon this pink abomination. And now the opportunity presents itself. Piccolo and the others soon arrive. Piccolo approaches Dandy, who clings tightly to him, and they converse in the Namekian tongue. Meanwhile, Dodoria, after rolling through the air for several moments, finally manages to rise, only to find himself filled with dread upon seeing Raditz. He promptly activates his battle power detector, which beeps incessantly as it assesses Raditz's strength. "What the hell? Your power level is merely 5. How can you strike so hard? It must be an illusion," he exclaims, launching an energy wave at Raditz. Raditz does not evade. He allows the energy wave to wash over him, feeling as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Dissipating harmlessly, Dodoria's eyes widen in disbelief. "Impossible. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion." In a frenzy, he unleashes a barrage of energy waves at Raditz, his terror escalating with each shot. Taking to the skies, Dodoria attempts to flee, but Raditz swiftly closes the distance. "Have you had enough fun?" Raditz taunts. At that moment, Dodoria's detector reveals Raditz's power level has soared to a staggering 8. Raditz unleashes a flurry of punches, each strike landing solidly against Dodoria's flesh, turning him into a mere human punching bag. With each blow, Dodoria's vision fades, and he succumbs to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Raditz gathered an energy sphere with a single hand, striking Dodoria with a resounding boom. Dodoria was obliterated into ashes, leaving no trace behind. After vanquishing Dodoria, Raditz returned to his companions, where Piccolo informed Dandy of their mission, emphasizing that they were benevolent beings, not villains. Dandy, however, unexpectedly exclaimed in Earth's language, "Thank you for your help. I am Dandy." Raditz was momentarily taken aback. "Dandy, how do you speak Earth's language?" Dandy explained to the group that every Namekian possesses a unique ability to instantly learn Earth's language. Chapter 24. The Grand Elder of Namek. Dandy hastily picked up the Dragon Ball that had fallen beside him. Raditz observed that this Dragon Ball was the 4-star ball, significantly larger than the diminutive Earth Dragon Balls. He could sense that this Dragon Ball contained immense power, far surpassing that of its earthly counterparts. Presumably, akin to what was depicted in the manga, the Namekian Dragon Balls were exponentially more powerful than those on Earth. Raditz speculated that the potency of a Dragon Ball was determined by the strength of its creator's abilities. At that moment, Raditz sensed several powerful presences approaching, each with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Recognizing the urgency, he remarked, "The Frieza force has detected our presence due to the energy I unleashed during battle. We must hasten to the Grand Elder's location." With that, the group quickly set off, Piccolo carrying Dandy and guided by Dandy. They accelerated towards the Grand Elder's abode. Shortly after Raditz and his companions departed, Kuei and Champa flew in, holding a 3-star ball. They arrived to find only signs of the battle and remnants of Dodoria's destroyed scouter. Observing the battlefield, Champa noted, the scouter suddenly registered an 8 in battle power. And then Dodoria's signal vanished. What transpired here? Where is Dodoria? Kuei, clutching the 3-star ball, suggested to Champa, "We should return at once. If we encounter a formidable foe, we will be ill-equipped to handle it. Let us report this to Lord Frieza and determine how to proceed." Kuei and Shumpa meticulously scanned the area with their scouters, but finding no formidable energy signatures, they departed. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions remained unaware that they had narrowly missed the 3-star ball. Before long, the group spotted a village in the distance, significantly larger than any they had previously encountered. The village featured numerous structures characteristic of Namekian architecture, and at its center stood a 2-story, elaborately decorated house. Dandy pointed towards the house and informed the group, the Grand Elder resides in that building. But due to his advanced age and the toll taken on his health from revitalizing Namek, he seldom ventures outside. According to the manga, the Grand Elder is not long for this world. Once he passes, the Dragon Balls will lose their potency, and it will be too late to obtain them. With this thought in mind, Raditz quickened his pace, and soon they arrived at the village. As Raditz arrived, he drew the attention of several robust Namekians who cautiously approached him. Upon getting closer, they noticed Dandy amongst Raditz and his companions and inquired, "Who are you outsiders? And what brings you to our planet? How is Dandy with you?" Upon hearing the Namekians' questions, Dandy hastily stepped forward to explain that these Namekians were unaware of the Frieza forces' invasion. After recounting the circumstances, he apologized to Raditz and his companions for the rudeness and urged them to proceed to meet the Grand Elder. Upon reaching the exquisite 2-story building, as Raditz and his group intended to enter, the door slowly opened to reveal several Namekian children emerging. "Outsiders, the Grand Elder has been expecting you for quite some time. Please enter swiftly," they said. Raditz mused that, much like the God of Earth, the Grand Elder of Namek possessed an innate ability to sense the movements of his people. Upon entering the 2-story structure, they found at the center of the first floor a colossal chair upon which the Grand Elder sat. With one hand propping his head and the other resting at his side, his face was etched with wrinkles, signifying his advanced age, and his eyelids appeared to droop as if on the verge of closing. Dandy stepped forth to inform the Grand Elder of the Frieza forces' incursion and their massacre of Namekians. The Grand Elder merely gestured with his hand, indicating that he was already aware of Frieza's deeds. Dandy continued to explain their purpose, to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls and endangering the universe. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. "I have long known of your intent. I can provide you with the Dragon Balls." He then glanced at Piccolo, as if recalling something significant. "Piccolo, you have returned as well?" he remarked. Piccolo was taken aback. It seemed the Grand Elder recognized him. "Grand Elder, the only memories I retain are from my time on Earth. I have no recollection of my past before that," Piccolo confessed. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, seemed to have an epiphany. "No wonder you have only returned now. Allow me to restore your memories." He raised a fingertip and projected a peculiar beam of energy, seemingly devoid of malice or combat power. The light gradually entered Piccolo's mind, flooding him with memories of his origins and how he arrived on Earth. At that moment, Piccolo recalled everything. His homeland had been destroyed due to excessive technological advancement, leaving only a few survivors. The Grand Elder had miraculously endured, while Piccolo's father, Catus, sent Piccolo and several young children to different planets suitable for habitation. The Grand Elder sensed something unique about Piccolo and, realizing a similarity, spoke. "I never imagined you would become the God of Earth and even split yourself into 2 parts." He then continued to elaborate, explaining that every planet has a lower-tier deity, and he himself is the god of the Namekians. Much like the God of Earth, he is under the jurisdiction of the King of Otherworld and must regularly report the conditions of his planet to the king. However, the Kai-Shin pays little heed to the lower-tier gods, attending only to the circumstances of the planets, for the number of celestial beings is overwhelming. To the higher-tier gods, the deities inhabiting ordinary planets are scarcely more than mere servants of divinity. With that, the Grand Elder of Namek turned his gaze upon Raditz and his companions. "Although you are already formidable, I shall assist you in unlocking the latent potential within your bodies." Sensing the potential risks associated with such an endeavor, Dandy quickly interjected. "Grand Elder, if you awaken their potential, it will deplete your mental energy and hasten your demise." The Grand Elder shook his head. "Dandy, I appreciate your concern. Yet our planet faces an unprecedented crisis. If we do not take this course of action, our race may face extinction, and I do not have much time left." He then beckoned Raditz and the others closer, resolute in his decision. Raditz, no longer inclined to refuse, stepped forward, and the Grand Elder gently tapped his forehead. A warm current began to flow from Raditz's forehead throughout his body, slowly releasing its energy. He felt each particle of his chi merging with this warmth. continuously splitting and multiplying, leading to an overwhelming surge of power. Soon, he was filled with strength, and once the warmth dissipated, he sensed that his combat prowess had at least quadrupled. He perceived his battle power to now be at least 32 points. One by one, the remaining warriors accepted the Grand Elder's offer to unlock their potential, each feeling a significant increase in their combat abilities, expressing their gratitude. Rest assured, Grand Elder, by allowing us to unlock our potential, we shall aid you in overcoming this crisis facing Namek. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, with each potential awakening, the Grand Elder appeared increasingly frail, his wrinkles deepening, and an aura of impending death surrounding him, as though he were on the brink of passing. Observing this, Raditz hurriedly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket. Grand Elder, please consume a Senzu bean to regain some strength. The Grand Elder declined. Every life must eventually reach its conclusion. Such items hold no value for me. He then summoned a luminous orb from within himself, which flew directly into Dandy's hands. Dandy, this is the Dragon Ball bestowed upon every celestial being of a planet. Upon my death, consume it, and you shall become the deity of Namek, capable of utilizing the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Raditz's mind swirled with questions. Such artifacts were not mentioned in the comics. What exactly are Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls are orbs imbued with a fragment of divine power, bestowed by higher gods like the Kai or the Kai Shin. Consuming one grants the ability to govern an entire planet, the Grand Elder explained. Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a wave of dizziness. It seemed the world of Dragon Balls differed drastically from that depicted in the comics. He resolved to learn more in due time. The Grand Elder, though growing weaker, persisted in addressing the gathered warriors. The Namekian Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. Dandy insisted that it was imperative to ensure the survival of the Namekian race. Upon uttering this, he produced the Dragon Balls from his possession and handed them to Raditz. At that moment, Raditz was already in possession of 4 Dragon Balls. Subsequently, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, not having passed away, but rather expending too much energy and requiring rest. As the group departed from the Grand Elder's dwelling, more Namekians from other villages arrived, reporting an invasion. The situation was dire. A group claiming to be from Frieza's army demanded the Dragon Balls, threatening violence if their demands were not met. Dandy explained to the Namekians that the Grand Elder was already aware of Frieza's forces. The Grand Elder had entrusted all hope to Raditz and his companions, believing they would help the Namekians weather this crisis. Outside, Raditz contemplated that the most effective way to thwart Frieza would be to wish for the Dragon Balls before he could use them. Ideally, he would wish for strength to defeat Frieza directly. Meanwhile, the fleeing Namekians learned that 3 villages had already fallen, along with the Dragon Balls being seized by Frieza's army. After a moment of reflection, Raditz devised a plan, summoning the warriors to sense the power levels of Frieza's divisions and allocate their forces accordingly. Apart from the 3 fallen villages, there remained 3 others that were still safe, prompting him to dispatch the warriors for rescue missions. He acquired several copies of the Namekian map, ensuring each warrior had one, along with the dragon radar provided by Bulma to locate the Dragon Balls and save the surviving Namekians. Raditz assigned Krillin and Gohan to rescue the village with the 5-star ball, while Tien and Yamcha were tasked with saving the village possessing the 6-star ball. Meanwhile, Goku, Piccolo, and Raditz would head to the location of the 3-star ball, after which they would regroup. After detailing the plan to the group, they swiftly departed towards their respective missions. Chapter 25. Movements from all sides. Meanwhile, on another front, Chiu-E and Shangbo, unable to locate Dodoria with the already acquired 3-star ball, decided to return to Frieza for a report. As they journeyed back, they suddenly sensed a powerful presence nearby. Their scouters registered tens of thousands of power levels, only to vanish moments later. Confusion ensued until they spotted 2 figures standing before them. Upon recognition, they were shocked to see Vegeta and Nappa blocking their path. Quickly checking their scouters, they noted readings of 500 and 1,000 power levels, concluding that these 2 were not formidable adversaries. They recalled Frieza's orders to Vegeta to remain stationary at the base, astonished to see him here. In actuality, Vegeta and Nappa had eradicated Frieza's base and arrived on Namek a few days earlier than the warriors. Upon their arrival, they found that Frieza had already taken the lead on this planet. Observing Frieza's forces searching for the Dragon Balls, they concealed their energy to evade detection. In the wake of the Frieza forces' relentless pursuit, an opportunity arose for Chiu-E and Shangbo to secure the Dragon Balls when they found themselves separated. Their isolation provided a perfect chance for Vegeta and Nappa to strike. Upon recognizing the two Saiyans, Chou-E and Shang-Bo swiftly approached them. Shang-Bo, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Vegeta, Nappa, weren't you too busy with your off-world missions? What brings you here? And why has your combat power diminished to such a pathetic level?" At that moment, Shang-Bo cautiously utilized a power detector once more, confirming that their combat strengths remained a mere 501,000, allowing him to relax. He then reprimanded Vegeta and Nappa. "How dare you defy Lord Frieza's orders? Do not blame me for what is to come." Vegeta, undeterred, retorted, "Frieza? I will kill him one day." Shang-Bo, already harboring disdain for Vegeta, was incensed further by his words and the revelation of his weakened power. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chou-E, intending to eliminate both Vegeta and Nappa. Receiving the signal, Chou-E smirked and unleashed a concentrated energy blade, aiming to swiftly dispatch the duo. However, Vegeta skillfully seized his hand, twisting it with such force that bones were shattered. "Ah, my hand! Shang-Bo, come help me!" Chou-E cried out in agony. Without missing a beat, Vegeta unleashed his true power, revealing a staggering combat strength of 58,000. Before Chou-E could react, Vegeta's other hand gripped his throat, and with a crushing force, he ended Chou-Yi's life. "What? Vegeta, you possess 58,000 in combat power? This cannot be. The power detector must be malfunctioning," Shang-Bo thought. Realizing that even if the detector was accurate, he stood no chance against Vegeta, he quickly resolved to flee. Tossing aside the Dragon Balls, he initiated a second transformation, boosting his power to 28,000. Upon completing his transformation, Shang-Bo's once handsome visage grotesquely morphed into something akin to a toad. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Yet Vegeta effortlessly deflected them. The explosions filled the air with dust and debris. Seeing this, Shang-Bo turned and, fueled by desperation, fled at full speed. However, Nappa, with fierce determination, landed a powerful kick to Shang-Bo's face, sending him crashing to the ground, not granting Shang-Bo a moment's respite. Nappa followed up with a knee strike that connected forcefully with Shang-Bo's face, causing him to spit blood. As Shang-Bo attempted to crawl away, Nappa seized him and unleashed a relentless flurry of punches to his face. Despite the power detector indicating Nappa's strength at only 27,500, still lower than Shang-Bo's, Shang-Bo had lost all desire to fight. The thought of fleeing consumed him, especially with Vegeta nearby, who could easily finish him off. Nappa, however, was relentless, offering no chance for Shang-Bo to escape. Before one's eyes, Nappa concentrated a vast amount of energy waves within his mouth, unleashing a powerful blast at close range. With a resounding roar, Shang-Bo vanished from this realm. Vegeta, with a sinister smile, understood that his revenge had only just commenced. After acquiring the Dragon Balls, he did not linger but sought a concealed location to secure them. Meanwhile, in the distance, Frieza's army observed in horror as the communications of Dodoria, Shang-Bo, and Kuei sequentially ceased. At that moment, Frieza led his subordinates into a village inhabited by Namekians. The once tranquil and harmonious village was now reduced to ruins, engulfed in flames, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The 1-star and 2-star Dragon Balls circled around Frieza, who sat in a chair resembling a baby carriage, reveling in the sight of the orbs while indulging in dreams of eternal life. A subordinate approached to report, "Lord Frieza, the power levels of Dodoria, Shang-Bo, and Kuei have vanished." The messenger continued, trembling. Nearby, power levels ranging from 500,000 to over 320,000 had been detected, but they have suddenly disappeared. "What?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished. "How could there be beings with power exceeding 10,000 that I was unaware of?" The reports indicated that it was Vegeta alongside Nappa, as well as Raditz and Kakarot, along with a host of Earthlings. Frieza, filled with rage, could not fathom that Vegeta would dare to betray him, nor that these Earthlings would brazenly seek him out. In a fit of fury, he unleashed his wrath, dispatching several surviving Namekian elders with a mere flick of his finger. He pondered darkly. The Saiyans possessed such formidable power, surpassing even the Namekians. Apart from himself and the Ginyu force, no one could vanquish them. At that moment, hidden behind the ruins of a building, a surviving Namekian, whose power level was merely a few hundred, had managed to endure. He overheard Frieza's dialogue, realizing that his comrades had perished, and he had become oblivious to his own survival. Understanding that Frieza's forces utilized a power level detector to locate and exterminate his kin, he steeled himself for sacrifice to protect the others. Suddenly, the Namekian leaped high, directing his fingers toward the power level detectors of all present. A barrage of small energy waves erupted, striking the detectors with precision. Each of the devices, including those belonging to Frieza's subordinates, shattered under the onslaught. Frieza, caught in his fury, had underestimated the situation, failing to notice that a mere insect with a power level of a few hundred still survived. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a relentless barrage of energy waves toward the Namekian. Even as the Namekian was reduced to ashes, Frieza continued to fire until a massive crater, spanning 100 meters, marked the spot where the Namekian once stood. Damn it! Notify those outside to retrieve the power level detectors. Yes, Lord Frieza, he replied. At that moment, Frieza remained oblivious to the fact that the warriors and the Saiyans were poised to annihilate all those who sought the Dragon Balls. Frieza could no longer wait for the arrival of the scouters. Just then, a figure darted towards him. It was a Namekian, rushing directly to Frieza's side. Who are you to wreak such havoc? The speaker was none other than Nail, the strongest warrior and protector of the great elder of the Namekians. Frieza regarded the Namekian before him, unaware of his strength due to the absence of a scouter, and initially intended to disregard him, sending a few subordinates to eliminate him instead. However, Nail swiftly dispatched Frieza's minions with ease, leaving them incapacitated on the ground, unable to retaliate. It was noteworthy that these were elite members of Frieza's army, with power levels around 89,000, yet Nail effortlessly overcame them. It appeared that Nail's power level was at least 34,000, perhaps even higher. Frieza felt a pang of regret. Such formidable strength was indeed rare in the cosmos. Namekian, should you choose to serve under my command, I can guarantee your survival. You shall receive wealth and power. Should you betray your kin, Frieza tempted. Nail, upon hearing Frieza's proposition, spat disdainfully. You expect me to betray my own people? Absolutely not. You shall meet your end. With that, Nail charged in fury. In response, Frieza merely flicked his finger, unleashing a single energy blast that pierced through Nail's body. The fallen Nail could hardly believe it. Such a trivial energy attack had felled him, leaving him with no means to defend himself. Disregarding Nail, who was now on the brink of death, Frieza treated him like a mere insect. Given his audacity to strike at me, he possesses a modicum of courage, but he will not survive for long. Let him lie here, awaiting his demise, he declared. With that, Frieza led his remaining troops onward in search of the Dragon Balls. Not far into their journey, a shooting star streaked across the sky, crashing heavily before Frieza. As the smoke cleared, 6 circular pods gradually opened. Frieza's heart sank, realizing the unwelcome sight before him. Shadows leaped forth, performing an odd dance. They struck peculiar poses, declaring, I am Berta. I am Goldo. I am Jees. I am Dodoria. I am Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. We have come to serve the illustrious Lord Frieza. Excellent. Captain Ginyu, you have arrived just in time, Frieza acknowledged, feeling a flush of embarrassment at the sight of these peculiar subordinates. Were it not for their unparalleled loyalty, he might have disposed of them long ago. Frieza instructed the Ginyu Force to utilize their scouters to locate the Namekians and their Dragon Balls. When you encounter the Saiyans on Earth, eliminate them without hesitation, but be wary of Raditz, whose power level is 32. Invoke that technique, if necessary. Ginyu, filled with resolve, assured Frieza that he would remain nearby and lead his team to flawlessly execute the mission. With that, Ginyu and his elite squad ascended into the sky, setting off to seek out the areas of heightened power. Chapter 26. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. The Ginyu Force set forth on their expedition to hunt down their quarry, the Dragon Balls. Raditz, scrutinizing the map provided by Dandy, led his companions toward the village where the 3-star ball was located. They soon arrived at the site, only to be met with the grim spectacle of ruins and lifeless bodies strewn about, a testament to the brutal conflict that had transpired. This battle had decimated what was once a thriving village, now engulfed in flames. Raditz, utilizing his key sensing abilities, discerned that not a single soul remained alive. In the face of such devastation, Goku seethed, how despicable. The Frieza Force shows no mercy, not even to children. They are truly demons. Piccolo, witnessing the slaughter of his kin, clenched his fists, consumed by a desire to eradicate every member of the Frieza Force. As the group sensed their surroundings, they detected no lingering energy signatures, indicating that the Frieza force had vacated the area. Raditz resolved to locate the nearest Dragon Ball. The radar indicated that the three-star ball was nearby. They traversed several rivers and, amidst the mountains, discovered a concealed cave where the radar signaled the presence of the Dragon Ball. After navigating a winding path, they arrived at the cave entrance, which was partially obstructed by large boulders. Raditz unleashed a series of energy blasts to clear the stones and gain entry. Inside, they found the three-star ball hidden in a relatively secluded spot, a cache left by Vegeta, who had deemed this location secure from prying eyes. Little did Vegeta anticipate that Raditz and his allies, equipped with the Dragon Ball radar, could effortlessly pinpoint its location. Upon acquiring the three-star ball, Raditz activated the radar once more to track the closest Dragon Ball, discovering that it was situated near Krillin and Gohan. Without hesitation, Raditz and his companions surged forth. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan had arrived in proximity to the village housing the five-star ball, fortunate that the Frieza force had yet to make their move. In this serene village, numerous Namekian children played joyfully, the atmosphere still peaceful and undisturbed. As Gohan and Krillin entered the village, they attracted the attention of several Namekians, prompting the children to seek refuge behind their elders, gazing curiously at the newcomers. Attempting to communicate in Earth language, Gohan and Krillin soon realized that none of the Namekians understood their words. A few robust Namekians approached, their expressions revealing their displeasure. Due to the language barrier and the apparent lack of Dandy's linguistic gift among the villagers, meaningful communication proved impossible. Amidst the ensuing commotion, an elderly, hunchbacked Namekian approached, drawing the respect of those around him. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Gohan and Krillin felt a surge of hope. This elder was likely the village chief, possessing the unique ability to comprehend Earth language. Krillin approached the hunchbacked elder and stated, "A group known as the Frieza Force has come to your planet to wreak havoc and pillage. The Grand Elder and Den have sent us to evacuate you back to the Grand Elder and to request that you entrust the Dragon Balls to us for safekeeping." Upon hearing this, the elder, understandably skeptical of Krillin's claims, was reluctant to part with the invaluable Dragon Balls. "Stranger, we appreciate your goodwill, but we have not heard of such events. We are capable of safeguarding our village, so please leave at once." With that, several robust Namekians encircled Gohan and Krillin. Despite their earnest explanations, disbelief lingered among the villagers. At that moment, both Krillin and Gohan sensed a multitude of formidable presences rapidly approaching, undoubtedly the Frieza force. Gohan shouted to the villagers, "What I say is true. The Frieza force is nearly upon us. Elder, quickly evacuate the crowd." Seeing Gohan and Krillin refuse to leave and continue to raise alarms, the leading youths contemplated forcibly removing them. Just then, a dozen figures clad in battle armor from the Frieza force descended from the sky, spotting the large gathering of Namekians below. With little hesitation, they unleashed energy blasts that rained down upon the center of the village. The ensuing explosions rocked the village, resulting in widespread devastation and cries of anguish from the Namekians. It was only at this point that the hunchbacked elder and the villagers began to believe Gohan and Krillin, urgently mobilizing to evacuate to the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin assessed the combat prowess of the approaching foes, noting that the strongest among them possessed a power level barely exceeding 5,000. Krillin raised his hands above his head, channeling his energy, which erupted forth with tremendous force. Tianzin, the energy disc shot skyward, slicing through the ranks of the Frieza force, eliminating several of their number. The surviving members, using their scouters, called for reinforcements. However, before they could finish, Gohan and Krillin swiftly engaged them, overpowering the survivors with a flurry of punches and kicks. After dispatching dozens of Frieza's soldiers, the elder of the village quickly apologized and entrusted the Dragon Balls to Gohan and Krillin. The Namekians were nearly evacuated, and as Gohan and Krillin prepared to leave, they sensed a powerful energy approaching. Suddenly, several figures from the Frieza force appeared in the sky. Guldo, Bata, and Dodo were among them. They launched their attack directly at Gohan and Krillin, who assumed defensive stances to brace for the confrontation. Recognizing the diminutive figure of Guldo, Gohan and Krillin recalled Raditz's warning about his unique ability to manipulate time, urging them to exercise caution. However, it was too late. Guldo unleashed a bizarre energy from his hands, catching Gohan and Krillin completely off guard. In a confined span of time, Gohan and Krillin found themselves immobilized. their energies and senses rendered useless as though bound by an unseen force, leaving only their minds to contemplate. The unique ability of Dugu to halt time and space was limited to a narrow range, governed solely by his mental prowess and requiring him to hold his breath. Any lapse would shatter his concentration, rendering his temporal manipulation ineffective. However, Dugu's combat prowess was notably low, necessitating the support of formidable guardians from the Frieza force to shield him from ambushes. As Dugu approached, he drew forth an energy gun and unleashed a barrage of shots at the two, the projectiles striking Gohan and Krillin, who were helpless to defend against the onslaught. Despite the low damage, the relentless assault proved overwhelming. Dugu followed up with several kicks, sending both warriors crashing to the ground. Just as he could no longer contain his breath and relinquished his time-stopping ability, Guise and Bart arrived, delivering a powerful blow. Now gravely injured, Gohan and Krillin lay incapacitated. In that moment of vulnerability, with Dugu's defenses momentarily lowered, a lethal energy wave pierced his heart. By the time Guise and Bart comprehended what had transpired, Dugu was already lifeless. Who could it be? The combat power detector registered no response, infuriating them. Guise and Bart's ire turned skyward, where they beheld Vegeta and Nappa, who watched with amused expressions. Vegeta, aware of Dugu's unique abilities, understood that Gohan and Krillin had not drawn their attention otherwise. The outcome would have been less favorable for him. Enraged by Dugu's demise, Guise and Bart disregarded the severely wounded Gohan and Krillin, charging forward with a vengeful intent. Prepare to perish. Guise and Bart snarled as they launched a ferocious assault against Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta, unfazed, faced them with composure, while Nappa began to falter. Vegeta gestured for Nappa to withdraw, opting to confront the adversaries alone. With a surge of energy, Vegeta unleashed an immense, overwhelming aura. His battle power soared to 58,000. Each strike he executed reverberated through the air, akin to a dragon soaring through the skies with unassailable might. Guise and Bart, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retreated to a safer distance. In a display of synchronized combat, Guise and Bart assumed a peculiar stance, their speed accelerating dramatically. The ground trembled as dust swirled around them, resembling a sandstorm, while their fists radiated fierce crimson waves of energy that crackled through the air with alarming velocity. Akin to thunder, Crimson Comet Strike. Vegeta, taken aback by the terrifying potency of their combined technique, recognized that their attack surpassed a battle power of 70,000. His expression shifted as he crossed his arms defensively across his chest, bracing for the impending onslaught. Boom! The blow struck Vegeta with tremendous force. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not withstand it, and was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Sensing the dire situation, Nappa erupted in rage, soaring into the air to catch Vegeta. However, Jisbat, having completed his combined attack, did not grant them respite, arriving almost instantaneously behind the two. Bang! 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 Jisbat relentlessly assaulted Vegeta and Nappa from both sides, leaving Nappa frozen and unable to retaliate. Nevertheless, he valiantly shielded Vegeta, enduring the onslaught with unwavering loyalty. At that moment, a voice rang out, Energy Sphere Slash. Kamehameha. A fierce energy sphere slash sliced through the air, prompting GYS and Bat to evade rather than confront it head-on. The ones unleashing these formidable techniques were Gohan and Krillin, standing shakily on the ground, their bodies battered and bruised. On the other side, although Vegeta had sustained considerable injuries, he managed to stand with great effort. Witnessing Nappa's desperate struggle to protect him, Vegeta's fury ignited. His energy surged violently, as if it would consume everything around him. Vegeta had transcended his limits. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 9. What? Impossible. How could Vegeta's energy escalate so drastically? Is the power level detector malfunctioning? Jisbat exclaimed in shock. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta charged forward, his punches so swift that Jisbat found himself immobilized in midair. Once overly reliant on the power level detector, Jisbat was now shaken to his core as his psychological defenses crumbled. Each of Vegeta's blows inflicted excruciating pain, reaching a threshold that was unbearable. Rather than launching direct assaults, Vegeta opted for a prince's strategy, unleashing a frenzied barrage of energy waves that rained down upon his foes. The waves pierced through their bodies, leaving numerous gaping wounds, and blood gushed from their mouths as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With the battle concluded, Vegeta helped Nappa to his feet and flew towards Krillin and Gohan. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Considering your assistance, I shall spare your lives. Although Gohan and Krillin had consumed Senzu beans and regained their strength, they knew they stood no chance against Vegeta and relinquished the Dragon Balls. Filled with a sense of triumph, Vegeta now possessed 2 Dragon Balls, his combat strength significantly enhanced, instilling in him a newfound fearlessness. Just as he intended to depart with Nappa to a concealed location for healing, 2 figures appeared in the sky, unnoticed by Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin. Chapter 27. Annihilating the Ginyu force in the sky appeared Ginyu and Riku, causing Vegeta to gasp in horror, fully aware of Ginyu's terrifying power. Before Vegeta could utter a word, Ginyu unleashed a powerful energy wave, catching everyone off guard as it pierced through Nappa's chest. A massive hole was blown through Nappa's torso, and blood poured forth until he rapidly bled out. In his final moments, Nappa turned to Vegeta, uttering, "Vegeta, you are the pride of our Saiyan race. You must avenge us and annihilate Frieza." After speaking, Nappa collapsed straight down, his life force gradually dwindling. At this moment, Vegeta supported Nappa, witnessing the large hole in his chest that signified the total loss of vitality. Vegeta was consumed by a profound fury. "Do not worry, Nappa, I shall make it happen," he murmured. In a fit of rage, Vegeta soared into the sky, driven solely by the desire to annihilate Ginyu. "Ginyu, since you dared to slay Nappa, today you shall meet your demise." Ginyu exchanged glances with Riku, both beginning to mock Vegeta. Nappa is merely a worthless fool. Killing him is of little consequence. Soon, you shall join him in oblivion. Vegeta charged forth, engaging in a fierce battle with Ginyu and Riku in the air, where the sound of sharp energy waves echoed amidst their intense confrontation. Ginyu and Riku possessed formidable strength, and after toying with Vegeta for a while, they grew weary of the sport. "Vegeta, your power is far too feeble now. We have no desire to prolong this. It is time to finish you." Ginyu delivered a devastating punch to Vegeta's chest, causing him to spew blood and plummet into the ruins below. Lying on the ground, Vegeta lacked even the strength to rise, seething in rage as he gazed upon Ginyu. Though his combat power was not insignificant, his injuries rendered him incapable of contending against 2 foes. "Is this where my journey ends?" Lying on the ground, Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him, but suddenly sensed several familiar energy signatures approaching. It was Raditz and Kakarot. A smile crept across Vegeta's lips. It seems there is still hope. In the sky, upon seeing Vegeta defeated, Ginyu and Riku descended to stand before the others, striking peculiar poses. For Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force assembles. Now, with only 2 members remaining, the Ginyu Force's formation was awkwardly incomplete, much to Ginyu's chagrin. "Damn it. It seems we need to recruit new members for the Ginyu Force. Riku, let us try a 2-man formation." The duo struck a pose reminiscent of a crane spreading its wings, frantically changing positions. Krillin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, puzzled by the bizarre antics of Frieza's soldiers, while Gohan's expression revealed a hint of disdain. "No matter how you move, it's all wrong. It's your fault Ginyu Force's formation is no longer intact." Just as Ginyu was about to deal with everyone, the group found themselves unable to retaliate. At that moment, Raditz and the others finally arrived. Even before Vegeta's outburst of rage, Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo had sensed the energy of both Vegeta and Nappa, along with another formidable aura approaching them. As Krillin, Gohan, and the energy of Nappa and Vegeta grew increasingly faint, Raditz hastened his pace, finally catching up. Upon arrival, Raditz beheld a scene of carnage strewn with corpses and Nappa lying on the ground with a gaping hole in his chest. Ginyu activated his scouter, discovering that the combat power of these newcomers was rather unremarkable. With a casual flick, several energy blasts were sent forth, easily deflected by Raditz, who caught the slight sidelong glance of Ginyu. He had long heard of beings in the universe capable of manipulating ki. "It appeared that you possessed this ability as well," Raditz remarked to Ginyu. "You still have a chance to flee, Ginyu. Don't let regret consume you later." Ginyu found Raditz's words amusing. With a battle power of 120, he could practically stride through the universe without fear of a few Saiyans. Observing Raditz's brazen declaration, Ginyu swiftly closed the distance, nearly instantaneously appearing before him. With a ferocious aura, he unleashed a punch towards Raditz, who effortlessly opened his palm to catch Ginyu's fist. No matter how hard Ginyu exerted himself, he could not break free from Raditz's grasp. Raditz seized Ginyu's fist and twisted with great force, contorting Ginyu's entire arm into a 360-degree spiral. With a decisive tug, Raditz snapped Ginyu's arm. In pain, Ginyu clutched his severed limb, retreating from Raditz in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could you be so strong?" Raditz replied, "There is even greater strength. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." He activated the Kaioken X3, a formidable red aura enveloping him, causing the ground beneath to collapse under the immense pressure. Ginyu and Raikum watched as Raditz's battle power soared uncontrollably. 32, 38, 56, boom. The energy continued to escalate, resulting in their power scouters exploding. Impossible. It cannot be. How could his power surpass that of Lord Frieza in his normal state? The scouter must be malfunctioning. Enraged, Captain Ginyu unleashed all of his energy. Despite having only one functional arm, he channeled all his strength into that hand. The overwhelming force stirred violent winds as Ginyu charged at Raditz. With a thud, Jinyu's punch struck with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath Raditz to sink several inches. Raditz remained expressionless, extending his hand forward to grasp Jinyu's remaining arm, rendering him immobile. With a powerful shake, Raditz hurled Ginyu away. Now gravely injured and astounded by Raditz's strength, Ginyu realized he could neither fight nor escape. A glimmer of fervor flickered in his eyes. It was time to employ this technique. Staggering towards Raditz with a smile still on his lips, Ginyu shouted, "Body swap." A potent wave of psychic energy transformed into an energy form and shot forth. Raditz, having anticipated this, swiftly dodged the trajectory of the psychic energy. He utilized his own mental prowess to enter a state of visualization, converting his psychic energy into an ethereal form, akin to a soul leaving the body. Ginyu was taken aback, discovering that Raditz also wielded psychic energy attacks, a technique mastered by only a select few in this universe. Ginyu, who had diligently honed his psychic abilities for this very move, now bore a body that was not truly his own, a culmination of numerous body swaps leading to this momentous achievement. At this moment, Raditz charged directly towards the spiritual energy form of Ginyu. Ginyu sensed that Raditz's spiritual energy was significantly more formidable than his own and sought to retreat into his body in haste. However, it was too late. Raditz's spiritual energy had already ensnared Ginyu, and he found himself unable to break free. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Ginyu unleashed a beam of light before vanishing, leaving both combatants staring at each other in bewilderment. As they both committed fully to the struggle, the energy forms began to consume one another, with Raditz's spiritual energy being considerably stronger than Jinyu's. Gradually, Raditz gained the upper hand, and soon a piercing scream emanated from Jinyu's spiritual energy form before he was swiftly assimilated by Raditz. Raditz felt a surge of power within him and directed a portion of his spiritual energy towards Jinyu's body. Despite Jinyu's physical form remaining intact, Raditz found himself unable to manipulate Jinyu's inherent energy. It was akin to controlling a puppet, unable to unleash its true potential. In the Dragon Ball manga, Jinyu's ability to wield combat power seemed to hinge on a unique secret, a mystery that Raditz could not afford to explore at this moment. Upon entering Jinyu's body, Raditz felt as though he shared a dual consciousness. He experienced two perspectives, yet due to inhabiting another's form, he sensed his strength restrained, likely unable to access more than 30% of Jinyu's capabilities. At this juncture, Raikum unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks against Jinyu's body, inflicting severe injuries. The spectators were taken aback, puzzled by Raikum's frenzied assault on Ginyu. Having witnessed Ginyu employ this technique multiple times, Raikum, upon noticing Raditz's slight movement, assumed Ginyu had succeeded. As expected of Captain Ginyu, "Now you shall perish. Captain Ginyu has mastered Raditz's body." With that, Raditz flew over and stood beside Raikum. "Well done, Raikum. Once I have eliminated them all." The onlookers exchanged looks of confusion as Raikum laughed, oblivious to the unfolding events, and assumed defensive stances. Just as Raikum reveled in his triumph, Raditz pierced through his chest. "What? Impossible. This has never failed before." With that, Raikum's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, lifeless. Raditz, having taken control of Jinyu's body, approached the others. "Fear not. I have taken command of Jinyu's form." The crowd gasped, with Piccolo hastily inquiring, "What kind of technique is this? You can control another's body?" Raditz explained, "It is the power of spiritual energy. However, controlling this body does not allow me to unleash any combat prowess. If faced with a formidable foe, This technique would be futile and quite perilous. He then provided a Senzu bean to Gohan and Krillin, aiding them in their recovery. Chapter 28. The ingenious acquisition of the Dragon Balls. Raditz, now in control of Ginyu, slowly approached Vegeta, extending his hand in an attempt to lift him up. At this moment, Vegeta, positioned at a distance, was perplexed by the unfolding events involving Raditz and the dismembered Ginyu. He pondered whether Ginyu sought to humiliate him further. If Ginyu desires to kill me, he need not resort to such indignities. I am the pride of the Saiyans. Even Raditz, who had assumed control over Ginyu, found himself momentarily stunned, uncertain of Vegeta's thoughts, until he approached him. Do not fret, Vegeta. Ginyu is now under my control. Under your control? What sorcery is this? You possess the ability to manipulate others? Jinyu's attempt to commandeer his body had backfired, leading to his own subjugation. This was the power of mental strength. What mental strength? One can control another's body? Vegeta's heart raced at the prospect of Raditz wielding such power over him. Observing Vegeta's alarmed expression, Raditz elucidated, not just anyone can exert control. Failure means my demise as well, making it a formidable challenge. Though skeptical, Vegeta felt powerless to question Raditz, recognizing that the words of the strong carry weight. It is only the weak who require justification. Vegeta, Frieza is currently on this planet. For the revival of the Saiyans, let us collaborate, though reluctant to acquiesce. Vegeta's ears perked up at the mention of restoring the Saiyans. This time, Raditz, I will ally with you, but know that I shall still seek your demise afterward. With that, Vegeta staggered to his feet unaided. Noticing Vegeta's grievous injuries, Raditz tossed him a Senzu bean. Consume this. It will instantly heal your wounds and restore your energy. Such a miraculous item can heal injuries and replenish energy? Vegeta was astounded, realizing that such treasures were rare in the cosmos, scarcely seen even by Frieza, who had nearly conquered the universe, having only heard of them. Recognizing Raditz's generosity hinted at deeper reserves of power, Vegeta contemplated his predicament. With Raditz's Saiyan allies outnumbering him and left isolated, he resolved to resurrect Nappa. Though not particularly strong, Nappa's loyalty and willingness to sacrifice himself for Vegeta's safety were invaluable. He proposed, Raditz, you may make any wish with the Dragon Balls, but I implore you to resurrect Nappa or annihilate Frieza directly. Vegeta's request for Nappa's revival caught Raditz off guard, suggesting Vegeta had undergone some transformation since their encounter on Earth. Very well, Vegeta, I shall grant your wish. After consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta's injuries healed significantly, and his energy surged. He then soared into the air, leading Vegeta to the others, where Raditz announced their alliance. The group was taken aback by Vegeta's willingness to join forces. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who had been silently observing, suddenly felt an inner calling, a unique sensation that suggested a nearby presence. Brothers, come to me. I am here, hasten your arrival. Initially, Piccolo had no intention of responding, uncertain whether this was a trap set by the Frieza force. Yet, as the voice grew increasingly urgent, he heard, Brothers, come quickly. Do you seek power? I am on the verge of collapse. Hurry. Filled with confusion about who was calling him, Piccolo informed the others, sensing a presence beckoning him, and then surged forth with explosive energy. Meanwhile, the duo of Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, having successfully acquired the Dragon Balls from Namek, felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Raditz and promptly converged with him. It seems, Raditz, you have vanquished your foes. I have secured the Dragon Balls, and the Namekians have all retreated to the Elder's location. Excellent work, Tien and Yamcha. We are merely 2 Dragon Balls away from achieving our objectives. At this juncture, Raditz had collected the 3 to 7-star Dragon Balls, leaving only the final 2, which appeared to be in Frieza's possession according to the map. The group deliberated on how to retrieve the Dragon Balls from Frieza, knowing that even with Raditz's formidable power, Frieza's transformations could elevate his combat strength beyond 1 million. Even utilizing the Kaioken technique would not surpass that threshold, and Raditz lacked the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan like Goku. After much contemplation, Raditz's gaze inadvertently fell upon Ginyu, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He proposed a plan to the group, suggesting they send Ginyu to Frieza, devising a means to lure Frieza out and seize the Dragon Balls. Once the plan was established and roles assigned, Ginyu soared towards Frieza's base. As dusk settled over Namek, a gentle breeze swept through the ruins of the structures. Once a vibrant planet bustling with industrious Namekians, It now lay shrouded in an eerie silence under the shadow of Frieza's forces. Within the base, Frieza was in a state of disarray, with his subordinates disappearing one after another and all combat scanners rendered inoperative. New devices would not arrive until the following day, leaving Frieza feeling isolated and helpless, without any minions to dispatch. To his dismay, the elite troops he had brought were now dwindling, and he believed that acquiring the Dragon Balls would remedy his plight. Just as Frieza mused on his misfortunes, a trembling figure emerged from the darkness, gradually approaching him. The silhouette felt eerily familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was Ginyu, but he had returned alone. Having departed that morning with assurances of annihilating all enemies and retrieving the Dragon Balls, Ginyu now returned battered and wounded, a testament to a fierce battle from which he had narrowly escaped. At that moment, Ginyu was under Raditz's mental control, as Raditz sought to ascertain whether he could pilfer the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Frieza's subordinates swiftly approached, supporting Captain Ginyu and bringing him before Frieza. Captain Ginyu, what transpired? Why have you returned alone? Raditz, controlling Ginyu, feigned a grievous injury, appearing as though he might collapse at any moment. He addressed Frieza, "My Lord Frieza. The enemy possesses the remaining Dragon Balls, and they are exceedingly powerful. Despite our desperate resistance, we were unable to prevail. I am the sole survivor. Yet I have discerned their location." Frieza, intrigued by Jinyu's words, contemplated the implications. With Jinyu's battle power at 12, the fact that he had been so severely injured indicated that this adversary was extraordinary. Eagerly, Frieza inquired, "Well done, Ginyu. Gather the troops and prepare for immediate action." Sensing Frieza's interest, Raditz, still controlling Ginyu, further urged, "My Lord Frieza, I possess a battle power detector that can guide you to their location. If we retrieve the Dragon Balls and eliminate the enemy, it will save us considerable time." Frieza pondered over Jinyu's suggestion, recognizing its merit. He had grown weary of this verdant planet. However, a thought crossed his mind. What if the Dragon Balls were stolen during the battle? He devised a plan. "Ginyu, I entrust you with these 2 Dragon Balls. Simply guide me to the location afterward. You shall lead the elite troops and carefully safeguard the Dragon Balls." Raditz, controlling Ginyu, felt elated upon hearing Frieza's words. He hadn't anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Ginyu declared, "My Lord Frieza, I, Ginyu, vow to protect your Dragon Balls with my life. Rest assured." Subsequently, Ginyu led Frieza and his other subordinates to the location designated by Raditz. Meanwhile, Raditz intended to divert Frieza's attention along with Kakarot and Vegeta. Taking advantage of the situation, Raditz, in control of Ginyu, planned to retrieve the 1-star and 2-star Dragon Balls. Frieza, following Raditz's plan, arrived at the predetermined location. He was initially seated on a small hovering device, leisurely surveying his surroundings. Just then, a cacophony erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Energy blasts, spirit cuts, Kamehameha, ultimate flash. A barrage of energy attacks surged toward Frieza. Startled, Frieza realized that if he remained in his untransformed state to face such an onslaught, he would surely be obliterated. He leapt into the air, skillfully evading the attacks with agile maneuvers. "Come out. Do you truly believe that a sneak attack could defeat me?" Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta then launched themselves, delivering rapid punches and kicks at Frieza. However, Frieza remained impervious, as if he were made of steel. Their strikes inflicted no damage whatsoever. "Is that all you've got?" Frieza remarked, countering with astonishing speed, landing consecutive punches on Goku and Vegeta. "Do you think a surprise attack could vanquish me? How naive. Allow me to demonstrate my true power." Frieza's maniacal laughter filled the air as a terrifying energy laser began to coalesce at his fingertips. "Let me perish. But leave me the Dragon Balls." In an instant, energy waves shot forth in all directions, creating an impenetrable density that left no room for evasion. Raditz, seeing his objective reached, urged Goku and Vegeta to retreat, though the warning was timely. The powerful energy lasers unleashed by Frieza, with a combat power of 53, could only be narrowly dodged by Raditz. Goku and Vegeta were struck multiple times, sustaining considerable injuries. In haste, Raditz led the two into the depths of a nearby lake, concealing their energy as they plunged below the surface. Frieza, intent on pursuing them, dove directly into the water, yet found nothing. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, and without a power detector, he unleashed a massive energy wave towards the lake's surface, instantly evaporating the water, but revealing no trace of Raditz and the others. Damn it! Where have they gone? How could they vanish into thin air? He ascended to a higher altitude, surveying the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Intent on returning to locate Ginyu, he realized that both Ginyu and the Dragon Balls had also disappeared. In a fit of rage, Frieza concentrated his energy into a colossal sphere, leveling several mountain peaks in his fury. Chapter 29. The Namekian Dragon in a distant corner, unnoticed by anyone. Ginyu, under Raditz's control, vanished into the night clutching the Dragon Balls. Ginyu, guided by Raditz, met up with Tien and the others, promptly making their way to the village of the Grand Elder of Namek. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions, having sustained minor injuries from their skirmish with Frieza, submerged in the water to hide their energy. Goku remarked to Raditz and Vegeta, "Frieza is truly formidable. Despite our numbers, we were defeated in just a few moves. Do not fret, Kakarot. We possess hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. Moreover, with the Dragon Balls now in our possession, once we make our wishes, Frieza will be powerless against us." Soon, the group reached the village, where they found the Grand Elder of Namek nearing his limit. Surrounded by a gathering of Namekians listening intently to his teachings. Survive this calamity and remember not to pursue technology or warfare. Instead, strive for a tranquil existence. At that moment, the Grand Elder seemed to regain some vitality, slowly lifting his hand to beckon Dend. "Dend, you are the most promising among the Namekians. After my demise, you must consume the Dragon Balls and lead our people out of this plight. Grand Elder, we need you. Perhaps we can use the Dragon Balls to grant you longevity." The Grand Elder shook his head, rejecting Dend's suggestion. The lifespan of a Namekian is predetermined. Gaining eternal life through the Dragon Balls may not be a blessing. It could bring disaster to our clan. With his last breath, the Grand Elder summoned his inner strength, releasing a divine energy into the sky. The dragon has been altered. It can now resurrect even more souls. Upon finishing his words, the Grand Elder, who had held out for so long, gradually closed his eyes and passed away. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed instantly into ordinary stones, and the surrounding Namekians, witnessing the Grand Elder's passing, gathered around in mourning. The Elder Namekian, wiping away his tears, approached Dandy. "Dandy, do not disappoint the wishes of the Grand Elder. Consume the Dragon Balls and fulfill his long-cherished desire. We are all willing to follow you." Upon hearing the Elder's words, Dandy resolutely retrieved the Dragon Balls and consumed them. As he did so, a radiant beam of light shot across the night sky, illuminating Dandy as if to brighten the entire world. Meanwhile, Frieza, unable to locate Raditz and the others, noticed the distant glow and hurriedly made his way toward it. Earlier, Piccolo, having distanced himself from the group, followed the sound that beckoned him to a village ravaged by Frieza's forces. There, he found Nail, barely clinging to life, who weakly addressed him. "I sensed your energy resonated with mine, so I called for you. To my surprise, you have truly come. My compatriot, I possess a unique ability to assimilate my power and potential into you." At this, Piccolo felt a pang of doubt. He had no desire to become another being, having only just separated from Kami. Nail appeared to sense Piccolo's hesitation and reassured him, "The assimilation centers on you. It will not alter your memories or personality. Merely augment your strength with my memories. Save our Namekian brethren." Although still skeptical, Piccolo nodded in agreement for the sake of rescuing his fellow Namekians. With his last breath, Nail transformed his remaining essence into a surge of energy that flowed into Piccolo's body. This energy entered without resistance, allowing Piccolo's own energy to absorb it. As he did, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Eventually, Piccolo stood upright, now possessing 2 sets of memories. He observed that Nail's physical form had vanished, leaving only traces of blood. "Nail, it seems your words were true. Fear not, I shall fight for our Namekian people," he vowed. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, Nail's memories began to influence him, yet he was too absorbed in the exhilaration of his newfound strength to notice. As Piccolo contemplated reuniting with Raditz and the others, he suddenly witnessed a brilliant light in the distance and sensed the Grand Elder's energy had dissipated. Recalling Nail's memories, he understood that the Grand Elder had passed away, and a new Grand Elder, the new deity of Namek, would soon be chosen. Sensing Frieza's energy approaching the village, Piccolo decided to follow in pursuit. Meanwhile, Dandy radiated a divine aura, reminiscent of the deities of Earth, before retracting this energy back within himself. Although Dandy appeared unchanged, Raditz could sense a distinct difference in his energy, feeling as though he had become sanctified. Dandy, I can sense your energy. It has become extraordinary. What do you feel now? Dandy replied, I feel as though I have gained several unique abilities. I can sense the entire planet's movements and communicate with the king of this galaxy. Frieza is on his way here. We must summon the dragon quickly. What? Frieza is coming? Frieza must have sensed something amiss upon witnessing that beam of light. As Dandy spoke, tears streamed down his face, revealing his profound sorrow. Raditz, seeing Dandy suddenly weep, mistakenly assumed it was due to the passing of the elder, and he gently placed a hand on Dandy's shoulder in a bid to offer comfort. Upon hearing that Frieza was approaching, Raditz waited for Dandy to regain his composure before seeking an open space to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron, he called out. However, the sky remained ominously overcast, causing an awkward silence among the group as they pondered what had gone awry. Raditz then recalled from the comic that one must utilize the Namekian language to summon Shenron, a detail he had astonishingly overlooked. Dandy stepped forward to explain. To summon Shenron on Namek, one must speak in the Namekian tongue, otherwise he will not appear. Dandy then shouted towards the Dragon Balls in the Namekian language, come forth. Purunga. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky, thunder rumbled, and the sound of dragon roars resonated through the air. Beams of golden light shot down, illuminating the night. A colossal humanoid golden dragon gradually emerged from the heavens, standing several times larger than the dragon of Earth. In the Namekian language, the dragon proclaimed, Mortal, state your wish. Raditz gestured to Dandy, indicating that they should resurrect those slain by Frieza's forces on Namek. Upon hearing this, Dandy called out to Shenron, Purunga, bring back to life those who were killed by Frieza's army on Namek. As you wish, replied the Namekian dragon, its eyes gleaming with golden light. Unlike the Earth's dragon, which required the preservation of bodies, those who had perished at the hands of Frieza's army manifested before them, including the likes of Nappa. Nappa, bewildered, touched his own body in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly be alive after having been killed. Many others from Namek, similarly confused, appeared as well. Time was of the essence, and Raditz quickly conveyed the next wish to Dandy. I wish for Frieza to die instantly, or at least to be confined for several hours. Dandy relayed Raditz's words to the dragon. Mortal, Frieza is too powerful. I cannot accomplish that. I am only capable of what is within my power. Frustrated, Raditz had hoped for a definitive end to Frieza, but it was clear that such a wish exceeded Shenron's capabilities. He realized that suddenly becoming stronger than Frieza was likely impossible. Vegeta, seeing the wish to eliminate Frieza was futile, interjected, Kid, tell the dragon to make me stronger than Frieza, quickly. Dandy, shaking his head, regretfully informed them that such a feat was beyond Shenron's abilities. Raditz could sense Frieza's energy drawing nearer to them, and he feared that without making a wish soon, many Namekians could face death once again. Time was pressing, and Raditz understood that the priority was to grow stronger. He suddenly remembered that Saiyans could greatly enhance their combat power when on the brink of death. Raditz turned to Dandy and urged, let Shenron put us in a near-death state and then restore us. Dandy was taken aback, still wishing to inquire why Raditz would take such actions. However, he decided to follow Raditz's lead and refrained from questioning further as Frieza was approaching. He turned and, using the Namekian language, spoke to the Eternal Dragon, requesting that all Saiyans on this planet be plunged into a state of severe injury, only to be restored afterward. As you wish, you still have one final wish. In an instant, every Saiyan on Namek was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if facing death itself. Yet the restoration process was agonizingly slow. Raditz hurriedly tossed Senzu beans to Goku, Vegeta, and the others, only to discover that the beans had no effect upon consumption. He sensed Frieza's energy drawing near, and Piccolo was also nearby, his power level surging ominously, likely due to his assimilation with Nail, which would provide some reprieve. However, there remained countless Namekians and the feeble Gohan and Dend. Should they become entangled in the battle, survival would be improbable. This is dire, Dandy. The restoration is tragically slow. If Frieza arrives now, we are doomed. Hurry, Dandy. Relocate everyone except the Saiyans, Piccolo, and Frieza's forces, including Gohan and Dend, to safety. Recognizing the urgency, Dandy wasted no time and implored the Eternal Dragon, Purunga, for my final wish, transport everyone except the Saiyans, Piccolo, and Frieza's army, including Gohan and Dend, to Earth. As you wish, your desires have been fulfilled. With that, All Namekians, including Tien, Krillin, Yamchu, Gohan, Dend, and Bulma, who had been hiding in a distant cave, radiated a golden light before gradually vanishing. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves on Earth. Meanwhile, on Namek, Frieza had arrived and immediately charged towards the Eternal Dragon, shouting, "Do not depart. Grant me eternal life." But it was too late. The dragon was becoming translucent, fading from existence, while the Dragon Balls transformed into stone and scattered in various directions. Frieza was instantly filled with rage. Curse it. Just one step away. Chapter 30. Battle with Frieza. Frieza glared fiercely at Raditz and the others. "Since you have thwarted my plans, you shall all perish." The group was engulfed in despair. In their current state, should Frieza attack, their demise was guaranteed. Frieza gathered energy in his hands, poised to annihilate Raditz and the others. At that moment, Raditz sensed Piccolo's energy drawing near. Piccolo had arrived. Suddenly, Frieza was struck hard in the waist, launched upward by a knee strike, followed by Piccolo delivering a powerful barrage of punches to Frieza's abdomen. The overwhelming force sent Frieza crashing through multiple mountain ranges, his body scraping against the ground and carving a path until he finally came to a halt. Piccolo turned to the others and declared, "I arrived just in time. Leave it to me." He unleashed a flurry of energy blasts that pounded relentlessly against Frieza, preventing him from regaining his footing. Following Frieza's trajectory, Piccolo soared after him, delivering a relentless succession of blows to Frieza's face. Frieza's current speed was utterly insufficient to match Piccolo. He could barely discern Piccolo's movements, feeling only a relentless barrage of punches landing on his face, leaving him defenseless. Blood streamed from Frieza's wounds, yet he maintained a smile at the corner of his mouth, seemingly unfazed. In an explosive display of power, Frieza unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, sending Piccolo hurtling backward. With a determined gaze, Piccolo addressed Frieza. "I know you can transform. Just do it, monster." Frieza was taken aback, surprised that anyone was aware of his ability to change forms. "I didn't expect this Namekian to possess such strength. It's time for me to reveal my true power. No one has ever witnessed my transformation and lived to tell the tale." He let out a chilling laugh, positioning himself for what was to come. In a dramatic transformation, Frieza's body underwent a staggering change. His muscles expanded and pulsated, growing larger with each moment. "Ah!" he screamed as a formidable aura radiated from him, generating a whirlwind that swept outward like a raging sandstorm. Unlike Vegeta, who was prone to arrogance, Piccolo refused to grant Frieza this opportunity to transform unchallenged. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a devastating special beam cannon. The colossal energy wave struck Frieza, yet he emerged unscathed, much to Piccolo's astonishment. Frieza's power only seemed to intensify. "For a Namekian, you've done well, but I haven't even begun to warm up." The ground beneath Frieza buckled under the weight of his unleashed power, sinking under the strain. Frieza's transformation didn't last long. Soon, the overwhelming aura that had suffocated the air around them settled. Now resembling a monstrous figure, Frieza's body was a mass of muscles. His horns had grown considerably, and his stature had become imposing. Witnessing Frieza's transformation, Piccolo charged forward once more, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows. "Frieza, do you dare to take this attack?" Piccolo challenged. "What do I have to fear? Come at me, Namekian." Piccolo readied his ultimate technique, channeling all his energy into a single point. Here it comes. The special beam cannon was unleashed, momentarily catching Frieza off guard, who then erupted with a powerful energy. Boom. Frieza caught the attack with both hands, only sustaining minor abrasions. How is this possible? Piccolo was incredulous that Frieza had so easily absorbed the blow. "I had no intention of transforming again, but I can no longer contain the energy surging within me." Frieza transformed once more, his head elongated, revealing a gaping maw, while his physique shrank slightly, his robust legs becoming leaner. This transformation was even more terrifying than the last, as Frieza morphed into a true monstrosity. Like a beast, he charged forward, his massive form displaying a surprising agility reminiscent of a cheetah, moving with such speed that observers struggled to follow his movements. In the blink of an eye, Frieza appeared before Piccolo, leaving him no time to react. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon Piccolo, the impacts resounding with a series of thuds. After enduring these relentless strikes, Piccolo was severely injured, his form faltering as he was sent hurtling through the air. Before he could touch the ground, Frieza swiftly descended beneath him, his feet sinking several centimeters into the earth as he propelled himself upward with tremendous force. Like a speeding bullet, he collided squarely with Piccolo's back, sending him soaring even higher. Overwhelmed by the ferocity of the assault, Piccolo could only let out a pained cry. Yet Frieza was far from finished with him. He continued to strike Piccolo in midair, keeping him disoriented and unable to regain his composure. Blood oozed from Piccolo's mouth. Despite his Namekian regenerative abilities, he was on the verge of exhaustion, struggling to heal from his injuries. In an instant, Frieza ascended to the heights, letting out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Is this all? The Namekian has just warmed up, and you are already done? It is time to end this. He gathered a wave of energy in one hand and directed it towards the defenseless Piccolo. With no strength left to resist, Piccolo was struck by the energy wave, resulting in a massive explosion that sent him crashing to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast crater riddled with cracks. At this moment, Piccolo clung to life. His breath shallow, limbs shattered, yet his unique physiology was slowly beginning to regenerate. As he fell, Raditz remained incapacitated, his recovery hindered by the intensity of the battle. Goku was not far from awakening, but Vegeta had already regained his strength, exuding confidence as he felt himself on the brink of becoming a Super Saiyan. Raditz, Kakarot, what a pity. I shall become a Super Saiyan before you and witness the legend unfold. Raditz knew well that this was not the true form of a Super Saiyan. Sensing Vegeta's power at a mere 3 million, he urgently warned, Vegeta, that is not the Super Saiyan form. Frieza's first transformation boasts at least 56 million in battle power, far surpassing your current state. You must endure just a little longer. Kakarot is almost recovered. Vegeta, a prodigy of planet Vegeta, could not bear the thought of waiting for lower-class warriors like Kakarot and Raditz. He merely stated, the honor of the Saiyans shall rest upon my shoulders. Without looking back, he soared into the sky, addressing Frieza. Frieza, I know you fear our Saiyan legacy. The Super Saiyan shall obliterate planet Vegeta today. Upon hearing Vegeta's unwavering confidence, Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief, focusing on mending his wounds, now relegated to the role of a spectator in the forthcoming battle. Frieza, unable to suppress his laughter, declared, I fear not even 10 Super Saiyans. The annihilation of planet Vegeta is merely a matter of my disdain for the Saiyans. Ha! Vegeta, consumed by fury, erupted with an unparalleled intensity, his power radiating with a crackling energy akin to lightning. Behold, this is the Super Saiyan, he proclaimed. Frieza, wearing a disdainful smile, clapped mockingly. Is this truly the so-called Super Saiyan? Don't jest, Frieza. Without hesitation, Vegeta lunged at Frieza, surpassing his speed. A single punch connected with Frieza's face, distorting it momentarily. In the air, they exchanged blows, with Vegeta's remarkable swiftness allowing him to evade Frieza's counterattacks effortlessly. Each strike from Vegeta landed solidly upon Frieza, who struggled to create distance, only to find Vegeta at his side in an instant. At this moment, Frieza was no match for Vegeta. With a series of rapid punches, Vegeta unleashed relentless waves of attacks upon Frieza. Seizing Frieza's arms, he leapt gracefully behind him, driving both feet into Frieza's back and propelling him towards the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a massive crater, accompanied by numerous fissures radiating outward. Vegeta then grasped Frieza's head, violently swinging him against the ground, each collision yielding yet another crater. Frieza reached out, attempting to free himself, but was mercilessly slammed down. Vegeta planted a foot upon Frieza's contorted face, generating small energy waves with both hands that rained down upon Frieza's visage with ferocity. Gathering energy in the air, Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy wave, crackling with electricity. The sound of thunder accompanied the attack, which appeared immensely powerful. Final flash, he declared, the energy crashing into Frieza's body, eliciting a pained groan from him. The violent energy surged, electrifying Frieza and causing him immense suffering. Amidst the chaos, Vegeta laughed maniacally. Frieza, you are but a shadow of your former self. At long last, I shall avenge the Saiyans. Prepare to meet your end, Frieza. Just as Vegeta reveled in his triumph, Frieza unexpectedly grasped Vegeta's foot, catching him off guard and flinging him away. Seizing the moment, Frieza unleashed a barrage of small energy lasers that pierced through Vegeta's limbs. The excruciating pain surged through Vegeta, rendering him immobile. He had underestimated Frieza's resilience, believing the continuous energy waves would incapacitate him. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I offered you a chance, and now you, along with Raditz and Kakarot, shall perish. Before your demise, behold my magnificent form. Frieza stood amidst the tumult, unleashing the full extent of his energy, transforming the landscape of Namek, as dark clouds gathered and rain began to fall. A radiant, ominous black light erupted around Frieza, enveloping the sky above planet Namek, while fierce winds swept across the entire landscape. The palpable aura radiated throughout the planet, instilling a sense of dread that could be felt in every corner. The violent energy unleashed by Frieza stirred up clouds of dust, causing the ground to tremble violently. Frieza's monstrous form began to transform. The two horns atop his head vanished, and his stature diminished significantly. His tail elongated, taking on a more elegant appearance compared to his previous forms. Upon completing his final transformation, Frieza erupted into laughter, twisting his neck to stretch his muscles, while his tail struck the ground with formidable force. Even a gentle tap from his tail caused the earth to crack, a testament to his terrifying power. It had been a long time since he had assumed this form, a shape that even instilled fear within him, knowing that a mere touch could lead to catastrophic destruction. Meanwhile, Vegeta, groaning on the ground, gazed at Frieza's final form and felt a numbing despair. Could it be that even in his Super Saiyan form, he could not prevail? Vegeta, you are not truly a Super Saiyan. You have merely grazed the threshold, remarked Raditz and Goku, who had recovered from their injuries and enhanced their combat prowess. Raditz tossed a Senzu bean to Vegeta, aiding in his recovery. He sensed that Frieza had not yet unleashed his full power in this final form. Frieza was still holding back, with a combat power peaking at around 6,000. Frieza regarded Raditz and Goku with a sinister grin. Come forth. To perish beneath my final form would be your honor. Raditz and Goku activated their triple Kaioken technique, unleashing a surge of crimson energy that erupted around them, crackling with lightning. After numerous battles, coupled with their current near-death state, Raditz and Goku's base combat powers had soared to 7 million and over 5 million, respectively. Although utilizing the triple Kaioken placed a burden on them, their bodies managed to keep pace. With the activation of the triple Kaioken, Raditz's combat prowess surged to 2,100 points, while Goku's reached 1,500. Frieza observed the duo's energy waves, both red and crackling with electricity, and pondered, could this be the Super Saiyan form? Frieza mistakenly believed this was the Super Saiyan transformation. He was sorely mistaken. The true essence of a Super Saiyan was far superior. And this was merely the manifestation of the triple Kaioken. Continue boasting, Raditz. I fear not even the Super Saiyan form, Frieza declared, swiftly descending upon Raditz and Goku. He launched a punch towards Raditz while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Goku. Raditz evaded Frieza's punch and retaliated with a sideways kick. Frieza vanished, reappearing at Raditz's side to unleash an energy attack. Raditz, quick to react, leapt to avoid the assault, dodging the small energy spheres launched by Frieza. Goku immediately focused his energy and unleashed the Kamehameha. The formidable wave surged toward Frieza, who effortlessly sidestepped this powerful onslaught. Frieza's combat prowess remained overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult for both fighters to land any hits. At this moment, Raditz concocted a plan. He mentally conveyed his thoughts to Goku, urging him to provoke Frieza, creating an opportunity for the solar flare, while he himself attempted a spirit slice to potentially vanquish Frieza. Upon hearing the strategy, Goku sprang into action. Frieza, you worthless being. Dare to come and fight me? Frieza, enraged by the provocation, something he had never encountered before, retorted, since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish. The two combatants unleashed their energy, colliding midair like two meteors crashing together. After a few exchanges, Goku appeared to be rapidly descending, seemingly overwhelmed by Frieza's might. Seizing this opportunity, Frieza pursued Goku, determined to deliver a fatal blow. As he neared Goku, the latter suddenly turned around. Solar flare. A blinding light enveloped Frieza, rendering him momentarily sightless. In this critical moment, Raditz seized the opportunity. Spirit slice. In what seemed like an inevitable demise, the spirit slice hurtled towards Frieza, but he managed to evade it by leaping upward. However, the attack curved back, targeting Frieza once more, creating a dire situation for him. Frieza attempted to block the assault with his tail, but it was severed in the process. How could this happen? How could Frieza possibly fail to evade? Goku exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Yet, Raditz perceived the truth. Frieza, a combat genius, had adapted to the crisis and learned to sense energy. This posed a significant threat. As the effects of the solar flare waned, Frieza opened his eyes, staring at his severed tail, a symbol of his incomplete form. A wave of humiliation surged within him. Igniting his fury, Frieza, now consumed by rage, launched a counterattack, vanishing like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he reappeared before Goku, delivering a punch imbued with immense power. The strike connected forcefully with Goku, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Raditz quickly tossed a Senzu bean to Goku, urging him to recover, and the two soared toward Frieza. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed through the air as the atmosphere tore apart, with the three combatants leaving behind trails of afterimages. The battlefield shifted rapidly, transitioning from plains to mountains, then to rivers, leaving devastation in their wake. Prolonged use of the Kaioken, albeit at 3 times its normal strength, was taking a toll on their bodies. Frieza, do you still intend to conceal your true power? It's about time you unleashed your full strength. Raditz challenged. Very well. Frieza replied. Goku, Raditz, prepare yourselves, for I shall now unleash my full might. Without allowing Frieza to unleash his full power, Raditz and Goku immediately commenced their higher-level Kaioken transformation to expedite the conclusion of the battle. With the tenfold Kaioken, Raditz's combat prowess surged to 7,000, while Goku's reached 5,000. The crimson waves of energy intensified, and Frieza, from a distance, sensed the terrifying strength emanating from Raditz and Goku. 80%. Frieza unleashed 80% of his power, significantly stronger than his previous initial complete form. His combat power approached 100 million, far surpassing that of Raditz and Goku. Suddenly, Frieza lunged forward, exuding a monstrous aura, charging towards Raditz and Goku. Boom. Without any extravagant techniques, he struck with primal instinct, like a frenzied beast intent on tearing the two apart. As the clash between Raditz, Goku, and Frieza unfolded, the entire continent of Namek collapsed like a dam bursting, stirring up violent storms in all directions. Utilizing his speed advantage, Frieza relentlessly assaulted Goku, delivering a barrage of punches to his abdomen. Goku gritted his teeth and endured. The fierce battle between Goku and Frieza escalated. Their energies did not wane, but rather intensified. Meanwhile, Raditz continuously unleashed energy spheres, directing dozens of them towards Frieza. Frieza transformed his body into a wave of energy, erupting with brilliance and obliterating all the energy spheres. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Raditz swiftly ascended into the air, and the three engaged in a fierce melee, unable to gain the upper hand. However, as the battle progressed, Frieza found himself at a disadvantage. Frieza's mind raced, devising a strategy. Suddenly, his body surged forward like a rocket, crashing into Goku with unstoppable force, sending him flying. Frieza then landed a punch squarely on Raditz, who could no longer keep pace with Frieza's speed. After creating distance, Frieza unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts. The toll of the Kaioken was significant on Raditz and Goku, while Frieza still had one final transformation left. He aimed to wear them down with this war of attrition, leaving Raditz and Goku to passively endure the onslaught of smaller energy waves. As Frieza laughed maniacally, believing victory was assured, he declared, "Once I eliminate you, I will annihilate the earth and inflict unspeakable suffering upon your loved ones." Hearing Frieza's words ignited a fury in Raditz and Goku. Ignoring their physical conditions and the ongoing assault from Frieza, they activated their final move, the 20-fold Kaioken. Their combat power soared beyond 100 million. And in their extreme rage, they radiated a golden light, illuminating the sky with beams of brilliance. At that moment, Frieza's energy blasts continued to rain down. But as Raditz and Goku's power surged wildly, those attacks became insignificant. The planet Namek seemed to sense the presence of Raditz and Son Goku, undergoing a dramatic transformation. Storm clouds gathered, and the seas roiled violently, as powerful winds and torrential rains swept across the sky. The crimson aura gradually transformed into a radiant gold, while the hair colors of the two warriors fluctuated between black and gold. The energy surged wildly, and their hair and brows eventually turned golden. Raditz felt an intense force rising within him. In that moment, Frieza appeared diminutive in their eyes. Chapter 32, Battle Against Frieza, Part 3, The enormous golden aura and the overwhelming energy it radiated even instilled a flicker of fear in Frieza. At last, he comprehended why his ancestors had warned him to beware of the golden-haired Saiyans. Regret washed over him. He pondered why he and T unleashed his full strength from the outset to obliterate them. Nevertheless, Frieza was determined to uphold his reputation as the Emperor of the Universe, refusing to show any sign of weakness. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? I see it's nothing more than a challenge. Let us engage in battle without further ado. Frieza concentrated his power and unleashed a colossal energy wave, intending to eradicate Raditz and Son Goku with a single blow. As the energy wave approached, Raditz did not flinch, while Son Goku effortlessly countered it with a Kamehameha, piercing through Frieza's massive attack. Frieza was taken aback. Just moments ago, the two had been incapable of withstanding such a strike in their non-golden-haired state. Could they truly possess such strength? Reveal your true power, for what you display now is utterly insufficient. Frieza seethed at Raditz's taunt. Enraged, Frieza unleashed his fury, causing the heavens to darken and thunder to crash around him. 100%. It was as if every muscle in his body had loosened, and his energy surged to unprecedented levels. Raditz regarded Frieza with disdain. The final form of Frieza seemed trivial in his eyes. Is this truly all you have? Frieza was taken aback by Raditz's contempt, fueling his anger and determination to demonstrate his might. He escalated his energy to its zenith and launched a powerful punch towards Raditz. With an impassive expression, Raditz stood still, while Son Goku stepped in to intercept Frieza's attack, following up with a direct punch to Frieza's face. The impact left Frieza momentarily dazed, as Son Goku unleashed a flurry of relentless punches. Even at full strength, Frieza found himself on the defensive, contemplating transforming his body into energy to explode Son Goku from within. As Frieza began to emit a faint glow, Son Goku seized him by the neck. Frieza, unable to move, struggled futilely with his hands, landing several blows on Son Goku. Have you had enough, Frieza? Son Goku queried, holding Frieza with one hand while gathering energy with the other. Kamehameha. In close proximity, the attack struck Frieza, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth and painting the sky with crimson streaks. Lying on the ground, Frieza was gravely injured, barely clinging to life, his eyes only half open, fixated on Raditz and Goku. I refuse to accept this. If only I had one more chance, things would be different. Frieza's anguished cries echoed, filled with resentment. Raditz, with a faint smile, decided to prolong the inevitable, ensuring Frieza understood that no matter how many chances he received, the outcome would remain unchanged. Not satisfied, Frieza? Then I shall grant you another opportunity. From his position in the sky, Raditz produced a senzu bean and tossed it towards Frieza. Consume this, and I shall fight you. Frieza, incredulous at this unexpected turn of events, resolved not to squander this chance. Dragging his battered body towards the senzu bean, he could not extend his hand and instead bit down on it, swallowing it whole. In an instant, he felt his wounds heal, vitality surging through him anew. Empowered once more, Frieza lunged towards Raditz, delivering a powerful punch. Before Frieza's fist could connect, Raditz vanished, leaving Frieza's strike to meet only empty air. Scanning his surroundings, Frieza found no trace of Raditz. Suddenly, a blow struck him from behind, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Pain surged through him as he hovered in the sky, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Thud, 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 in a rapid succession of punches from various directions. Searing pain radiated throughout Frieza's body, worsening his injuries. In the midst of his suffering, Frieza finally caught a glimpse of Raditz's form and, summoning all his speed, launched a punch. However, it collided with nothing but an illusion, as Raditz appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. How could this be? Was that merely an illusion? In that moment, Frieza's shock morphed into despair. As a genius among the frost demons, born with immense power, he had never needed to train. His natural abilities sufficient to dominate the universe. Now, regret filled his heart, vowing that if he were to return today, he would diligently train, never again to be complacent. Raditz's speed was overwhelming. Frieza couldn't even comprehend what was happening. Only Goku caught a fleeting glimpse of Raditz's afterimage, unable to discern the details of the attack. As Raditz's power surpassed theirs by a staggering margin. In a moment of desperation, Frieza unleashed a formidable energy, breaking through his limits and launching a frenzied assault against the transformed Super Saiyan Raditz. Yet, No matter how fiercely he attacked, each blow fell short, fueling Frieza's growing frustration. Frieza's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his fists weakly flailing at the air, unable to even strike a single blow. In this moment of despair, he howled at Raditz and Goku. Impossible. How could I miss? I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. This cannot be happening. Reduced to a mere plaything. Akin to an animal, Frieza's psyche frayed at the edges, spiraling into madness. At this juncture, Goku, ever the provocateur, looked down upon Frieza and remarked, "You might as well take your spaceship and leave. I will not kill you." Frieza's face contorted in rage. Goku's visage became utterly repugnant in his eyes, for he loathed such insincerity. With the Dragon Balls beyond his grasp and unable to best Raditz and Goku, Frieza resolved to annihilate planet Namek entirely. After all, he could survive adrift in the cosmos, awaiting the day his minions would retrieve him, and he could seek the Dragon Balls anew. Meanwhile, those two Super Saiyans, Goku and Raditz, would surely perish in the vastness of space. Fine, I shall depart and no longer trouble you, Frieza declared, turning away, his fingertips gathering a small energy sphere. This diminutive orb harbored cataclysmic energy, poised to shatter planet Namek upon contact with the ground. Frieza's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he cackled, "Die. All of you perish." However, Raditz had been keenly observant of Frieza's every move, fully prepared for this treachery. Just as Frieza was about to unleash his destructive energy wave, Raditz teleported beside him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza soaring through the air like a deflating balloon, eventually crashing to the ground. How could this be? How was I discovered? Frieza seethed, realizing that he stood no chance against Raditz's combat prowess. With no opportunity left to him, he resolved to flee, hoping for a day of vengeance in the future. Frieza then unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, propelling himself upward at incredible speed. "Goku, he is escaping," Raditz shouted, as Goku erupted with energy and pursued Frieza into the skies. Yet, despite Frieza's velocity, he could only match Goku's pace, still lagging far behind Raditz. As he neared the atmosphere of planet Namek, he felt the liberation of the cosmos tantalizingly close. Boom! Raditz unleashed a powerful energy wave, and Frieza, sensing the overwhelming force behind him, barely managed to evade it, but his speed diminished significantly. With a sharp, ripping sound in the air, a golden figure materialized before him. "Frieza, I did not give you this opportunity to flee," Raditz declared, his presence a relentless barrier. Frieza could only curse inwardly, for Raditz was merciless, granting him no chance of escape. Frieza unleashed a beam of energy towards Raditz, who effortlessly evaded it by merely tilting his body. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza soared into the sky, believing he had narrowly escaped. However, Raditz, with remarkable swiftness, seized Frieza by the nape of his neck and hurled him down with tremendous force. "Trying to flee? Come down here." Frieza was abruptly cast downwards, and Raditz, moving faster than Frieza's descent, delivered a powerful kick to his chest, propelling him further down. The speed of the fall was astonishing, creating a column of gaseous light in the sky. Bang! 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 Raditz's foot collided violently with Frieza's chest against the ground, which could not withstand the immense force. Fracturing layer by layer, they had descended deep underground, nearing the molten core of Namek, where the temperature of the magma was extreme. With each moment, Frieza found himself with less space to resist, merely feeling the rising heat beneath him, staring in despair at his fate. Raditz withdrew his foot and concentrated his energy, forming a colossal wave of power in his hands, which he directed towards Frieza. Boom! The confined space erupted, creating a massive opening as the energy wave propelled Frieza directly through the planet's core. The relentless force of the energy wave battered Frieza, severely injuring him and reducing one of his arms to ashes. With the endless magma looming behind him and his strength waning, Frieza clung desperately to a rock, teetering on the edge of oblivion. In that moment, Frieza's eyes brimmed with a desperate yearning for life. "No, I am the Emperor of the Universe. I cannot die. There are still many things I have yet to accomplish." Despite his dire state, he summoned every ounce of strength, striving to claw his way upward. Frieza surged with renewed vigor, grasping the rock as he attempted to hoist himself up. Raditz, however, brought his foot down hard upon Frieza's hand. "Ah, Raditz, must you be so merciless?" Frieza cried out in desperation. Think of those who have been slain. Their despair was palpable. Raditz then unleashed a powerful kick. attempting to send Frieza plummeting into the abyss. Yet Frieza clung tenaciously to the rock, refusing to relinquish his grip. Seeing Frieza's tenacity, Raditz unleashed a small energy wave, shattering the rock, causing Frieza's hand and the remnants of the rock to fall into the molten depths below. Stop! I am the Emperor of the universe. You cannot do this. Frieza's protest was cut short as his entire body submerged into the magma. From above, Raditz witnessed Frieza thrashing within the molten substance, emitting agonizing cries. Moments later, silence enveloped the scene as Frieza completely disappeared into the depths. Once Raditz felt no trace of Frieza's energy, he ascended into the air. As he emerged, Goku approached, inquiring about the outcome. With a smile, Raditz replied, "Kakarot, there is no need to worry. Frieza is dead. Perhaps his soul is now atoning for its sins in the underworld." As Sun Wukong listened to Frieza's words, a sigh of relief escaped him. The formidable foe had finally been vanquished. Beside him, after a prolonged vigil, Piccolo and Vegeta also exhaled in relief upon hearing of Frieza's demise. "Kakarot, do not let your guard down. There may yet be formidable adversaries lurking in the future. Let us return to Earth," the two said, relinquishing their Super Saiyan forms and preparing to embark on their journey back to Earth with Piccolo and Vegeta in tow, heading towards the concealed spaceship. Just as they were poised to depart, Frieza's lingering malice surged forth from the molten lava, resonating through the cosmos with a deafening echo. In the shadowy expanse of the starry sky, a being enveloped in chaotic black gas became acutely aware of this disturbance. The esteemed figure extended a hand capable of obliterating celestial bodies, intercepting the malevolent essence. Infusing a fragment of thought, they gleaned the events leading up to Frieza's demise. Upon witnessing Frieza's malevolent essence, now cognizant of Raditz's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the figure's countenance shifted to one of concern. It was unexpected that the temporal gate had been thwarted by that detestable individual, and now Raditz had grown even stronger. Initially, Frieza's malevolence was but a chaotic blur, devoid of consciousness, save for a fleeting memory. The being infused a tendril of black mist into the malevolence, awakening Frieza's dark thoughts, which began to coalesce into awareness, cursing Raditz and Sun Wukong. "Do you wish for resurrection and vengeance, Frieza?" the being inquired. Frieza, upon realizing the possibility of revival, eagerly responded, "I shall do anything, heed any command, if only you grant me life anew, my lord. I seek revenge." "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Eliminate Raditz for me." With that, a fragment of dark energy emanated from the being, merging with Frieza's malevolence. The amalgamation surged towards Namek, plunging into the molten depths, where Frieza's almost liquefied form fused with the essence. At that moment, Raditz was preparing to board the spacecraft back to Earth when he noticed the black energy diving into the lava. A chilling premonition gripped his heart. Soon, a rasping, ominous voice echoed from the depths of the molten rock. "Planning to leave so soon? Have you forgotten something?" Chapter 34. Frieza's resurrection from the depths of the lava. A monstrous figure slowly emerged, its visage grotesque and unrecognizable, skin torn and lava cascading from its form, creating crimson patterns. Its face had transformed into a nightmarish sight, with features grotesquely contorted, suggesting only a semblance of humanity. One hand, obscured by blood, appeared as if it had been severed, now composed of massive lava-sculpted rock, continually exuding steam and heat. Upon witnessing the monstrous incarnation of Frieza, Sun Wukong gasped in disbelief. "How is this possible? Frieza cannot be alive." Raditz, equally astonished, realized the black energy was indeed problematic. His ominous foreboding had materialized. Frieza had returned. He urgently urged Piccolo and Vegeta to retreat, for this battle was beyond their capabilities. Raditz sensed that Frieza was not merely revived but had emerged even more powerful, his energy reading now exceeding 400 million. The formidable Frieza, with a combat power of 400 million, appeared virtually invincible against Goku's 250 million and Raditz's 350 million. Witnessing Frieza's resurrection and transformation into a terrifying monstrosity, Goku and Raditz immediately ascended to their Super Saiyan first form. Observing the two in their Super Saiyan state, Frieza, rather than exhibiting the previous air of intimidation, wore a sinister smile and taunted, "Come at me together." Raditz and Goku swiftly closed the distance to Frieza, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that reverberated through the air with tremendous force. Frieza was forced back a few steps, then propelled himself into the air, gracefully launching forward with his arms outstretched in a hugging posture, ready to strike. He ensnared both Raditz and Goku, and molten lava began to flow from his hands. In agony, Raditz and Goku cried out as Frieza escalated his assault, violently slamming them toward the ground. In this critical moment, Raditz conjured a circular energy slash and aimed it at Frieza's waist. However, upon contact, the energy slash shattered, revealing the astonishing resilience of Frieza's body. With a resounding crash, Raditz and Goku were slammed into the ground, racked with pain. Yet, as Frieza released his grip, Goku seized the opportunity. From his prone position, he retaliated with a single-handed Kamehameha, striking Frieza at close range and sending him soaring into the air. To their astonishment, Frieza opened his mouth and consumed the energy wave. A Kamehameha from the Super Saiyan form. Raditz and Goku were left in shock, realizing that such immense energy could be ingested without any apparent consequence. Raditz sensed that Frieza's power had actually increased after consuming the Kamehameha. "Your Kamehameha is rather bland, lacking any flavor," Frieza remarked, licking his lips as if savoring the residual energy. At that moment, Raditz understood the daunting challenge of defeating Frieza. Not only had he grown stronger, but he also possessed extraordinary abilities. He mentally transmitted to Goku, Kakarot, "Find an opportunity to escape in the spaceship. Go on ahead, I will handle him. I will return alive, as Earth still needs your protection. No, Raditz, we are brothers. I refuse to abandon you. I will fight alongside you until the end." After savoring the energy wave, Frieza's form shifted in the sky, and Raditz barely caught a glimpse of his movement, wishing to intervene. However, it was too late. Frieza's fist struck Goku with devastating force, crashing into his body. Frieza's arm, composed of molten rock, struck Goku mercilessly. The impact tore through Goku's clothing and flesh. Leaving a trail of blood, Goku spiraled away, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, and crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood and succumbing to unconsciousness. Frieza, intent on delivering a final blow to Goku, launched his fist toward him. Seizing the moment, Raditz approached Frieza's side, shouting, "Solar Flare." In an instant, blinding light erupted. But Frieza, having already encountered this technique, quickly closed his eyes in anticipation. Since witnessing Tien Shinhan utilize the solar flare a few times, Raditz attempted to replicate the technique and, to his astonishment, succeeded on his first try. However, this achievement was merely the beginning. In the fleeting moment he executed the solar flare, Raditz entered a meditative state within his mental realm, where he directed a small portion of his energy towards Frieza. Instantly, within this psychic dimension, Raditz's spiritual energy began to devour that of Frieza's. Although this fraction of energy was insignificant and was quickly consumed, it momentarily caught Frieza off guard. The brilliance of the solar flare flooded Frieza's eyes, rendering him momentarily blind. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz unleashed hundreds of energy blasts, all striking Frieza with relentless force. Despite Frieza's ability to sense the energy due to the solar flare's effects, the sheer volume of the energy blasts forced him to absorb only a fraction, causing him to stagger backward under the assault. At this point, the Senzu beans Raditz had were dwindling after the fierce battle, leaving him with only one remaining. He had underestimated Frieza's strength, which was far greater than he had anticipated. Perhaps his own resurrection had altered the balance. Meanwhile, Goku lay grievously wounded. Raditz held firm in his belief that if he could escort Goku and the others back to Earth, Goku would ultimately prevail over Frieza. As a reincarnated warrior, Raditz felt a profound sense of fulfillment simply being able to fight alongside his comrades, even for a brief time. Accepting his fate, Raditz resolved to confront Frieza, prepared to sacrifice himself if necessary. Supporting Goku as Frieza's vision was still obscured from the solar flare, Raditz urgently addressed Vegeta and Piccolo. "You must return to Earth. I will handle Frieza." Vegeta and Piccolo, witnessing the dire situation, were hesitant to leave Raditz behind, but ultimately complied with his wishes. They accelerated away from the battlefield, racing towards the spaceship that Bulma had prepared. The landscape of Namek was now unrecognizable, but relying on his memory, Raditz managed to locate the spaceship. Fortunately, it remained intact. He carefully placed Goku in the cockpit, securing him, while Piccolo and Vegeta entered as well. As Raditz prepared to press the launch button, a system alert indicated a launch failure, revealing that they needed to ascend to a higher altitude to activate the backup protocols. Frustrated, Raditz recalled Bulma's hesitant demeanor on the day of their departure, and clarity dawned upon him. With determination, he lifted the spaceship, channeling his energy to propel it into the sky. At this moment, Frieza, having recovered from the disorienting effects of the solar flare, sensed Raditz's energy. Observing Raditz lifting the ship and attempting to flee, Frieza scoffed, "Do you think such a trick will allow you to escape?" He began to gather an immense, terrifying energy wave at low altitude, aiming to obliterate the spaceship and thwart any chance of escape for Raditz and his companions. With a resounding explosion, Frieza unleashed a purple energy wave, enveloped in dark energy, hurtling towards the spaceship. At this moment, Raditz sensed Frieza's attack from behind. With a powerful effort, he hurled the spaceship out of the atmosphere. As the ship breached the atmospheric barrier, the backup energy source activated, propelling it towards Earth. Unexpectedly, a terrifying wave of energy surged towards the ship at great speed, leaving Raditz with no choice. With no time left to gather his energy, he resolved to use his own body as a shield. A thunderous impact ensued as the immense energy struck Raditz, shredding his clothes and causing him to cough up blood as he plummeted from the sky. Chapter 35. The final spirit bomb. Raditz descended rapidly towards the ground. The collision produced a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless fragments of debris into the air. With his last breath, Raditz consumed the final senzu bean, instantly restoring his vitality. Frieza, astonished to see Raditz unaffected by such a formidable blow, marveled at his resilience. Such a powerful strike, and yet you remain standing. It must be the effect of the senzu bean. However, it seems you do not have many left. Once I eliminate you, I shall proceed to Earth to eliminate Son Goku as well. Frieza's twisted visage broke into an evil laugh. Frieza, if you believe you can kill me, then try. Raditz, fueled by a desire for mutual destruction, surged with newfound energy, seemingly breaking through his limits. The two combatants ascended into the sky, moving at a speed that rendered them nearly invisible as they exchanged energy blasts, evading each other amidst a flurry of residual shadows. In a fierce clash, Raditz and Frieza's fists collided, unleashing a tempest of powerful energy waves that radiated outward. Frieza, I shall ensure your demise once more. Raditz's fist, imbued with potent energy, struck Frieza's body, eliciting a grimace of pain from him as his abdomen bulged, revealing the inflicted damage. Frieza retaliated, his punch imbued with the searing force of magma, burning Raditz's flesh. Their prolonged battle had driven both warriors to the brink of madness, determined to engage in a fight to the death. Each blow delivered was primal, devoid of any unnecessary movements, as flesh met flesh in a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. Raditz and Frieza fought like primitive beings, each strike brutal and agonizing. Yet neither uttered a sound of distress. After countless exchanges, both fighters found themselves on the verge of collapse, bloodied and gasping for breath. Frieza, this shall be the decisive blow. Raditz thought to himself, realizing it was time to execute that move. Success or failure rested on this singular moment. He raised both hands above his head, entering a state of concentration. Channeling his mental energy, he reached out to communicate with the essence of Namek. O spirits of Namek, grant me your strength to vanquish Frieza. As he called upon the life force of Namek, tiny orbs of energy coalesced into radiant white points, gradually converging towards Raditz's hands, growing larger until they formed an enormous sphere. Although Raditz's mental energy did not extend to the surrounding planets, several nearby worlds sensed his call and converged towards him. This sphere of energy swelled larger and larger, casting a shadow akin to a towering mountain. Should this force descend, Frieza would undoubtedly be unable to evade it. The sublime and magnificent power radiated an intensely brilliant light. Frieza, observing Raditz gathering this formidable energy, felt a wave of revulsion and dread wash over him. As the energy intensified, Frieza sought not to grant Raditz any opportunity, aiming to engage in close combat to disrupt Raditz's energy accumulation. Yet, every time Frieza drew near, the light emanating from this amassed energy inflicted excruciating pain upon him, as if his very being were dissolving. He found it impossible to approach, his strength waning with each attempt. With no option to escape and unable to remain idle, Frieza retreated to a distance, channeling all his power into a singular energy wave. Boom! The colossal energy wave surged towards Raditz, the largest and most potent wave he had ever encountered. At this critical juncture, Raditz's spirit bomb was fully charged, and he could not afford to move. Determined to endure, Raditz resolved to confront the impending onslaught. If his demise could annihilate Frieza, then he would face the challenge head-on. As the violent energy struck Raditz, he summoned his full strength, unleashing a double Kaioken just as the energy wave collided with Frieza. His battle power surged dramatically, creating a dual-layered aura of red and golden energy that overwhelmed Frieza. Enduring the impact of the energy wave, a cacophony of explosions erupted, obliterating the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers and enveloping the planet in a cloud of dust. Amidst this haze, one could still faintly discern the formidable spirit bomb, with Raditz steadfastly maintaining his position. However, Raditz's Super Saiyan state and double Kaioken were soon extinguished. His body could not withstand the strain of the double Kaioken in Super Saiyan form, leaving him battered and bloodied, every inch of his skin marred by wounds. Had he not activated the double Kaioken in that fleeting moment, he would have been reduced to nothing but dust by that strike. Frieza, what a pity. Your attack was indeed powerful and painful, but now, prepare to meet your end. Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb, now fully charged, surged towards Frieza, rendering him with no avenue of escape. No matter what Frieza uttered or desired at this point, it was far too late. He had no chance left. Frieza's expression contorted grotesquely, unable to fathom that despite his revival, he still could not best Raditz. In desperation, he cried out to the heavens, "Master, come save me. I am willing to offer my soul. Anything, just save me." From the void, a resonant voice echoed towards planet Namek. "Frieza, I had given you a chance. I am sorry, but I have no need for waste." Boom, boom, boom. After hearing the words, the spirit bomb swiftly overwhelmed Frieza. Frieza, in his futile struggle, screamed from within the energy sphere, "I cannot die, I cannot die." The immense spirit bomb radiated a luminous power, which coursed chaotically around Frieza. His entire being was disintegrated, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. As Frieza's body was completely annihilated, the spirit bomb abruptly vanished, returning to the essence of all things. Remarkably, aside from obliterating Frieza, the spirit bomb did not affect anything else on Namek or Raditz. Witnessing Frieza's utter demise, Raditz collapsed, utterly drained of strength and unable to move further. In the void of darkness, a certain figure observed everything with intent, contemplating action but wary of another presence who was certainly watching as well. The figure transmitted a message: "Raditz, if you ally with me, you shall gain immeasurable power, and anything you desire will be within your grasp." In his weakened state, Raditz, barely conscious, heard this proclamation from the heavens and merely muttered, "No, thank you." Days later, one morning, the son of Namek rose gently upon Raditz's face. Gradually awakening, he found his garments tattered, and even his battle power detector lay shattered. He felt an intense hunger, oblivious to how many days he had lain there. Looking around, he beheld a desolate landscape, thick layers of sand enveloping his body. Namek had become a wasteland. Rivers and mountains had turned to dust. Even the fauna, once vibrant, had been eradicated by the fallout of battle. The air was so thin that survival was a challenge, and the vast expanse of Namek was reduced to glaring desert. Not a trace of the structures where the Namekians once dwelled could be found. Raditz, still racked with pain, could barely rise, let alone move. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the sky, which was still that of Namek. "This is neither hell nor heaven. Am I still alive?" he pondered, reflecting on the voice that had resonated from the heavens, compelling him to submit. It seemed that the power behind that voice was capable of resurrection. Yet Raditz remained perplexed as to its source. In the realm of Dragon Ball, such abilities were exceedingly rare, and Raditz found himself in a daze, questioning why he had been targeted. He was unaware of whether his brother, Son Goku, was safely on his way back, silently assuring himself Kakarot should be able to return without issue. However, with someone now fixated on him, caution was imperative. Raditz's condition was dire after his fierce battle with Frieza. Having forcibly activated Super Saiyan Level 1 and the Kaioken technique simultaneously. Now, in his severely injured state, he felt the energy within him utterly depleted, yearning for a Senzu-bean. Raditz estimated that his current combat power was at most 56,000. If his injuries healed, his combat strength should return to its previous baseline, or perhaps even improve slightly. He attempted to control the energy he had left while on Earth, which was still within Ginyu's body. However, there was no response, likely due to the vast distance making it impossible to exert control. Unbeknownst to Raditz, Ginyu's body on Earth remained utterly motionless, akin to a wooden figure, placed by the warriors on Corin's island, exposed to the elements. Meanwhile, a multitude of Namekians had arrived on Earth and were being sheltered in a desolate area arranged by Bulma, waiting for the Dragon Balls to be restored so they could relocate to a suitable planet. After some time, Raditz managed to move, albeit with great effort, and ascended into the air without releasing any energy. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself surrounded by a barren desert and sensed that, aside from his own energy, there was nothing else on Namek. Cursed be it, there was no food or water. How could he escape this forsaken planet? Raditz searched the desolate landscape and eventually spotted an object partially buried in the sand, a circular shape, with only its upper portion exposed. He hurried over to investigate, clearing the surrounding dust and discovering that beneath lay 56 circular spaceships. These were, in fact, the vessels used by the Ginyu Force upon their arrival. Now submerged in the remnants of the battle between Raditz and Frieza, most of the ships were damaged, leaving only one that appeared relatively intact. Raditz rushed to examine it and found that this particular ship had been wedged between the others but was still operational. He opened the cockpit, and his hunger drove him to search for food. Fortunately, there were some emergency rations still aboard. After indulging in a hearty meal, Raditz settled into the pilot's seat and began to operate the controls, checking the information displayed on the screen. It indicated that the destination was Yardrat, already set and unmodifiable. Raditz quickly deduced that this must belong to a member of the Ginyu Force, who had intended to eliminate the inhabitants of Yardrat after acquiring the Dragon Balls on Namek. Recalling his memories, Raditz remembered that the Yardrat people possessed the special ability of instant transmission. According to his recollections, the native inhabitants of Yardrat had relatively low combat power, and despite his injuries, he should face little danger. Given this, and with no other options available, Raditz resolved to journey to Yardrat in hopes of learning instant transmission. With just over 10 days to reach Yardrat, he pressed the launch button. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship stirred up a cloud of dust as it swiftly ascended and departed from Namek. Raditz gazed back at the planet, pondering that perhaps many years in the future, Namek would revive once more, teeming with life. Although the journey to Yardrat would only take a little over 10 days, the wait would be tedious, and the cramped confines of the ship offered little room for movement. Thus, Raditz donned a sleep mask, hoping to rest and recuperate over the next several days, anticipating that his injuries would improve by the time he arrived at his destination. Donning the slumber mask, Raditz swiftly succumbed to the tranquilizing effects of the sleep gas. Days slipped by as the spherical spacecraft, bearing Raditz, traversed the cosmos, racing past an array of planets towards its destination. During this time, the Frieza Force found itself in disarray, unable to establish contact with Lord Frieza or the core members of the Ginyu Force. Various factions and personnel within the Frieza Force began to speculate that Frieza might have perished. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the absence of Frieza and the Ginyu Force led to the rapid disintegration of the Frieza Force. Planets previously subjugated by Frieza, believing they could prevail without him, rose in rebellion against the station forces. The internal factions of the Frieza Force also fragmented, each aspiring to carve out their own dominion. In the absence of Frieza's control, the universe descended further into turmoil rather than attaining peace. Fortunately, King Cold and Frieza's brother, Cooler, managed to quell the situation, gradually restoring a semblance of order. King Cold, having learned through interrogation that Frieza had journeyed to Namek in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, promptly set forth with his subordinates. Unbeknownst to Raditz, King Cold and his entourage were swiftly en route to Namek. Had Raditz delayed even a few more days, facing King Cold in his current injured state would have been a certain death sentence. After a fortnight aboard the spacecraft, Raditz felt the vessel approach the planet Yardrat, the machinery resonating with sounds indicating imminent arrival. As the slumber mode disengaged, Raditz slowly awakened, gazing at a planet not far away, reminiscent of Earth, adorned with rings akin to those of Saturn. Is this Yardrat? Chapter 37. Arrival. After several days of rest, though not fully healed, Raditz experienced a slight recovery. He estimated his combat power to be in the range of several 100,000. Observing the planet Yardrat through the window, he noted its vibrant green hues, teeming with life. The landmass covered half the planet while oceans dominated the other half. As the spacecraft penetrated Yardrat's atmosphere, it encountered turbulence before gently landing in the suburban vicinity of a city inhabited by the Yardratians. Raditz opened the spacecraft door and stepped onto the soil of Yardrat. He immediately sensed the planet's remarkably low gravity, even lesser than that of Earth. To avoid startling the Yardratians, Raditz had already suppressed his energy during descent to a mere few dozen points of combat power. Utilizing his energy perception, he detected a plethora of weak energies among the Yardratians, with the highest combat power barely exceeding 600 points. In the distance, he observed towering structures resembling a modern metropolis, indicative of a considerable level of civilization. Yet amidst the towering edifices, a magnificent palace constructed of wood loomed even higher than all the urban structures. Enigmatic symbols adorned its facade, visible from afar. As the spaceship breached the atmosphere, a brilliant radiance erupted, prompting a multitude of Yardrat aliens to sense the disturbance and hasten to investigate. In the distance, a considerable assembly of pink-skinned Yardrat beings gathered, resembling Namekians but with a notably shorter stature and slightly truncated ears. They donned garments reminiscent of those worn by Sun Wukong upon his return to Earth after mastering instantaneous movement. The Yardrat inhabitants pointed and gestured towards Raditz from afar, their demeanor betraying a palpable anxiety. Had Raditz's energy not seemed so feeble, they might not have approached at all. A seemingly youthful and robust Yardrat, looking rather unremarkable in appearance, timidly stepped forward and inquired, "Are you from the Frieza Force?" At this, Raditz realized that the inhabitants of this planet were still unaware of Frieza's demise. The anxious young Yardrat spoke, casting wary glances at Raditz as if contemplating a hasty retreat should circumstances turn unfavorable. "No, Frieza was eliminated by me not long ago." Raditz's declaration sparked a fervent discussion among the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces, including that of the young Yardrat. The somewhat naive Yardrat, perceiving no malice from Raditz, instantly teleported to his home and returned with a garment, offering it to Raditz. "Greetings, you must be an extraterrestrial. I am Kara. Have you encountered some peril during your travels? Please, put this on." Kara seemed eager to converse further with Raditz when suddenly, several vehicles resembling ambulances, flashing red lights, arrived at Raditz's side. Raditz, taken aback, was astonished to discover that these seemingly weak Yardrat aliens possessed the ability to sense energy and teleport. It appeared that their unique physiology allowed them to master such abilities more effortlessly than those from other planets. To his surprise, the Yardrat people exhibited remarkable kindness and a complete lack of hostility. "Thank you, Kara. I am Raditz, a warrior from Earth. I am currently unscathed and do not require assistance," he replied, waving his hand to decline the goodwill of the Yardrat rescue team. As Raditz contemplated departing to later seek knowledge on instantaneous movement, more Yardrat aliens arrived, this time bearing an ominous presence, brandishing energy weapons. "Stand down. We are the minions of the Frieza Force. Surrender your vessel immediately. Lord Frieza is about to arrive. Do not move." With these words, Raditz felt a surge of frustration. Had he not vanquished the core members of the Frieza Force? Kara and the surrounding Yardrat beings, sensing the imminent threat, nervously raised their hands in surrender. Due to their lack of combat prowess, anyone who remembers them on the planet will inevitably capture them. Only Raditz stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing their performance. Kula, noticing Raditz's stillness, kindly advised, "Raditz, perhaps you should raise your hands. These individuals are minions of Frieza's army, and your life is at stake." Raditz merely shook his hand, eager to witness the intentions of those who bore the banner of Frieza's forces. The group of impostors, pretending to be from Frieza's army, noticed Raditz's indifference and concluded that he regarded them with disdain. "Even Frieza's soldiers dare to provoke us. It seems you have a death wish." With that, they unleashed an energy sphere directed at Raditz. In response, Raditz swiftly incapacitated them one by one, leaving only one remaining. In a mere instant, the impostors had no chance to react to his instantaneous movement. "Who are you? Do not harbor foolish thoughts of escaping, should you dare to provoke me. I can effortlessly crush your neck," Raditz warned the individual he had seized. It dawned on the captive that his companions had all been subdued, and at the moment Raditz made his move, everyone felt the overwhelming power he possessed. Terrified, he exclaimed, "I am not part of Frieza's army. I am merely pretending to escape on a spaceship. Please, do not kill me." Understanding the situation, Raditz swiftly rendered him unconscious and set him aside for the ordinary Yardratians to bind and manage. Kula was astonished by Raditz's tremendous strength, noting that the aura he emanated was enough to instill fear. "Is there a great elder among you?" Kula shook his head, indicating there was none, and informed Raditz, While we lack a great elder, our strongest is the king, who is currently preparing to flee Yardrat. Kula then elaborated that not long ago, a Frieza spacecraft had descended upon their planet, declaring its intent to take control. They commenced a rampage of slaughter and destruction, but inexplicably departed shortly thereafter. The Yardrat king, after consulting with the nobility, decided to escape and was now seeking ships to carry away treasures. The recent group Raditz encountered were likely imposters attempting to seize a spaceship for their own escape. Upon hearing this, Raditz comprehended the situation fully. It appeared that the Ginyu force had initially intended to conquer this planet, but had received an urgent message from Frieza to report immediately, thus postponing their plans until the matter was resolved. However, it was peculiar that this planet remained unaware of Frieza's demise, suggesting a significant lack of information. Raditz had intended to learn instant transmission from Kula, but Kula shook his head firmly, explaining that they were naturally gifted with that ability. Only the king possessed the knowledge to teach it to outsiders. Realizing that only the king could impart this skill, Raditz resolved to seek out the Yardrat king for instruction. Karai utilized instantaneous teleportation to transport me to King Yardrat's presence. Leitais expressed his desire to visit the royal palace, aware that such an endeavor could lead to dire consequences. However, remaining behind would only result in certain death, especially considering he longed to reunite with someone special. In Chapter 38, Karai, with Leitais at the helm, maneuvered the spacecraft directly to the most perilous location on the planet, a place utterly inaccessible to its inhabitants. It was not that Leitais doubted the integrity of the humble farmers nearby, but rather he sought to prevent any potential harm that might arise from the ship's presence. Once concealed, Leitais returned to Karai, placing a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, they found themselves within a resplendent palace. To mitigate any unintended casualties, Leitais carefully calibrated his energy to a slightly heightened level. The sudden emergence of such formidable energy caused a wave of panic to ripple through the palace. A group of robust guards, armed with energy firearms, hastened to the side of King Yardrat, eager to protect their sovereign and buy time for a possible escape. Beside the king stood a princess, her hands adorned with rings that Leitais sensed could restrain energy, clad in a flowing, pale gown. She possessed features that epitomized the beauty of Yardrat's lineage. To the Ydratans, the princess was a vision of ethereal grace, transcending the ordinary. Yet, to Leitais, her pink skin bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Namekians, evoking a peculiar sensation. Through his energy perception, Leitais discerned that King Yardrat possessed a battle power of 600. "You need not flee. I am not a member of Frieza's army and harbor no ill intentions," Leitais declared. Upon hearing this, the king's demeanor softened, easing some of the tension in the room. He instructed his guards to disperse, curious to ascertain Leitais' purpose, but his attention was soon diverted by Karai's rising temper. "Karai, you bring a stranger here with dubious intentions. I will not entrust my daughter to a wretched scoundrel like you," he asserted. However, aware of Leitais' presence, he refrained from commanding the guards to separate Karai from Leitais. Meanwhile, the Yardrat princess gazed intently at Karai, who stepped forward, extending a hand to shield Leitais from view. Leitais, taken aback, sensed a deeper narrative unfolding between them, and continued, "I am Leitais. Frieza has been slain by my hand. You need not worry. I have come to learn your instantaneous teleportation." Leitais discerned a distinct quality in the king's energy, akin to that of deities from Earth and Namek. With that, Leitais unleashed his energy. Though his wounds were not entirely healed, the sheer force of his presence was palpable, causing every Yardrat to tremble in fear as if the apocalypse were upon them. This overwhelming energy instilled a sense of belief in King Yardrat, for he had never experienced Frieza's energy firsthand. "Lord Leitais, you are indeed formidable, capable of vanquishing Frieza. I shall teach you instantaneous teleportation immediately. Would it please you if I offered my daughter's hand in marriage as a token of gratitude for your protection?" King Yardrat proposed, recognizing Leitais' strength and seeking to secure a powerful ally. Upon hearing the news, the princess shook her head in despair, looking at Kula as if pleading for assistance. Naturally, Raditz sought to unite lovers. As for King Adelath, there is no need for the princess. Simply entrust the art of instantaneous movement to me. With Raditz's formidable strength, he could have seized it by force, yet such actions were unnecessary. Seeing that Raditz desired only the ability for instantaneous movement, it could not be denied. At that moment, The method of training for instantaneous movement was transmitted to Raditz's mind. Upon receiving this, Raditz mused to himself that indeed, King Adalath possessed divine qualities akin to those of the celestial beings. Instantaneous movement, while seemingly complex, was merely a matter of merging one's energy with the physical form, enabling the body to arrive at the destination where the energy had reached. The stronger the energy, the farther it could propagate, allowing for greater distances to be traversed. The speed of energy transmission was remarkably swift, even surpassing that of light. When one sensed a familiar energy, they could swiftly approach it using their own energy. As individuals grew stronger, the range and speed of their energy transmission expanded, allowing them to reach destinations almost instantaneously. However, this was hardly an ideal location for training in instantaneous movement, especially with the assistance of young Kula from Adalath. It was time to assist him. Raditz addressed the spectators in the stands of Adalath, turning to King Adalath, and proposed, "Bestow the princess upon Kula. He possesses the potential to safeguard this planet." Upon hearing Raditz's words, King Adalath felt that Kula lacked significant potential. Yet, given Raditz's overwhelming strength, he could not refuse without inciting his wrath. "Very well, but Kula must face me in a week's time. If he cannot even defeat me, how can he protect this planet?" The princess, upon hearing her father's words, immediately lit up with hope, looking at Kula as if to say, "You can do it, Lord Raditz. Perhaps you could reside in the palace for a few days to study and train," suggested King Adalath. Without hesitation, Raditz declined, as the palace's prominence would hinder his training in instantaneous movement. With that, King Adalath led the princess into the inner chambers. Before entering, the princess cast several lingering glances at Kula, reluctant to part. Initially lacking confidence, Kula found encouragement in the princess's gaze, which imbued him with newfound determination. "Lord Raditz, I implore you, please train me and help me grow stronger." Raditz had initially wished to avoid such matters, eager only to return to Earth and reunite with his comrades. After contemplation, he decided to lend Kula a hand. "Kula, prepare yourself. The training will be quite brutal." Kula nodded vigorously, indicating his readiness. Without further ado, Raditz placed a hand on Kula's shoulder, and in an instant, they returned to Kula's home. Kula had lost his parents at a young age and scavenged for a living. The conditions of his home were exceedingly dire, hardly worthy of the term home, consisting merely of a few thatched mats and wooden planks. It was drafty on all sides, even less sturdy than a grass hut on Earth. While reflecting on the dismal state of Kula's abode, Raditz sensed a mental transmission. It was King Adalath announcing to every corner of the nation that Frieza had perished and the crisis facing Adalath had been averted. The entire planet of Adaltrat has settled into tranquility, with the masses who once sought to flee now returning. Raditz, indifferent to these happenings, found himself intrigued by how someone as impoverished as Kula could become acquainted with and fall in love with a princess of such lofty stature. Kula explained that he had known the princess since childhood. She often sneaked out of the palace, and during her escapades, they formed a bond. Over the years, their feelings blossomed, but when the king discovered their secret, the princess was imprisoned and placed under a restrictive ring that thwarted the use of instantaneous movement for those with low energy. Kula was brutally beaten and cast into the wilderness, forbidden from using instantaneous movement to reach the palace, lest he be condemned to death. Upon learning of these events, Raditz was astounded and decided to guide Kula from the very basics. He arranged for Kula to undergo physical training in the most perilous jungles of Adaltrat, believing that only in the face of life and death could one truly unleash their potential. Thus, Kula emerged from his dilapidated home, retrieving a rusted blade, and bid farewell to Raditz as he ventured into the jungle for training. Raditz, of course, would not allow him to confront these challenges alone. He kept a close watch on Kula's energy, ready to rush to his aid should Kula's aura weaken. Kula's home was located in a remote area with few inhabitants, and his departure rendered it even more serene, a perfect setting for quiet contemplation and the refinement of instantaneous movement. Chapter 39. Training in Instantaneous Movement. Raditz entered a state of visualization, channeling his energy as he attempted to merge it with his physical form, akin to the techniques of the Kaioken. Although the king's instructions seemed straightforward, the actual integration of energy and flesh proved to be an arduous task. Raditz found himself at a loss, unable to combine his physicality with his energy as he had with the Kaioken. Time and again he attempted to fuse his internal organs with his energy, yet the results were futile, The energy remained unable to facilitate movement alongside his body. After several days of relentless failure, Kula was still outside training and had yet to return. Raditz sensed Kula's energy waver on several occasions, prompting him to investigate. But ultimately, Kula remained unharmed, allowing Raditz to resume his practice of instantaneous movement with a sense of relief. With no other option, Raditz shifted his approach, attempting to merge from the external to the internal. Through this method, he sensed his energy enveloping his body from the outside in, completely encasing him. Having long memorized Kula's energy signature, Raditz now focused on sensing Kula's aura. In no time, he was able to detect Kula's presence. Placing his hand on his forehead, he concentrated his mental energy to control his own energy. In an instant, he found himself beside Kula, who was momentarily startled. Lord Raditz, you have succeeded in mastering instantaneous movement. Indeed, Kula, Raditz replied, his heart swelling with joy as he realized he had successfully traversed the distance in an instant. The next step was to ensure that Kula's presence here would culminate in their return to Earth. According to the timeline in Raditz's memory, the Kurdish king would soon arrive seeking vengeance. Though the current warrior's combat prowess seemed adequate, the experience with Frieza on Namek had instilled in Raditz a profound caution, fearing the emergence of unforeseen circumstances. Observing Kula emerge from a veritable heap of household debris, he noted the rusted tip of a blade, now broken and dulled from use. Kula bore numerous wounds, his attire tattered, indicative of having endured relentless battles. Yet how formidable could the monstrous combatants of Yardrat Star truly be? Kula's transformation appeared minimal. Raditz, sensing Kula's combat power, realized that despite the passage of days, Kula's strength had only marginally increased. From a power level of 19, it had risen to 90, with but a few days remaining until the week's agreement. Raditz had been remiss, having previously mentioned Kula's potential to the Yardrat King in a casual manner, underestimating the Science and Earth's resilience. Kula, aware of his inadequacies, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Lord Raditz, do I stand any chance? Raditz, not wishing to dampen Kula's spirit, merely shook his head, affirming that he still possessed potential and that perseverance would lead to strength in the future. Kula, I have another method. I can transfer my energy to you, enabling you to grow stronger temporarily, allowing you to win the princess's hand. Upon hearing this, Kula fell into deep contemplation, weighing whether to heed Raditz's counsel, prioritizing the pursuit of the princess over all else. After a brief moment, clarity washed over him, and with a resolute gaze, he addressed Raditz. Lord Raditz, I wish to conquer the Yardrat King through my own strength, not through yours. Relying on your power would render it meaningless. Raditz, taken aback by Kula's steadfastness, held him in higher regard. Yet he understood that sheer will could not overshadow the disparity in strength. Thus, he guided Kula in training, engaging him in battles against the formidable creatures of Yardrat Star while providing instruction. Even the time typically reserved for rest was devoted to enhancing physical capabilities. Days passed, and the appointed week arrived. Kula adorned himself in fresh attire, liquidating his savings and possessions to acquire a subpar energy gun. Eager and prepared, he was ready to confront the king. Raditz sensed Kula's combat power had reached 200, and with the energy gun, it could soar to 260. Perhaps, in the context of Yardrat Star's relatively lower gravity compared to Earth, Kula's abilities could be considered extraordinary. Let us proceed, Kula. My earlier suggestion still holds merit, provided you are willing. Kula resolutely shook his head, fully aware that victory seemed elusive, yet he remained steadfast in his desire to rely solely on his strength. Kula grasped Raditz's shoulder, and in an instant, Raditz transported them both to the royal palace. Lord Raditz, you have arrived. Please, take a seat and indulge in the exquisite delicacies, proclaimed King Adaltrat, seated upon his throne, accompanied by the princess, who today radiated beauty, adorned splendidly to welcome her hero. The king, turning to Kula, regarded him with growing disdain. I had expected some progress from you, Kula, yet you remain merely a slightly stronger piece of detritus. Do you truly believe you are worthy? I will undoubtedly prevail, for sheer strength is not everything. Kula retorted, his voice filled with determination. Beside them, the princess, holding a ring that could suppress the aura of weaker beings, sensed Kula's feebleness but felt a sense of gratitude that he had come at all. She silently wished for Kula to depart promptly, fearing her father's wrath if he lingered too long. Raditz, disliking the pleasantries of court life, addressed King Yardrat directly. Let us commence without further delay. No one dared to oppose Raditz's command. In unison, they all teleported to the arena that King Yardrat had long prepared, a circular venue reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, capable of accommodating a significant crowd. Surrounding the arena were numerous commoners and nobles, the latter seated in elevated positions, separated from the former. This display was orchestrated by King Yardrat to extinguish Coola's hopes completely. Upon entering the arena, Raditz donned specially crafted, luxurious armor but bore no weapon. Raditz's energy sensing revealed Coola's combat power to be at least 700 points. In stark contrast, Coola was clad in tattered garments, wielding the most rudimentary energy gun, purchased with his meager savings from Yardrat's planet. With such pitiful training under that lord, I might as well join in the fight myself. A voice jeered from the crowd. Indeed, a toad dreaming of swan meat, utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. The spectators erupted in laughter, viewing Coola as a mere jester, their imaginations already conjuring images of him kneeling in surrender. Chapter 40. Return to Earth. Raditz observed the unfolding battle from the skies, disdainful of mingling with the commoners below. King Yardrat launched the first strike, and Coola, armed with his energy gun, unleashed a barrage of shots towards the king. However, Yardrat did not employ instant transmission to evade. The bullets struck him with little effect. With a single, powerful punch, Yardrat advanced, while Coola adeptly utilized instant transmission to evade. His combat style could be described as agile. Coola shot from various angles with his energy gun. Though the damage inflicted upon Yardrat was minimal, cracks began to appear in the king's precious armor. Yardrat, enraged, had not anticipated that the Coola he deemed inferior could inflict damage upon his valued defense. His composure faltered as Coola's relentless energy surged, both engaging in a rapid exchange of instant transmissions, seeking the opportune moment to strike. To the king's astonishment, Coola had diligently practiced his instant transmission, mastering it to a degree that surpassed even Yardrat's own proficiency. In an unintended moment, Kara followed with a sudden teleportation, only to discover that his speed surpassed even that of King Yardrat. With a resounding crash, an energy sphere was unleashed, aimed directly at the crack in the armor, delivering a decisive blow that penetrated the armor and struck King Yardrat. The king let out a pained cry, indicating that this attack had indeed inflicted some damage upon him. Realizing he had been wounded, King Yardrat steeled himself, striving to regain his composure. Under normal circumstances, Kara would stand no chance against King Yardrat. Once composed, King Yardrat engaged in a fierce struggle with Kara before finally locking onto him. Just as Kara teleported, the king seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy punch that landed squarely on Kara. With his meager combat strength, Kara was unable to withstand such a blow, resulting in a spray of blood as he was sent flying. The princess in the stands gasped in alarm, her concern for Kara's injuries evident. The force of that attack was considerable, leaving Kara trembling on the ground, battling intense pain as he attempted to rise. Ordinarily, a typical Yardrathian would have succumbed to such an onslaught, yet Kara, driven by sheer will, managed to rise. King Yardrat watched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Kara could still stand after such a devastating hit. Surrender now, and for the sake of my daughter, since you could withstand my punch, I will allow you to leave and live a normal life, King Yardrat declared. However, Raditz did not believe Kara would give in. Despite his weakness, Raditz could sense Kara's indomitable spirit. The audience fell into a stunned silence, astonished that Kara had withstood the king's attack. It was worth noting that no one on this planet had ever endured such a blow without collapsing. Raditz discerned that Kara had reached his limits. Even a casual kick or punch from King Yardrat would surely send him down, possibly even endanger his life. Yet Kara remained resolute, willing to risk everything to stand. Though entangled in the affairs of this planet, which posed a significant dilemma for Raditz, he felt a flicker of compassion ignite within him, perhaps stirred by Kara's fighting spirit or the struggles of the weak. Ultimately, Raditz resolved to lend Kara a modicum of assistance. He conveyed a thought to King Yardrat. Your Majesty, show some leniency and intentionally lose. If the planet faces a crisis, I can teleport here to assist. At that moment, King Yardrat had been poised to deliver a final, humiliating blow to Kara, but Raditz's words prompted him to reconsider. The prospect of having a powerful ally capable of vanquishing Frieza to protect their planet was appealing. Yet, King Yardrat harbored reservations about Kara's lowly origins. Nevertheless, this battle had altered his perception of Kara. The training time and combat prowess of this planet had nearly reached half of his own, suggesting Kara might possess some latent talent. After much deliberation, King Yardrat finally reached a decision and transmitted his agreement to Raditz. On the battlefield, Kara struggled to rise, extending his fist as he slowly approached King Yardrat. Having received news from Raditz, King Yardrat understood precisely what was required and met Kara's fist with his own. A thunderous sound erupted, stirring up dust that obscured the view of onlookers, rendering the scene within indiscernible. Only Raditz was privy to the truth, as King Yardrat had manipulated the situation to create the enveloping cloud of dust. As it settled, the audience in the stands finally discerned the outcome. King Yardrat had fallen, while Kara remained, albeit unsteadily, on the arena floor. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, which was soon shattered by fervent cheers. Kara had indeed triumphed against all odds. Even Kara himself was incredulous, unable to fathom that he had emerged victorious. In that fleeting moment of collision, he had no comprehension of the events that transpired. The Princess of Yardrat, utilizing instantaneous movement, embraced Kara tightly, savoring the hard-won moment of victory. After a considerable time had passed, Kara, accompanied by the princess, approached to assist King Yardrat to his feet. King Yardrat directed a mental transmission towards Raditz, inquiring, "Well, Lord Raditz, did I perform adequately?" Raditz, hovering in midair, could only nod in resignation. Such feeble theatrics could only deceive the inhabitants of Yardrat, whose combat prowess was notably lacking. Raditz descended gently to meet Kara, who looked up at him with glistening eyes. He comprehended that without Raditz's guidance, he would have likely never attained such an opportunity. "Thank you, Lord Raditz, for your training. In the future, I shall heed your counsel without fail." Raditz replied, "Your victory was achieved through your own determination. My influence was minimal." The princess promptly echoed Kara's gratitude, joining in the thanks directed at Raditz. Although Kara owed his success to Raditz, the latter felt reluctant to reveal this truth. Knowing Kara's disposition might render him unable to accept such a notion, potentially leading to complications. Raditz contemplated that his affairs on Yardrat had finally reached a conclusion, and it was time to embark on his return to Earth. He recalled that if he delayed capturing King Kurter, the latter would soon arrive on Earth. While the presence of Goku and possibly future Trunks provided some assurance, Raditz feared unforeseen complications necessitating his return. However, Kara and King Yardrat insisted that he remain to celebrate Raditz's triumph over Frieza, which had liberated Yardrat from dire peril for a few days. Nevertheless, Raditz's thoughts were tethered to Earth, and he resolved to return, but not before inspiring Kara one last time. After all, Kara was Raditz's first extraterrestrial friend since his rebirth, and he hoped for Kara to lead a tranquil life henceforth. "Kara, I have pressing matters to attend to. There is no need for celebration. I hope you grow stronger and can safeguard Yardrat." Recognizing Raditz's resolve to depart, Kara could not impede him. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Lord Raditz, I shall become stronger and will undoubtedly protect Yardrat." Chapter 41. The arrival of King Kurter. Raditz gazed into Kara's steadfast eyes, believing wholeheartedly that Kara would indeed fulfill his promise to protect Yardrat. "Lord Raditz, do visit the planet Yardrat again when time permits. Farewell, Kula, may fortune favor you." Currently, Raditz cannot sense the life force of Earth's inhabitants from Yardrat, perhaps due to his insufficient strength and the vast distance separating them. He can only travel by spacecraft, and should he detect the warrior's energy during his journey and feel any imminent danger, he would instantly return. After bidding farewell to everyone, Raditz teleported to the launch site. He boarded the cockpit, set the coordinates for Earth, and activated the ship. With a roar, the circular spacecraft ascended swiftly, while Kula and the others, including the King and Princess of Yardrat, waved goodbye below. The King transmitted a thought, urging Raditz to remember that if Yardrat were ever in peril, he must come to their aid. Raditz couldn't help but reflect on the King's unwavering concern, noting that now that the Frieza force had been vanquished, who would still think of that desolate planet? As the circular ship soared, Yardrat became increasingly diminutive in Raditz's view. He waved back at the planet, bidding farewell, uncertain if this was the last parting or if he would ever return. The spacecraft sped toward Earth, weaving through the celestial bodies, while Raditz gazed ahead at the stars of the universe. After some time, a cold mechanical voice echoed through the cabin. "Destination requires 6 months to reach. Would you like to activate the hibernation device?" Raditz declined the hibernation device, as he wished to remain alert to sense energies. If he were to sleep, he might lose track of time upon his return to Earth. Thus, the ship continued its journey, and Raditz remained attuned to the energies around him, taking brief moments to rest when fatigue set in, eagerly anticipating the day he would return to Earth. Meanwhile, on Namek, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others had already returned to Earth. Upon their arrival, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo bore expressions of distress, having fled in disarray, leaving Raditz to confront Frieza alone. The warriors awaited at Master Roshi's house, hoping for Raditz's eventual return, but as days passed without news, despair set in, and many believed Raditz had perished. Only Goku held on to the belief that Raditz would survive and return. In light of Frieza's formidable form, others presumed Raditz had sacrificed himself. As time progressed, the group entered a state of intense training in preparation for Frieza's potential return. Vegeta, eager to train in a gravity chamber, learned of Bulma's capability to construct one and moved in with Nappa at her residence. Requesting Bulma to create an even more advanced gravity chamber, she willingly complied, as her household was affluent enough to accommodate them. Meanwhile, Din and a group of Namekians, leveraging Bulma's resources and their technological expertise, constructed several large spacecraft, guided by the Elder Kai to find suitable planets for habitation. Din led the remaining Namekians into the cosmos in search of a new planet to recreate their home. As days turned into weeks, King Cold scoured Namek for Frieza, only to find a landscape ravaged and devoid of life. King Cold believed that Frieza had perished. Frieza, his most favored son, was not only powerful but also astute. The notion that he had simply succumbed to death ignited a fierce rage within him. Damn those Earthlings! And those Saiyans! I shall meet with Cooler and then proceed to Earth. King Cold was not so naive as to think he could vanquish the warriors alone. After all, Frieza was far more formidable than he, and thus he sought out Cooler, who was even stronger than Frieza. With that, King Cold steered his spaceship towards a rendezvous with Frieza's brother and his own son, Cooler. Upon their meeting, the newly formed Cooler army integrated Frieza's forces, and together they set their course directly for Earth. These events transpired shortly after Raditz had arrived at Yardrat, and time had since elapsed. Cooler and his companions should now be nearing Earth, their arrival imminent. Meanwhile, Raditz, aboard his spacecraft, sensed that everyone on Earth was not in a state of battle and thus felt reassured. On the serene morning of Earth, a dozen alien ships descended, from which emerged two figures, a towering, formidable man and one slightly shorter. These two were King Cold and Cooler, who, after an extensive journey, had finally arrived on Earth. King Cold activated his power level scanner, surveying the inhabitants of Earth only to discover a conspicuous absence of any individuals with significant fighting prowess. He turned to Cooler, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe it. Earthlings and Saiyans managed to slay Frieza." Upon hearing his father's words, Cooler conducted his own scan, but soon formulated a plan. "Father, let us not forget that these Earthlings, along with Raditz and Vegeta, can control their power. Allow me to draw them out." With that, Cooler addressed the Cooler Mecha Squad behind him, commanding, "Cooler Mecha Squad, proceed and eliminate all the Earthlings." "Leave it to us, King Cooler," responded Saviza, the squad leader, as he and his subordinates, Dre and Nez, prepared for the assault. Just as the Cooler Mecha Squad was about to set forth, several figures swiftly appeared before them. Leading the charge was Goku, accompanied by his fellow warriors, including Vegeta and Nappa, all of whom had grown significantly stronger through their training. As King Cold descended, the warriors, including Vegeta, sensed the overwhelming power emanating from him. Yet, to their surprise, this energy did not belong to Frieza. Rather, it was a force even more potent. While their initial reaction was one of relief at the absence of Frieza's presence, their expressions quickly hardened, realizing that this new threat far exceeded Frieza's might. "How fortuitous. This saves us the trouble of seeking you out," King Cold remarked with a smile directed at the assembled warriors. Vegeta disdainfully spat and regarded Cooler and King Cold with contempt, while Nappa maintained his composure, exuding confidence. "Even without Raditz, I can still annihilate them." As Sun Wukong listened to Vegeta's words, he sensed something unusual about him. Could it be that Vegeta has also mastered it? A slight smile graced Vegeta's face, confidence radiating from him. After all, he was a genius, and surpassing Raditz and Sun Wukong was merely a matter of moments. Observing the Saiyans and Earthlings engaged in their light-hearted chatter, Guldo and King Cold's expressions grew increasingly grim, realizing these individuals had disregarded their presence. Guldo promptly commanded the Guldo Mecha Squad to test their strength. Chapter 42. Future Trunks. At that moment, a gentle female voice emerged. Vegeta, give it your all and defeat these people. Turning around, Vegeta was taken aback to see the playful Bulma. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, since it was Bulma who had constructed the gravity chamber for him. When Vegeta set out, Bulma had insisted he bring it along. And despite the inconvenience, Vegeta complied, grumbling about Earth women. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed an immense aura of energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. He had broken through. The warriors were taken aback, and Sun Wukong immediately understood the situation and the energy emanating from Vegeta. Gohan, witnessing Vegeta's imminent transformation into a Super Saiyan, felt a surge of excitement, anticipating his own future metamorphosis. Bulma gazed at Vegeta, astonished that such a seemingly mundane man could possess such extraordinary power. As Vegeta let out a series of roars, the power detectors of Guldo's army exploded one after another. In the sky, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, lightning crackling as Vegeta's energy waves began to turn golden. His hair and eyebrows gradually transformed into a dazzling gold, and his gaze became increasingly defiant and wild. At that moment, Vegeta had fully transformed into the first level of Super Saiyan. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, not expecting Vegeta to master the Super Saiyan form so swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, the transformations of Raditz and Sun Wukong had dealt a significant blow to Vegeta. As the Prince of the Saiyans, it was a harsh reality for him to witness Raditz, who had once been his subordinate, and Kakarot, merely a low-ranking warrior, surpass him in strength. The impact was profound, yet Vegeta would never concede. His pride and self-esteem would not allow it. During this time, he had undergone grueling training to surpass Raditz and Kakarot. Today, he had finally achieved it, transforming into a Super Saiyan. While he may not yet be stronger than Raditz or Kakarot, at least he was now on equal footing. King Cold and Guldo, witnessing Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation for the first time, were utterly astonished. Vegeta, now in his Super Saiyan form, surged forward and delivered a powerful punch towards Sabiza, who, with a combat power of only 17, could not react in time and could only raise his hands to block. The impact was devastating, knocking Sabiza senseless as Vegeta hurled him skyward, generating an energy wave. With a resounding crash, Sabiza was struck by the energy wave, leaving him utterly chilled. Witnessing Vegeta effortlessly eliminate the other two, Dre and Nez, left them in sheer terror, prompting them to retreat. Vegeta, however, concentrated his power, and even in his Super Saiyan form, the energy he wielded was formidable. Gallic Gun, cease your insolence. How dare you slay my subordinates? Gula bellowed at Vegeta. At that moment, Dre and Nez had already dashed into the midst of their troops, and the Gallic Gun erupted amidst the fleeing crowd. The resulting explosions decimated Gula's forces, leaving countless bodies in their wake, while Gula and King Cold leaped out of the attack's range. Gula had yet to transform. Enduring Vegeta's Gallic Gun at this juncture could result in severe injury. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? It seems rather underwhelming. You have ignited my wrath, Vegeta, King Cold remarked, only momentarily astonished by Vegeta's transformation to Super Saiyan Stage 1. He reassured himself that, while he could not prevail, Gula would undoubtedly handle the situation. Gula, once we eradicate the Earthlings, we shall traverse to other planets to seek the Dragon Balls and resurrect your brother Frieza, ensuring our immortality. Gula regarded Vegeta, feeling no apprehension towards the Super Saiyan, for his own battle prowess, upon transformation, reached an astounding 4.7 billion, far surpassing the combat capabilities of both Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, Gula underwent a transformation reminiscent of Frieza, radiating an overwhelming brilliance as he transitioned into his final form. His physique expanded, his head elongating into 4 protrusions, while a skeletal mask enveloped his mouth. A crimson glow emanated from his eyes, and his shoulders rose high, adorned with white armor resembling bone, while 2 horns sprouted from his back. His arms morphed into blade-like extensions. Goku and his companions, including Vegeta, sensed the formidable aura emanating from Gula, which towered above them. Vegeta, wary of Gula's power, maintained a tense gaze. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the other warriors prepared for battle against Gula, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Suddenly, A spacecraft appeared overhead, spiraling in the air. The vessel bore the emblem of Bulma's Capsule Corporation, capturing the attention of all present. As the ship descended and its protective shield retracted, a striking young man with purple hair and blue eyes, adorned with a sword, gracefully leaped from the vessel. Clad in a jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation insignia and a black tank top, with a red scarf around his neck, this individual was none other than Trunks, who had traversed from a parallel universe in the future. The warriors regarded the sudden appearance of this youth with confusion, perceiving his power level to be that of an ordinary human. What insolent earthling dares to interfere? Step aside and do not hinder our battle. Vegeta expressed his displeasure at the interruption just as the confrontation was about to erupt. Trunks cast a brief glance at Vegeta, Goku, and Bulma in the distance before directly approaching Gula and King Cold. Without hesitation, he unleashed his energy and transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 1. Upon seeing Gula, Trunks felt a jolt of surprise. This situation was unlike anything he had previously known. It was not Frieza who arrived, but rather King Cold and perhaps Cooler, indicating that something was amiss. Vegeta, Goku, and the others were astounded, having never anticipated that Trunks was also a Saiyan. Impossible. Aside from myself, Nappa, Kakarot, and Kakarot's son, how could there be another Saiyan? Who are you? Upon witnessing Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's expression was one of disbelief. Such a phenomenon was simply inconceivable. Since you are here, regardless of your identity, let us first eliminate them, Trunks declared, ignoring Vegeta as he unsheathed his sword and charged at King Cold and Cooler. The two, confronted by yet another Saiyan, swiftly attempted to evade Trunks' onslaught. In a mere instant, only Cooler managed to dodge, yet Trunks' blade struck true against King Cold. King Cold was taken aback by the sword's sharpness, which cleaved him in two. As he beheld his own body plummeting through the air, disbelief filled his eyes. Chapter 43. The Return of Raditz. Subsequently, Trunks wielded his sword with astonishing speed, slicing King Cold into numerous pieces. With a stylish turn, he unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the remnants of King Cold completely. This spectacle left everyone in shock. Trunks had effortlessly dispatched King Cold. Particularly, Vegeta was seething, gritting his teeth at the realization that there existed a Saiyan even more formidable than himself. Cooler, too, was astonished by the boy's overwhelming strength. However, he found solace in King Cold's demise. Hovering in the air, Cooler clapped his hands with a grin. Well done. I must thank you for eliminating my father. It has rid me of an obstacle. Seeking to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza. How foolish. Cooler had long harbored grievances against King Cold and Frieza. He considered himself no less capable than Frieza, and the throne passing to Frieza only fueled his rage. Had Trunks not slain King Cold, Cooler would have eventually done so himself. Suddenly, Cooler erupted with fury, his formidable form and combat prowess rushing toward Trunks. The onlookers were still in awe of Cooler's immense energy, with even Trunks unprepared for such strength. To quell his rising panic, Trunks resolved to take the initiative and swiftly conclude the battle. Hema. Trunks extended a hand, channeling energy to unleash a colossal wave toward Cooler. Piccolo, witnessing Trunks employ his technique, was filled with curiosity about Trunks' true identity. Cooler stood motionless, a sinister smile gracing his features as he believed Trunks' combat prowess could not possibly harm him. With a resounding explosion, the anticipated outcome unfolded. Cooler remained unscathed, Trunks' powerful energy wave failing to inflict any damage. Is this what a Super Saiyan can do? Such paltry power. You would be better off wielding your sword, Cooler taunted. Gura, filled with rage, moved with astonishing speed and addressed the incredulous Trunks. Now it is my turn. Allow me to demonstrate the true prowess of our ice demons. With a single, powerful strike, he sent Trunks flying, his overwhelming energy casting a terrifying shadow. Recognizing the peril, Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 1, joining the fray. Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta launched a coordinated assault against Gura, yet they were taken aback by his remarkable swiftness. As the three positioned themselves to encircle Gura, he remained unfazed, his speed surpassing theirs. When they attacked simultaneously, Gura's tail swept back, ensnaring Trunks, while he caught Goku and Vegeta's fists with both hands. Controlling the three, he unleashed immense strength, hurling them violently towards the ground. In an instant, they soared back into the sky, resuming their offensive against Gura. The battlefield was alive with energy blasts and the sounds of combat, creating shockwaves that stirred fierce winds. The ferocity of this conflict surpassed even the legendary battle against Frieza on planet Vegeta, instilling fear in all who could sense energy on Earth. Yet Gura thrived amidst the chaos, as if he were a deity reveling in the blood of Saiyans. Seeing the dire situation, Goku signaled Trunks and Vegeta to combine their energy waves. The three descended to the ground, gathering their strength. Gura, aware of their intentions, chose not to intervene, planning to eliminate the Saiyans in one decisive blow. Meanwhile, powerful auras loomed over the battlefield, as Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Gohan found themselves unable to intervene. Mystic Flash, Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash Cannon. The three formidable energy waves converged, intertwining with varying colors and spiraling towards Gura. In response, Gura unleashed a fearsome energy wave to collide with theirs. The two forces clashed with a thunderous roar, energy waves consuming one another. The combined might of Goku, Trunks, and Vegeta appeared to be faltering under Gura's immense power. Sensing the shift in momentum, Piccolo and the others, despite lacking significant strength, decided that any additional energy would be advantageous. They joined their techniques to the amalgam of energy, allowing them to match Gura's formidable wave. The situation was tense, and the warriors awaited the arrival of a familiar figure to break the stalemate. They were anticipating Raditz, who, at that moment, remained aboard his spaceship, sensing the drastic fluctuations in the warriors' auras. Noticing several extraordinary energies, he felt no immediate threat and chose to let the warriors hone their skills. However, as Raditz perceived the swift decline of their energy, he realized the time had come for him to make his entrance. It seems I must now step into the fray, he contemplated, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 1. Raditz locked onto the energy emanating from Sun Wukong. With one hand resting on his forehead, he entered a state of contemplation, enveloping his own energy around his body. In an instant, he teleported. At that moment, the inhabitants of Earth sensed Raditz's energy, but could not perceive his form, left to endure in agony. Guldo, meanwhile, increased his power to the maximum, his energy wave becoming even more formidable, as if victory was within reach. He declared that he would accomplish what Frieza could not, to annihilate the Saiyans and demonstrate to all who truly deserved the throne. Just as Guldo reveled in his triumph, a hand pierced through his heart, swiftly relocating beside the warriors. Gazing into the emptiness of his chest cavity, Guldo struggled to comprehend that he had been ambushed, completely unaware of the impending attack. Who was it? Who could possess such stealth? A glance towards the warriors revealed none other than Raditz, with golden hair. Having activated his Super Saiyan form, Guldo could not fathom how Raditz had appeared so suddenly, or how he could so effortlessly penetrate a body with over 400 million battle power. What Guldo did not anticipate was that Raditz, after his fierce battle with Frieza, had sustained injuries, reducing his power to a mere 1,200. However, in his Super Saiyan form, he boasted 600 million, effectively doubling his capacity and allowing him to pierce through Guldo's body with ease. With his heart lost, Guldo was utterly powerless, his energy dissipating as his strength waned. I refuse to accept this. I cannot believe that the Ice Demon is inherently subdued by the Saiyans, he exclaimed before being struck by the combined energy blasts of the warriors, launching him from Earth and resulting in a violent explosion in the upper atmosphere. Chapter 44. Journey to the Future. After the explosion, Raditz remained exceedingly cautious. Fearing that Guldo might not be dead and could resurrect within the sun as a warrior with a battle power of billions, he teleported to the heights of space, carefully sensing the energy around him, and confirmed that Guldo was irrevocably deceased, devoid of any trace of life. Raditz then teleported directly in front of the others. He repeatedly utilized his teleportation technique, piquing the curiosity of the group, eager to understand this ability that allowed him to traverse distances in an instant. Raditz recounted the events on planet Yardrat, leading to their enlightenment. He subsequently transmitted the technique of teleportation to the warriors, including Vegeta and Nappa, encouraging them to attempt learning it. He also shared his strategies on how to defeat Frieza, and upon seeing Raditz return stronger than before, the group felt a surge of joy. I knew you would return, and you have grown even more powerful, Sun Wukong remarked to Raditz. Vegeta, witnessing Raditz's newfound strength, wore a displeased expression. Raditz, Kakarot, I will eventually catch up to you. Do not grow too complacent, he declared. You still have much to strive for. And I believe you can surpass us, Raditz replied, To which Vegeta merely scoffed in response, "Just wait and see." Noticing the absence of Namekian energy, Raditz inquired about Din. The group promptly explained that Din had taken everyone to search for a habitable planet. After a moment of pleasantries, all eyes turned towards Trunks, eager to discern from which Saiyan he hailed. Upon seeing Trunks, Raditz immediately grasped the situation, contemplating that the inevitable had arrived. Poor Trunks, the warrior from a bleak future, displayed a visage that hinted at the hardships yet to befall him. Raditz reflected on the grim reality of a future devoid of hope. Knowing that the arrival of the androids was still some time away, the androids emitted no energy, making them elusive, and his memories offered no guidance to their whereabouts. Even if he sought them now, it would yield little success. A journey to Trunks' timeline might be more fruitful in attempting to salvage his world, perhaps even leading to a breakthrough. At that moment, under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, Trunks felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned away, scratching his head. Bulma, noticing the handsome yet bashful youth, approached him with a query. "Young man, thank you for aiding us. I am Bulma. Where do you hail from?" Feeling more bashful at Bulma's inquiry, Trunks turned to her and replied, "I am Trunks. I have come in search of Mr. Goku." Upon hearing this, Bulma promptly called for Goku, informing him that someone sought his presence. Goku, perplexed, had no recollection of the young man and wondered why he was being sought. Raditz, now understanding Trunks' purpose, swiftly flew to stand before him. "Trunks, I know you have returned from the future." Trunks, taken aback, could hardly fathom how Raditz had discerned this truth, especially amidst the chaos of battle. "Mr. Raditz, how do you know this? Some matters are beyond your comprehension," Raditz cautioned. "Do not inquire further or speak of your intentions to save the world. Instead, take me back to your timeline." With that, Raditz instantaneously transported himself back to the group. Summoning Goku to meet Trunks, Raditz addressed the assembly, declaring that Trunks was a Saiyan from the future, here to warn them of the impending arrival of the androids, who would annihilate them and the entirety of humanity within 3 years. "What are androids?" Piccolo furrowed his brow in inquiry. "They are remnants of the Red Ribbon Army that Goku defeated long ago, engineered by Dr. Gero as emotionless killing machines for revenge against you all." The group was left in shock, realizing that the Red Ribbon Army still posed a threat. However, Vegeta and Nappa scoffed dismissively. "What are a few half-machine, half-human beings to fear? I doubt they will be formidable." Observing Vegeta's arrogance, Raditz foresaw the day when Vegeta would face defeat at the hands of the androids. "Be cautious, Vegeta. The androids are far more powerful than you imagine." In his past with the Frieza Force, Vegeta and Nappa had easily dismantled numerous battle robots, leading them to underestimate the strength of beings from a distant planet like Earth. "How tedious," Vegeta retorted, before he and Nappa moved aside to whisper among themselves, regarding the others as if they were cowards. Raditz continued to address the crowd, stating that Son Goku would suffer a heart attack when confronted by the androids. Shortly thereafter, he would succumb to his ailment, and the warriors would perish one by one. Upon hearing that Son Goku would no longer be present in the future, Piccolo was struck by a lingering question, which he posed directly to Raditz. "What about you, Raditz?" he inquired. "In the future, I do not exist," Raditz replied. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. "How is that possible, Raditz? How could you not exist in the future?" Raditz, wishing to conceal the truth of his reincarnation, knew that in the parallel universe of future Trunks, he indeed had no presence. The crowd, astounded, found it hard to accept this revelation. With Son Goku's death, Raditz would also vanish. Meanwhile, upon reaching Trunks, Son Goku whispered with him. Moments later, Son Goku displayed a look of astonishment, turning to gaze intently at Vegeta and Bulma. After waiting a while, Piccolo observed their exchange, seemingly catching wind of something significant, and his face reflected disbelief. However, Raditz understood the situation all too well. The emergence of future Trunks indicated that Bulma was still with Vegeta. Yet, this was not a certainty. Trunks hailed from a parallel universe. Events in Raditz's universe might not mirror those in other parallel realities. After conversing with Trunks, Son Goku returned to the group and recounted their discussion, which aligned with Raditz's ominous predictions, causing disbelief among them. Trunks provided him with medication for the heart condition and also revealed the coordinates for the android's arrival. He presented the medicine for all to see, prompting Krillin to express confusion. "Goku, when did you develop a heart condition? It has never manifested before." Before Son Goku could respond, Raditz, fully aware of the urgency, urged him to consume the medication without delay. Kakarot, heed my words and take this medicine immediately. Do not procrastinate. Son Goku had initially considered waiting to see if the heart condition would manifest, but upon hearing Raditz's grave tone, he decided to comply and took the heart medication. Seeing Son Goku swallow the medicine, Raditz felt a wave of relief wash over him. This would ensure that Son Goku would not suffer a heart attack and lose his fighting prowess when facing the androids. In the distance, Trunks observed the warriors thriving in this timeline, surrounded by laughter and the beauty of the azure sky and picturesque scenery. If possible, Trunks wished he could remain. But this world ultimately did not belong to him. After witnessing Mr. Goku take the heart medication, Trunks felt that his journey had been worthwhile. He believed that upon his return, everyone would reappear. However, the energy of the time machine was just sufficient for a single return trip. Consequently, Trunks prepared to board the time machine and return to his own timeline. Just as he was about to depart, Raditz utilized instantaneous movement to position himself directly in front of Trunks, extending his hand to halt him. Chapter 45. A time of despair. Raditz had no intention of revealing the grim truth to Trunks at this moment, for even if Trunks were to return, it would change nothing. Only by returning himself might he alter the circumstances of Trunks' parallel universe. If Trunks were to go back, the warriors would surely remain unrevived. Trunks would not only face despair upon his return, but also confront the terrifying androids. Trunks, hold on a moment. I wish to accompany you to the future. I want to see it for myself. Hearing Raditz's words and knowing his understanding of time travel, Trunks, though puzzled by Raditz's intentions, agreed. Very well, Mr. Raditz. Please step aboard. At that moment, one of the warriors approached, astonished to hear Raditz's intention to revisit the future. Goku directly addressed Raditz. As long as we defeat the androids, won't we be able to revive the future? Raditz shook his hand dismissively. My purpose in going is merely to observe what transpires in the future. I shall return swiftly. You all must train diligently and remain vigilant against the androids. Although the warriors were concerned that Raditz's departure might indeed lead to the dire future Trunks had described, they refrained from further protest upon seeing Raditz's determination. After all their time fighting side by side, they chose to trust that Raditz would return. Having spoken, Raditz promptly entered the time machine, squeezing in alongside Trunks. Trunks secured the protective shield and prepared for departure, yet he hesitated, casting a glance at the others below. He regarded Vegeta and Gohan with a hint of reluctance, lingering for a moment before activating the machine. With a thunderous roar, the time machine ascended, spinning faster and faster until the warriors on the ground became indistinct. In no time, the machine swirled rapidly, enveloping them in light. Everything became like mere lines, the radiance growing ever more intense until even the lines vanished. Raditz felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, compelling him to close his eyes for a brief respite. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in darkness, surrounded by numerous glowing points. These luminous orbs floated around the spacecraft, and upon closer inspection, Raditz discerned scenes within them. These images depicted everything the Dragon Ball warriors had experienced, each moment appearing strikingly real. However, apart from Raditz being killed by the special beam cannon, there were no further images of him. The timeline Raditz now inhabited seemed as if it had never occurred, devoid of even a single depiction, leaving him deeply perplexed. Trunks observed Raditz's fascination with the sights, reminiscent of his own initial experience in the time tunnel. Mr. Raditz, when I first entered here, I felt equally bewildered. These images reflect events that have transpired, yet aside from the beginning, I have not seen you again. Faced with Trunks' observation, Raditz could not confess that he had been reborn. Trunks, the concepts of time and the universe are beyond our comprehension. Let us first save your world. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Trunks was left in a state of confusion, uncertain of Raditz's intentions. However, when Raditz mentioned the need to save his world, Trunks was reminded of the terrifying nature of those two androids. He fervently wished to return, hoping that his father and Gohan would be back as well, so that they could properly host Raditz before sending him back. The time machine continued its rapid rotation, devoid of any concept of time within its confines. Raditz himself lost track of how long had passed when the spacecraft began to decelerate, ceasing its swift spinning. The surroundings gradually came into view, revealing a cityscape. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Raditz was still taken aback by the sight of the desolate buildings around him. The ground was littered with countless bones, while wild dogs feasted upon the corpses. Raditz sensed with his ki that the energy of the Earth had diminished significantly since his last visit. The human population on this Earth was even fewer than the animals that roamed it. Trunks, observing the familiar yet tragic scenery, clutched his head in despair and lamented. How could this happen? I thought I had returned to the future to inform Mr. Goku. Did I fail? Raditz had long understood that no matter where Trunks traveled within his timeline, he could not alter his future. Raditz's timeline was akin to an alternate universe, just as Trunks' future represented another parallel universe. Regardless of Trunks' destination, he merely traversed to another parallel universe, rendering his actions futile. Nevertheless, witnessing Trunks' profound sorrow, Raditz sought to offer some comfort. Trunks, remain calm. There are still ways to resolve this, he reassured. Upon hearing Raditz's words, a flicker of hope ignited in Trunks' eyes. Raditz, do you truly believe that? Raditz nodded affirmatively, placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder while grasping the time machine with the other, sensing Bulma's energy. In an instant, they teleported alongside the time machine to Bulma's side in the future. Raditz found himself in a concealed and run-down training warehouse. The Bulma of this parallel universe appeared considerably older, bearing the marks of hardship and looking quite haggard. She was engrossed in repairing machinery when Raditz and Trunks suddenly appeared, startling her into a defensive posture, clutching essential materials as she retreated and warned Trunks, "It's Raditz. Be careful, Trunks. Raditz is not to be trusted." Although Raditz was somewhat prepared for this reaction, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. In the parallel universe Bulma had experienced, Raditz was merely a villain who had been swiftly defeated early on. Trunks stepped forward to clarify the situation, and only then did Bulma come to understand Raditz's true nature. As she listened to Trunks' explanation, Bulma found it hard to believe that Raditz would fight alongside the warriors. However, being as astute as she was, Bulma quickly deduced that Raditz's presence indicated her plans had failed. In order to shield Trunks from certain truths, Bulma discreetly sent him away to find something to eat for Raditz. Once Trunks had ventured far enough, Bulma turned to Raditz and inquired, "Raditz, are you aware that this world exists within a parallel universe?" Raditz was taken aback, astonished that Bulma, with her remarkable intellect, had deduced such a profound revelation. Initially, Raditz had hoped to offer them a glimmer of optimism, but Bulma's insight had altered the dynamics. "Bulma, I regret to inform you. Yet there remains a chance for salvation in this universe." Chapter 46, Evil 1718. Is there still hope? What did Raditz say? Bulma gazed at Raditz, her eyes brimming with hope. If they could acquire the Super Dragon Balls, there was a possibility of reviving all the warriors, even in the absence of their physical forms. In this parallel universe, Piccolo had perished, and the Namekians had vanished without a trace. Upon his arrival, Raditz had sensed a lack of Namekian energy, leaving him uncertain about any potential upheaval. With no other planets bearing Dragon Balls, they could only place their hopes in the Super Dragon Balls. When Bulma heard Raditz's words, a flicker of hope ignited within her, and she eagerly asked, "Is there truly such a thing as the Super Dragon Balls? How can we obtain them, Raditz?" Raditz recounted the locations of the Super Dragon Balls as recalled from his memory, emphasizing that any wish could be granted by the Super Dragon Balls. Though obtaining them was no simple task, the immediate priority was to strengthen Trunks. Bulma, absorbing this information, realized the situation was more complex than she had initially presumed. After a moment of contemplation, she directly addressed Raditz. "I hope you can keep Trunks unaware that his journey back will not impact this world." Bulma's intention was to alleviate the burden on Trunks. She shared Raditz's sentiment on this matter. If Trunks were to learn that despite his arduous journey to the future, he achieved nothing, it would be utterly disheartening. Raditz pondered for a moment before responding to Bulma. There are still many crises following this artificial incident, but time remains. We can allow Trunks to train in my parallel world for now. Bulma nodded in agreement with Raditz's proposal, her heart having grown numb from the endless turmoil Earth had endured over the years. Only by strengthening Trunks could they ensure the protection of their world. No one else could fulfill that role. Raditz further explained to Bulma that formidable threats loomed in the future, including Cell and Majin Buu. However, he refrained from mentioning the existence of Black Goku, deeming it too distant for them to consider. The pressing matter remained clear: they needed to enhance Trunks' strength. He alone could save this world, and Raditz could not remain indefinitely. Meanwhile, Trunks, searching for food, was deeply engrossed in thought, contemplating the suspicious behavior of Bulma and Raditz. At that moment, he began to suspect a possibility. Despite his and his mother's tireless efforts to return to the future, they were unable to alter the fate of their world. At this moment, Trunks found himself in a state of disarray, uncertain of how to navigate the future. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek out sustenance first, for in this dystopian world, shops were virtually non-existent and desolation reigned supreme. Trunks resorted to hunting, ultimately capturing 2 rabbits. In this apocalyptic Earth, only formidable Saiyans like Trunks could procure food with relative ease. For ordinary humans, the pursuit of nourishment was exceedingly arduous. Encountering androids while hunting posed a grave threat, as they lacked the ability to conceal their energy and flee like Trunks could. Carrying the rabbits, Trunks returned home to find Bulma wearing a worried expression. However, upon seeing the rabbits, a flicker of joy crossed her face, for they had not tasted meat in many days. Bulma promptly transformed the rabbits into a delectable feast, and they all indulged heartily. Acutely aware of the value of their precious ingredients, they savored the meal, fully cognizant that the opportunity for another might be uncertain, with the looming threat of Black Goku potentially having claimed lives. After the meal, Raditz intended to search for the androids, yet the absence of energy signatures made them elusive. It was then that Trunks produced a walkie-talkie, revealing that he had joined an organization on Earth dedicated to resisting the androids. Any intel regarding the androids would be relayed in advance, allowing civilians to escape while Trunks would rush to their aid. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Attention! Androids detected in Sector 135. Trunks, we need your assistance." As the cries of despair echoed, the transmission abruptly ceased, indicating that the person had fallen victim to the androids. "It seems the androids have indeed appeared. We must hurry," Trunks declared, and the 2 transformed into their Super Saiyan forms, their energy surging to immense levels. The androids, lacking any energy signature, made them particularly difficult to locate in the scattered area of Sector 135. Upon arrival in Sector 135, they beheld a male and female figure hovering in the air. The female, strikingly youthful with tall stature and golden hair, possessed a cold and beautiful visage, tinged with a hint of cruelty. The male was equally handsome, and the 2 unleashed waves of energy onto the humans below, mercilessly slaughtering them. These 2 were the malevolent androids 17 and 18 from a future timeline, their expressions twisted with enjoyment as they reveled in the carnage. The ground forces, equipped with firearms and artillery, relentlessly assaulted the duo, yet they remained unscathed, effortlessly dispatching their attackers with casual energy blasts. The scene was one of horror, with rivers of blood and dismembered limbs strewn across the ground, accompanied by the anguished cries of the remaining populace. The more the humans screamed, the more exhilarated 17 and 18 became, their bloodlust intensifying. Humanity was rapidly dwindling under the onslaught of the androids, their strength akin to that of pitiful ants, desperately clinging to the hope of survival. As the slaughter continued, the cries grew fewer, and the remaining humans dwindled. 17 turned to 18 and suggested, "There is no need to continue killing. We should save some for next time to relish the thrill of the hunt." Upon hearing the words of Android 18, number 17 contemplated for a moment, realizing that the number of humans left on Earth was dwindling, and thus decided to withdraw. There was no choice. The human race was truly fragile. Regrettably, Trunks had vanished without a trace, and he found himself reminiscing about the days spent tormenting Trunks. As they spoke, a cruel laughter escaped their lips, just as Raditz and Trunks arrived on the scene. Witnessing the rivers of blood below, Trunks erupted with fury. "Stop! Abominable androids!" Raditz and Android 18 were momentarily taken aback upon encountering each other. In their memories, Raditz had perished long ago. With a wicked smile, Android 18 exuded a captivating allure, concealing a heart steeped in violence beneath her beautiful exterior. "Raditz, what brings you here? Since you are present, let me savor the thrill of battle." Raditz regarded Androids 17 and 18, feeling as if the 2 before him were entirely different from the ones he remembered. They were like entirely different beings. In this universe, the malevolent androids 17 and 18 were not to be underestimated. Yet Raditz, sensing the presence of numerous surviving humans below, resolved to spare them from the conflict. Through a mental transmission, he communicated with Trunks, "There are still many humans below. We must lure the androids elsewhere to engage in battle." Chapter 47, Annihilating the Androids. After speaking, number 17 swiftly pursued Raditz and Trunks, accompanied by number 18, until they reached an open expanse devoid of survivors. There, Raditz and Trunks halted and faced androids 17 and 18. Come forth, 17 and 18. Who will engage first? The androids, still harboring a playful intent, sought to torment Raditz and Trunks. Without uttering a word, number 17 stepped forward, eager to relish the long-awaited thrill of combat. Observing number 17's readiness, Raditz possessed boundless energy, already aware of what lay ahead. In this timeline, the combat prowess of androids 17 and 18 ranged between 200 million to 300 million, while Raditz, in his Super Saiyan form, boasted a power level of 800 million, more than enough to confront them. However, to secure a swift victory, the battle must be concluded expeditiously. With their capabilities, 17 and 18 could never hope to match Raditz. Trunks, stand back. I shall eradicate these two androids myself. In an instant, Raditz engaged number 17 in a fierce aerial skirmish, their movements blurring with incredible speed. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed through the air, leaving only afterimages in their wake, rendering Trunks unable to discern the action clearly. He recalled that during his battles with the androids, they had not seemed so formidable. It appeared that the androids had not unleashed their full power, concealing their true strength. With a resounding crash, Raditz, in close combat, lifted his foot and executed a sweeping kick. The air seemed to solidify under the weight of his terrifying blow, instilling fear even in number 17. He had never encountered a Saiyan as overwhelmingly powerful as Raditz. The color drained from 17's face as he hastily raised a hand to block Raditz's formidable kick. The formidable kick ultimately proved too much for Android 17 to withstand, leaving him with a piercing pain that resonated through his very core. Despite being an artificial being, his body bore elements of flesh, and this newfound agony was unlike anything he had ever experienced. The sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air. Raditz, you possess a measure of strength. This is the first time I have truly felt pain. As he neared the ground, 17 swiftly conjured a protective barrier with a single hand, bracing himself against the impact. He then propelled himself upward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves with seemingly limitless power. The sheer volume of these energy waves was astonishing, akin to a machine gun that required no ammunition, firing relentlessly. Raditz, momentarily taken aback, realized he could not engage the android in a protracted battle. After evading several consecutive energy waves, he seized an opportunity. In an instant, he entered a state of heightened awareness, dispersing his ki around 17. Sensing a small surge of energy, he teleported behind the android and unleashed a miniature energy wave aimed at 17's chest. Reacting with remarkable speed, 17 generated a protective shield. The collision of Raditz's energy wave against the shield produced a thunderous sound, shattering the barrier instantaneously. At that moment, 17 advanced towards Raditz, unleashing a frenzied onslaught of energy waves. The relentless barrage struck Raditz, forcing him to retreat, unable to move. With a swift flick of his fingers to his forehead, Raditz teleported out of 17's striking range. In an instant, he reappeared behind 17, now fully aware of the stakes. Generating an energy wave in each hand, he prepared to attack, while 17 once again erected a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, Raditz unleashed one energy wave against the shield while the other struck simultaneously. The impact landed squarely on 17's torso, sending him flying backward. The android's physical capabilities appeared to have sustained considerable damage. Seizing the moment, Raditz unleashed a series of ki blasts, aiming to rend 17 into pieces. Witnessing this, Android 18 could not stand idly by. She swiftly moved to 17's side, colliding a multitude of energy waves with Raditz's ki blasts. Explosions erupted in the air as a result of this clash, providing a crucial window for her to pull 17 to safety. Realizing they were no match for Raditz individually, 17 and 18 joined forces, extending their hands to channel a colossal, terrifying energy aimed directly at Raditz, intent on obliterating him. At that moment, Trunks, recognizing the dire situation, drew his sword, preparing to intervene against the combined might of 17 and 18. Raditz called out to Trunks, "You need not intervene. I am sufficient on my own." With that, Raditz, in his Super Saiyan state, completed his energy accumulation and unleashed an astonishing energy wave, its power seemingly surpassing that of the combined efforts of 17 and 18. With Raditz's formidable power, confronting the future androids 17 and 18 was indeed a trivial task. Boom. The two were sent hurtling away by the overwhelming energy. sustaining considerable damage as their mechanical bodies began to falter. Realizing they were no match for Raditz and that their demise was imminent, 17 and 18 succumbed to nefarious thoughts. We were wrong. Please spare us. We are merely products of machine augmentation, pleaded 17 from the ground, though his mind was plotting something else entirely. Raditz, hovering in the air, regarded the two malevolent androids with skepticism, unwilling to be swayed by their deceitful words. When you descend to the underworld, do convey your apologies to Yama, he declared, preparing to unleash an energy wave to consign them to their fate. Just as Raditz was about to release the energy wave, he sensed a surge of energy emanating from the androids. The energy enveloped their forms, and Raditz instantly recognized the peril. They intended to self-destruct. Should the energy wave collide with them, the resultant explosion would obliterate the entire Earth. Even if Raditz survived, the remaining humans, including Bulma, would not stand a chance. Regret flooded Raditz's heart. He should have acted decisively against 17 and 18 instead of engaging in futile dialogue. The only solution now was to transport them to King Kai's planet, where he could sense the king's energy. Saiyan, it is too late now. You shall pay for your arrogance, shouted 17 towards Raditz and Trunks. In an instant, Raditz teleported beside the androids. Seizing their shoulders with both hands and employing instant transmission to arrive at King Kai's planet. Directly communicating with King Kai, he stated, I am a visitor from Earth, and I bring news of two terrifying madmen intent on annihilating your planet. Just as King Kai began to process this information, Raditz unleashed an energy wave upon 17 and 18. In the moment of explosion, he executed instant transmission to return to Earth, evading the blast. King Kai, momentarily stunned, witnessed Raditz's energy wave ignite the androids like a fuse to dynamite. Boom. King Kai could only exclaim, damn, as the entire planet was reduced to nothingness. Chapter 48. The Annihilation of Future Cell. Raditz instantly reappeared beside Trunks, who was momentarily taken aback by his sudden presence. Mr. Raditz, are you unharmed? Have you eliminated 17 and 18? Raditz wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed deeply, reflecting on how narrowly he had escaped death. It's fine. 17 and 18 have been vanquished. In that critical moment, I transported them to King Kai. I trust he will handle the situation appropriately. Trunks was taken aback by Raditz's revelation, his heart racing. The North Kai is not a deity, is he? Mr. Raditz, transferring subject 1718 to the North Kai should pose no threat, should it? It ought to be harmless, considering the North Kai is indeed a god, and a mere artificial being is of little consequence. After uttering these words, Raditz felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, in this parallel universe, he was unfamiliar with the North Kai, and provoking trouble would be unwise. Nonetheless, Raditz felt compelled to proceed, reassured that being a god, the North Kai would not meet his demise. At worst, he would merely sport a halo. As Raditz indulged in self-reassurance, a thought transmission echoed in his mind. Raditz, how audacious of you to abandon an android with me for self-detonation. Do you comprehend the chaos wrought upon my domain and the ridicule I endure from other deities? The North Kai's words startled Raditz, for he had anticipated this moment. The immediate priority was to placate the North Kai. Should other high-ranking gods take notice, the situation could spiral into grave complications. North Kai, I assure you, my intentions are for your benefit. Those two androids are destined to eliminate all who indulge in dry humor across the universe. Upon hearing Raditz's justification, the North Kai's brow furrowed, seemingly responsive to his words. How bold! Do these androids not realize that I, the North Kai, have a penchant for dry humor? Sensing that the North Kai was intrigued, Raditz intensified his efforts, transmitting an array of classic quips from the Black Tiger and Aphu, which elicited hearty laughter from the North Kai. The derision from other gods regarding his halo became a matter of lesser concern. North Kai, I will seek the Dragon Balls to ensure your resurrection. What say you? The North Kai acquiesced, albeit with a reminder. Unbeknownst to him, the Dragon Balls no longer existed on Earth. Amused by Raditz's wit, he chose not to pursue the matter further. With the North Kai appeased, Raditz exhaled in relief. The ordeal was finally resolved. After conversing with Trunks and explaining the situation to the North Kai, he teleported them back to Bulma's side. Upon seeing Bulma, Trunks could not contain his trembling excitement as he declared, "We have finally vanquished the androids." Bulma, upon hearing this, felt tears welling in her eyes, reminiscent of the sacrifices made by Vegeta, Goku, and others. The toll of effort and lives lost to eradicate the androids weighed heavily on her heart. Wiping her tears, Bulma turned to Trunks and said, "It is time I reveal something to you. Trunks, our return has not altered the world. Raditz's realm exists merely as a parallel." Hearing this, Trunks felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Although he had suspected as much, hearing it from Bulma brought forth a deeper disappointment. "Mother, I had already surmised that," he lamented, sinking into a state of melancholy. Bulma continued, "As long as we acquire the Super Dragon Balls, resurrection remains a possibility." Super Dragon Balls? Raditz approached Trunks, elucidating the existence of the Super Dragon Balls and the formidable adversaries they would encounter in the future. Armed with the knowledge of the Super Dragon Balls, Trunks' spirit reignited with fervor. "Mr. Raditz, let us return to your parallel world and resume our training at once." As Trunks grew increasingly impatient, Raditz shook his head. There was still one pressing matter to address. They had to locate Cell. Mr. Raditz, following your description of Cell's energy signature, found himself at a loss for how to confront him. "I have devised a plan," Trunks announced. Raditz's strategy relied on human effort. The remnants of humanity had long harbored a deep-seated aversion to the androids. By rallying all survivors and searching for Cell's last known position, they could succeed. Upon hearing Raditz's proposal, Trunks sprang into action, using his walkie-talkie to address the survivors. "Androids 17 and 18 have been eliminated." The voice of Trunks on the other end of the radio ignited an uproar of jubilation. Soon, humans across the globe flooded the streets, embracing one another and shouting, "Humanity is free." Trunks continued to inform the survivors that another formidable android was in the process of being manufactured and had yet to launch an attack. They simply needed to signal or notify him once it was located. Realizing the gravity of Trunks' words, the survivors were unwilling to relinquish this hard-won peace. Thousands scoured the mountains and caves, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, Raditz and Trunks remained aloft, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, ready to rush to any sign of smoke. As they anxiously observed, days passed, until at last, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Mr. Trunks, we have detected machinery in a cave at Area 51. Please hurry." Upon receiving the message, Raditz and Trunks swiftly made their way there, arriving in no time. Guided by the Earthlings, they rapidly discovered a concealed cave nestled in an inconspicuous location. Upon entering, they found a damaged door and pushed through. As they stepped into the hidden cavern, they were met with the sight of numerous machines hard at work, alongside several electronic robots gathering data and transmitting it to computers within the cave. In the center of the chamber stood a water-filled incubation pod housing an unsightly, nearly formed creature. This was Cell. Trunks knew that destroying him would ensure Earth's temporary safety. Without hesitation, Trunks unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward the creature. The pod shattered, and in that fleeting moment, the monster's eyes fluttered open, uttering a few fragmented words. Raditz and Trunks could hardly believe it. Trunks, refusing to engage in further conversation with the creature, continued to unleash a relentless volley of energy blasts. After a few moments, Cell had taken on a more humanoid form, yet his core remained intact, and his body was inexplicably repairing itself. Witnessing Cell's regeneration sent Trunks into a frenzy, and he unleashed a torrent of devastating attacks. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, obliterating Cell until nothing remained. Finally, Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. The tormentor who had haunted him for so long was vanquished. "Gohan, I have finally done it." Chapter 49. The returned Sheru found himself in unfortunate circumstances. He had already taken form, and the moment of his emergence was drawing near. At this vulnerable juncture, he was discovered by the Earthlings, who promptly notified Trunks and Raditz. In this phase, he had no opportunity for resistance and was swiftly eradicated. Raditz, having concluded his affairs in this realm, deemed it time to return to his own universe. He placed a hand upon Trunks' shoulder and instantaneously transported himself to Bulma's side. Bulma had been waiting for quite some time, having prepared the energy required for the time machine's round trips. "Bulma," she said, her heartwarming smile reflecting years of camaraderie. "Thank you for aiding us, Raditz." With that, she handed Trunks a notebook filled with her dedicated research. "Trunks, deliver this notebook to my counterpart in another world. It may prove invaluable in the future," she continued, passing him the records detailing the construction of the time machine and the methods for acquiring energy. "Mother, rest assured I shall return swiftly. I will safeguard this world," Trunks declared as he and Raditz approached the time machine, pouring a full canister of energy liquid into it. They entered the vessel, and upon pressing the button, it lifted off into the sky. A throng of Earthlings surged forth, crowding the debris-laden streets. Trunks' recent defeat of the 1718 entity had garnered him immense prestige in this world, and the populace regarded him as their savior. It seemed they understood that Trunks was embarking on a journey to become stronger, to better protect their realm. On the ground, the densely packed crowd called out to Trunks, "Go, Trunks! You are our hope. You must return. You are our hero." Hearing these words, Trunks felt a tinge of embarrassment. He was accustomed to interacting casually with everyone. Amidst the shouting throng, a girl clad in a black trench coat and a green hat, her face dusted but beauty still shining through, seemed to be speaking to Trunks, though the distance rendered her words inaudible. Yet, amidst the vast sea of humanity, Trunks recognized her instantly. He opened the protective shield and shouted towards her, "I will return soon. Please wait for me." Despite the distance, it appeared she understood, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Trunks' face radiated joy, his eyes filled with the image of her every expression. This caught Raditz's attention. Upon glancing at her, he realized that her appearance and attire were reminiscent of the girl he knew from his memories, Mao. Raditz suddenly comprehended that Mao and he had known each other long before. After their farewells, Trunks lingered a moment longer, casting one last glance at Bulma and Mao below. Upon pressing the activation switch and setting the time machine began to spin at an astonishing velocity, a overwhelming dizziness once again engulfing the two. Their minds swirled amidst various points of light, ultimately arriving at the universe where Raditz resided. In the high sky, the time machine suddenly materialized, spinning at a rapid pace. The intensity of its rotation gradually diminishing until it gently descended to the ground. By this time, several days had already passed in the world where Raditz was located. Raditz and Trunks opened the glass cover of the time machine and leapt out, stowing the machine into a capsule. Raditz sensed the energies of the warriors and discerned that they were all likely engaged in intense training at the Heavenly Temple. However, only Vegeta and Nappa remained at Bulma's residence, stationary. Coincidentally, Raditz needed to visit Bulma's home, intending to check on the two. With a swift, instant transmission, Raditz appeared beside Vegeta and Nappa. The sight that greeted him was one of chaos. Bulma's home was in disarray. A large hole blasted through the corner of the house by an energy wave. Bulma had called in workers, vigorously attempting to repair the gaping damage. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa lounged in chairs, Bulma glaring at them with an expression of unbridled fury. "Vegeta, Nappa, you're lucky I even let you stay here. I told you to train, not to destroy the house." Nappa, looking sheepish, continuously apologized to Bulma. "Miss Bulma, I truly apologize. Vegeta didn't mean to. It's just that the gravity chamber is difficult to control." The true culprit, Vegeta, lay back in his chair, seemingly indifferent to Bulma's tirade. "TCH, Earth women are such a nuisance, Nappa. Why do you care so much?" Upon hearing Vegeta's scornful remarks, Nappa found himself caught in a difficult position, offering apologies in both directions. Raditz and Trunks observed the scene with amusement, surprised to see that Vegeta and Bulma seemed to coexist quite well, with only minor squabbles arising. At that moment, Vegeta noticed Raditz and Trunks' arrival and regarded them with disdain. Nappa, however, wore an angry expression, glaring at the two. Yet, when Bulma spotted Raditz and Trunks, her face broke into a welcoming smile. "Raditz, Trunks, you're back." "Indeed, Bulma. I have something from the future to give you." Upon hearing about her future self leaving something for her, Bulma's curiosity was piqued. Trunks, feeling somewhat awkward, retrieved his mother's notes from his backpack and handed them to Bulma from this timeline. Bulma picked up the dusty, slightly damaged notebook and, after flipping through a few pages, felt her head spin. The contents were utterly incomprehensible to her. At her age, she lacked the ability to grasp the writings of her future self. However, the first page bore a sentence that caught her attention. "Past me. Please take good care of Trunks." Strangely, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon first seeing Trunks. However, upon reading this statement, Bulma found herself utterly perplexed, uncertain of the intent behind her future self's words. Nevertheless, as it was her own request, she refrained from pondering further and directly addressed Trunks, saying, "The future me has asked me to take care of you, so you may stay here." After speaking, she presented the first page of the notes for Trunks to peruse. As Trunks gazed at the script, he clenched his fists, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Realizing that his mother still harbored a deep concern for him, Trunks accepted Bulma's invitation, choosing to reside temporarily in her home. The sight of the luxurious house evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. It was a place he knew well, having grown up there, and he never expected to behold it again. Chapter 50. Furious Nappa. Although he possessed knowledge of the location of Cell and Trunks' future, Raditz remained unhurried. There was still a considerable amount of time before Cell would reach maturity in this world. Raditz entered a meditative state, attempting to connect with a small portion of Ki within the body of Ginyu. After a while, he successfully established contact with Ginyu, who was in Bulma's storage room. Raditz intended to control Ginyu and proceed with further research to see if he could break through the limits of mental power control. Just as Raditz was meticulously guiding Ginyu out with his mental prowess, Nappa approached him from outside, brimming with fury, and shouted, "Raditz, I challenge you." Hearing this, Trunks' expression changed slightly. He was well aware that Nappa stood no chance against Raditz. Despite having trained on Earth for a considerable time, Nappa's battle power barely exceeded 3 million. There was no way he could compete with Raditz, a Super Saiyan. "Mr. Nappa, do not act impulsively," Trunks cautioned. Yet, Nappa paid no heed to Trunks' warning and remained resolute in his desire to confront Raditz. In his mind, Nappa thought that Raditz had actually surpassed both himself and Vegeta by transforming into a Super Saiyan first. Raditz, taken aback by Nappa's words, was bewildered by his motivations. Nearby, Vegeta wore a smug expression, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Noticing the earnestness etched on Nappa's face, Raditz understood that he was serious. It was clear that Raditz could not evade Nappa's challenge. To refuse would be an affront to Nappa as a warrior. "Nappa, I accept." Upon hearing Raditz's declaration, Nappa broke into a grin, while Bulma sighed softly, bemused by the Saiyan's incessant antics. With that, Raditz soared into the sky with Nappa, arriving at a desolate, uninhabited desert. Nappa spoke directly, declaring, "Raditz, this time I will prove myself by transforming into a Super Saiyan and defeating you." As Nappa's determination grew, veins bulged on his forehead, signaling his intent to teach Raditz a lesson. Nappa, transforming into a Super Saiyan is not merely for the sake of competition. It is to revive the Saiyan race. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Nappa could no longer contain himself and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Raditz. Raditz merely flickered to the side, leaving Nappa to strike nothing but air. In the spirit of a fair battle, Raditz resolved not to utilize his Super Saiyan form, choosing instead to confront Nappa in his normal state. Nappa, summoning his energy to its utmost limits, accelerated beyond his previous speed, a blur in motion. He launched the first assault against Raditz, delivering powerful punches and kicks like a tempest. Each blow was infused with intense fury, yet Raditz evaded effortlessly, parrying Nappa's fierce onslaught with a single hand. As Nappa's frustration mounted, it became evident that no matter his fervent attacks, Raditz could effortlessly counter with minimal effort. "Perhaps it is time to reconsider, Nappa. You cannot surpass me. Acknowledge our current circumstances." Upon uttering these words, Raditz instantly teleported behind Nappa, delivering a staggering blow to his chest. The impact was tremendous, nearly rendering Nappa unconscious, yet he clung to consciousness through sheer willpower. Observing Nappa's determination to continue the fight, Raditz couldn't help but admire his tenacity. "I refuse to accept this. Prince Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan is a right. Why is it that you and your brother can achieve it, yet I cannot?" Raditz perceived the depth of Nappa's obsession, realizing that his anger was insufficient. "Nappa, you must maintain a calm heart. Only through a controlled rage can you transform into a Super Saiyan. Your mindset is fundamentally flawed. Transformation is unattainable under such conditions." Nappa, upon hearing Raditz's assertion that he would never achieve Super Saiyan status, was driven to the brink of madness. "Raditz, you lie. I will defeat you." With that, Nappa conjured a colossal, concentrated energy wave capable of piercing the earth itself. Witnessing Nappa's frenzied state, Raditz understood that he had to engage seriously and transformed into Super Saiyan, unleashing a tempestuous aura that soared skyward. His regal demeanor evoked the essence of a sovereign looking down upon the masses, and this formidable energy was palpable to all warriors training on the planet. In a flash, Raditz teleported behind Nappa, launching a decisive strike in his Super Saiyan form. The blow sent Nappa hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. Several bones fractured as he collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Raditz recognized that Nappa was witnessing all Saiyans transforming into Super Saiyans. If this continued, Even Gohan might achieve the transformation before him, rendering Nappa lesser than a mere child. Nappa struggled to maintain a tranquil heart, and without such equilibrium, he could not enhance his cells, thus making transformation impossible. Determined to assist Nappa for the sake of the Saiyan revival, Raditz approached him, hoisting Nappa onto his shoulder and transporting him to Bulma's residence. He entrusted Nappa to Bulma's medical team for urgent treatment. At that moment, Raditz comprehended the meaning behind Vegeta's earlier laughter. He made his way to the gravity training chamber, where he found Vegeta, breathless and exerting himself within the intense environment. "Vegeta, you can assist Nappa. It was you who incited him to seek me out for training, wasn't it?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a sly smile, indicating that Raditz had indeed discovered the truth. Raditz, recognizing the necessity of providing Nappa with a target to foster his growth, felt a surge of irritation at Vegeta for shifting the blame onto him. He contemplated the inevitable confrontations he would face once the androids emerged in this world, which calmed him somewhat. It is worth noting that the combat prowess of these androids in this parallel universe might surpass even that depicted in the comics. Since Nappa was temporarily incapacitated, the Senza beans could be retrieved from Corin Tower later. However, it was prudent to investigate the laboratory of Cell, which might still be accessible. With a swift, instant transmission, Raditz arrived in the nearest city, heading towards a specific location. Due to the lab's remote and uninhabited location, direct transmission was not feasible. Upon reaching the site from his memory, he discovered that the laboratory was non-existent, leaving only an empty cave. Yet, within the cavern, he noticed remnants of heavy objects. Raditz pondered to himself, these traces clearly indicate the previous existence of the lab. Could it be that this world has undergone changes leading to its relocation? He could not help but sigh, contemplating the terror that the future Cell might unleash. Chapter 51. Senzu Beans with the formidable Cell on the horizon. Raditz realized that his immediate priority was to grow stronger. Resolving this in his mind, he decided to head to Corin Tower for some Senzu Beans. And with another instant transmission, he arrived at his destination. There, he found Corin and Yajirobe sprawled on the ground, surrounded by bottles and remnants of food, with Yajirobe mumbling in his sleep. "Dead cat, don't steal from me. I still want to eat." In his slumber, Yajirobe inadvertently kicked Corin, jolting him awake. "You lazy oaf. Can't you be a bit more quiet?" Upon turning around, Corin was surprised to see Raditz. "Raditz, what brings you here?" he inquired. Raditz replied, "I am here to request some Senzu beans. There will be many adversaries on Earth in the future, and the beans will certainly prove useful." Corin chuckled awkwardly and began rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous items in search of the beans. After a considerable wait, Raditz grew impatient. "Surely, the Senzu beans haven't run out?" At this, Corin broke into a sweat. "That shouldn't be the case. I don't recall consuming that many." After a lengthy search, Corin finally unearthed a single Senzu bean from a corner. "Is this the only one, Corin?" Raditz asked. "I'm afraid it is," Corin admitted sheepishly. He promptly kicked Yajirobe awake. "Why are you causing trouble, waking me up? Are you eager to test the sharpness of my sword?" Yajirobe grumbled, still half asleep. "Where are the Senzu beans? Have you devoured them all?" Raditz's energy surged, causing Yajirobe to break into a cold sweat, urgently responding, "I have some right here." He quickly fished out a bag filled with Senzu beans from his belongings. "All that remains is here. I possess nothing else." Raditz felt a sense of disbelief. When he first arrived, he had encountered jars brimming with Senzu beans, yet now only a meager amount remained. He was astonished that these two had consumed so much. Within just a few years, the Senzu beans had nearly run out. Raditz pondered to himself that he must devise a means to procure more Senzu beans. Having exhausted his words with the two, he instantly teleported to the Supreme Kai's temple. After Raditz's departure, Corin and Yajirobe began to converse in hushed tones. "Did you truly give all the Senzu beans to Raditz?" Yajirobe chuckled, retrieving a small pouch of Senzu beans from a hidden corner of his attire. "Of course not. I couldn't possibly give them all away. I must keep some for myself." Corin was both frustrated and helpless, knowing these beans were essential for the protection of Earth. Yet, despite his thoughts, his hand involuntarily reached out. "Give me one, you glutton." Meanwhile, Raditz arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple, where warriors were engaged in rigorous training. After greeting each of them, he approached the Supreme Kai directly. Standing before the Supreme Kai, Raditz presented the Senzu beans he had acquired from Corin. "Supreme Kai, are there any more Senzu beans available?" The Supreme Kai gazed at the pouch, lost in contemplation, and after a moment of reflection, he spoke slowly. Raditz, these Senzu beans were left by the upper-tier deities of Earth. I am unsure of how to obtain more. You might inquire with Lord King Kai. Raditz considered this, realizing that if the Supreme Kai was uncertain, his only recourse was to consult a higher deity. He thought of North Kai, but recalled that he had inadvertently caused the death of that counterpart in another realm. He had promised to assist Trunks North Kai in his resurrection. But without the Dragon Balls, he had departed. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he reassured himself that this universe's North Kai would likely remain oblivious to his past misdeeds. Raditz extended his energy to sense North Kai's presence, and, with a swift teleportation, arrived at North Kai's planet. Observing the intact surroundings, he noted that North Kai was seated comfortably, without a halo. Raditz felt a sense of relief, as it seemed North Kai was unaware of what he had done to his counterpart in another world. Noticing Raditz's arrival, North Kai scanned the area, sighing as if he had committed some transgression, before approaching Raditz directly. Raditz, have you done something? You look as though you're hiding something. Upon hearing North Kai's inquiry, Raditz's expression shifted imperceptibly, betraying no signs of abnormality. My lord, I merely came to check on you, to express my concern. North Kai regarded him with skepticism, astonished that a Saiyan would exhibit such benevolence. It was truly a sight to behold. Speak, Raditz, what is your intention for coming here? Raditz smiled amiably and produced a pouch of Senzu beans to present to North Kai. My lord, are you familiar with these Senzu beans? Do you have any more available? Upon seeing the beans, North Kai regarded them with indifference, assuming Raditz sought something of greater value. Isn't this simply the food consumed by slightly higher-tier deities? I have plenty in my abode. They are distributed monthly. Food. Raditz was astonished to discover that such miraculous beans were merely sustenance possessed by these high-ranking deities. The North Kai led Raditz into a room filled to the brim with celestial beans. There were indeed dozens of bags overflowing in the North Kai storeroom. My lord, how are these celestial beans produced? Raditz inquired, looking rather naive. The North Kai, observing Raditz's primitive demeanor, replied, these beans are crafted by high-ranking gods using divine energy. For them, the amount of divine power required to create enough to nourish the entire universe is but a trivial fraction. Listening to the North Kai's explanation, Raditz was filled with curiosity about divine power. My lord, what is divine power, and what can it achieve? The North Kai responded, divine power is the spiritual energy required to cultivate the Kaioken technique. As for its capabilities, it depends on one's ability to comprehend and wield it. Upon hearing about the remarkable utility of divine power, Raditz was suddenly struck by a thought and asked the North Kai, are the Dragon Balls also created using divine power? At the mention of the Dragon Balls, a terrifying visage and the dread of that being's formidable strength flashed through the North Kai's mind, causing him to shudder. No, the Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God, Shenron, using a special ability. The North Kai then warned Raditz. Shenron is an exceedingly malevolent deity who seeks to overthrow all gods and dominate everything. Although he was ultimately defeated and sealed away, do not overly rely on the power of the Dragon Balls. Each Dragon Ball across the universes bears the sinister aura of Shenron, and who knows what schemes he may still harbor. After absorbing this clandestine knowledge, Raditz felt a wave of disorientation. He gained a deeper understanding of this world. He had once believed his combat prowess was respectable, but in the grand scheme of powerful figures, he was merely a pawn. It seemed his journey was still a long and arduous one. Chapter 52, Training Nappa. After hearing the North Kai's revelations about the Dragon Balls, Raditz bid farewell and took a substantial bag of celestial beans, storing them in a capsule. He assured the North Kai that he would return to visit again. Next time you come, don't appear shifty-eyed. I might suspect you've been up to no good, the North Kai jested. Raditz chuckled sheepishly and repeatedly promised he would not. Once he had parted ways with the Kai, Raditz sensed Nappa's energy and used instant transmission to appear beside him. Upon his return, Nappa glared at Raditz with defiance etched on his face. Raditz tossed a celestial bean to Nappa. Consume this bean, and let us resume our battle. Nappa, eyeing the bean, swallowed it without hesitation, and his injuries healed almost instantaneously. Yet, Nappa felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. He could never fathom why he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Raditz, I will defeat you. Then I shall transform into a Super Saiyan and show you what Saiyan glory truly means. In an instant, Raditz transported Nappa to the site of their previous confrontation. Although Nappa had gained a slight boost in energy, he was still no match for Raditz. Nappa struck first, having learned from his previous defeat in close combat. He unleashed beams of energy from his eyes, accompanied by a colossal wave of energy from his mouth. 3 beams of laser light targeted Raditz, who, rather than evading, stood resolutely and stared directly at Nappa, seemingly resigned to being struck. Nappa, do you not yet comprehend that only by relinquishing the past can you truly achieve your present self? In an instant, Raditz employed instant transmission, appearing directly behind Nappa. Quick to react, Nappa attempted to redirect his lasers, but a slight turn of his head met with a fierce kick from Raditz. Nappa was sent hurtling away, and Raditz continued his relentless assault, delivering a flurry of punches upon him. At this juncture, Nappa was utterly defenseless, akin to a mere toy subjected to whims. Soon after, he lay on the ground, breathless and immobile. Nappa, have you come to your senses? Impossible. I must conquer you. Raditz then tossed Nappa a Senzu bean, which he consumed. Rising to continue the battle, Nappa was not entirely foolish. He was progressively improving, his energy steadily increasing as he employed various tactics. On several occasions, he nearly struck Raditz in his normal state. Nappa was like a stubborn rock, refusing to heed Raditz's words, his mindset remaining tumultuous. Thus, day after day, a week went by, with Raditz returning with a battered and weary Nappa, his face etched with worry. Bulma, witnessing this, could only shake her head, assuming that Saiyans were masochistic by nature. Meanwhile, Vegeta sensed an increase in Nappa's energy, filled with satisfaction. After yet another grueling day, Nappa was once again felled, unable to even graze Raditz. This time, Raditz's strike was somewhat heavier, and Nappa succumbed to unconsciousness. Within Nappa's mind, it was as if he were dreaming, recalling many past events. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in bed, the familiar presence of Raditz absent. Replaced by a scene he recognized, he had reverted to his former self. This is planet Vegeta. Nappa felt an overwhelming presence of Saiyan energy. In that moment, he could not discern whether he was dreaming or had truly returned to his childhood. The door creaked open, revealing the figures he cherished most, his parents. Upon seeing them, Nappa rushed forward, embracing them tightly and sharing his thoughts. In an instant, tears filled his eyes as he clung to them, unwilling to let go. Observing Nappa's vulnerability, his parents expressed confusion. Nappa, why are you so fragile? You are a Saiyan, a noble warrior of the future. Despite their words, Nappa continued to hold onto them tightly. Moments later, as if in a dream, his parents began to fade from view, and Nappa felt like an observer, unable to touch them. Shortly thereafter, he saw Bardock standing in the hall, shouting, "Frieza intends to destroy our planet. Let us unite against him." Bardock's expression was one of urgency as he fervently spoke to the parents of Nappa and other Saiyans, desperately attempting to convince them of his warnings. Despite his relentless efforts, most of his fellow Saiyans dismissed his words as mere folly, with only a small fraction of those who understood Bardock's insight believing in him. Fueled by rage, Bardock took these few individuals and set out to confront Frieza. In Nappa's eyes, the obstinacy and traditionalism of the Saiyans gathered in the hall were glaringly evident. Had the Saiyans heeded Bardock's warnings, perhaps many more would have survived. Unfortunately, their ignorance squandered their final opportunity. The scene shifted, flashing back to shortly before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Nappa was sent away by his parents in a small spacecraft, embarking alongside Vegeta and Raditz towards a planet inhabited by natives with modest combat prowess. Nappa gazed with admiration at the proud Saiyan prodigy, Vegeta, while he regarded Raditz's timid demeanor with disdain. This trial was a rite of passage for all Saiyans. The task was to eliminate the natives, a challenge that was typically not too daunting. Nappa observed his own prideful self within the spacecraft, assuring his parents that he would undoubtedly aid Prince Vegeta in completing the mission. As the spacecraft ascended rapidly, Nappa fixated on planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, shattering the planet into fragments, leaving no survivors. The immense blast blinded Nappa, enveloping him in a brilliant light. Amidst the radiance, he seemed to hear his parents' voices urging him to let go of the past and accept the present. Nappa, yearning to grasp something, was momentarily lost in despair. When the light faded, he opened his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks as he awakened. Raditz, witnessing Nappa's sudden tears, pondered if he had inadvertently caused his brother's sorrow. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Raditz bewildered by Nappa's transformation. Upon awakening, Nappa consumed the Senzu bean lying nearby. "Raditz, I understand your words now. Thank you. he expressed, feeling a newfound calmness and stability within himself. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy erupted from Nappa, manifesting as a golden aura. While he still possessed some hair atop his head, fine strands began to shimmer with golden light. At that moment, Nappa had ascended to the Super Saiyan form, radiating a golden glow and sporting golden eyebrows. His already formidable physique now appeared even more exaggeratedly muscular. Raditz, witnessing Nappa's transformation into a Super Saiyan, gasped in astonishment. Super Saiyan Nappa. Chapter 53. Training, Part 1. Nappa's potent energy waves surged forth, generating fierce winds as he harnessed the power to obliterate worlds. Those training on Earth could sense this overwhelming energy, recognizing it as a sign that Nappa had transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta stood in the courtyard of Bulma's home, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the sky. Nappa, you have not disappointed me. You have finally succeeded. Bulma, observing Vegeta's idle musings, could only exclaim in exasperation, do all Saiyans have a screw loose? Standing there with a silly grin. Or is it that you simply relish a good beating? Earth women understand nothing. Vegeta retorted bitterly, before turning away to resume his training. Meanwhile, Nappa, feeling immensely powerful, sought to challenge Raditz. After transforming into his Super Saiyan state, he charged at Raditz, perceiving the latter in his base form as sluggish. A fierce aerial battle ensued between Raditz and Nappa, with the latter gaining the upper hand. Each of Nappa's punches could tear through the air. With a single effortless blow, Nappa sent Raditz flying. Raditz, now wary, did not hesitate to enter his Super Saiyan mode, golden energy enveloping him. Instantly, Raditz's power surged beyond Nappa's, his speed several times greater. Nappa found himself unable to keep up with Raditz's movements, rendered powerless against the barrage of blows and forced to endure the onslaught. The two warriors moved at such rapid speeds in the air that only the collision of air could be perceived, their forms indistinguishable. However, as it was Nappa's first transformation into a Super Saiyan, he soon found it difficult to maintain the form. Once reverted to his base state, Nappa was no match for Raditz and was swiftly sent flying again. Raditz helped Nappa to his feet. Raditz, you are indeed formidable. Thank you for helping me break through to Super Saiyan. Nappa exclaimed. Do not credit me. It is your own efforts that have brought you this far, Raditz replied modestly. With their battle concluded, there was no further need for training, and Raditz instantaneously transported Nappa back to Bulma's residence. Sensing Nappa's newfound energy, Vegeta emerged to witness Nappa's impressive aura. Upon seeing Vegeta, Nappa joyfully proclaimed, Vegeta, I have finally succeeded. I have broken through to Super Saiyan. Well done, Nappa, Vegeta acknowledged. This was all part of Vegeta's scheme. He could not assist Nappa in transforming into a Super Saiyan himself and merely aimed to utilize Raditz to facilitate Nappa's breakthrough. Though Raditz was aware of Vegeta's intentions, he continued to comply in order to enhance the Saiyan fighting prowess. After addressing matters concerning Nappa, he followed Vegeta into the gravity chamber for further training. Raditz, now free to focus on his own development, took control of Ginyu and led him out of the house. Raditz noticed Ginyu was coated in dust, as if he had been left in a warehouse for ages. With Bulma often requesting supplies, little attention had been given to Ginyu. Having endured so much, Raditz felt his mental fortitude had improved and yearned to push the limits of his current body. He began channeling more energy and mental strength into his form, attempting to fully harness its potential. However, whether due to insufficient mental energy or some other reason, Raditz found that no matter how much he increased his input, he could not unlock any further potential. Several days have passed, and the combat power of this body has only increased slightly, reaching a mere 60,000 points, which is insufficient to attain peak condition. The energy infused far exceeds the 60,000 points, yet it proves to be of little combat utility, serving only for mundane errands. One can only hope to inquire with the North Kai in the future regarding the underlying reasons. As it stands, since there is no benefit, Raditz refrains from further futile attempts, having already squandered several days of training time. Raditz senses that both Vegeta and Goku's energy levels are steadily rising. If this continues, it will not be long before they surpass him. In an instant, Raditz teleports to the Kaioshin, where the warriors are engaged in training within an illusion. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo are partaking in basic training and sparring against each other, their combat prowess consistently improving over the days. Raditz yearns to enter the illusion to hone his combat skills and enhance his fighting state. However, the Kaioshin furrows his brow and states, Raditz, with your current strength, entering the illusion for training is not feasible. My divine power cannot sustain it. The moment you enter, the entire illusion will collapse. Hearing this from the Kaioshin, Raditz finds himself in a quandary, yet he believes that there is someone who may possess a solution. In a flash, Raditz teleports to the North Kai, who is joyfully engrossed in watching cosmic television. North Kai, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Raditz then recounts the circumstances surrounding the Ginyu Force's body and the illusionary training. Raditz, I cannot assist you, but the East Kaioshin may be able to help. The North Kai replies. Just as Raditz is about to inquire about how to locate the East Kaioshin, he senses a powerful aura. The East Kaioshin instantaneously appears on the North Kai's planet, prompting the North Kai to promptly approach and pay his respects. It is well understood within the divine hierarchy that the Kaioshin is considered a high-level existence. It is said that the East Kaioshin could eliminate Frieza with a mere finger. I am the East Kaioshin. Ever since you transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek, I have been keeping an eye on you. Upon hearing that the Kaioshin has been observing him, Raditz is puzzled by the reason for this attention. The East Kaioshin continues, I have come to aid in your training. A Super Saiyan is a rare sight, especially one with a just heart. I have only witnessed such a being once thousands of years ago. After hearing this, Raditz reflects on the longevity of the East Kaioshin. The individual he must have encountered was Bardock. The East Kaioshin, characterized by his white punk hairstyle, purple skin, yellow earrings, and uniform attire of the Kaioshin, appears rather diminutive and not particularly formidable. The North Kai, sensing the need for reverence, quickly urges Raditz to bow, stating, the East Kaioshin possesses the power to obliterate Frieza with a mere finger. Listening to the North Kai's words, Raditz recalls that in his memories, the East Kaioshin may not be the strongest in combat, but possesses a sharp tongue, earning him the moniker of Golden Tongue. Nevertheless, being a deity, the East Kaioshin undoubtedly knows more than Raditz. Thus, Raditz inquires, East Kaioshin, how can I fully control an empty shell using mental energy? The East Kaioshin shakes his head, indicating that even he cannot accomplish this, as it requires immense divine power that he does not yet possess. Upon hearing the Eastern Supreme Kai's words, Raditz resigned himself to the notion of further study at a later time. However, I possess the ability to create an even more formidable illusionary realm for training, one that will allow you to enter without the risk of disintegration. Chapter 54, Training, Part 2. With that, the Eastern Supreme Kai concentrated an extraordinary divine power in his finger and flicked it towards the sky. Suddenly, a door materialized from thin air, revealing a dazzling brilliance within. Raditz, the pressure within the illusion I have conjured is 100 times greater, while the foes within do not bear this burden. Step inside and commence your training. Having long been accustomed to the illusionary training, Raditz expressed his gratitude to the Northern Supreme Kai and the Eastern Supreme Kai before stepping through the threshold. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by the immense pressure. Though he had grown accustomed to such intensity, it still exerted a slight influence over his movements, albeit negligible. The familiar sight of a city in ruins greeted him, with crumbled edifices and numerous corpses scattered about. Utilizing his energy perception, Raditz detected a multitude of potent auras. Shadows emerged, revealing dozens of towering figures resembling primitive humans, each robust and colossal, akin to giants compared to ordinary humans. Their combat prowess was formidable, with the weakest among them possessing a power level around 300, while their leader boasted a staggering 700. Some of these primitive beings wielded wooden clubs, while others gnawed on the thigh of some creature that seemed grotesquely sanguine. Their gazes fixated on Raditz with an insatiable hunger, perceiving him as a delectable feast. Raditz pondered whether these primitive warriors could enhance their energy amidst combat. If so, it would pose a significant threat. Observing these beings, Raditz questioned when the seventh universe had given rise to such formidable primitive warriors. Certainly, none existed in the current seventh universe. Perhaps they were remnants of a bygone era, long since perished. Amidst the illusion, the primitive beings began to communicate, emitting guttural roars. Although Raditz could not comprehend their utterances, his instincts warned him that these creatures were not to be trifled with. As they encircled him, inching closer, they suddenly leapt, wooden clubs raised, launching an assault upon Raditz. In that fleeting moment, Raditz felt as if the primitive warriors' forms blotted out the sky, descending upon him with lethal intent. Yet he remained unfazed. instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan first stage. The overwhelming golden aura surged forth, repelling the primitive assailants, who were sent crashing to the ground. Rather than cowering in fear at Raditz's formidable energy, the primitive beings revealed their ferocity, their spirits ignited. A dozen of them assumed peculiar stances, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very fabric of the illusion. Remarkably, they coalesced into a singular entity, unleashing a terrifying might. Transformed into a towering giant. Standing 100 meters tall, their grotesque features were accentuated by fearsome fangs protruding from their mouths. Their muscles bulged with terrifying strength, encased in a bone-like armor that accentuated their formidable physique. The terrifying giant, with each breath, exhaled a vaporous, scorching gas. This primordial amalgamation of a titan possessed a combat prowess that surpassed 1 billion, far exceeding that of Raditz. Though Raditz swiftly recovered from his moment of salvation, he felt fortunate that such a creature existed solely within the realm of illusions. Roar! The giant, monstrous in appearance, swung its colossal fists towards Raditz. Fortunately, despite its immense battle power, the speed of its strikes was discernible to Raditz. He deftly evaded, as the Titan's fist crashed heavily onto the ground, creating an exaggerated chasm. Raditz's body could not withstand such a blow. Had he endured it, he would have been catapulted out of the illusion instantaneously. The giant continued to swing its fists relentlessly, launching unceasing attacks at Raditz. Raditz perceived that this behemoth seemed incapable of energy attacks, relying solely on brute force in close combat. He mused that this indeed was an ancient creature from the seventh universe. Despite its formidable strength, its combat style was rather simplistic. Raditz endeavored to increase the distance between himself and the giant. Yet, to his surprise, the beast was not only powerful but also remarkably swift. Regardless of his attempts to distance himself, he found it exceedingly challenging to escape the Titan's reach. Solar Fist. Utilizing instant transmission, Raditz appeared directly before the colossal creature and unleashed his Solar Fist. Given the proximity, the giant's reflexes, already quick, were unable to withstand the assault. Roar! Instantly, its eyes were dazzled by the blinding light, eliciting an enraged howl from the giant. Raditz followed up with a close-range energy wave, which struck the Titan powerfully. Boom! The giant staggered, clearly suffering significant damage from Raditz's energy wave. Without hesitation, Raditz gathered energy into 2 circular slashes and directed them at the giant's forehead and body. The fallen giant, unable to rise, was cleaved into several pieces by the energy blades. Blood gushed forth, spilling from its massive form like a river, flowing profusely without respite. Though Raditz emerged victorious from this encounter, the victory was hard-won. Had the giant not relied on such straightforward attacks, Raditz might have already been expelled from the illusion. After a brief respite, he chose to maintain his Super Saiyan state, consuming another Senzu bean to sustain it. From Raditz's recollections, he understood that maintaining the Super Saiyan form was advantageous for achieving full power. This was the state Raditz aspired to cultivate next. He felt himself growing increasingly adept at sustaining this form for extended periods. Soon, the giant's corporeal form dissipated into black mist, and the blood river on the ground gradually vanished. The scene of destruction instantaneously transformed into a high-tech planetary setting, replete with floating architecture and numerous spacecraft that Raditz had never encountered before. Raditz was aware that a new adversary was soon to emerge, skillfully attuned to the ambient energy. He perceived the multitude of presences around him. However, the combat prowess sensed through this energy seemed rather meager, each presence registering only a few hundred points. Raditz pondered this anomaly. In a realm where illusions were supposed to grow increasingly formidable, such feeble power levels appeared overly simplistic. Just as he mulled over this, an immense fleet of ships materialized in the sky, their diverse forms indicating their offensive capabilities. Boom, boom, boom. These vessels unleashed energy waves directly towards Raditz, startling him as he felt the magnitude of their power. The concentrated assault was even more potent than that of a giant strike. Chapter 55, Training, Part 3. A barrage of formidable energy lasers erupted forth, yet Raditz could sense no life force emanating from the ships. He found himself unable to teleport onto the vessels to neutralize them, leaving him with no choice but to engage in passive defense, evading the relentless laser fire. Boom, boom, boom. The lasers were overwhelmingly powerful, and Raditz could not evade them all. Several beams struck him, leaving his skin lacerated. though the damage was negligible to him. The sheer volume of energy emitted by the numerous ships was formidable, bombarding him with concentrated laser fire. Enduring the onslaught, Raditz retaliated with energy blasts, exchanging fire with the ships in a frenzied aerial duel. Explosions reverberated throughout the sky as the number of vessels visibly dwindled. In a short time, the once crowded sky was nearly devoid of ships. Raditz, channeling his energy, executed swift slashes that obliterated the remaining vessels. Just as Raditz believed he had vanquished this wave of foes within the illusion and sought to rest, the ground erupted with blinding light, revealing a colossal cannon that spanned the entirety of the illusory realm. Raditz sensed the terrifying energy concealed beneath the surface. He attempted to escape the cannon strike zone, but it was too late. A massive energy wave coalesced and unleashed a cataclysmic blast, causing the entire illusionary space to collapse, engulfing Raditz within. After a moment of disorientation, Raditz regained his senses, finding himself atop King Kai's planet, where he stood alongside East Kaioshin and King Kai. Upon seeing Raditz emerge, East Kaioshin smiled and said, "Raditz, have you felt the might of other universes' advanced civilizations?" "Other universes?" Raditz inquired. "Indeed," East Kaioshin replied. "What you encountered were battle records left by the powerful civilizations of other universes." Raditz was astounded. He had never anticipated that such advanced laser technology originated from other realms. It was indeed formidable, and had he engaged in combat with this civilization, his demise would have been certain. Even in his Super Saiyan form, confronting such technological prowess would be exceedingly challenging. Unwilling to concede defeat, Raditz re-entered the illusionary world, determined to battle these mechanical civilizations. Day after day, he faced failure, being expelled from the illusion time and again, yet each defeat only fueled his resolve. Ultimately, on this day, Raditz achieved a significant breakthrough. Bang, bang, bang. Raditz bravely withstood the onslaught of extraterrestrial forces, effortlessly overcoming this advanced civilization with swifter prowess than before. Even when faced with the subterranean energy cannons concealed throughout the entire illusion, Raditz's formidable physical resilience allowed him to endure, sustaining considerable injuries yet remaining alive. Upon concluding the battle, he sensed his combat prowess had surged to over 3 billion. Despite this significant enhancement, such strength proved insufficient against the androids. Raditz was already aware of the androids' formidable might from his memories. Their existence only heightened their power, unlike the feeble androids from Trunks' world. Soon, the landscape of the illusion shifted once more, presenting a myriad of bizarre creatures. Thus, day after day, Raditz engaged in relentless training within the illusion, striving to unlock his latent potential. Confronted by various adversaries, there were instances where he faltered, being ejected from the illusionary space, only to re-enter and continue battling until, after a lengthy duration, he was no longer expelled. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had slipped by. Before departing, the Supreme Kai had instructed the King Kai to keep a vigilant eye on Raditz. Observing Raditz's prolonged absence, the King Kai returned to his daily routine, indulging in galactic television and playing with his pet, seemingly on the verge of forgetting Raditz altogether. At last, on a fateful day, Raditz emerged from the illusion in his Super Saiyan form. His energy, in this state, had multiplied exponentially since his initial transformation, generating a formidable aura. Now, even when confronted by Frieza in his molten form, Raditz could effortlessly dispatch him without breaking a sweat. Raditz aspired to maintain his Super Saiyan state for an extended duration within the illusion, yet found it increasingly challenging to sustain under prolonged attacks from his foes. His training had reached its limits. Thus, he resolved to seek new methods to enhance his strength. The King Kai sensed the remarkable surge in Raditz's energy, instilling a sense of trepidation within him as he approached Raditz. "Raditz, your power has become truly terrifying. You could nearly dominate this universe," remarked the King Kai. "Master King Kai, it remains insufficient to confront the androids. I must grow even stronger," Raditz replied. The North Kai, incredulous, struggled to fathom that the androids created by humanity could rival Raditz's current state. Determined, Raditz concluded that it was time to train once more within the hyperbolic time chamber, aiming to reach the level of Super Saiyan 2. Otherwise, he would be unable to contend with the androids. Raditz conveyed his heartfelt gratitude to the North and East Supreme Kais for their unwavering support over the past days through telepathy. He then utilized instant transmission to return to the sacred land of Earth. After Raditz's departure, On King Kai's planet, the North Kai transmitted his thoughts to the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, why do you choose to assist Raditz? Surely it cannot be merely because he harbors a righteous heart as a Saiyan. King Kai, I have received news that the seal is about to be lifted due to humanity's insatiable use of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon God Salam is nearing the end of his confinement. But, Supreme Kai, is there not the Grand Zeno still present? The King of Worlds, the Grand King. And the angels naturally needed to consider the presence of other formidable beings. This knowledge sufficed. Upon hearing the words of the King of Worlds, the God of Worlds sighed softly. It seemed that soon all universes would face calamities, and peace would no longer prevail. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Palace, Raditz sensed the warriors in the lower realms. Their energy had markedly increased, yet it remained insufficient. Among the Saiyans, the one who had made the most significant progress was Gohan. Raditz could already feel that Gohan had reached the threshold to transform into a Super Saiyan. It would not be long before he could achieve the Super Saiyan form. However, the others were still lingering in the Super Saiyan state, with their combat power hovering around 2 billion. To enhance their fighting abilities and eliminate the androids, Raditz resolved to share the method of breakthrough with everyone. He transmitted his thoughts to Goku, Vegeta, Nappa, Trunks, and others who were training. Kakarot, Vegeta, Nappa, and Trunks could further advance to a full power state. What? Raditz, have you already broken through? The others were slightly taken aback, mistakenly believing Raditz had reached full power. Upon hearing this news at Bulma's home, Trunks was greatly astonished. Mr. Raditz, you've surpassed us once again. How impressive. Chapter 56. A further advancement. Raditz informed everyone that he was still far from full power, but had discovered the method to achieve it. He elaborated that by maintaining a calm mind while continuously training in the Super Saiyan state, one could attain full power. At Bulma's house, Vegeta was dining with Bulma when he received the transmission regarding the breakthrough to Super Saiyan. He realized that his thoughts aligned with Raditz, as he had sensed the potential for further advancement in the Super Saiyan form. He had not anticipated that Raditz would discover this first, and in anger, he directed his frustration at Nappa. Nappa, Trunks, we must intensify our training. We cannot allow Raditz to surpass us and reach full power. He immediately assumed his Super Saiyan form and entered the gravity chamber to train, leaving Bulma bewildered. She had grown accustomed to Vegeta's temperament and refrained from commenting further. After learning the method to break through to Super Saiyan 2, the Saiyans on Earth transformed into Super Saiyans and diligently trained. After sharing his insights, Raditz requested the God of the Earth to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for further training. With the god's consent, Raditz prepared sufficient food and water and entered the chamber in his Super Saiyan form. Maintaining this state, he sat in the center, entering a meditative state to absorb the spiritual energy from all of Earth's entities. He endeavored not to dwell on the strength of the androids or the crises that lay ahead. When hunger or thirst arose, he would consume food and water, while the Saiyans outside similarly maintained their Super Saiyan forms. It felt like a competition. Whoever could reach full power first would be deemed the strongest among the Saiyans. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the warriors sensed the growing energy of these Saiyans. It is akin to the Saiyans competing against one another, striving to become ever more powerful. They do not relent in their efforts, diligently training to ensure that they do not lag behind Raditz, even if they cannot quite match his pace. Days pass, and within the confines of Vegeta's abode, Trunks seems to be on the brink of a breakthrough. However, out of respect for Vegeta, he refrains from showcasing his progress. Shortly thereafter, Nappa's demeanor shifts, his energy surging, and he excitedly proclaims, Vegeta, I believe I have broken through to full power. With that, Nappa gathers his energy and erupts into what he claims to be his full power state. His muscles swell to an exaggerated degree, and his strength multiplies exponentially. Initially taken aback by Nappa's assertion of achieving full power, Vegeta is surprised by the form Nappa has taken. Just as Nappa revels in his triumph, Vegeta shouts, Nappa, that is not what full power is. I have known this form for ages. You are on the wrong path, in your pursuit of strength. You are only slowing yourself down. With that, Vegeta unleashes his own fury and assumes the same form as Nappa. Realizing his mistake upon witnessing Vegeta's display, Nappa sheepishly rubs his bald head and apologizes. So that is how it is, my apologies. Meanwhile, Trunks, having believed he was ahead of everyone, comes to the realization that Nappa's form is flawed. Acknowledging his error, Trunks resolves to train earnestly and follow the correct path. While Vegeta continues to strive for mastery of full power, Goku has successfully attained it. Gohan, too, has made remarkable progress, transforming into a Super Saiyan at an astonishing pace, leaving even Goku in awe. Full-powered Goku senses that he can further ascend to Super Saiyan 2, though it will require some time. A swift breakthrough is unattainable. Meanwhile, in the Sacred Realm, Raditz has long since completed his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. His presence now exudes a remarkable transformation. Raditz's aura crackles with a hint of static electricity, and his gaze sharpens with newfound intensity. This is the full power state, and Raditz has even surpassed Goku in achieving Super Saiyan full power. Upon entering this state, Raditz feels he is but a step away from Super Saiyan 2. He yearns to continue his ascent, yet he can only maintain the full power state, just shy of the final threshold. Despite numerous attempts, he finds himself unable to break through, reflecting on the memory of what catalyzed his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, rage. However, during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz endeavors to incite greater fury within himself, yet he cannot reach that pinnacle of rage necessary for transformation. Having exhausted various methods without success, Raditz resolves to step outside and train, seeking to commune with the essence of the earth to enhance his own spiritual energy. Thus, he departs from the chamber to engage in his training. Raditz's mental prowess had reached a remarkable zenith, allowing him to perceive an ever-expanding array of possibilities. He had acquired the ability to manipulate substantial objects using his psychic energy, akin to a deity observing the earth. However, Raditz's mental strength was insufficient to survey the entire planet like a god. He could only envision a limited region. Within this confined area, Raditz could exert his control, enabling him to shift objects beyond a mere point. During this period, he closely observed the training of his fellow warriors, including Vegeta and others, who, apart from Raditz, had achieved their full power alongside Goku. The other Saiyans still lagged somewhat behind. As time progressed, the emergence of the androids drew near. The existence of Cell in this world diverged significantly from that of Trunks' realm, indicating a shift in circumstances. Raditz contemplated the impending confrontation with two cells. Even though the growth of the cell in this world would require considerable time, the uncertainty of what might transpire remained completely beyond his control. While honing his mental abilities, Raditz transmitted his thoughts to the deity, informing him of androids beyond numbers 17 and 18, including 16, 19, and 20, with a particular emphasis on the threat posed by Cell. The deity, taken aback by the multitude of androids, realized that Cell's power surpassed that of these creations. The deity acknowledged Cell's formidable strength, which even eclipsed their collective might, as he would absorb the energy of Earthlings. Raditz urged the deity to remain vigilant regarding the state of the planet. Upon hearing Raditz's concerns, the deity appeared somewhat flustered, astonished by the terrifying nature of the androids capable of consuming humanity. Raditz then described the appearances and attire of these androids, instructing the deity to promptly inform him of any anomalies on Earth. With preparations in place, Raditz awaited the emergence of the androids, ready for battle. Chapter 57. The emergence of the androids as the morning sun bathed the Earth in vibrant light. It marked the dawn of yet another day for the inhabitants of the planet. In a bustling urban center, early risers toiled diligently for a brighter future, and the streets teemed with vehicles, creating an atmosphere of organized chaos. It seemed to be an ordinary day. Amidst the city, an elderly man with a shock of white hair accompanied a pallid, overweight figure, whose countenance resembled that of the deceased. In a hidden corner of the city, these two harbored a deep-seated hatred as they surveyed their surroundings. They were none other than androids 19 and 20, having arrived well ahead of Trunks' forewarning. The sheer volume of humanity made it virtually impossible for the deity to detect them unless the androids made a move. Unbeknownst to Raditz, the androids' base lay concealed within the heart of the city. Observing the joyful laughter of the bustling crowd outside was a torment for androids 19 and 20. 20, one remarked. As I gaze upon these humans, my only desire is to rend them apart. 19, the other replied. With our current battle capabilities, it is time to take action. Let the vengeance commence. Without hesitation, the duo stepped into the thoroughfare, coldly surveying the throngs of people, their displeasure evident. Two individuals gathered a tremendous wave of energy in their hands and unleashed it directly towards humanity and the surrounding structures. A thunderous explosion echoed through the streets. toppling numerous people and causing nearby buildings to be obliterated in an instant. The surviving humans gazed at the being designated as 1920, perceiving it as a monstrous entity, and instinctively sought to flee. Accompanying this chaos were the shouts of terrified citizens scattering in panic. Countless civilians fell victim to the onslaught, while the artificial beings, aided by their computerized systems, delivered each strike with lethal precision. However, their energy waves struck non-fatal areas of the humans, intent on prolonging their suffering. 1920 relentlessly continued its rampage, reveling in the ecstasy of destruction. The human response was swift. Soon, military forces arrived. Various high-performance tanks and firearms unleashed a barrage of fire upon the two artificial beings. Yet, 1920 merely smiled, not bothering to evade the onslaught. A cloud of smoke engulfed the area as shells and bullets detonated, but when the haze dissipated, 1920 remained unscathed. From its eyes emanated powerful energy lasers, obliterating everything in their path. Human soldiers and structures alike were reduced to ashes. The once thriving city was now left with but a handful of survivors, cowering in the depths below, barely clinging to life. The motivations behind 1920's actions were not solely rooted in vengeance against humanity. It sought to draw out the individual it despised most, Sun Wukong, the one responsible for its shattered existence. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Hall, the deities sensed the assault of the artificial beings and promptly notified Raditz. Raditz, the artificial beings have emerged and are attacking the city. Upon receiving the news, Raditz transmitted the locations and coordinates of those training nearby. In an instant, he teleported to the vicinity of the nearest surviving humans. He found the group huddled in a building, fraught with anxiety. Some were so terrified they had lost control of their bladders. As Raditz stepped outside, the artificial beings spotted him immediately. They had long been aware of Raditz since his arrival on Earth, with their machines tracking him and Sun Wukong, gathering intelligence without being detected. Raditz, you have come. Where is Sun Wukong? You shall all perish. The overwhelming hatred emanating from 20 was palpable, yearning to rend everyone apart in that very moment. Dr. Gero had created several types of artificial beings, with 19 being the one he was most satisfied with, the obedient, absorption-type android. However, as the creation process unfolded, Dr. Gero's lifespan was waning. In his quest for revenge, he had no choice but to transform himself into an artificial being, becoming 20. After the transformation, 20 bore a resemblance to 19, and Dr. Gero had implanted explosives within all the androids, ensuring their compliance and preventing any insubordination. The directives implanted within the androids were aimed at the annihilation of all humanity and Saiyans, with the paramount target being Son Goku. The intention was to ensure that should the androids falter in their obedience, their own demise would not hinder the relentless pursuit of vengeance. Before Raditz could respond, Son Goku, along with Vegeta and the warriors, arrived on the scene. The sight of Son Goku ignited a seething hatred within Dr. Gero, who had orchestrated every action to culminate in this moment. Son Goku, at last, you have arrived. Upon hearing the name uttered by Android 20, Son Goku appeared perplexed, seemingly having forgotten the existence of Android 20. It was only upon noticing the red ribbon insignia adorning Android 20 that he recalled the true identity of Gero, the mastermind behind the Red Ribbon Army, whom he had long since vanquished. Dr. Gero, so you still draw breath? Before Android 20 could respond, the attention of the gathered warriors shifted to Bulma, who was cradling an infant. Initially, they presumed the child to be the offspring of Yamcha, but he quickly dispelled that notion. After some clarification, the warriors learned that Bulma had separated from Yamcha and was now in a relationship with Vegeta. The revelation that the child was named Trunks and that Vegeta was his father astonished them all, leaving Yamcha in an awkward silence. Raditz, along with Goku, Piccolo, and the others, were already privy to the circumstances and chose not to delve deeper into the details. Observing the so-called androids, they sensed no remarkable energy from them, rendering them uncertain of their true strength. Meanwhile, Android 20's gaze, filled with bloodshot rage, was fixed upon Son Goku and his companions, hatred coursing through him. Only future Trunks remained vigilant, acutely aware of the android's formidable capabilities and noting that these two were unlike any he had encountered before. Android 20's animosity far surpassed that of Androids 17 and 18 from his timeline. Noticing the absence of Android 17, future Trunks directly inquired about him. Where is Android 17? The mention of 17, startled Drive Jero, who had not anticipated that Trunks would possess knowledge of the android. Although 17 was indeed more powerful, his stubborn nature had thwarted the modification process, leading Jero to seal him away. Impossible. How could you possibly know of Android 17? But it matters not. We do not require such a failed creation. Android 19 will suffice to defeat you. With that declaration, Android 20 motioned for Android 19 to engage the warriors. As Android 19 advanced, Raditz intended to confront the android but was thwarted in his efforts. Raditz, let us test our strength first, suggested Piccolo. Upon realizing it was indeed Piccolo, Tin, Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan, Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Piccolo, perceiving Gohan's eagerness to step forward, interjected, Gohan, stand back. We shall take the lead. However, Piccolo reminded him, Gohan, you have far more pressing matters to attend to. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan ultimately acquiesced, allowing the seasoned warriors to take the forefront. Raditz noted that after years of training, the warriors had significantly strengthened their energy. In terms of energy perception, Piccolo's combat prowess should exceed 1 billion points, while other warriors possess a combat strength nearing 100. Although Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha are relatively weak in battle, with proper coordination, they could still inflict damage upon the androids. However, the androids are engineered based on the data of Goku and others, and it is likely that these beings are even stronger in this world. Piccolo is acutely aware of the android's formidable power. Charging in recklessly would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Nevertheless, during their years of rigorous training, the warriors have developed a harmonious synergy in their attacks. Even against adversaries of greater strength, they possess confidence in their ability to inflict significant damage. Spread out and assume formation. Upon hearing Piccolo's command, the warriors swiftly dispersed into their attack formation. Tien positioned himself closest to the android, unleashing a solar flare that radiated blinding light. Android 19 did not evade. The warriors' combat techniques and special skills were all recorded within their system. Temporarily blinded by the brilliance, 19 found it impossible to open his eyes. Meanwhile, Piccolo concentrated his energy into a special beam cannon. Krillin gathered his ki for a Destructo disc, and Yamcha prepared a larger version of his spirit ball. 3 streams of energy surged towards 19 as the effects of the solar flare began to wane. Observing the approaching energies, 19 displayed no hint of panic. Calmly, he extended his hands, and a mechanical circular ring opened in his palms. Instantly, a powerful suction force drew all of Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha's attacks into his body. Upon absorption, 19 felt his own energy surge, becoming even more menacing. The warriors were left astonished by the android's ability to absorb energy. At that moment, Raditz urgently warned the others, be cautious. Android 19 can absorb energy. Even in close combat, he can do the same. Given the combat strength of Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin, engaging in close-quarters combat was beyond their capabilities, leaving it to Piccolo. In response, Piccolo unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. With a swift motion, he struck at 19. However, the android remained unfazed. 19 effortlessly caught Piccolo's punch, rendering him unable to break free. Attempting to strike with his other hand, Piccolo found it similarly grasped by 19. A lewd grin spread across 19's chubby face as he activated the energy absorption switch once more. Piccolo felt his energy being relentlessly siphoned away, leaving him increasingly feeble. Straining with all his might, he realized escape was futile, contemplating the android's combat strength, which surely exceeded 1.5 billion, rendering him powerless to resist. As Piccolo's energy waned, in this critical moment, he gathered his remaining strength, channeling energy waves through his mouth, and severed his own hands to retreat rapidly. Thanks to his unique physiology, the severed limbs began to self-repair. Piccolo recognized that the android's strength was overwhelming, far beyond what he could confront. Raditz also sensed that these androids were significantly more powerful than those he remembered from the comics. Androids 19 and 20 were formidable, while 17 and 18 could reach a truly terrifying level. As the battle unfolded, Vegeta, ever proud, proclaimed, I thought the androids were formidable, but they are nothing of the sort. Android 20, incensed by Vegeta's arrogance, retorted, do not boast, Vegeta. Android 19 was specifically designed to combat your kind. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan form, golden energy surging forth. Android 19 barely registered Vegeta's movement before he found himself struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch. Sent flying with no chance to retaliate, Vegeta pursued relentlessly, delivering a flurry of crushing blows. Android 19 crumpled to the ground, mechanical parts scattered, a significant gash upon his forehead leaking a crimson fluid. From his elevated position, Vegeta scoffed, "I had assumed your blood was merely oil. It appears you possess a semblance of humanity after all." This remark seemed to ignite a fury within Android 19. Seizing an opportunity while Vegeta was momentarily distracted, he grasped Vegeta's hands, initiating an energy absorption. "Vegeta, your demise is imminent. I will make you pay for your arrogance," Android 19 snarled. His face twisted in a grotesque expression of triumph. He clutched Vegeta's hands with unyielding strength, yet Vegeta showed no sign of struggle. With a slight smile, Vegeta remained unfazed, confident in his control over the situation. "You fool, do you truly believe you can defeat me by siphoning my energy?" In that moment, a surge of immense power erupted from Vegeta, his golden aura intensifying beyond previous levels. In his full power state, Vegeta's battle prowess dwarfed that of Android 19, allowing him to easily break free from the android's grip. With newfound strength, he forcefully twisted and shattered Android 19's mechanical arms. With a resounding crash, Vegeta discarded the remnants of Android 19's hands, unleashing a devastating energy wave that struck Android 19's chest. The android was propelled backward, disintegrating into a heap of scrap metal. Devoid of sound, observing the scene, future Trunks, witnessing Android 19's stillness, unleashed several energy blasts, reducing the android to mere ashes. Vegeta, now focusing on Android 20, awaited the latter's move. The sight of Android 19's swift defeat shocked Android 20, who had believed that Saiyans could not possess such overwhelming strength. Recognizing his own limitations, he reluctantly resolved to summon Androids 17 and 18. Cautiously, he retrieved a remote control from behind him and pressed a button. "I have summoned Androids 17 and 18. You forced my hand, Saiyans." Raditz, anticipating that Android 20 would activate Androids 17 and 18 as per his memories, braced himself for action, ready to strike down Android 20 in an instant, despite the potential ire of Vegeta. However, he was determined not to act as recklessly as Vegeta. With a rumble, as Android 20 completed his activation sequence, 2 incubation pods emerged from the ground, revealing within them 1 male and 1 female, the very androids 17 and 18. Chapter 59. The protective hatch of Pod 17-18 gradually opened, and the 2 figures awakened, leaping forth from their confines to survey their surroundings. The remnants of buildings lay in ruins, while Pod 1920 stood in a state of disrepair. Before them, Raditz and his companions regarded the artificial beings with predatory intent, poised to strike at any moment. Number 17 quickly discerned that Number 20 had initiated the plan, having released them only because they were unable to defeat them. Number 18, disinterested, surveyed the chaos. None of this mattered to her. She merely wished to escape. Raditz observed their movements with keen interest, exercising caution due to the uncertainty surrounding their capabilities. His gaze was drawn to Number 18, a striking beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, whose tall and elegant figure was a stark contrast to the more ruthless version from Trunks' timeline, possessing a softness that was captivating. Noticing Raditz's stare, 18's curiosity was piqued by his long hair, prompting her to glance at him several times. Raditz noted the absence of Number 16 alongside 17-18, indicating that in this world, Dr. Gero had not created him. As their eyes met, Raditz pondered whether 18 might have developed an interest in him. Number 17 regarded the elderly scientist who had awakened them with disdain. Once ordinary humans, 17-18 had been forcibly transformed into artificial beings by Dr. Gero, yet they had persevered, preserving their thoughts and will against the relentless modifications. "Old man, you finally decided to release us, but do not presume we will heed your commands," one of them declared. Intent on departing immediately, Number 20 seized the remote control, pointing it at 17-18. "You are all fitted with explosives. Eliminate these intruders quickly, or I'll detonate you." With the remote clutched tightly, the threat loomed large. 17-18 let out a resigned sigh, taken aback by Number 20's cunning, having planted bombs on them. As Number 20 remained fixated on 17-18, diverting attention away from Raditz and the others, Raditz seized the moment. Instantly, he unleashed his full power, entering a state of heightened awareness. Channeling a portion of his energy, He launched a mental assault on number 20, momentarily stunning him. In those precious seconds, Raditz closed the distance, delivering a decisive kick that sent number 20's head flying, which thudded heavily to the ground, while his body collapsed, devoid of control. Raditz swiftly grasped the remote, seizing control of the situation. Number 20's head lay on the ground, eyes still darting in a futile struggle. Curse you. This cannot be the end. You Saiyans will meet a dreadful fate. I still possess my ultimate form of the android. Once completed, your demise is assured. Raditz had no desire to engage in further banter with number 20. He was already well aware of Cell's existence. Clint, please fetch the tape and seal the mouth of number 20 for me. Very well, Raditz. Upon witnessing Raditz acquire the remote to deal with number 20, Clint felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sought the tape. Raditz refrained from eliminating number 20 at this moment, recognizing the latter's lingering utility. Once the affairs concerning numbers 17 and 18 were resolved, Raditz would address the situation at hand. After all, the whereabouts of Cell's laboratory in this world remained unknown. Number 18 observed Raditz wielding the remote, their faces betraying no emotion. This brother-sister duo had long since abandoned any hope for life after being transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Perhaps death, should it come, would serve as a release for them, as evidenced by their lack of fear. Number 18 gazed at Raditz, contemplating her fate at the hands of this peculiar man, which she deemed a form of liberation. In that fleeting moment, as Raditz locked eyes with number 18, his heart softened. Unlike the future incarnation of number 18, the present version bore a gentler demeanor, appearing significantly more beautiful in Raditz's eyes. Soon, Raditz found himself in a tumult of emotions, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. Noticing this, Piccolo, drawing from his understanding of science, exclaimed in alarm, "Raditz, have you grown soft? Snap out of it, and press the remote." Piccolo's words echoed in Raditz's ears, yet he sought solace in the notion that this world's number 18 might not be as malevolent as her counterpart in the comics. In a surprising turn, Raditz crushed the controller before the astonished gazes of those around him. Number 18 was equally astonished by Raditz's actions, realizing that the shattering of the remote signified their newfound freedom, unshackled from constraints. The two exchanged smiles, and number 18 seemed to contemplate something. Her interest in Raditz piqued. She whispered to number 17, who then revealed a peculiar grin. With her statuesque figure, number 18 gracefully approached Raditz. As she drew nearer, Raditz instinctively took a few steps back. Just as he began to voice his thoughts, he felt a sudden chill upon his lips, accompanied by a hint of softness. A gentle feminine voice caressed his ears, stirring his heart. "Thank you, Raditz, for aiding us." In the midst of the astonished crowd, number 18 planted a passionate kiss on Raditz, a subtle smile gracing her lips, radiating allure. Although number 20 was now deceased, future Trunks remained uneasy, having witnessed the malevolence of numbers 17 and 18 in his timeline. "Do you not wish to eliminate us along with all of humanity?" Number 17 inquired, addressing future Trunks. "Though we are commanded to terminate you, we have no desire to adhere to such orders. We merely wish to live our own lives." Upon hearing number 17's declaration, future Trunks was taken aback. Could it be that this world's numbers 17 and 18 were different from those he had encountered? After bidding farewell with a wave of his hand, number 17 followed number 18, both soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, Raditz found himself utterly captivated by the charming demeanor of number 18, her every smile and frown etching themselves into his mind. The allure of number 18 rendered Raditz unable to think clearly. "Raditz, awaken. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared by the charms of a woman," Piccolo exclaimed, rousing Raditz from his stupor, which had been induced by the passionate kiss from number 18. With that, the group resumed their pursuit of numbers 17 and 18. Intent on eradicating the threat, Raditz, unable to stand idly by after being so fervently kissed, joined his companions in the chase. Chapter 60. The mutation. At this moment, the disembodied head of number 20 lay unattended, as Raditz and the others presumably believed that Krillin would return to manage the situation adequately. Besides searching for the tape-wielding Krillin, the group had set out to locate the androids, numbers 17 and 18. "Do not leave. One day, I shall bring about your demise. Do not take my words lightly." Number 20's head, still on the ground, uttered curses toward Goku and Raditz as they departed. Gradually, the air filled with silence as number 20's insults dwindled. Unbeknownst to Raditz, A pair of grotesque black eyes observed the entire scene from the shadows. Behind a nearby building lurked a terrifying four-legged monster. This was the first form of Cell, who was greatly astonished by the battle he had witnessed. After pondering for a moment, Cell seemed to arrive at a conclusion, his face breaking into a sinister smile. Once he was certain that the area was devoid of warriors and safe, he emerged from his dark hiding place and swiftly approached number 20. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Cell, number 20 exhibited surprise before bursting into laughter. "Ah, it's you, Cell. How did you manage to escape from the incubation chamber so quickly?" "Dr. Gero, I am a version of Cell from a different timeline," Cell replied. Understanding dawned upon number 20 at that moment. "Take me to your laboratory. Like you, I aim to eliminate Goku." "Very well, Cell. I shall assist you in your enhancements. Once we kill Goku and the others, their fates will be sealed." "Ha." With that, Dr. Gero whispered something into Cell's ear. At that moment, Krillin had returned and, upon witnessing the monstrous Cell, felt a surge of fear. He was about to explode with rage to inform his companions of the beast's presence. However, Cell, despite Krillin's weakness, wished to avoid drawing attention from Raditz and the others. He quickly gathered Dr. Gero's body and head, vanishing into the city. Realizing that Cell had vanished in an instant, Krillin understood that trouble was afoot, now left alone. He quickly sensed the energy signatures of his companions, locking onto their positions and rushing to inform them of the alarming news. Meanwhile, Raditz and the others had followed the trail of numbers 17 and 18, arriving at a desolate suburban expanse. The scorching sun beat down upon this barren landscape, a place devoid of life, where not even a human would choose to dwell. Throughout the journey, it became evident that androids 17 and 18 posed no threat to humanity. They merely roamed the world for leisure. However, Vegeta could not restrain himself any longer and confronted 17, insisting on engaging the androids in battle to test his mettle. "Enough. There is no need to continue this charade. After all, I have trained for so long with the singular purpose of defeating the androids, and I shall not forego this opportunity. Do not leave. I care not whether you are benevolent or malevolent. Today, there must be a resolution." Future Trunks and the other warriors stood by, attempting to dissuade Vegeta. "Vegeta, if the androids harbor no ill intent, let us observe them for a while before resorting to violence. Enough. Even if they mean no harm, I must engage them in combat." With that declaration, Vegeta erupted in fury, transforming into his Super Saiyan form, his speed surging as he positioned himself before Android 17. "Come forth, let us test our strengths." Upon hearing Vegeta's challenge, 17 merely smirked, despite the programming in his mind compelling him to eliminate Goku and his companions. Though they had the autonomy to act as they wished, 17 would not show mercy if Vegeta insisted on obstructing them. "You brought this upon yourself, Vegeta. If you wish to test your limits, then so be it." Just as the two factions were about to clash, Krillin suddenly appeared, his expression fraught with panic as he addressed Raditz. "Raditz, a four-legged creature has taken the head and body of Android 20. The revelation left Raditz and the others astounded at the mention of such a beast. Raditz could only surmise that it could be the future Cell from another timeline. Without hesitation, he reached out to the Supreme Kai. "Supreme Kai, Android 20 has vanished. Could it be that Cell has made his appearance?" The Supreme Kai, observing the events unfold from above, was already aware of what had transpired after Raditz and the others departed. "I witnessed a four-legged reptilian creature converse with Android 20 before it abducted him." Upon hearing the description of the creature, Raditz speculated that it might indeed be Cell's initial form. This first stage of Cell was the weakest, and it would be prudent to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Raditz pressed further, "Supreme Kai, where has this monster taken Android 20? I regret to inform you that the creature's speed was so rapid that it vanished in an instant." "I have no knowledge of its destination," the Supreme Kai replied. Realizing that this was not the moment for Vegeta to engage in battle with androids 17 and 18, Raditz continued his conversation with the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Vegeta, unable to contain his eagerness, had already initiated combat with 17. To his astonishment, even in his full power state, Vegeta found himself evenly matched against 17, who seemed to hold a slight advantage. Enraged by the fact that he was being outperformed by a mere android, Vegeta's fury intensified. Raditz was equally surprised that 17 could maintain the upper hand, not expecting the android strength to be so formidable, nearly on par with Vegeta's Super Saiyan form at full capacity. The battle escalated ferociously, the two warriors clashing in the desolate landscape. their immense energy creating shockwaves. The intensity of their conflict rendered it impossible for the others to intervene. After an arduous exchange, Vegeta began to tire, while 17 remained invigorated and seemingly unaffected by fatigue. Even in his full power state, Vegeta finds himself overwhelmed by the seemingly limitless energy of Android 17. With a resounding crash, he is slammed into the ground, sustaining minor injuries. His once arrogant demeanor replaced by sheer astonishment. He never anticipated that after a prolonged battle with this artificial being, he would be unable to prevail. Nappa and Future Trunks, transformed into Super Saiyan 1, quickly approach Vegeta to prevent 17 from launching another attack. However, 17 merely observes Vegeta in silence. Enough, Vegeta, he declares. You simply cannot compete with me. I have no desire to kill you. Do not force my hand. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's fury reignites, and he attempts to rise and continue the fight. Vegeta, calm yourself. Do not let your emotions take control. Future Trunks and Goku intervene. Fully aware of the formidable strength of the androids, realizing that instigating a conflict would serve no purpose as 17 and 18 seem disinterested in further hostilities. Raditz telepathically communicates with everyone, including androids 17 and 18. Vegeta, cease this futile battle. Cell has appeared and taken android 20. Cell? He has shown up already? Future Trunks is momentarily startled, as he alone recognizes the true threat Cell poses. The assembled warriors remain oblivious to Cell's power, their focus still fixated on the androids. Chapter 61. Convincing the androids. Noting the group's lack of understanding, Raditz conveys a more urgent message. If Cell reaches his complete form, he will be immensely powerful. The energy you all possess is also within him, and moreover, he can manipulate that energy. He elaborates further, explaining that Cell would absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain his perfect state. Upon hearing this, androids 17 and 18 are taken aback, realizing the monstrosity that Dr. Gero has created. Vegeta, enraged at the thought of Cell being stronger than the androids, is bewildered by Raditz's intentions. Feeling thwarted at every turn, his anger reaches its peak. Goku and the other warriors implore Vegeta to abandon his combative mindset and engage in a discussion regarding Cell. However, Vegeta dismisses their counsel, regarding both Cell and the androids with disdain. Even Bulma, cradling Trunks in her arms and attempting to persuade him, is ignored. In a fit of rage, Vegeta storms off with Bulma, heading straight to the gravity chamber to continue his training. Witnessing Vegeta's departure, Nappa and Future Trunks apologize to the group, expressing concern for Vegeta as they follow him. With Vegeta gone, Raditz turns to androids 17 and 18, stating, "Let us join forces against Cell. After this matter is resolved, you may go wherever you wish." Raditz, you seem rather overconfident, Android 18 replies with a flirtatious smile. While you are quite amusing, why should we heed your words? 18. This is not a time for jest. Cell is incredibly powerful. Raditz, realizing that words alone may not sway them, understands he must demonstrate his strength. Yet, he cannot afford to delay addressing the threat posed by Cell, as he cannot ignore the fate of androids 17 and 18. If Cell from another timeline were to absorb this timeline's androids, the combat prowess of Cell undoubtedly surpasses that of Super Saiyan 2, reaching a truly terrifying level. Upon contemplating this, Raditz immediately addressed the warriors, saying, "Kakarot, Gohan, Piccolo, Tin, Krillin, and Lepin, you must seek out Cell's whereabouts. Should you encounter him, unleash your energy. I shall remain here to negotiate with androids 17 and 18. With that, the warriors swiftly departed in search of potential locations where Cell might be found. However, many of them, possessing relatively low battle power, would struggle against Cell. Thus, Raditz took precautions. He simultaneously transmitted a message to the Supreme Kai, requesting vigilance over the warriors and to inform him of any developments. Once matters were settled, Raditz turned his attention to Android 18. Come now, after our victory. You shall heed my command. Upon noticing Raditz's intent to engage them in battle, Android 18 became intrigued. Raditz, this will indeed test your abilities. Raditz understood that to defeat Android 18, he must not allow himself to be ensnared by her charm. With a determined spirit, Raditz activated his Super Saiyan 1 form at full power, unleashing an immense and awe-inspiring aura that resonated throughout the planet. The golden energy swirled around him, creating a tempest that stirred the air with a cacophony of sound. This golden aura faintly crackled with electricity, only to dissipate swiftly. At this moment, Raditz's strength had multiplied significantly compared to that of Vegeta, having one foot firmly planted in the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Witnessing Raditz's formidable transformation, Android 18's eyes shimmered with newfound admiration, captivated by his might. Let us begin. With that proclamation, Raditz launched the first strike, and soon the three of them became a whirlwind of energy, colliding in midair. The continuous clashes of energy ignited a tempest in the sky, darkening the heavens and invoking fierce lightning. Despite their relentless efforts, the two androids found themselves outmatched as they attacked Raditz from different angles. Raditz, with an astonishing agility, evaded their assaults and retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Android 18's face. As his fist drew closer, 18 extended her hands to block, but in that fleeting moment, Raditz deftly redirected his attack towards Android 17. The seemingly devastating punch struck Android 17 squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away, only to come to a halt after considerable distance. Although Raditz's punch was powerful, it was not enough to send 17 flying so far. A peculiar smile emerged on 17's face, suggesting he had intentionally allowed himself to be launched away. Android 18, witnessing Raditz's punch intended for her redirect towards 17, remarked, "I didn't expect you to show such chivalry." Before she could finish her thought, Raditz seized the opportunity, grasping her hands before she could react. Although 18 attempted to strike Raditz, she found herself captured. Raditz, now holding one of Android 18's arms behind her back, observed her embarrassment and frustration. Despite her struggles, she found herself powerless against his grip. Raditz then shifted to holding her chin gently with one hand, maintaining control over her with an air of calm authority. As Raditz raised his chin, his face drew ever closer, and number 18 suddenly recalled something, instinctively closing her eyes. "Raditz, could it be that you?" Number 18 felt her lips obstructed by a heavy presence, rendering her speechless. Upon reopening her eyes, she found Raditz's face mere inches from her own, even feeling the warmth of his breath. In the distance, number 17 had already grasped the situation, yet he remained still, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Raditz and number 18. After a considerable moment, immersed in their kiss, Raditz reluctantly pulled away, realizing that further indulgence would hinder their objectives. At that moment, number 18's mind was a blank slate. It took her a while to comprehend what had transpired. She had been forcefully kissed by Raditz. Her previously cold expression now bore a hint of tenderness, her gaze towards Raditz softening. "How infuriating, Raditz, how dare you kiss me?" Enraged, number 18 unleashed a surge of power, breaking free from Raditz's grasp. She swiftly turned, launching a flurry of energy waves that struck Raditz at close range. Of course, these energy waves posed no real threat to Raditz. With a smile, he addressed number 18, saying, "You initiated the kiss. I merely reciprocated your previous boldness." Meanwhile, number 17 floated closer to number 18, clapping and chuckling. "I thought you two would kiss until sunset." Upon hearing this, number 18 was filled with fury. Number 17, who could have assisted her, merely watched. In a fit of anger, she delivered a powerful punch to number 17's chest, leaving him wincing in pain, unable to retort for a moment. Chapter 62, Perfect Form Cell. Do you wish to continue fighting, number 17 and number 18? Given the circumstances, both had abandoned any thoughts of combat. Number 18 contemplated that she could neither win nor wish to be forcibly kissed by Raditz again. This thought reignited her anger as she glared at Raditz. "One day, I shall kill you, but for now, I will let this slide." Understanding number 18's words as an implicit agreement to let him deal with Cell first, Raditz replied, "I await your vengeance, number 18. Come, let us seek out Cell together." Raditz deactivated his Super Saiyan form and ascended into the sky, searching for Cell. Observing Raditz take to the skies, number 17 turned to number 18. "Are we really going to follow Raditz?" After a moment of hesitation, number 18 chose to trust Raditz and soared into the air in pursuit of him. Seeing her silence and her decision to follow, number 17 sighed and followed suit. Meanwhile, the future Cell, having taken away the body and head of number 20, arrived at the carefully concealed laboratory of number 20. Upon entering, he was greeted by a myriad of bottles and containers. In the center stood a massive incubation chamber, within which the embryonic form of Cell radiated a soft glow as it thrived and matured. In the future, Cell's gaze was fixed intently upon his juvenile form, his eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of longing. This juvenile Cell was the very embodiment of his aspirations, for in the outside world, beings such as Goku and Raditz were overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what he could contend with. The disparity in strength compared to the inhabitants of his timeline was unfathomably vast. Thus, Cell had placed all his hopes on the consumption of his juvenile self and the enhancements that Dr. Gero could provide to augment his power. However, the presence of Android 20 remained, and he had yet to facilitate any modifications. Further, it was uncertain if the juvenile Cell would even consent to be absorbed. Cell was reluctant to take action, as he was a biological entity endowed with energy. Suppressing this energy was imperative. Any movement on his part would surely alert Raditz, Goku, and their ilk. Observing the progress of the juvenile Cell, it appeared to be advancing more swiftly than Android 20 had anticipated, and its strength was significantly greater. A small reconnaissance machine continued to gather data, feeding it into the juvenile Cell, which grew stronger with each passing moment. Subsequently, Cell placed Android 20 upon the operating table, and the machinery began its automatic process of connecting the head and body of the android. After some time, once the reassembly was complete, Android 20 slowly rose, stretching his limbs before addressing Cell. Cell, you have performed admirably. Have you eradicated Goku in the future world? Android 20, Cell replied. Goku succumbed to a heart disease in my timeline, but it seems that this world remains unaffected. Then how did you arrive in this world? Android 20 inquired. Reflecting on his memories, Cell recounted how Goku's heart condition led to his demise, while the 1718 timeline had essentially dominated the world. However, Trunks had discovered alternative methods to eliminate 1718, preventing Cell from achieving his second and third forms. Following that, he had ambushed Trunks from his world and returned to this one. Realization dawned on Android 20 as he comprehended that Trunks, who was allied with Vegeta, hailed from another universe. How infuriating! No wonder they have become so formidable. Yet with you by my side, you are the culmination of my research. Android 20 examined Cell's first form, utilizing the computational capabilities of his internal system to ascertain that defeating Goku, Raditz, and the others was indeed feasible. Contemplating the juvenile Cell within the cultivation chamber, Android 20 appeared resolute, breaking into a hearty laugh. Cell, I shall enhance your capabilities from now on. The core of 1718 will be unnecessary. Upon hearing that the core would not be required, Cell gladly acquiesced, relieved of considerable burdens. With that, he reclined on the mechanical bed, while Android 20 commenced the enhancements. He inserted a core of limitless energy into Cell's being and proceeded with further upgrades, meticulously tailored to exploit the weaknesses of the Saiyans, such as Vegeta, Goku, and Raditz, whom he had encountered during this stage. After a lengthy period, the modifications were completed. Cell scrutinized his form, only to find that he remained in his first stage. Although he could sense a significant increase in his power, he felt that he still had the potential to transcend this initial state. Dr. Gero, why do I still remain in my first form? I have yet to attain my perfect state. On the 20th, a plan had long been devised as he gazed upon the larval form of Cell within the incubation chamber. Cell, this larval state possesses a plethora of essence and energy. By consuming it, you will attain your perfect form. With that, Cell, devoid of any emotion, shattered the glass enclosure with a swift kick. Extending the needle from his tail, the diminutive point rapidly expanded several-fold, heading directly towards the larval Cell in this world. The larval Cell, seemingly aware, struggled momentarily before succumbing, completely engulfed. A tremendous surge of energy flooded into Cell's being, bestowing upon him an overwhelming sense of power. The energy coursed through his skin, muscles, and bones, transforming his form dramatically as he gradually adopted a humanoid shape. Wings unfurled from his back, while his grotesque tail retracted, his massive jaws shrinking to a more human-like visage. With a clearing of his throat, his voice took on a more human quality. Observing his own physique, he marveled at his flawless contours and the immense aura he radiated. Is this the perfect form? Quite remarkable, he mused. The 20th, with fervent eyes, regarded his ultimate creation with pride as Cell reveled in his newfound completeness, becoming increasingly arrogant. Cell, you must heed my commands from now on. I am your creator, akin to your father. Father, obey your commands. As Cell attained his perfect form, a human persona emerged, amalgamating traits from Frieza, Goku, and Piccolo, among others. Upon hearing the 20th refer to him as a son, Cell merely smiled. The 20th, in his arrogance, believed that with Cell by his side, he could act with impunity. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Cell struck the 20th, shattering his repaired body with ease. Grasping the 20th's head with a menacing expression reminiscent of Frieza, Cell declared, "No one can command me, not even a father. My apologies, Dr. Gero." The 20th's face, now devoid of expression, reflected a sense of numb despair as he faintly uttered his final wish. "You must kill Goku." Upon hearing the last words of the 20th, Cell exerted a slight pressure, crushing the 20th's head into fragments. He unleashed a barrage of small energy waves, obliterating the laboratory entirely. At that moment, Cell no longer concealed his formidable aura, which erupted forth with ferocity. Raditz, Goku, come forth. Chapter 63, The Fierce Battle with Cell. Raditz, in search of Cell alongside 1718, immediately sensed a potent energy, a blend of Goku, Piccolo, Frieza, and various warriors. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku also detected this malevolent energy emanating from Cell, compelling them to converge towards it. This aura filled Raditz with revulsion, as it intertwined with numerous negative forces. In Raditz's memory, only the essence of Cell could possibly intertwine with the energies of all others. This is because Cell's body comprises the very cells of countless warriors. I sense Cell's presence now. 1718. You and the others should rendezvous with Son Goku first. I shall proceed ahead. Raditz, attuned to Cell's energy, utilized instant transmission and in an instant, found himself before Cell. Raditz, I never expected you to be the first to arrive. No matter, you were meant to perish. So let your demise come sooner. Observing the perfect form of Cell, alongside the shattered 20 and the broken incubation chamber, Raditz was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Cell had already ascended to his perfected state. Raditz could feel that Cell was immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing himself. Cell, enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage in battle. With that, Raditz transformed into his Super Saiyan form and made the first move. He appeared directly behind Cell via instant transmission, unleashing a potent punch. With a thunderous impact, Cell was forcefully slammed into the ground, his expression contorted in pain. As he lay on the ground, Cell erupted into his Super Saiyan form, golden energy surging violently, exuding an intimidating aura. Immediately, the two commenced a fierce exchange of attacks, battling their way from the laboratory to the outside world. The cacophony of their clash echoed around them, fists slicing through the air with ferocity. Each strike between them resonated like thunder, as though the very sky were being shattered by their blows. The overwhelming display of energy sent chills down the spines of Goku, Vegeta, and their companions, who were en route. Even from a distance, 18 could perceive the ominous sounds emanating from the sky. Concern for Raditz filled her heart, prompting her and 18 to hasten their pace. Raditz unleashed a primal roar, activating his full power, his strength and speed surging exponentially. His assaults on Cell intensified, increasingly overwhelming him. With each blow, Raditz struck Cell with unrelenting force, showing no mercy. Cell found himself unable to evade and could do nothing but endure the onslaught. After a barrage of punishing blows, half of Cell's body was punctured, green blood gushing forth. However, Cell possessed the regenerative abilities of Piccolo, coupled with limitless energy, allowing him to rapidly heal. Seizing the opportunity while Cell was still recovering, Raditz pressed the attack. He knew that destroying Cell's core would lead to his demise. A palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped Raditz as he unleashed a keyblade, aiming for what he believed to be Cell's core. With a resounding crash, the keyblade cleaved through Cell's body, yet found no core within. Cursed be it. How is this possible? Raditz, you seek my core, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. My core is mobile. Raditz gasped in shock upon hearing this revelation. He realized that unless he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy to obliterate Cell, he would be left with no alternative. After this prolonged battle, the energy within Raditz had significantly diminished. Solar Flare. Taking advantage of an opening, Cell unleashed the Solar Flare. Although Raditz was on guard, he was momentarily disoriented by the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Cell launched an energy wave at Raditz and swiftly distanced himself from him. Raditz retaliated with an energy wave of his own, resulting in a violent explosion in the air. As the fight progressed, Raditz found himself increasingly beleaguered. Facing Cell's formidable physical prowess, his own injuries were multiplying. Raditz quickly consumed another Senzu to maintain his condition, while Cell continued to gather energy. Seemingly convinced of his impending victory, Is this all you've got, Raditz? It's my turn now. With that, the energy surrounding Cell swelled, reaching full capacity. Raditz had anticipated that Cell would not surpass this state, but to his astonishment, Cell's energy continued to expand, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Cell's gaze sharpened, and golden energy crackled with electric sparks around him. A tremendous thunderclap resounded as Cell transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Raditz was taken aback, unable to fathom that the fully formed Cell could directly ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Observing the shattered incubation chamber, Raditz understood that this future Cell had devoured the larval form of himself. The larval Cell, having absorbed the energy of Raditz, Goku, and others, had become exponentially more powerful than the Cell he remembered. Behold, Raditz, this is the Super Saiyan 2 form, and I have achieved it before you. Raditz's expression grew grave. Facing a Super Saiyan 2 Cell, his chances of victory appeared bleak. Cell smirked, fully aware that even if everyone joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him. Kamehameha. Cell directly employed Goku's signature technique, unleashing a massive wave of energy towards Raditz. Raditz could only evade desperately as Cell seemed to be testing his skills. Energy Sphere Slash, Solar Flare, and the Special Beam Cannon. Cell continuously executed the warrior's techniques, leaving Raditz no opportunity to counterattack. Each of Cell's moves possessed cataclysmic power, far more terrifying than when the warriors wielded them themselves. Whoosh! Cell's speed was astonishing, appearing in front of Raditz in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. A shriek escaped Raditz as blood spewed forth. He felt the force of the blow was beyond his endurance, sending him flying, crumpling to the ground. Raditz consumed another Senzu Bean to heal his wounds. Cell approached rapidly, his movements almost ghost-like, rendering Raditz unable to perceive his actions. Suddenly, Cell appeared right before Raditz, launching another punch that Raditz could only attempt to block with both hands. Cell's fist struck down with the weight of a meteor, crashing against Raditz's hands. The earth trembled under the astonishing force, and the moment Cell's punch made contact, Raditz's hand bone shattered, and he collapsed. With both hands severed, even the ability to grasp the Senzu Beans was lost. The overwhelming strength of Cell cast a shadow of despair. Farewell, Raditz. Chapter 64, Fierce Battle with Cell, 2. In that moment, Cell unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Raditz's forehead, a blow that would surely spell death for him. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as several immense energy waves struck Cell's corporeal form. The resultant explosion sent Cell hurtling back several dozen meters. Beside Raditz, a group of Super Saiyans had emerged, having activated their powers. In this critical juncture, Goku, Vegeta, Nappa, Trunks, Gohan, and the androids 17 and 18 arrived just in time. Raditz, are you alright? Quickly consume a Senzu Bean. 18 exclaimed, her concern palpable as she assessed Raditz's injuries. Had they not arrived, Raditz might have met his end in the depths of the underworld. With that, 18 retrieved a Senzu Bean from Raditz's possession and fed it to him. In an instant, Raditz's severed hands and wounds healed completely. Thank you, 18, and everyone for coming, he expressed gratefully. Cell hovered in the air, his gaze fixed on Raditz and his allies. The very man he yearned to obliterate had arrived. Goku, at last, you're here, Cell proclaimed. You are a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army era. I shall vanquish you once more. With that declaration, Cell sensed Goku's energy and, mimicking Raditz, placed 2 fingers to his forehead. Instant transmission. An uproar of shock rippled through the crowd as they realized Cell had mastered the technique. Raditz pondered that during their fierce battle, Cell must have absorbed his cells while healing, thereby acquiring the instant transmission ability. With a sinister grin, Cell instantly materialized before Goku, delivering a heavy blow that caught Goku off guard. Taken aback by the unexpected instant transmission, Goku was swiftly sent flying. The two engaged in a fierce aerial skirmish, their tremendous energies colliding with a force akin to celestial bodies colliding. Raditz sensed that Cell had yet to unleash his full power, while Goku, despite giving his all, was destined to succumb. Moments later, Goku plummeted from the sky, gravely injured, and immediately consumed a Senzu Bean to regain his composure. Cell, surveying the assembled warriors from above, wore an expression of haughty superiority reminiscent of the Saiyans. You are all too weak, unworthy of my direct involvement. I shall let my little cells play with you. With his tail raised high, Cell unleashed 7 diminutive replicas of himself, the blue mini-cells. Though smaller in stature, their energy rivaled that of Saiyans in peak condition. Their expressions mirrored Cell's arrogance, their combined malevolence palpable. Go forth, exterminate them all, and cleanse humanity from existence. Upon receiving Cell's command, the mini-cells surged into action, plunging the group into chaos. Only the full power of the Saiyans, Vegeta and Goku, can barely contend with Raditz. The others are embroiled in a fierce struggle, particularly the weaker fighters like Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, who are utterly toyed with. As Krillin and his companions are on the brink of death, Raditz cannot stand idly by. He makes a desperate gamble and activates the Kaioken technique at the first level of Super Saiyan. With the Kaioken multiplied by 3, a torrent of crimson energy envelopes his golden aura, significantly enhancing Raditz's combat capabilities. Even Cell casts a sidelong glance. Although Raditz's threefold Kaioken does not yet reach the level of Super Saiyan 2, his current strength is formidable enough to handle the lesser Cell without difficulty. Raditz then unleashes his utmost speed, delivering a single punch that pierces through the small cell before him. In an instant, he teleports in front of the warriors and obliterates the small cells one after another. Krillin, Tien, and the others, who were just moments away from being slain by Cell, immediately direct grateful glances toward Raditz. Raditz, thank you. Raditz offers no further words. Instead, he concentrates energy into a quick-moving energy sphere and launches it forth. The combination of Super Saiyan and Kaioken allows the energy sphere to travel at an incredible velocity, rendering it invisible to the lesser cell. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining small cells are systematically eradicated by Raditz's energy spheres, forming a straight line in the air. However, after vanquishing the small cells, Raditz's body can no longer endure the strain. He collapses to the ground, coughing up copious amounts of blood. Immediately, he cancels the Kaioken and Super Saiyan forms, consuming a Senzu bean to recover his strength. Raditz understands that if he continues to use the Kaioken in Super Saiyan form, even with the Senzu beans, his body will inevitably succumb to collapse. Android 18 rushes to Raditz's side, helping him up with earnest concern. Raditz, take a moment to rest. You cannot fight endlessly even with the Senzu beans. Yet, Raditz suddenly contemplates something and responds to Android 18. All right, 18, once we eliminate Cell, shall we go on a date? Hearing this, a blush rises to 18's cheeks. Let us discuss that after we defeat Cell. Raditz employs instant transmission, soaring into the sky to engage in fierce combat with Cell. Alone, Raditz cannot overpower Cell, prompting Goku, Vegeta, and others to join the fray. This creates a scenario of numbers against a single opponent. Yet Cell's overwhelming strength only fuels his tenacity. Gohan, Nappa, and Trunks, unable to reach full power in Super Saiyan, are the first to withdraw from battle, increasingly feeling like a burden. Simultaneously, Raditz communicates telepathically with 17 and 18, urging them not to continue fighting to prevent Cell from absorbing them and becoming even stronger. In the sky, only Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta remain engaged in combat with Cell. Even with all three at full power, they are merely exhausting some of Cell's energy. Science, the game must come to an end. A surge of wind sweeps through, and Cell's energy swells once more, his golden aura expanding to a strength several times greater than before. In the earlier confrontation, Raditz and his companions faced a formidable 3-to-1 battle, yet managed to hold their ground against Cell. However, with Cell now unleashing his full power, the tide of battle shifted drastically. In his powered state, Cell moved with such swiftness that Raditz and the others could scarcely perceive his actions. Like a bolt of lightning, he would suddenly appear behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch, and then swiftly turn his attention to Goku and Raditz. The onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of Cell's form, struggling to mount any form of resistance. Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta found themselves gasping for breath, relying desperately on the replenishing Senzu beans to sustain their fight. Yet, as the battle wore on, Raditz's substantial supply of Senzu beans was dwindling rapidly. Meanwhile, Cell continued his relentless assault, his speed increasing with each passing moment. Chapter 65. The Intense Battle Against Cell. 3. Realizing that prolonging the fight would only lead to inevitable demise at Cell's hands, Raditz recalled the tales from the manga, where 6 righteous Super Saiyans could channel their energy to transform into Super Saiyan God. Although this presented a potential solution, Raditz and his Saiyan compatriots, Goku and Vegeta, had never attempted it and were uncertain of the time it would require. Moreover, It was questionable whether Vegeta and Nappa possessed the righteous hearts necessary for the transformation, and it was unlikely that Cell would grant them the opportunity to do so. After much contemplation, Raditz resolved to employ his final strategy, the Spirit Bomb. He would harness this massive energy attack in hopes of completely obliterating Cell. Should the Spirit Bomb prove ineffective, despair would be the only fate awaiting Raditz and his allies. With a firm resolve, Raditz communicated his intentions to the others. Everyone, buy me some time. Goku, Vegeta, and the others understood that their current struggle was merely a delay, as Cell seemed to relish the opportunity to grow stronger. Upon hearing Raditz's call, they recognized that he still had a plan and placed their hopes in him. With that, Vegeta and Goku unleashed a power greater than ever before, engaging Cell in combat. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz instantaneously teleported to a distant location, raising his hands to gather energy. He entered a meditative state, reaching out to connect with the life forces of Earth, seeking their strength. Meanwhile, humanity faced the onslaught of the androids. Having already reacted to the invasion, the forces they could muster were easily dispatched by the androids, rendering their technological weaponry mere toys in the face of such might. As the people of Earth watched the televised chaos unfolding in the skies above their cities, the sounds of destruction echoed ominously, resembling the arrival of an apocalyptic event. The populace was thrown into disarray, descending into an ungoverned state rife with violence, looting, and arson, awaiting the end of days. Amidst the turmoil, a robust man with an explosive hairstyle emerged to restore order. With a single punch, he felled a thief attempting to loot by the roadside. Recognizing his authority, many realized that this was Mr. Satan, the champion of the martial arts tournament. Satan leaped onto the roof of a car and addressed the crowd, proclaiming, "I am the strongest being on Earth, and I shall eradicate these androids to save the planet." Upon hearing his declaration, an overwhelming roar of applause erupted from the masses. At that moment, Raditz called upon the crowd for their strength, his voice resonating among them. "Please lend me your power to help vanquish the androids." Many in the crowd, believing it was Satan's might they were invoking, raised their hands in unison. "Satan, we lend you our strength. Please, eliminate these androids." The atmosphere surged with fervor as the crowd rallied, hands raised high. Though Satan was initially perplexed by the scene, witnessing the throngs chanting his name filled him with immense confidence, rendering the androids insignificant in his mind. "Rest assured, lend me your power, and I shall set forth to annihilate the androids." At that moment, Satan basked in his triumph, as if he had already defeated Cell, with the crowd chanting his name incessantly. As a result, the collective strength of countless Earthlings, under the fortuitous influence of Satan, coalesced into shimmering orbs of light directed towards Raditz. With the vast number of humans and living beings on Earth, the Spirit Bomb amassed tremendous energy. As this wishful energy converged, Raditz sensed the crowd's call for Satan. Realizing that Satan had arrived, he understood he must express gratitude for the opportunity to survive. Meanwhile, Cell, engaged in battle with Goku and Vegeta, noticed Raditz's increasing power. A sense of danger crept into Cell's awareness as the Spirit Bomb took shape into a colossal sphere. "Get away from me." With Goku and the others desperately obstructing him, Cell unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, pushing them back. He attempted to teleport to Raditz's side, seeking to disrupt Raditz's gathering of the Spirit Bomb. In that instant, Raditz, perceiving Cell's movement, also utilized instant transmission to reach Goku. "Kakarot, catch the Spirit Bomb. I know you can harness its energy to help me finish off Cell while I hold him at bay." Raditz tossed the Spirit Bomb to Goku, who closed his eyes and concentrated intently to amplify its power. Raditz communicated telepathically with Vegeta. "Vegeta, ensure Kakarot's safety. I can confront Cell alone." "Humph. Raditz, be cautious and do not underestimate him. Cell is not a foe you can face alone," Vegeta replied, a displeased expression crossing his face. Yet, having a family now, his character had softened over the years spent on Earth. Although reluctant, Vegeta recognized that the Spirit Bomb was likely their only hope to eliminate Cell. With everything in place, Raditz activated his Super Saiyan 1 form, augmented by 3 times the King Kai's power. In that instant, golden and crimson waves of energy surged forth, and Raditz felt as if his muscles were on the verge of disintegrating. Raditz steadied his body through sheer willpower, avoiding immediate disintegration. Observing from the ground, Android 18 gasped in alarm as Raditz unleashed his Super Saiyan 1 Kaioken form once more. "Raditz, are you throwing your life away?" Have you forgotten that you promised to go on a date with me? Raditz mentally conveyed to 18, I will definitely be there, do not worry. His overwhelming aura surged forth, a testament to his full power. So, let us engage in battle. Upon witnessing Raditz's explosive energy, Cell's expression shifted to one of grimace. After a series of fierce battles, Cell's power had waned from its peak, while Raditz was barely able to hold his ground against him. The two warriors locked eyes, and time seemed to stand still as they launched simultaneous attacks, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages in the sky. Fists and feet collided as Raditz endured the agony, clashing fiercely with Cell in the heavens. Raditz extended his hand, seizing the two horns atop Cell's head, and, with a mighty pull, snapped them off. Cell's eyes widened as he let out a tremendous roar. The loss of his horns brought him immense pain, yet he suppressed it, relentlessly pummeling Raditz's chest with his fists. Raditz, you shall perish. Cell aimed to swiftly eliminate Raditz before disrupting Goku's spirit bomb. However, the agony from his severed horns had driven Cell into a frenzied state. With a barrage of blows, he mercilessly struck Raditz's torso, causing him to spit forth copious amounts of blood. Witnessing Raditz's plight, Android 18 prepared to rush in for assistance. 18, remain calm. If we are defeated by Cell, he will consume us, and none shall survive. 17 tightly grasped 18, urging her to maintain her composure and not succumb to reckless impulses. In that moment of chaos, Raditz seized the opportunity as Cell, consumed by rage and aimless attacks, became vulnerable. Grabbing Cell's tail, Raditz swiftly conjured an energy blade, severing it into segments. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending Cell crashing to the ground. At this juncture, Raditz's body was nearing its limits. Any further combat might render him incapable of even throwing a punch. Meanwhile, Cell began to regain his composure, with his severed tail and horns gradually regenerating, thanks to the cells of beings like Piccolo and Frieza coursing through him. Cell quickly deduced that the foremost priority was to thwart the spirit bomb. Raditz, if you intend to delay me, you must possess the capability to do so. The two resolved to determine the victor with a single decisive strike. Raditz and Cell transformed into beams of energy, colliding with one another. Amidst the clash, Cell erupted into maniacal laughter, his visage contorted. Raditz, too, chuckled, understanding that he must hold Cell at bay, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Whether it was Raditz's enduring strength or the thrill of battle that exhilarated him, or perhaps a sense of dread, the two colossal energies collided with resounding force. Boom. In the sky, a tremendous explosion erupted. Its reverberations felt far and wide, illuminating the heavens with a blinding radiance. The shockwave from the energy blast propelled both Cell and Raditz apart. Raditz plummeted to the ground, his energy noticeably depleted. Without heeding 17's attempts to intervene, 18 rushed forward, cradling the fallen Raditz as she descended gently. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes as she hastily retrieved a senzu bean, administering it to Raditz. In that moment, Raditz was barely clinging to life, lacking the strength to rise, although the senzu bean would mend his external wounds. The burden of the Kaioken technique weighed heavily on his body, necessitating a prolonged period of rest before he could move again. As the brilliant light faded, Cell's form lay in tatters, his energy considerably diminished, yet his body began to mend rapidly. Observing 18 supporting Raditz, Cell contemplated that, despite achieving his perfect form, absorbing 17 and 18 might enhance his power further, or at the very least, replenish his energy. However, Cell realized he could not afford to waste time. He needed to eliminate 17 and 18 and consume them. The most pressing concern, however, was the colossal spirit bomb in Goku's possession. The sacred glow of the spirit bomb instilled fear in Cell, who understood that confronting it directly could lead to his demise. He dared not take that gamble. In an instant, Cell teleported to Goku and Vegeta's side. Vegeta, resolute, would not allow Cell to disrupt Goku's concentration. With a resounding impact, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, forcing Cell to teleport away to evade the attack. Meanwhile, having defeated Raditz, Cell's energy waned slightly. While his body could regenerate, it would still exhaust his energy reserves. Cell sought to bypass Vegeta and unleash an energy wave at Goku to neutralize the spirit bomb. Aware of his own limitations, Vegeta realized he could not overpower Cell, but could only exert his utmost effort. A barrage of energy waves erupted around Cell, detonating in rapid succession. Vegeta's princely tactics aimed to use sheer volume to impede Cell's advance. Yet, the simple energy waves would only delay Cell momentarily. He made no attempt to evade as he gathered his energy wave, directing it towards Goku. At that moment, Vegeta found himself unable to intercept Cell. It was already too late. With a colossal flash of light, Cell regained his senses, alarmed to see the spirit bomb still intact. Impossible. How could this be? He exclaimed, witnessing Goku standing beside Vegeta, one hand cradling the spirit bomb while the other finger rested on his forehead. A mischievous grin directed at Cell. Haha, did you think I couldn't learn instant transmission? In a previous moment of leisure, Raditz had transmitted his thoughts to Goku, encouraging him to master the technique. Even Raditz had not anticipated that Goku would succeed. At this juncture, the spirit bomb was fully charged, ready to be unleashed. Cell's demise was inevitable. Goku teleported directly next to Cell, launching the spirit bomb at him with deadly precision. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cell sought to escape, attempting to utilize instant transmission to flee to safety. Sheru, where else would you like to go? Raditz appeared behind Sheru, his arms tightly wrapped around him. Utilizing his mental prowess, Raditz invaded Sheru's body directly. Although Raditz was not as powerful as Sheru, he could still manage to delay him momentarily. At that moment, Sheru's energy was chaotic. He attempted to teleport, but failed repeatedly. Teleport! Teleport! Damn it! A colossal energy blast struck Sheru, causing his flesh to gradually dissolve. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Sheru's core swiftly ejected from his mending tail, leaving behind only an empty shell. Raditz, embracing Sheru's energy, assured those with a righteous heart that no harm would come. As the brilliance faded, a cloud of ashes was left behind, leading the crowd to believe that Sheru was utterly vanquished, their expressions relaxing. Did you think I was dead? The crowd gasped at the sound. It was Sheru's voice. How could he possibly still be alive? Sheru reemerged among them, his golden aura still crackling with streaks of lightning, even more potent than before. The energy blast had failed to eliminate Sheru, and a sense of despair began to envelop the hearts of the warriors. Sheru amassed a tremendous amount of energy, preparing to unleash a strike that would obliterate all warriors. Do not lose heart, continue to fight. Raditz, with the Senzu beans, urged everyone to consume them. Along with number 18, they all gathered their energy to brace for the final onslaught. Boom! Sheru's immense energy surged forth, and all the warriors retaliated with their own energy waves. The clash of two formidable forces resulted in no surprise. Sheru's energy surpassed that of the warriors. Many could feel Sheru's energy wave nearing them, and in despair, several warriors closed their eyes, awaiting death. Raditz, however, glanced at number 18, seemingly conveying a message, but she could not hear him clearly. Farewell, number 18. Chapter 67. The demise of Sheru. Raditz had made up his mind. He rose and activated his Super Saiyan transformation, unleashing a five-fold Kaioken. In the astonished gazes of his companions, Raditz stood alone before them, ready to take Sheru's attack head-on. Boom! The tremendous energy collided with Raditz, who could not withstand the force. Coupled with the strain of the five-fold Kaioken, Raditz's body began to crumble. The overwhelming energy pierced through Raditz's chest, blood and flesh succumbing to the onslaught. A violent explosion ensued, plunging Raditz into darkness and leaving him engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Is this what death feels like? Before Raditz's consciousness faded, he heard the shouts of his comrades. Raditz! Raditz! We haven't had our date yet. Number 18 held Raditz, tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing Raditz with a gaping hole in his chest, Goku's fury ignited. After all this time, Goku had come to regard Raditz as a brother, and tears flowed freely. It seemed as though the heavens wept, casting a gentle rain in mourning for Raditz's demise. Vegeta, Gohan, future Trunks, Nappa, and the warriors of Earth all fell into a profound silence as Raditz took the fatal blow for them. Upon witnessing Raditz's demise, Cell grinned wickedly in the skies, exclaiming, Raditz is finally dead. Who will be next? As Raditz's consciousness faded, his body entered a peculiar state, akin to a soul leaving its corporeal form, floating in the air. He could see his own physical body, with a gaping void in his chest. Yet his soul remained intact. Raditz felt a pull, a force drawing him toward an unknown realm. However, he was reluctant to depart, yearning to discover the outcome of the battle. Focusing his mental energy, he resisted the force that sought to claim him. In the wake of Raditz's death, Goku was consumed by rage. How dare you? How dare you kill my only brother? His aura intensified, escalating to its full power in the Super Saiyan form. Golden waves of energy crackled with electricity, and his gaze sharpened. In that moment of unparalleled fury, Goku transcended to Super Saiyan 2, his power becoming unfathomably potent. Impossible. You've achieved Super Saiyan 2? Cell was astounded. Goku's energy surpassed even his own, which had been restored multiple times. In a flash, Goku teleported behind Cell, delivering a powerful double-fisted strike to his back. With a resounding crash, Cell was sent crashing to the ground. Goku, utilizing instant transmission once more, executed another kick that sent Cell soaring into the air. Facing Goku's onslaught, Cell attempted to teleport behind him to deliver a heavy blow. However, Goku's speed outmatched even instantaneous movement over short distances. In an instant, he unleashed a punch capable of piercing the cosmos towards Cell. Though Cell was also in Super Saiyan 2, the force of Goku's strike inflicted excruciating pain, bending him like a shrimp. As he hit the ground, Cell experienced a sensation of helplessness for the first time. Kamehameha, Goku declared, determined to end Cell's life with this decisive blow. Cell, in a desperate bid, channeled all his energy into a massive wave to counter Goku's Kamehameha. However, Cell's Super Saiyan 2 energy was no match for Goku's, quickly being overwhelmed. Struggling, Cell attempted to discreetly shift his core. He intended to replicate his previous tactic against the Spirit Bomb, hoping to resurrect and emerge even stronger. Yet, Vegeta, Future Trunks, Gohan, and Nappa unleashed energy waves from various angles. Seeing the convergence of these attacks, Cell felt despair. Even if he expelled his core, there was nowhere to hide. Time was running out for instant transmission, and if he loosened his grip, Goku's energy wave would consume him. Impossible. I am Cell. The energy waves unleashed by Sun Wukong and the myriad energies from various angles struck Cell almost simultaneously. In an instant, Cell was engulfed by these forces, emitting a series of anguished cries. Even Cell's formidable core shattered, disappearing without a trace. With the final scream, Cell was utterly obliterated from existence. Following Cell's demise, everyone stood solemnly beside Raditz's lifeless body, enveloped in a profound silence, each person consumed by sorrow. Let us summon the Dragon Balls and bring Raditz back to life, Piccolo urged, addressing the group while gazing at Raditz's remains. It was Raditz's first death, and the Dragon Balls were still at their disposal. Upon hearing that the Dragon Balls could revive Raditz, Android 18 was instantly filled with hope. At that moment, Raditz, observing from the heavens that Cell had been vanquished, felt a sense of relief. However, thoughts of a formidable adversary, Majin Buu, loomed in his mind. He needed to cultivate his soul state to achieve the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Resolute in his decision, Raditz conveyed his thoughts telepathically to the others. Do not resurrect me just yet. I intend to train in the afterlife for a while. Majin Buu will appear in the future. The words of Raditz startled the group, as they were taken aback by his ability to perceive their conversations. Given Raditz's request, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Raditz, you'd better return quickly, or our date will be off, Android 18 remarked playfully. I will undoubtedly return, Raditz replied, relinquishing his resistance to the force pulling him away. In the vast cosmos, a figure shrouded in darkness observed the entire battle involving Raditz and the others. With a flick of a finger, he emitted a surge of energy, silently enveloping Cell's soul and drawing it to his side. He then extracted a small portion of black energy from his own being and directed it towards the underworld. Meanwhile, Raditz, in his soul state, drifted through the universe, propelled by the unseen force. Unbeknownst to him, he had already floated beyond Earth, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his head. Closing his eyes to rest, he surrendered to the pull of the force. Oh, the agony! He cried. Time lost its meaning as Raditz was tormented by the echoes of anguished wails reaching his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a yellow river, seemingly corrosive in nature. Countless souls were tormented within the river, their essence eroded beyond recognition. Above the river, the sky painted a stark contrast, showcasing a scene of bliss where cherubic children frolicked with a host of soul forms. That must be heaven, but I shall not venture there. Chapter 68. King Yama. The force continued to draw Raditz forward, leading him to a forest filled with mountains of blades. Souls incessantly dashed through the knife-laden terrain, blood streaming from their wounds. After a short while, those who had been cut returned to the starting point, only to repeat their torment in a relentless cycle. Raditz pressed on, pulled by the inexorable force, witnessing various torturous trials along the way. He reflected on the horrifying reality of the afterlife in the Dragon Ball universe. Astonished by its terror, following the guidance, amidst the ethereal skies, the imposing silhouette of a grand palace came into view. Surrounding the palace, a harrowing sight unfolded. A multitude of skeletal remains lay strewn about, while eerie green flames flickered menacingly in the air. In front of the palace, several machines loomed ominously, drawing in souls that were then activated, unleashing chilling cries that reverberated in the atmosphere. Observing the surroundings, Raditz sensed that neither the souls nor the guardians possessed formidable combat prowess. As Raditz surveyed the area, a bizarre creature approached, stark naked, with crimson skin and horns protruding from its head. "I am the warden of this prison," it declared. Raditz, "Enter to face the judgment of King Enma." King Enma? Raditz noticed numerous souls, akin to his own, queuing to enter the hall. He joined the line, one by one stepping forward. Just before entering, the anguished cries of those within reached his ears. King Enma stamped documents with an authoritative flair. "Those destined for hell, step left. Those bound for heaven, step right." "Lord Enma, I have not committed so many vile deeds. Those were the actions of others," Raditz protested. "Impudent wretch, every misdeed from your past life has been meticulously documented. Dare you deny it? Punishment awaits." The air was soon filled with the sounds of torment, as the souls before Raditz trembled in regret over their past transgressions. In contrast, Raditz felt a sense of indifference. The body he now inhabited had indeed committed numerous wrongs. Nevertheless, since arriving in this realm, he had aided many, leaving him uncertain if his merits could outweigh his sins, yet he felt he had not strayed from his conscience. After enduring a lengthy process of scrutiny and anticipation, it was finally Raditz's turn to enter. As he stepped into the hall, he was struck by the stark contrast to the foreboding exterior. The interior was adorned with an air of solemn grandeur. At the center stood an immense table, behind which sat the formidable figure of King Enma, flanked by several attendants. Raditz sensed the overwhelming divine power emanating from King Enma, though it fell short of the higher gods such as the North and East Kai. However, it surpassed the deities of Earth and the Elder of Namek by an immeasurable margin. King Enma, shedding the earlier severity he displayed towards the other souls, addressed Raditz in a softer tone. "Raditz, I am already well aware of your deeds. It appears you have committed a fair share of mischief in your previous life." Raditz understood that King Enma was a disciple of the North Kai, yet whether leniency would be granted remained uncertain. "Though I have committed acts of planetary slaughter, it was not by my own volition," Raditz explained. King Enma, upon hearing this, pondered thoughtfully for a moment. "According to your records, prior to your arrival on Earth, you engaged in numerous nefarious acts. However, since arriving on Earth, your defeat of Frieza has saved countless lives, and thus, your merits and demerits may indeed balance. You are permitted to cultivate between heaven and hell." Raditz was taken aback by the leniency of King Enma's verdict. Did this mean he could freely traverse between heaven and hell at his leisure? At this moment, Raditz received a telepathic transmission from the North Kai. "Young one, if you do not wish to be resurrected, focus on your training. I have made arrangements for you. By the way, the soul can also come to King Kai's planet. Do remember my kindness." "Thank you, North Kai. I shall not forget you. I will certainly visit when I have the chance." Upon hearing King Enma's verdict, a nearby attendant's expression changed subtly, and he could not help but whisper a reminder. "Lord Enma, although Raditz has done many good deeds on Earth, his defeat of Frieza was rather indirect. Perhaps you might reconsider?" King Enma merely snorted, causing those around him to tremble in fear. "Dare you question my judgment?" The onlookers, witnessing King Enma's fury, refrained from speaking further. After the verdict was finalized, King Enma stamped it with his seal and discreetly signaled to Raditz. At that moment, Raditz understood that the North Kai must have intervened, for King Enma was a disciple of the North Kai, and he and Raditz could also be considered as brothers in arms. Originally intending to bid farewell to King Enma and seek a place to train diligently, a telepathic message echoed again. "Raditz, I have received word from the North Kai. In a few months, the underworld will host a martial arts tournament, gathering powerful beings from across the galaxies. Do you wish to participate?" Upon hearing of the martial arts tournament mentioned by King Enma and recalling the North Kai's kindness, it was evident that the North Kai had ulterior motives. "Lord Enma, I am willing to participate." Elated by Raditz's agreement, King Enma was thrilled. For if Raditz represented the North Kai and claimed victory, he would reap numerous rewards. Raditz, then train well in the underworld and engage with the strong beings there. With that, Raditz stepped out of the hall, intending to venture deeper into the underworld for further trials. As he journeyed deeper, Raditz noticed that the guards became sparser, and the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. The souls he encountered along the way were increasingly unfriendly, scrutinizing Raditz's strength. Not long after, a group of grotesque, non-human creatures blocked Raditz's path, clearly not welcoming. Halt! Do not proceed. A few of these inhuman souls extended their blood-red tongues, licking their lips and tearing their mouths open, attempting to devour Raditz outright as they lunged at him. Humph! Raditz scoffed, sensing oppression no matter where he went, especially in a place like the underworld. In an instant, as they lunged, he deftly unleashed a punch that obliterated one of the souls, and beams of light surged into Raditz's body. He felt his spiritual power swell as he absorbed the luminous energy. It appeared that these souls also had a nourishing effect on his spirit. In that moment, the roles of hunter and prey were reversed. The remaining souls, witnessing Raditz's ability to annihilate their companion with a single blow, fled in terror. Given Raditz's prowess, there was no chance for these souls to escape, especially since they had initiated the attack. Within mere minutes, the remaining souls were entirely eliminated by Raditz. Waves of energy, transformed from the defeated souls, surged into Raditz's being. Chapter 69, Super Saiyan 2. Having learned about the essence of the soul, Raditz relentlessly ventured deeper into the abyss of hell over the past few days. Along the way, he annihilated malevolent souls to nourish his own spiritual energy. However, during this time, Raditz felt he was still one step away from achieving Super Saiyan 2, unable to attain the pinnacle of rage. Just as he contemplated returning to King Enma to inquire about how to elevate his state to the utmost fury, a gaseous soul in a dark corner of hell fixated malevolently on Raditz. With Raditz's heightened spiritual awareness, he had already sensed the presence of this soul. It was none other than Ginyu. In an instant, Raditz teleported beside Ginyu's soul. "Long time no see, Ginyu," he remarked. Ginyu's soul was taken aback, astonished that Raditz had discovered him so quickly. "You've already taken my body. I've suffered torment in hell. What more do you desire?" Raditz replied nonchalantly, "I merely wish to purify your soul." Upon hearing this, Ginyu was alarmed and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Raditz and instantly transported before King Enma. Glaring at Raditz, King Enma questioned, "What brings you here with a soul?" "Your Excellency, I wish to cleanse Ginyu's soul," Raditz responded. "Purify a soul? Very well. In hell, the wicked must endure torment before their souls can be cleansed," King Enma stated. "Your Excellency, I also face a dilemma regarding my training. I need to reach an extreme state of fury. How can I achieve this?" After a moment of contemplation, King Enma replied, "There exists a machine in hell designed to unleash one's full potential, originally intended for the torment of souls. Are you certain you wish to use it?" Raditz, undeterred by any reservations, nodded firmly. Achieving Super Saiyan 2 was paramount for him. King Enma led Raditz and Ginyu's soul to several machines outside the hall. Without hesitation, King Enma cast Ginyu's soul into one of the machines. At the moment of entry, a blinding light erupted. "Oh, it hurts." Ginyu's soul writhed within the machine, releasing tendrils of black gas that evaporated into the air. In an instant, the machine ceased its operation. Ginyu's soul emerged, now radiating purity. "Ginyu, do you wish to return to the living world?" "No, Raditz, thank you. I must atone for my sins here in hell." Witnessing the profound transformation of Ginyu's soul, where all remnants of arrogance and malice had vanished, Raditz was convinced of the machine's efficacy. "Now it is your turn, Raditz." He stepped into another machine indicated by King Enma and gently closed the door. As King Enma activated the machine, Raditz felt as though his mind was on the verge of explosion. A torrent of emotions surged within him: joy, anger, sorrow, and elation, all colliding at once. His expression shifted continuously, and for a moment, Raditz was unable to control his emotional state. Raditz swiftly suppressed the emotions of joy, sorrow, and happiness with his mental prowess, allowing the entirety of the machine's pressure to concentrate upon his anger. This anger surged forth like a colossal tidal wave, and Raditz found himself consumed by an overwhelming desire to obliterate anything in his path. Drawing upon his finely honed mental strength, he clung to the last vestiges of his humanity. Raditz activated his Super Saiyan 1 full power state, maintaining his wrath, as golden energy waves enveloped him. Accompanied by faint crackles of lightning, the machine began to buckle under the strain, gradually succumbing to the immense force. With a thunderous explosion, the machine shattered, and Raditz's hair stood even more defiantly as his towering figure loomed before King Yama, exuding a tangible golden aura. His haughty expression, piercing gaze, and the overwhelming presence that shook the very foundations of hell left all the souls within trembling in fear. This was indeed Super Saiyan 2. He had etched this sensation into his memory. Congratulations, Raditz, for you have grown even stronger. He then reverted from the Super Saiyan 2 state. Thank you, King Yama. Leave the affairs of the Hell Martial Arts Tournament to me. Having attained the Super Saiyan 2 form, Raditz continued to train in Hell, solidifying his newfound power. Meanwhile, a portion of dark energy from a certain lord on the shadowy side of the universe began to drift into Hell. The defeated Gula, restrained by divine power, was imprisoned within a chamber designated for powerful souls. Gula's lingering resentment was palpable, sensed by the encroaching darkness. Do you seek revenge? Do you wish to eliminate Raditz? Gula's gaze intensified upon the black mist before him. I am willing to do anything, as long as I can kill Raditz. Very well, then submit to me. As the dark energy surged into Gula's being, the entity imparted a final warning. Remember, do not act hastily. Await the opportune moment to strike and obliterate Raditz's soul. Upon hearing this, Gula instantly acquired formidable power, shattering the shackles of divine influence. Raditz, I have returned. As time passed in Hell, the concept of time itself seemed irrelevant. Raditz had eradicated nearly all the malevolent souls within the Inferno. The remaining spirits scattered at the sight of him, too fearful to meet his gaze. Terrified of provoking his wrath, Raditz could sense his continuous growth. He had fully mastered the Super Saiyan 2 form. During this period, he also endeavored to activate the Kaioken technique while in his Super Saiyan 2 state. In this state, Raditz experienced no physical burden from employing the Kaioken, though it did impose a strain on his mental faculties. Yet, with his immense mental strength, utilizing the tenfold Kaioken was a trivial endeavor. As for the martial arts tournament, Raditz brimmed with confidence, believing he could triumph over even the most formidable opponents from other realms. His ultimate goal was to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 2 and attain the state of Super Saiyan 3. As Raditz contemplated, attaining the Super Saiyan 3 state would ensure that the impending Majin Buu would not become more formidable due to his arrival, unlike Cell. Raditz, the Hell Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Come and join us, echoed the telepathic message from King Enma. Utilizing instant transmission, Raditz swiftly appeared beside him. Oh, you have arrived, Raditz. This time you shall represent our North Realm and triumph over the other participants. Follow me, King Enma instructed, leading Raditz toward the tournament grounds. Chapter 70. The Hell Martial Arts Tournament. The arena had transcended the confines of Hell, with the sky no longer shrouded in darkness and terror, but rather illuminated and vibrant. At its center stood a colossal fighting stage, reminiscent of Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament. The stands were filled with numerous souls, already cheering and applauding in anticipation. Amidst them, a sinister figure concealed his aura, intently observing Raditz, awaiting the opportune moment. The North Kai sat in a lofty position alongside the other Kais, accompanied by their formidable champions. From a distance, it appeared that the North Kai was embroiled in a heated argument with the other Kais. His face flushed with indignation. He conveyed, through telepathy, Raditz, you must prevail and restore our dignity by defeating the warriors brought by the other realms. Raditz scrutinized the champions brought forth by the other Kais. Among them was an individual resembling Piccolo, albeit with a grotesque appearance and green skin. Raditz sensed that this contender possessed at least a Super Saiyan 2 level of power. From his memories, he recognized this being as Raboku, and it seemed he would be a formidable adversary. Raboku seemed to notice Raditz's gaze and turned to him. As the competition was about to commence, the North Kai stood to announce the rules. The rules of this tournament are akin to those of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth, with the exception that it will not be a one-on-one format. Instead, it will be a free-for-all. Any participant who falls off the stage will be deemed defeated. The last warrior standing shall be declared the victor. With that, the various champions entered the arena, eagerly awaiting the North Kai's signal to begin the battle. Unlike the others, Raditz did not soar into the arena. Instead, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at the center in an instant. The moment he arrived, he felt the weight of countless gazes fixed upon him. Raditz, renowned for obliterating the Frieza force and transforming into a Super Saiyan, had already gained notoriety throughout the universe. The powerful contenders surrounding him hailed from different planets, as if they had conspired to eliminate Raditz first. Begin. The North Kai's voice resonated, and numerous champions charged toward Raditz. These warriors, formidable creatures from various worlds, varied greatly in form, yet except for Reboku, their battle power peaked at a mere few thousand. Raditz could easily overpower them even in his base form, without the need to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a swift motion, Raditz teleported behind one of the warriors, raising his hand and striking downward. The unfortunate fighter spiraled out of the arena, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a thunderous momentum, Raditz surged forward, effortlessly sending several opponents flying off the stage with a mere punch. Following this decisive display, only a handful of contenders remained on the arena, as none dared to confront Raditz, whose formidable prowess instilled fear. The final competitors were swiftly dispatched by Rib Rice, leaving only the two of them on the vast platform. Raditz fixed his gaze upon Rib Rice. In a clash of masters, every fleeting moment was of utmost significance. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The previously boisterous crowd now fell into a profound silence, eagerly anticipating the imminent confrontation. Raditz, it seems you are nearly finished clearing the field. Let us engage in a duel, he remarked. Raditz smiled faintly, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast towards the side. With a resounding explosion, an invisible foe was revealed, collapsing outside the arena. Now it's all clear, we can begin. Raditz's immense aura erupted, golden energy swirling around him. Meanwhile, Rib Rice remained composed, keenly observing Raditz for an opening. In an instant, Raditz launched his attack, teleporting above Rib Rice and delivering an elbow strike aimed at his head. However, Rib Rice had already sensed the impending assault, deftly stepping back and retaliating with a strike of his own. Raditz was propelled away, narrowly evading Rib Rice's attack. Yet, when he scanned the arena again, Rib Rice had vanished from sight. Suddenly, Raditz felt Rib Rice's energy manifesting behind him. He quickly turned, raising his arms to block. The blow landed heavily on Raditz's arm, propelling him backward and creating distance between them. Are you still hiding your strength? Let us engage in earnest. Rib Rice challenged. Upon hearing this, Raditz ceased to conceal his power, transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. His prideful expression, standing hair, and overwhelming energy astonished not only Rib Rice, but also caused beads of cold sweat to form on the brows of the various Kais in the audience. Come on, Raditz, Rib Rice declared, exploding with energy that matched Raditz's Super Saiyan 2 form and intensity. It was noteworthy that Raditz, a Saiyan by birth, was a naturally gifted warrior, while Rib Rice was merely an alien from a lesser world. The two figures collided swiftly, generating waves of energy that reverberated through the ground. Raditz unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Rib Rice. He felt the impact, yet it lacked any substantial effect. Oh no, it's an afterimage. Raditz realized as Rib Rice appeared behind him, delivering a punishing blow. Fortunately, Raditz had a moment to react. He employed instant transmission to reappear behind Rib Rice, gathering energy for a concentrated attack as he unleashed a wave towards him. At this point, Rib Rice had no room to evade and was struck down to the ground, seemingly sustaining a minor injury. He quickly rose, and the two engaged in a furious aerial battle, locked in a fierce struggle that showed no signs of abating. The tempestuous aura of the two combatants stirred the skies, unleashing waves of chaotic fury that wreaked havoc upon the arena. Raditz, possessing the ability to tap into the Kaioken technique, understood that upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, augmented by the Kaioken, the formidable Reboku would stand little chance. However, he recognized that prolonging the battle would inevitably result in the arena's collapse. Thus, he resolved to employ a decisive maneuver. Reboku, brace yourself to endure my ultimate strike. With Raditz's declaration, Reboku concentrated, preparing to face the impending assault. Triple Kaioken. Raditz, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, invoked the Triple Kaioken, his overwhelming energy far surpassing that of Reboku. Just as Reboku marveled at Raditz's might and readied himself for the onslaught, Raditz executed a swift instant transmission, appearing close to Reboku without launching an attack. The velocity of Super Saiyan 2 combined with the Triple Kaioken rendered it nearly impossible for Reboku to discern Raditz's movements. Solar Flare. A blinding radiance engulfed the surroundings, leaving Reboku, along with the spectators and the Kai, utterly blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz delivered a powerful kick, sending Roboku tumbling off the stage. Chapter 71. The ambush. Observing Roboku plummet from the arena, Raditz felt assured of his victory. He believed that even if Roboku managed to return, he would effortlessly send him spiraling down once more. As Raditz reveled in his triumph, a shadowy figure emerged from the crowd on the stands. At that moment, Raditz remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat, concealed by the dark energy that masked its presence. Like a wraith, it approached him silently. Die, Raditz. Gula materialized behind Raditz, his fingertips transformed into razor-sharp energy blades, poised to obliterate Raditz with devastating force. Reacting to the imminent ambush, Raditz realized too late that he was under attack. Whoosh. It appears many seek your life, Raditz. In a moment of crisis, Roboku seized Gula's energy blade hand, flinging him away with a forceful motion. Raditz, turning to see who had intervened, was astonished to find Roboku still on the stage, having initially underestimated his resilience. Thank you, Roboku. Roboku, glancing at Raditz, expressed his intent to help eliminate the disruptor of their match. Should we pause the battle for me to assist you against this energy entity? Raditz shook his head in refusal. This is my adversary to confront. Rest assured, I will ensure our contest resumes promptly. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Roboku silently stepped aside, eager to witness the extent of Raditz's strength. As Raditz faced Gula once more, he sensed an unsettling shift. Gula's energy felt markedly different, imbued with a malevolent and eerie quality, indicating a significant increase in power, now rivaling that of a Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, the spectators on the stands, witnessing Gula's ambush on Raditz, were thrown into a panic, fleeing in terror. The kings of the realms, witnessing the disruption of their meticulously arranged arena, were filled with great indignation. The North King, alongside the other kings, was utterly astonished to see Gula. It is essential to remember that when Gula first arrived in Hell, he wreaked havoc to such an extent that even the soul purifier could not cleanse his malevolent heart. He was only subdued when the East King and the other kings confined him with their divine power. Thus, it was unfathomable that he could escape so easily. Gula, how did you manage to break free? Gula, gazing at the kings atop the platform, recalled his initial days in Hell and the memories associated with the soul purifier. His anger surging. Thanks to that esteemed individual, he was able to escape this wretched hell. Once I deal with Raditz, I shall attend to you, kings. Hearing Gula's words, the kings were incensed and unleashed their divine powers to suppress him. The divine energy from all directions bore down on Gula, who initially felt his face contort under the pressure. Under the suppression of the king's divine powers, he should have been utterly shattered. However, a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, and at that moment, under its influence, the constraints of the divine power upon Gula were not as pronounced. The North King sensed a familiar aura from the dark energy, reminiscent of that esteemed figure in the divine realm, albeit with a slight difference. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the North King transmitted a thought to Raditz. Raditz, swiftly eliminate Gula. With urgency, Raditz dared not delay any further. In an instant, he appeared before Gula, launching a tempestuous onslaught that forced Gula to retreat continuously. Gula found himself without any space to react, subjected to a relentless barrage from Raditz. Tenfold King's Fist. Due to the nature of the soul form, the King's Fist caused no physical damage. Yet, fearing unforeseen complications, Raditz activated an even greater multiplier of the King's Fist, intending to dispatch Gula with utmost speed. The arena echoed with the sounds of Raditz's fists colliding against Gula's corporeal form. Already slightly restrained by divine power, Gula struggled to withstand Raditz's frenzied assault, gradually losing any ability to resist, his expression becoming increasingly frantic. In that case, let us perish together. As the dark energy gradually took control of Gula's reason and body, his eyes filled solely with hatred for Raditz. He lost his sanity and began to gather energy throughout his being. He prepared to obliterate Raditz and everyone present at the cost of his own self-destruction. It is crucial to understand that Gula is an energy entity. Once he self-destructs, there is no turning back, vanishing into the void. Gula's body swelled ominously, and Raditz knew that a mere flick would trigger an explosion. Raditz resolved to evacuate everyone, just as he had done against the future 1718. North King, you all go first. I will follow with a teleport. Upon hearing Raditz's words, the North King smiled lightly, as if everything was well within his grasp. The North King and several others beside him unleashed their divine energy, forming a protective barrier around Gula. At this moment, Gula's energy surged throughout his being, expanding to a considerable extent. A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering energy across the heavens and violently colliding with the protective shield. The barrier, fortified by the collective will of the kings of the realms, stood firm against this onslaught. Meanwhile, Gula vanished into the void, leaving the arena mostly in ruins. However, the dark aura did not dissipate. Rather, it hovered ominously before Raditz. Raditz, the performance is far from over. I shall allow you to linger in this world a little longer. Who are you? Why have you been targeting me? Raditz questioned, yet before he could receive an answer, the dark mist disintegrated into nothingness upon the arena. The assembled kings exchanged glances, as if they had come to a realization, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts, each wearing a grave expression of silence. The kings hastily summoned their most powerful allies through mental transmissions, preparing to withdraw and no longer engage in this affair. In their hearts, they believed that only a handful of beings across all universes possessed such capabilities, and those beings could extinguish their lives with but a snap of their fingers. Continuing the match held no significance at this point. Thus, the North King declared a temporary cessation of the contest, promising to reconvene at a later date. With the competition forcibly halted, Roboku turned to Raditz and remarked, "Raditz, you truly are formidable, especially after that surge of crimson energy. I look forward to the day we may clash once more. I never imagined that aside from the Saiyans, other races could attain such heights. Until our next battle." The two warriors established a mutual understanding, vowing to engage in combat again when next they met. Roboku cast a final glance at Raditz before departing alongside the West King. Chapter 72. The Energy Shield. Once the kings returned with their champions, the souls observing from the sidelines returned to their respective realms, be it heaven or hell, each enjoying the distinct conditions of their afterlives. Raditz harbored questions for the North King and approached him, but the North King spoke first. "Raditz, I presume you have many inquiries regarding that dark mist." The North King, hands clasped behind his back, wore a grave expression, which filled Raditz with an uneasy foreboding. "North King, do you possess knowledge that you can share with me?" After a prolonged silence, the North King hesitated, aware that this matter could bring him peril. He paced back and forth, unable to reach a decision. Yama, observing the North King's turmoil, could no longer contain his curiosity. "My lord, please, tell us who it is that causes you such distress." The North King shook his head in response. "Yama, you do not comprehend the depths of this situation." After a considerable time of contemplation, the North King finally resolved to speak. "Raditz, I believe this energy is slightly stronger than that of the dragon god, Salama. This individual is likely." Noticing the North King's reluctance to continue, Raditz pressed urgently. "Who is it?" "North King?" "Very well, Raditz. All I can disclose is that this individual's energy bears a resemblance to that of the Grand Zeno." Upon hearing the name of the Omni King, Raditz felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his heart shrouded in confusion. Why would the Omni King wish to end his life? Could it be due to his reincarnation? Yet, there was no need for undue anxiety. The situation remained uncertain. This presence merely bore a resemblance to the Omni King. If the Omni King truly desired his demise, no one could intervene. Hearing the North Kai's words, Raditz felt a modicum of reassurance, regardless of being targeted. As long as he continued to grow stronger, he had nothing to fear. "Return to the underworld with King Enma, Raditz. Train diligently, and I shall do my utmost to gather information," the North Kai advised. "Thank you, North Kai," Raditz replied, and as he expressed his gratitude, the North Kai seemed to recall something. Suddenly, he transmitted the method for generating an energy shield directly into Raditz's mind. Although this technique belonged to the Kais, he decided to share it with Raditz. "If you have any questions, feel free to seek my guidance. Exercise caution, Raditz." With that, an intricate understanding of the energy shield flooded Raditz's consciousness, accompanied by the North Kai's thoughtful reflections on his own learning experiences. After imparting this knowledge, the North Kai did not linger and returned to his own planet, while King Enma observed the unfolding events with astonishment. Like the North Kai, he too was taken aback by this aura, which bore a striking similarity to that of the Omni King. It is important to note that the Omni King's destructive tendencies were often dictated by whim, yet the current situation remained ambiguous. King Enma approached Raditz, gently placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not dwell on your worries, Raditz. Though this dark energy is formidable, had it truly belonged to the Omni King, you would have already been hunted throughout the divine realm. The matter is not yet resolved. At this moment, Raditz resolved that regardless of the identity of this force, his path lay in becoming ever stronger, for he believed that those who obstruct him would meet their end. After comforting Raditz, King Enma led him back to the underworld. Before long, they returned to the ominous and terrifying realm, filled with the anguished cries echoing from the mountains of blades and seas of fire. Raditz, were it not for my pressing duties, I would gladly train alongside you and explore further, King Enma expressed. Are you not a born deity? Did you not also wander in your past? Raditz inquired, prompting King Enma to reflect upon distant memories. Indeed, Raditz, I was once a warrior myself. I was fortunate enough to train under the North Kai, and through a fortuitous encounter, I obtained the Divine Pearl, which transformed me into a deity. King Enma recounted many amusing tales from his past adventures, his youthful vigor shining through once more. My apologies, Raditz. I have rambled on and perhaps hindered your training. The depths of the underworld are rife with resentment, which may prove beneficial to your cultivation. It is of no concern, King Enma. Your tales from the time before you ascended to divinity are quite fascinating, Raditz replied. Those are merely bygone days, Raditz. Ascending to divinity may not be as splendid as you envision. It comes with numerous constraints, King Enma remarked with a soft sigh, choosing to say no more. After concluding his conversation with the King of Hell, Raditz resolved to heed his advice and delve deeper into the abyss to further cultivate his mental prowess. Upon reaching the depths of hell, Raditz dedicated several days to the rigorous training of his energy shield. Although he had already mastered the ability to manipulate energy through his mental force, altering its form, the North Kai had conveyed that the energy shield necessitated the manifestation of divine power or the mental strength of a mortal. The manifestation of mental power diverges from merely attaching energy to the body to form weapons of various shapes, such as blades. Instead, it requires a continuous flow of mental energy to sustain and solidify the formation of new strength, independent of energy's involvement. According to the North Kai, the greater the mental strength, the more formidable the energy shield becomes. Thus, Raditz embarked on his inaugural attempt to differentiate his mental power from within his being. Rather than utilizing mental force to control objects, he endeavored to construct something new with it. Before Raditz, his mental energy began to stitch together, gradually forming a somewhat translucent, circular shield guided by his will. The shield he created differed significantly from the one formed by the Serpent Demon during his illusionary trial. In retrospect, the Serpent Demon had also utilized mental energy to create an energy shield, yet its innate physical prowess resulted in a shield that was considerably more robust. Raditz observed his own energy shield, constructed from mental force, and found it alarmingly fragile, so much so that a mere tap from him could shatter it without the need for an energy wave attack. While Raditz had indeed learned to form a shield using mental energy, as the North Kai had indicated, the protective capacity of this ability fell far short of his expectations. He pondered, such a feeble shield is practically useless. It seems my mental energy is still insufficient. To enhance his energy shield, Raditz continued his training in the depths of hell. During this period, he transmitted a thought message to his comrades. Kakarot, Vegeta, do not let your guard down. Continue your training, for formidable foes will soon arrive. Chapter 73. A date. As time gradually passed, a year had swiftly elapsed. Through this year of relentless training, Raditz had grown increasingly powerful. What was once a frail energy shield was now exceedingly resilient, and Raditz's mental strength had risen to rival that of the King of Hell. On this particular day, while Raditz was immersed in his training, he received a thought transmission from Earth. He was reminded by Android 18 that if he did not meet her for their date soon, their arrangement would no longer hold. Upon hearing this, Raditz recalled his promise to 18, realizing that he had seemingly forgotten amid his rigorous training. He inwardly lamented, "This is bad. 18 must be furious." In his mind's eye, he could almost visualize 18's angered expression. Just as Raditz had anticipated, 18 was standing beside the King of Hell at that very moment. With the deity drenched in sweat and 18 poised with her hand poised threateningly at his back. "Raditz, you should hurry," the king urged. Raditz could already envision the precarious situation that the deity currently found himself in. He swiftly transmitted a thought to Android 18, stating, "I haven't forgotten. I've just been a bit preoccupied in the underworld. See you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Android 18 released the deity, allowing him to convey the time and place of their meeting to Raditz. Before departing, she cautioned the deity to tread carefully and not to stumble if Raditz failed to show. In order for a soul from the netherworld to venture into the outside realm, it required the permission of King Yama. Raditz then communicated his intention to return to Earth to King Yama, who readily granted his request. As the rules of the underworld held little significance for him, Raditz was free to go wherever he wished. The following day arrived in the blink of an eye, bringing with it the appointed time for Raditz and Android 18's rendezvous. Raditz took great care in his appearance, trimming his hair and donning attire more befitting of Earthlings in place of his well-worn battle garb. Lacking experience in dating, he awkwardly purchased a flower from a roadside vendor, awaiting the arrival of Android 18. Moments later, she approached from afar, adorned in a graceful white off-the-shoulder gown that accentuated her fair skin. Her exquisite collarbone was subtly visible, and her slender waist complemented her long, elegant legs. It was evident that she had put effort into her appearance, with her beautiful golden hair cascading down, eyes reminiscent of clear water, and a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She appeared transformed, shedding her previous icy aloofness for an aura imbued with tenderness. Raditz found himself utterly captivated by Android 18, her every movement and graceful form etched into his heart. As she reached him, he remained entranced, his gaze fixed upon her, which caused her to flush with embarrassment. "I'm here, Raditz," she said, jolting him from his reverie. Realizing his gaffe, he sheepishly handed her the flower. As she accepted it, a smile graced her lips at his clumsy demeanor, and Raditz felt as though his heart might melt at the sight of her joy, rendering him almost immobile. "Where shall we go for our date?" Android 18 inquired, prompting Raditz to finally respond. "Let's south visit the amusement park," he suggested, and with that, he led her to a nearby venue of merriment. Along the way, they encountered numerous couples, their fingers intertwined as they strolled sweetly together. Raditz and Android 18 walked closely, the fragrant scent surrounding her stirring his emotions. Their hands nearly brushed several times, and while Raditz admired her delicate, fair hands, he hesitated to take hold of them. Noticing the blush on her cheeks as she observed the couples around them, Android 18 effortlessly extended her hand, intertwining it with Raditz. In the moment when Raditz grasped the hand of number 18, he felt a cool and remarkably soft sensation, which caused him to instinctively tighten his grip. This reaction made number 18 feel slightly embarrassed, her ears turning a shade of crimson. The two resembled fledgling lovers, their hearts enveloped in shyness. Hesitant to meet each other's gaze, Raditz gradually released his hold, initiating a conversation with number 18 about his experiences and observations. Encouraged by Raditz's openness, number 18 shared tales of her life prior to becoming a cyborg. As they conversed and held hands, the atmosphere thickened with a joyous and flirtatious tension. When Raditz recounted the peculiarities of the North Kai, number 18 could not help but laugh aloud. In such a delightful ambience, their feelings for each other began to intensify rapidly. Upon arriving at the amusement park, they enjoyed various attractions, reveling in their shared happiness. As evening approached, they found themselves seated on a park bench, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon number 18's face. In that golden light, she appeared utterly enchanting, their heartbeats quickening in unison, almost audible to one another. Summoning his courage, Raditz gazed at number 18 and uttered, "Would you be my girlfriend?" Seeing the seriousness in Raditz's expression, number 18 initially assumed he was about to share something of great importance, only to be taken aback by his confession. Unable to contain her smile, she softly replied, "Yes." Upon hearing her acceptance, Raditz felt as though a wild stallion had been unleashed within him, brimming with exhilaration. Captivated by the sunlight illuminating number 18's alluring lips, he found himself leaning in closer. Gently lifting her chin, he pressed his lips against hers. The sudden kiss caught number 18 off guard, akin to a tempest, leaving her momentarily dazed. Initially resistant, she soon surrendered to the kiss, instinctively wrapping her arms around Raditz as the embrace deepened. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Number 18 tenderly caressed Raditz's face, saying, "Raditz, you must return swiftly. If you linger too long, what we spoke of will no longer hold true." Raditz, enchanted by the gentle beauty of number 18, reassured her, "Fear not, I shall return hastily. Time flew by, and the moment of parting arrived. Raditz held number 18 close beneath a tree, whispering, "Wait for my return." With those words, he placed a kiss upon her cheek, and, using instant transmission, vanished back to the depths of hell. Chapter 74, Fusion Technique in the Depths of Hell. Raditz sought to calm his heart, finding his training with number 18 more earnest than ever before, dedicating himself to his practice with an intensity that bordered on obsession. After several days of relentless training, he was suddenly interrupted by a telepathic message from King Yemma. "Raditz, I have a soul from the Metamorans here. It possesses a secret technique. After I interrogate it, would you be interested?" Metamorans? Raditz, intrigued by the secret spoken of by King Yemma, immediately teleported before him. There, kneeling at the feet of the king, was a diminutive, alien humanoid creature. Raditz surmised that this must be a member of the Metamorans. "King Yemma, I refuse to accept my fate. I am inherently benevolent. How could I possibly end up in hell?" he protested. King Yemma, striking the table forcefully, countered, "How dare you, Mora? In your previous life, you were a cosmic pirate, wreaking havoc in the galaxy, ultimately slain by the Galactic Patrol. Do you still dare to argue?" With that, King Yemma theatrically prepared to obliterate Mora's soul. Upon witnessing the king's fury, Mora begged for mercy. "My lord Yemma, I was wrong. Please, grant me a reprieve." Tears streamed down his face, as if being a cosmic pirate had not been his choice. Noticing that Mora's pleas had softened the atmosphere, King Yemma replied, "Is that so? If you provide me with the fusion technique of your race, I shall spare you." Terrified, Mora divulged everything he knew about the fusion technique to King Yemma. Raditz, listening intently, grasped the essential principles of the fusion technique. It involved a peculiar dance that harmonized one's energy with that of another, aligning their frequencies for fusion. However, should the steps falter or if the partners failed to join hands correctly, the fusion would fail, resulting in grotesque transformations and diminished combat prowess. After explaining the critical aspects of the technique, Mora began to demonstrate the strange dance for King Yemma and Raditz. Despite its oddity, Raditz committed it to memory, recognizing its potential usefulness in future battles against formidable foes. With the fusion technique now in his possession, King Yemma beamed with satisfaction. "Mora, you have done well. How shall I deal with you now?" Upon hearing this, Mora's heart sank. "King Yemma, we had a deal. You must let me go?" he protested. "How audacious. Mora, you cosmic pirate, you dare to threaten me? Seize him and cast him into the soul purifier," followed by 10 years of torment on the Mountain of Blades before releasing him. The decree struck Mora like a bolt from the blue, and he cried out in despair, lamenting King Yemma's betrayal, followed by agonizing screams. "Raditz, what do you think of this fusion technique?" King Yemma inquired. "It is indeed remarkable. But I wonder if you possess any other souls with unique skills," Raditz replied. King Yemma shook his head. "In this hell, I can only control the souls of the Bankai system, and Mora happened to be slain near Earth, allowing him to arrive here." With that, Raditz dismissed his earlier thoughts. Bidding farewell to King Yemma, Raditz decided to experiment with the fusion technique, sensing Goku's energy. He teleported to Goku's side, only to find him engaged in training, though Gohan was nowhere to be seen. "Kakarot, why are you here alone? Where's Gohan?" Upon seeing Raditz approaching, Sun Wukong greeted him. Gohan is currently at a crucial juncture in his studies, and Chi-Chi has forbidden him from training. Raditz, upon seeing Gohan, lamented the squandering of such a promising talent, yet felt powerless to alter the situation. "Kakarot, I have recently learned a new technique that requires 2 individuals to execute. Let us give it a try." With that, Raditz transmitted the method of the fusion technique into Sun Wukong's mind through telepathy. Upon grasping the fusion technique, Sun Wukong displayed immense enthusiasm. "Raditz, I can hardly contain my eagerness to test the power of this fusion technique." Following the guidelines of the technique, Raditz and Kakarot performed a rather peculiar dance. The tips of their fingers gently touched, and Raditz felt their energies coalesce into a singular force. However, the fusion was not as seamless as Raditz had anticipated. Unbeknownst to them, a misstep during the dance caused their energies to misalign, resulting in the formation of a massive, cumbersome figure that found even walking to be a challenge. And their combined power diminished significantly. "This is unbearable. I can hardly move." Thus, the two fused into a comical giant, rendered immobile and quite ridiculous. 30 minutes later, the effects of the fusion technique dissipated, and their energies separated, restoring them to their original forms. Raditz, This is clearly not working. Why did we end up as a fat blob? Sun Wukong, still panting, seemed to struggle for breath from their previous form. Kakarot. It must be that one of us made an error during the dance, leading to this outcome. We can only wait for the effects to fade. Resolute. The duo decided to attempt the technique once more, repeating the odd dance steps with their fingers colliding anew. This time, they transformed into exceedingly slender figures, resembling bamboo poles. Not only was their combat and defense compromised, but they could barely stand, their energy even weaker than in their previous form. Nevertheless, they did not lose heart and continued practicing the fusion technique. As their movements became increasingly adept and their energies more synchronized, they once again touched fingertips. In that fleeting moment, they successfully executed the fusion technique. Their fused body was tall and imposing, combining Raditz's hair and Sun Wukong's features. With their pupils turning a striking crimson, exuding an extraordinary aura, the fusion elevated their power exponentially, surpassing even the Super Saiyan 2 state. Observing their own power radiating from their enhanced form, they immediately activated the Super Saiyan 2 mode, causing the once upright spikes of hair to fall. The energy waves swelling even further. Lacking a suitable location on Earth to test their strength, they instantaneously transported themselves deep into hell. In the depths of hell, a mere flick of their fist caused the very foundations to tremble, as if the realm itself were on the verge of collapse. Countless souls were compelled to kneel in fear, unable to rise. Meanwhile, King Yama, seated in his throne, sensed the united energy of Raditz and Sun Wukong. It is evident that Raditz and Sun Wukong have utilized the fusion technique. In a moment of urgency, a thought transmission was sent, urging them to cease their practice, lest the very fabric of hell collapse entirely. Upon hearing the words of King Enma, Raditz promptly halted his training. At that moment, the time had also arrived for their separation once again. Raditz addressed Sun Wukong, saying, "Kakarot, I propose that the body formed through our fusion henceforth be named Wooditz." Chapter 75. Resurrection. After successfully executing the fusion technique with Sun Wukong, Raditz returned to Hell to continue his training. Unbeknownst to him, time was swiftly passing. Until one day, the East Kaioshin and his attendant, Jebet, descended into Hell. At this juncture, Raditz had made considerable advancements in his mental prowess, deliberately concealing his energy and thought transmissions to focus intently on his cultivation. The purpose of the East Kaioshin's visit was to locate Raditz. After a thorough search, failing to sense Raditz's energy, he proceeded to the palace of King Enma. At that moment, King Enma was engrossed in his work, diligently attending to matters within his court. Sensing the presence of the East Kaioshin, he set aside his tasks and approached to greet him. "What brings the esteemed Kaioshin to Hell?" he inquired. The East Kaioshin replied directly, "I have come in search of Raditz, requesting his assistance in defeating Babidi and Dubra." Upon hearing the names Babidi and Dubra, King Enma understood that the East Kaioshin was concerned with the matter of Majin Buu and promptly informed him of Raditz's whereabouts. Subsequently, the East Kaioshin and Jebet ventured deep into Hell, where they encountered Raditz, who was seated in meditation. Observing Raditz with his eyes tightly shut, the East Kaioshin could not discern the extent of his power. As a proud Kaioshin, he would not extend an invitation unless he believed Raditz possessed considerable strength. Contemplating this, he decided to test Raditz's abilities. "Raditz, let us engage in a contest," he proposed. Raditz slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the presence of the East Kaioshin and his attendant. Initially, he assumed that the East Kaioshin's arrival signified the emergence of Majin Buu, but upon calculating the timeline, he realized there was still some time before that event transpired. However, since the East Kaioshin had suggested a spar and given Raditz significant progress in training, he was eager to find a worthy opponent. "Very well, East Kaioshin, let us begin." No sooner had he spoken than the East Kaioshin launched the first assault. With a series of punches, he struck towards Raditz. In response, Raditz merely summoned his mental energy, forming a protective energy shield around himself. Each of the East Kaioshin's blows landed upon the shield as if striking iron, failing to breach its defenses. The East Kaioshin, taken aback by Raditz's formidable strength and the mastery of the energy shield, concentrated his energy into a powerful wave, intending to shatter Raditz's defenses in a single strike. With a resounding boom, as the smoke dissipated, Raditz stood unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. The East Kaioshin inquired, "Do you wish to continue the battle?" At this moment, the East Supreme Kai comprehended that he had exerted all his strength. Even his energy shield could not withstand the onslaught. It became evident that the disparity between him and Raditz was vast. Raditz, you are truly formidable. I implore you to assist me in vanquishing Babidi and Dubra. The East Supreme Kai recounted the origins of Majin Buu and his terrifying might, along with the accounts of other Supreme Kais who had perished at the hands of Majin Buu, including the methods of sealing him away. Raditz discerned that the East Supreme Kai was apprehensive about Babidi and Dubra seeking vengeance against him. After expressing his apologies for testing Raditz's power, the East Supreme Kai bowed deeply. Fear not, Supreme Kai. I shall certainly come to your aid when the time comes. Do you now know the whereabouts of Babidi and Dubra? However, the East Supreme Kai was unaware of their current location and merely requested that Raditz sense his energy and teleport to assist when needed. After making his plea, the East Supreme Kai and his attendant departed. For Raditz, Majin Buu posed no threat. It was the master of that dark energy that troubled him. Having lingered in the afterlife for far too long, and having mastered the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, it was time for him to make his return. Raditz utilized instant transmission to reach King Enma. King Enma, upon Raditz's arrival, was not surprised. He had anticipated this day would come. Raditz, are you leaving? Raditz gazed at King Enma and affirmed, Indeed, I shall return to visit you when time permits. King Enma smiled at Raditz. Perhaps it is best you do not. This is a realm for the deceased, and I would prefer not to see you again. Having spent a considerable time in the underworld, King Enma had assisted Raditz greatly, and they had forged a profound friendship during this period, devoid of any formal farewells. They exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding transcending words. Raditz turned away from King Enma's palace and transmitted a thought to Android 18. 18, I am coming back to life. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Android 18 felt immense joy and quickly prepared herself before heading to Master Roshi's house to await Raditz's return. Raditz then sent a mental message to Kakarot, informing him of his impending resurrection, allowing them to utilize the Dragon Balls. Upon receiving Raditz's message, Goku teleported to Master Roshi's house. When he arrived, he found Android 18 already waiting. Goku placed Raditz's body alongside the 7 Dragon Balls. Arise, Shenron. The sky darkened ominously as a colossal dragon emerged from the golden light before Goku. Mortal, state your wish. Shenron, bring Raditz back to life. Goku proclaimed, as divine energy radiated from his eyes. As you wish. With that, Shenron's form gradually dissipated, and the Dragon Balls reverted to their stone state, swiftly scattering away. Goku grasped all the petrified Dragon Balls. At that moment, in the underworld, Raditz was enveloped by a golden light, rapidly ascending. The golden radiance surrounded him, guiding him directly into his lifeless body at Master Roshi's house. In that fleeting moment, Raditz felt his essence and corporeal form once again merge into one. His heart began to beat, blood commenced to flow, and the missing flesh on his body began to grow back fervently. In no time at all, he was fully restored, and Raditz slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Android 18 had already leaped forward, enveloping Raditz in a tight embrace. You have finally returned. Meanwhile, Son Goku observed the couple with a tinge of awkwardness, feeling like a mere third wheel, eager to step away. Raditz, I won't intrude any further. I shall take my leave. I still have farming to attend to. Upon hearing Son Goku's intention to depart, Raditz temporarily set aside his tender moment with Android 18. Kakarot, do not leave just yet. Goku, perplexed by Raditz's request, listened intently as Raditz recounted the words of the East Kai to him once more. Upon hearing about the formidable existence of Majin Buu in the future, Goku's expression transformed into one of excitement. Raditz, I will inform Vegeta, Piccolo, and the other warriors about Majin Buu. Considering the time that had elapsed since he last fought alongside the androids, Raditz pondered whether the warriors had been leading lives of comfort. Kakarot, hold off on notifying Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. They may have grown too accustomed to a peaceful life. I am uncertain if they still wish to engage in battle. Goku, realizing the truth in Raditz's words, acknowledged that several years had passed. Most of the warriors had settled into lives of their choosing, enjoying a semblance of normalcy and even happiness. Should another conflict arise, it could disrupt their tranquil existence. Would they be willing to forsake their lives to fight once more? This thought weighed heavily on Goku's mind. I understand, Raditz. I shall notify Vegeta and the others. Chapter 76. The warriors' lives. With that, Son Goku departed, leaving Raditz and Android 18 alone together. Android 18, would you care to accompany me on a stroll? She simply nodded. As long as Raditz was by her side, she was willing to go anywhere. With that, Raditz wrapped his arm around her slender waist, utilizing instant transmission to leave the Kame house. At that moment, Master Roshi emerged from the Kame house, letting out a sigh. Oh, these young ones have all found their places, leaving only me behind. Just then, an old turtle approached Master Roshi, gently patting his foot as if to convey that he could still provide companionship. However, Master Roshi, glancing at the old turtle, kicked it over and retreated into the house. Raditz and Android 18, concealing their energy, first sensed Yamcha's presence and arrived at a baseball field. Yamcha had become a star athlete, dominating every match with unparalleled skill. On the field, no one could rival him, and at that moment, countless fans in the stands cheered him on. "Go, Yamcha! You're amazing!" Yamcha turned back, grinning broadly at his supporters, his smile so wide it seemed it could not close. It appears that Liu Ping has reached the pinnacle of his life, basking in the glory of his achievements. However, Raditz can sense that Liu Ping's aura is considerably stronger than before, indicating that he has not grown complacent. After the match, Liu Ping is rightfully celebrated, embraced by numerous admirers. As he exits the arena, he takes his leave in a luxurious sports car, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, with Pu'er seated beside him. Observing Liu Ping's blissful existence, Raditz is uncertain whether Liu Ping is willing to abandon such an ideal life to continue fighting. Liu Ping drives his extravagant car back to his opulent mansion, preparing to enter. Raditz, utilizing instant transmission, appears at Liu Ping's side. Noticing that Raditz has arrived without a halo, Liu Ping greets him. "Raditz, you have finally returned. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable." Upon entering Liu Ping's lavish abode, which is adorned with even greater splendor than Bulma's, Raditz wastes no time and poses a direct question to Liu Ping. "Liu Ping, formidable foes will soon arrive. Are you willing to fight alongside us once more?" Liu Ping gazes at Raditz, then casts a glance at his luxurious residence. "Although I am content with my current lifestyle, I have never forgotten the days we fought side by side. Let us continue to battle together." He then flexes his muscles, demonstrating that he has not been idle during this time. Raditz is taken aback by Liu Ping's resolve to forsake his affluent life for the sake of camaraderie in battle. "Train diligently, Liu Ping, until we meet again." With that, Raditz senses Krillin's energy and instantly transports himself to Krillin's location. There, he finds Krillin engaged in his duties as a police officer, diligently apprehending criminals. Raditz approaches, causing Krillin to look up in surprise. Before Krillin can speak, Raditz recounts his conversation with Liu Ping. "Although I yearn for my own life, I will not shy away from my responsibilities. When the time comes, I will stand up." With Liu Ping on board, only Tenshinhan remains. Raditz once again employs instant transmission, sensing Tenshinhan's energy. He arrives in a lush, verdant courtyard where Tenshinhan is instructing his disciples. Upon seeing Raditz and Android 18, Tenshinhan already suspects the purpose of their visit. "Raditz, I have never neglected my training, for it is essential to face the powerful adversaries that lie ahead." Raditz, moved by Tenshinhan's dedication, reflects on how none of the warriors have forgotten their mission to protect Earth. Even those with lesser combat prowess, living in comfort, remain cognizant of their duties. Understanding the warriors' commitment, Raditz takes time to check on Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo has never faltered, keeping pace with the others while relentlessly honing his skills. Gohan, now grown, has enrolled in a reputable high school and is accompanied by a young lady. Observing her, Raditz deduces her identity. She must be Videl, the daughter of Mr. Satan. Every day, Gohan diligently applies himself to his studies, shedding any trace of the Saiyan pride that once defined him. Instead, he exudes a demeanor of politeness. However, Raditz, using his key perception, is astonished to find that Gohan's energy has not diminished. It appears that while he has engaged in his studies, he has not neglected his training, which is undoubtedly the best outcome for him. After observing the life of the warriors, Raditz returned to his dwelling with Android 18. What greeted them was a modest wooden cabin, featuring only 2 rooms, furnished with the simplest of belongings. It is evident that the siblings, Androids 17 and 18, lead a life of simplicity. From 18, Raditz learns that 17 has developed a fondness for small animals and has become a forest ranger, living alongside her. Raditz reflects on the years he spent in the underworld, realizing that everyone has carved out their own lives. Turning to 18, Raditz inquires, "What kind of life do you desire?" With a gentle smile, 18 responds, "As long as you are here, that is enough for me." Upon hearing her words, Raditz feels as though his heart is melting. Subsequently, 18 invites Raditz to stay temporarily, and with nowhere else to go, he agrees. He feels that being with 18 is the greatest happiness he has ever known. Uncertain of when Babidi will arrive on Earth, Raditz decides to spend some quality time with 18. After all, during his time in the underworld, she had been waiting for him. Perhaps it is a good opportunity to relax for a few days and experience life on Earth. Just then, Raditz receives a telepathic message from Son Goku. Raditz, in a few days, there will be the new World Martial Arts Tournament. Let us participate together. The prize is 5,000. Listening to Goku's message, Raditz contemplates the tournament. Although the prize is enticing, he is reluctant to go, preferring to enjoy a few more days with 18. Kakarot, it's unnecessary. I have important matters to attend to. Goku, with his innocent nature, takes Raditz's words at face value, believing he truly has pressing concerns. Meanwhile, 18 observes Raditz gazing at the sky in silence, sensing that something is amiss. Raditz, is there something troubling you? In response to her inquiry, Raditz shares Goku's recent message with her. Upon hearing about the 5,000 prize, 18's eyes light up. We must go. You have to win that 5,000 for me. Raditz initially wishes to downplay the importance of the prize, but seeing the earnestness in 18's gaze, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he sends a telepathic message to Goku. Kakarot, once I resolve my matters, I am willing to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 77. The World Martial Arts Tournament time flies, and as evening descends, 17 returns home from his work. Although he encounters Raditz, he is not surprised. It seems that the arrival of Raditz had long been anticipated. After the three finished their meal, they engaged in a conversation about their future plans. Observing the dilapidated wooden cabin, number 18 incessantly expressed her dissatisfaction to Raditz, insisting that once he claimed victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he must find a suitable place for living. Meanwhile, number 17 appeared quite content, seemingly appreciating the environment and atmosphere around them. As they chatted, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon fatigue set in. Number 17 retired to his room early, leaving only Raditz and number 18 behind. The ambience between the two grew increasingly intimate, leaving them both uncertain of how to proceed. Number 18 rose from her seat and moved beside Raditz, taking a seat on his lap. Raditz was enveloped by the fragrance emanating from her, causing his heart to flutter and his body to tingle. With a gentle kiss on his cheek, number 18 whispered into his ear, suggesting he sleep with number 17 that night, leaving other matters to be addressed later with the prize money. She then stood up from his lap and returned to her room. In that moment, Raditz made a resolute decision. He would undoubtedly claim victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Days later, the time for the tournament arrived. As they prepared to depart, number 18 wanted to invite number 17 to join, believing that an additional participant would increase their chances of success. However, number 17 outright declined, stating that money held no significance for him. Accepting this, Raditz took number 18 and hurried to the tournament venue. Upon arrival, they were met with a throng of people lining up to register, along with eager spectators drawn by the event. Gazing at the lengthy queue, Raditz, participating in the tournament for the first time, was taken aback by the sheer number of participants. Just as he was about to join the line to register, he heard a voice call out, Raditz, number 18, you're here so early? Turning around, he recognized Kakarot, Piccolo, and the other warriors. After exchanging greetings with Goku and the others, Raditz noticed that Gohan, Vegeta, and Nappa were absent. Kakarot, didn't you inform Gohan, Vegeta, and Nappa? Goku chuckled, shaking his head. I did inform them. Gohan mentioned he had plans with his classmates, and Vegeta stated he has no interest in a martial arts tournament for Earthlings. As for the prize money, he has plenty at home. Upon hearing Goku's words, Raditz felt that Vegeta, being so wealthy, ought to experience the hardships of a less fortunate life. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd, with chants of Satan, Satan, filling the air. Dressed in luxurious attire, Satan slowly descended from his vehicle, raising his arm triumphantly. This time, the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament is mine. After all, in the eyes of Earthlings, Satan was a multi-time champion and the hero who vanquished the androids. Hearing his proclamation, the crowd parted to allow Satan to enter and register. Observing Satan's ostentation, the warriors could only shake their heads in disbelief. With the formidable strength of Satan, it seems that his dream of victory is destined to remain unfulfilled. The participants gathered at the registration point, diligently filling in their information before proceeding to draw lots to determine their opponents for the next round. Naturally, Raditz wished to avoid confronting a warrior in the first round, and thus employed his psychic abilities to manipulate the contents of the draw box. He reserved Goku for himself, ensuring that the warriors would not encounter him until at least the third round. As for Satan, Raditz decided to leave him to be dealt with by number 18. Once the draws were complete, the staff organized the participants into several groups. Just as Raditz had orchestrated, no one would face each other in the initial round. After the groupings were established, the competitors entered the indoor arena, eagerly awaiting their turn to perform. Before Raditz stepped onto the stage, number 18 reminded him earnestly, "Do not show any mercy, you must win." Observing number 18's earnest expression, Raditz solidified his resolve, determined to secure victory, if only for her sake. "Rest assured, I shall not hold back." After a lengthy wait, the first round of the martial arts tournament commenced within the arena. The warriors ascended the stage one after another, effortlessly defeating several Earth martial artists. Soon, it was Raditz's turn to take the spotlight, and he was somewhat taken aback by his opponent. Before him stood a man clad in a pink long coat, of somewhat advanced age, with a head and eyes composed of machinery. This individual was none other than Tao Pai Pai, and Raditz was surprised to encounter him at the World Martial Arts Tournament. "Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll count to 3. If you're not down by then, prepare to meet your end." Raditz regarded Tao Pai Pai with an impassive expression. Even though Tao had transformed into a cyborg, he felt no fear. Moreover, Raditz sensed that Tao's energy was far from formidable, with a combat power barely reaching 200. Faced with Raditz's lack of recognition, Tao was enraged. With an overwhelming intent to kill, he launched a lethal attack directed at Raditz's vital points. To ordinary Earth martial artists, Tao's speed was imperceptible, yet to Raditz, it appeared as sluggish as a snail. Raditz, uninterested in dirtying his hands, simply utilized his psychic powers to attach energy to Tao's form. Given Tao's capabilities, he was utterly unable to resist Raditz's psychic influence and was swiftly subdued. Raditz manipulated Tao's body to strike his own face repeatedly, causing great embarrassment as the Earth martial artists witnessed the world's most notorious assassin slapping himself into a grotesque state. Confounded by Tao's inexplicable behavior, the audience could only watch in disbelief. Ultimately, Tao, in a fit of madness, pierced his own head with his hand and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Although the World Martial Arts Tournament forbids murder, it does not prohibit suicide, thereby declaring Raditz the victor. As for what transpired, Raditz was acutely aware. For an irredeemable villain like Tao Pai Pai, remaining in this world would only bring calamity. Thus, he resolved to utilize his psychic powers to eliminate him outright, ridding the Earth of this menace once and for all. After the victory, Raditz returned to the lounge, where the fighter number 18 had already passed the preliminary selection and was resting inside. Upon noticing Raditz's delayed arrival, the others speculated that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Raditz merely remarked that he had met someone rather intriguing. The next step was to proceed to the grand arena, where the audience awaited the upcoming matches. For the group, these adversaries seemed as effortless to defeat as chopping vegetables. They smoothly advanced to the top 16, where the fighters would soon face their comrades. Chapter 78. Conclusion of the Martial Arts Tournament. As the top 16 matches commenced, the first battle featured number 18 against Satan. Upon his entrance, the crowd erupted in cheers, as if his victory were already assured. Number 18 and Satan approached the arena, while the announcer lavishly introduced Satan's illustrious record, creating an impression that this contest was devoid of suspense. Satan, gazing at number 18, perceived her merely as a girl, already assuming his triumph, even striking a victorious pose. Following an extensive commentary, the announcer concluded his exposition, and the match officially began. Observing the gold and silver adornments on Satan, number 18 began to entertain different thoughts. As the competition commenced, she swiftly approached Satan, delivering a light yet powerful strike that left him reeling with excruciating pain, nearly bringing him to his knees. However, with a multitude of spectators watching, he gritted his teeth to remain standing. After this blow, Satan realized the tremendous strength of this girl and understood that victory was beyond his grasp. In a moment of indecision, as Satan contemplated surrendering, number 18 charged at him again. Yet, instead of attacking, she stated, "Mr. Satan, grant me 100 million, and I shall let you win." Upon hearing this, Satan pondered the unexpected fortune. For him, the prize money from the World Martial Arts Tournament paled in comparison to the significance of his hero status on Earth. Such fame could yield him immense wealth, and if he were to be defeated by number 18, he would lose everything. Money is negotiable. I accept your terms, he responded. Satisfied with Satan's agreement, number 18 feigned a struggle, pretending to be overpowered by him, ultimately propelling herself off the stage to allow Satan to claim the victory. Afterward, as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, he struck a victorious pose, prompting a thunderous ovation from the crowd, who chanted his name in unison. Satan, Satan, Raditz, watching from below, could only admire Satan's acting prowess, which almost convinced him of the charade. Following the conclusion of the match, Satan mysteriously presented a box to number 18. Upon inspecting the box filled with stacks of cash, she smiled broadly. Raditz, it seems winning the championship is no longer essential. In the next match, you must not lose. With number 18's encouragement ringing in his ears, Raditz was determined to give his all in the upcoming battle against Son Goku. After a period of clearing the stage, Raditz and Sun Wukong prepared to battle. Sun Wukong had long anticipated this confrontation, and Raditz could perceive the burning determination in his eyes. At last, it is our turn. Raditz, you must have trained vigorously in the underworld, he remarked. Observing Sun Wukong's eagerness, Raditz was also curious to see how formidable Sun Wukong had become, especially since he had been the first to transform into Super Saiyan 2 to vanquish Cell. Kakarot, let me see if you have grown complacent. The host took to the stage to introduce both warriors' accomplishments, stirring excitement among the audience. After a prolonged wait, the gong finally signaled the official commencement of the match. Raditz had made significant advancements in his training in the afterlife, mastering the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, a feat unattainable on Earth. With such prowess, Sun Wukong stood no chance. Thus, Raditz decided to engage in combat in his base form. Seemingly in sync, Sun Wukong also remained in his base form upon noticing Raditz's choice. With a swift motion, the two clashed on the arena. To the spectators on Earth, they appeared to have vanished, leaving no trace. The only sounds that resonated from the arena were the echoes of their strikes, while the bricks of the stage crumbled under the force of their blows, sending shockwaves that swept across the audience. At that moment, Raditz and Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. The arena was abruptly split in two, causing the bewildered audience to scatter in panic. Only a trembling host remained, gazing at the energy waves erupting in the sky. Meanwhile, the warriors and Android 18 realized that both Raditz and Kakarot were becoming overly intense. If this continued, the World Martial Arts Tournament would be in jeopardy. In a moment of urgency, Android 18 called out to the fighters, "Tone it down," and refrain from using excessive energy. Upon hearing her plea, the two combatants seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as the arena lay in ruins. They returned to the battered stage, opting to settle the contest through physical prowess. The clash of their formidable bodies echoed throughout the arena. This time, the competition relied on their martial skills. Sun Wukong, having trained in the Turtle School since childhood, possessed superior technique compared to Raditz. He unleashed the long-dormant afterimage technique, which appeared distinct from the ordinary version. Raditz sensed that Sun Wukong had lowered his energy, rendering the multiple afterimages nearly indistinguishable. Unable to discern which was the real Sun Wukong, Raditz struck out at one figure, only to find it was a mere illusion. Meanwhile, the true Sun Wukong, positioned behind him, delivered a powerful kick that nearly sent Raditz off the stage. As Sun Wukong's afterimages circled around Raditz, he steadied himself, preparing to launch a mental assault on all the illusions. The shadow of Sun Wukong appeared devoid of spirit, momentarily hesitating in its movements. Raditz swiftly deduced that the flicker of uncertainty belonged to Sun Wukong, prompting him to unleash a rapid punch. With a resounding impact, the shadow dissipated, and Sun Wukong was struck, stumbling back several paces. "Raditz, I had thought that the shadow technique would force you out," he remarked. "Kakarot, your thinking is far too simplistic." With that, the two resumed their fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. In his base form, Raditz maintained a speed superior to that of Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful blow aimed at his opponent's back. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong deftly executed an instantaneous movement. Appearing beside Raditz, he launched a punch, but Raditz managed to block the strike with both hands, absorbing the impact. Just as their confrontation reached a fervent intensity, Raditz received a telepathic message from the East Kai. Raditz, Babidi, and Dabura have already arrived on Earth. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Raditz immediately distanced himself from Sun Wukong, signaling that the fight must cease. Sun Wukong and the onlookers were left bewildered by Raditz's sudden halt. Raditz, what is the matter? Has something occurred? Raditz conveyed the contents of the telepathic message to Sun Wukong and the other warriors. They were taken aback, realizing they were about to confront formidable foes. Initially, Raditz had intended to engage in a fair contest, aiming to defeat Sun Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, he had no choice but to postpone their duel. Planning to revisit the confrontation at a later date, Raditz sent a telepathic message to Android 18. 18, wait for me. I will return after I deal with Majin Buu. Android 18 smiled sweetly, confident that Raditz would effortlessly handle the situation. Before Raditz departed, she approached him and gently kissed his cheek, her face flushing with warmth. You bad man, return quickly. I will be waiting for you. Chapter 79. Babidi and Dabura hearing Android 18's words. Raditz was solely focused on swiftly resolving the matters with Babidi and Dabura, eager to return to 18's side. He sent a telepathic message to Vegeta and the others before using instantaneous movement to head towards the East Kai's location alongside Sun Wukong. The urgency in Raditz's actions stemmed from the East Kai's continuous calls for help. The messages conveyed a sense of desperation, suggesting he could barely endure any longer. As Raditz had anticipated, by the time he and Kakarot arrived, the place where Babidi had descended was already marred by craters, bearing witness to a fierce battle. The East Kai lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, while his attendant, Jebbet, lay sprawled nearby, the state of his existence unknown. Babidi stood triumphantly nearby, relentlessly taunting the East Kai. You were so arrogant, weren't you? If it weren't for your sneak attacks, how could you have slain my father? Eventually, when Babidi exhausted his insults, he ceased, having run out of words. He showed no desire to continue facing the East Kai, instead gesturing for Dabura to dispose of him. Dabura, with a sinister grin, gathered vapor into a blade of energy at his fingertips, poised to extinguish the life of East Kaishin. At that moment, Raditz and Son Goku arrived via instant transmission. Bam! With a swift kick, Raditz sent Dabura soaring through the air. He then helped the fallen East Kaishin to his feet. My apologies, East Kaishin, we have arrived late, he said, producing a Senza bean for the East Kaishin to consume. For the East Kaishin, being a divine being, the Senza bean was akin to a regular meal, capable of enhancing his combat prowess. However, it only provided instantaneous recovery for mortals. After consuming the Senza bean, the East Kaishin's injuries improved slightly, but he remained far from fully recovered, barely able to stand. Raditz, Son Goku, you must engage. I will analyze their weaknesses from the back, the East Kaishin instructed. Upon hearing this, Raditz recalled that in the anime, the East Kaishin was notoriously unlucky. East Kaishin, focus on your recovery. There is no need for you to analyze their weaknesses. Rest well, he replied. No, I insist, you require my insights. After all, I am familiar with Dabura and Babidi, the East Kaishin argued. No, you need only observe, Raditz insisted. Reluctantly, the East Kaishin, dragging his fallen attendant, Jebbet, to a safe vantage point, complied. Raditz surveyed Babidi, Dabura, and the egg of Majin Buu nearby, formulating a strategy in his mind. The energy within Majin Buu's egg was still insufficient. He realized that eliminating Babidi at that moment would prevent Majin Buu's awakening. Confronting only Dabura alongside Son Goku would be a manageable challenge. Raditz conveyed his plan to Son Goku through mental transmission. Upon grasping the strategy, Son Goku readily agreed, and the two proceeded as planned. Aya! Raditz and Son Goku shouted in unison, channeling their emotions into a state of fury. An incredible aura erupted from their bodies. The Super Saiyan 2 golden energy crackling with lightning as it swirled around them. The ground trembled and crumbled beneath their formidable presence. Babidi, witnessing the overwhelming energy emanating from the two, was filled with elation. Dabura, charge. With their energy, Majin Buu can be revived, he commanded, responding to Babidi's order. Dabura lunged towards the two warriors. Son Goku met Dabura head-on, and soon, they were locked in fierce combat. Seizing the opportunity while Babidi focused on amplifying the energy necessary for Majin Buu's resurrection, Raditz employed instant transmission to approach Babidi unnoticed. Babidi's expression turned to one of astonishment as he realized Raditz had teleported. With Babbidi's power insufficient to mount a defense, he attempted to call Dabura for protection. Before he could utter a word, Raditz unleashed a blade of energy, piercing through Babbidi's body. As Dabura cast a glance back, Babbidi let out a blood-curdling scream. Cleaved in two by Raditz, his blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Although the mark on Dabura's forehead vanished, it only fueled his rage further. His onslaught against Son Goku grew increasingly frenzied. Die! Raditz snarled, immediately joining the fray against Dabura after dispatching Babbidi. Dabura's strength was even slightly inferior to that of the young Cell he had previously consumed. With Raditz and Son Goku launching a two-pronged attack, Dabura could scarcely withstand their assault. He was bombarded by dozens of punches, followed by a combined energy wave from Raditz and Son Goku. Thus, the formidable Dabura was utterly obliterated by their overwhelming energy. The East Kaioshin, witnessing the demise of Babbidi and Dabura at the hands of Son Goku and Raditz, let out a sigh of relief. Well done, Raditz, Son Goku, he praised. With that, the East Kaioshin approached the egg of Majin Buu, preparing to deal with the impending threat. At this moment, Vegeta, Nappa, Gohan, and the warriors arrived, albeit belatedly. Gohan and the warriors, upon seeing the corpses on the ground, exhaled in relief, having anticipated a fierce battle. Little did they know that before their arrival, Son Goku and Raditz had already vanquished the foes. Only Vegeta and Nappa remained disgruntled. I can't believe the enemy was so weak. If Raditz faces such feeble opponents again, don't summon me. Vegeta fumed, ready to depart with Nappa in tow. Suddenly, Raditz detected a familiar energy. It was the Dark Ki. Raditz gasped, looking skyward, sensing the ominous aura. Hearing Raditz's exclamation, everyone turned their gaze upward, searching for the dark energy he spoke of. A streak of black energy raced toward Majin Buu's egg. Quick, stop that energy, or a great disaster will ensue. Though none had encountered this Dark Ki before, they heeded Raditz's warning and unleashed energy waves into the sky. However, the energy waves struck the Dark Ki without any effect, as if it were a transparent substance, passing through it effortlessly. The Dark Ki remained unscathed. Speeding toward Majin Buu's egg, Raditz felt a wave of dread. The only course of action was to destroy Majin Buu's egg. He unleashed several energy blasts at the egg. Boom! The egg shattered, transforming into a puddle of goo. The Dark Ki infiltrated the mass, causing an immediate transformation due to its invasion. Unbeknownst to Raditz, this Dark Ki completely sealed away the fat Buu within, awakening the greatest malevolence dormant within him. Before long, the puddle of goo rapidly morphed into a humanoid form. Raditz gazed upon this newly formed entity, realizing it bore no resemblance to the Majin Buu he remembered. The initial form of Majin Buu in his recollection was that of Fat Buu. To his astonishment, the being now radiated the dark aura characteristic of the larger, more sinister Buu form. At this moment, the ominous dark energy surrounding Buu left everyone in a state of shock. Even Vegeta, who had been clamoring for battle, wore a grave expression. This was the most formidable adversary they had ever encountered. Chapter 80. The Dark Energy Buu, enveloped in a terrifying shroud of dark energy, twisted his neck and engaged in some warm-up exercises before the gathered assembly. He appeared utterly nonchalant, yet beneath that seemingly carefree demeanor lay an overwhelming intent to kill. A voice resonated repeatedly in his mind, compelling him to heed its ominous command. Eliminate Raditz. Quickly, eliminate Raditz. This mantra echoed incessantly within Buu's consciousness. After completing his warm-up, Buu suddenly flashed a sinister smile at the onlookers. With a whoosh, a thunderous sound pierced the air as dark energy Buu surged forward, his terrifying aura akin to a relentless army charging forth. The very ground he traversed fractured under the weight of his dreadful pressure. He barreled towards the assembled fighters like a cannonball. Bang! The swiftness of dark energy Buu left the others no choice but to raise their hands defensively, as the ground beneath them crumbled under his formidable force. Piccolo, Yamchu, Tien, Krillin, and the East Kaioshin could not withstand the ferocious onslaught, spewing blood and sustaining grievous injuries. Observing this, Raditz swiftly tossed several senzu beans to his wounded comrades and confronted Buu alone. Buu unleashed a frenzied assault upon Raditz, his relentless barrage intensifying rather than diminishing, as if his energy were inexhaustible. After an intense skirmish, Raditz in his Super Saiyan 2 form found himself overwhelmed by the might of dark energy Buu, who sent him flying. Having dispatched Raditz, dark energy Buu exuded an aura of dominion, casting a scornful gaze upon the fallen warriors, as if to declare their insignificance. Akin to ants, a sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he contemptuously extended his middle finger towards them. The sight ignited a blaze of fury within the hearts of the onlookers, who longed to obliterate Buu in that very instant. Vegeta, witnessing Buu's arrogance, felt an overwhelming urge to showcase the fruits of his recent training. Raditz, noticing Vegeta's inability to restrain himself, attempted to dissuade him. Vegeta, wait. But before Raditz could finish his warning, Vegeta, under the astonished gazes of the others, transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form and charged forward. Bang! 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 Energy beams erupted from the heavens as the formidable blasts obliterated everything in their wake, unleashing a tempest of chaos. It seemed as though Vegeta was holding his own against Majin Buu, potentially gaining the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a razor-sharp energy blade, severing Dark Buu's finger. Dark Buu feigned surprise, pretending to flee while Vegeta pursued him relentlessly. Yet Raditz discerned that Buu was not exerting his full strength. Suddenly, Buu halted his retreat and erupted into laughter, standing defiantly. As the dark energy of Buu clashed with Vegeta in battle, he initially appeared to be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, leaving the onlookers perplexed. After a brief period of amusement, Buu's laughter ceased, and his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The spectators could sense Buu's power escalating, and Vegeta realized that Buu was merely toying with him. Acknowledging his inability to defeat Buu, Vegeta, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, declared, "Perish, monster." He launched a powerful punch, which Raditz recognized as a formidable blow that could have obliterated Cell. Regrettably, it was directed at Buu. With a smile, Buu effortlessly caught Vegeta's formidable strike with a single hand. With a cry of pain, Vegeta felt Buu's grip tighten as he spun him around before hurling him toward the ground with tremendous force, akin to a meteor plummeting to Earth. Raditz discerned that if Vegeta impacted the ground at such velocity, he would surely be reduced to fragments. In a desperate bid, Raditz utilized instant transmission to catch Vegeta just in time. However, trailing behind Vegeta was a dark energy wave unleashed by Buu. Raditz swiftly conjured an energy shield to envelop them both. The shield shattered upon impact, leaving Raditz astonished by the sheer strength of Buu's energy wave. With a resounding crash, he braced himself to absorb the blow for Vegeta, enduring the assault head-on. Blood spewed from his mouth as he quickly consumed a Senzu bean to regain his composure. He entrusted Vegeta to Goku, supplying them with some Senzu beans before confronting the dark energy of Buu directly. Buu remained eerily calm, observing the group with a terrifying demeanor. Raditz, unwilling to underestimate the threat before him, resolved to unleash his full power. "Kakarot, allow me to handle this first," he asserted. In that moment, he summoned the true strength he had honed in the depths of hell. A tempestuous wind swept across the land, casting the world into an ominous gloom. An overwhelming aura emanated from Raditz, first manifesting as the golden waves of Super Saiyan form, followed by the crackling energy of Super Saiyan 2. With fierce intensity radiating from his gaze, lightning struck from the sky, causing the earth seas to churn and reverse their flow. Observing these extraordinary phenomena, East Kaioshin felt a surge of optimism and reassured those around him. "Raditz's power is phenomenal. I believe he can vanquish Buu." Hearing East Kaioshin's words, the likes of Leaping, Tien, and Krillin felt a renewed sense of hope, for as a deity, his insights were undoubtedly profound. Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, and the others marveled at Raditz's escalating energy, their expressions filled with astonishment. Could it be that Super Saiyan 2 had the potential to ascend even further? As they stared in awe, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The golden aura of Raditz intensified, his hair lengthened considerably, and his gaze became more piercing. This energy was incomparable to that of Super Saiyan 2. The overwhelming might of Super Saiyan 3 swiftly enveloped the entire world, dispersing even the somber sky. Rays of sunlight illuminated Raditz, elevating his stature in the eyes of the onlookers. The dark entity, Buu, observed Raditz in this formidable state with growing interest, unleashing a powerful aura of his own. Unlike Raditz's golden energy, Buu emanated a tempestuous black mist, shrouding the sky as if it sought to consume everything in its path. With thunderous echoes, the two transformed into energy forms, their auras clashing violently in the air. The resulting shockwaves caused the very earth to tremble, as if heralding an impending apocalypse. Amidst the chaos, Raditz directed his mental energy toward Buu's corporeal form, unleashing a colossal psychic assault that momentarily disoriented Buu. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz landed a decisive punch, piercing through Buu's body. To his astonishment, Buu's regenerative capabilities surpassed even that of Piccolo, as his physical form swiftly mended itself. Raditz's psychic attack was swiftly consumed by the black mist within Buu. Realizing his mental assaults were ineffective, Raditz resorted to relentless physical strikes, endeavoring to suppress Buu and uncover a weakness. Thus, the two engaged in an unceasing aerial battle, mesmerizing the warriors watching below with their extraordinary prowess. In Chapter 81, Raditz, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, grappled with the darkened Buu. Initially, they appeared evenly matched. Seizing an opening, Raditz landed several successive blows on Buu, even creating a gaping wound in his body. However, Buu's recuperative speed outpaced the damage inflicted upon him. Unfazed by Raditz's assaults, Buu laughed maniacally, seemingly relishing the confrontation. Faced with such arrogance, Raditz found himself at a stalemate. Determined, Raditz concentrated his energy, generating numerous energy spheres that shot toward the blackened Buu like bullets. In response, Buu hastily conjured an energy shield, dodging the onslaught. Not allowing this opportunity to slip away, Raditz launched a psychic attack, a portion of his energy infiltrating Buu's being. As the two energies entwined, Buu's energy shield dissipated. Countless energy spheres struck Buu, severing him into hundreds of fragments. Raditz then unleashed additional energy waves upon the dismembered mass, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion in the sky. The remnants of Buu disintegrated into ash, cascading downwards. The Supreme Kai of the East, witnessing Buu's transformation into mere dust, gasped in disbelief. This time, Buu is finished. We have triumphed. The crowd, hearing the Supreme Kai's declaration, displayed expressions of relief. Only Vegeta and Nappa furrowed their brows, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Just as Vegeta anticipated, amidst the ashes of Majin Buu, the creature was astonishingly regenerating almost instantaneously. Majin Buu restored his body, and his aura remained as formidable as before. Is that all there is to it? I've lost interest. The others were astounded to see that Majin Buu was still alive, though Raditz had already been aware of this. Majin Buu possessed infinite energy, allowing for limitless regeneration. Unlike Cell, Majin Buu could resurrect as long as a single cell remained, making him exceedingly troublesome. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce battle with the dark aura of Buu, Raditz found himself severely drained in his Super Saiyan 3 form, feeling increasingly powerless. Although Super Saiyan 3 was immensely powerful, it consumed energy at an alarming rate, rendering the confrontation with Dark Buu increasingly arduous. Dark Buu noticed Raditz's dwindling strength, and his own energy surged, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz, overwhelmed by exhaustion, could not react in time. Bang! Guh! Struck hard in the abdomen by Dark Buu, Raditz was sent flying at an angle, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing Raditz in such a formidable state failing to overcome Buu, the others steeled themselves for a desperate fight. Raditz transmitted his thoughts to Goku. Kakarot, it's time to employ that technique. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Goku immediately recalled that technique, fusion. Raditz, I never imagined we would need to use it so soon. Buu is truly formidable. The others, hearing Goku's remark, surmised that Raditz and Goku had devised a new ultimate technique together. If there was any chance to defeat Dark Buu, it lay solely in fusion. Everyone, buy me some time against Kakarot. Upon hearing this, the group ascended into the skies, engaging Buu in fierce combat. Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon, Ultimate Flash, boom, boom, boom. Vegeta, Piccolo, Nappa, and Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon Buu. The warriors employed every tactic available to delay Buu, confining him to a small area. However, this was merely a temporary measure and would not hold Buu for long. Raditz quickly consumed a Senzu Bean to restore his energy. The two began to perform a peculiar dance, their hands meeting. In an instant, they fused into one, becoming Godia's, a tremendous aura erupting forth. A mighty presence immediately enveloped the entire earth, astonishing all martial artists capable of sensing energy. They were awed by the magnitude of this aura, a weighty pressure lingering in their hearts for an extended period. The phenomena were even more intense than transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Goaty has activated his Super Saiyan state, and his energy surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 by a considerable margin. Vegeta sensed the energy and realized that Raditz and Goku's powers had merged into one. As he turned back, he only caught sight of Goku, whose formidable energy left Raditz in awe. The strength displayed by Raditz and Goku today had left Vegeta astounded, as he realized that he had been left far behind by the two. Meanwhile, the warriors surrounding the darkened Buu were gradually losing their strength. Boom! Goku utilized instant transmission to appear before the dark Buu, delivering a powerful punch that collided with Buu's fist. The force of this blow was evenly matched, and for a moment, their figures hung suspended in the air. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, sending both fighters stumbling back a few steps. Almost immediately, they collided again, locked in a fierce struggle with no clear victor. Goku unleashed his afterimage technique, creating dozens of clones that swirled around dark Buu. Thud, thud, thud. Goku attacked from various angles, leaving Buu unable to discern which was the real Goku, forcing him to endure the assault passively. Enraged, the dark Buu released a furious howl from the hole atop his head and resorted to his multiplication technique, transforming from one into several. Dozens of clones encircled Buu's main body, launching energy blasts from different directions to counter Goku's afterimages. As the energy blast shot forth, Goku halted his technique and teleported in front of Buu, delivering a fierce uppercut that struck Buu's jaw. Ack! Buu, jolted back to reality by the painful blow, found his face contorted, his jaw misaligned. All of Buu's clones returned to his main form, his expression darkening as rage filled him, causing his face to swell. Adjusting his crooked jaw, he began to unleash his energy. Roar! The dark Buu let out a beastly howl, his body levitating in the air. Alongside this roar, his energy surged in both speed and power. Faced with the amplified energy of dark Buu, Goku remained vigilant, concentrating on Buu to prevent any unforeseen maneuvers. Swish! Raditz took the initiative, launching rapid punches at Buu's body. With the increase in energy, Buu's strength and speed had significantly escalated. Chapter 82, Fierce Battle with Buu. As Buu endured Goku's onslaught, it felt neither painful nor bothersome, for he possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely. Buu's hands grew larger, seizing Goku's wrists with the intent to twist them apart. Although Goku was caught, he unleashed a tremendous force, attempting to counter and break Buu's grip. In this way, both exerted terrifying power, their strengths almost rivaling those of deities. Neither would relent until a victor emerged. As their struggle intensified, Buu's face became increasingly grotesque, and the veins on their foreheads bulged, the immense force threatening to burst blood vessels. At that moment of stalemate, Goku realized that this could not continue. He did not possess the same infinite regenerative abilities as Dark Buu. Gazing at Buu, an idea struck suddenly, and with a decisive motion, I delivered a powerful kick to Buu's groin. Bang! The force of that kick shattered Buu's supple form, contorting his face in agony. In that instant, Buu's strength faltered, the searing pain rendering him nearly lifeless. Watai's, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip away. He immediately conjured a formidable energy wave and unleashed it towards Buu with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Still reeling from the pain, Buu was battered by the energy wave, scattering in disarray. Watai's continued to barrage him with a multitude of energy waves, filling the sky to the brim, leaving Buu with no avenue of escape. Faced with the onslaught of energy waves, there was nowhere to hide in the heavens. Though Buu possessed the ability to regenerate infinitely, he could still feel pain, prompting him to generate an energy shield. Thud, thud, thud. The energy waves struck as if they were colliding with an object of immense hardness, failing to penetrate the shield, which repelled them all. At this moment, Watai's time was dwindling, yet Majin Buu remained formidable, showing no signs of weakness. Watai's was acutely aware of Buu's prowess. He had many techniques yet to employ, and he needed to tread carefully. Continuing the battle on Earth would inevitably lead to its destruction. After much contemplation, he resolved to transmit a thought to East Kaishin. East Kaishin, you must immediately journey to an uninhabited planet. This Majin Buu is exceptionally powerful, and I cannot deal with him at this moment. East Kaishin, initially believing that Watai's had the situation under control, was momentarily taken aback by Watai's words. Still harboring a glimmer of hope, why not hold on a bit longer? It seems you are close to victory. Hearing East Kaishin's words, Watai's cursed him 1,000 times in his heart, astonished by the Kaioshin's lack of insight, and retorted angrily, "Kaioshin, cease your chatter and hurry, or we are all doomed." Upon hearing Watai's urgent plea, East Kaioshin no longer hesitated, swiftly taking his servant, Jebit, and flying towards the uninhabited planet he knew of. Meanwhile, the dark aura of Buu, having alleviated his pain and defended against Watai's energy waves with his shield, began to regard Watai's as a serious adversary. This was the strongest opponent Buu had encountered in many years, one who truly made him feel pain. Recognizing Watai's as a formidable challenge, Buu contemplated absorbing him. Instantly, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His once solid form became as pliable as mud. Although his aura weakened slightly, his speed increased, and he darted towards Watai's with swift leaps. Watai's discerned Buu's intention. He aimed to absorb him. Denying Buu this opportunity, Watai's swiftly evaded. Unexpectedly, seeing Watai's flee, Buu redirected his attention towards the warriors. "Quickly move away. Get out of here." With a resounding shout, Raditz called out to the crowd, his voice echoing as the formidable body of Buu descended from the sky. The warriors, sensing the imminent danger, reacted swiftly, unleashing their utmost speed to flee the scene. In a thunderous crash, Buu plummeted from the heavens, yet he failed to absorb anyone. Bewildered by this turn of events, "Raditz, how did you know I could absorb others?" he questioned, steam billowing from the gaping hole in his head. Fury etched across his face. "You need not know why. Today marks your demise," Raditz declared, preparing to engage Buu once more. However, at that moment, the time for the fusion technique had elapsed, and Raditz and Goku's energies separated, returning them to their individual forms. Seeing the precarious situation, Goku urgently exclaimed, "It's over, Raditz. The fusion has been undone. We must merge again." Without hesitation, Raditz and Goku readied themselves to perform the fusion technique once more. Yet Buu, having recognized the threat posed by their fusion, would not grant them the opportunity. His terrifying visage twisted into a sinister smile, sending a chill down the spines of those who beheld it. Without further ado, Buu launched his attack, unleashing a torrent of energy waves aimed at the duo. Intent on thwarting their fusion attempt. Boom! The dark energy surged towards them, forcibly separating the two, and Buu charged forward with relentless fury. Thud, thud, thud. Buu unleashed a barrage of punches upon them. Devoid of their fusion's power, they stood no chance against him. In a desperate bid, Raditz summoned an immense surge of energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, barely managing to contend with Buu's might. Observing Raditz's transformation, Buu let out a deep, menacing roar, his voice growing increasingly savage. "Prepare to perish." At that moment, the East Kai's telepathic message arrived. "Raditz, I have located an uninhabited planet. You may come here." "Understood, East Kai. Once we arrive, you must leave that place swiftly," Raditz replied, conveying the message to Goku. "Kakarot, be prepared to sense the East Kai's energy and follow him." Goku, however, felt a twinge of doubt. "Raditz, Buu can't instantaneously teleport. What about the people left behind on the ground?" "Do not fret, just follow my instructions," Raditz reassured him. In his memory, Buu had only needed to witness instantaneous movement once to learn it. Besides, after such a prolonged battle and numerous teleportations, Buu would surely pursue them. Once their plan was set, Raditz raised a defiant middle finger at the demon Buu before initiating the teleportation. "You worthless creature, come and try to kill me." Chapter 83, Fierce Battle with Buu, Part 2. After speaking, Raditz communicated telepathically with the warriors, including Vegeta. "You must leave first. We need to relocate the battle. If we continue here, the Earth cannot withstand it." Upon hearing this, Vegeta was incensed. "I am a warrior. I cannot flee. I will not go." Raditz, hearing Vegeta's defiance, simply sighed. "Vegeta, you must contemplate the fate of your family. Remaining to fight on Earth will only lead to its annihilation." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta recalled Trunks and Bulma, and his expression shifted slightly. "How infuriating. Remember this, Raditz." With that, an enraged Vegeta departed alongside the others. Raditz continued to engage in combat with Buu for a while, using a powerful energy wave to repel Buu. Seizing the opportunity, he instantaneously transported himself and Goku to the planet where East Kai resides. The dark energy Buu, momentarily pushed back, suddenly noticed Raditz's disappearance, sensing no trace of his presence. Enraged, Buu felt a persistent voice within urging him to eliminate Raditz. Without doing so, he could find no peace. Furthermore, The absorbed Majin Buu was resisting within him, and without the suppression of the dark energy, he would have emerged. Witnessing Raditz vanish before him, Buu felt as though he had been mocked. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others who accompanied Raditz had long since vanished. With no alternative, Raditz became Buu's primary target. The others were of little consequence to him. Recalling Raditz's instantaneous movement, the dark energy Buu tracked the residual energy and activated his own instant transmission. In a flash, he arrived on a desolate, lifeless planet, its surface riddled with craters. Aside from sensing the energies of Raditz and the others, there was scarcely any life on this planet. Having arrived on this planet ahead of time, Raditz understood that eliminating the dark energy Buu in his current state would be exceedingly difficult. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he could only contend with Buu on equal footing. Raditz even contemplated transforming into a Super Saiyan god, although he had enough allies. He doubted whether Vegeta and Nappa possessed the requisite righteous hearts to vanquish Buu. He could only rely on the method he recalled from the Dragon Ball anime, using a spirit bomb. Resolute, Raditz consumed another Senzu bean to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 state, intending to hold off the dark energy Buu while having East Kai safeguard Goku to gather energy for the spirit bomb. Having made his decision, Raditz communicated telepathically with Goku. Kakarot, even in your Super Saiyan form, it will be challenging to defeat Buu. Use the spirit bomb. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Goku agreed but remained concerned for Raditz's safety against Buu. Raditz, be cautious when facing Buu. Do not perish again. With that, Goku raised both hands to gather energy. Though energy on this planet was scarce, nearby planets seemed to respond to Goku's call, continuously supplying energy from afar. At that moment, Buu arrived, wearing a sinister smile. At last, I have found you. Seeing Buu approach, Raditz wasted no time and unleashed his rage in Super Saiyan 3 form, activating a Kaioken X2. A crimson wave of energy surged violently, amplifying Raditz's power. However, unlike in the depths of hell, the resurrected Raditz now possesses a corporeal form, and the strain of the Kaioken on the body is immense. Raditz feels excruciating pain coursing through him, desperately roaring as he strives to maintain the Kaioken state. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3 is already a tremendous drain, and coupled with the Kaioken, Raditz's body cannot endure for long. He can only hope that Son Goku hastens to gather the spirit bomb and obliterate the dark entity known as Majin Buu. Observing Raditz unleash the Kaioken, the dark Majin Buu also summons his full power. A surge of black energy erupts from his being, continuously washing over his form. After the onslaught of this dark energy, Majin Buu's originally pink physique becomes adorned with ominous black patterns, imbued with an overwhelmingly terrifying power. This dark energy approaches a divine caliber, affecting the entire galaxy, and even the East Quadrant, including Hell itself. At this moment, countless deities observe the fierce battle. Should Raditz falter, it would spell disaster for the realm of gods. Moreover, the god of destruction remains in slumber, leaving no one to confront him. Bang! Raditz's elbow collides with Buu's, leading to a fierce melee. The two unleash massive energy waves, accumulating cataclysmic power in their hands. Boom! The collision of these energies results in a terrifying shockwave, stripping layers from the planet's surface. They continue to engage with an array of formidable techniques, their energies seemingly siphoning the very vitality of this desolate world, the already lifeless planet. Due to the clash between Raditz and the dark Majin Buu, teeters on the brink of collapse, and even the core becomes unstable, threatening imminent explosion. Despite this, neither combatant relents. Raditz unleashes a barrage of energy waves, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. In response, Buu once again employs an energy shield, as Raditz condenses a blade of energy in his hand. Utilizing instant transmission, he appears behind Buu, thrusting the blade toward Buu's back, while simultaneously unleashing an energy wave from the front. Crack! The energy shield shatters under the relentless assault, and Raditz drives the energy blade into the heart of the dark Majin Buu. Simultaneously, Buu is bombarded by countless energy waves, causing his form to disintegrate. Yet, in mere moments, the dark Majin Buu's physical form regenerates, leaping up swiftly to attack Raditz once more. At this point, Raditz's physical endurance has reached its limit, and as he contemplates consuming a Senzu bean, Buu violently collides with him. Raditz is sent crashing into a crater, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Buu follows him into the depths of the pit, frantically hammering Raditz with relentless blows. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin, sensing the dire situation, hastens to inform Son Goku, who is gathering the Spirit Bomb. At this moment, Raditz is overwhelmed, pinned down in the pit, as the injuries on his body multiply. With a thundering heartbeat, Raditz felt his pulse racing, a relentless ringing in his ears, as if his blood might burst from his veins. His internal organs writhed in agony, and several of his ribs had likely fractured. Chapter 84, Spirit Bomb. Despite this, the malevolent Majin Buu showed no intention of sparing Raditz. With a frenzied expression, Majin Buu unleashed a barrage of punches upon Raditz. Under this relentless assault, Raditz suffered multiple wounds, blood gushing forth and splattering Buu's face. Buu, tasting the crimson liquid with his tongue, seemed to revel in the scent of Raditz's blood, igniting a primal thirst within him. His excitement escalated, and he cackled maniacally, proclaiming, "Ha ha, perish, perish, die for me." Raditz, immobilized and acutely aware that he was nearing his limits, found himself enveloped in visions. In his dazed state, he beheld Android 18, alluringly calling out to him. He was transported back to a sunny day playing basketball, his companions urging him to join the game. He envisioned himself at the Kame house, joyfully sharing food and laughter with friends. Memories flooded his mind, creating a chaotic tapestry of recollections. Raditz, Raditz, wake up. The mental transmission resonated, the voice of Son Goku reaching him from afar as he gathered energy for the Spirit Bomb, sensing Raditz's diminishing ki. Immediately, Goku's calls pierced through Raditz's daze, prompting him to regain consciousness. "Kakarot, I am fine. Continue to gather your Spirit Bomb." Summoning the last of his strength, Raditz faced the frenzied Majin Buu. With a forceful kick, he propelled Buu several meters away. Seizing the moment, Raditz retrieved a Senzu Bean and consumed it, feeling his injuries mend and the sensation of impending death fade. No longer wishing to engage Buu directly, he deactivated his Super Saiyan 3 form and retained only Super Saiyan 2. Utilizing instant transmission, he appeared before Majin Buu, arms outstretched. Solar Flare. A brilliant light erupted from his hands, momentarily blinding Buu, who struggled to open his eyes. Raditz then emulated Tien's technique, unleashing a Kamehameha. The ground erupted into a massive crater, trapping Buu within. As Buu attempted to rise, Raditz relentlessly bombarded him, denying any opportunity for escape, even preventing the use of instant transmission. "Raditz, you." Buu's words were cut short as the Kamehameha pressed him down. Although the attack lacked severe damage, it was sufficient to suppress Buu. As the relentless strikes continued, the pit deepened, rendering Buu unable to articulate a response. Enraged, Majin Buu's dark energy coalesced into a tangible force. With a feral roar, akin to a wild beast, Buu's eyes were consumed by the swirling blackness. A surge of ominous black energy erupted from his body, taking the form of a colossal, menacing cylinder. This dark force surged violently towards Raditz, who felt the slightest brush of it disrupt his breath, causing the world to spin chaotically around him. The black energy was capable of disorienting one's very essence. If this continued, Raditz would be unable to catch his breath, forcing him to momentarily cease his suppression of Buu and retreat rapidly from the dark energy's range. Seizing this opportunity, Buu emerged from the deep pit and appeared before Raditz. While Raditz struggled against the disorienting black energy, Buu mimicked the movements of Raditz's earlier solar flare technique. Buu's innate talent was astounding. Having observed the technique only a few times, he mastered it instantly. Solar flare. Raditz realized Buu's intent too late to respond. A blinding light struck his eyes, rendering him momentarily sightless and causing him excruciating pain. Buu capitalized on this moment, unleashing a single-handed energy wave upon Raditz. The impact shattered his battle suit, and the Senzu Beans he had relied upon fell from his grasp as Buu charged forward. Enveloped in dark energy, the relentless assault of dark energy Buu descended upon Raditz like a tempest, targeting his vulnerable spots with fierce precision. A particularly brutal strike landed on one of Raditz's feet, sending waves of agony coursing through him. With the Senzu Beans lost, Raditz had no means of recovery, and he was battered and bruised, on the verge of collapse. In that moment of desperation, Raditz received a telepathic message from Goku, filling him with hope as he turned to look. Kakarot was approaching, wielding an enormous spirit bomb, even larger than the one used against Frieza. Buu noticed the formidable orb of energy in Goku's hands but regarded it with disdain, underestimating its power. He charged directly at Goku, intent on eliminating him with a single blow. With resolute determination, Goku hurled the spirit bomb towards Buu. The massive energy sphere emanated a terrifying authority. However, Buu, undeterred, confronted the spirit bomb head-on. The colossal orb descended upon him, and only then did Buu feel a flicker of concern. Yet it was too late. The spirit bomb struck Buu directly. The anguished cries of Buu echoed as the energy of the spirit bomb began to vaporize the black energy surrounding him. In that moment, Buu's strength dwindled drastically. Stripped of the dark energy, he expelled a piece of flesh from within him, unbeknownst to the others. That piece of flesh swiftly evaded the spirit bomb's reach and vanished from the planet. Raditz, witnessing Buu gradually being obliterated by the spirit bomb, let out a sigh of relief. He and Goku clasped hands, exchanging a knowing glance. Kakarot, Buu has finally been vanquished. Indeed, Raditz, we endured. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin, witnessing the disappearance of Majin Buu, couldn't contain his joy. As a Kaioshin, he was finally free from the peril posed by a creature like Buu. As Raditz and Son Goku prepared to return to Earth and reunite with everyone, the dark side of the universe seemed to be engulfed in fury over the demise of Majin Buu, controlled by the sinister energies. Raditz's growth had astonished many, reaching a level that could no longer be overlooked. He resolved, by any means necessary, to eliminate Raditz this time. Salama, strike now and annihilate Raditz. With that command, a colossal hand emerged, delivering a terrifying blow that shattered the prison confining Salama in this unknown universe. Dragon God Salama was taken aback upon hearing the words of this powerful figure, sensing an energy that surprised him. Rest assured, my lord, I shall eradicate Raditz. Chapter 85. Temporal Turbulence. Dragon God Salama had been imprisoned in this universe for an indeterminate number of years, nearly forgetting the passage of time. Once released, he stretched his limbs and surveyed his surroundings with disdain. I will eventually annihilate this universe, he declared, and with a mere thought, he departed. After Salama's departure, the god of destruction and the supreme Kai of this universe arrived late. Observing the shattered prison and the lingering aura, they felt a sense of foreboding and quickly transmitted the information telepathically, throwing the entire divine realm into chaos. Meanwhile, as Raditz and his companions prepared to depart, they noticed a figure floating in the air. Raditz was taken aback, realizing he had failed to detect the presence of this individual. The East Kaioshin, drenched in sweat and trembling, exclaimed, "We must go. That person is Dragon God Salama." Upon hearing the East Kaioshin's warning, Raditz understood the gravity of the situation. Kakarot, East Kaioshin, we must flee. It will be too late if we do not act now. With that, Son Goku and the East Kaioshin utilized instant transmission to relocate immediately. However, Raditz, with his hand pressed to his forehead, found himself unable to utilize instant transmission. It felt as though his energy was shackled to this planet, leaving him with no means of escape. In the air, Dragon God Salama gazed down at Raditz with a sinister smile as he descended slowly. "So, you are Raditz? Your power is rather underwhelming. My lord sent me to deal with such a minor character? Very well, I shall dispose of you first." Raditz's anger surged upon realizing that Salama had been sent to kill him. "Who is it? Who ordered your hand against me?" Salama responded with a cruel grin. "You need not know. The dead have no need for knowledge." With that, he concentrated a small energy wave at his fingertips, and Raditz could sense the terrifying power it contained, capable of obliterating anything in an instant. Aware that he could not defeat Salama and unwilling to await his demise passively, Raditz transformed into Super Saiyan 3, clenched his fists, and charged toward Salama. Salama, devoid of expression, watched Raditz approach recklessly. "You are oblivious to your fate." He then unleashed the energy wave toward the ground, causing the entire planet to shatter and erupt in a colossal explosion. A formidable surge of energy erupted, and Raditz attempted to shield himself with an energy barrier. However, within mere seconds, the barrier shattered. The explosive force of the planet's demise was so immense that it even fractured the very fabric of space surrounding it. The relentless energy waves began to devour Raditz's physical form, and it became apparent that he was on the verge of being consumed entirely, leaving him with no means of escape. At that moment, the Omni King within the temple bore witness to this unfolding scene. He was fully aware of the movements of that enigmatic figure from the realm of darkness. Recognizing the dire circumstances, he unleashed a divine power that transcended space, which swiftly reached Raditz and penetrated his being. The overwhelming force of this strike from Salamander was so potent that it tore apart the space itself, revealing a peculiar rift ahead. Within the rift, darkness reigned, with objects resembling stars racing in the opposite direction. Without hesitation, Raditz seized the opportunity and leaped into the rift. The instant he did, he felt as though the world was spinning, his vision filled with whirling stars. And soon he was swept away by the current of this stellar tide. As Raditz entered the temporal rift, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Salamander had already distanced himself from the explosion, observing the aftermath from afar with a heightened sense of awareness. The rift seemed to be visible only to Raditz, who remained oblivious to its fleeting nature. Salamander had never anticipated that Raditz, with his formidable strength, could survive his onslaught and escape the explosion unscathed. Upon sensing Raditz's energy dissipate from this universe, Salamander promptly returned to the side of his master. Time passed unmeasured as Raditz, having plunged into the temporal rift, succumbed to unconsciousness. Within the currents of time, he flowed against the tide, traversing through myriad moments and dimensions. The realms he encountered varied greatly. Some were not even part of the Dragon Ball universe, but rather belonged to alternate dimensions. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, Raditz awoke to find the sky transformed into a deep azure, with several moons orbiting above. Surrounding him were fragments of stone, indicating he had arrived in a desolate wasteland. As Raditz rose to his feet, he realized he was utterly devoid of clothing. The Senza beans and various survival capsules he had carried were long gone. He searched his surroundings thoroughly, yet there was no sign of his belongings. Resolving to ascertain his current location, Raditz extended his senses and detected several energy signatures, each boasting thousands of battle power. However, these presences soon faded away, either vanishing entirely or diminishing to an almost imperceptible level. In pursuit of information, Raditz ventured forth, discovering numerous corpses of extraterrestrial beings strewn along his path. Donning a garment pilfered from one of the fallen, he pressed onward, navigating through a rocky terrain stained with blood that colored a nearby stream. Ahead lay a multitude of bodies clad in battle attire, their lingering energy unmistakably signifying a fierce confrontation had once transpired in this forsaken place. Raditz approached to investigate, and it appeared to be the corpse of a member of Frieza's army. A wave of doubt washed over Raditz. Had he not annihilated Frieza's forces long ago? Suddenly, amidst the sea of bodies, he spied a familiar figure. Those tousled locks and resolute visage compelled Raditz to call out. Could it be? Father. Raditz immediately rushed to the bloodied Bardock lying on the ground, lifting him to assess his condition. Fortunately, although Bardock was gravely injured, he had not succumbed to death. In his haze, Bardock caught sight of Raditz and inquired, "Who are you?" After uttering those words, Bardock fainted, leaving no further dialogue. At that moment, Raditz realized that the rift he had entered was intertwined with the fabric of time and space. He had likely traversed back to Bardock's era. Yet, whether this world represented a future timeline of his original world or a parallel universe remained a mystery. Raditz was utterly at a loss as to how to return to his original timeline. He could not possibly wait for time to flow again in this world, reliving all the events once more. Moreover, there was Android 18 awaiting his return. He had to go back. Nonetheless, having encountered Bardock, he could not allow his father to perish. Chapter 86. Alien Planet. Seeing Bardock in such a dire state, and having lost the Senza beans, Raditz had no choice but to seek a place to heal his father. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that any planet inhabited by humanoid life would likely have beings akin to Earth's deities. Before searching for such a celestial entity, Raditz expanded his senses to detect any other fallen individuals nearby, hoping to find someone still alive. Alas, apart from Bardock, there was no one else. Lifting Bardock onto his shoulder, Raditz sensed the presence of hundreds of individuals nearby, each possessing combat abilities in the thousands. He promptly utilized instant transmission to arrive in their vicinity. The humanoid beings, resembling humans and exhibiting power levels exceeding 1,000, were taken aback by Raditz's sudden appearance, especially upon noticing the Frieza army uniform adorning Bardock. They immediately adopted defensive stances, wary of Raditz's intentions. Recognizing their apprehension, Raditz addressed them. "There is no need for alarm. We are not members of Frieza's army. Please, heal my companion." The natives of the planet, however, remained skeptical and retorted, "We do not care who you are. Leave this place and do not approach our village." Hearing their dismissive response, Raditz realized that a gentle approach would not suffice. Given Bardock's critical condition, time was of the essence. Gently placing Bardock down, Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, prepared to assertively confront them. His overwhelming energy left the alien residents in awe, their legs trembling in fear, and none dared to utter another word. Stand down. It seemed that Raditz's overwhelming aura had been sensed, prompting the emergence of a trembling elder from within the dwelling. The gathered crowd held the elder in high esteem, bowing in reverence. The elder appeared to recognize Raditz's extraordinary nature and was reluctant to engage in further conflict. Slowly, he approached Raditz and, turning to the crowd, commanded them to lower their guard. "Forgive me, powerful one. My villagers are unaware of your strength. Allow me to tend to your companion," the elder said. Moving directly to Bardock, he extended his hands, and a vibrant green energy enveloped Bardock's form, nurturing his wounded body. The grievous injuries began to heal gradually, and soon Bardock's condition had improved significantly. Seeing Bardock's wounds mend, Raditz expressed his gratitude to the elder. "Thank you for aiding my comrade." The elder waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such thanks were unnecessary. "Warrior, your presence exudes an unparalleled strength, the mightiest I have ever encountered. The fact that you have not unleashed your power upon us is a blessing," he remarked, then offered a room for Raditz to place Bardock for recuperation. After laying Bardock inside, Raditz inquired about the events that had transpired on this planet. The elder seemed to descend into a reverie, his expression darkening. "I am the village chief. Our world is called Planet Darl, and we are a peaceful people. One day, a group identifying themselves as the Frieza Force descended upon us, plundering our possessions and using violence to drive us from our home." Raditz's suspicions aligned with the elder's narrative. "Chief, do any of the assailants resemble a pink-skinned creature akin to a toad? A pink toad-like creature?" "No, only those you have rescued," the elder replied. Perplexed by this revelation, Raditz pondered who could have inflicted such grave injuries upon the capable Bardock, if not Dodoria. "Chief, who vanquished the members of the Frieza Force?" Upon hearing that the Frieza Force had been eradicated, the elder's face registered surprise. He paced within the room, contemplating before responding. "It could be Plar. He is a terrifying creature from our planet, endowed with immense strength, even demanding annual tributes of living beings for his consumption." "Plar?" Raditz mused, recalling that he had not sensed any formidable energy upon arriving on this planet. Realization dawned upon him. It was plausible that this beast was adept at concealing its own aura, thus eluding detection. Raditz further inquired of the village chief regarding the current time and the planet's location, learning that they resided in the southern galaxy, a staggering 100,000 miles from Earth, to the extent that even King Kai's energy was undetectable. With Bardock still recuperating, Raditz found himself compelled to remain in the village for a few days. He grappled with how to confront his father and explain the entirety of their circumstances. Ultimately, Raditz resolved to wait until Bardock regained consciousness before making any further plans, and thus several days passed. One morning, Bardock awakened from his stupor. Upon awakening, Bardock gazed upon the inhabitants of this planet, fully aware that they were the ones who had rescued him. Despite their fierce countenances, they refrained from aggression and heeded the call to return to the battlefield from days prior, the purpose of which remained a mystery. At that moment, Raditz appeared before Bardock. "There is no need to return just yet. I have something to discuss with you," he stated. Noticing Raditz blocking his path, Bardock observed the power detector indicating Raditz's combat strength was merely in the low teens. Bardock, unwilling to engage in conversation with someone of such limited prowess, retorted, "How do you know my name? Do not impede my way." Raditz, offering no reply, unleashed a diminutive yet potent energy wave that shattered Bardock's power detector. Angered by Raditz's initial aggression, Bardock gathered energy in one hand, preparing to retaliate. However, Raditz emanated a formidable aura that caused the very ground to tremble beneath them. Though Bardock lacked the ability to harness ki, his instincts warned him of Raditz's overwhelming strength, sending shudders through his body. "You needn't go. I have already ensured there are no survivors," Raditz declared. "No survivors?" The weight of those words struck Bardock deeply, his eyes reddening with a mix of emotions. In his heart, the camaraderie of his fellow warriors held immense significance. Yet, on this planet, the deaths of the Frieza Force seemed inconsequential. The thought of numerous Saiyans perishing here clenched Bardock's fists in anger. "It's all that wretched beast's fault." Bardock felt an inexplicable familiarity with Raditz, prompting him to set aside his arrogance and regard him with newfound respect. Observing Raditz clad in battle attire, Bardock's curiosity piqued. You were the one who saved me. Were you not? Who are you, and how did you come to be on this planet? In response to Bardock's inquiries, Raditz, wishing to conceal his true identity as Bardock's son, fabricated a name. I am a Saiyan from Earth. My name is Goku. Chapter 87. Bardock, a Saiyan from Earth? Bardock's mind brimmed with confusion at Raditz's claim. Where is Earth? I have never heard of a place called Earth harboring Saiyans. Perceiving Bardock's bewilderment, Raditz deceitfully asserted that the Saiyans from Earth were a distant branch of the Vegeta race. Though Bardock remained skeptical of Raditz's explanation, he had his own mission to pursue. Goku, regardless of your origins, I must find the beast that slaughtered my comrades and return to planet Vegeta. In Bardock's recollection, his companions had just arrived on this planet. Yet to engage the natives. Suddenly, a colossal figure charged toward them, leaving them bewildered. The beast unleashed a single kick, resulting in anguished cries as his comrades fell one by one, blood and flesh scattering. Bardock, before losing consciousness from the assault, had managed to face the creature. But a single punch had left him gravely wounded, the battle a one-sided massacre. Lost in sorrow, Bardock cradled his head in his hands, engulfed by despair. The elderly man, witnessing Bardock's profound sorrow, despite Bardock being sent by Frieza's army to drive them away, felt compelled by compassion to advise him. Young man, perhaps it is best to reconsider. Pula, the colossal beast of our planet, possesses unfathomable strength. Upon hearing the elder mention the beast's name, Bardock's anger intensified, wishing to rend the creature into pieces. You need not concern yourselves with this. With that, Bardock charged forth, disregarding the attempts of others to restrain him. Observing Bardock's fervor, Raditz could only shake his head in resignation. Let him indulge in his madness. After departing, Bardock first arrived at the battlefield ravaged by the beast. The ground was littered with corpses, many of which had begun to decay due to neglect. Bardock unleashed several energy waves, creating large craters to inter the bodies of his Saiyan comrades. These valiant warriors of the Saiyan race deserved not to be left to rot in the wilderness. They warranted a proper burial. Watching Bardock mourn his fallen allies, he succumbed to sorrow. Bardock, working for Frieza, have you never contemplated rebellion in pursuit of freedom? Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bardock's gaze dimmed. For us Saiyans of planet Vegeta, defiance against Frieza's orders equates to death. Do you Earth Saiyans not have to serve Frieza? Raditz shook his head resolutely. Not at all. Bardock, let us join forces to eliminate Frieza. At this declaration, a flicker of hope ignited in Bardock's eyes, though it quickly faded. There's no need for that, Raditz. Raditz, perceiving Bardock's sentiments, surmised the situation. Bardock harbored a desire to resist. Yet his fellow Saiyans had grown too complacent, losing their spirit for freedom, rendering him powerless alone. After paying tribute to his comrades, Bardock frantically sought the giant beast known as Pula. He unleashed energy waves across the planet, sweeping through all locations where the beast might dwell, eager to provoke its emergence. Raditz followed closely behind him, ensuring his safety. Boom, boom, boom. Bardock's relentless bombardment finally stirred the beast. Roar, roar. The creature emitted a tremendous roar, seemingly incensed by Bardock's actions. Slowly, it emerged from the distance, and Raditz finally beheld the true visage of the monster. It was colossal, towering at least 50 meters high, with a fierce countenance and a gaping maw reminiscent of the Godzilla from Raditz's memories. Who dares to disturb my slumber? It bellowed, unleashing an attack akin to sound waves. The powerful sonic blast tore through several small mountains in an instant. The residual energy from the sound waves even stripped the leaves from the surrounding trees. Raditz could sense the beast's formidable presence. The sonic waves seemed to carry a mental assault. Perceiving the creature's overwhelming aura, he assessed its battle power to be at least over 300,000. Gazing at the beast with such formidable strength, Raditz was taken aback, astonished that this planet harbored such a powerful monster. However, Bardock paid no heed to these matters. His eyes were aflame with the fury of vengeance. Regardless of the beast's formidable strength, he concentrated a wave of energy and hurled it directly towards the creature. Die, monster! At that moment, the beast heard Bardock's furious roar and glanced down to see a minuscule figure rapidly approaching, wielding the energy wave. Seeking death. The beast forcefully stomped the ground. Bang! 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 Instantly, the earth fractured with numerous fissures, and the entire planet seemed to tremble violently beneath the force of his foot. Bardock, rushing forward, lost his footing as the aftershock of the stomp rocked him, rendering him unable to advance further. The beast then opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames, igniting everything in its vicinity and plunging the area into a sea of fire. Raditz, Bardock has plunged directly into the inferno. Dare to defy my will, and I shall reduce you to ashes. As flames surged around them, Raditz and Bardock swiftly ascended into the sky. Yet, the beast offered them no respite and bellowed once more. Roar! Roar! The deafening sound waves threatened to rupture Bardock's eardrums. Nonetheless, Raditz appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by the sonic assault. Enraged by Raditz's calm demeanor, the beast gathered energy for a devastating laser attack. Boom! The colossal energy beam was unleashed, overwhelming even Bardock, who wished to spare Raditz from harm. Raditz, flee! Do not perish alongside me. A relaxed expression graced Raditz's face, and he made no unnecessary movements. Instead, he enveloped both himself and Bardock in an energy shield. Boom! 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 The energy laser struck the shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The devastation was immense, leaving a barren wasteland for miles around. At this juncture, the beast was panting heavily, having expended most of its strength in the energy wave. Just as it believed it had vanquished Raditz and Bardock and prepared to rest, it sensed their familiar energy signatures. Turning in astonishment, it saw that both of them were unscathed in the air. Bardock, too, was astonished, gazing at the energy shield before him. To withstand such a ferocious energy strike without a scratch was beyond belief. Raditz, did you conjure this energy shield? Raditz merely smiled faintly. Bardock, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Saiyans. With that, Raditz erupted in a golden aura, his hair and eyebrows subtly shifting from black to gold. This formidable transformation profoundly shook Bardock's spirit. What is this? Bardock, this is the first level of Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Bardock's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the legendary Super Saiyan, the form that even Frieza feared? But that was merely the beginning. The Saiyans possessed even greater transformations. The first level of Super Saiyan was nothing, and as for Frieza, he was far too weak. After stating this, Raditz instantaneously teleported before the monster and delivered a single punch. The creature erupted in a violent spray of blood and perished on the spot, devoid of its previous arrogance. Bardock stared at the lifeless monster, utterly astonished, rendered speechless. You are incredibly powerful, Kakarot. How did you achieve such strength? Raditz, observing his father's surprised expression, found himself at a loss for words. Father, with diligent training, one can reach such heights. My battle power was merely 1,500 before. 1,500? Bardock exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Raditz had once possessed such a low level of strength. After vanquishing the creature, they returned to the village, where the elder learned of Raditz's triumph over the beast and regarded both Raditz and Bardock as great benefactors of the village. Lord Raditz, please accept our deepest gratitude. With that, the elder knelt before Raditz, followed by the entire village, expressing their thanks. There's no need for that, Raditz protested, but the elder, disregarding his objections, insisted on kneeling, tears streaming down his face. The elder was not perturbed by Bardock's earlier intentions to drive them away. After all, the monstrous creature had plagued them for countless years, claiming far more lives than Bardock ever could. Though the ordeal had concluded, Bardock seemed in no hurry to depart. Over the ensuing days, Bardock sought guidance from Raditz on numerous details of training, while Raditz generously shared his insights. As they trained together, a bond began to form between them. In moments of leisure, Bardock spoke of his children and his life with Ginyu. Raditz discerned that Bardock was not the ruthless Saiyan he had remembered, but rather a man of deep loyalty and affection. After a brief stay on this planet, the time came for Bardock to return. He approached Raditz, saying, Kakarot, I must be on my way. Naturally, Raditz was unwilling to let him journey alone. Should Frieza harbor malicious intentions, Bardock would stand no chance. Let us go together, Bardock. I wish to visit planet Vegeta. Bardock was elated by Raditz's suggestion, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship with him, as if they were family. He then produced a remote control, pressing several buttons, and a spaceship swiftly approached, landing before them. The two entered the vessel and sped towards planet Vegeta. Days passed, and the spaceship gradually arrived at planet Vegeta. Bardock led Raditz back to his home. Upon entering, they beheld Ginyu, clad in a purple battle suit with short black hair, playing tenderly with their young son. Observing Jin's gentle interaction with the child, devoid of Saiyan brutality, filled Bardock with warmth. "Jin, I have returned." Hearing Bardock's voice, Jin rushed forward and embraced him. "I thought something had happened to you. You were gone for so long." Bardock sheepishly gestured towards Raditz, and only then did Jin realize Bardock had brought someone back, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Generally speaking, Saiyans do not harbor emotions, yet Bardock and Jin share an extraordinary bond, rendering them unique among their kind. Bardock briefly recounted the origins of Raditz, which left Jin utterly astonished. To her surprise, there were Saiyans on Earth living freely and peacefully. Raditz smiled shyly, unaware that the majority of Saiyans on Earth were their descendants. "Indeed, on Earth, there is no war. We coexist harmoniously with its inhabitants." Upon hearing this, Jin displayed a look of envy, for she harbored a deep aversion to war and bloodshed. Bardock, sensing her inner turmoil, spoke gently. "Jin, I am aware of your love for peace. My return is to save our Saiyan race." Jin's heart filled with concern at Bardock's declaration. "But what about King Vegeta and Frieza?" Bardock, perceiving her worries, gestured towards Raditz. "Goku is here to assist us. I believe he can save the Saiyans of planet Vegeta." Faced with Bardock's resolute conviction, Jin felt compelled to support his intentions. During this time, Raditz resided at Bardock's home. One day, while Bardock visited King Vegeta to fulfill his duties, Raditz remained behind. At that moment, Jin was playing with her younger self, unaware that Goku had yet to be born. The youthful version of herself appeared quite mischievous, and Jin patiently entertained her. Although she had reincarnated and occupied Raditz's memories, the echoes of his past continued to influence her. Within Raditz's recollections, his memories of Jin had grown faint. Observing Jin's affection for her younger self stirred Raditz's own childhood memories, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Jin, noticing Raditz's demeanor, felt an inexplicable familiarity towards him, as if he were akin to her own son, and inquired with concern, "Goku, what troubles you?" Not wishing to reveal his true identity, Raditz replied, "It's nothing. I merely miss my family." Upon hearing this, Jin glanced at young Raditz and mused. "Your parents must have cherished you dearly." Raditz sighed in response, "Yes, but they passed away early, and I never had the chance to see them again." Realizing her words had evoked painful memories for Raditz, Jin sought to comfort him. "Raditz, your parents surely wish for you to live well. Do not dwell in sorrow, for they will bless you." "Thank you, Jin," Raditz thought to himself, wishing he could say, "Thank you, Mother, we shall meet again in the future." He resolved that upon returning to his own time, he would find a way to resurrect Bardock and Jin and bring them to Earth to live together. In order to conceal his unusual demeanor from Kine, Raditz stepped out of Bardock's home, intending to calm his emotions outside. Chapter 89. The duel. The technological advancements of planet Vegeta were remarkable, with the sky teeming with an array of high-tech spacecraft. The port bustled with various extraterrestrial beings, who had come specifically to engage in trade on planet Vegeta. However, Bardock's residence lay in a relatively impoverished area of the planet. As Bardock was an anomaly among the Saiyans, few engaged with him. Consequently, Raditz's presence in Bardock's home went unnoticed by the other Saiyans, who regarded him as merely an ordinary Saiyan. As Raditz wandered the streets of the impoverished district, he soon encountered a cacophony of voices. A group of Saiyans was engrossed in discussion, prompting Raditz to approach and listen intently. A particularly robust Saiyan proclaimed to the others that new extraterrestrial creatures had arrived at the arena that day. A nearby short-haired Saiyan, upon hearing this, eagerly exclaimed that the prize money for the upcoming battle would surely be substantial. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. I can hardly wait to hunt these aliens." Noticing Raditz standing nearby, the group laughed heartily and proceeded towards a place referred to as the arena. Through their conversation, Raditz gathered that it was indeed akin to a gladiatorial arena. He followed their energy signatures and arrived at a plaza that resembled a dilapidated battleground, devoid of barriers and with crumbling pavement. Upon entering the arena, Raditz witnessed Saiyans continuously bringing forth their captured slaves to engage in brutal combat. The slaves fought mercilessly against one another, their cries of agony echoing throughout the arena. Among the combatants were not only humanoid beings, but also various beasts. Many Saiyans wagered on the outcomes, creating an atmosphere steeped in cruelty. Raditz observed all of this, recognizing that despite the Saiyans' advanced technology, they remained entrenched in a society built upon slavery. The entirety of the Saiyan kingdom was rife with bloodshed and violence, devoid of any semblance of humanity. After leaving the arena, Raditz explored other areas of planet Vegeta. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before the grand palace of King Vegeta. The palace was resplendent, with numerous female Saiyans entering and exiting, bearing exquisite treasures. Outside the palace, Raditz overheard a fierce argument erupting within. Sensing Bardock's energy inside, he felt compelled to intervene if Bardock were in danger. Shortly thereafter, Bardock emerged from the palace, his expression grave. "What has transpired?" Raditz inquired. Bardock explained. "I urged King Vegeta to cease the unending slaughter and unite against Frieza, but he refused. I have issued him a challenge." Upon hearing this, Raditz declared his intention to storm in and deal with King Vegeta himself, but Bardock shook his head in refusal. "I have arranged a duel with King Vegeta, which will take place in a few days. Only by defeating King Vegeta can the fate of planet Vegeta be altered. Raditz, you need not intervene." After speaking, Bardock fixed a serious gaze upon Raditz. Initially, Raditz contemplated storming the palace and defeating King Vegeta outright. However, upon reflection, he realized that as an outsider on planet Vegeta, even if he were to suppress them by force, he would eventually return, and the planet would revert to its former state. Bardock likely shared this sentiment, hence his instruction for Raditz to remain uninvolved. Within a few days, news of Bardock's challenge to King Vegeta spread throughout planet Vegeta. During this time, Bardock tirelessly reached out to fellow Saiyans who, like him, cherished peace, rallying them to stand with him against King Vegeta in the pursuit of Saiyan freedom. Although there were some who responded, the majority were lower-class warriors with meager fighting capabilities. The Saiyan nobles and elite warriors scoffed at Bardock's ideals. At home, Jine expressed her deep concern to her husband regarding his impending challenge to King Vegeta. "Bardock, do you truly intend to proceed with this?" Bardock gazed at Jine with a sense of wonder. "It is the only way to save our people." Witnessing the poignant exchange between Bardock and Jine, Raditz resolved to assist Bardock in enhancing his combat prowess. "Do not worry, I will train you, and you shall surely defeat King Vegeta." Though Jine seldom engaged in battle, she sensed Raditz's formidable strength, and his words alleviated her worries considerably. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following day. Raditz led Bardock to a secluded location to aid in his combat training. From Raditz's recollection, King Vegeta possessed a battle power of 10,000, while Bardock's was merely around 4,500. To surpass King Vegeta in such a short span seemed an arduous task, compounded by the loss of Raditz's senzu beans, which would have facilitated swift recovery from injuries. Raditz realized that the only viable strategy was to push Bardock to break through his limits during combat, which might yield a chance of victory. "Bardock, unleash your full battle power." Upon hearing Raditz's command, Bardock channeled all his energy. A resounding roar echoed as a white aura erupted from Bardock. Yet Raditz could sense that Bardock's power barely reached 4,500. Raditz began sparring with Bardock, opting to defend rather than attack due to his overwhelming strength. Bardock relentlessly struck at Raditz, who consistently offered guidance on how to mount an effective offense. After an intense bout, Bardock's battle power remained stagnant at 4,500, likely due to the Saiyans' long-standing existence in a perpetual combat environment. Their cells seemed incapable of growth, compounded by the ingrained belief that battle power was innate and immutable. "Bardock, do not fixate too much on battle power. Channel your anger further." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bardock ceased to concern himself with power levels and focused entirely on the battle at hand. Once Bardock devoted himself wholeheartedly to combat, he launched a frenzied assault on Raditz. Raditz could sense Bardock's fighting prowess escalating by several hundred points. Yet he knew that this was still insufficient when faced with King Vegeta. Thus, Raditz resolved to present Bardock with something more provocative to incite his fury. "Bardock, allow me to show you a glimpse of the future." With that, Raditz wove a mental image, depicting Frieza's finger annihilating planet Vegeta. He transmitted this vision to Bardock's mind. At that moment, Bardock witnessed Frieza's triumphant laughter and the scene of planet Vegeta reduced to mere dust. Uncertain of the veracity of Raditz's revelation, Bardock found himself engulfed in doubt. However, when he beheld Jine, cradling Raditz, disintegrating before him into particles, his heart shattered. Seeing Jine turn to dust ignited a blaze of fury within Bardock. As his wrath intensified, Raditz could feel Bardock's power surging. Observing the escalating energy surrounding Bardock, Raditz wore a satisfied smile. "Now, Bardock, you should be ready to confront King Vegeta." Yet Bardock remained enveloped in sorrow. The vividness of Raditz's mental transmission left him momentarily disoriented. Raditz, were those images I perceived truly real? Raditz was taken aback, not anticipating Bardock's inquiry. Bardock, those visions may hold truth in alternate realities. You need only grow stronger to protect your family. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bardock instinctively clenched his fists. Do not dwell on those thoughts any longer. It is time to progress to the next stage, Bardock. The next stage? Raditz casually picked up a stone, infusing it with his mental energy and ki. As the stone became imbued with this energy, it levitated as if possessed of life. Raditz, what sorcery is this? A mere stone can defy gravity? This is ki, Bardock. Close your eyes and try to sense the ki within the stone. Remember to feel with your heart. Following Raditz's guidance, Bardock shut his eyes and concentrated on the stone's position. Perhaps due to inherited talent, Bardock, akin to Raditz and Goku, swiftly sensed the ki. With his eyes closed, he reached out and grasped the floating stone. Raditz, is this ki? I can perceive an abundance of it. Indeed, Bardock, you have grasped the essence of ki. In battle, your ki will grow stronger, and you should have no trouble facing King Vegeta. With that, Bardock approached the door, gazing towards the distant palace of King Vegeta. King Vegeta, await my arrival. As time passed, the day of Bardock's duel with King Vegeta swiftly approached. Jine stood at the entrance, watching Bardock as she spoke. Victory or defeat matters not. Your return is what I cherish. I shall await you at home. Do not worry. Jine, I shall certainly prevail. After speaking, he turned and left with Raditz. Raditz and Bardock arrived at the dueling arena, which was already packed with a dense crowd. This duel attracted immense attention. The supporters of Bardock were few, while those backing King Vegeta filled the entire arena. The moment Raditz and Bardock entered the dueling grounds, Raditz could sense countless malevolent gazes directed at them. Had it not been for King Vegeta's decision to establish authority over Bardock and prohibit any attacks, Raditz was certain that these individuals would have rushed at them to annihilate them. Without engaging in excessive preliminary dialogue, Bardock and King Vegeta directly positioned themselves in the arena. Vegeta raised both hands, eliciting a frenzy of cheers from the audience, who hailed their king. In stark contrast, Bardock faced a barrage of mockery and disdain. Observing this reaction, Vegeta felt a deep satisfaction. His acceptance of Bardock's challenge, rather than executing him on the spot, was a calculated decision. The Saiyans, having become vassals of Frieza's army, were increasingly discontented, and Vegeta's own stature was waning. Bardock presented an opportune target. Should he eliminate Bardock in this duel, he would secure his place as the eternal king of the Saiyans. Currently, the majority of Saiyans regarded Bardock as a traitor, effectively serving Vegeta's purpose. This match only required his victory. Bardock and all who supported him must perish. With a disdainful glance at Bardock, King Vegeta declared, Bardock, you shall regret your naive ideals. In a fit of rage, Vegeta charged forward, delivering what appeared to be a formidable punch aimed at Bardock's body. Whoosh! Bardock merely sidestepped slightly, countering with a powerful blow that struck Vegeta. Bang! The impact sent King Vegeta staggering back several steps, astonished that a punch from Bardock, given his fighting prowess, could be so painful. Bardock continued to unleash a barrage of punches upon King Vegeta, who found himself unable to retaliate. Spit! Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground. The spectators were left in shock, never having anticipated that King Vegeta would be so thoroughly beaten. King Vegeta, will you continue to fight? Bardock taunted as Vegeta lay on the ground, reeling from the successive blows that had nearly rendered him unconscious. Hearing Bardock's words ignited a fierce anger within him, propelling him to struggle back to his feet. I am the king of the Saiyans, possessing a noble bloodline. I shall not be defeated. From his position on the ground, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave. Seeing that King Vegeta was still willing to fight, Bardock responded with a formidable energy wave of his own. At that moment, the battle power detectors of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta blared, revealing that Bardock's fighting power had soared to 12,000. Bang! The two energy waves collided, and Vegeta's wave was shattered by Bardock's. Boom! The energy wave struck Vegeta directly, the immense force crashing against his body. King Vegeta fell, his expression one of shock, as he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. In the midst of the arena, Bardock stood victorious over King Vegeta, an overwhelming presence that none could contest. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. The once mighty King Vegeta had been utterly crushed. His loyal subordinates, unwilling to accept this defeat, unveiled an artificial moon, intent on transforming into great apes to annihilate Bardock and his supporters. In a moment of desperation, Bardock's followers soared to his side, ready to fight to the death. Raditz observed intently as the subordinates of King Vegeta produced the artificial moon. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves, shattering the moon into countless fragments. With the moon destroyed, the subordinates leaped forth, prepared to confront Bardock and Raditz with brute force. Raditz flew to the center of the arena, declaring, "The path of the Saiyans is misguided." The majority of the Saiyans, upon hearing Raditz's bold proclamation, scoffed at him. "Who are you to speak? We have never even seen you." Raditz regarded the ignorant Saiyans with a disdainful smile, knowing that had it not been for Bardock, they would not even be worthy of salvation. Suddenly, a terrifying golden aura erupted from Raditz, transforming his hair and brows to a striking gold. The knowledgeable onlookers of planet Vegeta gasped in awe. "It is a Super Saiyan." The immense pressure of Raditz's power subdued all present. Those who had been so boastful moments before now stood dumbfounded. Upon realizing he was a Super Saiyan, the assembled Saiyans knelt in reverence, worshipping Raditz as though he were a deity, for to them, a Super Saiyan was akin to a mythic figure. Meanwhile, the revived King Vegeta and his supporters turned ashen, unable to fathom that another could ascend to such a form. Even the ordinary Saiyans joined in their submission. Raditz communicated telepathically with Bardock, stating, "Bardock, from this moment forth, planet Vegeta shall be entrusted to you." Bardock was taken aback. His sole ambition had been to defeat King Vegeta, never to govern the planet. "Raditz, I never envisioned managing this world," Bardock replied in shock. Raditz, sensing his hesitation, continued, "Bardock, you are indispensable to planet Vegeta. I am merely a transient presence." Bardock fell silent, contemplating this monumental decision. Raditz had no desire to oversee the affairs of this timeline and intended to leave it all in Bardock's capable hands. "From now on, Bardock shall lead. He will guide you out of your plight." Upon hearing Raditz's words, every individual present, including King Vegeta, felt a profound respect. Devoid of any rebellious thoughts, Bardock, having made his decision, stepped forward with resolve. "Cease the slaughter. We shall vanquish the Frieza force." With Raditz, the Super Saiyan, rallying them, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. All Saiyans cried out in unison, "Eradicate Frieza! Eradicate Frieza!" Bardock silently approached King Vegeta, extending his hand. "Let us fight side by side." King Vegeta. King Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Bardock's magnanimity. Reflecting on his past actions, he realized he might have been mistaken, and thus grasped Bardock's hand firmly. "Very well, Bardock." On that day, the entire planet Vegeta erupted in celebration, heralding the emergence of the Super Saiyan and Bardock's victory over King Vegeta. Saiyans across planet Vegeta poured into the streets to commemorate the arrival of the Super Saiyan. For several days, Bardock resided within the palace of planet Vegeta, attending to affairs alongside King Vegeta. The matters at hand chiefly involved recalling warriors engaged in battles afar and publicly declaring the Saiyans' commitment to peace. Although Bardock was finally able to return home, his countenance remained grave, devoid of any joy. Raditz, sensing his brother's distress, spoke directly. "Do not worry, Bardock. I will handle Frieza." Bardock, upon hearing Raditz's assurance, inquired, "Raditz, are you truly confident in facing Frieza?" Raditz nodded, convinced that he could vanquish Frieza with only a few moves. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the galaxy, Frieza's army was thrown into disarray upon receiving news of the Saiyan betrayal. They had never anticipated such a rebellion from the Saiyans. Seated in his chair, Frieza seethed with rage, incredulous that the Saiyans had openly defied him. "Mobilize the entire army. We march towards planet Vegeta." With those words, Frieza's forces surged towards planet Vegeta. Days later, colossal warships appeared in the outer space surrounding planet Vegeta. Frieza chose not to land, but prepared to obliterate the planet with a single strike. He concentrated a finely tuned, small energy wave in his hand. Though it appeared diminutive, its destructive potential was immense. With a sinister grin, Frieza cast one last glance at planet Vegeta. "Farewell, wretched Saiyans." At that moment, Raditz sensed Frieza's energy and had already teleported aboard the ship. He stood behind Frieza, who remained oblivious, still gazing at planet Vegeta with a smirk. Suddenly, Raditz kicked Frieza to the ground. Startled, Frieza rose to find his subordinates, including the Ginyu force, sprawled on the floor, completely unaware of how they had fallen. "So, you are the Super Saiyan from planet Vegeta." How intriguing that you have come to me. Raditz replied. Indeed, Frieza. With that, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. The energy detector on Frieza's wrist exploded, and he stared in horror at Raditz. Witnessing Raditz's ferocious aura, his golden hair, and his brazen gaze filled Frieza with revulsion. However, in his current untransformed state, Frieza sensed certain death if he faced Raditz. Rapidly, Frieza's mind raced, and drawing upon his understanding of Saiyan nature, he resolved to provoke Raditz, hoping to buy time to transform into his final form. Let us engage in a fair battle. Super Saiyan, do you dare to wait until I complete my transformation? As Raditz listened to Frieza's provocations, he recognized the taunt for what it was. Yet such tactics were mere jest in the face of absolute power. Transform, Frieza. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Frieza wasted no time and prepared to ascend to his final form. A cacophony of agonized roars erupted from Frieza, reminiscent of a creature in distress, signaling the completion of his transformation. Now imbued with newfound confidence, Frieza believed he would soon have the opportunity to trample Raditz beneath his foot in humiliation. Are you astonished by my final form, Super Saiyan? Not surprised. It's the second time, Raditz replied, and with that, he struck. In the midst of Frieza's astonished gaze, Raditz delivered a devastating kick that severed Frieza's head from his body. Though Frieza's head fell to the ground, it did not succumb to death immediately. Fear radiated from his eyes as he beheld Raditz. Impossible. How could a Super Saiyan be this powerful? With only his head remaining, Frieza uttered his last words before slowly closing his eyes. Aware of the Ice Demon clan's formidable vitality, Raditz knew that even a severed head might survive, and he resolved not to grant Frieza that opportunity. A flurry of energy blasts ensued. Boom, boom. Frieza's head and body were reduced to ashes. Raditz then utilized instant transmission to return to planet Vegeta. On the surface, he gathered energy in both hands and launched a colossal blast towards Frieza's armada. In the vast expanse of space, the vessels of Frieza's army were annihilated one after another. The explosions produced a spectacle of energy akin to fireworks, visible even from the surface of planet Vegeta. At that moment, Bardock approached Raditz. Why are there fireworks in the sky? Raditz gazed at Bardock and replied, they are honoring the demise of Frieza's army. Bardock was taken aback. Raditz, have you truly obliterated Frieza's forces? Indeed, Bardock, planet Vegeta is now free. Upon hearing this, Bardock erupted into jubilant cheers, astonished that the formidable adversary he had dreaded was so effortlessly vanquished by Raditz. He promptly shared the news with Ginyu, and the two embraced in excitement. Soon, the entire Saiyan populace was informed, and once again, planet Vegeta erupted in celebration that lasted an entire month. During this time, King Cold and Cooler received word of Frieza's demise and learned that a Super Saiyan had emerged on planet Vegeta. Recalling the warnings of their ancestors, they resolved to travel to planet Vegeta to confront this so-called Super Saiyan. After a brief period of preparation, King Cold and Cooler arrived in the outer reaches of planet Vegeta's space. Before they could launch their offensive, Raditz sensed their presence and instantaneously transported himself aboard their ship. In the astonished gazes of the two, Raditz swiftly dispatched them with ease. The universe was left devoid of ice demons and the army that once sought to dominate it, leaving behind only minor factions embroiled in chaos. Consequently, the Saiyans of planet Vegeta were liberated from any lingering concerns. However, after the annihilation of Frieza's army, new challenges emerged. Bardock found himself ill-equipped to manage planet Vegeta, and his desire to grow stronger was obstructed by a myriad of trivial matters that precluded him from training. Following the Saiyans' declaration of peace, the cessation of hostilities invited numerous extraterrestrials to engage in commerce on planet Vegeta. The Saiyans, who had only known the art of combat, were at a loss in this unfamiliar era devoid of fighting. A faction among them aspired to dominate the universe and reclaim the power once held by Frieza's army. Yet Bardock swiftly quelled their ambitions. Nonetheless, the savage nature of the Saiyans was deeply ingrained, making it difficult for them to alter their mindset in a short span. On several occasions, plots to assassinate Bardock were thwarted by Raditz, who preemptively eliminated the conspirators. Raditz, originally seeking a way back to his own timeline, found himself compelled to linger on planet Vegeta due to the circumstances. At this moment, in the 7th universe, the feline-like god of destruction, Beerus, had yet to enter his slumber, and alongside the angel Whis, they were indulging in culinary delights on planet Kudo. The inhabitants of Kudo, wary and anxious, diligently catered to their every need, fearful of making the slightest mistake. Upon tasting the planet's cuisine, Beerus grimaced and declared, "Let us depart, Whis. The offerings from Kudo are utterly tasteless and devoid of meaning." The king of Kudo, upon hearing this, implored for mercy. "Lord Beerus, spare us. Whatever you desire, we shall provide." However, Beerus paid no heed to the king's pleas. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Whis silently followed Beerus as they ascended into the sky. The residents of Kudo, upon hearing Beerus's words, embraced one another in tears, acutely aware that the god of destruction's mission was to obliterate planets. His statement had effectively pronounced their doom. As anticipated, Beerus unleashed a destructive energy wave toward planet Kudo from the void of space. The purple sphere of annihilation struck the planet, consuming it instantaneously without even a hint of explosion. Following the destruction of Kudo, Beerus exhibited no emotion. He had grown accustomed to, even numb to, such devastation. Meanwhile, Whis received news of Frieza's army's demise. "Lord Beerus, Frieza's army has been vanquished, and Frieza himself is dead." The revelation of Frieza's death prompted a subtle shock in Beerus, for few in the universe possessed the capability to slay such a formidable adversary. Whis, who was responsible for Frieza's end. Whis, with his staff in hand, began to sift through the information regarding Frieza's demise and replied, "A Saiyan by the name of Goku." The mention of a Saiyan seemed to jog Beerus's memory. "Whis, our next destination appears to be planet Vegeta." "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Whis affirmed. With a smile, Beerus responded, "Very well, let us proceed to meet this Saiyan named Goku." Having spoken, Beerus placed a hand upon Whis's shoulder, and the two surged forward at an astonishing velocity towards planet Vegeta. In mere seconds, they arrived at their destination. Upon their arrival, Beerus and Whis sensed the energy in the vicinity, discovering no formidable warriors present. At that moment, planet Vegeta was devoid of concealed powers, with the mightiest being none other than Bardock. In an almost instantaneous manner, Beerus and Whis found themselves before Bardock, who was diligently engaged in his duties within the palace. Startled by their sudden appearance, he inquired, "Who are you?" Observing that Bardock did not recognize him, Beerus arrogantly proclaimed, "I am Beerus, the god of destruction." Despite this declaration, it was evident that Bardock remained oblivious to the true extent of Beerus's power. "May I ask, Mr. Beerus, what brings you here?" Bardock questioned. Upon realizing that Bardock was entirely unaware of his infamous reputation, Beerus unleashed a terrifying aura that reverberated through every corner of planet Vegeta. This formidable energy was felt by Raditz, who, sensing the ominous presence, utilized instant transmission to appear before Beerus and Whis. Upon recognizing them, Raditz was taken aback and immediately communicated telepathically with Bardock, warning, "The one who resembles a cat is the god of destruction, and the other is an angel from the divine realm. Exercise caution, a single misstep could spell doom for planet Vegeta." Heeding Raditz's words, Bardock approached Beerus and Whis with newfound wariness. Noticing Raditz's sudden arrival, Beerus remarked, "There are few who can utilize instant transmission in Universe 7. I presume you are the one who vanquished Frieza?" "Indeed, Lord Beerus, I am Raditz, the one who defeated Frieza." "May I inquire what your purpose is for visiting planet Vegeta today?" Raditz asked. "Nothing much, merely here to sample the culinary delights of planet Vegeta." Beerus replied with a cold smile, leaving Bardock puzzled by the god's expression. However, Raditz understood the implication. If the food did not satiate Beerus's palate, planet Vegeta might face annihilation. Without delay, Raditz addressed Beerus. "Please wait a moment, my lord. Planet Vegeta boasts extraordinary delicacies." Upon hearing of the exquisite cuisine, Beerus's expression softened with anticipation. "You best be quick, Raditz. I possess little patience." Chapter 93, The Arrival of Beerus. With that, Raditz immediately utilized instant transmission, extending his mental energy to its fullest to sense the surrounding auras. He rapidly shifted from one nearby planet to another, determined to reach Earth before Beerus's wrath was provoked. Armed with the knowledge that Earth's instant noodles would surely please Beerus and Whis, Raditz pressed on. Meanwhile, Whis had already discerned Raditz's remarkable potential, and as they awaited his return, he quietly remarked to Beerus, "My lord, do you not sense something extraordinary about Raditz?" Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus pondered deeply but could not discern anything particularly different about Raditz. To him, Raditz merely seemed to be a slightly stronger Saiyan. What distinguished him? Observing Beerus's perplexity, Whis solemnly remarked, Lord Beerus, Raditz possesses the aura of the Omni King. This revelation astonished Beerus. He had not anticipated that Raditz had any connection to the Omni King. Very well. I shall exercise patience for now. We will inquire further when this young one returns. The knowledge of Raditz's affiliation with the Omni King prevented Beerus from recklessly eradicating planet Vegeta. For angering the Omni King could lead to dire consequences for both himself and the universe. Thus, they endured a prolonged wait, during which Bardock provided a variety of delicacies from planet Vegeta. However, none of these culinary offerings suited Beerus' discerning palate. On several occasions, he contemplated the obliteration of planet Vegeta. Fortunately, Whis' persistent reminders restrained his impulses. At last, Raditz returned, and by this time, Beerus was exceedingly impatient. Had it not been for Raditz's connection to the Omni King, he would have surely annihilated planet Vegeta. Apologies for the delay, Lord Beerus, Raditz said, as he noticed Beerus' irritation. Had you returned any later, I would have destroyed Vegeta, Beerus replied curtly. In a hurry, Raditz produced capsules from his person, revealing an array of instant noodles before Beerus and Whis. The simplicity of these packaged noodles incited Beerus' ire. Typically, he feasted on the exquisite delicacies from various planets. The stark contrast of these instant noodles seemed dismissive. Raditz, after keeping us waiting, this is what you bring back? Lord Beerus, do not let their humble appearance deceive you. Their flavor surpasses even the finest delicacies. Please, try them, Raditz urged, preparing a bowl with ease and presenting it to Beerus and Whis. The simplicity of the preparation left them skeptical of its taste. After some persuasion from Raditz, Beerus reluctantly picked up his chopsticks. As soon as they tasted the noodles, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment. They had never expected such delightful flavors from such unassuming fare. Moreover, they were ready in just 3 minutes, far surpassing the exquisite dishes they had previously savored. Engrossed in their unexpected delight, they lost track of their original purpose, devouring bowl after bowl of noodles. Bardock, witnessing the god of destruction's unexpected fondness for these noodles, inquired, Raditz, where did you procure this instant noodle? I brought them from Earth, Raditz replied. Upon hearing this, Beerus interjected, Earth? I recall eradicating the dinosaurs there. Are there still any surviving? Raditz quickly clarified, Lord Beerus, the dinosaurs are indeed extinct. But instant noodles are a new creation of humanity, and there are many other culinary treasures as well. Intrigued by the mention of additional delicacies, Beerus turned to Whis, eager to learn more. The ingenuity of humanity is indeed fascinating, capable of inventing such delectable cuisine. Whis, let us make a trip to Earth, suggested Vados. However, Whis shook his head and replied to Beerus, I must decline, Lord Beerus. There are numerous matters that require your attention. Perhaps we shall visit Earth at a later opportunity. Hearing Whis' words, Beerus felt a sense of disappointment, yet he understood that the authority of an angel surpasses that of a destroyer god. All destroyer gods across the universe must heed the counsel of angels. Unable to venture to Earth, Beerus resigned himself to his meal, consuming one bowl of instant noodles after another. In no time, an entire stockpile of noodles was devoured by Beerus and Whis, and they finally felt satiated, letting out contented burps. After their repast, the two took a moment to rest, their demeanor shifting to a more serious tone as they turned to Raditz. Raditz, let us speak candidly. Your identity is not as simple as it appears, is it? Upon hearing the words of the destroyer god and the angel, Raditz understood that they had discerned something significant. Wishing to avoid trouble for Bardock, he discreetly urged Bardock to leave. Although Bardock wished to remain by Raditz's side, he ultimately acquiesced to Raditz's insistence and stepped outside. Once Bardock had departed, Raditz addressed Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, my true name is Raditz, and I hail from an alternate timeline. Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of Beerus and Whis grew grave. The traversing of timelines is no trivial matter. Even the Omni King finds it exceedingly challenging. Pray tell, how did you manage to cross over, and why do you carry the essence of the Omni King? Asked Beerus. The mention of the Omni King's essence startled Raditz, for he had never encountered the Omni King and could not fathom how such an essence could reside within him. Raditz recounted his encounter with the dragon god Salama and his subsequent leap into the rift. Upon hearing the name of the dragon god, the gravity of Beerus and Whis' expressions deepened. It is fortunate that you survived your encounter with the dragon god Salama. Your survival through the time stream must be attributed to the divine protection of the Omni King. Understand that traversing the temporal flow is perilous. Even a destroyer god would face disintegration within. The gravity of Beerus's words caused a cold sweat to bead on Raditz's forehead, realizing the perilous nature of that rift. As for why the Omni King would protect him, Raditz was baffled and resolved to seek answers in due course. Presently, his primary concern was returning to his own timeline, rather than lingering here. Lord Beerus, how might I return to my own time? Weiss responded, Raditz, it appears that only the Omni King can resolve this matter. While we cannot directly assist you, we could consider speaking to the Omni King on your behalf, given the relevance of this situation. Faced with such circumstances, Raditz could only implore Beerus and Weiss for their assistance. However, upon hearing Raditz's request, Beerus's mind began to devise a plan. With a smile, he said to Raditz, Chapter 94, A Contest. Raditz, while your culinary contributions are indeed delightful, you must engage in a contest with me before I consider offering my aid. The words of Beerus left Raditz in utter astonishment. Based on my understanding of the god of destruction, I am absolutely certain that I cannot defeat him. Thus, Raditz contemplated the idea of utilizing delectable cuisine to achieve his goal. Lord Beerus, there are still many exquisite dishes you have yet to savor. Would you care to consider? However, Beerus, unwavering, insisted on engaging with Raditz, stating, I shall not consider it. Come forth, Raditz. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Raditz realized that a confrontation with the god of destruction was inevitable. Raditz led Beerus and Whis to an open area, preparing for their duel. Show me your true power, he declared. With that, Raditz transformed into his Super Saiyan form, enveloped in a golden aura that surged with power exponentially greater than his base state. Lord Beerus, this is the first transformation of the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza. In a flash, Raditz launched himself at Beerus, moving with such speed that afterimages trailed behind him. He delivered a powerful punch, yet to Beerus, it was hardly noteworthy. With a mere flick, Beerus caught Raditz's fist effortlessly. Without countering, he remarked, If this is your Super Saiyan form, defeating Frieza was indeed sufficient. Do you possess a stronger transformation? Hearing this, Raditz erupted with fury, ascending from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. In this form, his energy intensified, and both his speed and strength saw further enhancement. Beerus remained expressionless, while Whis yawned beside him, finding Raditz's Super Saiyan 2 form still lacking in intrigue. Raditz, undeterred, launched another series of attacks with remarkable agility, his speed rivaling that of lightning. Within mere seconds, he unleashed a flurry of punches at Beerus, who closed his eyes and effortlessly evaded each strike with minimal movement. After a relentless barrage, Raditz realized he could not land a hit on Beerus. Fueled by determination, he prepared to ascend to an even stronger form. With a fierce cry, Raditz's hair lengthened, his brows vanished, and his demeanor became more haughty, accompanied by a heightened aura crackling with potent electricity. This immense energy altered the very skies above, with bolts of lightning cascading down, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. To Beerus and Whis, Raditz's display was merely a fleeting spectacle. Yet for them, Raditz's intensity was still far from sufficient. Raditz unleashed a barrage of energy discs toward Beerus. Just as these energy blades were about to strike, Beerus emitted a swirling mass of purple destruction energy, effortlessly dismantling the oncoming assault. Disbelieving that the god of destruction could obliterate anything, Raditz concentrated and gathered a formidable energy wave. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged towards Beerus, who once again unleashed his destructive power. Boom! The overwhelming energy wave was effortlessly consumed by the destructive force. Realizing that the energy wave was ineffective against the god of destruction, Raditz resorted to close-quarters combat. With one hand on his forehead, he utilized instantaneous movement to appear before Beerus. This time, Beerus finally took action, engaging Raditz with a relentless onslaught using only one hand. Even with a single hand, Beerus exhibited immense strength, continuously overpowering Raditz. Seeing that his full power was insufficient to overcome Beerus, Raditz attempted a psychic attack, hoping to delay Beerus's movements and find an opportunity to strike. As Raditz's vast psychic energy penetrated Beerus's being, it vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Meanwhile, Whis observed Raditz's ability to wield psychic energy with great astonishment, for such a skill was rarely mastered by anyone except deities. Raditz's psychic prowess surpassed that of the average god. Bang! Beerus unleashed a tremendous aura, creating distance between them as he spoke. Raditz, I did not anticipate your use of psychic energy. However, such mental assaults are futile against a god. With that, Beerus became serious, his form flickering like a phantom as he appeared before Raditz. A powerful punch was directed at Raditz's body, and although he sensed it in time, it was too late to evade. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of punches rained down upon Raditz, sending him hurtling through the air, struggling to rise and continue the battle. Raditz was taken aback as Beerus materialized before him once more, an energy blade poised at his heart. At this juncture, it was clear that Raditz had lost, rendering further combat unnecessary. Beerus wore a smug grin as he addressed Raditz. Is there still a need for you to continue fighting? Raditz comprehended the gravity of his defeat. He could not match Beerus in any aspect and had no choice but to concede. There is no need to continue. Lord Beerus, you have won. Beerus withdrew the energy blade and lifted Raditz with ease. Though you have lost, your performance was commendable. I shall request Whis to inform the higher gods about your efforts. Despite his defeat, Raditz felt elated upon hearing Beerus's agreement to his request. As the situation drew to a close, Beerus and Whis prepared to return to their home planet. Aware of Beerus's formidable strength, Raditz realized that training alongside him could enhance his own abilities and was reluctant to let him depart. However, compelling Beerus to stay required a sound reason. Raditz strained to recall his memories, calculating the approximate time. Soon, he remembered that, due to the prophecy fish, Beerus would soon be intrigued by the Super Saiyan God, and this was the perfect opportunity. Just as Beerus and Whis were about to leave, Raditz called out to them. Lord Beerus, are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Originally preparing to depart, Beerus paused slightly upon hearing this statement and turned around to speak. Raditz, I have never heard of a deity known as the Super Saiyan God. Is he truly formidable? Noticing Beerus's interest in the Super Saiyan God, Raditz seized the opportunity to respond eagerly. Lord Beerus, it is said that the Super Saiyan God is incredibly powerful, perhaps even surpassing the God of Destruction. Upon hearing that he might be stronger than the God of Destruction, a joyful expression spread across Beerus's face. Whis, does this world possess a Super Saiyan God? Contemplating Beerus's inquiry, Whis replied, Lord Beerus, I am uncertain. I have never encountered a Super Saiyan God. Raditz, aware that everything was unfolding according to his plan, took the chance to interject. Lord Beerus, this is a closely guarded secret among us Saiyans. It is said that by gathering the hearts of 6 benevolent Saiyans, one can attain the power of the Super Saiyan God. Surprised by Raditz's knowledge of the heart's power, Whis listened intently, while Beerus eagerly anticipated discovering just how strong the Super Saiyan God truly was. Raditz, hurry, let me witness the Super Saiyan God. Following Beerus's command, Raditz promptly transmitted his thoughts to Bardock. Bardock, along with you, summon a few kind-hearted Saiyans to my location. Although Bardock was unaware of Raditz's intentions, he complied with the request. Before Bardock's arrival, Raditz advised Beerus and Whis, Lord Beerus, I wish to conceal my identity from the other Saiyans. Please refer to me as Goku. Beerus and Whis, hearing this, had no objections and nodded in agreement. Before long, Bardock arrived with Chi-Lai and several Saiyans unknown to Raditz. Goku, I have brought the individuals you requested. What is your plan? Raditz then explained the concept of the Super Saiyan God to Bardock, who was taken aback. What? We Saiyans have a Super Saiyan God. Indeed, Bardock. Surround me and channel your heart's energy to me, Raditz instructed. Afterward, Bardock and his companions encircled Raditz, preparing to transmit their heart's power. However, after some time, Raditz felt no response, indicating that the transmission of heart energy had failed. Whis immediately discerned the reason for the unsuccessful transmission. Goku, you cannot convey heart energy in this manner. Confused by Whis' statement, Raditz asked, Isn't it enough for them to be kind-hearted? Whis elaborated slowly. Aside from Bardock, the others do not even possess mastery over Ki. Heart energy must be transmitted through Ki. Realizing his oversight, Raditz had an epiphany. Lord Beerus and Whis, may I request a few days to teach them about Ki? Though somewhat reluctant, Beerus, having been invincible in this universe for many years, considered the request. It is rare to encounter someone who can match his prowess. He is unwilling to depart so easily. As for Whis, he remains indifferent, as a few days are but mere seconds to him. He possesses no concept of time. Very well, Raditz, during this interval, ensure you procure ample delicacies from Earth. Upon seeing Beerus's agreement, Raditz instructed Bardock to teach them to harness Ki, and they promptly utilized instant transmission to hasten their journey to Earth. After half a day, Raditz arrived on Earth, which had entered a serene and tranquil night, undisturbed by any turmoil. This time, Raditz did not intend to bring food back, but rather to enter a high-end restaurant directly. Under the gaze of onlookers, he seized a chef and, employing instant transmission, whisked him away across the cosmos, quickly returning to planet Vegeta. The chef, nearly crushed under the planet's immense gravity, 10 times that of Earth, was saved by Raditz forming an energy shield around him to alleviate the pressure. Upon arriving on planet Vegeta, the bewildered chef had no inkling of what had transpired. Raditz pointed towards Beerus and Whis, instructing the chef to prepare a meal for the esteemed visitors. With that, Raditz produced several hundred gold bricks and a plethora of culinary ingredients from the palace, placing them before the chef. Upon seeing the gold, the chef's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, he vowed to impress these extraterrestrial patrons with his culinary skills. Undoubtedly, bolstered by the allure of gold, the chef worked with remarkable speed, delighting Lord Beerus and Whis with his dishes. With their satisfaction secured, Raditz utilized instant transmission to return to Bardock. At that moment, Bardock was patiently instructing Kine and several other Saiyans on how to harness ki. To Raditz's astonishment, Kine, the one with the lowest combat power, was the first to master it, while other Saiyans with greater strength made little progress. Days later, this group finally grasped ki, and during this time, Beerus and Whis had lavished praise upon the Earth chef. They even proposed to take him back to their own planet, sending the chef into a panic, pleading with Raditz to return him to Earth. Seeing the chef's distress, Raditz consented to his request but insisted that he must return if needed in the future. The chef, laden with his gold bricks, was sent back to Earth. Raditz then brought Bardock and the others before Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus had now mastered ki, and success was assured. Beerus, arms crossed, nodded at Raditz. Let me witness the true strength of the Super Saiyan God. Bardock, Kine, and the others surrounded Raditz, attuning themselves to the ki and channeling their collective energy. Gradually, a swirling vortex of ki began to rise around Raditz. He could now sense the power of their intentions merging with his own ki. After a while, as the collective energy fully integrated with his ki, Raditz felt a transformation occurring within himself. His ki became remarkably refined, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. The mental energy within Raditz seemed to be guided by an unseen force, surging from his mind into his body. This energy began to merge with the crimson aura within him, and once fully integrated, the red energy grew immensely. Following this fusion, the vast energy rapidly spread throughout his muscles and limbs. Raditz felt that although his physique had not visibly transformed, he now possessed a remarkable strength. As the energy coursed through his limbs, a radiant red aura emanated from him, almost divine in nature. The red hue flickered, momentarily transforming his hair to a scarlet shade before reverting to its original black. At this moment, Raditz appeared to be undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Beerus observed Raditz's gradual transformation with a growing anticipation for their impending battle. Whis remarked on the peculiar nature of the Saiyan race, noting that they could ascend to divinity without the need for Dragon Balls, relying solely on their mental prowess. However, he cautioned, Lord Beerus, let us not forget that this is not without peril. Many Saiyan clans across the universe have faced extinction due to their formidable nature. Hearing these words, Beerus was reminded of past events, recalling the numerous powerful races whose extraordinary physiques once captivated the cosmos, only to be obliterated when they dared to challenge the Omni King. He sighed at the thought. The so-called divine realm was merely a dimension ruled by a select few races, and his role as the god of destruction was akin to that of a relatively free watchdog. At that moment, Raditz was on the verge of becoming the god of Saiyans. Beerus set aside his musings on the divine realm, focusing intently on the birth of a new deity. Suddenly, Raditz's energy burst forth, spreading to the surrounding planets and voraciously absorbing their energies. The influx of power from these celestial bodies allowed Raditz's aura to elevate and transform into divine energy. The crimson aura surrounding him stabilized, flowing outward rather than shooting skyward like that of a Super Saiyan. His hair and eyebrows transformed to red, signifying his ascension to the rank of Super Saiyan God. Upon Raditz's transformation, every deity in this realm felt the surge of divine power and instinctively turned their gaze towards planet Vegeta. Curiously, however, there was no sign of the dark counterpart present in this timeline. Yet, such matters were beyond Raditz's current awareness. Bardock and the others gazed in awe at Raditz, now a god, marveling at the true strength of a Saiyan deity. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta, as if sharing a collective consciousness, instinctively directed their attention towards Raditz. Feeling a long-lost connection as if the very essence of their bloodline celebrated the emergence of a new god. To Raditz, the sight of Beerus's purple divine energy surged forth like mighty waves, while Whis' aura appeared exponentially greater than that of Beerus. As for Bardock and his companions, in Raditz's eyes, they were merely enveloped in a white aura, a presence so loose it resembled a lifeless spirit. In contrast, his own energy enveloped the entirety of planet Vegeta, pulsating with vitality, akin to a pair of watchful eyes. Raditz realized that he possessed the power of a deity. This, indeed, was the strength of a god, capable of discerning the stark differences between mortals and divine beings, and his vision had expanded immensely. Observing Raditz, who had wholly transformed into a god, Beerus remarked, "Now you comprehend the true distinction between gods and mortals. Are you ready for a battle?" Raditz's crimson pupils ignited with fierce battle intent, which radiated outward, heating the very air around him. Beerus, observing Raditz, adopted an expression of utmost seriousness. The two locked eyes, and the surrounding atmosphere grew tense and silent, heralding the imminent eruption of a ferocious conflict. Suddenly, Raditz moved, vanishing from before Beerus in an instant. Beerus, tense, scanned the surrounding space with keen eyes. With a thunderous crash, Raditz descended from above, and the two engaged in a relentless clash. In that moment, the ground beneath them fractured under the weight of their divine power. Is this the extent of a Super Saiyan goddess might? Pay heed, young one. This is what it means to be a god, Beerus declared, lightly tapping the rubble beneath him, rebounding swiftly from the ground to deliver a powerful punch toward Raditz. With a resounding impact, Beerus's fist struck Raditz, only for Beerus to vanish again, reappearing from another angle for another blow. The speed of Beerus, wielding divine power, surpassed even that of instantaneous movement in close quarters. Raditz, having only recently grasped this divine strength, struggled to master its application, enduring a barrage of strikes. Resorting to his accustomed techniques, Raditz exposed a weakness, and in that fleeting moment, he unleashed his solar flare. The technique, capable of briefly bewildering even a god, granted Raditz a precious few moments. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Beerus's form. As the effect of the solar flare waned, Beerus nonchalantly caught Raditz's fist. "Have you had enough, young one?" Beerus taunted, forcefully flinging Raditz aside. With the sheer force of the throw, Raditz plummeted. Yet he utilized this momentum to plant his feet firmly on the ground. The earth cracked beneath him, sinking several meters, and Raditz propelled himself upward, enveloped in divine power. His fist transforming into a blade aimed directly at Beerus. From his vantage point above, Beerus observed Raditz, now cloaked in divine energy, charging toward him like a meteor. He dared not underestimate the approaching threat. A powerful energy shield materialized before him, while an energy wave formed in his hand, directed at Raditz. Bang! The energy wave struck Raditz, but did not explode. Instead, it propelled the energy wave of Beerus directly towards him. Beerus regarded Raditz with a disdainful smile. The boy possesses some intrigue. He conjured destructive energy in his hand and hurled it at Raditz. Sensing the impending threat of the destructive energy, Raditz was unwilling to confront it directly. He placed one hand on his forehead and executed instant transmission. Whoosh! In an instant, Raditz appeared beside Beerus, who remained unfazed, ready to meet Raditz's energy-infused strike head-on. Both warriors let out fierce roars as their fists were on the verge of colliding. At that moment, Raditz felt a significant depletion of divine energy within him, unable to maintain his God Saiyan form. The divine energy dissipated, replaced by his regular state of ki. The situation became dire. Without divine energy, a strike from Lord Beerus could obliterate him. Beerus, astonished by Raditz's sudden reversion from God Saiyan's state, had no intention of killing him. Just before their fists met, Beerus hastily retracted his divine energy. Although Beerus had withdrawn his energy, their fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! They struck each other squarely in the face. Boom! Due to his inferior combat strength in his normal state, Raditz was sent flying, crashing into the earth. Chapter 97. Departure from Vegeta. Beerus hovered in the air, observing Raditz below. The boy still has much to learn. The power of a deity is not as simple as you might believe. Raditz slowly rose from the ground, appearing quite disheveled and slightly injured. Bardock and Kine, witnessing Raditz's plight, rushed forward with concern. Goku, are you alright? The warmth of their concern brought comfort to Raditz. I'm fine, merely a minor injury. Whis approached, recognizing that Raditz, having recently attained god status, had reached his limit. He waved his staff, emitting a peculiar green light, and in an instant, healed all of Raditz's wounds. Raditz was astonished to discover that Whis' staff possessed the properties of a Senzu bean. Whis noted Raditz's surprise. Goku, this staff has many special functions. There is no need to be so astonished. After expressing his gratitude to Whis, Raditz turned to Beerus in the sky. Lord Beerus, you are truly formidable. Hearing Raditz's words, Beerus smiled and descended, helping Raditz to his feet. You've performed admirably, my boy. It has been many years since I have enjoyed the thrill of true combat. Raditz gazed at his hands, recalling the formidable form of the god Saiyan, while the energy of the god Saiyan still resided within him, firmly rooted in his being. Raditz yearned to once again transform into the state of a Saiyan god, striving to merge the divine power within him with his ki. Raditz diligently endeavored to unite his divine energy with his ki, his hair gradually shifting to a crimson hue, while a red aura began to emanate from his being. However, the crimson energy swiftly dissipated, and the state of the Saiyan god vanished. Raditz realized that the process was distinctly different from the use of his heart's power. The heart's power directly converted a portion of his ki into divine energy before merging. His attempt to guide the fusion of divine energy within him proved exceedingly arduous. Beside him, Beerus observed Raditz struggle with a knowing smile. It seems you cannot succeed this time. Your previous success was due to the guidance of your heart's power. To truly become a Saiyan god, one must train diligently. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Raditz comprehended that he still had a considerable distance to traverse before attaining the Super Saiyan god form. Lord Beerus and Whis, please allow me to train with you. Upon hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow, reluctant to permit Raditz to train, as it would be quite troublesome. Just as Beerus was about to decline, Whis interjected, addressing Raditz. Come now, Raditz. Lord Beerus will assist you in your training. Hearing this, Beerus felt as if he might leap from his seat, for he had not consented. Whis then whispered into Beerus's ear, Lord Beerus, since Raditz does not belong to our timeline, let us grant him a favor. It may prove advantageous for us. Contemplating Whis' words, Beerus recognized the merit in his reasoning, especially considering the value of having such a formidable ally to spar with, which would add an element of enjoyment to his otherwise monotonous days. Very well, Raditz, but you must not disturb me during my rest or meal times. Overjoyed by Beerus's concession, Raditz felt a renewed determination. If he could grow stronger, he would one day return to his own timeline and reunite with Android 18. However, before departing, he needed to bid farewell to Bardock and Gine. Approaching them, Raditz spoke, Bardock, Gine, I am going to train with Lord Beerus. I will return to see you when I can. At this, Bardock said nothing, instead embracing Raditz tightly. Bardock understood that without Raditz, both he and the Saiyans would have perished at Frieza's hands. His gratitude toward Raditz was beyond words, expressed solely through a heartfelt embrace. After releasing Raditz, Bardock moved to Gine's side, where both wore radiant smiles. Gine gently caressed her belly and said to Raditz, Raditz, please name our future child. Raditz was taken aback by Gine's words. If all went as expected, this child would undoubtedly be Goku. Though in a different parallel universe, Raditz hoped for no unforeseen complications. Bardock, Gine, let us name this child Kakarot. Gine beamed with satisfaction at the name Raditz chose, having once contemplated the same for their unborn child. Marveling at their shared thoughts, the name Watai's is melodious, thank you. With that, Raditz imparted the methods for transforming into a Super Saiyan, along with techniques such as the solar flare and the spirit bomb, to Bardock through telepathy. Despite existing in a different parallel universe, Bardock and Gine would always remain his parents, and he would inevitably return to them, with no further intersections in their lives. Armed with these training techniques, Bardock would undoubtedly fulfill his role as the protector of the Saiyans in this universe. Once matters were settled, Raditz approached the long-awaiting Beerus and Whis. Are you done, kid? It's time to depart. Raditz nodded, placing a hand on Whis' shoulder as he prepared to embark. Before they left, Raditz waved goodbye to Bardock and Gine, casting a final glance at them. In his heart, he silently whispered, Farewell, father, mother. With a whoosh, Raditz, Beerus, Whis, and the others vanished from the spot. Gine stood rooted, gazing blankly at the place where Raditz had stood moments before. "What is the matter, Jine? Raditz has already returned. Let us go." Jine felt an uncanny resemblance between the one named Watai's and her son Raditz, a sensation that intensified as Raditz departed. However, upon hearing Bardock's words, she retracted her thoughts and returned. In the future, Bardock and Jine would be astonished to discover that Watai's, who once appeared on planet Vegeta, bore an uncanny likeness to their son Raditz. Meanwhile, Raditz, accompanying Beerus and Whis, soared swiftly through the cosmos. He perceived that Whis's method of travel bore a resemblance to the god's teleportation portals. Their speed surpassed that of light, even creating an independent pathway through the universe. The surrounding celestial bodies transformed into myriad small points of light, each radiating distinct colors. The vibrant hues within this passage were breathtaking, and Raditz felt an inexplicable force drawing him in. He yearned to reach out and touch these luminous orbs, but at that moment, Whis interjected, "Raditz, do not let go of your hands during our journey. At this velocity, without fully mastering the god form and lacking divine energy, releasing your grip would result in being torn apart by the speed." Startled by Whis's warning, Raditz realized the perilous nature of their rapid movement, akin to the treacherous teleportation portals. Chapter 98, The Omni King Whoosh. After a few minutes of travel, Raditz and his companions spotted a yellow point of light. Whis slowed their pace as they approached the luminous object, which gradually revealed itself to be a colossal yellow planet. Before long, Whis, Beerus, Raditz, and the others had traversed the planet's atmosphere and landed on its surface. Upon arrival, Raditz was struck by the desolation. The presence of life was sparse. The sky was shrouded in a somber gray, with fierce winds sweeping across the planet, stirring up clouds of dust and triggering violent sandstorms. The entire planet exuded an aura of lifelessness, appearing as a barren wasteland. Whis discerned the confusion etched upon Raditz's face. "Raditz, you may be astonished to learn that a god of destruction resides on such a desolate planet, but there exists a reason for this." Upon hearing Whis's words, Raditz became curious about the underlying reasons. Before he could voice his thoughts, Beerus interjected. "The energy required by gods varies. A god of destruction necessitates energy derived from death, which is why I am training here this week. In contrast, deities like the Supreme Kai require planets infused with life force." "Energy?" Raditz questioned, deeply perplexed by Beerus's statement. After a thorough explanation from Beerus, Raditz began to comprehend. Even gods require the absorption of energy, and different planets yield distinct energies. The nature of the energy extracted influences the god's abilities. However, to solidify the state of a Saiyan god, which differs from that of the Supreme Kai, one merely needs to engage in continuous training to attain or reinforce such a state. After pondering Beerus's elucidation, Raditz suddenly had an epiphany. "Lord Beerus, could the act of creating and destroying planets also allow for the absorption of energy, thereby rendering the gods increasingly powerful?" Beerus was taken aback by Raditz's rapid understanding. "Indeed. But this is also a matter of cosmic balance. An excess or deficiency of planets can lead to calamity. For now, Raditz, your current strength does not necessitate such knowledge. Focus on your training." Having grasped the essence of Beerus's words, a multitude of speculations arose in Raditz's mind. Yet, given his present capabilities, such conjectures seemed futile. The path to strength was paramount. Following Beerus and Whis, Raditz arrived at their residence on this planet. The abode was exceedingly modest, lacking a palace, consisting merely of a naturally formed cave. Within the cave were several artificially constructed chambers, and at the center stood a few tables. On one of the tables rested a fish tank, housing a solitary fish, which Raditz presumed to be the prophetic fish. Upon his arrival, the prophetic fish addressed Beerus. "Lord Beerus, why does this individual beside you lack a past and a future?" Both Beerus and Whis furrowed their brows at this revelation, having never encountered someone devoid of both temporal dimensions. Raditz, equally bewildered, inquired, "Prophetic fish, do I truly lack emotions and a future?" "Indeed, your experiences are but a blank slate in my perception." Hearing this, Raditz was consumed by confusion, unable to fathom why he was a blank canvas. At this moment, Beerus spoke again. "Perhaps it is due to your origin from another timeline. Focus on your training, Raditz." Accepting Beerus's rationale, Raditz sought a tranquil spot, assuming a meditative posture, and began to harness his divine energy to sense the planet's energy as instructed by Beerus. As Raditz entered a state of contemplation, he endeavored to extend his divine energy outward, aiming to commune with the energy of the planet. Unexpectedly, he found that his ability to communicate with the planet's energy was severely hindered, unlike his previous state without divine energy. Instead, he could only consume and assimilate the planet's energy, yet he soon discovered that the energy of this planet was exceedingly volatile. It appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, resisting the consuming force of Raditz. Each minuscule portion that Raditz devoured felt increasingly arduous. After several days of solidifying his divine power, Whis conveyed the situation regarding Raditz to the Grand Priest. Upon learning of Raditz's circumstances, the Grand Priest reported to the Omni King. The Omni King, astonished by the news, resolved to summon Raditz to the realm of deities. Following this announcement, Whis and Beerus journeyed to Raditz's training location. Observing the transformation in Raditz's aura, both could discern that he had successfully stabilized his divine form over the past few days. Sensing the arrival of Beerus and Whis, Raditz slowly opened his eyes, his hair and aura now glowing a vivid red. Impressed by Raditz's effortless transition into the state of a Saiyan god, Beerus applauded. "Progress is commendable, Raditz. Your strength is beginning to show. However, today's visit is not a celebration of your newfound prowess." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Raditz felt a surge of excitement. It seemed there might be hope for his return. "Lord Beerus, does Master Whis possess a means for me to return to my original timeline?" In response, Beerus stated, "The Omni King has summoned you. Let us not keep him waiting." Confused about the purpose of the Omni King's summons, Raditz understood the formidable nature of the Omni King and felt compelled to comply. He rose and followed Beerus and Whis towards the palace of the Omni King. Raditz swiftly moved, his arm draped over Whis's shoulder as they soared through the skies, taking considerably longer than the previous journey to Beerus's planet. After several minutes, Whis began to slow as they entered a region enveloped in mist. Within this ethereal haze, a magnificent palace emerged, grander than any other divine abode. Whis guided Raditz inside, where he noticed numerous guards stationed at the entrance and around the vicinity. Although he could not sense their power, Raditz could feel their formidable presence. Their strength must be extraordinary, befitting the Omni King's guards. Under the guidance of Whis and Beerus, Raditz beheld the Omni King seated upon an exquisite chair, exuding an aura of infinite authority. Beside him, the Grand Priest wore a cheerful expression, a light blue halo hovering above his head. Whis nodded toward the Grand Priest, indicating that he had brought the summoned one. Upon encountering the Omni King and the Grand Priest, Beerus trembled and knelt on one knee in a sign of respect, underscoring the strict hierarchy of the divine realm, akin to a grand kingdom. While kneeling, Beerus subtly urged Raditz to follow suit. However, the pride of a Saiyan compelled Raditz to stand tall, disregarding Beerus's silent plea. As Raditz remained steadfast, the guards nearby prepared to react, but the Grand Priest swiftly signaled with a menacing glare. The surrounding guards comprehended the High Priest's intent and ceased their actions. Upon noticing that Raditz had arrived, the Omni King floated down from his throne and approached Raditz, exclaiming, "Ah, Raditz, I can truly sense my essence within you." The Omni King appeared much as Raditz remembered him. Raditz, however, remained resolute about his purpose for being there. "Your Majesty, I wish to return to my own timeline." The Omni King, upon hearing this, twirled joyfully in the air like a child before addressing Raditz again. "Raditz, would it not be better to stay with me?" "Your Majesty, I have someone I must return to meet," Raditz replied. The Omni King contemplated for a moment and responded, "There will be someone similar to them here as well." Raditz shook his head in refusal. In his heart, he understood that even if they were similar, their souls were distinct. To him, there was only one 18, and the versions from other timelines were not the 18 he cherished. "Is there any way for me to return to my own timeline?" Raditz inquired. Nearby, Beerus overheard Raditz's statement and discreetly cautioned, "Raditz, do not defy the Omni King's wishes, or I cannot protect you." Although Beerus meant well, Raditz chose to ignore him as the Omni King continued. "Raditz, assist me in locating the evil destroyer. Simply find him and compel him to release his divine power." Upon hearing about the evil destroyer, Raditz pondered, with the Omni King's prowess, locating such a being should not pose a challenge. Moreover, if the Kaioshin were eliminated, then that evil destroyer would perish as well. At that moment, the High Priest intervened to elucidate. "This destroyer has sealed the Kaioshin and possesses an artifact that allows him to mask his divine energy, making him undetectable to us. You need only find him, and we shall intervene." Raditz realized this task was far from simple, An evil destroyer capable of evading the divine realm's pursuit must possess formidable strength. Nevertheless, this was the sole avenue for his return, and if necessary, Raditz would steel himself to undertake the challenge. Your Majesty, I accept, he declared. The Omni King, elated by Raditz's acceptance, soared joyfully through the air before his expression turned grave. Raditz, should you fail, you shall never return. With that, a terrifying aura descended upon Raditz. Feeling the weight of this pressure, Raditz understood that the Omni King was not to be trifled with. He recognized the seriousness of the situation. If he failed to locate the destroyer, he would indeed be trapped forever. Beerus, witnessing Raditz embark on such a perilous task, muttered to himself, Raditz, you truly do not grasp the danger. You dare take on a mission to find someone even the gods cannot capture? With that, Beerus handed Raditz a small glass orb. Inside this orb resides my divine power. Shatter it when the time comes, and it may save your life. Raditz was taken aback by Beerus's concern and expressed his gratitude. At that moment, the Omni King waved his hand toward the sky, unleashing a surge of energy that manifested a portal before Raditz. Go forth, Raditz. This is the likely location of the evil destroyer's emergence. Raditz uttered no further words and stepped directly into the portal. After a brief moment, he emerged onto a new planet. Observing the planet's radiant sky, Raditz found himself uncertain of which universe he had entered. As he set foot upon the land, an ominous aura enveloped him, permeating the very earth beneath. Aside from this lingering malevolence, there were no other signs of life on the planet. In pursuit of the sinister essence, Raditz employed his instantaneous movement to reach the source of the malevolence. The location exuded an eerie stillness, broken only by the whisper of the wind. As he ventured forth, Raditz encountered the lifeless bodies of the planet's inhabitants strewn across the ground, grotesquely sprawled. A peculiar sensation washed over him. Although these individuals had met their demise, not a drop of blood was shed. Instead, they appeared desiccated, as if drained of life. And there were no signs of struggle before their passing. Even the pedestrians alongside the road exhibited no signs of resistance. Everything seemed eerily tranquil. Upon entering a dwelling, Raditz noticed that the food on the table still bore warmth, and even the corpse seated there wore a smile. It was as if this tableau was conveying to Raditz that these individuals had perished in an instant. Contemplating the deaths of the planet's residents, Raditz surmised a connection to the malevolent destroyer. After an exhaustive search across the planet, he found no valuable clues. However, empowered by divine energy, he was capable of sensing the energies of nearby planets, allowing him to traverse to any within close proximity. Recalling the sinister essence, Raditz utilized his instantaneous movement to arrive at another planet. Upon entering this new realm, the malevolent aura once again resonated within his consciousness. Following the lingering essence to a settlement, he discovered a similar sight. Corpses littered the ground. Unlike the previous planet, this one bore the scars of battle, with signs of conflict evident in many areas. Yet, Raditz was still unable to uncover any further clues, prompting him to continue his quest across other planets. After traversing numerous planets, indeed, an entire star system where life had been utterly drained, Raditz remained undeterred. Eventually, he arrived at a cerulean planet, detecting a vibrant energy emanating from a multitude of living beings. Elated by the presence of life, Raditz swiftly utilized his instantaneous movement to reach the area with the highest concentration of beings. The planet teemed with humanoid creatures engaged in commerce, and numerous trading vessels soared above. Evidently, it was a thriving world. Raditz casually approached a seemingly earnest canine-headed creature and inquired, "Greetings, are you a resident of this planet? Have there been any unusual occurrences recently, or do you know of anomalies on other planets?" The canine-headed being, sensing the inquiry, revealed a shrewdness born of experience. Unmoved by Raditz's question, it extended its hand, gesturing for payment in exchange for information. Raditz undoubtedly comprehended the implications of the canine's demeanor and, without further ado, lifted him effortlessly with a single hand. "Now, while I am in a good mood, speak quickly, or I shall crush you," he warned. Upon hearing this, the dog-headed creature began to struggle wildly, throwing punches and kicks at Raditz. With one hand firmly grasping the creature's wrist, Raditz applied a sudden and forceful pressure. The dog-headed being instantly writhed in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. "Please, spare me. I shall speak at once." Chapter 100. The Star Alliance, recognizing the creature's prudence, Raditz released his grip. As soon as he was set down, the creature exclaimed, "My lord, there is nothing unusual on our planet. As for others, I truly do not know. You may inquire with the Star Alliance." The Star Alliance? What is that? And where might it be found? The dog-headed creature, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, divulged all he knew about the Star Alliance. Raditz learned that the Star Alliance was an organization governing the universe, unlike the Frieza Force, which profited from selling planets. The Star Alliance was comprised of powerful beings from various planets, dedicated to their protection. Moreover, the Alliance maintained outposts on virtually every significant planet. Having relayed all pertinent information, the dog-headed creature sought to depart, saying, "Well then, I have told you all I know. May I leave?" Raditz smiled faintly at the creature, which prompted a sense of foreboding within him, leading him to bolt away. Remarkably, the dog-headed being sprinted with astounding speed, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Raditz observed this with a slight astonishment, acknowledging the creature's impressive heritage. The dog-headed being fled in a frenzy, running through numerous blocks before finally pausing to catch his breath. Just when he thought he had successfully evaded Raditz, he muttered curses, wishing to tear the warrior apart upon their next encounter. Suddenly, Raditz appeared before him in an instant. Without hesitation, the creature took flight once more. After several back-and-forth sprints, the dog-headed being collapsed on the ground, breathless and utterly exhausted. Again, Raditz materialized before him, and the creature, now devoid of any will to resist, lamented, "Will you not allow me to live? You may kill or maim me as you please. I am utterly spent." Raditz regarded the creature's predicament with amusement. "Why do you flee? I merely require you to guide me, not to end your life." Upon hearing this, the dog-headed being felt a pang of frustration, exclaiming inwardly, "Why did you not say so earlier? I am utterly worn out." Understanding that he was to serve as Raditz's guide, the dog-headed creature, albeit reluctantly, resigned himself to the situation and began leading Raditz onward. As they traversed the streets, they departed from the bustling urban center, venturing deeper into secluded areas. Before long, the dog-headed creature led Raditz to the mountainous region where the Star Alliance's outpost was situated. The establishment was impressively large, adorned with a distinctive inverted triangle emblem atop the grand structure, undoubtedly representing the Star Alliance. Numerous warriors clad in blue uniforms stood guard at the entrance, their faces obscured by triangular masks, with the inverted triangle insignia emblazoned on their chests. Raditz surveyed the individuals before him with a keen sense of energy perception, noting their commendable strength. Their combat prowess ranged predominantly around 35, with the highest reaching an impressive 78, a stark contrast to the capabilities found in the 7th universe of his own dimension. The strength exhibited in this universe far surpassed that of the 7th universe. Just as Raditz was about to usher in the old dog, he noticed a look of trepidation on the creature's face. "Come on, old dog, let us enter and see what this journey has yielded," he urged. However, the old dog shook his head in refusal. "Such a noble place as the Star Alliance is no place for a lowly canine creature like myself." Undeterred, Raditz took it upon himself to lead the old dog inside. At the entrance, several guards intercepted Raditz, arrogantly asserting, "You cannot bring a humanoid canine pet inside." Furthermore, entry into the Star Alliance requires proper documentation. The old dog, incensed by this remark, retorted, "Who are you calling a humanoid canine pet? Mind your words." Seeing the old dog's defiance, the guards advanced, ready to strike. Frightened, the old dog scampered behind Raditz. "Haven't you heard that one should consider the master before striking a dog?" Raditz declared. The guards, perhaps accustomed to their elevated status, charged at him. Summoning energy into their weapons, they aimed to subdue both Raditz and the old dog. "Do not blame me for your aggression," Raditz warned, and with a few swift punches, he incapacitated the guards, breaking their limbs. Their cries of agony echoed, startling those within. Shortly thereafter, a throng of Star Alliance members emerged from their stronghold, encircling the two. The old dog, overwhelmed by the sheer number of individuals, fell to his knees in fear. Yet, Raditz remained unfazed. Sensing that the combat strength of those surrounding them barely exceeded 10,000, making it a trivial matter to teach them a lesson. As the Star Alliance members closed in, a formidable figure approached Raditz, exclaiming, "Bold one, to dare attack a member of the Star Alliance is an act of great insolence. Seize them and bring them for judgment." Upon uttering these words, a group armed with weapons surged forward to assault Raditz and the old dog. In response, Raditz unleashed a golden, tempestuous aura, enveloping him with an overwhelming force. The guards, unable to withstand such power, were sent sprawling. As they staggered to their feet, they found themselves unable to stand firm against the terrifying energy emanating from Raditz. The moment his aura erupted, the formidable beings within the Star Alliance sensed the disturbance and hurried outside to discern the identity of this powerful newcomer. With resolute determination, Raditz advanced into the depths of the Star Alliance alongside the old dog. Despite the increasing number of onlookers, none dared to impede their progress. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, the throng parted, creating a pathway as if an esteemed individual were about to emerge. Though Raditz had yet to lay eyes on this personage, he could sense an aura of combat strength at 8 points in the distance, undoubtedly belonging to the significant figure in question. The crisp sound of high heels echoed through the air, causing the members of the Star Alliance to hold their breath and lower their heads in response. Soon, a woman with elegant long hair, a strikingly beautiful face, a voluptuous figure, and alluring legs approached Raditz. At that moment, the old dog beside Raditz was drooling profusely. The woman solemnly addressed Raditz, saying, "Greetings, sir. I am Liu, the commander of the Star Alliance on the planet Boca. There seems to have been a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this further inside." Raditz, observing the woman's polite demeanor, recognized that his mission was to investigate the malevolent destroyer god and did not wish to stir up trouble, so he acquiesced to Lia's request. Following her lead, Raditz and the old dog made their way into the inner chamber. As they walked, many members of the Star Alliance cast envious glances at Liu, while they regarded the old dog with disdain. The old dog, however, felt a sense of superiority as he looked at the previously haughty members of the Star Alliance. "What are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge me?" The old dog boasted, but due to Raditz's presence, none dared to confront this audacious canine, allowing him to bask in his arrogance. Upon entering the inner chamber, they were greeted by an interior adorned entirely in shades of pink, accompanied by an enticing fragrance. Raditz and the old dog chose a sofa and sat down, while Liu instructed a servant to bring tea. After a brief introduction and sampling some exotic tea, Liu decided to get to the crux of the matter. "Lord Raditz, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting our planet Boca?" Raditz, not wishing to waste time, responded directly, "I am here to trace the source of a sinister energy that has wreaked havoc across numerous planets. I trust you are aware of it, Miss Liu." Upon hearing this, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Lia's eyes, and she smiled alluringly at Raditz. "What sinister energy, my lord? The Star Alliance has no information on such matters. Is it perhaps stronger than the aura you possess?" As she spoke, Liu leaned slightly forward, revealing a hint of allure that left the old dog panting beside her. However, Raditz remained indifferent to her charms, sensing something amiss within the Star Alliance. It was inconceivable that the evil destroyer god could have slaughtered so many planets without anyone noticing. "Are you truly without any information, Miss Liu?" Raditz pressed, unleashing a mental pressure upon her through his divine power. Feeling the weight of this force, Liu let out a few soft gasps. "My lord, you are making me blush. Please, retract your energy." Although Liu concealed it well, Raditz could detect a faint aura emanating from her that bore resemblance to the malevolent destroyer god. Yet, he refrained from taking action, recognizing that without a legitimate reason, it would be unwise to provoke conflict, especially given the formidable power of the Star Alliance as described by the old dog. After several rounds of conversation, Liu remained tight-lipped, instead attempting to keep Raditz engaged in prolonged discussion. As Liu remained tight-lipped, Raditz, feeling disinterested, decided to take his leave, curious whether Liu would reveal any weaknesses in his absence. "Miss Liu, since you have no information, I shall take my leave." However, Liu, sensing his departure, gazed at him with longing and attempted to persuade him to stay. "Lord Raditz, why not spend a night here? Perhaps news will arrive." With that, Liu's sultry eyes seemed to convey an unspoken hint. Yet, Raditz paid her no mind, intending to take the old dog along with him. "Old dog, don't linger." The old dog, now rendered immobile, gazed at Liu. Noticing the old dog's inability to move, Raditz lifted him and proceeded towards the exit. As they walked, the old dog cried out, "Put me down. I want to serve Miss Liu." Raditz swiftly struck the old dog with a punch, causing him to feel a piercing pain and rendering him silent. Seeing Raditz ready to depart, Liu approached him, grasping his hands in an effort to retain him. "Lord Raditz, there is no need to rush away. If you stay a few days, perhaps news will come. Am I not pleasing enough?" with a look of sorrowful innocence. Her eyes seemed on the verge of tears. Leitai ignored her pleas and, in full view of the crowd, exited with the old dog in tow. Shortly after their departure, Lia's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her expression twisted into one of ferocity. Conceal your presence and keep a close watch on Leitai. Do not allow them to thwart our Lord's plans. With that, Lia retreated to the inner chamber, transmitting thoughts to someone unseen. After leaving the Star Alliance, Leitai sensed that any breakthrough would need to originate from within the Alliance, as he had detected a trace of malevolence there. He turned to the old dog, who still seemed reluctant to part from Lia. Is the Star Alliance truly as benevolent as it appears? The old dog, recognizing Leitai's skepticism, replied, My lord, I cannot speak to everything, but the Star Alliance should pose no issue. Just as Leitai pondered this, he noticed something amiss. After traversing several blocks with the dog-headed man, he detected familiar faces trailing them. Though their energy resembled that of commoners, Leitai grew suspicious of their intentions. With a swift motion, Leitai teleported in front of the pursuers. The moment they beheld him, their eyes turned crimson, and nearby civilians were instantly drained of their life force. Leitai could sense that these seemingly defenseless individuals had transformed, their combat power soaring into the tens of thousands. As they charged at him, Leitai, responding to their movements, swiftly broke their limbs with unmatched speed. Crippled, they collapsed, wailing in agony. Leitai then seized them, casting them into a corner for interrogation. However, they adamantly refused to acknowledge any affiliation with the Star Alliance. At that moment, the old dog, observing their identities, turned to Leitai and spoke. My esteemed companion, the dog-headed beings possess an extraordinary ability to recall sense after a single encounter, and I can distinctly remember the essence of those individuals from the Star Alliance. Upon the revelation of their identities by the old dog, the members of the Star Alliance were instantly rendered pale with dread. The old dog compelled you to interrogate them, and the dog-headed beings, through their inhumane questioning, elicited confessions even from the likes of Raditz. They admitted to being dispatched by Lia to surveil Raditz. Furthermore, they divulged that the Star Alliance was providing information and coordinates of remote planets in service to a significant figure. Upon hearing their responses, Raditz understood that the Star Alliance was undoubtedly connected to the malevolent aura. With this knowledge, Raditz decided that patience was no longer an option. It was time to take action. Old dog, you may leave. I have matters to attend to. Ensure you keep your distance, for a fierce battle is imminent. The dog-headed being, filled with joy at the prospect of escaping Raditz, fled with great speed, exclaiming, I never wish to see you again. Raditz, consumed by rage, transformed into his Super Saiyan form and seized the few individuals who had been spying. In an instant, he transported himself to the Star Alliance's branch on that planet. Upon his sudden appearance within the Star Alliance, he was once again surrounded by its members. Lia emerged slowly from the inner chamber. Lord Raditz, is there something you require? Noticing Lia's presence, Raditz laid his cards on the table. Enough with the pretense. Lia, I am fully aware of your schemes. Speak candidly. Where is the malevolent destroyer? With that, he unceremoniously cast the spies to the ground. Chapter 102. A dog collected. Realizing her ruse had been exposed, Lia discarded her facade. Her once alluring demeanor now replaced by a menacing countenance. Was it truly necessary for you to seek your own demise, Raditz? Do you believe the divine realm is so benevolent? Why not join us in acquiring formidable power and revel in freedom? As she spoke, her eyes turned blood red, unleashing a psychic assault upon all present. Instantly, the energy of the Star Alliance members within the hall was violently siphoned away by Lia. Her so-called power was merely the consumption of the life force of the innocent, a pitiful spectacle. The hall echoed with the anguished cries of despair as members were taken by surprise at Lia's betrayal. Raditz, however, effortlessly severed Lia's psychic attack. Observing the unfolding chaos, he was resolute in preventing Lia from amassing further strength. Summoning an energy blade, Raditz aimed to eliminate her before she could absorb any more energy. With a swift motion, the energy blade was launched towards Lia, who conjured a blood-red shield with a single hand. The blade collided against the shield with a resounding clang, failing to breach its defenses, while Lia's power surged, escalating from 8 to 20, then to 190, as countless members of the Star Alliance succumbed, turning to lifeless husks. With a decisive strike, Raditz unleashed a rapid punch, landing heavily against Lia's midsection. She attempted to block the blow with both hands. yet was utterly unable to withstand Raditz's assault, resulting in a breach of her corporeal form. Bang! 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 Raditz unleashed a flurry of punches, sending Leah hurtling hundreds of meters from the palace before she finally came to a halt. The wounds inflicted upon her began to mend gradually, enveloped in a crimson aura. At that moment, Raditz sensed Leah's energy and mused to himself, astonished that a full-force blow from an Super Saiyan had not claimed her life. Clearly, she was concealing her true strength. As Leah's body completed its restoration, she stood unsteadily, trembling. Raditz, you have forced my hand. We shall perish together. With that declaration, a dark crimson energy surged forth from her, creating a tempest of red waves, akin to the scythe of a grim reaper, voraciously consuming the energy of the planet and its inhabitants. Raditz could discern that Leah's combat prowess had reached at least the level of a Super Saiyan. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their overwhelming energies causing the very planet to tremble in trepidation. Raditz's golden aura intertwined with Leah's dark crimson energy as they clashed in the sky. He soon realized that Leah's crimson energy was capable of absorbing his own Super Saiyan power, thereby augmenting her strength continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful waves of energy cascaded down to the ground, igniting a series of terrifying explosions. Once a thriving planet, it now lay in ruins beneath the ferocity of their conflict. After a time, Raditz recognized that Leah's dark crimson energy bore a resemblance to the Kaioken technique, albeit more savage. While the Kaioken merely placed a burden on the body, Leah's energy devoured her very life force, a technique fraught with peril. Observing the anguished cries of the planet's inhabitants, Raditz could see Leah growing stronger and knew he could not allow her to continue unchecked. Raditz transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing a torrent of power that Leah had not anticipated. With a swift motion, Raditz approached Leah and aimed a punch directly at her. In desperation, Leah activated her crimson shield once more. Bang, bang, bang. Raditz shattered her shield with ease, sending Leah flying. As she absorbed energy, the connection between the planet and its residents severed. Raditz pursued her, raining down a series of punches, each impact causing Leah to spew forth copious amounts of blood. With a final, devastating strike, Leah's body was pierced through, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. Raditz looked down at her, letting out a soft sigh. I never imagined that beneath your beautiful exterior lay such a venomous heart. Leah lay powerless on the ground, resembling a wilting flower, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Raditz, Lord Moro will avenge me. Your triumph will be short-lived. Let him come, Raditz replied, gathering a massive energy wave in his hands. Boom. The energy wave descended with tremendous force, and Leah vanished amidst its blinding brilliance. As the battle concluded, Raditz gradually descended to the ground, and the surviving residents slowly regained their composure, beginning the arduous task of restoring what had been lost. Observing the ruins of the buildings and the residents affected by the conflict, Raditz realized that he must exercise greater caution in his future battles. Should the fighting escalate further, he could obliterate the entire planet, rendering him no different from that malevolent destroyer. Just then, the goblin, whom he had vowed not to see again, came running towards him with a sorrowful expression. Master, in your battle with Leah, my home was destroyed, and now I possess nothing. Raditz glanced at the goblin's forlorn visage. Old dog, these sacrifices are for the salvation of your planet. This loss is negligible. However, upon hearing this, the goblin became discontent. Master Raditz, you cannot say that. I have nowhere to live. With that, the goblin clung to Raditz's leg, persistently shouting and drawing a crowd. Sighing at the gathering throng, Raditz said, Old dog, quiet down for a moment. You shall accompany me from now on. Elated to have achieved his goal, the goblin exclaimed, From this day forth, I shall be your loyal companion. Faced with such an unabashed creature, Raditz felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. His current objective was the Star Alliance. As long as he delved deeper into it, he would eventually locate the evil destroyer. Old dog, where is the headquarters of the Star Alliance? The goblin, sensing Raditz's intent, had a glimmer of understanding. Master Raditz, the Star Alliance is located on Bitter Star, but their members are formidable. I advise you to reconsider. Raditz waved his hand, dismissing any further objections, and, seizing the goblin's shoulder, he utilized instantaneous movement to arrive at another planet. This time, they found themselves on a gray planet, one with considerably greater gravity than Pakistar. The landscape was barren, filled only with countless stones, devoid of any other life forms. Raditz sensed that despite the desolation, there was a significant presence of powerful life force. Even the weakest among them boasted combat prowess exceeding 100,000. The goblins stood beside him, bewildered, still processing their sudden arrival. Master Raditz, where are we? Chapter 103. Illusion Star. Raditz surveyed his surroundings, feeling an ominous premonition. He decided to inquire if the goblin possessed any knowledge about this planet. Old dog, given your prolonged stay in this star system, you must have some information, correct? The goblin shook his head in response. In my entire life, this is my first time venturing out. Raditz was taken aback. The goblin appeared to be of considerable age. How old are you, old dog? The goblin, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled sheepishly. Master Raditz, I may seem aged, but I am only 18. Hearing this, Raditz felt an urge to kick him. He had hoped for a capable guide, only to find himself accompanied by a burden. Gazing at the desolate planet, Raditz resolved to leave this place with the goblin. Just as he placed a hand on the goblin's shoulder, the barren landscape began to transform. Suddenly, the dust of this planet erupted in peculiar bursts, giving rise to strange orbs. Subsequently, beams of bizarre light shot up from the depths of the earth, transforming the entire planet into a surreal spectacle. The dust on the ground morphed into opulent tiles, while stones transfigured into magnificent structures. Before the two individuals, an abundance of radiant delicacies and treasures materialized, accompanied by stunningly beautiful women clad in revealing attire. These enchanting ladies beckoned to Leitais and the old dog, enticingly inviting them to join in their revelry. The scene appeared remarkably lifelike, as if it were a tangible reality. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the old dog felt an overwhelming rush of blood surge through his veins, compelling him to charge forward. However, Leitais discerned an unsettling truth. The women exuded no life force whatsoever. As the old dog approached, the surroundings began to distort, revealing that the food and beauties were seeping with blood, transforming into a grotesque sight. Leitais, recognizing the illusion, unleashed his divine power, causing the phantasm to vanish without a trace. The previous allure of beautiful women and sumptuous feasts dissipated, revealing instead a horde of colossal scorpion creatures, their gaping maws poised to consume Leitais and the old dog. Just as the venomous scorpion prepared to engulf the old dog, a swift movement occurred. With a flash, Leitais teleported beside the old dog and delivered a series of powerful punches, piercing through the monstrous scorpion. The old dog, emerging from the illusion, was paralyzed with fear upon seeing the multitude of gigantic scorpions surrounding them. What are these, Master Leitais? He stammered. They are mere phantoms, Leitais replied, unleashing his energy. Transforming into his Super Saiyan form, he concentrated a massive energy wave in his hands and then dispersed it, unleashing a barrage of destruction. With a series of explosive impacts, dozens of colossal scorpions fell, yet from the distance, a swarm of scorpion monsters emerged, advancing menacingly toward them. Leitais, overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes, unleashed energy waves relentlessly. Each wave could vanquish several, yet the vast horde proved to be an arduous challenge. These scorpions not only possessed formidable strength, but also retaliated with their own energy waves. Hundreds of scorpions coalesced in the air, launching energy blasts at Leitais and the old dog. In a moment of quick thinking, Leitais formed an energy shield, enveloping both of them and deflecting the assault. As the scorpion numbers swelled, he realized that remaining here was a futile endeavor. We must leave, old dog. Lingering here is a waste of time. Upon hearing Leitais' words, the old dog placed his hand on Leitais' shoulder. Just as they prepared to depart, an overwhelming force tugged at them. The ground beneath their feet transformed into a massive, gaping maw, with colossal limbs emerging from the earth, poised to engulf them. In that instant, Leitais recognized the horrifying truth. This was not merely the planet. It was the body of a monstrous entity. Strangely, this creature emitted no life force, leaving Leitais perplexed. Grasping the old dog, he activated his teleportation ability, desperately seeking an escape from this nightmarish realm. Raditz was able to ascertain that his instant transmission had indeed been successful, yet he found himself still in this peculiar place. For a moment, he was perplexed by the situation, attempting to use instant transmission once more, but to no avail after several attempts. The overwhelming suction of the gaping maw rendered Raditz and the old dog powerless, drawing them inexorably into its depths. As they plummeted, the old dog emitted a terrified howl. while Raditz clung to him, striving to maintain their balance. After descending several hundred meters, Raditz managed to land gently on the ground. Ding-dong, observing the surrounding inky darkness. With water seeping down from above, the old dog, trembling with fear, uttered, "Am I dead? Lord Raditz, where are you? Please don't abandon me. Do not panic. I am right beside you," Raditz reassured him. Upon hearing Raditz's voice, the old dog felt a measure of relief wash over him. Raditz then concentrated and gathered a small energy wave in his hand, the light emanating from it illuminating their surroundings. Holding the energy wave, Raditz surveyed the pitch-black expanse, which resembled a cavern rather than the belly of a beast. "Lord Raditz, what is this dreadful place? Please, use your instant transmission to escape." Before the old dog could finish, Raditz had already attempted numerous times to no effect. Instant transmission simply would not work here. "Do you think I desire to be trapped here? There is something amiss with this planet," Raditz replied, acknowledging the impossibility of leaving. Thus, the two ventured further into the unknown. After a brief walk, the old dog suddenly cried out in alarm, "Lord Raditz, there are countless bones here." Raditz approached the old dog and examined the area, discovering it was littered with various skeletal remains. Recognizing that these were the unfortunate souls who had stumbled upon this planet and perished within the cavern, Raditz attempted to sense the surroundings, but found no energy signatures other than their own, confirming the perilous nature of their situation. "Step aside," he instructed. With that, Raditz enveloped both himself and the old dog in energy shields, concentrating a massive energy wave in his hands, powerful enough to obliterate a planet. Boom! The tremendous energy wave detonated within the cavern, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire expanse. To his astonishment, the cavern remained unscathed by the onslaught. Furrowing his brow, Raditz resorted to various offensive tactics, even employing psychic attacks, yet the cavern remained impervious. Witnessing Raditz's futile efforts, the old dog gazed at the heaps of bones with a look of despair, his voice thick with emotion. "Lord Raditz, I have never even been in love. I am a lonely dog, and I do not wish to die." The old dog's sorrowful tone disrupted Raditz's focus, prompting him to lightly strike the old dog's head. "Enough of this morose talk. Let us press on. There must be a way forward," he urged. Chapter 104. The strange trial. Raditz continued to lead the old dog deeper into the cavern, sensing that the space within was expanding. Believing that there must be a means to escape hidden within this growing expanse, Raditz pressed onward with renewed determination. As Raditz delved deeper, he sensed the peculiarity of this place. It appeared to be a realm unto itself. Not only was he unable to perceive the energy here, but even the aura of the surrounding planets, which he had previously sensed, had vanished entirely. After walking for a while, a faint glimmer of light appeared before them, which seemed to herald hope for the two. They hurried towards the illumination and were astonished to discover several torches affixed to the walls. In the center stood an elderly man, flanked by several passageways behind him. Upon seeing someone, the old dog rushed forward, inquiring, "Where are we? How do we get out?" "Old man." The elder approached Raditz and the old dog, a smile illuminating his face. After thousands of years, someone had finally come to challenge him again. Hearing the elder's mention of a challenge, Raditz's heart sank. It appeared they had entered some sort of trial. The old dog, lacking Raditz's composure, could no longer restrain himself and lifted the elder with one hand, demanding, "What kind of trial is this? Let us out quickly." The elder replied, his expression unyielding, "I cannot assist you until you have completed the trial." Enraged by this response, the old dog was about to strike the elder, but Raditz intervened. Raditz conveyed telepathically to the old dog, "Do not act rashly. Passing the trial is our only means of escape. Otherwise, we shall remain trapped." Upon hearing Raditz's words, the old dog released the elder, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect. "It was all a misunderstanding. Old man, we accept the trial." In response, the elder gestured towards the passageways behind him. "You may choose any passage. Completing one will suffice as your trial." Observing the passages, Raditz utilized his energy to explore, discovering nothing particularly unusual. He and the old dog then randomly selected a passage and ventured inside. Initially, nothing occurred, and it seemed quite safe. However, after walking for a considerable distance, it appeared as though the passage had no end. After a prolonged journey, without reaching a conclusion, Raditz sensed something amiss and realized through his energy perception that he and the old dog were still at the starting point. This indicated that the passage was perpetually extending, rendering it endless. The old dog halted, declaring, "This passage has no end." The two then attempted to retrace their steps back to the elder, but after a while, they found themselves still at the beginning. Raditz understood that something was awry. He paused to calm his mind and invoked his divine power to transform into his Super Saiyan God form. To his astonishment, he discovered that his energy was waning, suggesting that this place obscured his perception and energy sensing. Only in his divine state could he remain undisturbed. With the enhancement of his divine form, the passage before him morphed in his eyes into the shape of a stomach. Raditz and the old dog were now submerged in gastric fluid, gradually being devoured. In his divine state, Raditz quickly enveloped himself and the old dog in an energy shield, shielding them from the corrosive gastric liquid. Thanks to the divine power's protection, the old dog could now witness the gruesome interior of the stomach, which was littered with numerous undigested corpses. The sight of such repulsive remnants caused the old dog to retch uncontrollably. "Lord Raditz, this is utterly revolting. This is hardly a trial, and if we linger any longer, we shall be digested." Raditz, seizing the moment, attempted to teleport away in his divine state. Whoosh! The two figures reappeared, unexpectedly still within this stomach. Raditz was enraged. This alien creature had thoroughly incensed him. He gathered the energy within him and struck fiercely at the monster's belly. Boom! To his astonishment, the attack in his divine state proved effective, creating a large breach in the stomach. The two surged through this opening, relentlessly striking upward. However, within this space, long tendrils stained with crimson blood continually assaulted them. Undeterred, Raditz fought valiantly, finally reaching the top. Targeting a vulnerable point, he executed a powerful energy slash. The energy wave sliced through several layers of flesh, tearing open a gap that revealed a faint white light above. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz and the old dog leaped into the luminous expanse. A burst of white light enveloped them, and it took a moment for them to regain their sight. Initially, Raditz believed they had reached the surface, but to his surprise, he and the old dog found themselves in a sealed palace. The palace was devoid of furnishings, its floor adorned with exquisite tiles, and at the forefront lay a chest. Raditz and the old dog, having sensed the peculiar nature of this place, knew that opening the chest would likely bring misfortune. Approaching the palace door, they opened it only to discover they were amidst the cosmos. Outside, the starlit void was beset by fierce winds, and Raditz felt no presence nearby. He realized that leaping into the cosmos would be a fatal endeavor. Moreover, the strange wind seemed quite unnatural. How could there be wind in the void of space? Yet the old dog, gripped by fear of their surroundings, gazed outside unperturbed, even contemplating jumping. "Do not be hasty, old dog," Raditz cautioned. Hearing this, the old dog restrained his impulsive thoughts. Raditz conjured an energy wave from his hands and directed it outward. As the energy wave crossed the threshold, it immediately froze, caught in the winds without detonating, instead being unnaturally sliced into diminutive fragments. Observing this, the old dog gasped, nearly losing his life. Raditz closed the door. They had but one choice left: to open the chest. The chest, regardless of its dangers, could not possibly be more perilous than the starlit void outside. Raditz approached the chest, while the old dog timidly stood beside him, wary of what dangers might lie ahead. Gently, Raditz opened the chest, and a radiant white light burst forth, revealing a glowing orb within. The sight of the orb filled Raditz with awe, as it contained a formidable energy swirling inside. The moment his hand made contact with the orb, everything around them vanished. The scene transformed back to the initial moment of Raditz and the old dog's arrival, but the monstrous scorpions had completely disappeared. The old dog sighed in relief upon witnessing the familiar surroundings. "Lord Raditz, we have finally emerged." Observing the surroundings, Raditz comprehended the reason behind the inability to utilize instant teleportation within. It became evident that both individuals had been ensnared in an illusion intricately linked to this orb. As Raditz gazed at the orb in his hand, he contemplated employing his divine power to discern its potential utility. Chapter 105. The Illusion Orb. Suddenly, the orb emitted a chilling radiance that gradually permeated Raditz's hand. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming coldness emanating from the orb. Remarkably, the orb began to fissure, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that burst forth from Raditz's grasp. This energy soared into the sky, relentlessly absorbing the essence of the planet. Before long, the orb reformed, now brimming with even greater potency. The planet began to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Raditz sensed that the planet would soon disintegrate, prompting him to channel his divine energy into the orb. Upon infusing the orb with his power, Raditz discovered he could command it, and he promptly ceased the orb's energy extraction from the planet. After guiding the orb back to his hand, Raditz noticed the planet was nearly devoid of energy, on the verge of crumbling. The old dog had departed. Lingering here would surely lead to the planet's downfall. As soon as Raditz voiced this realization, the planet began to convulse violently, gravity and space succumbing to fragmentation. The old dog, witnessing this turmoil, placed a reassuring hand on Raditz's shoulder. "Hurry, let us flee." Raditz sensed the nearby planets and, employing instant teleportation, leapt to the next celestial body. In the fleeting moment of the planet's collapse, Raditz, along with the old dog, arrived at another planet. Upon arrival, Raditz attuned his senses. This planet was immense, dwarfing any he had encountered before. At that moment, night still enveloped the planet, and before Raditz could further explore, both were utterly fatigued. They decided to rest for the night, postponing their plans until the morrow. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the land, accompanied by the lively chirps of various creatures. Awakened by the cacophony, Raditz stirred languidly. The old dog remained in slumber, snoring loudly. Observing the orb in his hand, Raditz contemplated testing it again by infusing it with divine power. He positioned the orb before the old dog, who appeared bewildered, uncertain of its purpose. "I shall let you experience the joys of life," Raditz declared, and with that, he unleashed the energy from the orb towards the old dog. The essence surged into the old dog's being, and in an instant, his gaze became vacant as he succumbed to the illusion. Moreover, Raditz noticed that the old dog's vitality was waning within the illusion's grasp. Inwardly, Raditz mused, "It seems this orb can absorb energy and possesses the power of illusion. I shall name it the Illusion Orb." At that moment, the old dog, ensnared by the orb's allure, began to froth at the mouth, prompting Raditz to hastily command the Illusion Orb to cease its function. At this moment, the old dog gradually emerged from the realm of illusions, his eyes still clouded with lingering enchantment. "How did I find myself here, amidst a throng of female canines?" Observing the old dog's bewilderment, Raditz chose not to unveil the truth. It was broad daylight. Foolish dreams must come to an end. Although the old dog was perplexed, his recent memories feeling so vivid, he decided to dismiss them as mere dreams, influenced by Raditz's words. Raditz carefully stowed away the illusion orb and, attuning his senses to the planet, discerned that the strongest warrior here possessed over 100,000 points of combat power. Realizing the magnitude of power, Raditz surmised that there was likely a branch of the Star Alliance on this planet. "Stay here for a moment, old dog. I shall cleanse this planet of its Star Alliance members before returning." With a swift motion, Raditz teleported to the side of the planet's most powerful being. He found himself in a chamber resembling a conference hall, where the strongest warrior, a youth adorned with scales reminiscent of fish, was surrounded by several individuals boasting over 10,000 points of combat power. These figures bore clothing emblazoned with an inverted triangle, unmistakable symbols of the Star Alliance. Upon noticing Raditz's presence, the scaled youth erupted in fury. "What business do you have here, outsider? Since you've come, you might as well leave your life behind." With that, several individuals encircled Raditz, preparing to launch an attack. Sensing a hint of the malevolent aura akin to that of the evil destroyer emanating from them, Raditz understood their connection to this dark entity. Now was the perfect opportunity to test the illusion orb. He summoned the orb, allowing it to hover in the air, emanating ripples that distorted the very fabric of the surrounding space. The scaled youth and his companions stood frozen, ensnared within the illusion. They appeared to endure harrowing experiences, their expressions morphing into ones of increasing torment. As their faces contorted with struggle and despair, their energy gradually waned. In mere moments, their bodies withered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Once he dealt with these adversaries, the illusion orb returned to Raditz's grasp, its energy having amplified slightly. Subsequently, he concentrated a surge of energy within his hands and unleashed powerful blasts towards the Star Alliance's stronghold on this planet. Boom, boom, boom. The force of these mighty energies obliterated the Star Alliance's presence, reducing their establishment to rubble. After completing this task, Raditz led the old dog onward to the next planet. Meanwhile, on planet Bitter, the headquarters of the Star Alliance had been inundated with reports of numerous branch obliterations over the past few days. within a towering structure. Several hundred meters in height, a robust man, resembling Frieza, scrutinized the reports, his frustration boiling over as he smashed his palm against the table in a fit of rage. His subordinates, witnessing their leader's fury, hastily reassured him, "Lord Jask, please calm your temper. We have acquired images of the man and the dog. Surely, we will locate them soon and eliminate them." Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, who held a position of considerable authority, Jisk merely smiled faintly and extended his hand toward him. "I do not require your guidance," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Jisk's subordinate immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "My lord Jisk, spare me. I have truly erred. Please do not take my life." Observing the imposing aura emanating from his subordinate, Jisk's expression softened considerably. "I certainly have no intention of ending your life. Instead, come, serve as my nourishment." Subsequently, a dark red energy radiated from Jisk's hand, interspersed with destructive forces, which instantaneously drained his subordinate of vitality. With the absorption of his follower's essence, Jisk felt his own strength augment considerably. After dealing with his subordinate, Jisk stepped outside, gazing at the vast planet, muttering to himself, "It seems the divine realm has already taken notice. It is time to make my move." Chapter 106. Star Plunder. At this moment, Raditz and the Old Dog, having vanquished numerous divisions of the Star Alliance, drew ever closer to the headquarters of the planet. With a swift motion, Raditz utilized instant teleportation, sensing the formidable energy of this planet, which surpassed that of all others. Among the inhabitants, one individual possessed combat prowess so immense it could not be quantified by mere energy. This energy belonged to the malevolent god of destruction, and Raditz realized he had arrived at the headquarters of the Star Alliance. Now, he merely needed to locate the wicked god of destruction to fulfill his mission. Glancing at the Old Dog, who had accompanied him for quite some distance, Raditz acknowledged the peril of their current endeavor. "Old Dog, you need not accompany me any further. Please wait here." Upon hearing Raditz's words, the Old Dog, having forged a deep camaraderie over their time together, responded, "My lord Raditz, I am willing to follow you, no matter how dangerous the path may be." Witnessing the Old Dog's steadfast resolve, Raditz was reluctant to allow his friend to face danger. Grasping the Old Dog's arm, Raditz activated instant teleportation, arriving at a nearby planet. "Live well, dear friend, our adventures conclude here." With that, Raditz utilized instant teleportation once more, departing from the scene, leaving the Old Dog behind, who continued to shout, "Raditz, I wish to express that you haven't settled your debts. Do not let me leave without recompensing." However, Raditz could no longer hear the Old Dog's pleas, having already returned to the planet that served as the headquarters of the Star Alliance. At this moment, Jisk sensed the arrival and subsequent reappearance of Raditz and decided not to waste any more time. He soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of dark red energy from his being. This energy was exceedingly volatile, rapidly enveloping the entire planet. Once it had shrouded the planet, the dark red energy began to siphon the life force from its inhabitants. This colossal planet, home to billions, saw all its life forms drained in an instant, unable to resist. Yet, it was not merely this planet. Across the cosmos, all members of the Star Alliance found their bodies uncontrollably transforming into a mass of dark red energy. This dark red essence ravaged the life energies of the denizens of various planets, and within a mere moment, half the life forms in the universe had been completely drained. The energy that had been siphoned floated through the cosmos, surging towards Jisk with astonishing velocity. This torrent of energy carried countless wailing souls, their anguish so profound that it even stirred the divine realm. Meanwhile, on planet Bit, Raditz was taken aback by the malevolent destroyer's capacity to absorb such an immense amount of energy. He began to comprehend that the planets initially drained, along with the members of the Galactic Alliance, had been endowed with certain abilities, which ultimately served only to plant the seeds of greater strength within Jisk. At that moment, Jisk's voracious absorption of energy surged toward Raditz, threatening to drain him entirely. As he gazed at Jisk soaring in the sky, Raditz was struck by the uncanny resemblance Jisk bore to Frieza. He surmised that Jisk must undoubtedly hail from the Ice Demon clan. Yet he was still somewhat astonished that an Ice Demon could ascend to the role of a destroyer. Witnessing the assault of Jisk's energy, Raditz summoned his divine power to resist the gravitational pull. The crimson energy of the Saiyan god enveloped him, forming a protective shield. However, Jisk's dark red energy relentlessly assailed Raditz's barrier. Raditz soon realized that the Saiyan god status could not fully withstand Jisk's absorption. His own energy was gradually being siphoned away. In no time, the energy of the planet was also being absorbed, and Raditz could hear the lamentations of the earth itself. The ground began to crack, and molten lava surged forth, resembling the apocalypse. Observing these ominous signs, Raditz understood that the planet's collapse was imminent. Yet, attempting to escape via instant transmission proved futile. The spatial fabric of this location had seemingly altered, rendering his abilities ineffective. Recalling the orb given to him by Beerus, Raditz swiftly retrieved it and crushed it. In that instant, a cascade of purple energy erupted from within, coalescing into a wondrous protective shield that enveloped him. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz activated his double Kaioken state while in the form of the Saiyan god. Instantly, a tempestuous red aura of Kaioken intertwined with the tranquil red energy of Super Saiyan God. Raditz felt an overwhelming surge of power, though he quickly realized that this state consumed energy far more rapidly than he had anticipated without the aid of the Senzu Beans. In a flash, he transported himself before Jisk, unleashing a barrage of energy disks and colossal energy waves. The ensuing explosions echoed mightily as they struck Jisk, yet the dark red energy surrounding him formed a formidable shield. Raditz's relentless attacks were all absorbed by this ominous energy. Before long, Jisk had completed his energy absorption, emanating an aura of terrifying might. As the impending collapse of the planet approached, the once crystal-clear sky transformed into a ghastly crimson hue. At this moment, a formidable aura erupted from Jisk, causing Raditz to feel a wave of dizziness merely from its presence. Oh, with Jisk's furious roar, a halo, typically reserved for angels, manifested behind him. However, this halo was not the pristine white of celestial beings, but rather a disturbing shade of blood red. Raditz, sensing this overwhelming energy, understood that he stood no chance against it. It seemed that Jisk had surpassed the level of a destroyer, reaching an unknown realm of power. Raditz could only hope that Zeno would swiftly intervene in this universe. Otherwise, his demise was inevitable. Yet, Jisk paid Raditz no heed, dismissing him as an insignificant insect whose fate could be decided at leisure. Jisk gazed at his current state with immense satisfaction and laughed maniacally. Today, I shall eradicate all deities. With that declaration, Jisk unleashed a wave of energy, from which a frail, old man emerged. Upon seeing the old man, Jisk twisted his features into a grotesque grin. Kaishin, you are no longer of any use to me. Perish. With a mere punch directed at the air, a spatial rift appeared beneath the Kaishin. The elder's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he was swallowed by the rupture, vanishing from this universe. Raditz, witnessing Jisk's execution of the Kaishin, was astounded. He had not anticipated that Jisk, having transcended the destroyer level, would no longer require the Kaishin's existence. After obliterating the Kaishin, Jisk finally turned his gaze towards Raditz. Since you will not serve as my nourishment, you shall die. Chapter 107. The Return. With that, Jisk prepared to strike Raditz down with the same ferocity he had shown against the Kaishin. Bang! He launched a punch towards Raditz from a distance, and immediately, spatial rifts began to materialize around Raditz. These rifts violently tore at Raditz's body, leaving him with deep lacerations. Faced with this terrifying force, Raditz summoned all his strength, barely managing to escape the grasp of the rift. Jisk, witnessing Raditz struggle to break free from his attack, displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He pointed a finger at Raditz and remarked, "Not bad. Join me as my subordinate." Raditz's response was a powerful energy slash aimed directly at him. Jisk shook his head and effortlessly shattered the energy attack with another punch. Whoosh! In an instant, Jisk stood before Raditz, delivering a terrifying horizontal strike aimed at him. In that fleeting moment, Raditz leapt into the air, unleashing an energy wave downward towards Jisk. Bang! Although this energy wave was blocked by Jisk's crimson energy shield, Raditz used the rebound to create significant distance between himself and Jisk. Just as Jisk contemplated finishing off Raditz, he sensed something unusual. A force of energy, far greater than his own, was approaching rapidly. Bang! At this moment, a peculiar transformation unfolded within this space, as countless fissures resembling spider silk manifested throughout the cosmos. The once self-satisfied Jisk now displayed an expression of sheer panic upon witnessing these cracks, as if a formidable entity had arrived. Disregarding Leitais, Jisk exploded with rage, furiously assaulting the very fabric of space at a frenzied pace. Bang, bang, bang. Jisk intended to create a temporal rift and swiftly escape. Observing Jisk's actions, Leitais realized that the Omni King was undoubtedly approaching. As Jisk relentlessly battered the universe's space, the fissures widened ominously. Leitais could not allow Jisk to flee and promptly unleashed the Illusion Pearl towards him. Whoosh! The Illusion Pearl soared above Jisk, who, instead of reacting, remained focused on his onslaught against space. To Leitais' astonishment, the Illusion Pearl had a profound effect on Jisk. Waves emanated from the pearl, penetrating Jisk's being, causing his eyes to cloud and his movements to halt. Yet, in those fleeting moments of confusion, Leitais sensed a familiar aura. Whoosh! A stout figure materialized before Leitais. You have done well, Leitais. Once this matter concludes, I shall allow you to return. Upon seeing the Omni King's arrival, Leitais exhaled in relief. No matter how formidable the malevolent god of destruction, he could never rival the Omni King's power. Meanwhile, Jisk regained his senses and let out a furious roar. As he turned to confront the Omni King, he understood his fate was sealed, yet he was unwilling to surrender. Having fought tirelessly to reach this juncture, he refused to yield. Jisk unleashed every ounce of energy within him, a dark crimson aura intertwined with the essence of destruction. The two energies spiraled, relentlessly surging upwards, devouring everything in their path. Leitais could feel that Jisk's current power had multiplied several times over. In a terrifying display of strength, Jisk transformed his body into an energy wave, charging directly at the Omni King. However, the Omni King remained expressionless as he gazed at Jisk, knowing that his fate was already sealed the instant Jisk approached. Jisk, your evil is too great. You must be annihilated. With a mere flick of his hand, the Omni King shattered the space around them, causing Jisk to disintegrate mid-air. In that moment of dissolution, a tremendous resentment was born. I will not accept this. This overwhelming resentment surged, threatening to engulf the universe. Yet, the Omni King granted him no reprieve. With another gentle wave of his hand, he distorted the space, causing the resentment to vanish into the warped void. Witnessing the Omni King effortlessly obliterate Jisk with a single strike, Leitais could not help but marvel at the sheer might of his power. The calamity Jisk had brought upon this universe was immense, leaving only half of its life intact. The Omni King gazed upon the ravaged universe, devoid of any intention to mend it, and addressed Raditz. Raditz, will you truly not remain in our timeline? I could appoint you as a Supreme Kai, and in that role, you would attain eternal life. Raditz promptly declined the Omni King's offer, yearning solely to return to his own timeline. Upon hearing Raditz's refusal, the Omni King sighed deeply. Is there anyone suitable to become a Supreme Kai? Recommend someone as a reward for this task. At that moment, Raditz thought of Old Dog, considering it a fitting recompense for him. Raditz conveyed Old Dog's information through a mental transmission. For the Omni King, it mattered little who served as a Supreme Kai. No problem. Raditz, this will be the individual, the Omni King declared. With that, he unleashed a surge of divine energy from his hands, which penetrated the celestial expanse and directly infused Old Dog, who resided on a distant planet. Instantly, Old Dog's body was imbued with divine power, transforming his aura significantly. Subsequently, this divine energy swiftly returned to Raditz and the Omni King. Upon reaching the Omni King, Old Dog displayed utmost respect, kneeling on one knee. The Omni King addressed him. You are now the Supreme Kai of this universe. Your task is to restore it. As for the God of Destruction, I shall select one in due course. Understood. My Lord Omni King, I will diligently restore the universe, Old Dog replied, casting a grateful glance at Raditz. The Omni King, having concluded the matters at hand, gently struck a fissure in the universe with his fist. Bang! The rift was torn asunder, revealing the time stream that Raditz had previously encountered. This time stream corresponds to your timeline. Entering it will allow you to return to your former era, the Omni King explained, encasing Raditz in a protective shield to withstand the onslaught of temporal turbulence. Gazing at the stream, Raditz reflected on his several months spent in this timeline. Now finally poised to return, he contemplated leaping directly into the stream. At that moment, the Omni King spoke once more, enigmatically addressing Raditz. Raditz, we shall meet again. Remember, I am the same in every timeline. Pondering the Omni King's cryptic words, Raditz plunged into the time stream. He cast a final glance at the Omni King and Old Dog, who waved at him. Until we meet again, Lord Raditz. Chapter 108. The wave of malice. Upon hearing those words, Raditz was swiftly propelled by the time stream. Despite the protective shield of the Omni King, Raditz succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate passage of time, Raditz awoke, opening his eyes to find himself on a sandy beach. Gradually rising, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was on a small island, encircled by the sea. It appeared he had been transported to an unknown planet. The Raditz of now was markedly different from the one who had traversed the time stream. Not only has he grown significantly stronger, but he has also become acutely aware that within his universe, there are those who regard him with envious eyes. Consequently, he has adopted a more cautious demeanor, suppressing his aura to its lowest level. At this moment, Raditz's mental prowess has multiplied several times over, transforming his spiritual energy into divine power. He perceives the space around him expanding 100-fold. Although he does not sense the presences of King Kai of the North and Goku, Raditz remains unperturbed, knowing that he will eventually traverse each planet in due time. However, it is imperative to ascertain his current location. Resolutely, Raditz envelopes the entire planet with his divine energy. In a flash, he utilizes instant transmission to locate the native inhabitants of this planet. After gathering information, Raditz realizes that he is within the dominion of the King of the West. Armed with this knowledge and a star map, he begins to teleport incessantly between planets. After an indeterminate number of jumps, he finally detects a familiar energy signature, that of Cooler. Raditz instantaneously arrives at the planet Yardrat. In an instant, Raditz appears before Cooler. It has been a considerable time since they last met, and Raditz notices that Cooler has become significantly more robust, his battle power nearing 10,000. At this moment, Cooler bears a resolute expression, adorned with a crown, seated upon a throne while attending to documents on his desk. Cooler, I never expected you to ascend to the throne during our time apart, Raditz remarks. Cooler, overjoyed by Raditz's arrival, exclaims, Lord Raditz, you have come. This kingship was bequeathed to me by the father of all princesses. Observing Cooler's demeanor, Raditz feels a sense of relief, realizing that Cooler is thriving. Subsequently, Cooler recounts the crises Yardrat has faced since Raditz's departure, yet they have managed to endure. Initially, Raditz intended to merely pay a visit and depart, but Cooler implores him repeatedly to stay for a few days. After a moment's contemplation, Raditz concedes. He resides on Yardrat for several days, as the continuous use of instant transmission has taken a toll on his energy. During this time, a grand banquet is held in Raditz's honor, with Cooler extending the highest standards of hospitality. In their leisure moments, Raditz imparts martial arts techniques to Cooler, who eagerly seeks to learn. Now, Raditz is immensely stronger than he was when he first arrived on Yardrat years prior, enabling him to teach Cooler far more than before. Time passes swiftly, and Raditz cannot remain on Yardrat indefinitely. After bidding farewell to Cooler, he once again employs instant transmission, moving ceaselessly between planets. Meanwhile, the warriors on the ground remain oblivious to Raditz's whereabouts. Since the battle with Buu, Raditz has been silent, yet everyone believes that he must still be alive. Particularly, Android 18 waits daily in her wooden cabin for Raditz's return. During this period, life has returned to normal for everyone, as Earth faces no invasions. Everything appears serene. However, a disturbance brews in the depths of hell. A small imp responsible for managing the soul-cleansing apparatus, wearing headphones, merrily sings along to his tunes. Under the influence of the headphones, he was completely lost in euphoria. He failed to notice that the machine behind him had malfunctioned, and the soul purifier was expanding uncontrollably. Suddenly, the soul purifier exploded, releasing all the malevolent energy contained within, which surged into the body of the little ghost. The malevolent energy caused a drastic transformation in the little ghost, morphing him into a plump, yellow monstrosity. While this dark energy endowed him with formidable strength, it also rendered him exceedingly wicked. The wave of malevolent intent eliminated the remaining guards and began its advance towards the outside world. In that very moment when the little ghost merged with the dark energy, King Yama sensed the surge of malevolence and prepared to investigate. Unbeknownst to him, the wave of dark intent had already appeared atop King Yama's palace, unleashing a powerful energy that sealed King Yama within. At that moment, King Yama was utterly powerless to escape, unable even to transmit his thoughts. Shortly thereafter, the wave of malevolent intent unleashed a barrage of energy waves throughout hell. Boom, boom, boom. The realm of the damned was left unrecognizable in the wake of these energy blasts. The wave of malevolent intent reveled in the chaos, for it was precisely what he desired. Once more, he released a surge of energy from his hands, instantly resurrecting the hellish mountain blades, magma, and the imprisoned evil souls. These souls transformed into radiant beams of light, appearing upon the earth. Chaos reigned on the planet as terrifying creatures emerged from the ground, wreaking havoc and destruction. Among them were various forms of dinosaurs, alongside numerous foes encountered in the past. At this moment, Gohan appeared as a masked warrior, performing an eerie dance as he engaged in combat against the resurrected hellish beings. Meanwhile, aboard a high-speed train, King Cold observed Gohan's relentless extermination of the hellish creatures. Disbelief etched on his face. He could hardly fathom that the once insignificant little ghost had grown so powerful. With Guldo having perished in an explosion, and Frieza's soul lost to the unknown, King Cold realized he stood no chance against this formidable foe and contemplated fleeing. He believed that as long as he could escape back into the cosmos, the Saiyans would be unable to pursue him. Just as King Cold prepared to flee, Gohan appeared before him in an instant. King Cold, where do you think you are going? Faced with Gohan, King Cold forced a smile, a hint of desperation creeping in. I have reformed in hell. Let me go, and I shall no longer commit evil deeds. Hesitation flickered in Gohan's heart. He was uncertain of the circumstances in hell, wrestling with his thoughts. Seizing this moment of indecision, King Cold intensified his plea. He fell to his knees, tears welling in his eyes, exuding a facade of sincerity. I swear, I will never do evil again. Gohan, observing King Cold's demeanor, found himself at an impasse, contemplating detaining King Cold before making further decisions. Just then, a powerful energy wave pierced through King Cold's chest from behind. In the midst of astonished gazes, King Kurd once again fell, his eyes filled with an unmistakable sense of unwillingness. Chapter 109. The Malevolent Wave of Vegeta. Observing King Kurd's collapse, Gohan was not taken aback, for he had already sensed that Vegeta's energy had reached its peak. At this moment, Vegeta, accompanied by the still youthful Trunks, floated in the air with a mildly irate expression, shouting at Gohan. Gohan, don't be foolish. Do not fall for the deceitful words of these demons. Do you still not understand? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Gohan was suddenly enlightened. It was clear that these malevolent beings could not easily be redeemed. Resolute, Gohan turned to Vegeta and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Vegeta. Meanwhile, scenes of resurrection unfolded across the earth. Countless bizarre creatures wreaked havoc upon the planet's structures. The ground was filled with the anguished cries of Earthlings, while the military found themselves caught off guard by these resurrected beings. After a period of chaos, the warriors sprang into action, heading to various locations to eliminate the threats. Boom! Battles erupted worldwide, and the warriors, with their current strength, had more than enough capability to confront these hellish resurrected foes. Within a short span, they managed to vanquish the majority of these infernal beings. Just then, an anomaly appeared before Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan. Suddenly, a cluster of colorful cubes materialized in the space before them, rearranging themselves. A grotesquely rotund yellow monster emerged, exuding a formidable aura. The creature, entirely yellow and brimming with malevolence, appeared incredibly powerful. The malevolent wave, eyeing Vegeta and the others, swiftly elongated its arms. Before Vegeta could react, it seized him and hurled him violently to the ground. Crash! Vegeta crashed heavily onto the ground, prompting Trunks and Gohan to transform into Super Saiyan 1 in response to the monster's aggression. With fervent determination, they launched an onslaught against the malevolent wave. Despite its seemingly corpulent form, the creature possessed terrifying strength, effortlessly countering their attacks. Hee. As the two pressed their assault, the monster emitted strange laughter. Amidst the fierce battle between Gohan, Trunks, and the malevolent wave, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and unleashed a powerful energy wave from behind the creature. The malevolent wave was instantly pierced, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Trunks, witnessing the explosion caused by Vegeta's attack, exclaimed with joy, "Yes, Dad is amazing." However, both Vegeta and Gohan wore grave expressions, appearing to be on high alert. Gohan cautioned Trunks, "Trunks, the enemy is not yet defeated. Be careful." Upon hearing this, Trunks reevaluated the situation with his key senses. Although the enemy had exploded, an ominous energy still lingered. Indeed, The recently exploded malevolent wave was undergoing a dramatic transformation. The once corpulent entity of Evil Spirit Wave has now transformed into a robust figure, adorned with a pair of horns atop its head and a formidable armor emerging from its bones. Observing this formidable form, Vegeta realizes that this battle will not be easily won. Gohan, keep a close watch on Trunks. Leave Evil Spirit Wave to me. Gohan nods in acknowledgement of Vegeta's command. At this moment, the aura emanating from Evil Spirit Wave is exponentially more powerful than its previous obese state. Witnessing this second transformation, Gohan is struck with astonishment. How can it possibly be this strong? Evil Spirit Wave gazes at the three before it, a haughty expression gracing its face. This is truly amusing. Vegeta, unimpressed by Evil Spirit Wave's arrogance, retorts, enough with the nonsense. Let us begin. With that, Vegeta unleashes a tremendous surge of energy and strikes a powerful punch towards Evil Spirit Wave. Unfazed by the impending attack, Evil Spirit Wave shifts its form into a multitude of small cubes. Whoosh! Vegeta's punch meets only air as the cubes reassemble behind him, reforming into a solid figure. Bam! 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 Vegeta swiftly turns, conjuring a small energy wave to unleash upon Evil Spirit Wave. However, in an instant, Evil Spirit Wave reverts to its cube form, allowing the energy waves to pass harmlessly through. In a flash, Evil Spirit Wave recomposes into its physical form from another direction. Bam! A powerful kick sends Vegeta crashing into the ground. Although the blow inflicts minimal damage, it undeniably provokes Vegeta's fury. Damn it! Aya! Enraged, Vegeta's energy surges once more, accelerating to an extraordinary velocity. He understands that only by increasing his speed can he hope to strike Evil Spirit Wave. Otherwise, defeating such an opponent will prove exceedingly difficult. As Vegeta's energy escalates, Evil Spirit Wave regards him with disdain, a smirk playing upon its lips. It charges directly at Vegeta. Bam! 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 The two engage in a fierce aerial duel, their attacks fierce and unrelenting. Boom! Boom! Explosions reverberate through the air as waves of energy clash, creating an atmosphere of terror. In the midst of battle, Vegeta channels his energy into a concentrated wave, closing in on Evil Spirit Wave. Simultaneously, Evil Spirit Wave conjures a purple energy blade, slicing through the air to unleash a wave of energy. Boom! The collision of their energies results in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves that devastate the surrounding structures. Gohan and Trunks, witnessing the destructive clash between Evil Spirit Wave and Vegeta, immediately take flight to evacuate the innocent civilians below. In the skies, the battle has escalated to a fever pitch. Evil Spirit Wave, no longer interested in play, recognizes its superiority over Vegeta. With a sly grin, it transforms into an array of minuscule cubes, vanishing from sight. In this form, Vegeta cannot perceive its energy, leaving him to scan his surroundings cautiously, vigilant against any sudden attacks. Whoosh! Suddenly, Evil Spirit Wave materializes above Vegeta, unleashing the energy blade directly at him. Despite his readiness, Vegeta musters all his strength to evade the strike. However, the techniques of the evil energy wave were exceedingly bizarre, and a sharp gust managed to slice through Vegeta's arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Shortly thereafter, another surge of energy was unleashed from the evil energy wave, striking Vegeta. This energy wave propelled Vegeta towards Gohan and Trunks, who were evacuating the crowd below. It appeared imminent that he would crash into the masses. Just then, Goku utilized his instant transmission to arrive at Vegeta's side. In an instant, he transported Vegeta safely to the ground, whereupon he unleashed a powerful energy blast that collided with the evil energy wave. Boom! The two forces erupted, sending shockwaves that battered the nearby onlookers. Many innocent Earthlings were caught in the blast, meeting a dire fate. Chapter 110. Gogeta. At this moment, the city lay in ruins, with numerous buildings collapsed and countless bodies strewn across the streets, as if the world had just endured a cataclysm. The other warriors, including Nappa, Piccolo, Goten, and Krillin, had all gathered at the scene. Witnessing the devastated city and the ominous evil energy wave looming above, their fury ignited, and they glared at the malevolent force with gritted teeth. Goku, taking in the destruction around him, felt his anger swell, causing his energy to surge uncontrollably. After tossing a Senzu bean to Vegeta, Goku assumed a combat stance. This time, Goku was not indulging in the thrill of battle. Instead, He was prepared to unleash his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, as Vegeta consumed the Senzu Bean and regained his strength, he looked at Goku. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. Apologies, Vegeta, for my tardiness. With Raditz absent, let us vanquish this monster together. With that, the two exchanged a determined glance, and Goku used instant transmission to position himself behind the evil energy wave. Sensing Goku's presence, the evil energy wave displayed a look of surprise. Bang! Goku delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending the evil energy wave crashing down. Vegeta followed up with a fierce punch to the descending entity. In rapid succession, Goku employed instant transmission once more, launching a relentless barrage of strikes against the evil energy wave. Bang, 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 bang. After a flurry of punches, the evil energy wave was left dazed and hurled backward. At this juncture, Vegeta, moving with astonishing speed, landed a swift kick to the evil energy wave's face. Bang! The impact sent the creature crashing into the ground. In midair, Goku and Vegeta gathered their energy waves from opposite directions. Boom! The two formidable energy waves collided with the evil energy wave, resulting in a blinding explosion. However, in the wake of such a powerful combined assault, the evil energy wave transformed into a small cube, evading their attack. Reassembling itself before the two fighters in a molecular form, the evil energy wave unleashed an overwhelming aura. A malevolence that left both warriors feeling the weight of its immense power, reminiscent only of the presence of Majin Buu. Having endured this round of combat, the evil energy wave finally regarded Raditz and Vegeta with newfound seriousness, its expression no longer one of ease. A piercing sound cleaved the air as the malevolent entity, Evil Wave, struck with remarkable speed, delivering a knee thrust to Vegeta's abdomen. The force of the blow caused Vegeta to stagger back several paces, acutely aware that Evil Wave had not yet unveiled its full power during their earlier confrontation. In an instant, Goku teleported beside Evil Wave, launching a punch towards it. However, Evil Wave, exhibiting an astonishing display of strength, reacted with lightning speed, countering with an energy blast that forced Goku to retreat. Subsequently, Evil Wave conjured small energy orbs with both hands, relentlessly firing them at the two warriors. Thud after thud echoed as the energy blasts relentlessly struck them, rendering them momentarily immobile. Goku, battered by the onslaught, managed to extend his hand and utilize instant transmission. In a flash, he appeared beside Vegeta, whisking him away just in time. Both warriors gasped for breath, consuming Senzu beans to restore their vitality. Vegeta, this monster is far too powerful. It seems we have no choice but to resort to that technique, Goku remarked. Upon hearing Goku's suggestion, Vegeta's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he retorted vehemently, Kakarot, spare me the humiliation. I would sooner perish than employ that move. Meanwhile, Evil Wave hovered above, denying them respite. It extended its hand, conjuring a black hole before it. Energy orbs coalesced in its grasp and were hurled into the void. Numerous black holes manifested across Earth, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. The explosions reverberated as the orbs emerged from the black holes, targeting Goku and Vegeta with relentless fury. Unlike the smaller energy blasts, each orb possessed the capacity to wreak havoc upon impact, causing widespread destruction. As the onslaught continued, the inhabitants of Earth found themselves scrambling for safety. Yet many civilians could not escape the devastation. Witnessing the growing toll of casualties spurred Goku into action. He conveyed a thought to Vegeta. Vegeta, if this continues, Earth will be obliterated. It's time to use that technique. Hesitation flickered within Vegeta. The technique was steeped in disgrace. But Goku's subsequent plea pierced through his reluctance. Vegeta, think of Bulma and Trunks. The mention of his loved ones swayed Vegeta's resolve. Kakarot, mark my words, this is a one-time concession. There will be no second chance. With Vegeta's reluctant agreement, Goku executed instant transmission to stand alongside him. Before the eyes of many, the two commenced an unusual dance. Gohan, recognizing the fusion technique from previous experience, exclaimed in excitement, "It's the fusion technique." Trunks, however, was less enthusiastic. Witnessing his father and Goku engaged in such an outlandish display caused his cheeks to redden. The sight was utterly surreal. As Goku and Vegeta synchronized their movements, they aligned their energies. Fusion. Their fingertips met lightly, and the two auras began to merge. As the two individuals merged their essences, they formed a new body that embodied the characteristics of both Son Wukong and Vegeta. The energy emanating from this fusion was immensely powerful, surpassing even the malevolent force of the dark energy wave. Witnessing the formidable aura surrounding the fused entity, the dark energy wave's fighting spirit surged with fervor. At that moment, Vegeta wore an expression of haughty arrogance and disdainfully addressed the dark energy wave, proclaiming, "Monster, remember my name, Vegeta. Today, you shall meet your end at my hands." With a sudden burst of incredible speed, Vegeta launched himself forward, leaving everyone present, save for the dark energy wave, unable to perceive his movement. He struck the dark energy wave squarely in the face, catching it completely off guard. The dark energy wave, stunned by the onslaught, found itself unable to react, let alone flee. In desperation, it conjured energy blades with its hands to defend against Vegeto's relentless assault. With each punch, Vegeta unleashed a tempest of fury upon the dark energy wave's energy blades, shattering them with explosive force. His strikes rained down like a torrential storm, leaving the dark energy wave incapable of countering or evading. In the blink of an eye, the dark energy wave endured hundreds of blows, its form becoming unrecognizable as it howled in agony. "Damn it. Meanwhile, as Vegeta continued his merciless assault, Raditz was traversing between distant planets, hastening his journey toward Earth. Vegeta relentlessly attacked the dark energy wave's head, causing the malevolent energy within it to begin to leak. In a moment of desperation, the dark energy wave exerted its mental prowess to manipulate the surrounding space. With a thunderous roar, several dilapidated buildings were lifted from their foundations and hurled toward Vegeta. With terrified Earthlings trapped within, their cries echoing through the air. Just as these structures were about to collide with Vegeta, he skillfully spread his arms, preventing their catastrophic impact. Observing this, Gohan, Trunks, and a cadre of warriors soared into the sky, gracefully guiding the buildings back to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the dark energy wave fragmented itself and concealed its presence. At that instant, Vegeta hovered in the air, utterly unable to sense the dark energy wave's aura. Leaving him at a loss, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, but time passed, and the dark energy wave still did not reappear. The fusion technique between Sun Wukong and Vegeta had reached its limit, forcing the two to separate. Just then, the dark energy wave emerged before them, wielding an energy blade that swept across the air. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were caught off guard, sustaining deep cuts to their abdomens from the blade. Quickly, Sun Wukong supported Vegeta and instantaneously teleported them below, producing senzu beans that they consumed to regain some vitality. As they contemplated reinitiating their fusion, the dark energy wave, aware of the fusion's potency, unleashed dimensional black holes. Immediately, two black holes manifested before them, and the dark energy wave unleashed a surge of energy through the portals. Realizing the impending threat, Vegeta's instincts screamed caution as the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. "Kakarot, swiftly employ instant transmission to come to my side." Goku sensed that the energy was formidable and attempted to use instant transmission, only to discover that this energy had formed a barrier, sealing off the space within. Consequently, Goku was unable to utilize his instant transmission. Observing this situation, Vegeta exclaimed, "Quickly shatter this barrier. Use the fusion technique." With that, they both launched relentless assaults on the barrier from different angles, causing minute cracks to appear. However, the barrier was not so easily breached and required some time. Meanwhile, the malevolent energy wave did not sit idly by as they endeavored to break the barrier. Instead, it attacked them with punches and kicks through a black hole. Goku and Vegeta found themselves unable to continue their offensive against the barrier while evading the onslaught. On the other side, Gohan, Trunks, Nappa, and Piccolo recognized that the situation was dire. They immediately ascended into the sky, unleashing various forms of energy waves to assault the malevolent energy wave in a bid to buy time for Goku and Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. These attacks struck the malevolent energy wave, creating several holes in its form. However, relying on its ability to decompose and reassemble, it repaired itself almost instantaneously. At that moment, the malevolent energy wave did not relent in its assault on Goku, Vegeta, and the others. Another black hole opened nearby, gathering a massive green energy wave that shot forth from its mouth. Piccolo, witnessing this formidable energy wave and the incessantly appearing black holes, realized the impending danger and urgently warned, "We must leave this place. This energy wave could strike from an unknown corner." Upon hearing Piccolo's warning, The warriors recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily sought refuge. Just then, the green energy wave from the malevolent energy wave was unleashed, piercing through the black hole and hurtling towards the group below. Bang! The tremendous shockwave relentlessly battered those who had sought shelter. When the warriors turned to glance below once more, the city had vanished, obliterated by the energy wave's strike. Before the warriors could catch their breath, the malevolent energy wave once again coalesced in the sky, unleashing another green energy wave. Boom! This time, the wave was directed straight at Gohan. Seeing the powerful energy wave approaching, Piccolo disregarded his own safety and positioned himself before Gohan, intending to shield him. Meanwhile, trapped within the barrier, Goku anxiously observed the peril faced by Gohan and Piccolo. He unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, disregarding his own well-being, and activated the 15-fold Kaioken form. Observing Goku's transformation, Vegeta, with his deep understanding of Goku, grasped his intent. Kakarot, stay calm. Yet Goku paid no heed to Vegeta, channeling his full strength into a single punch against the barrier. At that moment, the malevolent energy wave's green energy was about to strike Piccolo, who was shielding Gohan. In that critical instant, Goku placed a hand on his forehead and transmitted a thought to Vegeta. Vegeta, the protection of Earth rests upon you. Boom! The brilliant light emitted by the immense energy wave engulfed both Gohan and Piccolo. Unbeknownst to the crowd, they could only sense the lingering energy of Gohan and Piccolo, while Goku's energy rapidly diminished. As the situation became clear, a profound silence enveloped everyone. Son Goku had selflessly shielded Piccolo and Gohan, braving the overwhelming wave of energy. Although this formidable force did not penetrate him instantaneously, his chest was left a gruesome mess, blood cascading down in a relentless stream. Goku gasped for breath, a naive smile gracing his lips, content to have arrived just in time. Yet, it seemed he could hardly endure any longer, beginning to plummet towards the ground. Witnessing their father suffer such grievous wounds in his protective act, Gohan and Piccolo hurriedly cradled Goku and brought him down. Goku's injuries were dire, and he soon lost consciousness. Gohan quickly retrieved the senzu beans from Goku's attire, administering one to aid in his recovery. A profound stillness filled the air, igniting a wave of anger among the onlookers. To them, Goku was not merely a comrade, but a cherished friend, even a family member. The sight of Goku enduring such severe harm for their sake was utterly unacceptable. Boom! Fueled by rage, Vegeta shattered the barrier and emerged. The normally arrogant prince wore an expression devoid of any discernible emotion, akin to that of a seasoned warrior. The fighters, now akin to the calm before a storm, exuded an undercurrent of turmoil. The malevolent energy wave, observing the fighters' expressions, reveled in their discontent. He cackled, "Hee, who shall be next?" As soon as the words left his lips, they struck a nerve among the warriors. Boom! In a surge of fury, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, moving with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the malevolent energy wave. Taken aback by Vegeta's sudden acceleration, the wave was caught unprepared, receiving the blow squarely and being sent hurtling away. Chapter 112. Peril. Subsequently, the warriors took to the skies, driven by a frenzy of instinct, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks at the malevolent energy wave. Bang! 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 Under the onslaught of countless blows, the energy wave's form was battered into pieces, howling in agony. "It hurts, it hurts." Yet, soon after, a sinister smile crept across the wave's lips. "Ha ha ha, is that all your anger amounts to?" In the midst of the assault, the malevolent wave transformed into a multitude of colorful cubes, retreating to a distance from the warriors before reassembling itself, the injuries healing instantaneously. "Let us play a little," it proclaimed, as it split off several smaller cubes from its form, swiftly crafting multiple duplicates of itself. Although these replicas lacked the strength of the original, they were still formidable. They charged towards several warriors while the original confronted Vegeta directly. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, fierce battles erupted in several locations across the sky, yet the malevolent energy wave maintained the upper hand. Before long, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha found themselves felled by the onslaught of the wave's duplicates, rendered immobile. In the midst of a fierce battle, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten found themselves ensnared in a dire struggle. Vegeta, confronting the essence of the malevolent Janemba, faced an even graver challenge. Despite his ascended state of fury, The disparity between his Super Saiyan 2 form and Janemba was staggering. The fiend appeared to bide its time, choosing to defend rather than attack. Amidst the tumultuous clash, Vegeta discerned a fleeting vulnerability in Janemba's defense. Seizing the moment, he launched himself toward this opening. However, as Vegeta charged, Janemba revealed a sinister smile. It was too late for Vegeta to comprehend the impending doom. Janemba had seemingly anticipated his assault, as Vegeta executed a sweeping strike accompanied by a thrust. Janemba's form disassembled into small cubes, evading the blow and reappearing at Vegeta's side. A concentrated energy wave surged forth, striking Vegeta with devastating force. With a grunt, Vegeta was hit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his indomitable will compelled him to continue the fight. Janemba, now wielding a blade of energy, initiated a relentless onslaught, targeting Vegeta's chest with blinding speed. Vegeta found himself unable to retaliate, resorting to blocking with his hands. When Janemba lunged with a piercing strike, Vegeta sidestepped, narrowly evading the energy blade. However, he was met with a powerful kick from Janemba that sent him hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Janemba began to condense a miniature energy wave in the air. In that moment, no ally could come to Vegeta's aid, as all were embroiled in their own battles. Collapsing to the ground, Vegeta succumbed to the energy waves, his fighting spirit extinguished. Observing the warriors struggling below, Janemba grew impatient. Choosing to unleash a cataclysmic energy capable of obliterating the earth, intent on ending this tiresome day. In the midst of the chaos, Gohan witnessed Vegeta's fall and Janemba's ominous intent to annihilate the planet. Recalling the words of Raditz, he understood that he alone bore the responsibility to protect this world. With a primal scream, Gohan's immense power erupted, astonishing all present. The skies darkened ominously, accompanied by a light drizzle, as thunder rumbled above. In the heart of the storm, Gohan ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Fully aware that his current form might not suffice against Janemba, Gohan resolved to exert every ounce of strength to defend the Earth. Even if it meant facing certain death, he refused to yield. In an instant, he darted toward Janemba's manifestations, who were caught off guard. With rapid strikes, Gohan pierced through their forms, reducing them back to their original state within Janemba. As Piccolo observed Gohan's formidable prowess and his unyielding assault, he realized that Gohan had matured. Addressing the remaining warriors, Piccolo urged, "Let us not harbor regrets. Together, we shall fight." Upon hearing Bix's words, the crowd, unwilling to harbor any regrets, steadfastly assumed their battle stances, preparing to confront the malevolent energy wave. The sinister entity gazed down at the assembled warriors, contemplating the defeat of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, with Gohan looming as the next target. A palpable disdain for their camaraderie twisted his features into a grimace. "You truly make me feel nauseated. Hurry and perish." With that, the malevolent energy wave surged forth from his hands, prompting the warriors to unleash their full power in response. The clash of two colossal energy waves reverberated through the heavens, nearly eclipsing the entire sky. The titanic forces collided, with the warriors' energies on the right and the malevolent wave on the left. The sheer overflow of energy from the confrontation stirred up a cataclysmic whirlwind of dust, wreaking havoc upon the earth and erasing countless innocent lives in an instant. Yet, even as the warriors exerted every ounce of their strength, the disparity in power between them and the malevolent force remained insurmountable. Initially, the two energy waves seemed evenly matched, but with a slight increase in his might, the malevolent entity began to overpower the warriors' energies. The warriors, drenched in perspiration, felt their bodies tremble uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, two more formidable energy signatures struck the fray, pushing back against the malevolent wave. Gohan turned his head slightly to see androids 17 and 18 rushing to their aid. Under the immense pressure of the energy waves, Gohan managed to utter, "Thank you." 17 and 18. The malevolent entity, now faced with two additional formidable opponents, wore an even more impatient expression and intensified his assault. Despite the arrival of 17 and 18, they were still no match for his overwhelming power. The colossal energy waves unleashed by the malevolent force relentlessly suppressed those of the warriors, inching ever closer to the ground. Ready to unleash devastation, Gohan and his companions, blood trickling from their lips and several bones fractured, found themselves utterly drained of strength. In this moment of near despair, memories of their lives on Earth flooded their minds. Yet, one individual, 18, clung to thoughts of Raditz, pouring every last ounce of energy into her struggle. She believed with unwavering faith that Raditz was alive and yearned to see him once more, even if it were only for a final farewell. Just as the malevolent energy bore down, radiating a blinding light and poised to erupt, a hand gently grasped 18's delicate one, releasing an immense wave of energy that countered the malevolent force. "I have returned." Upon hearing that familiar voice, 18's heart quivered. Turning, she beheld Raditz, enveloped in a swirl of crimson energy, the very person who haunted her thoughts. With tenderness, she caressed his face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You have finally returned." The surrounding warriors, witnessing Raditz's return, were filled with joy, reigniting their hope. As Raditz gazed at the malevolent energy wave in the sky, a scornful smile graced his lips, and he immediately intensified his power. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave unleashed a terrifying force due to Raditz's intervention. Within mere moments, the energy wave surged forward, propelling itself towards the malevolent force. The malevolent wave, upon witnessing Raditz's involvement, displayed a look of sheer astonishment as this overwhelming energy approached. Without hesitation, it resorted to its decomposing movement technique once more. Boom, boom, boom. As the malevolent wave retreated, the energy wave was thrust skyward, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The tremors caused by this explosion, although not directly impacting the Earth, led to a violent upheaval of the planet. Countless dormant volcanoes awakened and erupted, unleashing yet another wave of horror. The once azure sky transformed into a blood-red hue, accompanied by rain laden with ash. Utilizing instantaneous movement, Raditz retrieved the senzu beans from the unconscious Goku and tossed them to the others to mend their wounds. The warriors expressed their gratitude to Raditz. After a prolonged absence from Gohan, Raditz was taken aback by how much Gohan had matured and strengthened. "Gohan, it appears you have grown significantly," Raditz remarked. In response, Gohan, reminiscent of his younger self, shyly averted his gaze and replied, "Uncle, I still have a long way to go compared to you." At that moment, having consumed the senzu beans, Vegeta, upon seeing Raditz alive and in this formidable form, felt a surge of fervor in his gaze. Since achieving Super Saiyan 2, he and Goku had made no substantial progress. Raditz's Super Saiyan 3 state was something they could not fathom mastering in the mortal realm. Vegeta had been trapped in this plateau for far too long. Witnessing Raditz's serene yet distinct form stirred a sense of urgency within him. "Raditz, what is this form? You must tell me how to achieve it." Observing Vegeta's desperation, Raditz understood his relentless desire for advancement, but now was not the opportune moment for instruction. "Vegeta, this is the state of a Saiyan god. Pay attention." At that instant, the malevolent energy wave reconstructed itself in the sky. Raditz teleported beside the malevolent wave and, with a resounding impact, delivered a powerful punch. The force of this blow was beyond what both the onlookers and the malevolent wave had anticipated. "Ah!" The malevolent wave cried out in agony as a portion of its dark energy was expelled. This solitary punch inflicted severe damage, even causing a slight leak of its malevolence. Subsequently, Raditz unleashed a rapid succession of punches upon the malevolent wave. The dark energy continued to seep out, rendering it incapable of utilizing its decomposing movement technique. Those watching below, including Vegeta and the others, were left in stunned silence at Raditz's overwhelming prowess. The very entity that had nearly led to their annihilation was now rendered almost powerless before Raditz. "Wait, the malevolent wave attempted to utter, but Raditz showed no mercy, relentlessly pummeling it with blow after blow. As the malevolent energy continuously expelled from his body, the strength of the evil thought wave diminished, rendering him increasingly feeble. Noticing that the weakening had reached its peak, Raditz infused his fist with divine power, forming a blade of energy imbued with celestial might. With a resounding crash, he thrust his fist directly into the chest of the evil thought wave. This divine-infused blow pierced through the malevolent entity, evaporating the dark essence within. At that moment, the form of the evil thought wave underwent a dramatic transformation, initially reverting to its first, corpulent shape. Gradually, the flesh began to dissolve, resembling putrid mud. Before long, the malevolent energy within was entirely depleted, revealing its original appearance, a diminutive demon from the depths of hell, now bewilderedly surveying its surroundings. "Am I not in hell?" it pondered. Confusion etched upon its face. Observing the demon's expression, Raditz comprehended the turn of events. Come, I shall escort you back to hell. With a swift motion, Raditz teleported with the demon back to the infernal realm. In hell, following the demise of the evil thought wave, the barrier dissipated, allowing the king of hell to emerge from his throne. With the king's presence, order swiftly returned to hell, and everything resumed its meticulous course. Raditz, accompanied by the little demon, soon stood before the king. The turmoil between hell and earth was instigated by this one, Raditz declared. Upon hearing this, the king of hell erupted in fury and immediately commenced an interrogation of the demon. It was soon revealed that the chaos had transpired due to the demon's negligence, resulting in the explosion of the soul purifier, which had absorbed malevolent energy. Your carelessness has wrought havoc upon both earth and hell, leading to the demise of countless souls. Your punishment is the obliteration of your essence. With that, the king unleashed a surge of divine power that enveloped the demon, causing it to vanish without a trace amidst the cosmos. After addressing this matter, the king of hell, having not seen Raditz in quite some time, engaged in pleasantries. It was then revealed that Raditz had encountered the dragon god Salama, plunging into a temporal anomaly and traversing through alternate realities. The king expressed profound intrigue regarding Raditz's adventures in these other realms. As for the dragon god Salama, the divine realm was already aware of his emergence, with angels and high priests closely monitoring him. Rest assured, Raditz, should Salama show himself, he will be beset upon and will not dare to face you again. Hearing the king's words, Raditz felt a wave of relief, knowing that as long as Salama remained passive, he would be safe. After expressing his gratitude to the king, Raditz departed hell via teleportation, rejoining his comrades. At that moment, the unconscious Sun Wukong had awakened, and upon seeing Raditz return unscathed, he was filled with joy, leading to a warm exchange among the group. After learning of Raditz's recent endeavors, Android 18 could no longer contain herself. She rushed to him, embracing him tightly and whispering sweet nothings in his ear, reluctant to part from him. Chapter 114. The anomaly of Dragon Balls. Only after a considerable time did Android 18 become aware of the other's presence, at which point she consented to release Raditz from her embrace. As Raditz beheld Piccolo, he discerned a significant augmentation in Piccolo's aura, which was now intermingled with the essence of the Supreme Kai. The fact that the Supreme Kai's presence on Earth had inexplicably vanished piqued Raditz's curiosity. Before he could inquire, Piccolo preemptively elucidated. The Supreme Kai felt his time was drawing to a close. To extend his life and safeguard the Earth, he merged with me. Reflecting on the Supreme Kai's past assistance, Raditz sighed, recognizing the ongoing concern the Supreme Kai harbored for the planet. At that moment, Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, interjected. Raditz, how does one attain the Saiyan God form? Goku, intrigued by Vegeta's question, leaned in closer. Raditz replied slowly. One requires 6 Saiyans, each possessing a heart of righteousness, to channel their energy into a single individual, thereby transforming them into a Saiyan God. Eagerly, Vegeta declared, Kakarot, allow me to experience this first. Goku, scratching his head, conceded. All right, Vegeta, but after your transformation, I too shall become a Saiyan God. However, Raditz surveyed the desolate earth, sensing that its vitality had diminished by half. He resolved that after Vegeta and Goku had experienced the divine state, they would seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect those Earthlings who perished in the recent battle against the evil energy wave. Meanwhile, Vegeta was poised for the transformation, and Raditz, seeing both Vegeta and Goku eager to embrace their Saiyan forms, gathered Goku, Gohan, Goten, Nappa, and Trunks around Vegeta. Following Raditz's instructions, they closed their eyes to attune to their inner energy, channeling it into Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta felt a tumultuous shift within him. His aura erupted in a crimson blaze. When he reopened his eyes, an air of divinity enveloped him. I feel immensely powerful now. Should I face that monstrous foe again, I would surely triumph. Subsequently, they replicated the process for Goku, enabling both him and Vegeta to assume the Saiyan God form. With their transformations complete, Goku and Vegeta eagerly engaged in combat, reveling in the exhilaration of battle. Nappa, observing their transformation into Saiyan gods, was eager to join but realized he would need to wait, as the exertion of channeling their energy had left everyone needing a respite before attempting the transformation again. As Goku and Vegeta clashed in the skies, their Saiyan God forms unexpectedly dissipated. Despite their attempts to revert to this exalted state, they found themselves unable to succeed. Kakarot. Vegeta. The heart energy merely unlocks the divine state. Continuous training will grant you the ability to transform at will, Raditz explained, illuminating their understanding of why they could not transform again. At that moment, a new disturbance arose on Earth, not far from Raditz and the others. Pilaf and his companions, employing some unknown method, had gathered the Black Star Dragon Balls in a conspicuous arrangement. Pilaf gazed upon the ravaged Earth, recognizing it as a prime opportunity to assert his dominion. He called out to the arranged Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenron." Instantly, the sky transformed, a stark contrast to the previous encounters with Shenron. Instead of the usual golden radiance, a dark beam of light erupted from above, imbued with an ominous aura that set it apart from the typical Shenron. This time, the dragon Pilaf summoned was crimson, its eyes reflecting malevolence. The unusual phenomena in the sky, accompanied by the sinister energy, did not go unnoticed by the warriors. Raditz and Son Goku utilized instant transmission to appear beside Pilaf and his cohorts. At that moment, the dark Shenron had descended upon the earth, and Pilaf, upon seeing Son Goku's arrival, panicked and attempted to utter something to the dragon. However, Raditz invaded Pilaf's body with divine power, rendering him momentarily speechless. Unfazed by whether this dragon was the original, Son Goku addressed Shenron directly, "Revive those who perished due to the evil energy wave." Raditz, aware of the implications tied to the Black Star Dragon Balls, realized it was too late. Upon hearing Son Goku's request, the dragon's eyes glimmered with dark light. "As you wish." In an instant, all those affected by the battle against the evil energy wave were resurrected. Meanwhile, in the shadowy realm, the Dark Lord sensed the Black Star Dragon Balls, but was thwarted by the attention of the priest, making it inconvenient to intervene. He unleashed a wave of malevolence that penetrated the void and merged with the dark Shenron. The dragon, now infused with Salama's essence, dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Vanishing from sight, the Black Star Dragon Balls did not scatter across the globe. Instead, they swiftly disappeared within the Earth itself. Noticing the disappearance of the Black Star Dragon Balls and sensing Salama's presence, Raditz understood that this endeavor would not be as simple as searching for the Dragon Balls across the universe. At this juncture, Piccolo and the other warriors arrived. Upon detecting the lingering aura of the Black Star Dragon Balls, Piccolo's expression darkened as he spoke to the group. "These Black Star Dragon Balls were created by me and the Supreme Kai, embodying evil. If not recollected within a year, Earth will face annihilation." The revelation left everyone astounded, realizing the formidable power of these dark Dragon Balls. With a sigh, Raditz addressed his companions, "I shall venture into the universe to gather the Black Star Dragon Balls. You all remain here to safeguard Earth." Hearing this, Son Goku hesitated, saying, "Raditz, I should accompany you. After all, it was my wish." Raditz shook his head. "Kakarot, there may still be numerous dangers on Earth. You should focus on mastering your divine form and protect our home." Reluctantly, Son Goku nodded in agreement. However, Android 18 was unwilling to accept this arrangement. "Raditz, how long do you intend to leave me behind this time?" "I'm coming with you." Noticing 18's displeasure, Raditz realized that his prolonged absence had caused her concern. Leitais, not daring to oppose, nodded in agreement with Android 18's idea. Upon seeing Leitais' consent, 18 beamed with joy and took his hand. "Leitais, are you planning to journey into the cosmos?" Upon hearing Goku's words, Leitais pondered for a moment. Since he was not venturing alone and was unaware of the whereabouts of the Black Star Dragon Balls, he decided to consider it as a compensation for 18. Indeed, Kakarot. Subsequently, the group arrived at Vegeta's residence, where Bulma greeted Leitais warmly, pleased to see him alive. Understanding their purpose, she retrieved the spaceship constructed years ago on Namek. At that moment, Bulma approached Leitais. "I never expected this spaceship would be useful again. I have upgraded it, and it now flies even faster." She then placed the spaceship into a simple capsule and handed it to Leitais. Chapter 115. Departure after several days of feasting and merriment with the warriors. Leitais and 18 were well prepared, having acquired a substantial number of Senzu beans from King Kai. Additionally, Leitais entrusted Bulma with the modification of the Dragon Radar. The new radar could now detect Dragon Balls across various planets. Thus, the two prepared to ascend from Kame House, embarking on their quest into the universe in search of the Black Star Dragon Balls. Outside Kame House, The warriors had already gathered in anticipation. Nearby, Android 18 and Android 17 exchanged farewells. Leitais was somewhat taken aback to see Vegeta among the visitors. Although Vegeta still bore his characteristic defiance, he approached to bid farewell. A gesture once unimaginable. It seemed that his prolonged stay on Earth had instilled in him a sense of belonging. Goku approached, standing before Leitais, and said, "Do not worry. I will protect Earth alongside Vegeta." Leitais nodded. For him, despite the temporal chaos his presence had caused in the Dragon Ball timeline, he recalled that Earth should no longer face formidable foes. At this moment, Gohan, Goten, and the other warriors each bid farewell to Leitais, wishing him a safe journey. Even Vegeta, who had remained silent, spoke up. "Leitais, when you return, I will be stronger than you, so do not vanish again. Be careful not to be surpassed by me." Upon hearing this, Goku pushed Vegeta forward to Leitais. Forming a fist, Vegeta hesitantly extended his hand in response. Understanding their intent, Leitais also extended his fist, connecting with those of Goku and Vegeta. "Until we meet again," the three declared almost in unison. With no further words exchanged, their camaraderie encapsulated in that brief gesture. With that, Leitais turned, taking 18's hand as they boarded the spaceship, waving at the onlookers below. With a thunderous roar, the journey began. The spacecraft soared into the sky with a swift whoosh, leaving behind a considerable amount of debris on the ground from its launch. Meanwhile, the onlookers at the Kame house, having bid farewell to Raditz and Android 18, began to disperse. Master Roshi slowly emerged from the dwelling, gazing helplessly at the ashes and litter strewn about. "These young folks, must they always launch from my abode? I am left to tidy up after them every time." Beside him, the old turtle, witnessing Master Roshi's lament, crawled over and patted his foot. "Master Roshi, you must realize by now that only I can accompany you." Looking at the old turtle, Master Roshi chose silence this time, refraining from a rebuke and instead retreated into the house, leaving the turtle outside in disarray. At that moment, the spacecraft, after a brief jolt, had exited the atmosphere and entered the cosmos. As soon as they were in space, Android 18 approached the window, captivated by the breathtaking scenery beyond. Enraptured, she gazed at the myriad celestial bodies, each transforming into sparkling stars adorning the night sky. The entire Milky Way resembled a flowing river, with points of light, akin to diamonds, racing through the vastness. Noticing Android 18's enchantment with the cosmic vista, Raditz realized it was her inaugural experience in space. He approached her side, and she naturally leaned against his shoulder. In that moment, they resembled a young couple, nestled together as they admired the view. After a prolonged silence, Android 18 finally spoke. "Raditz, this is my first time witnessing the scenery beyond Earth. Is this what the universe looks like? It's truly beautiful." Raditz, observing the delight on her face, softly replied, "Indeed, 18. I will accompany you to explore all these magnificent places." Their eyes met, and Raditz gently lifted her chin, unable to resist the urge to kiss her, causing a faint blush to grace Android 18's cheeks. "Let us not get carried away. We must not forget our purpose." With that, she pulled away from Raditz and entered the gravity chamber to train. As Android 18 commenced her workout in the gravity chamber, Raditz took a moment to calm himself and ponder how he might grow stronger. For him, the gravity chamber had become of little use. His current training focus was to advance his Saiyan God form further, aiming to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. However, this transformation was exceedingly challenging and would require time. Raditz began his attempts by first manifesting his Saiyan God form, then gathering his energy in a manner reminiscent of his Super Saiyan transformation to strive for Super Saiyan Blue. With a fierce exertion, Raditz's energy surged, flickering momentarily towards blue before rapidly reverting to red. Inside the gravity chamber, Android 18 sensed Raditz's power amplifying. Aware that he was striving for a breakthrough, she refrained from interrupting him. Outside, Raditz, after several attempts, concluded that transforming into Super Saiyan while in his God state posed significant difficulty. He resolved to train steadily, seeking the moment of breakthrough to attain Super Saiyan Blue. During their time traversing the cosmos, aside from moments of rigorous training, Number 18 found herself delightfully engaged in culinary pursuits, much to Raditz's admiration for her unexpected culinary skills. As evening descended, the ambience grew increasingly intimate. Despite the numerous rooms at their disposal, neither knew how to navigate the situation. Raditz took the initiative to break the silence. Remarking that it was nearly night on Earth, and number 18 ought to rest. In response, she softly acknowledged his suggestion with a simple mm and retreated into her room, leaving Raditz in solitude, uncertain of his next move. After a moment of internal conflict, Raditz ultimately ventured into number 18's chamber. There, he found her adorned in a black lace nightgown, standing before the bed, visibly anxious as she regarded him. Raditz, captivated by her alluring presence, felt a stirring desire within. Approaching her side, he sensed that she was somewhat prepared for what was to come. As she gently closed her eyes, Raditz found himself momentarily taken aback. Gathering his composure, he stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, his head inclining slightly toward hers. He could hear her breath and behold her exquisite features, including her delicate lips. With his own eyes shut, he yearned to press his lips against hers. However, the sudden, urgent beeping of the dragon radar shattered the tender moment. The radar's persistent alerts disrupted their thoughts. Raditz produced the device, scrutinizing its readings, which indicated the presence of a Dragon Ball on a nearby planet. Number 18, now awake, exhibited a hint of disappointment, but approached Raditz to observe the location of the Dragon Ball. Raditz promptly made his way to the spaceship's control panel, plotting a course. Given the ship's velocity, they would arrive at the Dragon Ball's planet by the following morning, Earth time. Once the route was established, Raditz returned to number 18's room, where he found her standing with her arms crossed, her expression tinged with displeasure. "Now that you've set the course, you should return to your own room to rest," she stated. Raditz recognized her irritation stemming from his earlier actions. Choosing not to elaborate, he understood that the best course of action was to demonstrate his intentions through his actions. With confidence, he approached number 18, pulling her into an embrace and kissing her fervently on her crimson lips. Initially startled by his boldness, she instinctively attempted to push him away. But her resistance faltered as Raditz's passionate kiss deepened. After a moment, he gazed earnestly into her eyes and inquired, "Has your anger subsided?" In response, number 18 remained silent, instead grasping Raditz's head and drawing him in for another kiss. Subsequently, she gently pushed him onto the bed and switched off the light. In the dimly lit surroundings, garments lay strewn about, revealing only the silhouettes of two figures. As dawn broke, number 18 awakened before Raditz. Observing Raditz still in slumber, a look of bliss adorned number 18's face. She gently pressed her lips against Raditz's cheek, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. At that moment, Raditz opened his eyes, gazing at number 18 with a tender expression, his hand reaching out to caress her flowing hair. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed, and both Raditz and number 18 realized that the spaceship had reached its destination. Reluctantly, they dressed and descended from the vessel. Upon stepping onto the ground, they found themselves in an expansive plain beneath a cerulean sky, reminiscent of another Earth. The atmosphere on this planet was equally abundant, rivaling that of Earth. Raditz and number 18 soared into the sky, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar. Beep, beep, beep. The radar indicated that the Dragon Balls were not far from their location. Raditz guided number 18 towards the indicated spot. In a short while, they arrived in a bustling city, populated by anthropomorphic creatures. As they descended, the inhabitants gazed up in astonishment at the two figures descending from the heavens. Raditz discerned that the technological advancement of this planet was remarkably low. These pig-headed beings had never encountered extraterrestrial life. Whispers spread among the humanoid creatures, commenting on the peculiar appearance of the newcomers, likening them to monsters. Growing impatient with their remarks, Raditz unleashed several energy blasts into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts erupted, sending the onlookers into a frenzy, seeking shelter in panic. Raditz activated the Dragon Ball radar, scanning for the location of the orbs. They soon arrived at an alien eatery, where an enormous creature resembling a mole was voraciously consuming food. Upon closer inspection, Raditz noticed a black Dragon Ball atop its head. This was indeed the 7-star ball. Recognizing the transformation of the dragon into a humanoid form, Raditz realized that this Dragon Ball harbored malevolent energy, distinct from his memory of the black Dragon Balls, indicating a shift towards evil. Raditz sensed the creature's energy. Its combat power was respectable, barely approaching Super Saiyan levels. Observing the clumsy creature feasting, number 18 chuckled softly, remarking to Raditz, "This pig doesn't seem very bright." However, Raditz remained cautious. The black Dragon Balls possessed considerable strength. "Don't be deceived by its appearance, number 18. These black Dragon Balls are formidable." At that moment, The seven-star dragon seemed to sense Raditz's intent and bolted in a panic. Number 18, take action, Raditz declared, utilizing instant transmission to position himself before the seven-star dragon, while number 18 blocked its escape route. The seven-star dragon flashed an evil grin at Raditz and number 18. And Raditz, well aware of the implications of that malevolent smile, prepared for the confrontation. The seven-star dragon possesses the ability to attach itself to others, and thus, it bestowed its divine power upon number 18 to avert any unforeseen mishaps. With a resounding crash, number 18 struck through the body of the mole, making contact with the seven-star ball. A formidable energy surged forth from the seven-star dragon, crackling with tendrils of lightning, emanating a dazzling radiance. Raditz sensed the powerful energy of the seven-star ball attempting to invade number 18's body. However, the divine aura surrounding number 18 repelled the sinister energy, preventing its entry. The seven-star dragon plummeted to the ground, its form rapidly shrinking into that of a diminutive mole. What was that just now? Raditz inquired of number 18. That was the ability of the seven-star dragon, capable of controlling others' bodies, but I thwarted it, she replied. As the two observed the ground, they sensed the lingering presence of the seven-star dragon. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the earth, causing it to quake violently. Raditz realized this turmoil was the doing of the seven-star dragon. Without hesitation, he conjured an energy wave in his hands and directed it towards the subterranean location of the seven-star dragon. With a thunderous explosion, a massive pit was blasted into the ground, revealing the seven-star dragon. Glaring at Raditz and number 18, the seven-star dragon slammed its palm onto the ground. Instantly, a shockwave surged upwards towards the two. They deftly sidestepped the oncoming wave, but the seven-star dragon continued its relentless assault on the earth. As shockwaves erupted around them, Raditz seized number 18 and teleported above the seven-star dragon. Unexpectedly, the seven-star dragon struck the ground once more, unleashing a powerful force that erupted from its feet. The dragon found itself ensnared by its own shockwave, subjected to a relentless barrage, as the air filled with the scent of roasting meat. Meanwhile, Raditz and number 18 had already vacated the area, avoiding the devastating impact. Observing the dragon on the verge of being cooked, number 18 couldn't suppress her laughter. Raditz, this seven-star dragon is truly foolish. Ha! Raditz, amused by the dragon's clumsiness, found the situation entertaining. All right, number 18, it's time to deal with this fool. As they approached the seven-star dragon from either side, number 17 and number 18 unleashed a punch to its face simultaneously. With a resounding thud, the dragon's face became swollen from the blow. Subsequently, both conjured energy waves and directed them at the dragon. Aya! The seven-star dragon cried out as it was struck by the two powerful energy waves, its form disintegrating completely. At that moment, the seven-star ball fell to the ground. Raditz picked it up, noting that the dark energy within had dissipated, returning to its normal hue. Number 18 gazed at the seven-star ball, astonished as the stars transformed from black to their original colors. Raditz, has the dark energy been eliminated? She asked. Raditz nodded affirmatively, replying, yes, number 18. As long as we continue to vanquish the remaining star dragons, this orb will cleanse the malevolent energy and revert to normal. With that, Raditz wrapped his arm around number 18's slender waist. Let us proceed. On the 18th, her face bore a slight blush, seemingly recalling the events of the previous night. Humph. She brushed aside Raditz's hands and promptly returned to the spaceship. Raditz, having secured the 7 Dragon Balls, returned to the vessel and activated the launch. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship ignited, producing an immense sound that drew the attention of numerous indigenous inhabitants of the planet. These residents shouted joyfully from the ground, perhaps relieved that the two formidable beings had finally departed. As the spaceship sped away from the star system, Raditz gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls in his hand, murmuring to himself, "It appears that this journey has been quite smooth." In the days that followed, Raditz and the 18th enjoyed a blissfully ordinary life together. They would often embrace while gazing at the starry sky, savoring the culinary delights prepared by the 18th, and occasionally landing on picturesque planets for leisure. They resembled a typical couple from Earth, to the point where Raditz and the 18th nearly forgot their mission. The spaceship traversed the vast cosmos, exploring the signals detected by the Dragon Ball radar. Suddenly, an unforeseen calamity struck. One of the spaceship's engines abruptly shut down. The vessel began to shake violently, threatening to plunge into oblivion. Realizing the peril, Raditz instinctively shielded the 18th. With no time to spare for the spacecraft, he grasped the Dragon Ball radar and, using instantaneous movement, transported himself and the 18th away. In an instant, they found themselves on a planet with a pink sky. From this vantage point, they could see their spaceship plummeting to the ground, disintegrating mid-air into mere fragments, leaving nothing behind. Not wishing to keep the 18th in a constant state of hurried teleportation, Raditz suggested, "Since we are here, let us explore this planet and seek another spaceship before setting off again." He then sensed the area with the highest population on this planet and utilized instantaneous movement once more. In a flash, they arrived in a bustling marketplace filled with vendors and houses. The humanoid beings on this planet sported white headscarves and small mustaches, exuding a rather cunning demeanor. As they noticed Raditz and the 18th, they flocked towards them, eager to peddle their wares. "Sir, come buy our potent pills," one cried. "Madam, take a look at these exquisite cosmetics." The throng of merchants quickly encircled Raditz and the 18th, inundating them with their calls. Growing increasingly irritated by the surrounding merchants, Raditz erupted in frustration. With a resounding crash, a shockwave from his anger sent the merchant sprawling. Seizing the 18th's hand, Raditz swiftly departed from the chaotic scene. Not far from there, they stumbled upon a sight resembling a mechanical wasteland, littered with damaged robots. Initially intending to leave and find another spaceship, Raditz's attention was drawn to a dilapidated robot amidst the wreckage. Gazing upon the robot, Raditz was reminded of the one known as Jiru from his memories. Coupled with the previous and scrupulous merchants, Raditz realized that this was none other than the planet of the nefarious traders depicted in the comics. Reflecting on this, he recalled that Jiru was a high-performance robot, and if it consumed the Dragon Radar, its exploratory range would expand significantly. Thus, Raditz retrieved the Dragon Radar and tentatively placed it before Jiru. Beep, beep, beep. The robot emitted a sound and then promptly devoured the Dragon Radar. Immediately, the robot sprang into action, attempting to flee. However, it had hardly taken a few steps before being seized by Android 18. Having consumed the Dragon Radar, "Where do you think you're going?" Jiru then found himself confronted by Raditz, who wore a smile. "Since you've consumed the Dragon Radar, you shall accompany us." Faced with the daunting duo, Jiru dared not resist. "Very well, I shall go with you." Yet, Raditz, possessing some knowledge of the Dragon Balls, was aware that Jiru was a creation of Dr. Mu. He directly addressed Jiru, saying, "Jiru, I know you serve Dr. Mu. Assist us, and I shall help you liberate the mechanical planet from his grasp." Upon hearing Raditz's words, the lights in Jiru's mechanical eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Raditz's request. "Jiru, do you have any information about this planet? We need a spaceship." In response to Raditz's inquiry, Jiru's systems began to operate, and soon he replied, "On planet Amika, King Dorgia possesses a high-performance spaceship, but he is exceedingly greedy and will not part with it." Raditz was already well-versed in this particular narrative. With Dorgia's strength, he merely needed to defeat him to acquire the spaceship and save the planet's inhabitants. Raditz sensed the strongest warrior on this planet and, with a swift use of instant transmission, found himself within a palace adorned entirely in gold. Marveling at the opulence, Android 18 turned to Raditz and exclaimed, "Raditz, I want all of this." Although Raditz was indifferent to the treasures, he nodded in agreement since 18 expressed her desire for them. Before Raditz and his companions stood the planet's mightiest warrior, the bodyguard of Dorgia, named Requick. Seated upon a golden throne was Dorgia himself, a figure clad in pink with a punk hairstyle, exuding a nefarious demeanor. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Raditz remained silent, but Android 18 boldly replied, "We have come to claim your treasures." Dorgia's countenance darkened upon hearing 18's declaration. He could not fathom that someone would dare to plunder his wealth on this planet. To him, riches were akin to life itself. Requick, dispose of these insolent intruders. At that moment, the imposing Requick, towering and muscular, obeyed Dorgia's command and advanced. Raditz could perceive the rising energy emanating from Dorgia. He was indeed a master of controlling his aura. "Raditz, allow me to handle this," Android 18 proposed. As the 18th approached, he awaited the strike from Requick. Upon hearing the words of the 18th, Raditz chose not to intervene. Chapter 118, The Enormous Plant. Raditz could sense that even if Dongjia unleashed all his power in a fit of rage, his battle capability would only reach a few million. In contrast, he was facing the formidable 18th, who possessed extraordinary strength, leaving Rithis utterly unconcerned. Raikik gazed at the 18th and remarked, "Warrior, it is customary not to engage women in battle. You should withdraw." The 18th casually tossed her hair, her gaze turning fierce. "To fight me is your privilege." With a resounding crack, the 18th unleashed her energy, the air reverberating with the force of her power. She delivered a powerful punch to Raikik's abdomen and swiftly leaped back. To Dongjia's astonishment, Raikik absorbed the blow as if it were nothing, boldly proclaiming, "Ha! Your punch has done nothing to Raikik. You are utterly oblivious to your limitations." The 18th remained silent, conjuring a blade of energy as she approached Dongjia. With a swift motion, she brought her hand down, cleaving a table in two. Dongjia, witnessing the terrifying prowess of the woman before him, shouted, "Raikik, what are you dawdling for? Resolve this matter quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, Raikik collapsed, his eyes wide open as he lost consciousness. Seeing Raikik fall, Dongjia knelt on the ground, pleading, "Do not kill me. Spare my life." The 18th coldly regarded him and commanded, "Hand over your money and your spaceship, and I will grant you mercy." Even the avaricious Dongjia, faced with the specter of death, relinquished his wealth in a desperate bid for survival. "Take it all. Just please do not slay me." He then produced a key, offering it to the 18th to unlock his treasure chamber, where all his riches were stored. Upon receiving the key, the 18th spared Dongjia. She turned to Rithis, her previously icy demeanor softening into one of warmth. "Rithis, open the treasure chamber. Let us procure a spaceship and depart." Rithis, observing Dongjia, realized he could not allow him to escape so easily. Otherwise, the inhabitants of this planet would continue to suffer under his tyranny. Rithis resolved to perform an act of kindness, saying to the 18th, "You first accompany Jilu to the treasure chamber. I shall deal with this man and leave him to the residence." With that, Rithis seized Dongjia and Raikik, making his way towards the residential area. Along the route, many of Dongjia's subordinates witnessed their leader and Raikik being apprehended. Fearful of Raikik's overwhelming strength, they did not dare to approach. Instead, they scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Rithis arrived at the residential area. In the incredulous gaze of the residents, he cast Dongjia and Raikik to the ground. "Dongjia and Raikik of Yamaijia are now in your hands." No sooner had he spoken than the residents, sensing Dongjia's fall from grace, surged forward, mercilessly raining down blows upon him. As for how they would handle things, Dongjia, along with Raikik and Raditz, remained unconcerned. Raditz returned to the side of number 18, who had now discovered a colossal spaceship. This vessel was astonishingly large, deserving of the title Cosmic Aircraft Carrier. Upon entering the ship, number 18 eagerly led Raditz to showcase her newfound treasures. Piles of gold and various precious items were heaped together like a small mountain. Raditz was utterly astounded that Dongjia could possess such wealth. "Raditz," number 18 exclaimed with excitement, "we can buy so many things when we return to Earth." Observing her exuberance, Raditz replied, "You should take charge of these treasures." With that, he took her hand and stepped into the vast spaceship. At that moment, Jiru was already at the control console, waiting patiently for Raditz and number 18. "Jiru, check for any Dragon Ball signals in the vicinity." Upon hearing Raditz's request, Jiru began scanning for Dragon Ball information. Beep, beep, beep. The signal for a Dragon Ball was detected on a distant planet. Jiru promptly projected the Dragon Ball signal onto the ship's electronic screen. The Dragon Ball appeared quite distant, not near at all. Raditz regarded Jiru with admiration, appreciating its capabilities. Not only could it search for Dragon Balls over a greater range, but it could also operate the spaceship, relieving him of the burden of navigation. "Let us set off, Jiru, towards the planet where the Dragon Ball is located." With a thunderous roar, the spaceship, significantly larger than before, activated, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Despite its size, the spaceship was considerably faster than Bulma's creations, swiftly entering the vastness of space. Thus, traversing the cosmos, the journey took over 10 days before finally reaching the position marked by the Dragon Ball radar. During this time, with Jiru at the helm, Raditz enjoyed a leisurely existence alongside number 18, indulging in a carefree lifestyle. While still in outer space, Raditz observed the planet below, cloaked in vibrant green. It appeared to be a thriving world, its combat power remarkably high. The spaceship descended and landed on the surface of this verdant planet. As Raditz, number 18, and Jiru disembarked, they were greeted by the sight of an ant, the size of a human, strolling past the front of the ship. Raditz and number 18 gazed in astonishment at their surroundings. Not only was the ant of human proportions, but the surrounding trees were also impressively exaggerated. Number 18. Stay close behind me. Be cautious. This planet may harbor terrifying creatures. Upon hearing Raditz's words, number 18 felt a warm sensation in her heart as she gently held his hand and walked slowly. Suddenly, a loud buzzing filled the air, reminiscent of helicopter blades. Raditz looked up to see numerous gigantic bees charging towards them. With a swift motion, he conjured energy blasts in his hands and began firing at the bees. One by one, the enormous insects fell from the sky, yet to his surprise, more and more continued to swarm towards them, rushing towards the crowd with reckless abandon. The overwhelming number forced Raditz to retreat from the area. Accompanied only by Android 18 and Jiru, he hastily advanced to escape the chaos surrounding them. After a brief journey, they drew ever closer to the location of the Dragon Ball indicated by Jiru. Soon, a towering tree came into view, its height obscuring its summit. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Raditz discovered that the Dragon Ball was nestled within one of its remarkably large apples. To his surprise, it was the 4-star Dragon Ball. He hadn't anticipated that this Dragon Ball would be so easily found, requiring little effort on his part. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a rumble echoed through the air. The Dragon Ball, ensnared within the apple, began to undergo a transformation as dark energy slowly seeped outward. The 4-star dragon emerged, its form manifesting with an intimidating heat that made it almost unbearable to approach. This golden figure radiated a sinister aura, possessing golden skin and an imposing pair of wings. Raditz instantly recognized it as the 4-star dragon, sensing its formidable power, which surpassed even that of a Super Saiyan 3. The very atmosphere grew blistering, resembling a hellish inferno. Noticing Raditz instead of Goku, the 4-star dragon looked down upon him with disdain, believing only Goku could pose a challenge. With a haughty demeanor, the 4-star dragon dismissed Raditz, suggesting he summon Goku instead. Unfazed by the dragon's arrogance, Raditz resolved to teach it a lesson. You need not summon Kakarot. I, his brother, am stronger. With that, he signaled for Android 18 to keep a safe distance with Jiru. Once they were far enough away, Raditz activated the godly transformation, his hair turning a striking red. The surge of power emanating from him momentarily startled the 4-star dragon, igniting its fighting spirit. In an instant, the 4-star dragon, moving with astonishing speed, launched a punch directly at Raditz. However, in the realm of divine power, such speed was merely trivial. Raditz deftly sidestepped the attack, grasping one of the dragon's wings and forcefully slamming it into the ground. The impact reverberated as the 4-star dragon crashed against the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz unleashed a flurry of relentless blows upon the downed creature, each strike raining down upon its face, leaving it bloodied and unable to retaliate. Is this all you have? With such feeble strength, do you dare to challenge Kakarot? The 4-star dragon, infuriated by the taunt, felt its body temperature rise drastically. Moments later, it erupted into flames, and Raditz found himself on the receiving end of fiery punches that threatened to ignite his own fists. As the heat intensified, the 4-star dragon's body began to explode violently, threatening to scorch Raditz. Reacting swiftly, he withdrew, leaping back several paces to escape the blaze. The 4-star dragon ascended directly from the ground, launching an array of colossal fireballs from its hands. Raditz discerned that even the slightest contact with these fireballs would result in his body being engulfed in flames. Boom! The 4-star dragon incessantly generated fireballs, hurling them towards Raditz. He evaded the assault, yet the surroundings had transformed into an inferno. This planet was already teeming with immense flora and fauna, and the ignition of the 4-star dragon's fireballs was truly terrifying. Whoosh! As Raditz continued to dodge, everything around him was ablaze. Enveloped in thick smoke and surrounded by flames, the silhouette of the 4-star dragon had vanished from his sight. Raditz was left to rely on his ki and divine power to sense the 4-star dragon's location, ensuring he was not ambushed from behind. Boom! The 4-star dragon condensed 2 fireballs, merging them into an enormous fireball aimed at Raditz. Humph! You overestimate your capabilities. There is nowhere left to flee. Bang! To his surprise, Raditz employed instant transmission, appearing behind him, forming a keyblade to shield his fist. He disregarded the flaming body of the 4-star dragon and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Bang! 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 The four-star dragon was struck repeatedly, and Raditz delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying through the flames. Raditz once again utilized instant transmission to reach the location where the four-star dragon had been launched. Boom, boom, boom. Raditz then conjured energy waves with both hands, launching a frenzied assault upon the four-star dragon. The dense energy waves cascaded down like raindrops, bombarding the four-star dragon incessantly. These energy waves exploded upon impact, creating a whirlpool of destruction. After relentlessly attacking for over 10 minutes, the surroundings had been reduced to rubble. A vast pit had formed at the four-star dragon's location. Gazing down into the pit, Raditz saw the four-star dragon lying at its center, his breath growing shallow, his body marred by numerous cracks. The four-star dragon gasped for air, overwhelmed by the immense damage inflicted during Raditz's onslaught. I refuse to accept this. How can you be so powerful? Observing the four-star dragon's lamentations, Raditz felt no inclination to respond. He formed another key blade in his hand and leapt into the pit, piercing through the four-star dragon's chest. The four-star dragon let out a horrific scream as Raditz's strike created a gaping wound, blood gushing uncontrollably. Raditz withdrew his hand, shaking off the four-star dragon's blood. In your next life, strive to be a good person. Perhaps I shall engage you in battle once more. No sooner had Raditz spoken than the four-star dragon collapsed, his life force extinguished. His body transformed into a Dragon Ball, purged of its malevolence. As Raditz picked up the Dragon Ball, Android 18 and Jiro arrived by his side. Raditz, I didn't expect the four-star dragon to be even stronger than the seven-star dragon, remarked Android 18. Raditz responded, indeed, it seems this endeavor is far from easy. We must remain vigilant. Having exchanged a few words, the two individuals made their way back to the spacecraft, setting course for the next planet in search of the Dragon Ball's location. However, following their battle with the four-star dragon, Raditz discerned that the surrounding flames were intensifying, ominously threatening to engulf the planet in flames. Enormous plants blazed fiercely and thick. Acrid smoke relentlessly tormented the creatures of the forest, forcing them to flee in a panic. Raditz, unwilling to turn a blind eye to the impending disaster, recognized his responsibility in this matter. Recalling that energy waves could extinguish flames, he soared into the sky alongside Android 18. 18. Let us endeavor to quell this inferno with energy waves, he proposed. Nodding in agreement, the duo unleashed small energy waves, targeting the fiery hotspots below. Bang, bang, bang. The energy waves struck the flames, dispersing them instantaneously. After dedicating some time to this task, they successfully extinguished the conflagration threatening the planet. Subsequently, the pair returned to their spacecraft with Jiro to ascertain the location of the next Dragon Ball. The radar indicated that the nearest malevolent Dragon Ball was not far away. Instead of choosing to rest on this planet for a few days, Raditz and his companions decided to set off immediately. With a thunderous roar, the colossal spacecraft powered up, embarking towards the next planet harboring the sinister Dragon Ball. Chapter 120. The Mutation. The appearance of the one-star dragon a few days later. Raditz and his companions arrived at the planet where the malevolent Dragon Ball resided. Beep, beep, beep. Jiro's radar revealed that all 7 Dragon Balls were now located on this very planet. Observing the presence of all 7 Dragon Balls, Raditz felt a surge of uncertainty, suspecting it might be the work of Salama. However, after careful consideration, he concluded that Salama would likely be unable to intervene at this moment. Jiro, wasn't there only one Dragon Ball on this planet a few days ago? How could there be so many now? Raditz inquired. Jiro, scanning his System S signals, replied, Mr. Raditz, the data indicates that these Dragon Balls have arrived over the past few days. At that moment, Raditz recalled a certain individual who was most likely involved, the one-star dragon. Though he had nearly forgotten the details of the storyline, the one-star dragon remained vivid in his memory. Cunning and treacherous, this adversary possessed formidable strength. Just then, Raditz sensed a powerful disturbance in the distance, indicative of a fierce battle. Alarmed, he thought, this is bad. The one-star dragon has undoubtedly arrived. Yet, the tumultuous energy soon dissipated. Raditz turned to Android 18 and Jiro, instructing, stay aboard the spacecraft and await my return. It appears this situation is more complicated than anticipated. Hearing Raditz's words, both Android 18 and Jiro nodded in agreement. In a flash, Raditz concentrated on the residual energy and utilized instant transmission to arrive at the site of the conflict. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a grim sight. Mechanical corpses littered the ground. The remnants of Dr. Mu and his mechanical legion lay utterly annihilated. This sight solidified Raditz's conviction that the one-star dragon had indeed intervened. Few possessed the strength to vanquish such foes. Just then, without warning, the one-star dragon launched a surprise attack from behind Raditz. With a resounding crash, Raditz remained in his ordinary state, though he sensed the impending danger and swiftly leaped to evade the attack. Not too shabby, he thought. The one-star dragon gradually approached Raditz, revealing bony spikes protruding from his back and arms, a single star embedded in his forehead, and 4 Dragon Balls adorning his chest. A wicked smile crept across the one-star dragon's lips as he declared, "Hand over the Dragon Balls you possess, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of these robots." Understanding the implications of the one-star dragon's words, Raditz realized that he could sense the dark energy of the other Dragon Balls. It was inconceivable for him to have gathered so many Dragon Balls and vanquished Dr. Meow without such an ability. Why not simply return to being a Dragon Ball? Raditz suggested. The one-star dragon, dismissive, retorted, "You humans incessantly exploit the Dragon Balls, committing heinous acts. In my eyes, you are far more wicked than I." With that, he donned an expression of utmost confidence. Having consumed 4 Dragon Balls, he felt immensely empowered, believing he could easily handle Raditz. His thoughts raced. If he could seize the 2 Dragon Balls from Raditz, he would become invincible, capable of annihilating this universe and all its life forms. Though the one-star dragon's arrogance was palpable, Raditz knew he had the means to back it up. The strength he had gained from devouring 4 Dragon Balls far surpassed that of the 4-star dragon Raditz had previously encountered. "Do not revel in your confidence, one-star dragon. You overestimate yourself," Raditz warned. The one-star dragon was taken aback, astonished that a mere Saiyan would dare to belittle him. "You shall soon feel my wrath, Saiyan. Let us hope your strength is as formidable as your words." With that, the one-star dragon charged forward, his speed surprising Raditz. To Raditz, it appeared the one-star dragon had reached the speed of light. Raditz transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and the two collided with a thunderous impact. The air crackled with an overwhelming force. After the clash, they quickly separated, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. The one-star dragon unleashed his full power, while Raditz struggled to keep pace even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Raditz erupted, releasing an even greater aura. The golden energy surged, enveloped by divine power, causing the one-star dragon to gaze at Raditz in astonishment. He retreated several steps, creating distance between them. Familiar with the Saiyan's arrogant demeanor, the one-star dragon, sensing his lack of absolute certainty against Raditz, devised a strategy. "Raditz, hold on a moment. You are so powerful. Why not surrender your 2 Dragon Balls to me? Let us compete in earnest." Upon hearing this, Raditz could hardly contain his laughter, infuriated by the one-star dragon's taunt. Such tactics might have had some effect against a Super Saiyan, yet Raditz now embodied the essence of a Saiyan god, his energy transformed into divine power, devoid of the Super Saiyan's unrestrained ferocity. Thus, the one-star dragon's provocation was destined to be futile. "One-star dragon, do not harbor any illusions. I shall never bestow upon you a Dragon Ball." Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his provocation, one-star dragon clenched his teeth in frustration. The only recourse available to him now was to defeat Raditz. With a sudden surge, one-star dragon charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Raditz. Raditz, quick on his feet, evaded the attack, prompting one-star dragon to alter the trajectory of his strike, attempting to use the bone spikes on his hand to pierce Raditz. However, Raditz effortlessly placed a hand against his forehead and executed an instantaneous movement. The bone spike of one-star dragon missed its target as Raditz positioned himself behind him, delivering a devastating blow to the back of one-star dragon's head with immense force. Thud! One-star dragon plummeted to the ground at an astonishing speed, feeling a rush of blood surging within him as the Dragon Balls on his chest threatened to dislodge. Quickly recovering, one-star dragon rolled over and unleashed an energy wave towards Raditz. Unbeknownst to him, Raditz had anticipated this move. As one-star dragon emitted the energy wave, Raditz conjured an energy blast of his own, which collided with one-star dragon's wave. Boom! The energy from their clash erupted before them, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, one-star dragon rose from the ground and created distance between himself and Raditz. With visibility hindered by the lingering dust, He concentrated multiple energy waves in his hands and hurled them towards Raditz. Boom, boom, boom. After a barrage of attacks. Once the dust settled, One-Star Dragon realized that Raditz was no longer in his line of sight. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. I am right here. One-Star Dragon, have you had your fill of games? Startled by Raditz's voice, One-Star Dragon turned around, only to be met with a powerful punch that sent him flying several meters away. Following the trajectory of One-Star Dragon, Raditz aimed to deliver another crushing blow. Whoosh. Chapter 121, Falling Star. Unexpectedly, as One-Star Dragon descended, he skillfully altered his position mid-air. With a swift push from his toes, he propelled himself upwards, arriving at Raditz's side and throwing a punch. Bang! Observing the incoming strike, Raditz raised his arms defensively, successfully blocking the blow. Noticing that Raditz staggered back a few steps from his attack, One-Star Dragon unleashed a barrage of energy waves from his hand. Raditz, recognizing the imminent threat, created a protective shield with his divine power. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves collided against the shield, causing no significant disturbance as they were effortlessly neutralized. Bang! Following the laser attack, One-Star Dragon erupted with energy and kicked outwards. Raditz, in response, unleashed several energy discs, and seeing them approach, One-Star Dragon opted to evade rather than confront them directly. As One-Star Dragon dodged, Raditz seized the opportunity to execute a solar flare. Taken by surprise, One-Star Dragon was momentarily blinded, allowing Raditz to launch several more energy discs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These energy discs sliced through One-Star Dragon's body, severing him into multiple pieces. However, to Raditz's astonishment, One-Star Dragon's form began to heal, aided by the electric slime. However, this wave of assault once again created a slight distance between the two. After a fierce battle, although the One-Star Dragon was not as formidable as Raditz, he proved to be quite a nuisance. Raditz, having expended some of his energy, consumed a Senzu bean, instantly restoring his vitality. Upon witnessing Raditz devour the bean, the One-Star Dragon was taken aback and exclaimed, I had thought that Saiyan battles adhered to principles of fairness. Raditz, by using a Senzu bean, what sort of Saiyan are you? Hearing the One-Star Dragon's words, Raditz couldn't help but chuckle. How about I offer you a Senzu bean, and we engage in a fair fight? Upon hearing Raditz's suggestion, the One-Star Dragon assumed he had fallen into a trap and quickly replied, Very well, that would truly be a fair fight. Bring the Senzu bean, Raditz. Observing the One-Star Dragon's demeanor, Raditz could scarcely contain his laughter. One-Star Dragon, eliminating you would be the greatest fairness toward you. What makes you think you deserve a Senzu bean? Realizing he had been mocked, the One-Star Dragon seethed with rage but still sought to deceive Raditz one last time. If you refuse to give me a Senzu bean, then let us call it a day. I promise I will not destroy the earth. How does that sound? Noticing the One-Star Dragon's tricks once again, Raditz retorted, What's this, One-Star Dragon? Are you afraid? Annihilating you would mean no harm to the universe's life. At Raditz's words, the One-Star Dragon furrowed his brow, surprised that Raditz's understanding of science was entirely different from his own. Do not struggle, One-Star Dragon. Simply return to being a Dragon Ball, and nothing will happen. With that, Raditz's rage surged, the previously calm crimson aura exploding into a torrent of blood-red energy. At this moment, Raditz activated his Kaioken ×2, and the overwhelming aura instilled fear in the One-Star Dragon. He realized he was incapable of defeating Raditz at this juncture. Whoosh! In his Kaioken state, Raditz unleashed a powerful punch toward the One-Star Dragon. At that moment, the One-Star Dragon could hardly perceive Raditz's movements. In a flash, Raditz's fist struck the One-Star Dragon squarely in the face. Bang! The One-Star Dragon spiraled through the air multiple times before crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, he bore an expression of disbelief. Impossible. Raditz, you cannot be this strong. Just as he uttered these words, Raditz was already before him. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of fists and feet rained down upon him, inflicting severe damage on the One-Star Dragon's body. With a gasp, several Dragon Balls could no longer withstand the pressure and flew out of the One-Star Dragon's mouth. Now, only the 5-star ball remained within him, as his strength plummeted drastically. Seizing the opportunity presented by the One-Star Dragon's dwindling energy, Raditz unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. The already weakened One-Star Dragon endured a series of brutal assaults, sustaining injuries all over his body. He collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly devoid of any will to struggle. Wait, Raditz, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I shall grant you any wish you desire. However, Raditz had grown weary of conversing with the one-star dragon. He understood that it was time to resolve the situation. Gathering a wave of energy in his palm, he declared, "Farewell, one-star dragon." With a resounding impact, the energy wave struck the one-star dragon, obliterating its form completely. As the remnants of the shattered one-star dragon began to heal under the influence of electrical slime, Raditz felt a twinge of concern. It seemed that, like Cell and Buu, the one-star dragon could revive itself. To ensure its permanent demise, it appeared he would need to vanquish it several times. Just as Raditz prepared to unleash another energy wave before the creature could fully recover, the one-star dragon interrupted. "Wait. Raditz, I know the secret of the dragon god, Salam. Are you aware?" Upon hearing the name Salam, Raditz lowered his energy wave. "Speak, what do you know?" The one-star dragon, sensing Raditz's interest in Salam, felt a surge of joy. Once its body had repaired itself sufficiently, it half knelt on the ground and began to speak. However, before it could finish, it slammed a hand onto the ground, causing the planet to tremble violently. The tremors were terrifying, shaking the entire world. As a result of the quaking, even the dormant volcanoes erupted. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the planet resembled an apocalyptic scene, with molten lava spewing forth from countless volcanoes, crashing to the ground. With lightning speed, the one-star dragon unleashed several energy waves capable of annihilating the planet. Raditz realized that the one-star dragon's claim of knowing Salam was likely a ruse. Its true intention was to obliterate the world. "Die, one-star dragon!" Raditz exclaimed, utilizing instant transmission just as an energy wave struck the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon let out a cry of agony but endured the blow, employing instant transmission to evade. Whoosh! The one-star dragon escaped. But the energy waves had already plunged into the earth. It was now impossible for Raditz to intercept those destructive waves. Faced with a dilemma, Raditz hesitated. With Android 18 and Jiru still present, pursuing the one-star dragon was not an option. He sighed, realizing he had no choice but to temporarily let the one-star dragon go. The safety of Android 18 was paramount. Raditz retrieved the 3 Dragon Balls that the one-star dragon had coughed up from the ground. Whoosh! He then appeared before Android 18 and Jiru. Chapter 122. Baby's Parasite. At that moment, the Earth continued to shake, fissures spreading across the terrain. Magma from the planet's core erupted through the cracks, and the entire world was on the brink of explosion. Although Raditz could sense the presence of many local inhabitants, he could only offer an apology. He simply could not save them all. As the earthquake raged on, Android 18 swiftly carried Jiru into the sky. Upon seeing Raditz approach, she wanted to inquire about what had transpired. However, there was no time for conversation or to pilot a spacecraft. Raditz was too preoccupied to speak. Grasping onto Android 18 and Jiru, Raditz sensed the atmosphere of nearby planets and utilized instantaneous movement. In a flash, they leaped to another pale yellow planet. Unbeknownst to Raditz and his companions, mere moments after their departure, the previous planet erupted in a violent explosion, claiming the lives of its inhabitants without exception. Possessing divine power, Raditz could even perceive the anguished cries of those who perished. Had they lingered even a moment longer, the shockwave of the explosion would have ensnared them. Though Raditz might have survived, Android 18 and Jiru would have certainly succumbed to the catastrophe. As Raditz pondered the fates of the deceased, Android 18, noticing his grave expression, inquired, "What troubles you, Raditz? Have you dealt with the enemy?" In response to her question, Raditz produced 3 Dragon Balls that had been expelled by the one-star dragon. "Although I have acquired 4 Dragon Balls, the one-star dragon managed to escape, and now that planet has been obliterated." With a clenched fist, Raditz expressed his deep regret over the recent events. Seeing Raditz's distress, Android 18 approached him, kissed his cheek, and gently took his hand in a comforting gesture. "Raditz, if you were able to defeat him once, you can surely do so again. Let us pursue the trail of the one-star dragon." Encouraged by her words, Raditz nodded, resolved to track down the elusive creature. Just as he was about to set forth, he recalled the sight of Dr. Mu's lifeless body during the battle with the one-star dragon and informed Jiru, "Dr. Mu has perished. Your mechanical planet should now be liberated." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Jiru's mechanical eyes flickered momentarily. "Thank you, Mr. Raditz. The radar indicates that the one-star dragon has fled far beyond our detection range." Realizing that time was of the essence, Raditz urged, "Jiru, do not delay. Assist me in locating the one-star dragon. Please display its last known position. Ginyu promptly projected the one-star dragon's final coordinates using a laser display. Observing the indicated location, Raditz, alongside Android 18 and Ginyu, utilized instantaneous movement, traversing from one planet to another. Meanwhile, the severely injured one-star dragon, having narrowly escaped, dared not linger and relentlessly hopped from planet to planet. After fleeing several star systems, it finally arrived at a desolate world. Only then did it come to a halt, its body grievously wounded from Raditz's energy wave, leaving it nearly incapacitated. The electric liquid within it slowly began to mend the injuries. Cursed be Raditz. The Dragon Balls I had gathered are now rendered useless because of him. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls, I shall destroy Earth as my first act of vengeance. With that, the one-star dragon's energy waned further, causing it to cough violently, expelling blood. Its wounds remained unhealed, still throbbing with pain. The battle with Raditz had inflicted considerable harm upon it. Had it not fled swiftly, it surely would have met its demise. However, should he once again confront Raditz, the outcome would be even more dire. The one-star dragon began to contemplate methods to vanquish Raditz. After a moment of reflection, an epiphany struck him. There existed the 7 ordinary Dragon Balls on Earth. If he were to acquire them, he could transform into his complete form and thus augment his power. Resolving this in his heart, the one-star dragon erupted into laughter, as if the annihilation of the universe lay within his grasp. Unbeknownst to him, however, he had already attracted the attention of another. As the one-star dragon reveled in his aspirations of transformation, a voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. "Give me your body, and I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance." Startled by this proclamation, the one-star dragon extended his senses to discern the source, only to find a void of potent energy. All he could sense were the feeble auras of the planet's lesser creatures. Yet, he dared not underestimate the situation. With a furrowed brow, the one-star dragon surveyed his surroundings. Finding everything eerily tranquil, he called out, "Who are you to desire my body?" In an instant, a diminutive figure materialized before him, a smile playing upon its lips. "Do you not harbor hatred for the Saiyans? Entrust your vengeance to me, and I shall eradicate them all." Gazing upon the small creature known as Baby, the one-star dragon sensed a lack of formidable energy. Reminiscent of the robots he had annihilated on the planet of the 6-star dragon, rage bubbled within him. He could scarcely believe such a wretched being dared to challenge him. "You seek death. How dare you covet my body?" With that, the one-star dragon unleashed a fierce surge of power, intending to obliterate this insolent entity. Yet, he unwittingly fell into Baby's trap. In his furious state, a chink in his defenses appeared. Baby transformed into a beam of light and swiftly infiltrated the one-star dragon's body. "Aya!" The one-star dragon cried out in agony as Baby penetrated his being. Although grievously wounded, the one-star dragon's strength remained formidable. Baby's parasitic intrusion would not succeed swiftly. "Get out! Depart from me!" The two engaged in a fierce struggle for control of the one-star dragon's body, their contest reaching a fever pitch. The one-star dragon, now uncontrollable, careened wildly, crashing into the ground and mountains alike. "Aya!" He howled once more, his form radiating brilliant light as his energy surged to new heights. Eventually, the one-star dragon regained a semblance of calm, gradually descending to the ground. His eyes shimmered a vivid blue, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All Saiyans must perish." At that moment, Baby, now entwined within the one-star dragon's essence, accessed his memories. After a moment of contemplation, recognizing the lack of certainty in confronting Raditz, Baby decided to delay that confrontation and instead set his sights on Earth. With resolve solidified, Baby commandeered the one-star dragon's body and headed towards Earth. As Raditz, along with Android 18 and Ginyu, arrived on the planet where Goku had recently stayed, they discovered the absence of Goku's presence, though the remnants of a fierce battle lingered in the atmosphere. Observing the craters left by energy waves and the residual energy, Raditz felt an unsettling foreboding. Not only could he sense Goku's energy, but there was also a foreign presence. Upon hearing Raditz's concerns, Android 18 inquired whether anyone in the universe would dare to attack Goku, given his formidable strength. Raditz fell into a deep silence, reflecting on the memories that surfaced. Perhaps it was Baby. Android 18, perplexed by this revelation, confessed her unfamiliarity with the name. Raditz pondered the possibility that if it were indeed Baby, he might already be en route to Earth. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Raditz resolved not to delay further. If Baby reached Earth, the consequences could be dire. Let us return to Earth. 18. Just as they prepared to depart, Raditz sensed an impending threat, furrowing his brow as he conjured an energy wave shield around them. Boom. A colossal energy wave surged through the air, rapidly approaching Raditz and Android 18. Bang, bang, bang. Not only did multiple massive energy waves bear down upon them, but numerous smaller waves also rained from the sky. Each blast struck the ground like a meteor shower, triggering a cascade of explosive impacts. The resulting debris engulfed the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring their vision entirely. As the dust settled, Raditz, Android 18, and Jiru remained unscathed within the protective barrier. At that moment, several spaceships appeared overhead, and from them descended hundreds of individuals. With a swift motion, they approached Raditz and his companions. These beings, diverse in form and attire, possessed varying abilities, yet all exhibited battle powers exceeding 10,000, with some even surpassing 60. All Scions must perish, they declared in unison. Raditz recognized that these individuals had likely been parasitized by Baby, under the control of his eggs. This was a death wish. Faced with this multitude, Raditz understood that he could not individually free them from their parasitic state. By the time he did, Earth would be lost. Thus, he resolved to incapacitate them without killing. We need not slay them. 18. Merely subduing them will suffice. Nodding in agreement, Android 18 prepared for battle. Boom, boom, boom. Raditz and Android 18 unleashed a series of energy waves, which crashed into the throng, igniting a series of violent explosions. Individuals were sent flying, only to crash back down heavily. Instead of retreating in fear of Raditz's overwhelming power, the throngs charged forward, undeterred by the prospect of death. Faced with these adversaries, Raditz felt no need to transform into his usual state. He charged in recklessly. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike from Raditz felled an enemy, his coordination with Android 18 impeccable. In no time, from the hundreds of foes, only a handful remained, half kneeling on the ground, struggling to survive. Ha ha ha, Saiyan, you cannot stop me. With that, the remaining enemies unleashed a barrage of energy waves. Bang, bang, bang. Raditz discerned that Baby's intention was merely to buy time. With a swift motion, he deflected the energy waves with one hand and approached the parasitized creatures. Baby, I shall eradicate you. With that declaration, he dispatched the remaining parasitic beings with a few well-placed punches. Just as he placed one hand on his forehead, preparing to utilize instant transmission, a sudden energy wave struck, interrupting his concentration. Unexpectedly, several spaceships descended from the sky, releasing a multitude of individuals, far exceeding the previous numbers. Raditz, you shall not escape. Dozens of cloaked extraterrestrials, evidently members of a cosmic cult, leaped down. They emitted a peculiar energy, forming a massive barrier around Raditz. Raditz sensed that the energy emanating from these beings was weak, even less formidable than that of the previous adversaries. Aware of the urgency of his situation, he initially disregarded them, intending to use instant transmission. However, within this barrier, instant transmission proved futile as his energy sensing was obstructed. Bang! Raditz and Android 18 relentlessly struck the barrier with their fists and feet. To his astonishment, the barrier exhibited an unusual characteristic. It absorbed the energy from their attacks, growing increasingly resilient. The more Raditz and Android 18 bombarded the barrier, the stronger it became. Even the razor-sharp energy blade was absorbed upon contact. After a fruitless assault on the barrier, Raditz's frustration mounted. He recognized the dire need to act swiftly. He transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 state, his hair elongating dramatically, nearly grazing the ground. Android 18, Jiru, stepped back. With a colossal energy wave coalescing in his hands, he launched it towards the barrier. The immense force collided with the barrier, momentarily revealing a hairline fracture. Yet, almost instantaneously, the barrier absorbed Raditz's energy, mending the fissure before long. Raditz was astonished that even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he could not shatter the barrier with a single blow. Raditz escalated his power, entering his ultimate state, radiating a tranquil and serene red aura. Tap, tap, tap. Countless punches and kicks struck the barrier, creating numerous cracks. Just as the barrier appeared on the verge of collapse, the cloaked extraterrestrials outside unleashed another wave of energy, causing the cracks to gradually mend. Curse it! At this moment, Raditz had exhausted every means at his disposal, doubting that a mere barrier could impede him. Observing the energy waves from his fists failing to breach the barrier, Raditz calmed himself and began to discern the structure of the barrier using his divine power. Soon, he discovered that the barrier was composed of mental energy, and all his assaults had been assimilated by their psychic force. Realizing it was a mental construct simplified matters considerably. Raditz directly unleashed his divine energy upon the barrier. With a resounding boom, as soon as Raditz's mental energy made contact, the barrier shattered instantly. Simultaneously, the several aliens clad in religious attire outside, struck by the impact of the barrier's collapse, spat blood and fainted. Chapter 124. Parasitism. Seeing the enemy fall, Raditz felt no desire to linger any longer. Number 18. We must hasten our pace. If we delay further and allow baby to reach Earth, things will become troublesome. With that, Raditz, accompanied by number 18 and Jiru, utilized instant transmission, leaping through the starry realms without a moment's pause, fearful that baby might cause significant chaos on Earth. However, baby, observing the parasitic creatures he had summoned, continually obstructed their path. Even with the ability to teleport, their progress was considerably hindered. Meanwhile, on what had begun as a tranquil day on Earth, an unwelcome guest arrived. Baby, controlling a one-star dragon, suppressed his own energy and had already reached the planet. Gazing at the azure sky and the golden wheat swaying in the gentle breeze, baby observed many earthlings toiling industriously, relishing the joys that hard work brings. Baby's expression darkened as he recalled distant memories. Before the Saiyans annihilated them, the Zephyrians had also been a peaceful and benevolent race. In those times, they lived happily, much like the humans on Earth. Yet, all of this was shattered by the Saiyans, who decimated their entire lineage. To this day, baby could vividly remember the grotesque faces of the Saiyans during the massacre of his people. As these memories surfaced, he unconsciously clenched his fists. Saiyans, I shall make you experience my pain. Now possessing the memories of the one-star dragon, baby understood that Goku and Vegeta were formidable adversaries. If he delayed, Raditz would return, complicating matters. His mission on Earth had to succeed at all costs. Therefore, baby resolved to first acquire the ordinary Dragon Balls, intending to confront the Saiyans only once he had grown stronger. Sensing the energy, he discovered that the Dragon Balls were gathered together on a small island. With a swift motion, the one-star dragon under baby's command executed instant transmission to Turtle Hermit's Island. A gentle breeze swept across the sea, gracing the serene Turtle Island. The Turtle Hermit, dressed in pink shorts, was watching television with Old Turtle, both captivated by the dance of a beautiful woman and swaying in rhythm with her movements. Turtle Hermit, can you even dance? You're completely offbeat. The Turtle Sage gazed at the Old Turtle, who was lamenting, and expressed his displeasure. Old Turtle, you cannot even rise to your feet, merely swaying your hands, yet you dare to criticize me. With that, the Turtle Sage delivered a swift kick, sending the Old Turtle tumbling out of the window, reveling in his solitude. The Old Turtle, feeling disgruntled, muttered, "This old man is truly petty and cannot take a joke." He intended to re-enter the house, but turned to find a dragon, adorned with a star, standing before him. Surprised by this sudden appearance, the Old Turtle contemplated speaking, but was interrupted as the Turtle Sage emerged from the door, silencing him. Setting the Old Turtle aside, the Turtle Sage observed the dragon, who bore a Dragon Ball upon its forehead and chest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Turtle Sage understood that their dwelling was situated far out at sea, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to reach this remote location. Sensing the weak aura emanating from the figure before him, he suspected it was concealed power. Aware that this individual could pose a threat, the Turtle Sage cautiously inquired, "Sir, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" The figure, known as Baby, remained silent, extending his hand in demand. Noticing Baby's outstretched hand and the dark energy surrounding him, the Turtle Sage understood that he had come to seek the Dragon Balls. However, since Goku and his companions had entrusted the Dragon Balls to him, the Turtle Sage resolutely declared, "I have nothing here." Upon hearing this, Baby scoffed. "I never expected the natives of this planet to dare refuse me." With that, Baby prepared to strike, but felt a surge of energy approaching and paused to assess the situation. The Turtle Sage, sensing the incoming aura, relaxed his brow, recognizing it belonged to Piccolo. In an instant, Piccolo arrived above the Turtle Sage's dwelling, fixated on the dragon that Baby had possessed. Since merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo had become the guardian of Earth, capable of sensing all things. He had been watching Baby since the moment he arrived on Earth. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? Piccolo demanded. Baby assessed Piccolo, acknowledging his considerable strength, yet deemed it insufficient when compared to the power of the dragon he controlled. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and spare yourself, he warned. At Baby's words, Piccolo let out a cold snort and launched an attack, delivering a punch at supersonic speed towards the dragon. With calm composure, Baby caught the blow with a single hand, and then forcefully flung Piccolo to the ground. Piccolo spat out a mouthful of green blood, utterly astonished by the strength of his opponent. With a furious grip, the dragon held onto Piccolo's head, violently shaking him from side to side, rendering Piccolo powerless to resist. Within moments, he was left severely injured, gasping for breath on the ground. Witnessing Piccolo's fall, the turtle sage could no longer restrain himself and sought to assist. Letting out a primal roar, he summoned his energy, his muscles swelling with power, his form growing larger. With a sudden rush, the one-star dragon attempted to deliver a blow, but was effortlessly repelled by the one-star dragon, rendering Master Roshi unconscious on the ground. Witnessing both of them down, Baby's mind shifted, contemplating a surprise for Raditz upon his return. Baby left an egg on the one-star dragon, taking control of it, and swiftly emerged from its body. He charged directly into Piccolo, whose divine power, though formidable, was significantly weakened due to his injuries, allowing Baby to successfully implant himself without much effort. After parasitizing Piccolo, Baby left another egg to control him and then swiftly entered Master Roshi's body. Shortly thereafter, both Master Roshi and Piccolo gradually rose to their feet. The old turtle, seeing them up again, felt a surge of joy at their survival. However, just as he was about to speak, he noticed a distinct change in their gazes. He then observed Baby, controlling the one-star dragon, leading Piccolo and Master Roshi into the house. Realizing they had been compromised, the old turtle jumped into the sea with a singular thought: to hide. Unbeknownst to Baby, who was oblivious to the old turtle's actions, he merely perceived it as a pet cared for by Earthlings. Baby, clutching the Dragon Ball stored in Master Roshi's house, felt a surge of fervor. No one can thwart me now. Chapter 125. The terrifying power of Baby. As Baby reveled in his triumph, Goku sensed an abnormal energy fluctuation from Piccolo and Master Roshi and rushed over. Detecting Goku's presence nearby, Baby contemplated a new scheme. He controlled Piccolo to communicate with Goku outside. Goku, what brings you here? Although Goku recognized Piccolo's voice and tone, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Piccolo, I sensed your energy fluctuating. What transpired? Upon speaking, Goku also sensed another energy on the island. Is there someone else inside? What exactly happened? Please, enlighten me. At that moment, Master Roshi stepped out of the house, appearing perfectly normal as he addressed Goku. Goku, it's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Goku noticed their energy seemed normal, affirming that it was indeed Master Roshi and Piccolo before him. Yet, the more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. How could the typically composed Master Roshi be so calm? Who was the other individual inside the house? Meanwhile, the old turtle, having leaped into the sea, surfaced and directly spoke to Goku. Goku, Master Roshi and Piccolo are completely under control. Upon hearing this, Goku erupted with a fierce energy, intent on confronting the presence within the house. At that moment, Baby-controlled Piccolo and Master Roshi moved to flank Goku, readying themselves for battle. Just wait a moment, Saiyan. Piccolo, under Baby's control, declared before engaging Goku in combat. Faced with Piccolo and Master Roshi, Sun Wukong found himself compelled to hold back, momentarily ensnared by the two. At that moment, Baby consumed the 7 pristine Dragon Balls he had acquired. Thunder rumbled as lightning struck the heavens, brilliant rays coalescing upon the body of the one-star dragon. A tremendous transformation overtook the one-star dragon. The spines upon its back elongated, and golden streaks adorned its form. Its head sprouted numerous horns, resembling the hair of a Super Saiyan. The Dragon Balls that the one-star dragon had devoured were positioned on its hands and feet in various locations. Under Baby's control, the one-star dragon emanated a terrifying aura that shook the very earth, voraciously siphoning its latent power. Even the Kaioshin and the King Kai could sense this overwhelming presence. Unpolluted by malevolent thoughts, the one-star dragon's essence became both sacred and subtly sinister. At that moment, witnessing the terrifying energy emanating from the occupants of the Kame house, Sun Wukong ceased to hold back against Piccolo and Master Roshi, swiftly incapacitating them. Sensing the dreadful aura, Vegeta and Nappa hurriedly arrived at the scene, only to find Piccolo and Master Roshi lying on the ground, while Sun Wukong wore a grave expression. "Kakarot, what transpired?" Vegeta inquired, and Sun Wukong responded slowly. "Piccolo and Master Roshi have been controlled, and the foe within the house is exceedingly powerful." Just then, a noise emanated from the Kame house. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, Baby, parasitically linked to the one-star dragon, emerged from the Kame house. "Ha ha ha, today I shall finally torment you Saiyans." Upon seeing the Dragon Balls on the one-star dragon, Sun Wukong and Vegeta realized the precariousness of the situation. "Are you the Black Star Dragon Balls?" The one-star dragon retorted with a smile. "I am not the Black Star Dragon Balls. I am Baby." "Vegeta, do you remember the Tuffles?" At the mention of the Tuffles, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. In his recollection, the Tuffles were the original inhabitants of planet Vegeta, long since annihilated by the Saiyans. "Could you be a Tuffle?" "Impossible. The Tuffles were eradicated by us Saiyans." In response to Vegeta's proclamation, the one-star dragon under Baby's control displayed disdain. "Betraying Saiyans, I am a creation of the Tuffles, designed solely for vengeance against you Saiyans." With that, the one-star dragon exploded into action. Swift as lightning, it delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta, his expression one of disbelief, was immediately thrown back by the force of the blow, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. Nappa, standing beside him, transformed into his Super Saiyan state, launching a sweeping kick towards Baby's lower body. Thud! The kick landed, yet Baby exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Instead, it retaliated with a punch to Nappa's chest, sending him hurtling through the air like a projectile. Crash! He plummeted to the ground, landing on the island of the Kame house with a resounding impact. The tremendous impact caused the surrounding sea to surge with waves reaching several meters in height. Once tranquility returned, Nappa's eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, which Baby deftly evaded. However, separating Baby from Vegeta, Sun Wukong promptly administered a Senzu bean to Vegeta. "Vegeta, it is time to employ that technique." After consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta regained his strength and injuries, sensing that Nappa was still alive. Subsequently, he and Sun Wukong began to engage in an enigmatic dance. In Baby's perception, he had grown immensely powerful, confident that even Raditz would fall before him. Even as Sun Wukong and Vegeta executed their peculiar maneuvers, he remained assured of his victory, choosing instead to observe without any intention of interrupting their transformation. Fusion technique. After a period of awkward dancing, Vegeta and Sun Wukong harmonized their energy, their fingers colliding perfectly. Upon completing their fusion, Gogeta materialized before Baby, who was parasitizing the one-star Dragon Ball. "Baby, today, I shall ensure the complete extermination of the Z fighters." Gazing upon Gogeta's form, Baby felt that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were pathetically weak. He believed he could obliterate them without even consuming the Dragon Balls. Zoom. Gogeta launched the first offensive. With a rapid flurry of strikes, Baby merely extended a finger, effortlessly absorbing all of Gogeta's attacks. As Gogeta's speed increased, his fury escalated towards Baby, who was now fully in control. Gogeta distanced himself from Baby, gathering energy in his hands. Boom. Countless energy waves formed an intricate net in the air, leaving Baby with nowhere to escape. Gogeta, now positioned directly in front of Baby, concentrated a formidable and terrifying energy wave. Kamehameha. The wave shot forth, yet Baby's expression remained unchanged. To him, both the energy net and the Kamehameha posed no threat. The powerful energy wave sliced through the air, and Baby extended his hands to catch it. Bang! The seemingly formidable Kamehameha was caught effortlessly by Baby, causing him no harm whatsoever. Baby seized the Kamehameha, exerting an upward force. Boom! The Kamehameha erupted violently in the sky, causing the seawater below to be partially evaporated by the shockwave. Is this all there is? Are the Saiyans only capable of such power? Is this sufficient now? Upon uttering these words, a chilling sensation enveloped Gogeta, causing his limbs to grow icy. It felt as though his body trembled, warning him of imminent danger. A palpable chill hung in the air as the two locked eyes in profound silence, devoid of any sound. Yet Gogeta understood that this ominous atmosphere was the calm before the storm, and a battle could erupt at any moment. Vegeta glanced at the fallen figures of Nappa, Piccolo, and Master Roshi below, acutely aware that remaining in this location would put them in peril. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable aura and sprinted away, reaching a desolate area within mere seconds. Baby trailed behind him, unhurried and confident, viewing the defeat of Vegeta as effortless as an elephant crushing an ant. Vegeta launched another assault. Despite the odds, he refused to relent. A blade of energy materialized in his hand, this time with a velocity that was markedly swifter. He struck towards Baby with a flurry of slashes, yet Baby's speed was astonishing. He deftly evaded the attacks. Not once did Vegeta land a hit. Instead, amidst his evasions, Baby seized an opportunity, gripping the energy blade with one hand while relentlessly pummeling Vegeta with the other. The blows rained down upon Vegeta, causing his expression to falter and his energy to waver. At that moment, Baby, now parasitically bonded with a one-star dragon, unleashed a beam of green energy from his eyes. The beam struck Vegeta squarely in the chest, eliciting a harrowing scream from him as fresh gashes erupted, oozing crimson. Subsequently, Baby delivered a vicious kick to Vegeta's chest. Vegeta plummeted like a fallen star, his body igniting with sparks as it cut through the air, eventually crashing into the sea. From above, Baby watched with satisfaction as Vegeta disappeared beneath the waves, and after a prolonged silence, he noted the absence of Vegeta's reemergence. A sense of foreboding washed over Baby. The recent assault could not have ensured the demise of the Saiyan. Quickly, he extended his senses to locate Vegeta's energy, but found none, not even the presence of other warriors. Could he truly be dead? Baby pondered, incredulous that such resilient beings as the Saiyans could perish so easily. With determination, Baby conjured a massive energy wave and directed it towards the ocean's surface. The colossal wave struck with tremendous force, causing the sea to hiss and churn as it evaporated. In mere moments, a barren expanse of ocean floor, stretching for dozens of kilometers, was revealed. Yet, despite this devastation, there was no sign of Vegeta's body. Enraged, Baby was convinced that Vegeta had somehow escaped the moment he hit the water. Damn Saiyan! In a fit of fury, Baby teleported to a nearby city, wreaking havoc with energy blasts that obliterated entire urban landscapes. Countless innocent lives perished in their cries of despair. Unmoved by the suffering of these earthlings, Baby's singular focus was to annihilate all Saiyans. He sought to lure Goku and Vegeta out by this means. Meanwhile, at the moment of his descent into the ocean, Vegeta had utilized instant transmission to escape and was now communicating telepathically with all the warriors. As the powerful enemy approached, the gathered individuals concealed their energy, heeding the mental transmission from Gogeta. After completing the transmission, Gogeta exhaled heavily, consuming a Senzu bean to recuperate momentarily. The fusion technique's duration had elapsed, causing Goku and Vegeta to separate once more. Barely apart, Vegeta seized Goku by the collar. "Kakarot, why do you wish to flee? I would rather perish in battle than escape from these mere Zenkai warriors." Goku shrugged off Vegeta's grip, sighing, "Vegeta, calm down. You still have Trunks. If we do not retreat for now, who will confront Baby?" Vegeta's fury intensified at Goku's words. Damn it! Damn it! He pounded the ground with his fists to vent his frustration. "Let us go, Vegeta. We should head to the sacred world and contemplate our strategy." With that, Goku placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. With a swift motion, they suppressed their energy and minimized their presence as they transported to the sacred world. Upon their arrival, Mr. Popo approached them. "Goku, Vegeta, I have witnessed everything transpiring below. You should utilize the hyperbolic time chamber once more." Goku, puzzled, replied, "Mr. Popo, isn't the chamber limited to 2 entries per lifetime?" Mr. Popo explained, "Since Piccolo became the new guardian of Earth, he has enhanced the chamber, allowing for extended access." Hearing their conversation, Vegeta, unfamiliar with the hyperbolic time chamber, inquired, "Kakarot, what are you discussing with this Namekian? What is this hyperbolic time chamber?" Mr. Popo provided a detailed explanation, and once Vegeta grasped its significance, Goku urged, "Vegeta, let us enter. Only by attaining the God form can we hope to defeat Baby." Without further ado, Vegeta stepped into the chamber, eager to cease wasting time. Thus, Goku and Vegeta delved deeper into their training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Baby, parasitizing the one-star dragon, wreaked havoc across Earth, resulting in numerous innocent lives lost. Chapter 127. The courage of Mr. Satan. At that moment, Raditz, along with Android 18 and Jiru, struggled in the cosmos, continually thwarted by Baby's parasitic minions, severely delaying Raditz's return to Earth. Back on Earth, as cities fell to ruin, the space for human existence dwindled. In this dire situation, humanity placed its hopes in their perceived hero, Mr. Satan. In a city, the populace chanted fervently for their champion. Satan! Satan! Hearing their cries, Satan emerged slowly, raising his hands to quell the tumult. Silence! I shall eradicate this monster for humanity. Upon hearing Satan's declaration, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they were certain that his intervention would lead to victory. After soothing humanity, Satan returned home, his expression grave. At that moment, his daughter Biddy Lee was also present, and observing her father's somber demeanor, she spoke up. Father, I have heard from Wu Fan that the situation is extremely perilous. You should not confront this monster. Biddy Lee, now in a relationship with Wu Fan, was acutely aware of her father's capabilities and understood that he stood no chance against such a creature. Satan sighed deeply and slowly replied to Biddy Lee. I am the hope of humanity. I must stand forth. Even if it means facing death, I shall not retreat. Biddy Lee, go to Wu Fan. He will take good care of you. With that, Satan donned his cloak and golden belt, his face set with determination as he strode out. Seeing her father so resolute, Biddy Lee could not allow him to walk into certain doom. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she soared into the sky, seeking Wu Fan to intervene and prevent Satan's ill-fated endeavor. Meanwhile, Satan had received word from humanity and was approaching a city ravaged by the monstrous baby. The battle ahead was fraught with danger, and no reporters or military forces accompanied him. Under such circumstances, Satan could have chosen to retreat, for no one would know. Yet, he was resolute, prepared to face death in a genuine effort to aid humanity. At that moment, Baby, parasitizing a star dragon, was unleashing energy blasts upon the hapless inhabitants below. The city's residents had already been decimated by Baby's rampage, and the thrill of slaughter seemed to bring him immense satisfaction. His face contorted into a grotesque smile. Gazing at the monster in the sky, Satan, lacking any aerial prowess, shouted fervently, You beast, cease your attacks. However, due to Baby's altitude, Satan's cries failed to reach the creature's ears. Undeterred by the lack of response, Satan continued to shout, even resorting to hurling a sizable rock towards Baby's position in the sky. With his combat prowess, it was a simple feat for Satan to toss the stone at the high-flying Baby. As Baby reveled in his carnage, the rock lightly struck his face. Frowning, Baby peered down and noticed a human persistently shouting at him and throwing stones. Dismissing the earthling as an insignificant insect, Baby retaliated with a wave of energy. Monster, descend and face me, Lord Satan, proclaimed Satan. As he spoke, a terrifying energy wave hurtled toward him, forcing him to leap aside. The explosion shattered around him, launching Satan several meters away. Believing the audacious human to be dead, Baby paid him no further heed. Yet again, a stone struck Baby's face, and he turned, astonished to see that the audacious earthling was still standing. In an instant, Baby appeared before Satan. The bloodied forehead of Satan confronted Baby, who appeared before him without a hint of fear. Monster, perish. I shall vanquish you for the sake of Earth. With that declaration, Satan charged towards Baby. Satan's fist. Baby watched as Satan's punch struck him, only to be met with amusement. He discerned that Satan's combat prowess barely exceeded 100. Baby found himself perplexed by the struggles of these beings. A swift demise would be far more merciful. Bang, bang, bang. Satan relentlessly unleashed his signature move, the Satan's fist, raining blows upon Baby. Yet, to Baby, these punches felt like mere tickles, lacking any real force. With a single sweeping kick, he struck Satan in the abdomen. Thud. The impact contorted Satan's face in agony as he crashed to the ground, rendered silent. Observing the fallen Satan, Baby sensed his feeble breath and felt no inclination to strike again, allowing him to face his fate alone. As Baby prepared to depart and continue his slaughter of earthlings elsewhere, a stone suddenly struck him from behind. Turning, he discovered Satan struggling to rise, one eye barely open, managing to hurl debris in Baby's direction. Intrigued, Baby inquired, Earthling, what do you cling to? The conclusion is already sealed. Gasping for breath, Satan replied, The earth holds my family, my home. I cannot allow you to destroy it. Witnessing Satan's unwillingness to surrender, Baby was reminded of his own past, how he once resisted the slaughter of his kin, driven by the desire to protect his family. Now, seeing Satan's plight, Baby felt a newfound respect for him. Yet, regardless of his transformation into a demon, the vendetta against the Saiyans would remain unavenged. You can only blame your own weakness for your inability to protect anything, Baby remarked with a sigh, echoing words he once might have said to his former self. After his moment of reflection, Baby resolved to grant Satan a dignified end. He surveyed his surroundings and approached a nearby building. With sheer strength, Baby uprooted the structure and stepped before Mr. Satan, declaring, "Weak earthling, seek me in your next life for vengeance." With that, he hurled the building at Satan, intending to crush him. As the edifice hurtled closer, Satan seemed to relax, murmuring, "At last, I fought for Earth. By Dilly, may you and Gohan find eternal happiness together." Boom. A tremendous wave of energy collided with the building, propelling it several meters away. Whoosh. At that moment, By Dilly and Gohan appeared before Satan. By Dilly hurriedly helped her father to his feet. "Daddy, are you all right?" Upon seeing Gohan and his daughter, tears welled in Satan's eyes. For a fleeting moment, he believed his demise was certain and that he would never see his daughter again. Chapter 128. The Death of Gohan. Gohan gazed at Baby, his countenance grave, sensing the formidable power of the one-star dragon that Baby had parasitized. With his current strength, he knew he stood no chance against Baby. "Videl, Mr. Satan, you must leave." "I will join you shortly," Gohan urged. Upon hearing his words, concern immediately etched itself onto Videl's face. "Gohan, you must return safely. I will wait for you." Gohan nodded in response, and Videl, accompanied by Mr. Satan, ascended into the sky, distancing themselves from the city. Baby, observing their departure, chose not to intervene. Whether it was a flicker of compassion within him or another reason, he refrained from acting, merely addressing Gohan with a chilling declaration. "You can protect them for a time, but I will eventually slaughter them all." Gohan, unacquainted with Baby's origins and a proponent of peace, spoke gently, "Cease this madness. Earth holds nothing of value to you. Why must you slay innocent people?" At Gohan's words, Baby's expression darkened with growing fury. "You Saiyans preach righteousness, yet your hearts are steeped in malevolence. You all deserve death. The Earthlings who shield you shall also meet their end." Realizing that battle was now unavoidable, Gohan let out a primal scream. A golden aura erupted around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The intensity of his energy was so great that even far away in the other world, Goku and Vegeta felt it surge. They had just entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train when Vegeta, sensing the energy, exclaimed angrily, "What is that fool Gohan doing? How infuriating!" Goku's expression mirrored Vegeta's concern. He understood that Gohan's inherent kindness was likely the cause of the situation, even though the Dragon Balls could revive the fallen. Yet, in that moment, Gohan, now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, charged forward. With a flurry of punches that struck like a tempest, Gohan unleashed a barrage upon Baby's one-star dragon. At that moment, Baby stood unfazed, allowing Gohan's relentless assault to land without even raising a finger. "Is this all a Saiyan is capable of?" Baby taunted. With a swift motion, Baby unleashed a powerful burst of energy, sending Gohan flying back several meters. "Now it is my turn, Saiyan." In an instant, Baby accelerated, delivering a series of vicious blows to Gohan. Despite sustaining some injuries from the onslaught, Gohan persisted, retaliating with all his might. Yet, his efforts were futile against the one-star dragon, which absorbed the strikes without a hint of damage. Finding an opening, Baby landed a devastating uppercut to Gohan's chin, sending him soaring into the air. Baby then propelled himself above Gohan, fists clenched, and struck down mercilessly upon Gohan's back. The impact sent Gohan crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his wounds. Subsequently, Baby unleashed a barrage of small energy blasts, relentlessly bombarding Gohan's form. Gohan collapsed onto the ground, unable to evade the barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Caught off guard, Gohan had no sense of beans to restore his strength. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he summoned the willpower to rise, gathering energy in his hands. Seeing Gohan manage to stand, Baby was somewhat astonished. But to him, it was merely a desperate struggle before the end. Kamehameha. Boom. As the energy wave erupted from Gohan's hands, Baby remained unfazed at the sight of the familiar technique. Instead, two small streams of green energy shot from his eyes, colliding with Gohan's Kamehameha. Boom. The green energy waves pierced through Gohan's attack, striking his legs directly. Gohan was severely injured, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku had been training for several months and was nearing the limits of Super Saiyan 2. However, he could no longer remain still. He and Vegeta sensed Gohan was on the brink of death. Kakarot, remain calm. We can still use the Dragon Balls after defeating Baby. Yet Goku, filled with rage and urgency, could wait no longer. He placed his hand on his forehead, preparing to teleport. Seeing Goku's determination, Vegeta, although frustrated, placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Whoosh! Goku and Vegeta materialized before Gohan, tossing him a Senzu Bean. As Gohan, struck in the legs and unable to rise, coughed up blood, he managed to force a smile and utter, "I'm sorry, Dad, and Uncle Vegeta, I've messed up again." Upon witnessing Gohan's state, Goku's gaze softened. "It's all right. Gohan, you did well." Vegeta, standing nearby, merely snorted in acknowledgement. Baby, witnessing the reunion, clapped his hands with fervor. What a touching scene. Father and son, you finally decided to show yourselves. Today, I shall send you both to hell to reunite. With that, Baby launched his attack. But his target was not Goku or Vegeta, it was aimed directly at Gohan. By the time Goku and Vegeta realized Baby's true objective, it was too late. Bang! When they turned around, Baby had already pierced through Gohan's body. Gohan! Goku's heart sank as he struggled to comprehend the sight before him. Gohan felt an overwhelming heaviness, losing control of his own body. Boom! Gohan fell, and Goku unleashed several energy slices at Baby, who had now achieved his goal and had no intention of receiving the attack. After pushing Baby away, Goku and Vegeta rushed to Gohan's side. Goku supported Gohan, ready to administer the Senzu Bean. However, it was too late. Gohan had already perished, and the bean would have no effect. Gazing at the lifeless Gohan, Goku's eyes welled with searing tears. At this moment, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, the thunder and lightning obscuring Sun Wukong's tears and his furious roars. Observing Wukong's suffering, Baby refrained from continuing his assault, instead bursting into laughter. "Haha, can the Saiyans truly feel the anguish of us Tuffles?" he exclaimed. Looking at Sun Wukong, Vegeta urged, "Kakarot, pull yourself together and eliminate him. The Dragon Balls can revive Gohan." Heeding Vegeta's words, Wukong laid Gohan down, saying little. However, his energy surged, escalating through Super Saiyan 1 and 2, growing ever stronger. This formidable power astonished Vegeta, surpassing even the level of Super Saiyan 2. "Ah, Baby, you shall meet your demise today." Chapter 129. Defeat. With that declaration, Sun Wukong's golden hair grew longer than in his Super Saiyan 2 form, cascading down to his waist. His eyebrows vanished, the brow bone pressing against his eye sockets, and his pupils transformed into a deep blue, with the lightning intensifying around him. Vegeta recognized immediately that Wukong had entered Super Saiyan 3. Baby, having witnessed this transformation on Raditz, was unfazed. "So this is it," he remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong, fueled by boundless fury, launched his attack. Boom! A flurry of furious punches rained down on Baby, each blow striking with the force of a tempest, the brutal power of Super Saiyan 3 shaking the ground beneath them. Once, Baby had needed merely a finger to contend with Wukong, but now he was forced to use both hands to engage. Nevertheless, Baby's expression remained remarkably relaxed. The pressure from Wukong was not overwhelming. In a brief span, the two exchanged over 100 blows, the air occasionally filled with the sound of tearing currents. After a while, Wukong felt his energy depleting rapidly. Reluctantly, he stepped back to create distance and consumed a Senzu Bean to restore his stamina. Realizing that even in Super Saiyan 3 form he could not overcome Baby, Wukong attempted to harness the transformation Raditz had taught him to achieve Super Saiyan God. Wukong began to awaken the divine power within him. As his aura expanded, even Baby cast a sidelong glance. Soon, Wukong's hair subtly shifted to a reddish hue, and a crimson energy enveloped him. Vegeta, witnessing this transformation, understood that Wukong was nearing success, sensing the sacred aura emanating from him. However, just as he was on the brink of achievement, the red energy faltered and dissipated. The transformation into Super Saiyan God had failed. Wukong sighed, lamenting that if he had trained a few more days in the hyperbolic time chamber, he would have surely succeeded. Alas, it was a mere fraction away from fruition. "What a pity, Saiyan. I had expected you to grow stronger and provide some amusement." Seeing Wukong's failure, Vegeta swiftly approached him. "Kakarot, let us employ the fusion technique." Realizing there was no alternative, Son Goku acquiesced to Vegeta's proposition and transformed into his divine state. The two once more engaged in their peculiar dance, merging to become Gogeta. During this interval, Baby, who was parasitically linked to the one-star dragon, remained unperturbed. Having consumed the Dragon Balls, he had ascended to the divine status of a Saiyan god, rendering him unconcerned about his opponent's prowess. In his eyes, a Gogeta with the combined strength of Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 posed no substantial threat. As Goku and Vegeta transformed into Gogeta, this incarnation emanated a power far surpassing their previous fusion. The golden aura enveloping Gogeta was immense and imposing. Both Goku and Vegeta sensed that Gogeta's strength had reached at least the full capacity of Super Saiyan 3. Gazing at Gogeta, Baby smirked ominously and unleashed a formidable energy. With Baby's power intensifying, Gogeta felt a slight tremor within, though it was overshadowed by exhilaration. With a swift motion, Gogeta initiated the assault, unwilling to delay any further. He summoned all his might to confront Baby in one final offensive. Thud! Gogeta's fist connected with Baby's face, eliciting a rare expression of pain from the latter. The two continued their aerial battle, with Gogeta striking the one-star dragon, while Baby retaliated with a powerful energy wave aimed at Gogeta. The force of their clash sent them apart, leaving Gogeta drenched in a mix of blood and sweat, his condition far from optimal. He quickly consumed a senzu bean to restore his stamina and mend his wounds. The one-star dragon, under Baby's control, nonchalantly twisted its neck and remarked, "Saiyan, your punches lack sufficient strength." With that, they resumed their fierce struggle, the sky resonating with the intensity of their combat, as though it threatened to rend the heavens asunder. Amidst the chaos, Gogeta suffered another severe blow, feeling a constriction in his chest. Not long after, during a counterattack, he coughed up a torrent of blood, staining the skies. Seizing this opportunity, Baby escalated his assault, delivering relentless punches to Gogeta's chest. Gogeta grimaced in agony, desperately clinging to his resolve. Yet, his punches against Baby grew weaker, diminishing in ferocity. Ultimately, Vegeta's body could no longer withstand Baby's relentless barrage and collapsed, sent flying from the impact. In that fleeting moment, Gogeta consumed another senzu bean, erupting with a terrifying aura as he concentrated energy into a wave. The colossal energy wave surged towards Baby, who, instead of confronting it directly, executed instant transmission to appear behind Gogeta, delivering a crushing kick to his back. At that moment, Gogeta's energy wave remained unlaunched, and he was sent crashing to the ground. The malevolent Baby, residing within the one-star dragon, seized the opportunity to unleash a swift barrage of energy waves from his fingertips. The resounding impacts echoed as they struck Goku's limbs, instantly shattering them and rendering him immobile, gravely injured. Observing Goku's helplessness, Baby, the parasitic one-star dragon, reveled in his triumph. With a foot planted firmly on Goku's face, his gaze became fervent as he taunted, "Is this all there is? I haven't even exerted my full strength." Instead of delivering the final blow, Baby devised a more sinister plan. Casting an ominous glance at the incapacitated Goku, a radiant glow emanated from him. The true essence of Baby was unveiled, surging directly into Goku's body. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as Goku felt something intruding within him. In his severely weakened state, he lacked the strength to resist or struggle against this invasion. Shortly thereafter, the one-star dragon willingly procured a senzu bean for Goku, administering it to him. As Goku consumed the bean, the fusion technique faltered, separating him from Vegeta. The expressions of Goku and Vegeta morphed into sinister visages, indicative of their being afflicted by Baby's parasitic influence. Baby then shifted back from Goku to the one-star dragon, surveying the remnants of his parasitic legacy left within Goku and Vegeta with satisfaction. "Raditz, upon your return, I shall bestow upon you a delightful surprise." Chapter 130. The parasitic realms. Subsequently, armed with the Dragon Balls, Baby invoked their power. However, the sky revealed no Shenron. Instead, a divine yet malevolent radiance emanated from the one-star dragon. "Revive Gohan," Baby commanded. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Gohan, who had recently perished, felt a resurgence of energy within him. Moments later, he opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. Spotting his father and Vegeta nearby, he noticed the continued presence of the parasitic one-star dragon in the distance. Just as he contemplated retaliating, Goku and Vegeta each delivered a punch to Gohan's abdomen. Subsequently, the one-star dragon approached him, revealing its true form and penetrating Gohan's body. Before long, a glimmer of malevolence surfaced in Gohan's eyes, marking him as another victim of Baby's parasitic control. Baby then dedicated a brief period to infecting all warriors on Earth, including every inhabitant. Standing atop a towering city building, Baby murmured, "Once I have Raditz, I shall conquer the entire universe." Not long after, Raditz, traversing the cosmos, began to faintly sense the energy of Earth. To his surprise, he detected no trace of the one-star dragon's presence. After careful consideration, Raditz resolved to visit King Kai of the North as a precaution against unforeseen events. With a swift motion, Raditz utilized instant transmission to arrive at King Kai's planet. Upon seeing Raditz accompanied by Android 18 and a robot, King Kai spoke slowly. "Raditz, what brings you here? I shall not teach anyone else my techniques." Observing the North Kai, Raditz smiled and spoke. "North Kai, I shall leave Android 18 with you for a few days." Although the North Kai was reluctant to comply with Raditz's request, he ultimately acquiesced. "Android 18, please stay with Jiru for a moment while I return to Earth to assess the situation. I shall return shortly." After Raditz carefully advised 18 to prioritize her safety, he utilized instant transmission once more. In an instant, Raditz sensed Goku's energy and appeared before him, where Goku, Chi-Chi, and Gohan were gathered at home. After exchanging greetings, Raditz inquired, "Kakarot, has a creature known as Baby or the one-star dragon ever visited Earth?" Goku's family responded in unison, "Yes, but we defeated it." Raditz found their answer perplexing. Their energy seemed unchanged, yet he speculated that facing the one-star dragon would pose a significant challenge for Goku and Vegeta. How could they have vanquished it? Feeling a sense of unease, Raditz employed instant transmission again, arriving at Vegeta's residence. To his astonishment, Vegeta echoed the same response, deepening Raditz's confusion and suspicion. However, he could not sense the one-star dragon's energy on Earth. Subsequently, Raditz sought out Lepin, Tien, and Krillin for further inquiries, but discovered nothing amiss. Determined to seek answers, he traveled to the lookout, where he found Piccolo in the company of Mr. Popo. Raditz was convinced that something was amiss on Earth, as Piccolo had never abandoned his training and rarely visited the lookout. Without further ado, Raditz used instant transmission to reach Master Roshi's island, hoping to ascertain the condition of the Dragon Balls. Upon arrival, he sensed only Master Roshi's presence and not that of the old turtle. Entering the house, he found Master Roshi sitting vacantly rather than perusing his usual yellow books. "Master Roshi, please show me the Dragon Balls," Raditz urged. At last responding, Master Roshi said, "I apologize, but I used the Dragon Balls. They have now turned to stone." He then produced 7 stones, and Raditz recognized the residual energy of the Dragon Balls within them. Contemplating the situation, Raditz was troubled by how everyone seemed altered during his brief absence. As he stepped outside, he noticed a turtle struggling to swim towards him. Instantly recognizing the old turtle, he utilized instant transmission to transport it to a more secluded area. The old turtle gazed up at Raditz, tears streaming down its face as it clung tightly to Raditz's leg. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Raditz urgently asked, "Old turtle, what has transpired?" The old turtle gazed at Raditz and spoke slowly. "Mr. Raditz, all the Earthlings, including the warriors, as well as Son Goku and Vegeta, have been entirely parasitized by Baby." Upon hearing this, Raditz was astounded, realizing that his return was belated. "Damn it, old turtle, where is Baby now?" The old turtle shook his head in response. "I do not know where Baby is. All humans on Earth have been infested by him, and his spies are scattered everywhere." Raditz felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his anger reaching a boiling point. "Old turtle, keep Baby hidden. I will handle it." With that, Raditz utilized instant transmission and arrived at the sacred world of the Kais. Upon his arrival, Piccolo and Mr. Popo approached him. "Raditz, why are you here again? Is there something else?" Before Piccolo could finish his sentence, Raditz swiftly delivered a punch to both Piccolo and Mr. Popo. The two doubled over in pain, clutching their abdomens. And Raditz seized the opportunity to penetrate their bodies with his divine energy. He summoned their ki to eradicate the eggs Baby had left within them. Aya! Moments later, both emitted agonizing screams as malevolent energy was expelled from their bodies. After a while, their eyes regained their former brilliance, and they clenched their fists, glaring at Raditz with fury. "Raditz, the people of Earth are under control. Raditz signaled to them that he was already aware. The urgent matter at hand was to locate Baby. Piccolo, you can see what is happening on Earth. Help me find Baby. Upon hearing Raditz's request, Piccolo promptly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the occurrences on Earth. After a moment of observation, Piccolo sighed and remarked, Raditz. It can be said that everyone on Earth is now Baby. Raditz understood the gravity of the situation from Piccolo's words. Chapter 131. The Siege. After pondering for a while, Raditz concluded that the only way was to force Baby out. With that in mind, he took precautionary measures by taking Piccolo and Mr. Popo with him and using instant transmission to arrive at King Kai's planet. Without lingering there, he once again employed instant transmission to reach Son Goku's home. At that moment, Baby was aware that Raditz had discovered the infestation and decided to act without pretense. Upon Raditz's arrival at Goku's residence, Baby seized control of Goku, Gohan, and Goten, directing them to attack Raditz. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Raditz arrived, he was blasted away by energy waves from the three. Knowing that there was no time for mercy, he resolved to defeat them and then eliminate the eggs with his divine power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Raditz assumed a fighting stance, preparing for battle, several figures materialized before him. They included Vegeta, his family, Android 18, Nappa, and Shenron. Meanwhile, Baby was within Shenron, looking at Raditz with arrogance. Raditz, you have finally arrived. Just surrender your body to me, and I will lead your Saiyan race to dominate the universe. As Raditz gazed upon the grotesque expression of Baby's parasitic form on One-Star Dragon, a profound anger welled within him. Baby, you seek your own demise. With that declaration, Raditz harnessed the power of the dragon, launching an attack at the Baby residing within One-Star Dragon. To his astonishment, Baby, having fully assimilated with One-Star Dragon, had attained a divine state, imbued with divine energy. As Raditz's dragon penetrated its target, instead of vanquishing Baby, it was instead consumed by this malignant force. Raditz, did you truly not anticipate this? Hand over the remaining evil Dragon Balls without resistance, Baby taunted, as in an instant, all of his former allies converged upon him. Raditz, unfazed, activated his godly transformation, a crimson aura enveloping him. Boom. Attacks surged from every direction, with Raditz standing resolute against One-Star Dragon. With one hand, he conjured energy waves directed at One-Star Dragon, while the other unleashed energy blasts to thwart the warrior's advance. The cacophony of explosions filled the air as Raditz ascended to the skies, releasing energy waves as he retreated. However, even a warrior of his caliber could not withstand the onslaught of so many foes, and a brief opening was exploited by One-Star Dragon, delivering a powerful punch to Raditz's torso. In that fleeting moment, the warriors unleashed their signature techniques: Kamehameha, Solar Flare, Energy Slice, Demon Flash, Ultimate Shine, and Spirit Ball. This barrage of attacks, even against Raditz in his divine state, proved overwhelming. Boom, boom, boom. Raditz was propelled through the air, and in response, he consumed a Senzu Bean, instantly transforming into his five-fold Kaioken state. A tempestuous crimson energy erupted around him as he seized this power, rebounding off the ground. Utilizing instant transmission, he appeared beside Lu Ping, delivering a swift chop. Boom. Lu Ping was struck down, losing consciousness. Without pausing, Raditz continued to maneuver through the air, using instant transmission to dart back and forth, overwhelming Tien, Krillin, Nappa, Trunks, and Goten, all of whom fell before his might. Observing Raditz's agility, Baby clapped in admiration. Raditz, your movements are quite exquisite, but do take a look at this. Baby gestured towards Goku and Vegeta, who were preparing to fuse. Seeing the fusion, Raditz initially intended to thwart them. Boom, boom, boom. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Goten in his Super Saiyan 2 form, standing in defense against Raditz. How infuriating. Raditz could no longer contain himself. Whoosh. He instantly teleported in front of Goten, his five-fold form radiating immense power. Tap, 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 tap. A flurry of punches rained down upon Goten, who could scarcely endure the assault in his Super Saiyan 2 form, quickly succumbing to Raditz's might. Meanwhile, the fusion was successfully completed, and Vegito materialized before Raditz. Raditz, if I were you, I would eliminate them all instead of enduring this struggle. Just as Baby finished speaking, Vegito launched into action. With a ferocious aura enveloping his fist, Vegito advanced towards Raditz. only for his punch to inexplicably pass through Raditz, revealing him to be an illusion. In that instant, Vegeta realized something was amiss. With a sudden glance around, he cautiously surveyed the potential whereabouts of Raditz. Abruptly, from the heavens above, Raditz launched a powerful punch towards Gogeta. In haste, Gogeta gathered an energy wave in his hands. Boom! The energy wave surged towards Raditz, yet unexpectedly, it struck nothingness once more. As Gogeta remained in a state of bewilderment, bang! Raditz's fist connected squarely with Gogeta's chin, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. When Gogeta regained his senses and looked up again, he found the atmosphere devoid of any energy. There was no trace of Baby's presence, nor Raditz. The surroundings had transformed into a barren wasteland. Just as Gogeta pondered the inexplicable nature of his environment, the scenery around him began to shift. The sky appeared to morph into a desert, and two segments of sand were gradually converging. Simultaneously, the desert above and below Gogeta began to tremble incessantly. Before long, the two deserts closed in, ensnaring Gogeta within their grasp. Gogeta could feel his energy gradually depleting. Despite his desperate attempts to unleash energy waves in the desert, he found himself unable to break free, his strength waning. Meanwhile, Raditz stood before the Dragon Ball, the illusionary orb above him radiating energy. Gogeta, with vacant eyes, was now trapped within the illusion. Observing Raditz and the illusionary orb, Baby remarked, "I never expected Raditz possessed such abilities. Let the battle commence." A confident smile graced Baby's lips, exuding an air of certainty as if victory were already assured. Whoosh! Baby's speed was astonishing, rendering his form almost ethereal. In an instant, he appeared before Raditz, delivering a powerful punch. Though Baby's velocity was remarkable, Raditz managed to perceive his silhouette just in time. Raditz swiftly sidestepped the attack, grasped Baby's hand, and executed a counter-gravity throw. Bang! Baby crashed heavily onto the ground, and Raditz followed up with a kick aimed at Baby's face. However, in that fleeting moment, Baby seized Raditz's foot, twisting it forcefully. With the momentum, Raditz was spun around entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Baby struck Raditz with a series of blows. Bang! 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 Raditz, propelled by the force, skidded across the ground for over 100 meters, mere moments from crashing down. Yet, with one hand bracing against the earth, Raditz unleashed an energy wave. Boom! The reactive force of the energy wave propelled Raditz upward, stabilizing his form. Chapter 132. The wishing of negative energy. After this brief exchange of probing strikes, Baby assessed that his strength was on par with Raditz. Following a moment of calm, the battle reignited. Bang! Their elbows collided, generating a fierce shockwave that reverberated throughout the entire planet. Whoosh! Raditz leapt high into the air, harnessing the gravitational potential to launch an assault on Baby. In a fleeting moment, Baby reacted, swiftly evading the impending attack by sidestepping. Simultaneously, Raditz transformed his fist into an open palm, conjuring a wave of energy that unleashed a relentless barrage upon Baby. The ground trembled with each explosive impact. At this juncture, Baby found it impossible to dodge again, enduring a relentless onslaught of energy blasts that firmly pinned him to the earth, with gravity weighing down upon him. Raditz's palm morphed back into a fist, imbued with divine strength. The resulting blow struck Baby squarely in the chest, akin to being struck by a colossal meteor. Igniting a tempest of blood and fury within him, his eyes veined with crimson. Were it not for his sheer will to suppress it, he would have surely coughed up blood. Following this barrage, Baby's countenance was devoid of ease, replaced instead by a heavy grimace. "Why are you faster than me? How infuriating!" The reason behind Baby's bewilderment was, in truth, rather straightforward. The one-star dragon he had parasitized possessed combat prowess exceeding that of Raditz in his divine state. However, Raditz's utilization of the five-fold Kaioken had propelled him beyond the one-star dragon, rendering Baby's speed inferior. Raditz cast a scornful glance at Baby, offering no retort, and launched another offensive, his speed eclipsing even that of before. A relentless flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon the one-star dragon, which Baby had inhabited. Rendered immobile by Raditz's onslaught, Baby was overwhelmed by excruciating pain that compelled him to howl in agony. After a prolonged period of frenzied assault, the one-star dragon's form was repeatedly pierced, yet it continued to mend itself. Recognizing the dire situation, Baby hastily commanded his parasitic entity to converge towards him. Soon enough, A throng of Earthlings arrived at the battleground of Raditz and Baby. Raditz, cease this at once. Should you strike again, I will compel all Earthlings to take their own lives. I will shatter the Dragon Balls as well. Faced with the mass of Earthlings, Raditz hesitated. Seizing the moment, the one-star dragon burrowed into the crowd of humans. Ha ha ha, Raditz, you have squandered your chance. With that proclamation, the Dragon Balls on the one-star dragon emitted a luminous glow, akin to the wishes being granted. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning, reminiscent of Raditz's summoning of the Eternal Dragon in days past. Yet this time, the dragon failed to materialize. Instead, the one-star dragon radiated a golden light. Raditz sensed the impending danger and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Grant me greater strength. The energy enveloping the one-star dragon surged several-fold, and Raditz could feel Baby's newfound power. The aura surrounding Baby stirred the winds, creating a formidable pressure that bent the trees on either side. However, upon fulfilling his wish through the one-star dragon, the Dragon Balls within Baby did not petrify nor ascend into the heavens. Yet, in a twist of fate, the wish Baby had made was confined within the energy range of the one-star dragon, allowing him only to amplify his strength or obliterate a planet at most. The formidable one-star dragon soared from the crowd, its expression brimming with confidence, convinced of its ability to vanquish Raditz. With a resounding crash, Baby once again engaged in fierce combat with Raditz, exhibiting remarkable strength following its enhancement. During the battle, Baby gained the upper hand, and Raditz could sense Baby's speed escalating to an unbelievable degree. The one-star dragon, now a parasite of Baby, manifested energy blades in its grasp, with bone spurs on its body imbued with energy, forming razor-sharp bone blades. These blades were exceedingly sharp. Should Raditz inadvertently come into contact with them, he would suffer grievous wounds. With an ever-increasing velocity, the one-star dragon maneuvered, its dual energy blades harmonizing with the bone blades, slicing through the air like blades in flight. Wherever they passed, even the very air seemed to be cleaved asunder. Raditz, wary of a direct confrontation, opted to distance himself from Baby, awaiting an opportune moment to strike. Boom! Raditz unleashed energy waves, relentlessly bombarding the spinning Baby. Yet, the combination of Baby's energy and bone blades proved so formidable that even the energy waves were effortlessly severed. With a powerful thrust, Baby carved hundreds of energy blades through the air, forming a net that converged upon Raditz from all directions. Fearing that Raditz might evade this assault through instantaneous movement, Baby unleashed a barrage of green, ribbon-like energy waves from its eyes to thwart Raditz's escape. Confronted by the net of energy blades overhead and the energy waves emitted from Baby's gaze, Raditz found his options for spatial evasion rapidly diminishing, as the energy net loomed ominously closer. With no opportunity to utilize instantaneous movement, Raditz resorted to divine power, enveloping his body in a protective energy shield. The energy net descended upon him from all sides, colliding violently with the shield. Meanwhile, the energy waves from Baby's eyes continued their relentless assault, showing no signs of abating. After a brief struggle, even the indomitable shield succumbed to the onslaught of the energy net and waves, reaching its breaking point. With a shattering sound, Raditz's shield crumbled, and the energy net bore down upon him. In desperation, Raditz formed energy blades with both hands and struck upwards against the descending net. Boom! He successfully cleaved a small opening in the net. Gathering speed, he darted through this narrow escape, but Baby's energy lasers shot towards him, leaving Raditz with no means of defense. He was struck squarely by two powerful beams of energy emitted from Baby's eyes. With a resounding crash, Raditz fell to the ground but quickly sprang back to his feet. He could not afford to linger. Any delay would grant Baby the chance to capitalize on his vulnerability. Indeed, another energy net descended from above, targeting his previous position with the ease of slicing through tofu, cleaving him into hundreds of pieces. At this juncture, Raditz had no alternative but to attempt to activate his Super Saiyan mode while in divine form. Immediately, Raditz enveloped himself in a layer of energy shield and began to gather his power. Aya! As Raditz unleashed a primal scream, the energy around him surged. His hair began to rise, and a tempestuous blue aura spilled forth from his body, replacing the previous red aura of the Saiyan god. Chapter 133, Super Blue Form. Before long, Raditz had transformed from the base form of the god state into the Super Saiyan god form. The red aura was entirely supplanted by a blue form imbued with divine essence. Raditz sensed a significant increase in power, far beyond that of the basic god state. This formidable strength was unmatched by any previous form. Moreover, in this state, his divine energy became more stable, allowing for better control and significantly less energy consumption, rendering him more composed. Baby, this time I will grant you no opportunity. Observing Raditz's transformation into the super blue form, Baby's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that his negative energy wish would at most enhance his power slightly. He never anticipated Raditz's strength to have multiplied exponentially. Whoosh! Raditz's body darted forward like a blue flash, appearing before Baby in the blink of an eye. With his fists enveloped in blue energy, he struck directly at Baby. Faced with Raditz's onslaught, Baby could only defend with all his might, his hands clasped before his chest, concentrating his energy for protection. Whoosh! In that instant, Raditz moved faster than instantaneous teleportation, swiftly arriving behind the parasitic one-star dragon that Baby controlled, delivering a devastating blow with both fists. Cursed be this. Though Baby managed to react, his speed lagged behind, his face contorting in agony as he took the full brunt of Raditz's attack. Boom! Baby was forcefully slammed into the ground by the impact, feeling a piercing pain. Bang! 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 The one-star dragon, under Baby's control, quickly sprang to its feet, unleashing all its might. The two engaged in fierce aerial combat, every punch and kick resonating with shockwaves through space. Their terrifying might was palpable, felt by several galaxies nearby, including the Kais. Boom, boom, boom. The confrontation transitioned from close-quarters combat to a distance battle as they exchanged energy blasts. After a moment, they closed in again for brutal melee, each strike as merciless as the last. Both Raditz and Baby were resolute in their intent to vanquish each other, showing no mercy whatsoever. Ultimately, in the super blue form, Raditz's strength, speed, and endurance surpassed that of the one-star dragon. After a relentless exchange with Baby's parasitic one-star dragon, Baby's energy became disordered, allowing Raditz to seize an opportunity. Bang! A flurry of punches rained down upon Baby, who, in pain, was sent crashing to the ground. Raditz transformed his hand into a concentrated energy blast, relentlessly striking Baby's face. Baby's momentum waned, his energy gradually diminishing. Yet, Raditz had no intention of sparing him. Seizing the moment, he activated instantaneous teleportation with Baby, transporting them to another planet. The purpose of Raditz's actions was to prevent Baby from once again blending in among the Earthlings. Bang! 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 Subsequently, Raditz moved swiftly through the air, creating dozens of illusory images. These phantoms, resembling real beings, approached from various angles, relentlessly bombarding Baby. The one-star dragon, which Baby had parasitized, initially managed to stand and defend with its hands. However, as the onslaught intensified, Baby was soon knocked to the ground. At that moment, he resembled a ball being mercilessly struck, utterly incapable of defense or counterattack. Raditz's speed was astonishing, and the frequency of his strikes was overwhelming. Baby endured hundreds of assaults each second. It wasn't long before Baby began gasping for breath, appearing quite disheveled. With a sly smile, Raditz taunted Baby. Let you experience the pressure of the energy net. As soon as he finished speaking, the phantoms in the sky ceased their assault. Mimicking Baby's earlier use of the energy net, Raditz formed a blade of energy in his hand and drew it to create a net-like structure. Subsequently, a massive energy net descended upon the one-star dragon that Baby had infested. To prevent Baby from escaping, Raditz unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with divine energy, which struck down upon Baby's body. Bang! This blow landed heavily on the one-star dragon, damaging its physical form. Raditz then swiftly distanced himself from Baby's position, awaiting the energy blade net to reduce Baby to dust. With severe injuries, Baby was now slowly attempting to repair himself, finding it difficult to move. The energy blade net descended rapidly, and Baby looked on in despair at the sharp edges of the impending net. No! Crack! Crack! The energy blades converged from all directions and sliced down mercilessly. The one-star dragon emitted a pained howl as its body was torn into chunks by the energy net. Baby, parasitizing within the one-star dragon, let out a wail as his strength waned significantly. Damn Saiyan! Soon after, the one-star dragon began to heal slowly. Given such a grievous injury, the recovery process was exceedingly slow. Naturally, Raditz would not grant him the opportunity to recuperate. He concentrated a formidable energy wave in his hand. Bang! The immense energy wave crashed down, and Baby, upon witnessing this terrifying force, dared not confront it directly. He vacated the one-star dragon's body and surged towards Raditz. The one-star dragon, in its mangled state, was further reduced to mere fragments as a result of the energy wave. Damn Saiyan, give me your body. In that moment, Baby's face bore the strain of desperation. This was his final chance. If he could seize Raditz's body, he could turn the tide of battle. In a flash, Baby transformed into a beam of light and surged into Raditz's body. Once inside, Baby immediately began to wrest control from Raditz. However, with Baby's current strength, he was no match for Raditz, who wielded divine power. At the very moment Baby entered the body, Raditz feverishly consumed Baby's energy with his divine power. After a period of struggle, Baby's spiritual energy began to falter. Before long, Baby was utterly defeated, on the verge of being devoured by Raditz. With a sudden burst, Baby propelled himself out of Raditz's body. Upon escaping, he did not look back and began to frantically ascend into the sky. Baby believed that if he could reach the outer cosmic environment, he would be safe. In an instant, Raditz teleported before him, grasping his neck with one hand. Baby, where do you think you can escape to? Faced with Raditz's sudden appearance, despair washed over Baby. He knew his chances were gone. Damn it, you Saiyans are the ones who deserve annihilation in this universe. I will never forgive your kind. Chapter 134. The Annihilation of Baby. Gazing at Baby, Raditz wore a derisive expression. The Saiyans do not require your forgiveness. Perhaps in your next life, you might consider being a human. With that, Raditz tightened his grip on Baby's head and began to concentrate energy. Baby attempted to struggle, his body writhing in a desperate bid to escape Raditz's grasp. However, given Baby's current strength, he was utterly powerless against Raditz. With a resounding explosion, the energy wave erupted from Raditz's hand, obliterating Baby's head into mere dust, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, those who had been spawned by Baby regained their consciousness upon his demise. Having dealt with Baby, Raditz remembered that a star dragon's aura still lingered nearby. Turning his attention, Raditz observed that the star dragon had made significant recovery. The star dragon, regaining its senses, glared at Baby and Raditz with palpable hatred. Why has this happened? Raditz, perhaps we can negotiate. Raditz's expression darkened at the star dragon's words. Do you truly believe I would trust you again? Realizing he could not overpower Raditz, the star dragon attempted to flee. In an instant, Raditz was before him once more. With a flurry of punches directed at the already injured star dragon, the onslaught became unbearable. As Raditz's fists rained down, the Dragon Balls within the star dragon's body were expelled, diminishing its energy and rendering it incapable of self-repair, reverting to its original state. Raditz then transformed one hand into an energy blade and thrust it towards the star dragon's forehead where the dark energy orb resided. Upon impact, the orb shattered, causing the star dragon's body to disintegrate in that fleeting moment. The dark energy orb fell to the ground, its essence dissipating into nothingness. Raditz picked up the now normal Dragon Ball, placing it alongside the others, totaling 14 intact Dragon Balls. Observing the collection, Raditz exhaled in relief. The ordeal was finally concluded. With the Dragon Balls in hand, Raditz returned to the warriors. Retrieving the illusion pearl, Raditz emerged from the illusion, swiftly concluding the fusion, resulting in the separation of Son Goku and Vegeta. At this moment, the other warriors also regained their senses and hurried to Raditz's side. Son Goku, feeling a bit awkward, circled his head as he addressed Raditz. Raditz, we owe you a debt of gratitude for your timely return. Otherwise, Earth would have perished. Raditz comforted Son Goku and the other warriors, saying, "It was my oversight. There is no need for self-reproach." Afterward, Raditz handed the Dragon Balls over to Piccolo. Piccolo, the Black Star Dragon Balls and the regular Dragon Balls are all here, and they no longer harbor any malevolence. Piccolo expressed his gratitude toward Raditz. Thank you. Meanwhile, the 17th noticed that the 18th was not by Raditz's side and hurriedly inquired, "Where's the 18th? Raditz, you promised to protect her." Observing the 17th's anxiety, Raditz promptly reassured him, "There's no need for concern. For her safety, the 18th is on North Chaos planet, and I will retrieve her shortly." Upon hearing this, the 17th's expression relaxed. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, catching up after a long separation. they learned that Raditz had significantly grown stronger, even reaching the Super Saiyan Blue level. Vegeta, who had previously thought that the divine state was the Saiyans' ultimate limit, was taken aback by Raditz's breakthrough and eagerly asked, "Raditz, what is this Super Saiyan Blue state? Show me at once." With sincerity etched on his face, Vegeta, along with Son Goku, Nappa, and Gohan, exhibited expressions of anticipation. Seeing their enthusiasm, Raditz felt compelled to demonstrate. He focused his energy, and soon, a blue aura erupted from his being. His hair and aura transformed to resemble that of a Super Saiyan, yet Raditz's gaze remained composed rather than haughty. The Saiyans present were astounded by Raditz's newfound strength, consistently outpacing them. Particularly, Vegeta clenched his fists, vowing to reach such heights. They agreed to train together in the future, aiming to compete at the World Martial Arts Tournament afterward. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emerged from an unknown source, prompting laughter among the group, who then collectively soared towards Master Roshi's house to indulge in a feast. Meanwhile, Earth had narrowly escaped this calamity, attributing the triumph to Satan. Across every city and corner of the planet, people echoed the name of their hero. Satan, Satan, Satan. At that moment, Satan, at home, heard the resounding calls. He understood that he had not saved the Earth. Rather, the planet sought a hero to restore basic order. Resolute, he donned his championess cape and stepped out onto the street. Addressing the throng of people, Satan declared, "Earth is under my protection. You may rest assured." The crowd erupted in a fervent cheer, their applause ringing out in joyous celebration. At this moment, Satan reigns supreme in the hearts of the inhabitants of Earth, held in the highest esteem. Raditz is aware of Satan's exploits, having usurped the glory of all warriors, yet he remains indifferent. After all, the people of Earth require a hero, and it must be one of their own. The revelation that their savior is an extraterrestrial Saiyan would likely instill panic among them. Meanwhile, on the far side of the universe, the tumultuous battle between Raditz and the parasitic one-star dragon baby has generated ripples of disturbance that have not gone unnoticed by the Dark Overlord. However, he finds himself unable to intervene. Ever since he commanded the dragon god, Salama, to ambush Raditz, he and Salama have been confined within the shadows of the cosmos. Should they take action, they would attract the attention of the Grand Priest, whose formidable power poses an overwhelming threat even to this dark sovereign. Salama respectfully inquired, "My lord, shall we truly allow Raditz to continue his unchecked growth?" Emerging from the shadows, the Dark Lord turned slightly to regard Salama. In this moment, it became evident that the Dark Sovereign bore an uncanny resemblance to the Omni King, with only subtle differences in their demeanor. "Though the Grand Priest complicates our endeavors, rest assured, everything remains within my control, and I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate Raditz," he replied. With this, Salama bowed deeply and retreated. The Dark Omni King sat alone upon a dilapidated throne, lost in contemplation. Is this cycle finally destined for change? Chapter 135, Daily Life the following day. After Raditz returned to Earth with androids 17 and 18, they gathered with friends at Master Roshi's house to celebrate heartily. They indulged in a mountain of food. And soon after, fatigue from battle overcame them, leading them into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Raditz found that a new day had dawned. The sun ascended high in the sky. Only Goku, Vegeta, and a few others remained asleep, while androids 17 and 18 had already departed after their meal. After all, 17 and the other warriors had to balance their responsibilities of protecting the Earth with their daily lives, unlike Goku and Vegeta, who bore no such concerns. Raditz rose slowly and stepped outside Master Roshi's abode, where the blinding sunlight pierced his eyes. The air was suffused with the scent of the ocean, and everything appeared serene. According to Raditz's recollections, the Earth would not face formidable foes in the near future, allowing him to enjoy a period of tranquility. Meanwhile, Master Roshi had risen early, engaging in stretching exercises with the old turtle. After greeting Master Roshi, Raditz teleported to the residence of androids 17 and 18. Inside, only 18 was present. 17 had already ventured out to embrace the rigors of work. Upon materializing beside her, Raditz found 18 with her arms crossed, her expression not particularly welcoming. Noticing her demeanor, Raditz signaled that he had been reveling with Vegeta, Goku, and the others the previous night. "I see you've returned," she remarked. Raditz circled around, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It is indeed rather late," he admitted. Number 18's expression softened as she gestured towards the breakfast laid out on the table. Go ahead, I've prepared breakfast for you. Observing her relaxed demeanor, Raditz wrapped his arms around number 18's waist, and they shared a playful meal together. After finishing breakfast, the two ventured outside, settling on the grass to gaze at the blue sky dotted with clouds. Given Raditz's frequent adventures and training against formidable foes beyond the cosmos, number 18 couldn't help but inquire, Raditz, how long will you stay this time before leaving again? Meeting her gaze, Raditz replied with unwavering determination, I will not leave again. From now on, we shall live quietly on Earth and perhaps have a few little Raditzes in the future. A blush crept onto number 18's cheeks as she shyly responded. What are you thinking? We haven't even bought a house yet, let alone gotten married. Realizing the depth of their relationship and the absence of a formal union, Raditz looked at her earnestly and said, let us marry, 18. Taken aback by his sudden proposal, number 18 was momentarily flustered. She hadn't anticipated such straightforwardness from him, especially without any preparations. However, their bond had matured to a point where grand gestures were unnecessary. She shyly nodded. Yet, Raditz sensed that his directness might have been too abrupt. He hadn't even presented her with a proper gift. The funds he had from winning the martial arts tournament now seemed insufficient for a house. Wait here, 18, I will retrieve something, he said before instantaneously teleporting to Vegeta's residence. Vegeta was momentarily startled by Raditz's sudden appearance. Raditz, have you come for a spar? He asked, adopting a combat stance, eager to engage. However, Raditz raised his hand, shaking his head. Vegeta, I'm here to borrow some money to buy a ring for 18. Vegeta frowned at the triviality of Raditz's request, but felt a twinge of embarrassment when it came to money. That's not something I typically handle, he replied. Understanding Vegeta's reluctance, Raditz promptly sought out Bulma. Upon hearing Raditz's intentions, Bulma was delighted and handed him a box filled with money without further ado. She reminded him to inform them about the wedding plans. Grateful for the substantial sum, Raditz thanked Bulma profusely before teleporting directly to a jewelry store in the human city. As he stepped inside, he began his quest to purchase an engagement ring. The sales personnel gazed upon the suitcase in Raditz's hand as if it were a treasure from the heavens, swiftly approaching with eager courtesy. Good sir, may I assist you in selecting something? Raditz replied, an engagement diamond ring. Upon hearing the word diamond, the attendant hastily produced a dozen boxes, each containing magnificent diamond rings that sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Sir, these are genuine diamond rings, of utmost authenticity, he proclaimed, his eloquence rivaling that of a master orator. Enraptured by the attendant's persuasive charm, Raditz found himself swayed, ultimately purchasing the largest diamond ring and surrendering an entire box of money to the attendant. Consequently, Raditz could only gather a bouquet of wildflowers from the mountains as a gift. With a swift movement, Raditz teleported to number 18's side, kneeling on one knee while presenting the bouquet alongside the exquisite ring. Marry me, number 18. The stark contrast between the grand diamond and the humble wildflowers elicited a smile from her. Raditz, where did you acquire the funds for such an extravagant ring? She inquired. Raditz then shared the story of how he came into his wealth. Upon hearing his tale, number 18 sighed. It appears we shall be living a life of repayments. With that, she accepted the ring and adorned her finger with it. Overjoyed by her acceptance, Raditz embraced her tightly, and the two remained entwined for a considerable time, reluctant to part. However, number 18, feeling the embrace grow a tad constricting, softly remarked, Raditz, you're holding a bit too tightly. At her words, he quickly released her and apologized. Observing Raditz's flustered demeanor, number 18 couldn't help but chuckle. You must diligently seek a job to repay this debt. Radiating happiness, Raditz eagerly transmitted the joyous news to all the warriors. I am getting married. Days passed, and the warriors came forth to extend their congratulations. Raditz and number 18 set a wedding date, and preparations were unfolding methodically. The earnings from the previous martial arts tournament had dwindled, leaving them with scarce funds, compelling them to postpone the wedding for several months. Raditz secured employment, diligently working to earn a living. As time flowed steadily, tranquility returned to Earth, and everything appeared to be progressing smoothly. One day, after a long day of toil, Raditz returned home to savor the delicious meal prepared by number 18 when Bulma arrived. She invited them to join her on a luxurious cruise. Realizing that this was the period when Lord Beerus and Whis would be arriving, Raditz nodded in agreement. Days later, the time to board the cruise arrived, and Raditz and Number 18 found themselves amidst a veritable feast of culinary delights. The warriors reveled in joyous merriment aboard the ship. Raditz and Android 18, clad in their swimsuits, frolicked joyfully in the swimming pool, engaging in delightful play. At that moment, Beerus and Whis made their appearance on the cruise ship. Except for Raditz and Vegeta, the others remained oblivious to their presence. However, Raditz chose to disregard Beerus and Whis, sensing that there was no imminent danger. Observing Android 18 basking in the sun, he quietly applied sunscreen on her skin. Meanwhile, Vegeta had already begun his performance. Having recognized Beerus and Whis, his demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into a dutifully attentive servant to the two deities. The onlookers were taken aback by Vegeta's sudden change, even witnessing him cook for them personally, which piqued their curiosity. Raditz, however, paid little mind to this spectacle. His primary concern was the efficacy of the sunscreen. Before long, a surge of battle energy erupted in the sky. Android 18 glanced upward, contemplating a closer look. Yet, reassured by Raditz's words that all was well, she set aside her curiosity. In the heavens, Goku initially transformed into Super Saiyan 1, launching an attack on Beerus, only to be effortlessly countered. He transitioned through Super Saiyan 2 and 3, yet still fell short against Beerus. It was only when Goku ascended to the God Saiyan form that Raditz felt a twinge of astonishment at this newfound divine power. It was evident that Goku had not been idle during these days. But such matters held little relevance for Raditz, who had just finished applying sunscreen on Android 18. Together, they reclined on the sun loungers, relishing the warmth of the sun. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky intensified. The resulting shockwaves caused the ship to sway. As waves crashed against its hull, the onlookers watched the unfolding conflict with bated breath, astounded by the immense power displayed in the skirmish, far exceeding their expectations. Only Raditz and Android 18 remained leisurely, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a significant ripple coursed through the air as Goku gasped for breath. Beerus, wearing a satisfied expression, relished the fact that someone could finally challenge him. However, Goku, having reverted from his divine state, declared he would not continue, acknowledging Beerus's overwhelming strength. At this moment, Beerus, still craving more excitement, looked at Goku with confusion. "Why have you stopped fighting?" Goku pointed towards Raditz, asserting he is strong enough to contend with Lord Beerus. The gaze of the crowd turned towards Raditz, who, sensing their attention, furrowed his brow, realizing it was his turn. He turned to Android 18 and said, "I shall return shortly." Nodding in acknowledgement, Android 18 watched as Raditz utilized instant transmission to appear before Beerus. Beerus scrutinized Raditz, unable to gauge his strength. "Goku, this one does not seem particularly formidable. If you dare to fool me, I shall obliterate the earth." In response to Beerus's words, Goku smiled. "Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Raditz will undoubtedly satisfy you." Observing Beerus is quite familiar territory for Raditz. In this timeline, Beerus has remained in a state of slumber, unaware of his identity. "Strike, Lord Beerus." Gazing at Raditz's visage, Beerus immediately launched an attack, utilizing merely a fraction of his power to gauge Raditz's strength. Bang! As Beerus's fist came hurtling towards him, Raditz instantly activated his Super Saiyan Blue form. Accompanied by the divine aura, his Super Saiyan state was formidable beyond measure, effortlessly countering Beerus's blow. Witnessing this transformation, Beerus was taken aback, utterly astonished that such a being existed within his universe, and quickly glanced towards Whis. Whis, however, had long been aware of Raditz's existence in the 7th universe, but it was only natural that Beerus, being in slumber, could not perceive it. "Lord Beerus, when Raditz was at his peak, you were still asleep, hence your ignorance," he remarked. Beerus snorted in response. "You could have informed me sooner. In that case, let Raditz come forth. I wish to ascertain your true strength." With that, Beerus's fury erupted, unleashing a tremendous and terrifying aura that surged around him. He charged forward, engaging Raditz in a fierce battle. The intensity of Beerus's power was the most formidable Raditz had encountered in recent skirmishes. Even the Super One-Star Dragon paled in comparison. Bang! 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 Beerus exhibited remarkable agility, his speed surpassing Raditz. The two exchanged blows, with Beerus consistently finding bizarre angles to launch his attacks, catching Raditz off guard and inflicting continuous damage. However, Raditz was far from defenseless. He swiftly produced the Illusion Pearl, instantly ensnaring Beerus within an illusionary realm. Aware that Beerus could easily escape the illusion pearl, Raditz infused it with divine energy, enhancing its strength. In that moment, within the illusion, the scenery shifted constantly, and a colossal meteor hurtled towards Beerus. He unleashed a wave of destructive energy from his hands, obliterating the meteor into oblivion. Following that, immense tidal waves, black holes, and cosmic annihilation ensued. The myriad of mental tactics conjured by the illusion pearl proved futile against Beerus, as they were systematically shattered by his destructive energy. Subsequently, Beerus found himself in a realm of utter darkness within the illusion space. The encroaching darkness sought to consume his power. With a slight smirk, Beerus discerned the challenge. Interesting, he mused, releasing waves of destructive energy that radiated outward. Before long, the illusory world crafted by the illusion pearl was breached. Chapter 137, The Fierce Battle with Beerus. Beerus regained his composure. Although he had lingered in the illusion pearl's realm for what felt like an eternity, to those outside, it had transpired in an instant. Addressing Raditz, Beerus remarked, "Raditz, your abilities possess a certain intrigue." With that, he once again unleashed his fury, eager to continue the battle and relish the thrill of combat. Bang! Raditz, moving with astonishing speed, created afterimages in the sky, each leaving behind a web of energy blades. From all directions, the energy blade net encircled as it confronted the formidable Super Saiyan dragon. Yet, Beerus remained unperturbed, unleashing his destructive energy towards a single point in the energy blade net. With a resounding explosion, the net was obliterated, allowing Beerus to emerge effortlessly from within. Observing this sheer destructive capability, Raditz could only marvel at the efficacy of such a technique. Nothing seemed impervious to Beerus's power. Raditz realized that he had no means to counter this attack. The two warriors locked gazes in the sky, and time and space appeared to stand still. Even those below held their breath in anticipation, anxiously awaiting the moment when the two would take action. Their mutual focus was to hone in on each other's energy and seize an opportunity. In battles between masters, the instant of engagement is often the most critical, capable of determining victory or defeat in the blink of an eye. At that moment, as he regarded Beerus, Raditz gradually closed his eyes. Just as he had at the outset, he sought to sense and comprehend the energy of his opponent. He allowed his body to relax, intending to fight instinctively. In this state, Raditz endeavored to enter the realm of Ultra Instinct, exploring the potential to achieve such mastery amidst battle. Observing Raditz with his eyes closed, Whis slightly tilted his head, recognizing that Raditz was attempting to cultivate Ultra Instinct. However, Whis shook his head, letting out a sigh, remarking that mastering such a technique was far from simple. With that, he turned his attention away from the duel between Raditz and Beerus, instead indulging in the culinary delights of Earth at a nearby stall. Meanwhile, Beerus, too, perceived Raditz's endeavor to train in Ultra Instinct. He was engaged in a similar pursuit, albeit of a different variant of self-mastery. Nevertheless, Ultra Instinct was exceedingly difficult to master, and even Beerus himself had only grasped it to a half-step. Recognizing that Raditz was still in the foundational stage, Beerus decided to strike first. With a sudden burst of speed, Beerus lunged at Raditz, who was caught off guard, initiating his assault. The swiftness of Beerus's strike was such that, aside from Goku and Vegeta, none perceived what had transpired. The blow, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck Raditz in the abdomen, sending him flying in pain. Raditz swiftly emerged from his meditative state of Ultra Instinct. His body tensed once more. Determination ignited in his eyes as he instantaneously teleported beside Beerus. With a series of powerful punches, Raditz struck Beerus, who, for the first time in millennia, felt the sting of pain. Instead of anger, a satisfied grin spread across Beerus's face. "Well done. You've made me feel pain, Saiyan," he exclaimed, before retaliating with a flurry of punches directed at Raditz. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange, trading blows for over 100 rounds. Gradually, Raditz began to falter. His stamina and energy waned with each passing moment, while Beerus remained invigorated and brimming with divine power. However, Raditz chose not to resort to senzu beans, for doing so would render the battle devoid of significance. It is indeed challenging to discern the boundaries of Ultra Blue. Triple Kaioken, Raditz roared, unleashing the full force of his Triple Kaioken, embodying his most formidable state. The Ultra Blue form was enveloped in a vibrant crimson aura, radiating immense power that even caused Beerus to regard Raditz with a grave expression. Beerus recognized that Raditz, under the influence of the triple Kaioken, was nearing his own strength. Should Raditz continue to evolve, he might even surpass Beerus himself. Raditz charged forward, each punch infused with a formidable energy. The impact was akin to a missile strike, causing the air around him to shatter violently. With a resounding thud, Raditz's fist collided with Beerus's face, while Beerus reciprocated with a punch of his own. Ultimately, Raditz's divine energy was exhausted, reverting him to his ordinary form, thus signaling his defeat. However, Beerus wore an expression of exhilaration. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. "Raditz, your strength has truly astonished me," he remarked before descending back to Whis' side. As Raditz approached Beerus and Whis, he spoke softly, "Lord Beerus, I look forward to our next battle." Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta respectfully addressed Beerus and Whis, "Lord Beerus, please guide us in our training." Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a twinge of annoyance, contemplating a refusal. However, Whis, speaking lightly in Beerus's ear, suggested, "Lord Beerus, our Universe 7 possesses a rather low average combat strength. Perhaps we should train Raditz and the others to bolster their abilities against Kampa." Recalling their last encounter, when Kampa had wreaked havoc in his universe, Beerus was unaware that Kampa was in pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa had proposed a contest among warriors from their respective universes, and the thought of Kampa's arrogant demeanor stirred displeasure within Beerus. The stakes of this wager were that the losing party would spend a year within the victor's universe. Naturally, Beerus had no desire to lose, as he sought to identify the elite fighters within his universe. After contemplating for a moment, Beerus acquiesced to Goku and Vegeta's request. "You may proceed, but you must agree to spar with the 6th universe." Goku and Vegeta eagerly accepted the opportunity to challenge warriors from other universes. Raditz, having already trained with Beerus and Whis in an alternate timeline, was initially reluctant to participate. At that moment, Whis spoke up, "Raditz, you were just attempting to cultivate your mastery of the Ultra Instinct, weren't you?" Surprised that Whis had discerned his intentions, Raditz nodded. Continuing, Whis offered, "Perhaps I can assist you in your training. If you consent to the sparring between Universe 7 and Universe 6, we shall guide you in your endeavors." Just as Whis concluded his statement, Beerus stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Raditz, while Ultra Instinct is indeed powerful, the self-destruction technique is formidable as well. Allow me to demonstrate." Having spoken, Beerus relaxed his entire being, his face devoid of any expression, yet it seemed to emanate vulnerability. A surge of purple energy was released from Beerus's body. This divine aura appeared to possess a fighting instinct in every fragment. It fought autonomously, requiring no conscious effort to be activated. In an instant, Beerus found himself beside Raditz, who could sense the terrifying nature of this energy. Chapter 138. The self-realization of Ultra Instinct. Raditz felt that Beerus's speed had increased tremendously compared to before. Beerus patted Raditz on the shoulder and remarked, "This is the self-realization of Ultra Instinct, a technique known only to Whis." Witnessing the self-realization of Ultra Instinct, Raditz, along with Goku and Vegeta, was profoundly astonished. While Raditz was aware of the strength of Ultra Instinct, he was taken aback by the formidable nature of the self-realization variant, far surpassing both the Divine State and Super Saiyan Blue. Beerus, having released the state of self-realization, addressed the group, saying, "I have merely grasped this technique to a half-step. I cannot fully command it yet. The Ultra Instinct is a different form that is also immensely powerful. With your current prowess, you must at least attain the Super Saiyan Blue state to qualify for its training." Recognizing the overwhelming power of the self-realization technique, Raditz acquiesced to Whis' request, while Goku and Vegeta were already brimming with eagerness. "Let us commence our training, Lord Beerus," they urged. At that moment, Raditz's thoughts were preoccupied with Android 18, uncertain of how to convey his intentions to her. After all, their wedding had been arranged, and he had only spent a few days with her since returning. Just then, Android 18 approached, aware of Raditz's upcoming training, and said, "Go ahead, Raditz. Train diligently. I understand your path." Hearing her supportive words, Raditz embraced her tightly and said, "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had already grasped Whis' shoulders. Raditz joined them, waving back at Android 18. "I will return often." No sooner had he spoken than Whis began to move swiftly toward the planet he and Beerus inhabited, reminiscent of their previous journey together. As they traveled at high speed, The surrounding celestial bodies transformed into glittering points of light, vibrant and colorful, tempting Goku and Vegeta to reach out towards them. With experience, Raditz cautioned Kakarot, Vegeta, "Do not touch those lights. Your bodies could be torn apart." Startled by Raditz's warning, Goku and Vegeta quickly withdrew their hands. Whis, taken aback by Raditz's knowledge, remarked, "Raditz, I did not anticipate you possessed such understanding." Before long, the group arrived at the planet where the god of destruction resided. Familiar scenes greeted Raditz's eyes. Yet he remained silent as he followed Whis and Beerus into their home. As soon as they entered, the prophetic fish in the aquarium spoke. "It has been a long time, Raditz." Upon hearing these words, Raditz felt a sense of confusion. He had not ventured into another dimension. So how could the prophecy possibly recognize him? Beside him, Whis and Beerus wore expressions of astonishment. Noticing the surprise among the crowd, the oracle fish slowly addressed them, stating, "I merely glimpsed Raditz's past, images of our encounters in alternate timelines." Upon hearing this, Whis remarked, "Raditz, I never anticipated that you had traversed other dimensions." Raditz responded, "It was merely an unintended adventure into another realm." Whis and Beerus chose not to delve further into Raditz's experiences in other timelines, recognizing that many matters were beyond their jurisdiction. Before long, Goku and Vegeta commenced their arduous training under Lord Beerus's guidance, while Raditz began his pursuit of the Ultra Instinct under Whis's tutelage. Whis led Raditz to a tranquil setting and quietly imparted, "Raditz, the first stage of mastering Ultra Instinct is to eliminate any emotional turbulence, allowing yourself to achieve tranquility, including your energy." Upon hearing Whis's instruction, Raditz initiated his training. He sat in stillness, adjusting both his energy and mindset to attain a state of calm. Although Whis's words seemed straightforward, achieving tranquility proved to be quite challenging for a Saiyan, as they typically harness their rage to elevate their power. The requirement of Ultra Instinct, however, demanded that they find stillness. Raditz endeavored to quiet his mind and energy. Days passed as he sat in meditation, grappling with numerous distractions and memories that invaded his thoughts. These images and cacophonous sounds hindered Raditz's mental state. He encountered numerous failures, yet he refused to yield, persistently striving to enter this state, learning from each setback along the way. After approximately 10 days of rigorous practice, Raditz gradually acclimated to this new state of being. As he refined his mental focus, the disruptive noises lost their ability to affect him. Eventually, he managed to rise while maintaining this newfound equilibrium. In due course, Raditz fully mastered the first stage of Ultra Instinct. Whis, observing Raditz's progress, felt a sense of satisfaction, for this initial step had stymied countless others. He then spoke to Raditz, "I must say, I am quite astonished that you have completed the first stage so swiftly. The next step is to harness your energy to guide your body's various parts, rather than relying on your intellect. Therefore, you must refine the energy within you." Confused by this, Raditz inquired, "Whis, how should I go about refining my energy?" Whis contemplated for a moment, aware of his innate abilities as an angel, and considered how best to convey this knowledge to Raditz. "You must infuse your divine energy into your own, allowing it to permeate your body. Then, through combat, you will refine your energy in harmony with your divine power. With time, you will achieve this state." Listening intently to Whis, Raditz pondered the advice given. While it sounded simple in theory, the practical application proved to be exceptionally challenging. The mere act of merging divine energy with one's ki is a formidable challenge, with countless individuals faltering at this juncture. For Whis, who possesses an innate ability to unify divine power with ki, mastering the Ultra Instinct technique is a simple endeavor. Consequently, Whis could only provide Raditz with a general direction, unable to offer further guidance. After imparting the training method to Raditz, Whis departed to mentor Vegeta and Goku. Once Whis had left, Raditz began his training in accordance with Whis's instructions. Time swiftly passed, and several months later, during which Vegeta and Goku diligently trained, they rapidly progressed, achieving an initial form of the Super Blue transformation. Meanwhile, Raditz had begun to merge a portion of divine energy with his ki, managing to infuse it into parts of his body. Following Whis's advice, he engaged in continuous battles to refine the integration of his divine energy with ki, striving to enter the state of Ultra Instinct. This affinity for battling strong opponents is precisely why Beerus relishes such encounters. Relentless combat hones one's ki and facilitates entry into the Ultra Instinct state. However, due to the incomplete fusion of divine energy. The duration of his Ultra Instinct state remained fleeting. Several months elapsed, and Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta demonstrated significant advancements in their training. The time for the scheduled sparring session with Universe 6 approached. Both parties had agreed to each send 5 fighters, yet the selection was not yet complete. Presently, only Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta were ready, leaving 2 spots unfilled. Due to Beerus's frequent slumber and neglect in managing Universe 7, he found himself at a loss for suitable candidates. Consequently, he approached Raditz and said, "Raditz, the sparring is about to begin, but besides the 3 of you, I lack suitable contenders. Please select a few individuals." Unable to refuse Beerus's request, Raditz acquiesced. He already had 2 candidates in mind and promptly informed Beerus, Lord Beerus, Gohan and Nappa would be the most fitting choices. Upon hearing Raditz's suggestion, Beerus contemplated for a moment, recalling that he had seen Gohan and Nappa on the cruise. Although he was uncertain of their strength, Beerus trusted Raditz's judgment. "Very well, Raditz, bring them over for some training," he replied. Given the urgency of the situation, Beerus instructed Whis to accompany Raditz back to Earth. Upon their arrival, Raditz sought out Gohan and Nappa to extend the invitation. Gohan and Nappa readily accepted Raditz's request without hesitation. Nappa, in particular, was eager to participate, having not fought in quite some time. Yet he had not abandoned his training. He had continually strived to elevate his combat prowess rather than merely be a bystander during battles. "Hey Raditz, this time I shall not disappoint you." Due to the pressing timeline, Raditz could not afford to linger on Earth to meet with Android 18. He promptly took Gohan and Nappa back to the planet where Beerus resided. Upon their arrival, Goku was overjoyed to see Gohan and Nappa. "Gohan, let us give it our all this time. Daddy will train alongside you." Upon hearing son Wukong's words, Gohan's eyes sparkled with confidence as he nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Vegeta was encouraging Nappa, urging him to strive harder and not tarnish the Saiyan name. Observing Nappa and Gohan, Beerus, eager to gauge their current strength, slowly proclaimed, "Unleash your utmost power." At his command, Gohan and Nappa immediately transformed into their strongest forms. Gohan ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his formidable energy rippling through the surroundings. Raditz could discern that Gohan had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. With a period of dedicated training, he would surely become even stronger. Although Nappa, while exuding energy, only attained the full power of Super Saiyan 1, his aura was impressively potent. Satisfied with Gohan and Nappa's displays, Beerus felt confident that they would pose no challenge to the warriors of Universe 6. Following this, Gohan and Nappa trained alongside Raditz and the others to enhance their powers. Days passed, and aside from Raditz, everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming match against Universe 6. On the appointed day, Beerus approached Raditz and the others with a smile. "Are you prepared?" Raditz and his companions wore resolute expressions, brimming with confidence. "Lord Beerus, let us embark." Observing their demeanor, Beerus felt assured of victory, vowing to teach Kampa a lesson. Subsequently, Whis and Beerus led the group swiftly across the cosmos. Before long, they arrived at a desolate planet devoid of any life. At the center, a pre-constructed arena awaited. Kampa and Vados, accompanied by the elite warriors of Universe 6, had arrived ahead of time. Kampa, noticing Beerus's late arrival, provocatively remarked, "I thought you were too afraid to show up." Unable to tolerate Kampa's taunts, Beerus was on the verge of confronting him, but, under the counsel of the angels from both sides, he refrained from striking. Returning with a huff, Beerus declared to his companions, "We must win this time." The angels from both sides then took to the arena to explain the rules, which mirrored those of the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament. Once the regulations were conveyed, both sides awaited the selection of their first combatants. Raditz assessed the opponents before him, noting that their energy levels were not particularly formidable, except for one individual clad in purple, whose aura was exceedingly strong, undoubtedly hit. Before long, Beerus and Kampa each selected their representatives for the initial round. Beerus chose Gohan, while Kampa opted for Frost. The angels proceeded to introduce the combatants. In their description of Frost, they noted that, despite his striking resemblance to Frieza, he was exceptionally benevolent and a proponent of peace. The assembly was taken aback to discover that this being, who bore a likeness to Frieza, possessed such kindness. Especially Vegeta, who harbors an intense hatred for Frieza, cannot fathom that anyone resembling him could possibly be a virtuous being. Raditz, having a slight recollection of Frost, knows that he not only bears an uncanny resemblance to Frieza, but is also malevolent and adept in the use of hidden weapons. Before Gohan takes the stage, Raditz approaches him and warns, "Gohan, be wary of Frost's hidden weapons." Acknowledging Raditz's caution with a slight nod, Gohan leaps onto the arena. At this moment, Frost is already on stage. Upon seeing Gohan, he places one hand on his chest and bows, presenting himself with an air of politeness. Slowly, Frost addresses Gohan, saying, "Mr. Gohan, I am compelled to fight at the behest of Lord Beerus. I hope you can understand." Gohan, taken aback by Frost's courteous demeanor, feels a twinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, with a sharp exhalation, Frost unleashes his full power and attacks with remarkable speed, his overwhelming force rivaling that of Frieza. In response, Gohan transforms into his Super Saiyan form, a torrent of golden energy surging forth. Below the stage, Cabba, a Saiyan from another universe, gazes in awe at Gohan's Super Saiyan transformation, astonished that their race possesses such a form. With a resounding clash, Gohan in his Super Saiyan form collides with Frost. The ensuing energy surge creates a violent explosion, sending Frost tumbling back several meters, struggling to regain his footing, his expression one of disbelief. He cannot fathom that this young warrior possesses such formidable strength. The two engage in a fierce exchange, throwing dozens of punches in rapid succession, with Frost increasingly at a disadvantage. Each strike leaves him feeling as though his very body is being torn apart. His previously amiable demeanor has morphed into a grimace of rage. He realizes that victory over Gohan is beyond his grasp. In a desperate bid to turn the tide, Frost decides to employ the concealed poison needles hidden within his arm. As Gohan throws a punch towards Frost, the latter blocks it with one hand while stealthily releasing an almost invisible poison needle from the other. With a smile, Frost believes Gohan is utterly unprepared to evade the needle. However, the situation unfolds in an unexpected manner. Gohan, with his other hand, condenses a small energy wave and strikes directly at the needle, obliterating it in an instant. With a powerful punch imbued with energy, Gohan strikes Frost squarely in the abdomen. Frost's expression shifts to one of utter disbelief as he is propelled away from the arena. As Frost falls from the stage, it signifies Gohan's victory. At this moment, Beerus erupts in laughter at Kampa, who, in turn, is infuriated, never anticipating that Frost would be so easily defeated. The gods of destruction and angels present are aware of Frost's poison needle, but choose to remain silent about it. It appears that Beerus is concerned about Kampa's reputation. Kampa, casting a disapproving glance at Frost, ominously declared, "I shall deal with you later." Upon hearing this, Frost's expression turned ashen, realizing that his actions had not gone unnoticed by the god of destruction. Observing the formidable strength of the Saiyans, Kampa promptly sent Gabai into the fray for the second round. In response, Beerus, seeing Kampa's choice, called upon Vegeta to take the stage. As the two warriors ascended the arena, the angels introduced them, both sides aware that they represented the Saiyans of their respective universes. Vegeta, intrigued by Gabai, boldly stated, "Allow me to witness the true strength of the Saiyans from Universe 6. With that, Vegeta charged forward, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks that left Gabai gasping for breath. During the battle, Vegeta was astounded to discover that a Saiyan from another universe could be so weak. "Gabai, transform. Your base form is nothing but a jest." Gabai, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I cannot." This provoked Vegeta's ire. It was unfathomable that a Saiyan would lack the ability to transform. "Gabai, if you do not transform, I will venture to Universe 6 and eradicate every last one of your kind. You are unworthy of the name Saiyan." With that, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and swiftly approached Gabai, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, utterly defenseless. Vegeta placed a foot upon Gabai's face, revealing a sinister grin. "I will indeed come to your universe and extinguish the Saiyans entirely." Gabai, enraged by Vegeta's words, recalled the kind-hearted individuals of his planet. As he unleashed a golden aura, Vegeta stepped back, intrigued as Gabai transformed. The golden energy surged violently, his hair and eyebrows turning golden as he rose to the level of Super Saiyan 1. With a swift motion, Gabai launched an onslaught towards Vegeta, his power significantly increased. Observing Gabai in his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta expressed his approval. "You are commendable, but your current prowess is still insufficient." With that, Vegeta activated his Super Saiyan Blue mode. emanating an aura of divine energy that enveloped him in a majestic blue flame. In the presence of Vegeta's formidable stance, Gabai instinctively felt a sense of trepidation. Vegeta, noticing Gabai's fear, encouraged him, "Do not falter. We Saiyans possess no limits. Your journey is just beginning." After this, Vegeta reverted to his standard Super Saiyan 1 form. Understanding that Vegeta's words were meant to provoke him, Gabai replied, "Thank you, Mr. Vegeta." Vegeta merely scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1 was Vegeta's intention to engage in a fair battle with Gabai, rather than continuing their close-quarters combat. Both warriors instinctively began to gather energy in their hands. Gallic Gun. As the two combatants simultaneously unleashed their techniques, a clash of energies erupted, creating a formidable spectacle. Vegeta's assault cannon, imbued with tremendous force, relentlessly consumed Gabe's own attack. After all, Gabe's foundational combat prowess paled in comparison to that of Vegeta. Even in their shared Super Saiyan form, Gabe lacked the ferocity exhibited by Vegeta. Boom. In no time, Gabe's assault cannon was pierced by Vegeta's might. Gabe was sent staggering off the stage, taking a considerable moment to rise. Upon regaining his footing, there was no trace of disappointment on Gabe's face. Rather, a spark of excitement shone through. "Mr. Vegeta, I shall surpass you," he declared. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression softened with a glimmer of satisfaction. "Go for it, Gabe." Meanwhile, Kampa stood nearby, his expression darkened by disbelief at Gabe's defeat. Taking advantage of the situation, Beerus chimed in. "It seems your chosen fighters are rather lackluster, Kampa." Ha ha ha. Kampa, unable to retort, remained silent, for any words from a defeated fighter would merely sound like excuses. Now, Kampa desperately needed a victory to bolster his team's morale. Observing his roster, he resolved to send Hit into battle next. Upon seeing Hit summoned, Beerus recognized that Kampa was deploying his trump card. The series was a best of 5, and if Beerus secured one more win, victory would be his. Scanning his own team, Beerus knew that only one fighter could guarantee a win, Raditz. He turned to Raditz and said, "It's up to you." Once the chosen fighters were confirmed, the angel introduced their backgrounds. Raditz and Hit leaped onto the stage, with Hit's icy demeanor fixed upon Raditz, aware of his considerable strength. Gathering his energy, Hit understood that in combat, the first strike could determine the outcome. Thus, it was crucial. Raditz, on the other hand, remained vigilant, cautiously observing Hit's movements. Whoosh! Hit struck, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, his speed extraordinary. Raditz activated his Super Saiyan Blue form, discerning all of Hit's actions. As Hit launched a punch toward Raditz's abdomen, Raditz had already anticipated the move. He intended to catch Hit's fist and counterattack. In that instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze for a brief moment, allowing Hit's punch to remain in motion. Bang! When the space returned to normal, Raditz found himself unable to react in time, as Hit's fist collided with him, delivering an immense force that nearly sent Raditz tumbling off the stage. Observing Hit's unique technique, Raditz did not dare to underestimate him and instantaneously moved beside Hit to launch his own assault. However, his strikes merely connected with Hit's afterimages, yielding no effect. Simultaneously, Raditz sensed no trace of Hit's energy, leaving the arena devoid of any sign of Hit's presence. Beneath the stage, Beerus was equally astonished, never anticipating that someone could conceal their aura to such an exquisite degree that even he could not perceive it. Whoosh! Hit launched another strike, targeting Raditz's head, intent on delivering a decisive blow. However, at the very moment Hit struck, Raditz had already sensed him. Gathering a small energy wave in his hand, he fired several bursts in quick succession. Yet, Hit evaded once more, delivering a powerful punch towards Raditz. In that fleeting moment, although it seemed brief, for a master of Raditz's caliber, even a fraction of a second could prove fatal. Bang! A fist collided with Raditz's head, leaving him dazed and on the verge of losing his balance. Nevertheless, he quickly retaliated, landing a punch on Hit, who was forced back several steps. The battle resumed, with Hit's concealed aura vanishing from the arena. After being relentlessly struck by Hit's time-skipping technique, Raditz sensed impending doom. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. Contemplating his next move, Raditz resolved to restrict the system's actions. Subsequently, he began to move at high speed across the arena, akin to Hit, concealing his aura. Creating dozens of afterimages, these phantoms appeared as if they were clones. Each coalesced energy blades in their hands. swiftly slicing through the air to form a net of energy blades. Instantly, from every direction, including above, a web of energy blades descended, sealing off all space within the arena. Faced with this energy net, Hit found himself with no avenue of escape. Gritting his teeth, he too conjured an energy net and struck at a point within Raditz's web. Boom! The energy net was cleaved open by Hit, creating a small opening. He quickly darted through this gap, just as he believed he had evaded Raditz's attack. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy struck Hit's body, propelling him forcefully away. As he neared the edge of the arena, Hit utilized time skip once more. In that fleeting moment, he managed to sidestep the pull of the energy wave. However, before he could catch his breath, thud! Raditz delivered a powerful kick to Hit's body. Hit had not anticipated that Raditz had already predicted his movement and executed the kick. At this juncture, even if Hit attempted to use time skip again, he would still be sent flying by the force of the blow. Whatever he did now, it was too late. Boom! Hit crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena, a look of regret etched on his face. Raditz approached and extended his hand to help Hit up. Seeing Raditz's outstretched hand, Hit grasped it, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. Raditz, you have won. Perhaps we may have another chance to spar in the future. Hearing Hit's words, Raditz nodded with a smile. Encountering such a formidable opponent was a rare blessing. Raditz too looked forward to the day he would battle Hit once more. On the other side, Kampa was seething with rage, unable to fathom that his ace, Hit, had been defeated. He began to resort to underhanded tactics. Beerus, this doesn't count. Let us have another round. The arena was too small, affecting Hit's performance. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus, filled with indignation, retorted, "You insolent glutton! How dare you resort to such dishonesty? These rules were mutually established." With that, both of them erupted with fury, their tempers flaring as they were on the verge of a physical confrontation. Weiss and Beerus shook their heads, realizing they had no means to intervene at this point. In an instant, they erected shields around their respective competitors to protect them. Meanwhile, Beerus and Kampa were embroiled in a heated argument, grasping each other by the collar and throwing punches at one another's faces. As their skirmish escalated, they began to unleash their formidable powers. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive energy surged chaotically across the planet. Their battle intensified, reflecting an unwavering determination to settle the score. Before long, amidst their fierce clash, the planet itself erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The devastation was immense, yet due to Weiss's protective barrier, Raditz and the others remained unscathed, observing with keen interest as the two gods of destruction clashed in the cosmos. For Raditz and his companions, this was a rare opportunity for enlightenment. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Beerus and Kampa's strikes resonated with earth-shattering might. Nearby planets were caught in the crossfire, meeting their untimely demise. As the two deities became further consumed by their battle, they concentrated terrifying waves of destructive energy in their hands, preparing to unleash them upon each other. Though these energy waves would not annihilate the other, they were potent enough to determine a victor. However, should these waves collide, the resulting explosion could obliterate more planets and jeopardize several neighboring star systems. At this moment, Weiss and Beerus could no longer remain passive. They swiftly approached the two combatants, each extending a hand to halt their conflict. Seeing Weiss and Beerus, both Beerus and Kampa snorted in disdain, reluctantly withdrawing their attacks. Beerus, seething with anger, remarked to Kampa, "You glutton, if you can't handle the game, don't play." Kampa, equally defiant, retorted, "If you have the ability, let us compete again later." Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus scoffed dismissively, asserting that no matter how many times they fought, the outcome would remain unchanged. Once again, their tempers flared, and they appeared ready to resume their brawl. Weiss and Beerus, exasperated by the antics of these two brothers, swiftly took hold of them and, along with the participating warriors, departed from the scene. Weiss, accompanied by Beerus and Raditz, made their way to Earth, hoping to placate Beerus with delectable cuisine. Throughout the journey, Beerus continued to grumble, cursing Kampa for his untrustworthiness. It was only upon arriving at Bulma's home on Earth and indulging in the culinary delights that his expression finally softened. Chapter 142, Zamasu. Thus, Beerus and Weiss resided on Earth for several consecutive days, almost reluctant to depart. Raditz, seizing a rare moment of leisure, returned to his duties while cherishing a blissful life with Android 18. The wedding of Raditz and Android 18 was scheduled for 6 months hence. At this juncture, Earth radiated tranquility, with everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu accompanied the Supreme Kai as they observed the development of humanoid beings. They were on a particular planet, witnessing these beings compete for sustenance. The Supreme Kai bore an impassive expression, as if viewing the natural course of evolution. In contrast, Zamasu's demeanor was far from pleased. He believed that humanoid beings should coexist peacefully rather than engage in conflict. Observing the casualties that arose from their struggles for food, Zamasu could not contain his thoughts. Supreme Kai, what is the true purpose of the existence of these humanoid beings? All I perceive in them is greed, selfishness, and bloodshed. The Supreme Kai rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before responding. Zamasu, this is the essence of natural evolution. Every being has its inherent significance. Hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Zamasu fell into deep reflection, still unable to comprehend the meaning of humanoid existence. Noticing Zamasu's perplexed expression, the Supreme Kai sought to elucidate the significance of life. Zamasu, let us allow a few millennia to pass and observe the evolution of these beings. With that, the Supreme Kai returned to his divine temple with Zamasu. He retrieved the time ring and adorned Zamasu with a pair of Supreme Kai earrings, instructing him to wear them on the same side. Otherwise, they would merge into one entity. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai transported them back to the planet inhabited by the humanoid beings and activated the time ring. Before their eyes, the humanoid beings and the planet spun rapidly through time. In an instant, Zamasu and the Supreme Kai found themselves 1,000 years into the future. The once brutal humanoid beings had developed a civilization, boasting advanced technology, and appeared to thrive. Seeing this, Zamasu's expression softened slightly. The Supreme Kai once again activated the time ring, accelerating time by another century. In this era, a war erupted. Humanoid beings wielded advanced weaponry against one another. Before long, the war nearly led to their extinction, leaving only a small fraction of survivors, while the planet returned to a state of peace and tranquility. In the Supreme Kai's eyes, he observed the remaining humanoid beings, having learned from their past, now living in mutual support and cooperation. However, to Zamasu, the near extinction of these beings rendered the planet into his ideal state, silent, harmonious, and flourishing. Witnessing this scene, Zamasu smiled, and the Supreme Kai, upon catching sight of Zamasu's joyful expression, contemplated the implications. Nodding with a sense of relief, he believed that Zamasu had grasped the true essence of humanoid beings, which lies in harmonious coexistence and growth through repeated lessons. However, the King of Worlds was unaware that these visions only deepened Zamasu's conviction that humanoid beings were inherently malevolent. The seeds of evil had already taken root in Zamasu's heart. The King of Worlds failed to notice the change in Zamasu's gaze, which had grown distinctly different. As days passed, Zamasu's heart became increasingly clouded, consumed by thoughts of how to easily eradicate all humanoid beings. One fateful day, he sensed another presence akin to his own descending upon the palace of the King of Worlds. Zamasu was utterly astonished by this presence, not only because it resembled his own, but also due to its formidable strength. This compelled the King of Worlds to step out and investigate the identity of the newcomer. In the skies above, a figure clad in black with a red belt and somewhat long hair floated ominously, bearing a faint aura of malevolence. This figure was Black Goku, who, due to the presence of Raditz, had disrupted the fabric of time and space, arriving directly before the King of Worlds and Zamasu. Recognizing the threat posed by this newcomer, the King of Worlds warned Zamasu, "Zamasu, this person exudes pure evil. You must alert the God of Destruction immediately." Upon hearing the king's words, a flicker of rationality remained within Zamasu, prompting him to consider fleeing to summon the God of Destruction to address the situation. Suddenly, without warning, Black Goku struck, piercing the King of Worlds' body in a single, swift motion, much to Zamasu's astonishment. The King of Worlds, with a look of disbelief, struggled momentarily before falling silent, succumbing to death. With the demise of the King of Worlds, the God of Destruction of Universe 10 perished alongside him, while the angel fell into a deep slumber. Fuming at the sight of Black Goku hovering above, Zamasu's anger surged. Indeed, all humanoid beings were wicked and would inevitably bring about destruction. Black Goku, grinning malevolently, addressed Zamasu, "Zamasu, you must know who I am. Do not forget our aspirations." Confusion clouded Zama's expression as he had no inkling of the identity of this individual. Subsequently, Black Goku unleashed an energy sphere from his hand, which directly entered Zama's body. In an instant, Zama's was flooded with Black Goku's memories. Through these memories, Zama's learned that Black Goku was, in fact, another version of himself from an alternate timeline. This alternate self had encountered Son Goku and others, ultimately being defeated by Son Goku in the temple. Consumed by resentment, he had wished upon the Super Dragon Balls to obtain Son Goku's body. As he absorbed this knowledge, the last remnants of Zama's rationality evaporated. Approaching Black Goku, they exchanged knowing smiles, clasping hands as Zama's declared, "Let us fulfill our aspirations together." With that, their next objective crystallized: to acquire the Super Dragon Balls of this timeline and attain immortality, rendering themselves invincible. Then, they set out to eradicate all humanoid beings across the planets, with Earth being their primary target. As the two contemplated their journey to select the Dragon Ball of this timeline, the angel fell into a deep slumber. A wave of dark energy traversed the cosmic expanse and arrived in Universe 10. Zamasu and Black Goku gazed at this ominous force, taken aback and perplexed by its nature. At that moment, the dark energy spoke, declaring, "If you seek power and immortality, come to me, and I shall fulfill your desires." Upon hearing these words, Black Goku and Zamasu deliberated briefly before reaching a resolute decision. Chapter 143. The plan. The two had succumbed to darkness, ready to undertake any means necessary to realize their ambitions. Subsequently, Zamasu and Black Goku acquiesced to the demands of the dark energy, which manifested a series of coordinates. Upon observing these coordinates, Zamasu immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, as the location lay in the shadowy realm of this timeline, a territory forbidden to all deities. However, driven by their aspirations, the pair disregarded their reservations and promptly made their way to the indicated destination. Before long, they arrived at the coordinates revealed by the dark energy. Finding themselves on a planet featuring a door emanating a sinister glow, Zamasu and Black Goku stepped inside, only to be enveloped by an inky darkness, where they could feel the weight of various negative emotions. The moment they entered, they realized they were profoundly affected by this malevolent energy. Yet, despite their surroundings, no one was visible. Black Goku called out, "Who summoned us? Why do you not show yourself?" Echoing through the space, his voice resonated repeatedly. "You have arrived." Soon after, two forms of black energy materialized before them, transforming from ethereal shapes into corporeal entities. As these energies took on physical form, their faces were revealed, leaving Zamasu and Black Goku in utter astonishment. "Lord Zeno?" they exclaimed, recognizing the dark version of the omnipotent entity. "You may call me Zeno, or perhaps not." "Zamasu, I can aid you in achieving your ambitions," the dark Zeno proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Zamasu and Black Goku responded eagerly, "Lord Zeno, we are willing to do anything to fulfill our aspirations." At that moment, the dragon god Salamander produced a multitude of dark Dragon Balls and addressed Zamasu, saying, "With these Dragon Balls, eliminate all the gods of destruction and angels, and grant every human on the planets the opportunity to make a wish." Zamasu, perplexed by Salamander's words, replied, "Eliminate all the gods of destruction and angels? I regret to inform you that our strength is insufficient for such a task." Salamander smiled gently, radiating golden light as he transformed into a colossal dragon imbued with dark energy. "I grant you immortality." In that instant, Salamander's aura diminished slightly, and a beam of black death energy surged into Zamasu's body. In an instant, Zamasu found himself enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, his form transforming in an extraordinary manner. He could feel the peculiar nature of his body and attempted to concentrate the energy waves within his hands. With a resounding thud, he struck his own chest with great force. In an instant, a large hole was pierced through Zamasu's chest by his own strike. Yet, before long, his body began to heal at an astonishing pace. Zamasu, now filled with confidence, laughed heartily, for he had attained immortality and feared nothing. Subsequently, the two donned the Patera earrings, one on each side, and merged into a singular entity, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. A halo, reminiscent of an angel, materialized behind them, though unlike any celestial being, it was dark. This newfound strength was formidable enough to rival that of angels. The dragon god Salama, gazed upon his creation with immense satisfaction and addressed the fused Zamasu, instructing him to eliminate the Supreme Kai, allowing these ignorant beings to make their wishes. Zamasu accepted the task and set forth at the behest of the Omni King and Dragon God Zalama. Not long after Zamasu departed, the Omni King observed the distant starry sky from his throne within the palace. "Zalama, do you believe we will succeed?" he inquired. The Dragon God, with utmost reverence, assured him, "Rest assured, my lord. This time we shall undoubtedly succeed in severing your intertwined fate with the Omni King." The Dark Omni King replied slowly, "I hope so." Soon after, news reached the Divine Realm that the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 had perished, along with the God of Destruction. The angels of Universe 10 also fell into a deep slumber. While the Divine Realm remained unaware of the exact circumstances surrounding Universe 10, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. The Omni King, upon hearing the reports, wore a grave expression, having anticipated that his other self would soon take action. Seated upon his throne, the Omni King contemplated for a moment. Having reached a resolution, he would meet with Raditz. Although Raditz's strength was not yet sufficient, even mastering the Ultra Instinct would only allow him to barely reach the level of an angel. However, if he did not meet with Raditz now, it would soon be too late. Thus, the Omni King utilized telepathy to penetrate through countless cosmic stars, conveying his message to Beerus, "Bring Raditz to me." Meanwhile, on Earth, Beerus was enjoying a delightful meal when he received the Omni King's message, his expression shifting dramatically. An air of unease enveloped him, as he wondered what the Omni King sought from Raditz. However, there was no defying the Omni King's command, and he merely mentioned it to Whis beside him. Whis, surprised that the Omni King wished to see Raditz, was quick to act, not wanting to keep the Omni King waiting, and set off with Beerus to find Raditz. At that moment, Raditz and his companions were living their daily lives on Earth, appearing quite busy yet wearing expressions of pure joy, for their wedding with Android 18 was fast approaching. And Raditz's thoughts were entirely consumed by the impending celebration. As Beerus and Whis appeared before him, a sense of foreboding arose within Raditz. He feared that yet another troublesome matter had come to his door, and thus he directly addressed Beerus and Whis. "Might something have transpired, Lord Beerus?" he inquired. Observing the grave expressions on their faces, Beerus slowly replied, "Raditz, it's nothing of great consequence. The Omni King wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Raditz felt utterly bewildered, unsure of the reason behind the Omni King's summons. He then asked Beerus and Whis, "Is it possible for me to decline, Lord Beerus?" In response to Raditz's words, Beerus and Whis shook their heads solemnly, stating, "Raditz, this is no jest. Should the Omni King become irate, the seventh universe could vanish in an instant." Raditz, well aware of the Omni King's overwhelming power, contemplated the notion of evading the encounter. However, given Beerus's serious tone, it seemed that this matter was indeed troublesome, and he had no choice but to comply. He thus addressed Beerus and Whis, "Very well, Lord Beerus, I shall accompany you, but please allow me a moment." Chapter 144, The Origin of the Dark Energy. Beerus and Whis nodded, advising Raditz not to take too long, for inciting the Omni King's wrath would not lead to simple consequences. Raditz then teleported to the side of Android 18, briefly informing her of his impending departure. Subsequently, he sought out Goku and Vegeta, explaining the situation and urging them to protect Earth diligently. Before long, Raditz returned to Beerus and Whis' side. Following them, Raditz journeyed at great speed toward the realm of the gods. After several minutes of rapid movement, Whis led Beerus and Raditz to the Omni King's palace. Surrounded by swirling clouds and magnificent structures, Raditz found himself in familiar territory. Accompanying Whis and Beerus, he entered the palace. During their passage, Beerus advised Raditz, "You are about to meet the Omni King, the most powerful being in the universe. Show due respect." To this, Raditz simply replied, "Rest assured, Lord Beerus." Raditz was quite familiar with the Omni King, and he surmised that the meeting was undoubtedly related to the dark energy. As they approached the Omni King, the number of guards surrounding them increased. In a previous realm, Raditz had encountered these guards without discerning their strength. However, with his current prowess, he could sense that their abilities were not particularly formidable, reaching perhaps the divine realm, slightly stronger than Raditz had been upon first entering that realm. Soon, Raditz, Beerus, and Whis stood before the Omni King, who sat upon his throne. As before, the Omni King emanated an immense aura, and his every gesture carried an air of cataclysmic power. Upon the Omni King's arrival, Whis returned to the Grand Minister's side, while Beerus knelt in reverence. Leitais remained motionless, prompting Beerus to urgently call out, "Leitais, kneel. This is the Omni King." Yet, Leitais showed no sign of response, and the Omni King did not express any displeasure towards him. The Omni King floated over with a friendly demeanor and remarked, "Ah, you must be Leitais. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I didn't expect you to look this way." Observing the Omni King, Leitais felt that this version of the being was more vibrant than the one he encountered in another dimension. Leitais addressed the Omni King, inquiring, "Your Excellency, what brings you to summon me?" Upon hearing Leitais' words, a hint of sorrow crossed the Omni King's face. The Grand Priest gestured for everyone to withdraw, allowing the Omni King and Leitais to converse privately. Following the Grand Priest's cue, all present respectfully stepped back. As they exited, Beerus wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the air of mystery, and couldn't resist asking Whis, "Whis, what on earth is happening?" Whis, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "Lord Beerus, it appears we are on the brink of a significant crisis." Although Whis did not elaborate on the situation, Beerus understood from his expression that the matter was indeed grave. At that moment, only Leitais, the Omni King, and the Grand Priest remained in the vicinity of the throne. The Omni King, mid-sentence, suddenly began to float away playfully. The Grand Priest turned to Leitais and said, "You must be bewildered. This version of the Omni King is indeed different from the one you encountered in another dimension." Surprised that the Grand Priest knew of his previous encounter, Leitais responded, "There are indeed differences." The Grand Priest continued, "There exist countless dimensions, all governed by the Lords of Time. We, the priests, are here to assist the Omni King on behalf of the Lords of Time." The Grand Priest then shared many secrets unknown to Leitais. The Lords of Time possess dominion over all dimensions, their power boundless. And each Omni King is merely an embodiment of that power. Thus, every dimension is a fragment of the Lords of Time's strength. Due to the sheer number of dimensions, anomalies occasionally arise, deviating from their original order. In the dimension where Leitais resides, the rebellion of the dragon god, Salamanda, led to unforeseen turmoil. During the process of sealing Salamanda, the Omni King inadvertently absorbed the essence of Salamanda's will, triggering the dark side within him, resulting in a duality of nature. Consequently, the current Omni King exhibits the demeanor of a bewildered child. After the Grand Priest elucidated the issues within this dimension, Leitais comprehended the reason behind the Omni King's apparent confusion. However, he still harbored some questions and thus queried the Grand Priest, "If that is the case, why has the dark energy fixated on me? And what is your purpose in seeking me?" The Grand Priest, clearly prepared for Leitais' inquiries, responded calmly, "Raditz, the fabric of space-time will mend itself, rectifying the point of mutation." Subsequently, the Grand Priest divulged further secrets to Raditz. It is precisely because the Omni King has divided into two entities of nearly equal power that eliminating the dark aspect of the Omni King would precipitate the immediate collapse of this dimension. Conversely, should the benevolent Omni King choose to end his own existence, all living beings within this realm would perish as well. Likewise, if the dark aspect of the Omni King were to be vanquished, this dimension would face obliteration. Thus, sealing him away is the only recourse. Killing him is not an option. The power of the Omni King is unparalleled in this universe, compounded by the fact that the benevolent aspect exhibits signs of dementia. The Grand Priest, unable to seal the dark aspect alongside the Omni King, resorted to the cycle of reincarnation. He meticulously elucidated the nature of this cycle to Raditz, explaining that it harnesses half of the Omni King's strength to compel the entirety of the universe to repeat itself in search of different avenues for breakthrough. The Grand Priest then presented to Raditz the myriad of cycles that unfolded. There were instances where Sun Wukong grew immensely powerful, attempting to seal the dark Omni King with the Spirit Bomb, only to fail. Vegeta also became extraordinarily formidable, and nearly every character from the Dragon Ball universe endeavored in various ways, yet all faced failure. In each cycle, apart from the Grand Priest and the Omni King, the memories of others were utterly erased. In every instance of these timelines, Raditz met an untimely demise. However, in this life, Raditz rose, becoming immensely powerful and possessing a soul that does not belong to this realm, thus emerging as the singular variable in over 10,000 cycles. With this newfound understanding, Raditz finally comprehended why the dark energy sought him and why the other Omni King urged him not to return. Chapter 145, Universe 11. At this moment, the benevolent Omni King was frolicking in the air, entirely unfazed by the matters the Grand Priest had discussed. Observing the Omni King, who resembled a child at play, the Grand Priest sighed, his expression heavy with the weight of exhaustion accumulated through countless cycles. He slowly addressed Raditz, stating, "Raditz, you are our final hope. Should you falter, I shall obliterate the Omni King, allowing this dimension to perish and ceasing the cycle of reincarnation." Hearing the Grand Priestess' words, a somber expression settled upon Raditz's face. If he could not resolve this cycle, all that he cherished, his beloved, his friends, would vanish. Moreover, his soul, which was not of this realm, would be left adrift. With resolve for all that he held dear, Raditz's gaze steeled as he declared to the Grand Priest, "Rest assured, I will safeguard everything within this dimension." Upon hearing Raditz's proclamation, the Grand Priest looked upon him with a sense of relief. For reasons unknown, he felt a conviction that this soul, which did not belong to this realm, would undoubtedly succeed. Yet, recognizing that Raditz's strength was still lacking, the Grand Priest decided to assist him. "Raditz," he said, "let me help you merge your divine energy with your physical power, so that you may possess the means to defend yourself against the Dark Omni King." Upon hearing the words of the Grand Priest, who possessed the means to enhance one's strength, Raditz eagerly accepted, nodding in affirmation. "Raditz, this may cause you some discomfort. Bear with it," the Grand Priest remarked. With that, he concentrated a surge of divine energy and directly infused it into Raditz's being. Raditz felt as though his body was being incessantly torn apart, only to be reassembled anew. With each instance of this disintegration, his essence grew stronger, and his aura intensified significantly. However, the process was excruciatingly painful. Even someone as formidable as Raditz could not suppress his cries of agony. The torment was so severe that Raditz nearly lost consciousness several times, relying solely on his willpower to endure. Before long, Raditz's body radiated a kaleidoscope of 5 colors. A vibrant spectacle indeed. The physical torment diminished considerably, allowing him to relax slightly. Yet, the Grand Priest, observing Raditz's momentary reprieve, admonished him, "Do not let your guard down. You have only completed half of the process." Without allowing Raditz a moment to react, the divine energy within him, along with his very life force, began to violently merge and tear apart once more. This internal agony surpassed that of his physical form by several magnitudes. Days turned into weeks, and Raditz's blood underwent a transformation, becoming a golden hue, while his bones evolved into divine structures, the hallmark of a higher deity. The divine energy within his mind was relentlessly refined, transforming into immaculate golden power. Ultimately, even Raditz's soul shimmered with a radiant golden light, exuding an unfathomable depth. The potential of the entire divine realm, as well as several surrounding star domains, was fervently drawn into Raditz's being. A halo of white light manifested behind him, a symbol indicative of angelic power. Raditz emerged immensely powerful, even surpassing the likes of Whis and Beerus. Outside, both Whis and Beerus sensed the escalating divine aura emanating from Raditz, which had become sanctified, a quality reserved for angels. Once the process concluded, the Grand Priest withdrew his hand. Weariness etched upon his face as he struggled to maintain his composure. Addressing Raditz, he stated, "You have undergone a profound transformation, attaining an angelic physique. Your Saiyan blood has been refined, and your bloodline power has been awakened." Observing the Grand Priest's frail state, Raditz swiftly assisted him to a nearby chair to rest. The Grand Priest continued, "Raditz, your current prowess enables you to create Dragon Balls and even more astonishing feats. However, it is insufficient against the Dark Omni King. You must continue to strengthen yourself without delay." Listening intently, Raditz replied, "Rest assured, Grand Priest. I will grow even stronger and eliminate the Dark Omni King." After a brief respite, an ominous premonition flickered in the Grand Priest's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Noticing the Grand Priest's concern, Raditz inquired with urgency, "Grand Priest, what troubles you now?" At that moment, Whis and Beerus entered, their faces etched with anxiety. Beerus directly addressed the King of All and the Grand Minister, declaring, "Your Excellency, a grave situation has arisen. Several universes are in peril, with the Kaioshin slain, the gods of destruction extinguished, and the angels plunged into slumber. Moreover, I have just received word that an assault was launched against the Kaioshin of Universe 11, though it was thwarted." Upon hearing Beerus's words, the Grand Minister realized that the forces of the Dark King were now taking action. Although the intentions of the Dark King remained shrouded in mystery, inaction was not an option. At this moment, Whis approached the Grand Minister and suggested, "Grand Minister, the crisis in Universe 11 is dire. Permit me to offer my assistance." The Grand Minister replied, "Whis, remain here with Beerus to guard the Divine Realm. I have other tasks for you." He then turned his gaze towards Raditz and instructed, "Raditz, I entrust this matter to you." Raditz, upon hearing the Grand Minister's request, uttered no protest, for he understood that this was not merely for the sake of the entire timeline, but also for his own sake. "Rest assured, Grand Minister," he affirmed. And with that, Raditz utilized instant transmission to arrive in Universe 11, the closest to the Divine Realm. Having acquired a divine physique, Raditz could now survive within the cosmos, and his range of instant transmission had significantly expanded, allowing him to traverse nearly all universes. Upon his arrival in Universe 11, Raditz sensed several powerful energies engaged in combat. With a swift motion, he used instant transmission to reach the site of the battle. As he arrived, he beheld a bald figure clad in red and black, locked in a fierce struggle with the god of destruction of Universe 11 and an angel against the formidable Black Goku. Scattered on the ground were numerous individuals in red and black attire. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin of Universe 11 lay in a critical state behind an elderly figure. On the brink of death, the bald warrior was none other than Jiren, and the elder was Toppo. Raditz approached the Kaioshin of Universe 11, who, upon seeing the divine glow surrounding Raditz, remarked, "You must be the reinforcements sent from the Divine Realm. Be cautious, for your opponent is exceedingly powerful." As the Kaioshin spoke, he coughed up blood, realizing that the Senzu beans held no efficacy for divine beings in his current state. Observing the Kaioshin's condition, Raditz understood that there was no time to waste. He must swiftly confront Black Goku. Chapter 146. Zamasu's escape. In an instant, Raditz unleashed a formidable aura, and the halo possessed by the angel behind him shimmered into view. He then entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Unlike the chaotic nature of Super Saiyan forms, Ultra Instinct enveloped him in a serene, silvery aura. His hair transformed to a brilliant white, and his entire being radiated a profoundly divine essence. The very planet trembled in fear of his overwhelming power. Witnessing this halo and the immense energy emanating from Raditz, all present were left in awe. Raditz had achieved a level of Ultra Instinct that was perfected, far surpassing even Jiren's own capabilities. The power he wielded was incomparably greater than anything they could currently muster. Zamasu halted his battle against the gods of destruction and angels of Universe 11, astonished as he gazed upon Raditz. He could sense a pure Saiyan essence coursing through Raditz's veins. With a mixture of confusion and curiosity, Zamasu inquired, "Who are you?" Raditz met Zamasu's gaze and replied, "Isn't it convenient to inhabit another's body?" Zamasu was taken aback, surprised that his true identity had been discerned by the individual before him. "Humph, speak boldly if you wish." With that, Raditz soared into the sky, joining forces with the gods of destruction, angels, and Jiren. Boom, boom, boom. Raditz, alongside the other three, launched an assault from all sides against Zamasu. As all parties had reached divine levels, the velocity of their confrontation was astonishing. Only fleeting white and black lines could be seen colliding in the skies above the planet. With Raditz's presence, Zamasu found himself outmatched and quickly on the defensive. Suddenly, Raditz appeared behind Zamasu, delivering a powerful punch to Black Goku. Struck, Zamasu plummeted diagonally, providing the gods of destruction an opportunity. As he was hit by the destructive energy, Zamasu's body began to compress and disintegrate under its force. Faced with such a predicament, Zamasu erupted with fury, unleashing his immense energy to break free from the destructive grasp. The gods of destruction continued to unleash their energy attacks, fully aware of its potency. Zamasu, unwilling to confront the onslaught directly, skillfully evaded several assaults before utilizing instant transmission to reappear before the group, bursting forth with formidable energy. He pushed back Jiren and the gods of destruction with a flurry of punches. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of small energy waves, targeting the assembled warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Observing that his energy waves had suppressed his adversaries, Zamasu turned his focus towards the Supreme Kai. With a swift motion, he used instant transmission to arrive beside the Supreme Kai, catching the guardian of the Supreme Kai, Toppo, off guard. Zamasu conjured an energy blade in his hand, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the Supreme Kai, thereby eliminating the threat posed by the gods of destruction and angels. However, Raditz and the angels of Universe 11 had already closed in behind him, launching a furious assault upon Zamasu. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zamasu seemed poised for victory, Raditz and the angels sent him flying. What followed was a relentless barrage upon Zamasu. In this dire situation, the injuries on Zamasu multiplied, making it increasingly difficult for him to endure. The planet where the battle raged was on the brink of collapse, trembling under the strain of their conflict. The shockwaves from their combat pierced the very heavens of the planet, leaving deep scars in the sky. Boom. The four warriors united their energies, unleashing a powerful wave directed at Zamasu. As the energy struck him, Zamasu refused to meet their assault head-on. Solar Flare. Seizing control of Goku's body, Zamasu invoked the Solar Flare in this precarious moment. As the brilliance of the Solar Flare dazzled his foes, Zamasu swiftly distanced himself from them. However, the Kaioshin of Universe 11, who had persevered for a considerable time, could no longer withstand the pressure. Gradually, the Kaioshin closed his eyes before the formidable Toppo, extinguishing the last flicker of life as he passed away. With the demise of the Kaioshin of Universe 11, the god of destruction, filled with rage and discontent, transformed into a beam of light, vanishing between the realms of existence. Meanwhile, the angel of Universe 11 let out a deep sigh and succumbed to slumber. At this moment, Zamasu, filled with triumph, observed Raditz and Jiren, feeling considerably relieved in the absence of the god of destruction and the Kaioshin. Zamasu addressed Raditz and the others, proclaiming that with no angels or gods remaining, his mission was accomplished, and it was time for him to depart. With that, Zamasu morphed into a cloud of dark energy and fled into the cosmos. Seeing Zamasu's escape, Raditz could not allow him to slip away so easily. Yet, the dark energy enveloped him, rendering Raditz incapable of pursuing him through instant transmission. As Zamasu prepared to vanish, Raditz concentrated energy into a wave, intending to strike him down. The energy wave detonated near Zamasu's location, yet it failed to reach him. Moments later, the dark mist that was Zamasu had completely vanished, eluding all attempts to locate him. Raditz, now unperturbed by the unknown intentions of Zamasu and the Dark King, was aware that several universes had already suffered the loss of their gods of destruction and Kaioshin. He quickly conveyed Zamasu's origins to Jiren and Toppo, urging them to safeguard their universe. Sensing the energy of the cosmos, Raditz instantaneously arrived in Universe 6. There, the auras of the Kaioshin, Kampa, and Beerus still lingered. Raditz exhaled in relief, realizing that Universe 6 had yet to be invaded. With a swift motion, he teleported to the side of Kampa and Beerus. Upon noticing Raditz's arrival, Kampa and Beerus were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Raditz's newfound strength since their last encounter. Kampa inquired, "Raditz, what brings you here?" Raditz promptly explained the events occurring in the Divine Realm and across other universes. Upon hearing this, Kampa's expression turned to one of alarm, for the Kaioshin were indeed quite vulnerable. If Zamasu intended to eliminate the Kaioshin, they would be powerless to intervene. Kampa then asked Raditz if he had any solutions. Reflecting on the storyline of the Dragon Ball manga, Raditz contemplated for a moment before proposing a plan to Kampa. "We could utilize the magic seal wave to imprison the Kaioshin." Kampa, concerned, questioned, "This won't harm the Kaioshin, will it? After all, they share a fateful bond with the god of destruction. Should anything happen to the Kaioshin, the god of destruction would surely face dire consequences as well." Raditz reassured him, "Kampa, there is no need for concern. It should pose no significant risk." Chapter 147. Sealing the Kaioshin at this moment. The Kaioshin of Universe 6 lounged comfortably in his temple, relishing a beautiful day. At this moment, a familiar yet loathsome aura approached him. Rising without hesitation, he made his way to the door, where Raditz and others had gathered before the god of destruction. The god of destruction of Universe 6, puzzled by the arrival of the angel and the god of destruction, inquired, "Lord Kampa, what brings you here?" Kampa addressed the god of destruction of Universe 6, saying, "I must impose upon you." With that, he seized the god of destruction and followed Raditz. The god of destruction of Universe 6, utterly bewildered by Kampa's intentions, cried out, "Lord Beerus, intervene. The god of destruction is abducting me." He continued to shout, but his pleas went unheard. Frustrated by the incessant chatter, Kampa produced a cloth and silenced the god of destruction, finally allowing peace to return. After securing the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa asked Raditz, "What shall we do now?" Raditz replied, "We must first travel to Universe 7 and locate the god of destruction of Earth, then utilize the Mafuba." With that, Raditz, accompanied by Kampa and Beerus, instantaneously transported to the temple of the god of destruction of Universe 7. Upon seeing Raditz and the silenced god of destruction of Universe 6 on Kampa's shoulder, the East Kai of Universe 7 remarked, "Raditz, why have you gagged the god of destruction of Universe 6? Raditz explained the situation to the East Kai. Upon hearing this, the East Kai's expression shifted slightly. "Raditz, you wouldn't he possibly intend to do the same to me?" Before he could finish, Kampa swiftly lifted the East Kai, using another piece of cloth to silence him as well. Raditz addressed the two gauged Kai on Kampa's shoulders, saying, "I apologize for the inconvenience." Subsequently, under the pitiful gazes of the two Kai, Raditz and his companions arrived at the Kame house on Earth. Upon seeing Raditz and his entourage enter his abode, Master Roshi, perplexed, inquired, "Raditz, what brings you and this crowd here? Are we having a gathering?" "Splendid. I adore gatherings." Raditz replied, "Master Roshi, I have come to learn the Mafuba." Hearing this, Master Roshi questioned, "Raditz, what do you intend to do with the Mafuba?" Not wishing to burden Master Roshi with the complexities of divine matters, Raditz indicated the two Kai on Kampa's shoulders, saying, "Master Roshi, these two are evil gods, and I seek to seal them away." Understanding Raditz's intent, Master Roshi proceeded to instruct him on the application of the Mafuba. From Master Roshi's explanation, Raditz grasped the principle of the Mafuba. It involves channeling energy in a unique manner to transfer another's ki and body into a solid form. The potency of the technique is directly proportional to the strength of the user's energy. Additionally, a sealing talisman imbued with divine power is required to prevent escape. Master Roshi also cautioned Raditz that this technique is immensely taxing on energy, and excessive use could pose a threat to one's life. Having spoken, Master Roshi produced 2 jars and 2 talismans. Gazing at the talismans, Raditz could sense the formidable divine power contained within them, leaving him to wonder where Master Roshi had acquired such artifacts. Before initiating the sealing technique, Bardock removed the rags stuffed in the mouths of the 2 Kaishins, stating that the situation was unexpected and imploring them not to take offense, assuring them that they would be released once the matter was resolved. Upon hearing Bardock's words, the 2 Kaishins relaxed slightly, choosing to place their trust in everything Bardock had expressed. Following Master Roshi's guidance, Raditz harnessed the energy within him. Magical Sealing Wave. Raditz expended a significant amount of energy, unleashing a torrent of green energy. This energy swirled around them like a tempest, fiercely tugging at the bodies of the 2 Kaishins. In an instant, their forms transformed into a gaseous state, swirling with the hurricane-like energy. This whirlwind continued to shift in accordance with Raditz's hand movements. At this critical juncture, sealing them within the jar became paramount. Master Roshi urged, "Raditz, control this energy and cast it into the jar swiftly." Complying, Raditz swung his arm, attempting to hurl the 2 Kaishins into the vessel. However, he immediately felt the weight of immense gravity upon his arm. As he was tasked with sealing 2 divine beings within a jar, not only their energy, but also their souls and divine power, Raditz maneuvered with determination, finding it exceedingly challenging to align the jar's opening. After considerable effort, he finally directed the energy towards the jar's mouth, exerting force with both arms to propel it inside. With a rush of wind, the bodies of the 2 Kaishins surged into the jar. Master Roshi swiftly sealed the jar's opening and affixed the talisman upon it. In an instant, Raditz, along with Kampa and the others, sensed the disappearance of the Kaishin's energy, as if it had become imperceptible. Observing the sealing of the Kaishins, Kampa exhaled a sigh of relief, remarking, "At last, we have confined this old nuisance." His expression radiated joy, though it was tinged with a hint of personal vendetta. Bardock, witnessing Kampa's triumphant demeanor, cautioned, "Kampa, do not be overly vindictive. Once this matter concludes, we must release them." Listening to Bardock's words, Kampa felt reluctant, yet acquiesced to his request. Subsequently, Raditz entrusted the sealed jar containing the Kaishins to Master Roshi, instructing him to safeguard it diligently. Afterward, Raditz returned to Universe 6 with Kampa and Bardock, advising them to remain vigilant regarding the developments within their universe. Meanwhile, Raditz made his way back to the Divine Realm, where he reported all that had transpired to the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Upon hearing the entire account, the Omni King displayed little reaction, continuing to play and delegating the matter to the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister sighed softly, pondering the enigmatic intentions of the Dark Omni King. Raditz, it is imperative that you grow stronger. Once you attain the level of an angel, your next objective will be to fully awaken the latent power within your Saiyan blood, which will enhance your strength further. Hearing the Grand Priest's words, Raditz inquired, Grand Priest, how can I fully activate the power of my Saiyan heritage? The Grand Priest, gazing at Raditz, pondered for a moment before responding, Raditz, in due time, you will come to understand. Chapter 148, The Resurrection of the Saiyans in the following days. The cosmos remained devoid of any news regarding Zamasu, prompting Raditz to prepare for his farewell to the Grand Priest and return to Earth. The wedding with Android 18 was fast approaching, an event he could not afford to miss. However, the Grand Priest detained Raditz, stating, Raditz, with your current strength, you are now capable of creating Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Raditz quickly asked, Grand Priest, is it possible to resurrect those who have been deceased for a long time? The Grand Priest nodded, and Raditz continued, what is the process for creating Dragon Balls? Raditz, the Grand Priest explained, you can condense them using divine energy. The Dragon Balls can absorb the power of wishes, which in turn can enhance your strength. The Grand Priest elaborated on the distinctions of the Dragon Balls. Any being who has attained divinity and possesses a divine physique can create Dragon Balls, akin to ordinary deities who can also forge them, albeit their powers are limited. The wishes they can grant are likewise constrained. There exist two paths to achieving divinity. One is through rigorous training to reach a godlike state, while the other, exemplified by Dondi, involves consuming a divine orb to transform into a god, though such deities are typically weaker, resulting in Dragon Balls of lesser efficacy. Upon comprehending the origins of the Dragon Balls, Raditz's gaze grew resolute, and he formulated a wish in his heart. After bidding farewell to the Grand Priest, Raditz instantaneously transported himself back to Earth, directly appearing before Son Goku. Upon seeing Raditz return, Goku greeted him. Raditz addressed Goku, Kakarot, do you wish to see our parents? Initially taken aback, Goku's expression shifted to one of certainty as he replied, yes. Observing Goku, Raditz extended his palm towards the ground, channeling the divine energy within him. Waves of circular energy emanated from his being, gradually settling upon the earth, radiating light without causing an explosion. Before long, the luminescence faded, and the circular energy solidified into tangible orbs, each imbued with divine power. Subsequently, Raditz drew forth a portion of his divine energy and sculpted it into the form of a golden dragon in midair. He then infused this dragon into the small orbs, causing their forms to shift and transform into 7 Dragon Balls, reminiscent of Earth's, adorned with stars. However, unlike the Dark Energy Dragon Balls and Earth's Dragon Balls, these emanated a golden glow from within their stars. Gazing upon the 7 newly forged Dragon Balls, Raditz named them the Saiyan Dragon Balls. Gazing upon the 7 Dragon Balls forged by Raditz, Son Goku remarked, Raditz, I never imagined your strength would grow to the point of creating Dragon Balls. In response, Raditz addressed Goku, Kakarot, let us seek out Vegeta to revive our Saiyan lineage. With that, Raditz led Goku to the whereabouts of Vegeta and Nappa. Upon hearing the notion of reviving their race, excitement illuminated the faces of Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz, what are we waiting for? Make your wish, Raditz urged. Vegeta pondered. Do you truly believe that the resurrected Saiyans will find peace on Earth? Contemplating Raditz's words, Vegeta fell into deep thought. He recognized that, given his father's nature, if he were to arrive on Earth, he would inevitably seek to dominate it or even the universe. Did he really wish to battle against his own kin? Moreover, would the Earthlings accept the sudden influx of Saiyans? At that moment, Raditz spoke to the group, let us embark on a quest for a planet suitable for Saiyan habitation. With that declaration, Raditz enveloped Goku, Vegeta, Nappa, and the others in a protective shield of divine energy, enabling their survival in the cosmos. In an instant, Raditz and his companions traversed the vast universe, surrounded by countless celestial bodies. Raditz identified a planet resembling Planet Vegeta and guided the group to its surface. The planet boasted a crimson sky, fertile land, and expansive plains interspersed with hills, appearing highly conducive to life. Raditz soared through the atmosphere, employing his ki to sense the surroundings, confirming the absence of intelligent life forms that would conflict with the future resurrected Saiyans. He placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground and called out the familiar incantation, "Arise, Shenron." At that moment, the skies darkened, and within the clouds, lightning flickered ominously. A beam of golden light burst forth from the cloud cover, illuminating the earth below, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar that echoed through the heavens. Soon, a magnificent dragon emerged from the clouds, distinct from the dragons Raditz had encountered on Earth and Namek. This dragon radiated golden light, and Raditz could sense the immense divine power contained within. With a thunderous roar that exuded overwhelming pressure, the dragon approached Raditz and his companions. Its eyes sparkled with infinite golden light, hinting at its unfathomable capabilities. Pleased with his creation, Raditz beamed with satisfaction, while Goku and the others marveled at Raditz's power, which had ascended to a realm they could scarcely comprehend. At that moment, the dragon seemed to recognize its master and addressed Raditz. "Master, what is your wish? Speak." In awe of the dragon's majesty, Goku, Vegeta, and Nappa eagerly urged Raditz. Raditz wished to resurrect the Saiyans who perished at the hands of Frieza. Acknowledging the requests of Goku, Vegeta, and Nappa, Raditz nodded and called out to the dragon he had created. "Shenlong, resurrect the Saiyans who perished because of Frieza." Upon hearing Raditz's words, the golden divine power emanated a resplendent glow. In an instant, countless beams of energy materialized around the crowd. Within these luminous columns, the ethereal silhouettes of Saiyans could be discerned, their forms faintly visible through the radiant light. Vegeta and Nappa, amidst these beams, caught sight of their loved ones, their eyes instinctively glistening with emotion. Meanwhile, Goku anxiously scanned the columns, desperately seeking his family. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of glowing pillars, he struggled to locate Bardock. Yet, Raditz swiftly recognized a familiar figure and directed Goku's attention towards it. Turning to follow Raditz's indication, Goku was astonished to discover a male and female silhouette standing side by side. The male bore a striking resemblance to him, while the female exuded a gentle and kind demeanor. Chapter 149, New Planet Vegeta. Gazing at the pair, Goku was nearly certain they were his parents. It was the first time in many years he had laid eyes upon them. At that moment, the Saiyan race had not yet been fully resurrected, and Raditz felt the divine energy within him being drained at an alarming rate. The resurrection of all Saiyans required far more energy than he had anticipated. Thunder roared as lightning crackled across the sky. Channels of divine energy descended from above, flooding into the ethereal forms. Gradually, these silhouettes began to materialize, their corporeal forms becoming increasingly distinct, with some Saiyan fingers even twitching. As the divine energy in the sky dimmed, it addressed Raditz. "My master, the wish has been fulfilled." With that, Shenlong transformed into a beam of light, scattering into 7 Dragon Balls, which then turned to stone and soared to various locations on the planet, waiting for the contained divine energy to replenish and gather anew. At that moment, the resurrected Saiyans opened their eyes, roaring in unison, "Frieza, you despicable fiend, come forth and face us." These Saiyans retained memories only of the moments preceding their deaths, and they were now consumed by a primal fury. Raditz soared into the sky, unleashing the divine energy coursing through him. Instantly, a formidable aura enveloped the hearts of every revived Saiyan. This overwhelming presence calmed the resurrected warriors, who gazed around in bewilderment. Nappa, Goku, and Vegeta found their families and embraced one another. Observing the chaos below, Raditz addressed all the revived Saiyans. "Frieza is dead. I have brought you back to life." With that declaration, Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, entering the legendary state. Many Saiyans gasped in awe at the sight, exclaiming, "This is the Super Saiyan." Their bloodlines resonated, compelling them to kneel in reverence, worshipping the legendary Super Saiyan they had long revered. As Raditz witnessed the Saiyans preparing to kneel, he unleashed a formidable energy that shook the very ground beneath them, rendering them incapable of submission. Subsequently, utilizing his divine power, Raditz conjured images in the sky, the vanquishing of Frieza and the surviving Saiyans thriving on Earth for all to behold. The resurrected Saiyans, upon witnessing these scenes, grasped the unfolding events. After comprehending the situation, King Vegeta, along with several of his subordinates, approached Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, how could you allow Bardock's progeny to surpass you? You have grown complacent. We Saiyans are destined to conquer the universe. In response to King Vegeta's words, Vegeta's expression softened as he replied, Father, times have changed. I have no interest in conquering the universe. Hearing this, King Vegeta snorted in derision, yet found himself unable to counter Vegeta's resolve. Meanwhile, Goku was tightly embracing Bardock and Jine, with tears of joy welling in their eyes. Jine looked up at Raditz in the sky, feeling an uncanny resemblance to her son. Struggling to believe her eyes, she asked Goku, Kakarot, where is your brother Raditz? Goku pointed towards the heavens and replied, that is Raditz. At this revelation, Bardock and Jine were incredulous, unable to fathom their son's immense strength. In that moment, Raditz descended from the sky, standing before Bardock and Jine. Father, mother, he said. And before he could finish, Jine and Bardock enveloped him in a warm embrace. In their memories, Raditz had always been timid and weak, and witnessing his transformation into a being capable of defeating Frieza confirmed the trials he must have endured. Thus, the Bardock family held each other tightly, only parting after a considerable time. Afterward, Goku and Raditz engaged in casual conversation with Bardock and Jine about their lives and experiences. Upon hearing that Goku had married and that Gohan had a girlfriend, Jine couldn't help but laugh. She and Bardock were astonished to realize that they had become grandparents at such a young age. However, amidst this joyous reunion, a disturbance erupted within the crowd of Saiyans, interrupting the family's heartfelt exchange. A nearby Saiyan shouted, Saiyans should dominate the universe. A Saiyan without battle is meaningless. Observing this unrest, Raditz understood that transforming these Saiyans would take time, and it would require the influence of Bardock and King Vegeta to initiate change from the top down. Raditz unleashed a powerful aura and declared to the unruly Saiyans, those who are dissatisfied may challenge me. No sooner had Raditz spoken than Vegeta, Goku, and Nappa stepped forward, transforming into Super Saiyans. Faced with such overwhelming might, no one dared to voice dissent. Additionally, Prince Vegeta emerged, and in the eyes of the crowd, he was perceived as the next King Vegeta. They naturally dared not oppose and could only passively accept. Raditz addressed the resurrected Saiyans, declaring that planet Vegeta had been destroyed, and that this place would now be the new planet Vegeta. The resurrected Saiyans, upon witnessing an environment reminiscent of planet Vegeta, erupted in jubilant cheers. King Vegeta, recognizing the transformation of his son and his own inability to alter the situation, felt resigned. As long as his family could continue to rule the Saiyans, he held no objections and raised his arms in a rallying cry, let us rebuild planet Vegeta. Upon his command, the Saiyans began to fell trees and construct their new homeland. It must be said that the sense of unity among the Saiyan race was remarkably strong. After King Vegeta's impassioned exhortation, all dissent vanished, and they wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to the construction of the new planet Vegeta. Before long, wooden houses began to take shape. Raditz, having prepared several capsules prior to his arrival, distributed them among the Saiyans. These capsules contained seeds for various foods and numerous construction tools. Seeing the Saiyans revitalized in their efforts towards the new planet Vegeta nearly complete, Raditz approached Bardock and Jine. Father, mother, why not come live with us on Earth? He proposed. However, the two declined his invitation. Raditz, we are part of the Saiyan community. How could we leave everyone behind? We must remain here to help build the new planet Vegeta, they asserted. Chapter 150. The wedding. Hearing Jine's response, Raditz found himself at an impasse. After all, Jine and Bardock had lived on planet Vegeta for many years and formed a deep attachment to it. Raditz then suggested, in that case, why not come and visit Gohan and attend my wedding? To this, Bardock and Jine did not refuse. Subsequently, Raditz led Bardock and Jine, along with the families of Goku, Vegeta, and Nappa, back to Earth. Before their departure, to prevent any unforeseen incidents on the new planet Vegeta, Raditz utilized his divine power to create a barrier around the planet, safeguarding it from external invaders and preventing the Saiyans from wandering away. Should the barrier be attacked, Raditz would sense it immediately. With all preparations complete, Raditz executed instant transmission and returned to Goku's home on Earth. Vegeta and Nappa brought their loved ones back to their own residence. Meanwhile, Bardock and Jine gazed at the azure sky and the golden fields surrounding them, marveling. What a beautiful planet this is. At that moment, Chi-Chi emerged from the house, her anger brewing as she noticed Goku had left many tasks unfinished. Raditz swiftly interjected. Addressing Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, these are my parents, Bardock and Jine. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi nearly jumped in shock. She had previously been told that Goku's parents had passed away, and now Raditz's revelation left her bewildered. Without further thought, she realized that Raditz had resurrected them. Upon hearing son Wukong's words, Chi-Chi's trembling form gradually calmed. She gazed at Bardock and Jine, astonished by their youthfulness, which surpassed her own by a considerable margin. "Please, come in and take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony." Upon learning their identities as Wukong's parents, Chi-Chi treated Bardock and Jine with utmost respect, serving them tea and water, her demeanor markedly different from her usual self. Unlike other Saiyans, Bardock and Jine were not bloodthirsty, and they treated Chi-Chi with kindness. Soon after, Raditz arrived with Android 18, while Gohan brought along Videl. And at that moment, the family finally enjoyed a complete meal together. The atmosphere was filled with joy, and Raditz found himself quite fond of this familial gathering. Bardock and Jine temporarily resided in son Wukong's home, and this blissful existence continued for several days. At last, the day arrived for Raditz to wed. It was a beautifully sunny day. Raditz donned a dapper suit, while across from him stood Android 18, resplendent in her wedding gown. Among the guests were son Wukong, Vegeta, and other warriors, all wearing radiant smiles as they beheld the couple poised to unite in matrimony. The officiant began the ceremony, addressing Raditz. "Do you, Mr. Raditz, take Miss Lazuli to be your lawfully wedded wife, in sickness and in health, in riches and in poverty?" It is worth noting that before becoming an android, 18 was known as Lazuli. At that moment, Raditz and 18's eyes were solely focused on one another, oblivious to the officiant's words. With a resounding burst, fireworks erupted around the couple, showering them with beautiful blossoms, making them appear as celestial beings, the envy of all. The officiant continued with the final segments. "Do you both wish to remain by each other's side for eternity?" In unison, they replied, "I do." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause as the couple embraced tightly. Warriors approached to congratulate the divine couple, while Jine and Bardock looked on with pride at Raditz. With the ceremony concluded, evening fell. After bidding farewell to Bardock, Jine, and the warriors, the night deepened, and the couple prepared for rest. Raditz gazed affectionately at 18, saying, "Thank you for always understanding me." Hearing his words, 18 smiled softly and replied, "Mm." With that, Raditz looked upon the enchanting 18, turned off the lights, and kissed her. The next moment, they awoke to the dawn of a new day. Raditz observed 18 sleeping beside him, resembling a delicate flower in slumber, pure and lovely. He reached out, gently caressing her face. As for the matter of safeguarding time and space, Raditz chose to keep it a secret, believing that revealing such burdens would only add to their worries. If he were to fail, the fabric of time could unravel, perhaps leading to another cycle of rebirth. Yet, for Raditz, this opportunity was singular and irreplaceable. As the slumbering number 18 gently stirred from her dreams, her bleary eyes fell upon the figure of Raditz, and a blissful smile graced her lips. For number 18, the mere presence of Raditz was sufficient. Thus, they spent over half a month in a state of joyful coexistence. Each morning, number 18 awoke to the sight of Raditz, her face radiating happiness. During this period, Raditz even began to forget the ominous matters concerning the Dark King, reveling in the delight of their shared life. Meanwhile, several months prior, Zamasu, who had narrowly escaped from Raditz, had nearly completed the task assigned to him by the Dark King. Although he had not annihilated all gods of destruction and angels, he had successfully distributed the tainted Dragon Balls to humanoid beings across various planets. Reflecting on those beings, eagerly anticipating their wishes upon receiving the Dragon Balls, Zamasu found himself amused by how these humans had sown the seeds of their own doom. With a swift motion, Zamasu returned to the side of the Dark King and the Dragon God, Salamander, and addressed the Dark King, stating, "My lord, I have fulfilled your request and dispersed the Dragon Balls across most planets." Upon hearing Zamasu's report, the Dark King was immensely pleased, his eyes shining with fervor. "Zamasu, you have performed admirably. Your aspirations shall be realized." Filled with joy at this affirmation, Zamasu resolved to witness the complete eradication of all humanoid beings. At that moment, the Dragon God Salamander spoke to the Dark King, "My lord, all preparations are complete. It is time to commence our grand scheme." The Dark King exchanged a wicked smile with Salamander, their intentions aligning in malevolence. Subsequently, Salamander approached the Dark King, and in Zamasu's astonished gaze, transformed into a surge of energy that entered the Dark King's body. Instantly, the Dark King underwent a profound metamorphosis, his form shifting from a diminutive figure to one of considerable girth, complete with 2 formidable dragon horns. Zamasu, bewildered by this transformation, cautiously inquired, "Lord Salamander?" Receiving no response, he pressed on, "My lord." Hearing Zamasu's call, the Dark King slightly turned his head towards him, understanding that the essence of the Dark King remained dominant post-fusion. Zamasu listened as the newly empowered Dark King addressed him. "Zamasu, you yearn to obliterate all humanoid beings and restore tranquility to the cosmos, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Zamasu believed the Dark King intended to assist him in achieving his desires, and eagerly replied, "Indeed, my lord. Exterminating the malevolent humanoid beings has always been my dream." The Dark King, amused by Zamasu's fervor, laughed heartily. "Very well, Zamasu. Pursue your ambitions, and I shall aid you." With that proclamation, a dark radiance emanated from the Dark King's form. In an instant, the entire universe, particularly the planets harboring the tainted Dragon Balls, was engulfed by a shroud of darkness. As the inhabitants of those planets found themselves enveloped in this malevolence, they utilized the blackened Dragon Balls to summon forth sinister dragons. The number of black gas Dragon Balls varies across different planets. Some celestial bodies even boast thousands of black gas divine dragons in their skies. However, these dragons do not grant the desires of the ambitious. Instead, they voraciously consume the malevolent thoughts and life energy of the planet's inhabitants. At this moment, a multitude of anomalies manifests in the skies above Earth. The entire atmosphere is shrouded in a thick black mist, allowing only faint glimmers of light to penetrate, creating an environment of profound darkness that plunges the world into chaos. Concurrently, black lightning incessantly strikes down from the heavens. An overwhelming wave of malice permeates Earth, nearly engulfing it in this sinister energy. Under the influence of the black gas, some individuals find their malevolent impulses ignited, launching attacks against those who remain untainted. Soon, several black gas divine dragons emerge from the clouds, at least 10 in number. These entities lack the dignity and sanctity typically associated with normal Dragon Balls. Instead, they exude an aura of darkness and malevolence. Among these formidable black gas dragons is one acquired by the Pilaf gang. Following their last encounter with Son Goku, which thwarted their wishes, Pilaf had nearly abandoned his ambition to dominate the world, opting instead for a more peaceful existence on Earth. By a stroke of fortune, the Pilaf trio procured a black gas Dragon Ball from a black market dealer. The merchant informed them that this Dragon Ball could only be utilized when the sky was enveloped in black gas, a condition that would not arise until a month later. Elated by their acquisition, the trio patiently awaited the designated time. Finally, the day arrived when the Earth's sky was cloaked in black gas, but almost immediately, the Pilaf gang found themselves besieged by frenzied humans. After a harrowing escape from the chaos, they discovered that a dozen black gas divine dragons were now circling above. In a fit of rage, Pilaf shouted at Shu and Mai, "Cursed be this! I never anticipated that the merchant would sell so many Dragon Balls." Mai interjected, "Lord Pilaf, make your wish quickly. If you delay, others will seize the chance to dominate Earth." Realizing he had fallen several steps behind, Pilaf hastily placed the black gas Dragon Ball on the ground, preparing to make his wish. Just as Pilaf was about to voice his desire to the black gas dragon, he encountered the last individuals he wished to see, Raditz and Son Goku. It turned out that Raditz and his companions had sensed the impending danger the moment the black gas enveloped Earth, prompting them to investigate. Son Goku, having detected Pilaf's energy, appeared before him alongside Raditz. Infuriated by their presence, Pilaf seethed with rage. Every one of his schemes had been thwarted by Son Goku, igniting an intense hatred within him. In his fury, the malevolent thoughts within him surged forth, triggered by the black gas Dragon Ball, and he found himself uncontrollably shouting at it, "Arise, divine dragon." Originally, Sun Wukong intended to thwart Pilaf and his companions, but he was taken aback by Pilaf's decisive summons of the dragon. With a resounding boom, as Pilaf uttered the incantation to call forth the mythical dragon, a bolt of black lightning descended. Following this, a dragon enveloped in ominous black mist materialized before Raditz and the others. Pilaf, witnessing the dragon's emergence, was overcome with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he implored, "Dragon, grant me dominion over the Earth." The black dragon, however, offered no response to Pilaf's plea. Instead, it grinned malevolently and declared, "Foolish one, become my sustenance." With that, the dark dragon inhaled deeply, and Raditz and Sun Wukong sensed a force tugging at their very souls and life energy. While this energy posed little threat to Raditz and Sun Wukong, it was utterly lethal to the feeble trio of Pilaf. The three of them collapsed to the ground, nearly lifeless, clinging to their last breath. Meanwhile, the black dragon continued to devour the life force of Earth's inhabitants. Raditz, observing Pilaf's plight, sighed, "You brought this upon yourself." With that, he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the dark dragon in the sky. The blast struck the dragon, shattering it into fragments that fell from the sky. Subsequently, Raditz communicated telepathically with the warriors, instructing them to eliminate the dark dragon overhead. At that moment, Pilaf and his companions, barely alive, managed to survive by a stroke of luck. Simultaneously, warriors scattered across various locations sprang into action, and in no time, the dark dragon in the sky was entirely obliterated. Gradually, the black mist enveloping the Earth's sky dissipated, revealing a clearer atmosphere. At this juncture, a familiar voice resonated through the air, "Sun Wukong, Raditz." It has been a long time. As Raditz focused his gaze, he recognized the figure emerging in the sky, Zamasu. Sun Wukong, astonished, beheld a being who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, though the malevolent energy radiating from this doppelganger was distinctly different. "Who are you? Why do you look like me?" Before Sun Wukong could finish his inquiry, Vegeta and the other warriors, sensing the ominous aura, converged towards the scene. Zamasu, observing the approaching warriors, displayed an expression of exhilaration. "Since you have all gathered, let us meet our demise together." In Chapter 152, the fierce battle against Zamasu, the dark Wukong's gaze turned fiercely menacing, absorbing the residual energy of the shattered black dragon. At that moment, Zamasu's power surged to unprecedented heights, surpassing even Raditz's previous estimations. A punch from the dark Wukong, imbued with swirling black mist and overwhelming malice, hurtled towards them. Quick dodge. Raditz urgently urged the warriors to evade, recognizing that this strike was far more formidable than it appeared. With the warning issued, the warriors scattered just in time to avoid the devastating blow that the dark Wukong unleashed. However, Zamasu's fist struck the ground, and the ominous black mist erupted upon contact. This terrifying haze enveloped the warriors, and aside from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who managed to evade its reach, the others found themselves tainted by its sinister essence. The warriors, now afflicted by the malevolent energy, clutched their heads and emitted anguished cries. The pain was evident on their faces, beginning with Lepin, whose eyes darkened, followed by Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Piccolo, and ultimately, even Gohan succumbed to the black mist's control. Observing this dark force, Raditz attempted to utilize divine power to dispel it, but found the malevolence too formidable, rendering his efforts futile. Meanwhile, Zamasu, hovering in the sky, reveled in the chaos. Fight, destroy, and annihilate all of humanity. Witnessing Zamasu's twisted expression, Raditz understood that the only way to restore his comrades was to eliminate Zamasu. With a resounding boom, Raditz activated his Ultra Instinct mode, emanating a sacred white aura as he engaged Zamasu in battle. At this moment, Zamasu bore a resemblance to Raditz, exuding an aura of wickedness from within, a form that could be dubbed the malevolent Ultra Instinct mode. "Gohan, everyone, are you all right?" Sun Wukong urgently called out to the warriors affected by the black mist, but they stood frozen in silence, offering no response. "Kakarot, do not approach them. They are under the influence of the black mist," Raditz warned just as the corrupted warriors, driven by their awakened dark instincts, charged at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Boom, boom. Immediately, the warriors began their assault on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In this moment, Sun Wukong, unable to harm his friends, was relentlessly struck by their fists and kicks. "Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, you must regain your senses." Meanwhile, Vegeta, recognizing their enslavement to the black mist, showed no mercy as he unleashed powerful blows against them. "Kakarot, can't you see they are controlled? Snap out of it and take them down." Although Sun Wukong heard Vegeta's plea, his heart would not allow him to strike with full force. Thus, he and Vegeta battled against their corrupted comrades below, while Raditz clashed fiercely with Zamasu high above. In the midst of their fierce duel, Sparks flew as the contrasting black and white energies collided in the sky. The thunderous sounds of their combat echoed like the clash of steel, each impact unleashing a dazzling display of light, one dark, one bright, neither yielding to the other. After exchanging blows for several rounds, the two briefly retreated to the ground. At this juncture, Raditz felt the surge of blood within him, and his arms began to feel numb. Zamasu's strength surpassed anything he had previously demonstrated. And even with the perfect Ultra Instinct and the combined might of an angelic form and Saiyan lineage, Raditz could only manage to achieve a stalemate against Zamasu. Zamasu, looking at the arrogant Raditz before him, scoffed disdainfully. A mere Saiyan dares to challenge the authority of a god. The audacious words of Zamasu ignited an unquenchable fighting spirit within Raditz, unleashing an overwhelming divine power and murderous intent. Zamasu, spare me your words. Prepare to meet your end. With a resounding boom, Raditz propelled himself off the ground, channeling his formidable energy to fracture the earth beneath him. He charged directly at Zamasu, unleashing the full extent of his might. With a series of explosive strikes, each punch and kick radiated terrifying waves of energy, resembling a colossal dragon roaring forth, emanating destructive power aimed squarely at Zamasu. However, Zamasu was no ordinary adversary. Witnessing Raditz's onslaught, he retaliated with several blasts of dark energy. The resulting collision unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air, destabilizing the very fabric of space and creating rifts in its wake. After witnessing Zamasu's newfound strength, Raditz's thoughts turned ominous. It was evident that the forces of the Dark King were beginning to stir, yet he found himself entangled in a troublesome confrontation with Zamasu. The two brilliant lights clashed in the heavens, initially evenly matched. However, as the battle raged on, a continuous influx of dark energy surged into Zamasu from the cosmos, augmenting his power. Meanwhile, Raditz, burdened by the wounds of combat, felt his energy deplete, as he had ascended to a divine state. The healing properties of the Senzu beans proved ineffective against a god, leaving him unable to recover from his injuries. Ha ha, let us continue the fight, Raditz. Zamasu taunted, relishing the expression of struggle on Raditz's face. With a relentless supply of dark energy, Zamasu felt invincible. Raditz, sensing the tenacity of his opponent, struggled against the escalating ferocity of Zamasu's assaults, enduring with great difficulty as he awaited a shift in the tide of battle. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave struck Zamasu, causing him to falter as he glanced downward. The wave had been unleashed by Goku and Vegeta, who, after a grueling battle, had resolved to intervene. With all their foes vanquished, they directed this energy wave towards Zamasu. Goku called out to Raditz, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Raditz." Following this, Goku and Vegeta executed a peculiar dance, their fingertips meeting. In an instant, Vegito materialized before Raditz and Zamasu, emanating a formidable aura. Raditz could feel the overwhelming power of Vegito. It was evident that this divine being surpassed even the Super Saiyan Blue in strength. Chapter 153. The Dark Space. As Zamasu gazed upon the divine Goku, his face bore an expression of unyielding arrogance. "Is this all you have? You Saiyans should cease your futile struggles." With that, Zamasu delivered a powerful punch, sending Goku soaring through the air. Following this, Zamasu unleashed a dark energy wave towards Goku. In a swift moment, Raditz utilized instant transmission to catch the flung Goku and transport him to safety, narrowly avoiding the black energy wave. "Be cautious. Zamasu is exceedingly formidable," Raditz cautioned. He then retrieved a rice cooker and a talisman from his capsule and handed them to Goku. Surprised by these items, Goku inquired, "Raditz, do you intend to use the magic seal wave?" Raditz nodded, instructing Goku to quickly apply the talisman once Zamasu was contained. Assured by Raditz's words, Goku promised to act with utmost swiftness. With a determined breath, Raditz extended his arms to initiate the magic seal wave. Zamasu felt an overwhelming force tugging at his very essence, unable to employ any of his abilities against the relentless pull of the magic seal wave. In disbelief, Zamasu exclaimed, "Impossible! What is this technique?" As he was drawn into the tempest of the magic seal wave, his body was engulfed, struggling against the divine energy of the talisman. Recognizing the effectiveness of the magic seal wave, Raditz shouted to Goku, "Hurry, open the lid." Without hesitation, Goku lifted the lid of the rice cooker, and Raditz swiftly tossed Zamasu inside. Once Zamasu was contained, Goku promptly sealed the lid and affixed the talisman to it. Instantly, The rice cooker began to convulse violently, shaking erratically as Zamasu fought against the divine energy contained within. Ultimately, however, the rice cooker proved inadequate to restrain Zamasu's overwhelming might. With a resounding explosion, Zamasu broke free, panting heavily as he regarded Goku and Raditz. "It seems your magic seal wave posed quite a threat to me," he declared, regaining his confidence. "It is time to eradicate you." With a fierce glare, Zamasu unleashed a barrage of black energy beams, fiercely constricting Goku and Raditz's movements. In the ensuing chaos, Raditz darted through the sky, creating multiple afterimages while launching energy blades that formed a net of energy, all converging upon Zamasu. Meanwhile, Goku prepared to unleash a Kamehameha for a decisive blow against their formidable foe. The energy blade descended upon Zamasu, relentlessly slicing through his flesh. Boom! At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, striking Zamasu directly. A violent explosion erupted in the sky, obliterating half of Zamasu's body. Yet, shrouded in dark energy, Zamasu began to mend himself under its influence. Observing that even such a combination of attacks failed to vanquish Zamasu, Raditz resolved to employ his ultimate technique, the tenfold Kaioken. With the essence of an angel coursing through him, Raditz found the Kaioken's effects to be significant, yet manageable. A wave of Saiyan golden energy emanated from him, vast enough to resonate across countless stars, filling the entire seventh universe with Raditz's might. The sheer force of his power caused a tremor throughout the planets of the seventh universe, its influence detectable even in nearby universes. Raditz sensed his overwhelming strength. With a mere gesture, he could easily obliterate a planet. As Raditz assumed the form of the tenfold Kaioken, Zamasu's countenance shifted from nonchalance to grave seriousness. At this moment, Raditz's power had vastly eclipsed Zamasu's own. Whoosh! Raditz's speed transcended time itself. In what seemed like a frozen moment, he landed a punch squarely on Zamasu's face. Ugh! The blow forced blood from Zamasu's lips, causing some of his dark energy to dissipate. How is this possible? Raditz, how could you surpass time? Zamasu seethed with fury, struggling to comprehend how a Saiyan could reach such heights of power. Bang! 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 Raditz did not afford Zamasu a moment to gather his thoughts. Within that suspended time, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon him. Each strike inflicted tremendous damage on Zamasu, whose dark energy, drawn from the Dragon Balls, began to wane with each blow. Even the black halo of an angel hovering behind him flickered, threatened to vanish under Raditz's relentless assault. Recognizing the dire turn of events, Zamasu steeled himself to unleash his final gambit. Raditz, you have forced my hand. With that proclamation, Zamasu transformed into dark energy and slipped into a rift created during their battle. Moments later, he emerged from the void, releasing a massive wave of black energy that began to consume everything in its path. All that Zamasu touched, the buildings, the people, was reduced to mere nothingness. Swallowed by his dark power, Raditz discerned that Zamasu was using the dark energy to invade the very fabric of this realm, polluting it and merging with it. Together, Raditz and Gogeta transformed into dark energy, unleashing numerous energy waves, all of which were consumed by Zamasu. At this moment, Raditz and Gogeta found themselves utterly powerless against the blackened Zamasu. To eradicate Zamasu, they would need to obliterate this entire dimension, which would simultaneously cause the Earth to vanish due to Zamasu's demise. However, given the current strength of Raditz and Gogeta, such a feat was beyond their reach. As the ominous black mist threatened to engulf the entire planet, the warriors and androids 17 and 18 stood by. Raditz instructed Gogeta to evacuate everyone. Chapter 154. Entering the Earth's dimension with swiftness, Gogeta and Raditz approached the warriors and androids 17 and 18. At that moment, Android 18 was not engaged in battle, but was anxiously awaiting the outcome at home. Raditz explained the dire situation to 18 before transporting androids 17 and 18 to another planet. Thus, Gogeta and Raditz leaped between planets, ensuring the safety of their comrades and family members. Upon returning to Earth, they discovered that more than half of the planet had already been consumed by Zamasu. The sky, too, was engulfed, with Zamasu's visage dominating both the ground and the heavens. Suddenly, Zamasu's voice echoed from all directions. Destruction is inevitable. Only by annihilating all humanoid beings can the universe regain its tranquility. Faced with Zamasu's arrogance, Raditz and the others found themselves at a loss. In that moment, Beerus and Whis arrived beside Raditz in the realm of the deities. Seeing them, Raditz hastily inquired, "Lord Beerus, how can we vanquish Zamasu?" Contemplating Raditz's question, Beerus fell into deep thought. They had been dispatched by the Grand Minister to address the anomalies in the seventh universe, having sensed the terrifying energy emanating from Earth. Observing the situation with Zamasu, they realized that immediate action was not feasible. Then, the experienced Whis spoke up, "Raditz, you can reopen a spatial rift and seek out Zamasu within Earth's dimension. However, this rift can only accommodate one individual at a time, and it is fraught with peril. Zamasu's current power is immensely formidable, surpassing even that of Beerus and myself." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Raditz resolved that he alone must confront Zamasu. His gaze steely, he declared, "Allow me to enter and eliminate Zamasu." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Whis cautioned, "Be careful, Raditz. A moment's inattention could lead you to another timeline or even result in your disintegration. Navigating the chaotic space to locate Earth's designated area will not be easy." Immediately, Beerus entered his Ultra Instinct state, surrounded by a purple aura. Whis too adopted his Ultra Instinct form, and even Gogeta activated his fivefold Kaioken, as they all readied their most potent forms. Channeling colossal energy waves towards the point in space where Zamasu resided, they unleashed their might. Boom! The two junctions were struck, resulting in a web-like pattern of cracks appearing instantly. As they gazed at the fissure, the crowd relentlessly struck it several more times. With a crackle, the spatial rift, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered. Through the breach, Raditz perceived a stark contrast to the dimensional rifts he had previously encountered. Within lay an abyssal darkness, devoid of any discernible form, yet emanating a force capable of consuming anything in its path. Outside the rift, Raditz and his companions felt no trace of the energy within. Observing the ominous void, Raditz enveloped himself in an energy shield, a precaution against the rift's destructive forces. The foreboding darkness evoked palpable concern among the onlookers. Raditz cast one last glance at his companions and declared, "Until we meet again." With that, he leapt into the rift, which instantaneously began to mend itself. Once inside, Raditz found himself tumbling through the dark expanse, nearly swept away to an unknown destination on several occasions. After what felt like an eternity, he finally steadied himself. The pitch-black surroundings rendered any visible path impossible. Relying solely on his instincts, he navigated the void, but the rift's vastness proved insurmountable, obscuring any trace of Zamasu's presence. In this soundless darkness, after a period of exploration, voices began to echo from all directions. "Raditz, do you not wish for a swifter demise? I never anticipated you would come to your own end." Recognizing Zamasu's voice, yet feeling no trace of his energy, Raditz called out, "Zamasu, reveal yourself. Do not hide. I shall find you." However, instead of a response, Zamasu's laughter reverberated through the void, echoing madly before gradually subsiding. Although the inky blackness obscured his vision, Raditz sensed an insidious force encroaching upon him, gradually consuming his body from his feet upward. At that moment, he finally felt Zamasu's energy, and to his astonishment, he realized it pervaded the very fabric of the space around him. Raditz understood that Zamasu had commandeered this realm, encompassing the entirety of Earth's spatial domain. In a surge of determination, Raditz unleashed a brilliant light from his being, repelling the devouring force. Zamasu, now in command of this space, spoke once more. "Raditz, have you finally grasped your predicament? Within my domain, escape is an illusion. You shall become a part of me." Hearing Zamasu's arrogant proclamation, Raditz recognized that the only means of liberation lay in shattering this spatial prison. The uncertainty of being consumed loomed large. Yet in this dire moment, Raditz resolved to unleash his energy in a final, cataclysmic confrontation with Zamasu. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the space erupted with violent tremors, as all the energy emanating from Zamasu surged directly towards Raditz. Unwilling to succumb to fate, Raditz swiftly conjured energy waves in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed dozens of energy waves against the encroaching dark energy, each explosion scattering a portion of the ominous mist. The dark energy fragmented into countless individual entities, coalescing into spikes of energy. These energy spikes shot toward Raditz within the confines of the space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a barrage of energy spikes assaulted him. and Raditz could sense their imminent presence. He summoned divine power, forming a protective shield around his body. Without pausing, he frantically retaliated against the incoming spikes. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves detonated within the space, yet the relentless energy spikes continued their onslaught against Raditz. Even with the rapid discharge of energy waves and the formidable nature of his divine shield, facing such a multitude of spikes proved exceedingly arduous. Chapter 155. The Mayfly shakes the tree. Numerous energy spikes penetrated through the energy waves and the divine shield, striking Raditz and inflicting numerous minor wounds. After a period of defensive maneuvers, the energy spikes in the space had finally exhausted their barrage. Raditz, now covered in scars, remained unharmed in a fatal sense, his aura having grown immensely powerful. Whoosh! The black mist, once eradicated, now reformed into several entities of dark energy within this space. Raditz could sense the formidable strength of these newly coalesced energy bodies filled with animosity directed towards him. These dark energy entities spoke in voices familiar to Raditz, urging him, "Join us, Raditz." Recognizing the voices, Raditz identified them as former formidable foes he had encountered in the Dragon Ball saga: Frieza, Cooler, King Cold. The androids from the future timeline: Cell, Buu, and Omega Shenron. Bang, bang, bang. Despite hearing their voices, Raditz sensed that their essence was intrinsically that of Zamasu. These were energy entities generated from the localized space occupied by Zamasu on Earth, fundamentally still manifestations of Zamasu himself. The former adversaries surged forward, each launching distinct assaults upon Raditz. Bang! With a single punch, Raditz obliterated Frieza's energy form and deftly bent low to evade the attacks of the other entities. After crouching, Raditz placed both hands on the ground and executed a series of backflips. Rising from the ground, he concentrated energy waves in his hands and unleashed a barrage upon these energy forms. Boom, boom, boom. The energy entities, composed of Zamasu's dark energy, lacked the power they once possessed in life. Severely weakened, they were systematically obliterated by Raditz's energy waves. Raditz called out into the space, "Zamasu, unleash all your remaining abilities." This time, Zamasu refrained from responding, allowing more dark energy to manifest within the space. Once again, a multitude of energy forms coalesced, and just as Raditz prepared to obliterate the reformed energy entities, a familiar voice echoed through the air. "It's me, Raditz. Are you truly considering attacking me?" This voice, one that Raditz knew all too well, belonged to Android 18. Upon hearing her call, Raditz hesitated. Despite the knowledge that these manifestations were merely the energy forms conjured by Zamasu, he refrained from striking with haste. "Raditz, it's Kakarot. You must join us." Subsequently, a series of voices, familiar and cherished, resonated around him, those of warriors, his comrades. Raditz paused momentarily, then, with a swift motion, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his fists. Bang, bang, bang. The beloved figures of friends and family were reduced to mere fragments by Raditz's hand. "Raditz, how ruthless you are! Were they not your allies?" Zamasu's taunting words filled the space, yet Raditz remained silent. The shadowy energy forms served only to remind him of what he truly sought to protect. Zamasu's intent to inflict pain inadvertently strengthened Raditz's conviction. In that moment, Zamasu resorted to every tactic at his disposal. Realizing that devouring Raditz was no easy feat, he reassembled the dispersed dark energy into a singular entity. Instantly, the entire space was engulfed by an infinite tide of black mist, continuously materializing Zamasu's form. Raditz sensed the shift. Zamasu had reconstituted himself into a cohesive whole. "Zamasu, you've finally emerged," Raditz declared. To which Zamasu replied, "In this realm, my power is boundless, Raditz. You cannot defeat me." Unfazed by Zamasu's ominous proclamation, Raditz lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that pierced through Zamasu's body. Yet, the moment he struck, Zamasu's form was swiftly mended by the very black energy that had sustained him. "Zamasu," with a sinister grin, observed Raditz, confident in his invincibility within this space, knowing that no matter how fiercely Raditz struggled, victory was assured. Bang, bang, bang. Once more, Raditz's fists tore through Zamasu's form, even fracturing it into countless pieces. "Huh, Raditz, your efforts are futile. They yield nothing." With that, the black mist surged once again, and Zamasu's figure reappeared before Raditz. Sensing Zamasu's presence, Raditz refused to succumb, even as Zamasu reformed time and again. In his heart, Raditz was resolute. He would defend all that he held dear with his own fists. Boom. Raditz struck once more, dispersing Zamasu's reformed body. Witnessing Raditz's unwavering determination, Zamasu's disdain only deepened. He resolved to cease prolonging the confrontation, intent on forcibly merging with Raditz and exterminating all sentient beings to realize his ambitions sooner. Raditz, farewell. With that, Zamasu's gathered form surged back into the depths of the space. The space occupied by Zamas was incessantly compressing, shrinking to an imperceptible size. In a fleeting moment, it had dwindled to a mere fragment of space. Raditz, sensing the encroaching compression threatening to engulf him, continuously gathered energy waves in his hands and unleashed them into the surrounding space. However, as before, these energy waves met with the void, only to be absorbed entirely. As the space continued to constrict, Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of despair settle upon him. Soon, his body was seamlessly integrated into the Earth's realm. Raditz perceived himself as a being of pure spiritual energy, surrounded by the colossal energy form of Zamas. This entity of spiritual energy moved ever closer to Raditz, intent on consuming him. Although Raditz's essence was significantly weaker, he did not yield and boldly approached Zamas's energy form. The moment the two energies collided, a fierce struggle ensued. Neither energy form would concede. This was a battle for survival. The two forces clashed, devouring one another, growing smaller and increasingly unstable. Zamas's energy form was considerably larger than Raditz, allowing it to maintain a semblance of volume despite the attrition. Observing Raditz's diminishing energy, Zamas let out a triumphant laugh. Raditz, though you possess strength, you are but a diminutive humanoid, foolishly attempting to uproot a tree. You overestimate your capabilities. Chapter 156. The Annihilation of Zamas. Upon finishing his taunt, Zamas intensified his consumption of Raditz's energy. Yet, Raditz remained undeterred. As long as he retained consciousness in this realm, he would not surrender. Gradually, Zamas's energy had reduced Raditz's form to the size of a small sphere. Raditz was on the brink of total consumption, and Zamas cackled with malevolence. Envisioning the universe he desired materializing before him once Raditz was obliterated. Even at this critical juncture, Raditz gritted his teeth and persevered, embodying a steadfast conviction. He would not abandon hope, even in the face of death. As Zamas reveled in his impending victory, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A small glimmer within Raditz's energy form caught his attention. Initially dismissive of this flicker, Zamas continued his onslaught against Raditz's essence. Gradually, as he approached the luminous point, the moment he made contact, a tremendous light erupted, bathing the entire space in brilliance. In Zamas's astonished gaze, this radiance enveloped the very realm he commanded. At that instant, Zamas's energy was voraciously consumed by this illuminating force. This was the power of bloodline. No, after being repulsed, Zamas sensed that this light contained the essence of Saiyan blood, ignited after a transformation. To his utter disbelief, he realized that this blood had the capacity to counteract his dark energy. With Zamas's anguished cries, this luminous force turned to consume him in return. At this critical juncture, Zamasu cast aside all hesitation and swiftly abandoned this earthly realm. He rapidly disengaged from the fusion, hastening towards the void of space. His movements were remarkably swift. Yet he was still afflicted by the backlash of this potent force, resulting in the depletion of much of the dark energy within him. Zamasu now appeared exceedingly frail. He managed to pry open a fissure within the fabric of space, barely squeezing through. However, awaiting him were Beerus, Whis, and an even more formidable Gogeta. Upon witnessing Zamasu's emergence, noticeably weakened in energy, the onlookers exchanged smiles. Zamasu, you have finally made it out. Realizing the dire situation, Zamasu understood that his diminished dark energy rendered him no match for the three individuals before him, all of whom possessed greater power. Solar Flare. Without further ado, Zamasu unleashed the solar flare and swiftly darted towards the cosmos. For him, the only hope lay in retreating back to the presence of the Omni King, where he might still find an opportunity. Clang, clang. Though temporarily blinded by the solar flare, Beerus and Whis remained unhurried, even urging Gogeta not to pursue Zamasu. Whis addressed Gogeta, stating, "There is no need to rush. He will have to return." With that, Whis gently tapped his staff against the ground twice. In an instant, time and all events reverted to 3 minutes prior. Zamasu, who had seemingly escaped into the cosmos, found himself inexplicably moving backwards, unable to progress, until he halted at his original position. Seeing Whis and Beerus, Zamasu's heart sank. As he returned to his starting point, Beerus inquired, "Zamasu, do you wish to continue your escape?" "Curse it." At that moment, the effect of the time reversal dissipated, prompting Zamasu to take flight once more. Yet this time, Beerus and the others denied him any opportunity to flee. In an instant, Zamasu found himself encircled by Beerus and his allies. Confronted by the trio, Zamasu realized that escape was futile and resolved to fight back. With a surge of strength, he directed a powerful punch at Gogeta, the weakest among them. Boom. Despite his weakened state, Zamasu's full force strike radiated immense might, forcing Gogeta to stagger back several paces. Seizing the moment as Gogeta was pushed back, Zamasu rejoiced and unleashed a surge of energy, aiming to exploit the opening and escape. Destruction. Yet, Beerus denied him this chance, unleashing a wave of destructive energy from his hands that struck Zamasu directly. "Ah!" Zamasu shrieked as the destructive force enveloped him, compressing the space around him as if it were a miniature world. This energy possessed a disintegrative effect, and Zamasu writhed in agony, witnessing his body gradually being dismantled. Zamasu cried out in anguish, "I refuse to accept this. I cannot perish yet. My ideals remain unfulfilled." Beerus and the others sensed a potent resentment emanating from Zamasu. Fueled by this bitterness, Zamasu gradually moved beyond the reach of destructive energy. At that moment, his eyes were filled with an intense yearning for life. Slowly, Zamasu's hands broke free from the confines of the God of Destruction's power, and it appeared that he would soon liberate himself entirely. Observing this, Beerus sighed softly, "Zamasu, your resolve is misplaced. There is no need for further struggle." No sooner had Beerus uttered these words than, under Zamasu's incredulous gaze, he unleashed another wave of destructive energy. The two forces intertwined around Zamasu, leaving him powerless to escape. In mere moments, Zamasu was obliterated by the destructive energy. With his demise, the pervasive dark energy that had swept across the world finally ceased. The individuals on Earth, once under the thrall of the dark energy, regained their consciousness, and tranquility was restored to the planet. After Zamasu's eradication, the group waited for Raditz to emerge from the rift he had entered. As they waited, Vegeta expressed his growing anxiety. "Lord Beerus, could something have happened to Raditz? He is yet to return." Beerus pondered for a moment, gazing at the sky. "Do not worry, Vegeta." When Zamasu emerged, his power had significantly diminished. "I suspect Raditz has triumphed over him. Let us wait a little longer." Meanwhile, within the confines of Earth's space, Raditz had fully activated his Saiyan bloodline, driving Zamasu away. However, his own energy had suffered severe damage, and he had lost consciousness. Yet, his energy was gradually merging with the energy of Earth's space, slowly growing stronger. As Raditz lingered in the Earth's dimension, Beerus and the others awaited his return. Outside of Universe 7, the other universes experienced tumultuous upheaval. Chapter 157, the final chapter. Apart from Earth in Universe 7, a few planets in other universes, shielded by powerful guardians, were spared from being drained by the dark energy Dragon Balls. However, all other planets suffered dire consequences. After absorbing the life and energy from countless celestial bodies, the dark energy Dragon Balls departed their respective planets, converging upon the embodiment of dark energy itself. In the cosmos, innumerable dark energy dragons formed a long procession, creating a black line that stretched across the universe. Amidst this, the surviving Kais and angels from various universes reacted differently upon witnessing the vast array of dark energy Dragon Balls. Some chose to eradicate these dark energy dragons, yet their sheer magnitude made such an endeavor seemingly impossible. Others opted to report their findings to the Grand Priest in the Divine Realm, which prompted great shock upon receiving the news. The childlike disposition of the Omni King, upon hearing the report, even contemplated annihilating all universes, reasoning that in the absence of life, there would be no conflict. However, the thoughts of the Dark King were thwarted by the Grand Priest. Although the intentions of the Dark King remained a mystery, the threat posed by the Dark Energy Dragon Balls could not be ignored. The Grand Priest commanded all angels and destroyers to eliminate these Dark Energy Dragons to the best of their abilities. At this moment, the Grand Priest gazed into the depths of the universe. Is the end finally upon us? Meanwhile, in the shadowy realm of the universe, the Dark King sat upon his throne, as dark energy dragons emerged from the cosmos, merging into his very being. With each integration, the Dark King's power surged. As more dragons flowed into him, his form suddenly disintegrated. Not only did his physical body break apart, but his bloodline and divine power also underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The remnants of his bloodline, divine energy, and even a part of his soul were entirely purified. Following this, the remaining fragment of his soul fused with the dragon god, Salama, who already resided within him. The prior fusion with Salama was solely for this moment, leveraging Salama's essence to shed parts of himself and reconstruct his body using dark energy. However, the dragon god Salama, residing within the Dark King's form, was not foolish enough to willingly serve as merely a component of the Dark King's body. He had been waiting for an opportunity to seize control of the Dark King's body, even if it meant merging with him to deceive him. Witnessing the Dark King diminish his own powers and bloodline to forge a new body and soul from dark energy, Salama realized the potential of this newly crafted form. The dark energy within the Dark King constructed a vast new realm of darkness, nearly encompassing half of the current space-time continuum. Though incomplete, this dark realm's primary goal was to eliminate the king and consume his space-time, thus allowing Salama to ascend to an invincible state within the continuum, beyond the reach of any adversary. At that moment, observing the formidable body created by the Dark King, Salama could no longer restrain himself. Unable to manifest a powerful realm of his own, he could only latch onto the Dark King. Now, witnessing the Dark King's creation of such a potent space, he could not contain his excitement. "Ha ha ha, grant me control of this body," Salama exclaimed, launching an all-out assault to wrest control of the body from the Dark King. The Dark King's new form bore a slight smile, murmuring to himself, "Salama, you are still too young. Do not forget who once defeated you." With that, the Dark King unleashed a tremendous surge of divine power, obliterating Salama's spiritual essence in an instant. Stunned by this display of might, Salama could hardly believe that the Dark King had anticipated his intentions. "Impossible. How could you possibly know my plans?" he howled, only to be completely consumed by the Dark King, becoming a part of him. Having dealt with Salama, the Dark King merely looked up and beheld the panoramic view of the entire universe, privy to all knowledge. In a fleeting moment, the Dark Chi sovereign arrived in the divine realm, eliciting astonishment from all who beheld him. To their surprise, although he bore a resemblance to the sovereign, his form was distinct, radiating an aura of malevolence. Without allowing the divine realm's guards a chance to react, the Dark Chi sovereign raised a hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The impact was devastating, sending the guards and several angels, along with the Kaioshin, into disarray. The Dark Chi sovereign advanced, akin to a descending demon, effortlessly dispatching anyone who dared to obstruct his path. In a mere moment, he reached the inner palace, confronting the high priest and the sovereign. A look of disdain crossed the Dark Chi sovereign's face as he surveyed them. "Today, I shall bring this cycle to an end and obliterate you, eradicating all of time and space." The high priest, taken aback, realized that the Dark Chi sovereign had found a means to escape their shared fate. The childlike sovereign regarded the Dark Chi sovereign with evident disdain. "You are far too wicked. I shall annihilate you." With that, the sovereign unleashed a punch imbued with immense power. Unfazed, the Dark Chi sovereign conjured an energy shield from the dark energy surrounding him. The cataclysmic strike was thwarted, yet the divine realm itself was left in ruins from the confrontation. Such a battle was beyond the high priest's capacity to engage. The clash continued with resounding ferocity, as the sovereign and the Dark Chi sovereign exchanged blows throughout the cosmos, each strike capable of shattering multiple planets. However, the sovereign currently wielded only half of his strength, rendering him inferior to the Dark Chi sovereign. Harnessing the power of darkness, the Dark Chi sovereign summoned a massive surge of dark energy that absorbed the grievances of all time and space. This formidable force exerted a heavy pressure upon the sovereign, who, with only half of his strength, found himself unable to contend against the Dark Chi sovereign's overwhelming spatial might. In a moment of agony, the sovereign coughed up blood and was sent flying, colliding with several planets before finally coming to a halt. The Dark Chi sovereign looked on with glee. "Now, perish along with this universe." He then concentrated the dark energy in his hand, preparing to strike down the sovereign. At that moment, Raditz and Beerus emerged onto the scene. The Dark Chi sovereign paused, slightly taken aback by Raditz's presence, having previously witnessed him enter a fragment of space on Earth. Initially, Raditz was expected to be trapped within that realm, yet he had miraculously emerged alive. Surrounding Raditz was an aura of spatial energy, and the Dark Chi Sovereign sensed that he, like himself, had harnessed a portion of spatial power. However, the Dark Chi Sovereign's dark-infused spatial energy far surpassed Raditz's command over a mere fragment of Earth space. With this realization, the Dark Chi Sovereign had no intention of engaging in battle with Raditz. Due to Raditz, the soul does not belong to this realm, imbued with peculiar powers capable of altering everything. Raditz, once I obtain the power of time and space, I shall not intrude upon your existence. You must not hinder me, correct? At this moment, Raditz, possessing a fragment of spatial power, shook his head upon hearing the words of the Dark Energy King. Even in death, I could still lead a good life on Earth. The Dark Energy King's expression darkened with slight anger upon hearing Raditz's response. Foolish and oblivious. With that, the Dark Energy King launched his attack. A surge of dark energy pierced through the void, approaching rapidly. Raditz retaliated with an energy wave infused with spatial might. Boom. The two waves of energy clashed violently, resulting in a massive rift tearing through the fabric of space, voraciously consuming nearby planets, leading to their utter annihilation. The Dark Energy King unleashed all the energy within his domain. In an instant, the cosmos was engulfed by a terrifying pressure, with waves of dark energy erupting from the sky. At this moment, the king was on the brink of collapse, utterly powerless against the Dark Energy King's insatiable consumption. Terrifying black energy waves descended from the heavens, striking Beerus and his companions. Ugh! Beerus, Whis, and Gogeta were hit, spewing forth blood as their energy dwindled, becoming part of the dark energy space. Realizing the peril, Raditz activated a 50-fold Kaioken, the maximum multiplier he could wield as a sovereign of space. With the enhancement of the 50-fold Kaioken, Raditz ascended to the Ultra Instinct form. His strength reached its zenith. Raditz enveloped Beerus, Whis, and Gogeta in a protective energy shield to safeguard them from danger. Boom. In his most potent form, Raditz unleashed a colossal energy blast towards the Dark Energy King. He knew that vanquishing the Dark Energy King would restore all. This overwhelming force caused a flicker of alarm on the Dark Energy King's face, compelling him to retract all his dark energy. He concentrated it into a massive dark energy wave, and the two waves collided. Boom. At that instant, the universe itself fissured, and the two were drawn into the river of time and space. In this realm, they could no longer wield the power of time and space. Relying solely on their combat prowess for the final blow, they unleashed their energy waves, betting on who would obliterate whom. Raditz poured forth all his strength, unleashing boundless energy, even sacrificing his life force and bloodline power. The Dark Energy King, unwilling to yield, summoned everything he had as well. However, the Dark Energy King's might proved slightly superior, and Raditz's energy wave began to falter. In that fleeting moment, Raditz reminisced about his journey into the Dragon Ball world, silently pleading in his heart, "Everyone, please lend me your strength." The power of this thought penetrated the vast expanse of space, reaching the various existing universes. At that moment, countless beings sensed Raditz's plea. The warriors of Earth, the inhabitants of planet Yardrat, the denizens of the underworld, and the various deities of the North Galaxy, along with innumerable life forms, all raised their hands as their energies were drawn away. Streams of energy transformed into beams of light, surging into Raditz's being. Although Raditz had not mastered time and space, the strength of these collective thoughts endowed him with temporal power. Raditz, now possessing the power of time and space, surpassed the ominous Black Smoke King, who wielded merely spatial energy. The energy waves in Raditz's hands were imbued with greater might. The Black Smoke King, with an expression of disbelief and madness, exclaimed, "Impossible." Subsequently, the radiance of Raditz's energy wave engulfed the Black Smoke King. A tremendous explosion erupted within the river of time and space, shattering the Black Smoke King's form into numerous fragments that fell into different temporal streams. Observing the annihilation of the Black Smoke King, Raditz understood that he could no longer stir any significant turmoil. Even if he were to survive, he would be immensely weakened. Raditz had no desire to traverse through different timelines in search of these remnants. He had far more pressing matters at hand, namely, the restoration of his own universe. With the demise of the Black Smoke King, this realm posed no further threats, and Raditz returned to his own timeline. At that moment, the Omni King, with the assistance of the Grand Priest, managed to rise, having regained a semblance of consciousness despite his grievous injuries. He addressed Raditz, saying, "Everything is due to my actions. I am unworthy to continue governing this timeline. I entrust it to you." With that, the Omni King extracted a fragment of the essence of time and space from within himself and fused it into Raditz. Empowered by this essence, Raditz ascended to become the sovereign of this timeline. Bereft of his essence, the Omni King ceased to be the master of time and space, and Raditz aided him in healing his wounds. The Omni King then departed this timeline, wandering into others, accompanied by the Grand Priest. Upon receiving the essence, Raditz harnessed the power of his own spatial origin to resurrect all the benevolent lives lost in the battle. Following this, Raditz returned to Earth and sought out Android 18. "Android 18, would you accompany me on a journey?" he inquired. With a smile, she responded, "I would be delighted." Thus, Raditz took Android 18 to traverse through various universes, mending the temporal rifts caused by the conflict. Meanwhile, the angels and destroyers returned to their respective realms, continuing to preside over their own universes. As time passed year by year, humanity on Earth enjoyed a life of happiness. The scions of new planet Vegeta abandoned their tradition of relentless battles, embracing a tranquil existence. On Earth, Gohan wed Videl, and they welcomed a daughter, Pan, while Goten and Trunks matured into dashing young men. On this day, at the grand finale of the world's most prestigious martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Nappa, Piccolo, and a multitude of warriors stood at the entrance, as if awaiting someone's arrival. After an extensive wait, two figures emerged before the gathered crowd. "Thank you for your patience. Let us commence." Thus, this book reaches its conclusion. This marks the author's inaugural work, and I am immensely grateful for your readership. Throughout this journey, I have gained invaluable insights and lessons. The author intends to rectify the shortcomings and flaws of this book and will diligently craft a subsequent one. The author's new book has already been released, and I warmly invite you to continue your reading journey. Please have faith in the author. Every book shall be completed. As for the Dragon Ball saga, once the author has amassed further experience, a new installment will be undertaken, or the continuation of the story will be explored.